Chapter 1, Sexy Celestial Master Fortune Teller Online. Dragon Country, Dragon Tiger Mountain, Shanking Tao. Staring at himself in the mirror, Lu Heng was dumbfounded, looking utterly confused. The reflection in the mirror was actually a delicate-looking young Taoist. I just closed my eyes for a nap. How did I time travel? This is truly ridiculous. Like ridiculous opening the door for ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Lu Heng was not originally from this world. Half an hour ago, after finishing his 996-work shift, he went home and immediately fell asleep. Who would have thought that when he opened his eyes again, he had inexplicably become a time traveler, inhabiting the body of a young Taoist. The young Taoist's name was King Feng, who had just celebrated his 18th birthday yesterday and took his last breath today. Celestial Destiny System has been loaded for the host. Please check on your own. Hearing this voice, Lu Heng's eyes suddenly lit up. As expected, the golden finger of a time traveler might be late, but it never misses the show. System. He silently called out in his heart. With his call, a simple system interface instantly materialized in his mind. Host, Lu Heng. Age 18. Status, terminal stage of leukemia, not long to live. Cultivation, none. Cultivation technique, none. Magical treasure, none. Lifespan, 0. System notice, due to terminal leukemia, the host only has 30 days of life left. Please extend your lifespan as soon as possible, otherwise the host will completely perish. This sudden notice instantly dispelled the joy Lu Heng felt after obtaining the system. A month's lifespan, how the hell am I supposed to play? System notice, every 10 lifespan points can be exchanged for 1 lottery draw, with prizes including pills to extend life and cultivation techniques. Please strive to accumulate lifespan points. The system's subsequent notice made him sigh with relief. It seemed the situation he faced wasn't entirely doomed. So the key to the Celestial Destiny System lies in this lifespan. Feeling this insight, Lu Heng carefully studied his Celestial Destiny System. He discovered that to obtain lifespan points, he had to change other people's fates. Once a living being's predetermined destiny changes, the heavenly Tao will change accordingly. And the system can seize this opportunity to fish in troubled waters, absorbing the changing power from the heavenly Tao and converting it into the lifespan he needs. As for how to change other people's destinies, it's not exactly difficult. This Celestial Destiny System has another function. It can consume its own remaining lifespan to calculate the past and future of living beings. In simple terms, it's sacrificing your own life to change someone else's destiny. At this thought, Lu Heng felt a chill in his heart. With only 1 month's lifespan, he couldn't afford to squander it. But aside from this, he couldn't think of any other way to extend his life for now. After thinking carefully, he decided to sacrifice a bit. However, the world the young Taoist was in was also technologically advanced. Fortune-telling and the like were considered superstitious practices, with few believers. When destitute, think of changes. After a moment of pondering, Lu Heng had an idea pop into his head, which was stream fortune-telling. In this world, streaming was also very popular, with many people enjoying watching streams to relax during their leisure time. And this provided him with a chance to cast a wide net and catch many fish. With so many people online, there was bound to be one he could hoodwink. Lu Heng selected a streaming platform called Daohu, registered an account, and started a stream. To avoid exposing himself, he deliberately put on a mask. Many visitors stayed out of curiosity upon entering the stream room. Is the streamer going to do some shamanic dance on the stream? Use your eyes to donate to those in need. Don't you see the streamers wearing Taoist robes? A Taoist and shamanic dance, is there any point to this? Taiwan has the electronic third prince. Let's have an electronic shamanic dance. Streamer, hurry up with the dance, I'm getting impatient. The banter from the viewers caused the stream's popularity and traffic to rise slightly. Yet no one had asked for fortune-telling yet. But Lu Heng wasn't anxious. After all, the fish would eventually bite. Daohu live in an outdoor stream room. Damn, it's been the whole afternoon. Why haven't I caught a single fish? As an outdoor streamer, whose stream room has never had less than 10 million viewers. While not a top-tier streamer, it was still an impressive number. However, today seemed to be an unlucky day for Hu, as he spent the whole afternoon fishing without catching a single fish, nearly throwing his fishing rod in frustration. Haha, Hu went fishless today again. Brother Hu, instead of fishing, why not stream something with the missus? Yeah, stream with the missus. I'll shower you with cloud-piercing arrows. Fishing streams are boring. How about a hookup stream instead? My brother Hu is handsome and well-endowed. He could buy a seaside villa in one day with a hookup stream. The hookup you guys are talking about had better just be a hookup. Fellas, give me the hookup stream platform, save a child's life. 1024, a good man lives a safe life. Seeing who fishless was almost causing the viewers to laugh to tears. Banter and ridicule came flooding in. Brothers, don't go off the rails here. I don't want to land in jail. Who glanced at the comments and quickly changed the topic to prevent his stream from getting banned. Don't worry, brother who, if you get jailed, I'll take care of the missus. Count me in, we can't let the missus be alone. Your plans are so loud, I can hear them from miles away. The playful banter from the viewers lightened Who's mood despite the fishless day. Never mind, no fishing today, looks like I didn't check the calendar before going out. How about we go room hopping instead and check out interesting streamers? As he packed his things, Who talked to himself. In the studio where he worked, many new streamers had signed up, and he needed to help them attract some viewers. So when he said room hopping, he actually meant pulling some traffic for the newbies. Brother Who, the missus is pregnant, bottled you up, didn't she? I bet the woman in room 114,514 yesterday was quite wild. What woman? How come I didn't see her? Who, if you like other women, just say, I don't mind taking the baton. Brother Who, maybe you should try a different flavor. Whoa, you guys are as boastful as a cow sitting on a plane. After putting away his fishing gear, Who laughed. Today, we're not watching female streamers. 666. Brother Who finally realized that women are just for childbirth and men are the true love. You are 111. Boo-hoo, I finally waited for this day. Brother Who, hurry and spoil me. Duck egg or no duck egg, oyster or no oyster. Why are there so many zeros in this room? It's hard for us 0.5s to fit in. Seeing how the viewers were getting further and further off track, Who quickly emphasized, give me some face, don't go off topic. With that, Who prepared to start checking rooms. Just as he was searching for rooms from his studio, one particular streaming room caught his attention. Sensual Celestial Master, online fortune-telling. Who was taken aback and exclaimed, is there actually online fortune-telling now? How incredible is that? Chapter 2, The Fish Takes the Bait. 666,666. I've seen live streams of people eating, and I've seen live streams of people sleeping. But this is the first time I've seen a live stream of fortune-telling. Brother Who, go in and take a look. Help me see if my fate with sister-in-law has arrived yet. Promoting feudal superstition, I'll report you with a flick of my hand. Daring to live stream fortune-telling, they should have some real skills, right? What kind of skills? Who was momentarily dumbfounded, and the live stream chat was instantly flooded with messages. Obviously, everyone's interest had been piqued. All right, since everyone wants to see it, I'll go and take a look. After hesitating for a moment, Who clicked into this bizarre live stream. On one hand, he was genuinely curious. On the other hand, he didn't want to reveal his true intentions. Gotta keep a decent facade while eating. Welcome Who to the live stream room. Lu Heng's Taoist robe and mask outfit, along with the somewhat dim room, did seem rather strange. Whoa. Who was startled as soon as he entered the live stream. At the same time, many viewers followed Who's lead and also entered Lu Heng's live stream room. The viewership, which was in 4 digits, suddenly skyrocketed. Wow, I'm genuinely impressed. The streamer's get-up is terrifying. Is the streamer in the underworld? Is the internet fast there? Can the streamer take a look at my name in King Yama's Book of Life and Death? It'd be best if you could cross it off for me. As I calculate, young friend, you are doomed with a bloody misfortune today. Damn, Aunt Flo's here. Who snapped back to his senses and couldn't help but mutter to himself. What kind of live streaming company came up with this gimmick anyway? It's like strapping a bomb to a cow. Absolutely explosive, isn't it? In the past couple of years, with netizens' tastes becoming increasingly picky and heavy, it's gotten tough to pull off a good performance. To captivate viewers, many streamers have been getting more and more bizarre. Spending the night in deserted villages, exploring ancient tombs at night, sneaking into pig pens at night, kicking widows' doors in the night, and so on. The more bizarre, the more peculiar, the more it attracts attention. So Who quickly adapted to this kind of online fortune-telling. After a moment of deliberation, Who typed, "Dare I ask if you can truly tell fortunes, Taoist?" This humble practitioner tells fortunes, and it's free if it's inaccurate. Lu Heng glanced at the chat, smiled faintly, and deliberately lowered his voice. Taoist, If you can truly be accurate, I'll give you a cloud-piercing arrow. Who typed again? The cloud-piercing arrow is the most expensive gift on the Daohu platform, worth 500 bucks. Ordinary folks would think twice before sending such a pricey gift. But as a well-known streamer on the platform, a mere cloud-piercing arrow was no big deal for Hu. What would the young friend like to have a fortune told about? Seeing the fish taking the bait, Lu Heng actively asked, "Taoist, how do you tell fortunes here? Is it by looking at palms, reading birth dates, or face reading?" Hu asked again. "Face reading is best," Lu Heng said as he proactively enabled the voice chat feature. Hu quickly accepted the invitation. Soon, Hu, with his sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, appeared in the live stream room. The young friend's face is quite promising. However, please kindly turn off the beautification function. Too much beautification affects the results of face reading. Lu Heng took one look and noticed Hu had turned on beautification. Wow, the smoothing effect is so intense that you can't even see his stubble. This is ridiculous. The viewers burst into uncontrollable laughter upon hearing this. Hu, I was wondering why you've looked so neat and handsome lately. Turns out it was the beautification. I noticed it before but didn't dare to mention it. A grown man using beautification. Are you planning a gender change? Brother Hu, let's just own our ugliness, at least we should be honest. So it's beautification. I thought love was making me blind. The viewers and fans in the live stream room were always up for a bit of fun. Soon, Hu's live stream room was once again filled with chat messages. Ahem. Hu cleared his throat, quickly explaining. My wife set this up the other day. Why would a grown man like me need beautification? Taoist, please hold on a moment. I'll turn off the beautification right away. After fiddling for a while, Hu finally managed to turn off all the beautification. Brother Hu, why are your dark circles so heavy? I know, must be because you work hard at night when you get home. Sister-in-law is pregnant, yet she still has such an appetite. Brother Hu, if you and sister-in-law need anything, I'm willing to personally come over and assist. Brother Hu, the ticket is booked. Just say the word and I'll parachute in. An experienced, seasoned professional ready and waiting. An uninvited island country professional is here. The viewers showcased their humorous sides once again. All right, let's calm down for a minute. I'm still asking the Taoist for a fortune. Seeing the chat getting more and more outrageous, Hu hurriedly changed the subject. Taoist, could you possibly speak about my past? Hu asked with a smile. He didn't actually believe in fortune-telling, but for the sake of the live stream effect, he had to pretend to be very interested. Certainly. Lu Heng nodded slightly. He knew this was Hu testing him. If he were in Hu's shoes, he wouldn't casually trust a stranger online either, especially not someone engaged in feudal superstitions. System, query Hu's past information. He silently thought to himself. System notice. Querying past information will consume 3 days of the host's lifespan. Continue. Whoa, Lu Heng was momentarily stunned. This is hella expensive, isn't it? He only had 30 days of lifespan and just checking someone's past would cost him 3 days. But without querying Hu's past info, how could he possibly gain Hu's trust? If Hu didn't believe him, how could he hope to change fate? All right, for the sake of lifespan, I'll risk it. Gritting his teeth, Lu Heng directly chose to confirm. System notice. 3 days of lifespan have been deducted, querying the target's past information. As his vision blurred, images flickered before Lu Heng's eyes like scenes from a movie, showing Hu's past. Soon, everything about Hu's past was entirely at Lu Heng's fingertips. Adjusting his mask, Lu Heng slowly spoke. Young friend, this humble practitioner has already calculated your past. Allow me to recount it to you. If this humble practitioner's calculations are correct, young friend, you come from a privileged background. Your father went into business years ago and amassed assets nearing 100 million. This statement instantly drove the viewers wild. Brother Hu, you truly are extraordinary. Hu, always messing around and not doing anything serious, turns out he's a billionaire's kid. How terrifying. No wonder sister-in-law is so beautiful and didn't go for Daniel Wu of Celestial Sea, but chose you, the 3-second man. We had no connection. It's all thanks to the money I spent. Brother Hu, please adopt me. Hu, you have so much money, yet you trick your friends into sending you gifts. Have you no shame? Hu was taken aback. He didn't expect the other side could actually figure this out. Even some of his friends weren't clear about his exact family background. And then, what followed in the other's words chilled him to the bone. Chapter 3, to be honest, your son has a different father. Though your family is wealthy, you have always lacked a sense of security. The reason is that 20 years ago, when you were 7 years old, you were kidnapped. And the kidnapper was someone familiar with your family. Fortunately, you encountered a benefactor. Otherwise, back then you might not have been so lucky. As Lu Heng finished speaking, Hu's eyes widened in disbelief. This utterly shocked expression naturally caught the attention of the viewers. Damn, did he really predict it? Brother Hu, is everything this Taoist said true? Hu, your acting is terrible, too fake. Everyone calm down. I bet Brother Hu prepared this script in advance. It's quite interesting. The Taoist is wearing a mask, so it's hard to see his facial expressions, but Hu's acting is pretty bad. Those wide eyes are totally useless. Hu snapped back to reality and ignored the comments in the live stream. He licked his lips, his voice trembling. Taoist, how could you know this? He could hardly believe that the other person could actually predict his past. 20 years ago, when he was 7, just after school, before he could reach home, he was knocked out by a distant relative of his father's. When he woke up, he overheard the relative demanding a ransom of 1 million from his father. If the money wasn't paid, they threatened to kill him. Back then, he was scared to death, but fortunately, an old scavenger saw him when he was kidnapped. Thanks to the old man's timely report to the police, the kidnappers were quickly caught. Despite being a false alarm, Hu's family was extremely frightened and immediately moved to Celestial Sea. And regarding this matter, except for his family and the police handling the case, no one else knew. Not even his wife was informed. This is why Hu was so shocked. Lu Heng smiled lightly. So, young friend, was my prediction accurate? Accurate, freaking accurate. Hu nodded vigorously. Previously, he held some skepticism and saw it as entertainment. But now he was completely convinced. The person in front of him is practically a living immortal, although Lu Heng's words were acknowledged by Hu. The viewers in the 2 live streams remained unconvinced. Don't be so sure, your expression is more exaggerated than a pop idol. The script is too bland. It needs more conflict, like a gunfight or explosions, to grab attention. Brother Hu, tell me, is this mysterious Taoist a new hire of your studio? The screen was filled with various skeptical comments. Clearly, everyone took it as a scripted act. Brothers, you know what kind of person I, Hu, am. This definitely isn't scripted. I don't know this Taoist at all. I swear on my honor, today is absolutely not an act. Hu vowed sincerely. Unfortunately, the more he guaranteed, the less everyone believed him. While Hu was interacting with the viewers, Lu Heng once again called out to the system, prepared to check on Hu's future. You want to consume 3 days of lifespan to query this person's future. The system prompt sounded again. Oh gosh, why is there an additional charge? System, I urge you to be humane. Behind the mask, Lu Heng gritted his teeth, feeling unsettled. If the past and future require separate fees, it means each fortune-telling consumes 6 days. He only had 30 days of life in total. Even if he stopped living, he could only tell fortunes for 5 people at most. If none of these 5 people trust him, then it's certain that next year on this day will be his Memorial Day. Query. Lu Chen gritted his teeth. Can't bear the cost, won't catch the wolf. Can't part with the wife, won't catch the rogue. I'll risk it. Once he confirmed it, everything about Hu's future quickly appeared before him. After reading everything, Lu Heng was dumbfounded. Oh Hu, I never imagined your future could be so miserable. Lucky you met me today, or you'd become the ultimate tragedy king. After slightly calming down, Lu Heng smiled and asked, I wonder what young friend wants to know next. Career, love, or something else? Love, career, something else. Hearing Lu Heng's words, Hu was visibly hesitant. As he was pondering, his pregnant wife suddenly came to mind. Perhaps he should have the Taoist name his unborn child for safety and happiness. Once this thought emerged, he couldn't suppress it. Taoist, could you name my unborn child? Hu finally asked. Certainly. Lu Heng replied with a smile, nodding. Thank you so much, Taoist. Hu beamed and immediately sent 10 cloud-piercing arrows. Brother Hu, you're so clever, using the name to determine the child's gender. Awesome, so that's what Brother Hu meant. Does it really matter if it's a boy or a girl? Girls are better, our little darlings. I also think girls are great. Father-in-law, please accept my beau as your son-in-law. Reject immature aesthetics, start with you. After a moment of silence, Lu Heng slowly said, Young friend, the future name of your wife's child is Feng Bingwen. Bingwen, whose eyes immediately widened. That name, which his father found in a book half a month ago, was derived from the Book of Songs, meaning the virtue of being cultured. To think that the Taoist even predicted this, incredible. As Hu was in shock, the live stream burst into chaos. Wait a second, I remember whose last name is Lin, so why would the child have the last name Feng? Haha, I told you it was a script. He even got the surname wrong, better practice your lines at home. I get it, the Taoist implies that the wife will remarry, and the child will change names. Damn, my last name is Feng. Does this mean she's going to remarry me? Just asking, is it too late to change my last name? I'm willing to share the child's surname and accept the role of hubby. Seeing the screen full of comments, Hu finally reacted. Taoist, are you sure about this? No one in my family is named Feng. Hu expressed in confusion. Lu Heng sighed lightly and said in a deep voice, young friend, to be honest, your son has a different father. In other words, you'll be a stepdad. With these words, Hu's face instantly changed. Whether he was being metaphorically cheated on or not, the viewers didn't know. But at this moment, his face surely turned green, and it couldn't have been a deeper shade of green. Then Hu furrowed his brows, slightly irritated. Taoist, as a monk, you shouldn't speak recklessly, right? My wife and I share a bond stronger than gold. She could never do anything to betray me. Chapter 4, Catching Them in the Act on Live Stream. At the same time, the friends in the live stream started to stir things up again. Oh no, my affair with sister-in-law has actually been exposed by the Taoist. Don't cry, Hu, get up and get going. Women are just distractions that slow our fencing speed. I was wrong. Just earlier I said the drama wasn't explosive enough, now it's bursting at the seams. Brother Hu, I have to confess, it was actually sister-in-law who seduced me. Brother Hu, get a divorce, leave that woman, you still have me. Although I'm a man, I can satisfy you too. Lu Heng smiled faintly and said, isn't today Valentine's Day? You're planning to buy flowers for your wife this afternoon, and then give her a surprise, right? If you head home immediately now, perhaps you can catch them in the act. Taoist, how do you know everything? Hu was dumbfounded when he heard his afternoon plans revealed. At the same time, his mind began recalling some things unwillingly. It seemed like something was indeed off about his wife after they got married. Could it be that this Taoist really foresaw everything? The more Hu thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Perhaps in others' eyes, he and this Taoist were acting out a scripted drama, but he was certain he had never seen the other person before. Why would a stranger know everything about him so clearly? There was only one answer. That was the other person being genuinely able to foresee everything. Thinking about this, Hu's face turned from its previous green to dark. Meanwhile, the friends in the live stream were becoming even more excited by the spectacle. No way. Is sister-in-law really having an affair and even has a child with the lover? Oh damn, brother Hu is so unlucky with a green cap and everything. Not just a green cap, it's like he's wearing a whole green grassland. If sister-in-law is really pregnant with someone else's child, that's too much. What are you all guessing about? What if the Taoist is just talking nonsense? Whether it's true or not, we should just go home and check it out, right? Exactly, brother Hu, hurry home. Catch them in the act at home. The friends were fervently urging Hu to head home immediately. Seeing this, despite being reluctant to believe his wife was unfaithful, Hu nodded under the coercion of everyone. All right, I'll drive home now. After speaking, he looked at Lu Heng and said solemnly, Taoist, although you have been very accurate before, if you're slandering my wife for live stream popularity, I will sue you in court. Lu Heng replied calmly, saving a life is a boundless merit. Whether my words are true or false, you will know once you return home. Hu's face was as calm as water, his thoughts unknown to others. After loading a series of fishing tools into his car, he drove back to the city straight away, heading directly home. By this time, Hu's actions had pushed the atmosphere in the live stream to its peak. That Taoist looked so confident. Could sister-in-law really be having an affair and pregnant? Look at him not caring in the slightest, he seems quite sure. Sister-in-law even showed up in previous streams. She seemed like a nice woman who would have thought she's so wild. You know people by appearance, not by heart. Drawing a tiger's skin is easy, drawing its bones is hard. This is terrifying, I am too scared to marry now. If Hu has been kept in the dark, wouldn't he spend money raising someone else's kid? Brother Hu catching them in the act live-streamed. This might be a first in the streaming industry. Live-streamed catching in the act, it's so damn thrilling. Such comments had filled the entire live-stream room. With some friends promoting it, more and more visitors were flooding into Lu Heng's stream. In less than 10 minutes, the number of friends in the livestream room had exceeded 1,000. Although this doesn't compare to those big streamers. But after all, Lu Heng was a rookie streamer, and previously his livestream room had only single-digit viewers. The newcomers, upon hearing this was a live catching in the act, were all flushed with excitement. Thrilling. The streaming industry has been booming, making money quick, attracting everyone in. And among them are not few bizarre individuals, creating all sorts of wild streams. There are streams of mourning, streams of partying at graveheads, and streams ending in being banned. In summary, this industry does not lack in gimmicks. But a live catching in the act was something everyone was seeing for the first time. Unlike the chaotic crowd in Lu Heng's stream, over on Hu's side, after the initial fervor, things started to cool down gradually. As Hu's fans, everyone had a mindset to have some fun, but ultimately no one wanted Hu to suffer too much. Brother Hu, don't make any impulsive moves. Yeah, maybe the Taoist is just slandering sister-in-law for the hype. We all know sister-in-law's character, brother Hu, don't get too worked up. Hu, you should bring some friends, just in case things go out of hand. Right, what if the cheating man goes berserk? Seeing these heartwarming comments, Hu finally managed to squeeze out a smile on his dark green face. Don't worry, I just called 2 friends to come over and help. As for any impulsive actions, I won't be making any. If things really are as the Taoist said, then I will just divorce. Seeing Hu so calm, the friends finally felt reassured. Lu Heng also nodded secretly. If Hu can remain calm all along, his fate will completely alter. In Hu's original future, today he would return home early due to the Air Force ending the broadcast. And the root cause would be this 1-hour early return home. Hu's wife and her lover would be caught cheating, unexpectedly busted by Hu, who returned prematurely. Upon discovering his wife's affair, Hu's rage would spike, quickly losing reason, and attempt to kill the lover with a knife. Trying to protect her lover, she accidentally pushed Hu off the balcony. Despite surviving the fall from the 4th floor, Hu's brain was damaged, turning into a vegetative state. Hu's father, in anger, would have a heart attack and die. The mother wouldn't survive 3 more years, succumbing to death. Relatives fight to seize Hu's family's property. As for Hu, he would be slowly forgotten in the hospital. Who would have thought such a fate awaited the currently vibrant rich kid Hu in the future? Changing the fate of Hu's family, and that wicked couple should earn a lot of lifespan, right? Lu Heng thought happily. On the other side, when Hu drove back to the neighborhood, the 2 friends he contacted were already waiting downstairs. Hu quickly brought the 2 up to the 4th floor, unlocking the door with his keys. Krieg Krieg. Hu clenched his teeth, grinding them fiercely, his expression exceedingly grim. The other 2 friends also frowned, because what caught their eye was a pair of large men's shoes different from Hu's shoe size. Chapter 5, Adulterers. After Hu opened the front door, the bedroom door was also gently pushed open. A tall, glamorous woman slowly walked out of the bedroom. Seeing Hu suddenly return home, the woman seemed very composed. She smiled slightly and said, Hu, weren't you at the reservoir fishing? How come you're back so soon? Did you come back empty-handed again? If it were before, facing his wife's teasing, Hu would definitely argue back, insisting he never came back empty-handed and never would. But at this moment, he was in no mood for that. Tell me, whose shoes are these? Hu kicked a pair of unfamiliar shoes on the floor, demanding angrily. Shoes? The woman pretended to glance at them in confusion, then chuckled. The shoes belong to Feng. He came by 20 minutes ago saying he took a business deal for you. Before the woman could finish, a neatly dressed young man walked out of the bathroom. Seeing Hu, the young man immediately said, Brother Hu, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for ages. A gaming company contacted me yesterday, saying they want you for a promotion. Hu looked at his wife, then at the young man, furrowing his brows tightly. The young man before him was Feng, his business assistant. The other was dressed properly with a normal expression, showing no sign of panic, seemingly not like a cheating lover. But upon closer thought, this guy's last name is Feng. The Taoist priest mentioned before, his son's future name would be Feng Bingwen. More importantly, this guy claimed to be his wife's distant cousin, having a close relationship with her. Back then, the reason he managed to win over the beauty was not without this man's assistance. Thinking back now. It's terrifying. Hu furrowed his brows deeply, unsure what to do next. Catching them not in the act leaves no evidence. Taoist priest, what do you suggest I do now? With no other options, he took out his phone and sought help from Lu Heng. Lu Heng replied calmly, I have 3 methods that can resolve this situation and prove your wife's infidelity. Hearing this, the woman's and the young man's expressions changed slightly, sensing a foreboding feeling. What do you mean? Do you suspect I'm cheating? If you want to divorce me, just say it. Why throw dirt on me? The woman raised her eyebrows, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. Seeing his wife so angry, Hu hesitated. But the situation was already at a stalemate. He couldn't just let it go, could he? And even if he pretended nothing happened today, what about the future? He couldn't really be happy being a stepfather to someone else's child, could he? Taoist priest, go ahead. Hu bit his teeth, deciding to stand firm. Lu Heng nodded slightly and spoke softly. The first method, you can have someone go under the balcony of your house. The two of them just threw some contraceptives down. They should still be there. With these items, you can get a test. The results will be self-evident. Upon hearing this, Hu immediately gave his friend a look. The friend understood and quickly turned and left. The woman and the young man appeared panicked, not daring to meet Hu's gaze again. The second method is to ask the property management for the elevator's surveillance footage. Lu Heng continued, your wife just said that Feng came 20 minutes ago, but the elevator surveillance can prove your wife is lying. As for the third method, it's even simpler. You just need to find Feng's phone left on the bed, then all questions will no longer be questions. As soon as his words fell, the young man instinctively checked his pocket, and his face instantly turned pale. Meanwhile, another of Hu's friends quickly slipped into the bedroom. In no time, he came running out holding a phone. Hu, here's the phone. He quickly handed the phone to Hu, unlocked the phone, and browsed through the videos stored inside. Lu Heng added. Hu opened the phone and found it required a passcode. The friend next to him understood and immediately stepped forward to press Feng's face to unlock it. Hu casually looked through and quickly found a video recorded just 10 minutes ago. With just a tap to play, the sound of a woman's moaning came from the video. Hu hurriedly stopped the playback, fury clearly written on his face. The female lead of that video was none other than his own wife. Damn it! How did I wrong you? In a fit of rage, Hu couldn't help but slap his wife. His friend, on the other hand, knocked the cheating Feng to the ground with a punch. The viewers and tourists in the live-stream room were dumbfounded, all of them in shock. This live-streamed cheating expose sure was thrilling. Damn. She really did cheat. Damn, if it were me, I wouldn't be able to swallow this anger either. Is this really not scripted? The Taoist priest is amazing, so accurate. Please, Taoist priest, quickly help me predict the next lottery number. In just a few minutes, Lu Heng's livestream room's popularity soared. Everyone marveled at the absurd fortune-telling. Soon, Hu's room got banned for streaming violence involving a fight. The viewers, seeing this, flooded into Lu Heng's livestream room. Thank you, Taoist priest, for your help. Otherwise, who knows how long Hu would have been fooled by those cheating bastards. Taoist priest, no. Immortal, please give me a reading on my marriage. I'm 40 years old, when will I find a wife? That video Hu played just now really left me wanting more. Yeah, who would have thought the sister-in-law was so wild? I nearly drooled listening to her. Drool at what? Saliva, obviously. What did you think it was, silly? The lively discussion among viewers once again caused the live stream's popularity to spike. Everyone, please calm down first. Lu Heng had just begun to speak when suddenly a dialogue box popped up on his phone. Hello, due to violent and sexual content in your live stream violating platform regulations, you will be banned for 7 days. Goodness. This really is like the city gates catching fire and implicating the fish in the moat. Hu's livestream catching a cheater and fighting ended up getting his room banned too. And the ban lasted 7 days. Indeed, a newbie streamer without connections is just a pushover. Lu Heng shook his head helplessly. System prompt. Host has successfully altered the heavenly Tao, currently absorbing lifespan, please check later. This sudden prompt made Lu Heng beam with delight. He had been messing around with Hu for so long, just waiting for this prompt. Just wonders how much lifespan can he earn this time. Ban livestream, even I, the poor Taoist, am helpless. That's all for today. See you all when destiny allows. Lu Heng greeted everyone in the livestream room and then vanished. Returning to reality, he eagerly called out the system. He saw the lifespan, initially at 0, had now become 23. It actually gave me 23 points of lifespan. I hope during the lottery, I can strike it big and get a miracle elixir to extend my life. Lu Heng was full of joy. System draw. With just a thought, the lottery wheel appeared before his eyes. Chapter 6, a moment of misdeed, a lifetime of trouble. System prompt. Do you want to use 10 points of lifespan for a lottery draw? Yes. As Lu Heng confirmed, the lottery wheel began to slowly spin. The entire wheel consists of 13 pie-shaped sections, colored white, blue, purple, and orange. According to the system's explanation, the white section has the worst prizes, blue is average, purple is slightly better, and orange is the best. Therefore, there is only one orange section, 2 purple sections, and 3 blue sections. The worst white section, however, has as many as 7 sections. Lu Heng considered himself the reincarnation of a non-European, so he didn't dare to hope for the orange or purple sections. He just hoped to draw a pill that would extend his life, saving him from dying young. After about 5 or 6 seconds, the wheel slowly stopped and finally settled on a blue section. Holy shit. Am I going to be a god on the first try? Could it be that my luck has changed and I've gone from bad luck to good luck? Lu Heng was filled with excitement. However, the system's notification that followed was like a cold shower, instantly making him feel ice cold. System prompt: congratulations to the host for drawing the cultivation technique, Tei 5 Chi spell. What the hell? Lu Heng was completely speechless. What the heck is this? Sure, a blue prize is nice, but I need a life-extending pill. No matter how good your cultivation technique is, I can't practice it if I'm dead, right? System, draw again. Lu Heng gritted his teeth, pinning his hopes on this last draw. System prompt: do you want to use 10 points of lifespan for a lottery draw? Yes. Lu Heng felt like he was about to turn into a furious guy. If he could find out who invented this system, he'd definitely strangle them. The lottery wheel spun again, carrying Lu Heng's hopes, and slowly stopped on a white section. System prompt: congratulations to the host for drawing 5 lower-grade spiritual chi pills. Lu Heng was numb, completely numb. I want to live and you want me to cultivate. Why bother? What's the point? He couldn't help but resent his bad luck, constantly plagued by misfortune. Just then, someone knocked on his door. Senior brother King Feng, it's time for Master's lecture. A somewhat youthful voice came from outside. Lu Heng was stunned for a moment before remembering his Taoist name was King Feng. He quickly got up, changed his clothes, and followed his junior brother outside to attend the lecture. Although he was terminally ill, he wasn't someone who gave up easily. There were still 24 days left, and he believed he could draw the life-extending pill. Of course, if his luck stayed bad, well, then it would just end in death. As Lu Heng was experiencing the life of a Taoist, discussions about him and who continued to rage online. Even though the two's live streaming room had been mercilessly banned by Daohu's official team, people still found ways to discuss them. Sigh, I really feel sorry for Hu marrying a wife like that. Damn, this woman is the reincarnation of Pan Jinlian. She might even poison Hu with her lover in the future. I don't quite understand. Although Hu isn't as good-looking as me, he's still at least Xiao Shuai's level and a rich second generation. Why doesn't that woman cherish him? Maybe the lover has other qualities. The qualities, you speak of better just be qualities. Having a boyfriend like Hu, and she still brings a lover home to mess around, that's outrageous. Outrageous +1. Even more outrageous is that she didn't come to seduce me. Who do you think that Taoist is? Even with a mask on, being all mysterious, he's incredibly accurate. When he streams next time, I want him to help me too. Maybe tell me when I can win the lottery. Meanwhile, on Hu's side, the drama temporarily came to an end. With the help of enthusiastic netizens reporting to the police, Hu and others were all taken to the station. Normally, infidelity dramas are entertaining to the public and not necessarily taken too seriously. But because Hu is a big-time internet celebrity streamer, for safety's sake, the police lectured them earnestly. Afterwards, they dealt with medical expenses or divorces as needed. After leaving the station, Hu felt empty inside. Inside, his wife had already explained everything. Back in college, his wife and Feng were a couple, but they had a falling out at some point. To annoy Feng, she took the initiative to accept Hu's confession. Hu knew Feng was just as stubborn and quickly found a new lover. Her initial goal was not achieved, and she cluelessly ended up married to Hu. Until one day, she met Feng again, and their former passion reignited uncontrollably. Sigh, how am I supposed to explain this to my parents? Hu couldn't help but sigh. Being the deceived one, he found it hard to express his suffering. As this, the cuckoo in the nest incident concluded, the fates of Hu, his wife, and Feng completely changed. Whether for better or worse was anyone's guess. The future was up to them to navigate. After attending the lecture, Lu Heng returned to his place. One has to say, shanking Tao is quite a major force within Taoism, definitely among the top 5 in Dragon Country. There are over 300 officially registered Taoists alone. Being among so many Taoists with vast experience, he didn't stand out at all. Why is it still banned? Lu Heng checked his live streaming room status and saw that it was still under a 7-day ban. Does he really have to wait 7 days? If so, his already meager lifespan would become even more pitiful. Lying on the bed, Lu Heng had given up the idea of playing games or watching videos. Watching his lifespan tick down from 24 to 23, he was beyond tears. The system seemed to want to screw him over. Not only couldn't he resist, he couldn't even enjoy it. Might as well take a look at what I drew today. Unable to sleep, Lu Heng once again called out the system in his mind. The prizes he won were automatically stored in the system's space. He glanced inside and saw a jade slip emitting a green glow, along with 5 small white jade bottles. The jade slip contained the Tei 5 Chi spell. A thought from Lu Heng, and the contents of the jade slip appeared before his eyes. But then he was dumbfounded. What the hell does this mean? Every single word he knew, but together he was completely lost. System prompt: would you like to cultivate the Tei 5 Chi spell? Cultivate. Bored and restless, Lu Heng opted to cultivate. The jade slip instantly turned into a streak of green light, drilling straight into his forehead. Tei 5 Chi spell, the foundation establishment technique, gathers the 5 elemental energies from heaven and earth to build a flawless foundation. It's really an immortal cultivation technique. Lu Heng's spirits lifted instantly. The only question was, with his lifespan, could he achieve anything meaningful? Oh, right, those spiritual chi pills should come in handy too. He quickly took out a bottle of the spiritual chi pills and tried consuming one before starting his cultivation. I'm going to cultivate immortality. I'm going to defy destiny and change my fate. Chapter 7, The Explosive Livestream. In the early morning, a ray of sunlight shone on Lu Heng's face through the window. Ah. He slowly opened his eyes and couldn't help but let out a comfortable hum. The Tei 5 Chi spell is indeed worthy of being an immortal cultivation technique. Cultivating through the night, he felt better than doing handiwork, to the point where it was hard to extricate himself. The so-called goddesses of the previous life, Momo, Jai Miao Miao, Pudding, and Mao transformed into mere skeletons at this moment, unable to tempt him anymore. Amitabha, no, it should be boundless, celestial, venerable. This poor Taoist's heart is as calm as still water. The sage remains eternal. Meanwhile, while he was immersed in cultivation, the internet was bustling. After a night of fermentation, whose live scandal-catching event became even more explosive, even making it to the trending list on Weibo. Some unexpectedly leaked live footage further piqued everyone's interest, especially the sister-in-law's moan. Who knows how many men shivered at that sound? Who is a top streamer yet his wife still cheated? Another day of marriage phobia. Who knows if it's true? These influencers will do anything to get famous. It's absolutely true. I witnessed Who catching the betrayal in the live room. Totally thrilling. Hateful that his wife cheated on him. Even more hateful that she didn't cheat on me. Sister-in-law, what are you doing? That's not okay. A little lower, sister-in-law. It's bad enough she cheated, but even worse, the child in her belly isn't his. Holy *T, that's over the line. Are the adulterers planning to make him raise their child? Boo-hoo, don't leave as long as you stay. I'm willing to have the child carry my name. Pathetic simp. While discussing Who, a small group also noticed Lu Heng. Riding this wave, Lu Heng managed to gain some fame. Countless people deleted their followings, waiting for his streaming ban to be lifted so they could verify this fortune-telling master's authenticity. 7 days later, Lu Heng, already accustomed to the temple life, woke from cultivation. System. He silently summoned his system interface in his mind. Host, Lu Heng. Taoist name, King Feng. Age 18. Condition, terminal blood cancer near death. Cultivation, Chi refining level 1. Technique, Tei 5 Chi spell. Magical treasure, none. Lifespan 3. System notice. Due to the host's terminal blood cancer, only 19 days of life remain. Please extend your lifespan promptly or face certain death. Days. Hearing the system notice, Lu Heng was momentarily stunned. Initially, after the transmigration, he had a 30-day lifespan. For fortune-telling Who, he used up 6 days. Adding the past 7 days, there should have been 17 days left, so why did it become 19 days? He counted on his fingers and toes for a long time but couldn't reconcile it. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Could it be that recent cultivation extended my life by 2 days? Understanding this, he couldn't help but find it amusing. Cultivation is good, but spending 7 days for 2 feels like a drop in the ocean. But fortunately, his streaming room was unbanned today. Silly fans, your emperor is back. The sexy celestial master will stir up a storm on the internet once more, at 6 p.m. after dinner. Checking his unbanned streaming room, Lu Heng donned his mask and resumed streaming. The friends who followed him on the Daohu platform received system notifications instantly. In just a few minutes, fans swarmed in by the thousands. The popularity, previously at 0, shot up to over 100,000. This left Lu Heng a bit taken aback. He glanced at the follower count in his streaming room. Goodness! When did the followers grow from a single digit to nearly 100,000? This was only his second stream. During the last session, there were only a few small shrimp. This rapid fan growth was thanks to who? As a top streamer on Daohu, whose popularity is undeniable, even outside of Daohu, who holds significant influence. The live catching of adultery entertained countless thrill-seekers. Some even edited the incident into short videos and uploaded them to major short video platforms. All at once, netizens were all shocked. Why do we surf the internet? For a good laugh, isn't it? What could be more amusing than a live infidelity scene? So who tragically became viral? Predicting whose wife's affair and the child having another father made Lu Heng a topic of interest as well. Who wouldn't want to know a genuine fortune master? Everyone's a bit lost about the future. Who wouldn't want to know about lotteries, girlfriends, wealth? Hence, when the Daohu platform's streaming notification came, the fans rushed into Lu Heng's streaming room with lightning speed. This included who hadn't appeared over the past 7 days. Upon entering the chat, Who sent over 200 cloud-piercing arrows without a word. One cloud-piercing arrow equals $500, means 100,000 bucks. A mere 100,000 bucks is nothing to a rich second generation. Master, thank you for your help. If it weren't for you, I'd still be in the dark about those filthy adulterers. I probably won't be streaming for a while. When I resume, I'll come to find you again. After leaving a few words, Hu's avatar turned dark. Such a poor, honest man. Seeing this, Lu Heng lightly shook his head. Hu is a good guy, despite being a rich second generation. His character is commendable. It's a pity this world is so disgusting. If they don't betray honest men like him, should they betray the players? If they were to mess with players, who knows who would outwit whom? Why pine for a flower when there are countless in bloom worldwide? Don't sacrifice yourself for one tree when the whole forest is in front of you, brother Hu. Hu, brothers are like limbs, women like clothes. Without clothes, you're still my brother. May I pick up that piece of clothing? Damn it, just let me spot that Feng character, I'll beat him up for Hu. Bro, don't be rash. If you get into trouble, your wife might cheat too. Damn, can't you guys have some positive energy? Most of the fans in Lu Heng's streaming room are Hu's followers who came with him back then. They enjoy the spectacle, but are genuinely concerned about Hu's well-being. After all, if Hu can't stream due to heartbreak, who will they turn to for entertainment? Come on, brothers, be human. Chapter 8, Is it my fault for being handsome and rich? Watching the rapidly increasing popularity of the livestream room, Lu Heng was very pleased. To be honest, Hu's 200 cloud-piercing arrows were not worth mentioning in his eyes. But these lovely viewers, like leeks ready for harvest, kept urging him to reap. I have received everyone's kindness. Get ready to be harvested, my leeks. Silently chanting this in his heart, Lu Heng then spoke. I'm truly sorry for keeping everyone waiting for so long. Today, let's continue live streaming fortune-telling. Here, the poor Taoist would like to set a rule. Each fortune-telling session will only cost one cloud-piercing arrow. If my fortune-telling isn't accurate, I could return the money unchanged. Before he could finish his sentence, 10 cloud-piercing arrows immediately appeared in the live stream room. Wow, so many rich people around. Of course, that doesn't include me. Lu Heng was quite surprised. One must know that, at all times, the internet is mostly filled with freeloaders, people asking for seeds from kind souls. Thank you messages to the original poster, wishing them lifelong peace, and promises of definitely next time and the like. In short, freeloaders always fill every corner of the internet. Take live streaming, for example. Small streamers might go hoarse trying to get viewers to send any gifts. Lu Heng glanced at the gift senders. Altogether, there were 2 of them, each sending 5 cloud-piercing arrows. Remembering their names, he continued, All right, today let's just stick to these 2. Everyone else, please don't send any more gifts. Oh, and I'll add another rule. During future live streams, I'll only do readings for 2 people each time. After all, revealing too much of fate could bring retribution. Although he really wanted to tell the fortunes of everyone there, he knew it was important to stay calm and not be overly flamboyant. He also didn't want to make too much of a splash and attract official attention. Sustainable harvesting is very important. In the livestream room, many viewers wanted this mysterious Taoist to tell their fortunes. But not everyone was a rich second generation like Hu. A 500 yuan gift isn't a small amount. Besides, people couldn't figure out whether Hu's situation was genuinely revealed by the Taoist, or if it was just a coincidence. So the majority of viewers chose to wait and see. Now, with 2 wealthy volunteers stepping up as test subjects, it perfectly satisfied everyone's curiosity. Testing the touchstone will naturally reveal whether it's real gold or scrap iron. Let's take a look at our first lucky viewer. This viewer's name is Being Handsome and Rich My Fault. After reading the name, Lu Heng sent out a co-host invitation. Soon, the invitation was accepted, and the person appeared on the screen. He was in a suit, leaning against a luxury car. A closer look revealed it was actually a Rolls-Royce Phantom. This scene instantly dazzled the viewers with their titanium dog eyes. Holy shit, it's a big Rolls. Quick, Brother Fu, WeChat me 50. All dressed up, is this car rented? Brother Fu, do you have a boyfriend? If not, unfortunately, contact me. My QQ is 337,845,818. Boss, next time you party, can you bring your little bro? I want to broaden my horizons. Last time the rich kid who got green-hatted by the Taoist. What about this rich guy? How should we address you, young friend? Lu Heng asked. Hello, Taoist, my surname is Kai, just call me Kai, Brother Fu Kai replied with a smile. Lu Heng asked again, young friend Kai, what would you like to know? Taoist, I roughly saw what happened with Hu online. Some netizens say your fortune-telling is accurate, while others say it was scripted with Hu to create hype. To be honest, I'm curious, so I came to check it out today. Since the Taoist could reveal Hu's past, I presume you can reveal my past as well. Brother Fu Kai maintained his smiling face. After he finished, the viewers were thrilled. Taoist, quickly do a green hat reading. He's here to stir things up. I knew someone wouldn't believe in the Taoist's powers. Wait till the Taoist shows him some skills. I've calculated, young friend, you have a touch of green on your head. I also suspect it was scripted. If one could really predict accurately, why not the lottery? Heh, do you think the lottery is truly random? Let me tell you, I'm actually a time traveler with hundreds of lottery numbers in my head. Pity I haven't won a dime in 10 years. Brother, aren't you afraid of being pursued across provinces? Knock, knock, knock. The hat delivery is here. Open up. Lu Heng heard and smiled faintly. Of course, please wait a moment, young friend. With that, he stared at Kai on the screen, silently chanting in his heart. System, query the target's past information. System prompt. Querying past information requires consuming 3 days of the host's lifespan. Continue. Yes. Painstakingly, he offered another 3 days of his lifespan and confirmed. Soon, everything Kai experienced over the past 20 years unfolded before his eyes. After reviewing Kai's past, Lu Heng was stunned. Wow, I'm speechless, wow. Why do those coming for fortune-telling always end up being such oddballs? A saying on the internet holds true. Once a man starts acting coquettish, women have no place left. This Kai in front of him was the creme de la creme of coquettish men. Ahem. Lu Heng cleared his throat, then unhurriedly said, young friend Kai is 27 this year. Both parents passed away. You were raised by your grandparents since young, but at 7, a car accident took their lives. Before his death, your grandfather entrusted you to your second uncle, hoping he could raise you. Your second uncle was fairly decent, but your second aunt was a petty person, often beating and scolding you. At 15, unable to endure the hardships of living under someone else's roof, you ran away with money saved from working student jobs. Listening to his recount, Brother Fu Kai's eyes slightly reddened. Past events flashed by, evoking a sense of immersion in memories. All at once, Kai was overwhelmed with emotions, truly revealing his inner feelings. Taoist, I'm convinced. You truly are an immortal, revealing my past with such clarity. Brother Fu Kai spoke with a look of admiration. Seeing the once confident Brother Fu now yielding, the viewers were all baffled. What's the situation? Poverty-stricken, parents deceased. Isn't this guy supposed to be a rich second generation? Is the Rolls-Royce and Rolex all fake? But they don't look fake. Could it be all earned from scratch? Impossible. So young, starting from scratch to own a Rolls, who would believe that? It seems more believable to say it was earned as a male escort. Chapter 9. Taoist Master, I'd like you to read my wife's fortune too. Master, it's rare for me to find someone to confide in. Over the years, I've been tormented by this world. But such torment hasn't crushed me. Instead, it made me strive harder. One must rely on oneself. Brother Fu Kai wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and said with a slightly trembling voice. After hearing his words, the viewers felt a fire burning in their hearts. In everyone's imagination, Brother Fu Kai's past has been confirmed to be. He was a lonely child who lost his parents early on, then his grandparents passed away, and he lived under others' roofs, often suffering abuse. Unable to tolerate harsh treatment, the child silently left home, venturing into the big city alone. Years later, through early hardships, the child grew step by step. In the end, he started from scratch, bought a Rolex and a Rolls-Royce, thoroughly proving his worth. Brother Kai, I really apologize for earlier. I thought you earned your Rolex and Rolls-Royce as a gigolo. Didn't expect that beneath your glamorous exterior lies such an unspeakably bitter past. Though you faced many hardships in your youth, you have succeeded now. After the storm, how can one see the rainbow? Brother Kai, I will learn from you. Effort doesn't always lead to success, but without effort, there's definitely no success. I hope we all succeed. Boo-hoo-hoo, I'm moved to tears. Brother Fu, another 50 to me, please. I wonder what profession you are in now, Brother Kai. I want to learn from you. The viewers, as if fed a large bowl of chicken soup, started a motivational discussion. This scene left Lu Heng smiling wryly. Unfortunately, he couldn't reveal too much just yet. After everyone calmed down a bit, he continued. Young friend Kai ran away from home at 15, and by now, you've been working in the big city for 12 years. The first 5 years weren't easy for you. Due to lack of a degree, you could only do odd jobs everywhere. But at 20, you met a benefactor. With this benefactor's help, you not only escaped your formerly poor life, but also became a manager of a listed company. 3 years later, full of gratitude, you proposed to the benefactor. The benefactor accepted your proposal and even gifted you a villa. After marriage, the two of you got along like respectful guests, living a harmonious and happy life. After Lu Heng finished speaking, Brother Fu Kai, who had been tearful, now showed a hint of embarrassment. But the viewers remained immersed in their imagination, ignoring Kai's reaction. Boo-hoo-hoo, my husband actually got married. Didn't expect you to be married, little brother. I was thinking of pursuing you. Get lost, big-footed guy. Brother Kai certainly turned his luck around with the benefactor's help. Hope he sails smoothly hereafter. I've already imagined 100 episodes of a domineering female CEO idol drama. Brother Kai certainly has skills. If it were me, even with a benefactor's support, I couldn't manage a listed company in such a short time. Keep going, Brother Kai, and everyone too. The mutual encouragement among the viewers was quite touching, but Brother Fu Kai's expression grew increasingly awkward. After hesitating for a moment, he finally spoke. Master, I'd like you to help me predict something about my wife. Lately, she's been acting a bit strange, and there seems to be some distance between us. Upon hearing this, Lu Heng slightly furrowed his brow. Sure enough, this guy is a schemer. Otherwise, he wouldn't be driving a Rolls-Royce in just a few years. Young friend Kai, my abilities are limited. I can't predict others' futures casually. If the person in question isn't present, I need their ID or birth date to do so. If neither is available, then I'm powerless. Lu Heng replied slowly. He had no solution when the person to be predicted wasn't present. His ability to deduce others' futures and pasts wasn't due to his remarkable skills, but rather the advantage of the celestial destiny system. If he couldn't lock in a suitable target, the system couldn't calculate that person's fate. Well, hearing this, Brother Fu Kai hesitated once more. The viewers, seeing his expression, couldn't help but become curious again. Just do it. Why are you delaying? Brother Kai, surely you know your wife's birth date, right? Isn't it on the marriage certificate? Just take out the marriage certificate and it's done. Whoa, did you encounter a marriage scam? Buddy, did you get your brain stuck in a door? Brother Kai is a manager at a listed company and drives a Rolls-Royce. How could it be a marriage scam? If it were a marriage scam, I wish to be scammed 100 times. With a luxury car and villa, even if I got cheated, I'd willingly accept it. After several minutes of consideration, Brother Fu Kai gritted his teeth and finally made a decision. He took a deep breath and asked, Master, I don't have her ID here. Can the marriage certificate work? It has her name and birth date on it. Lu Heng nodded. Of course, as long as there's an accurate name and birth date, predictions can be made. All right, please wait 10 minutes, I'll drive home now. After speaking, Brother Fu Kai hurriedly drove home. About 7 or 8 minutes later, a luxurious large villa appeared in everyone's view. Wow, such a luxurious big house. Must be 2,000 square meters, right? If I could spend a night here, I'd even massage a rich lady's feet. With such a big villa, you'd walk over 100 meters just to have breakfast, right? Don't worry, any wealthy person with such a big villa would hire servants. Every morning maids would feed you breakfast. It's simply authentic. Darn, where's such a benefactor-rich lady to help me out? Openly seeking a rich lady's support, I am as handsome as Daniel Wu and as skilled as Kato Eagle, albeit as tall as a giraffe. While the viewers were babbling, Brother Fu Kai had exited the car and entered the villa. Everyone's view moved along, revealing the splendid interior of the villa. Truly magnificent and dazzling. At this moment, many were already shedding tears of envy and jealousy. Why wasn't there a 20-year-old, well-endowed, fair-skinned, beautiful, and gentle wealthy lady to give them a helping hand? Brother Fu Kai made his way to the living room. At that moment, someone was sitting on the living room sofa watching TV. "Dear, you're back." Upon seeing Brother Fu Kai, that person casually greeted him. Brother Fu Kai gently nodded. His phone camera unintentionally swept over the person on the sofa. Upon seeing this person, the viewers couldn't help but be curious. "Brother Fu, is this your grandma? She looks quite kind." "Not right, huh? Why would she say dear if it's grandma?" Chapter 10. My wife was born in the 60s. Brother Fu and Kai didn't address everyone's questions, but went straight to the bedroom on the top floor. After rummaging for a while, he finally found the target. "Master, I found the marriage certificate from back then. I need your help to take a look." As he spoke, he slowly unfolded the marriage certificate and aimed his phone camera at the contents. Hiss. In an instant, countless viewers collectively drew a sharp breath. How could it be so terrifying? Damn, damn. Damn, damn, damn. 5 in a row indicating shock. My eyes, doctor, my eyes are almost blind. Brother Kai, are you sure you're not kidding us? Is this your wife? Wasn't she the grandma watching TV downstairs just now? Oh my God, she's actually a sister from 58. Brother Kai, I was impressed just now, and now I'm genuinely impressed. I'm utterly convinced you could kiss such an old lady, truly having no qualms about anything. I was wrong. I take back what I said earlier, no matter how poor I am. I don't want to be called baby by a wrinkled old lady. Bro, the thing is, even those rich old ladies from the 50s might not fancy you. One must rely on oneself. You're not handsome, how could you end up with a wealthy lady from the 50s? Effort doesn't always lead to success, but without effort, perhaps you can live off someone else. I have bad teeth, so I just like living off others. I can accept someone from the 40s too. From the 40s, bro, you're truly ruthless. As things developed to this point, even the most clueless viewers understood what was truly going on. Though the woman on the marriage certificate might look younger than a 60-something due to Botox or cosmetic procedures. The birth date was glaringly obvious to everyone watching. Unless you're blind, you can't ignore it. Looking at the old wife and young husband in the photos, many viewers felt a little flushed. Damn, they were tricked by this guy. At first, when they heard his story, everyone thought he was a hardworking, inspirational guy achieving success on his own. But what's the reality? This guy is just a pretty boy living off someone else, and he doesn't even care about his dignity anymore. Someone from the 50s, that's more than old enough to be your grandma. This kind of living off someone else has probably been rotten for a long time. Of course, some viewers were filled with admiration for Brother Kai. Though everything's the same once the lights are off, not many can bravely face a 60-year-old woman. Thinking about her wrinkled smile and dry, saggy skin, everyone couldn't help but shiver. That one word, baby, is not something anyone can handle. Lu Heng wasn't too surprised. After all, he had witnessed the wedding of this old wife and young husband while watching Brother Kai's past earlier. System, check this person's future fate. He silently summoned the celestial destiny system in his mind. System alert, checking future information will consume 3 days of the host's lifespan. Continue. Yes. Without any hesitation, he chose to proceed. The more debts you owe, the less you worry. The more lice you have, the less they bite. After all, there's only a handful of days left in his lifespan. If he hits the jackpot, he lives. If not, he dies, simple as that. In an instant, the future fate of the wealthy old lady displayed scene after scene before him. After seeing her future situation, Lu Heng felt overwhelmed once again. Dear Lord, what kind of people are these? In the future, he saw this old lady truly fit the saying, a person doesn't stop living until they die. Why did the wealthy old lady suddenly become indifferent to Brother Kai? The reason wasn't that she got bored as Brother Kai suspected. Though before marrying Brother Kai, the wealthy old lady had been married 5 times. Except for the first one, which was her original match, the other 4 husbands were all young lads between 20 and 30. But it also indicates that during this period, the wealthy old lady was very devoted. She just liked 20-something young guys. She found others disgusting even with a glance. If the world's spiritual chi hadn't declined and practitioners weren't this few, he would have thought she was a demonic old witch from the demon sect absorbing yin energy. Brother Kai was lucky. He was her last husband. But he wasn't her last marriage partner. Why, you ask? It's all because the old lady had a change of heart. Ah. Lu Heng sighed softly. He glanced at the anxiously waiting Brother Kai and shook his head silently. Being rich gives Mrs. Fu plenty of ways to have fun. In comparison, Brother Kai has nothing besides his youth. A year later, the old lady would propose a divorce, kicking Brother Kai out. Everything Brother Kai has now belongs to the old lady, so after the divorce, Brother Kai walks away with nothing. Damn, these rich people are something else, effortlessly mooching 5 years of Brother Kai's youth. Though he couldn't see Brother Kai's future situation, he imagined it probably wasn't good. Actually, Brother Kai isn't a bad person. After gaining wealth, Brother Kai took the initiative to pay for the renovation of his grandparents' and parents' graves and also supported other cousins through college. Even with the second aunt he had bad blood with, he could laugh and let bygones be bygones. A good guy like this should get some help. Of course, Lu Heng's main goal was to make Brother Kai hold onto the old rich lady to prevent her from harming others again. The viewers waited several minutes without hearing Lu Heng speak, causing them to become curious. What's up with the master? Is he lagging? Could it be that he couldn't predict the future of that old rich lady from the 50s? Is the old lady about to die, making her future impossible to predict? Damn, if that's the case, Brother Kai is about to hit the jackpot. After the old rich passes, he could inherit all her wealth. Isn't this straight out of a woman's playbook? I've seen many reports like this. I just calculated, and Brother Kai is likely to outlive the old rich lady. It's probably because Brother Kai's looks will fade as he ages, losing the old lady's favor. The rich lady grandma is really devoted, just loving those young hunks in their 20s. Ha ha ha, look at that, Brother Kai is anxious. Just as the viewers said, Brother Kai's expression changed, clearly becoming more uneasy. As a partner of several years, how could he not know his wife's nature? In the past 20 years, this old witch had 4 divorces. Every time her husbands hit 30, she'd kick them right out. He thought the old witch was too old to play anymore, hence willing to marry him. But over the past year and a half, he noticed the old witch was obviously getting tired of him. Chances are, he might end up like those ex-husbands kicked out of the house. While Brother Kai was feeling conflicted, yet didn't dare urge for answers, Lu Heng finally spoke up. Lu Heng said slowly, "Young friend Kai, your wife's heart is indeed no longer with you." I knew it. Upon hearing this, Brother Kai's face turned pale instantly, his expression filled with bitterness. Everything he has now, from his company job to his villa to the luxury car, belongs to the old witch. Once divorced, he'd probably leave with nothing to his name. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists tightly. Wasting several years of his youth in vain, he gained nothing out of it, making him feel unwilling to accept it. At this moment, Lu Heng continued, "That's because she plans to undergo a gender change." Chapter 11, EC Marquis Long Tao. Gender change. After hearing Lu Heng's words, Kai was completely dumbfounded. This old witch actually wants a gender change. Doesn't that mean she wants to change from a woman to a man? No wonder for the past year and a half, the old witch has clearly shown signs of disgust. Turns out she's tired of being a woman and wants to become a man. But at your age, why bother with a gender change? Lu Heng smiled faintly and said, "The reason she has such thoughts is that she actually feels disappointed in you and her previous husbands. She wants to be a man herself. If my young friend here still wants to save this marriage, it's not too late. The first step is to cut off contact with the other women around you as soon as possible. Your wife has already sensed this. If you continue to entangle with those women within a year or so, your wife will propose divorce. As of now, she still has some feelings for you. If you can sever these complicated relationships and sincerely apologize to your wife, I think she might forgive you. Once her feelings have run out, it will be too late for anything. Although Kai is a decent person, he's too lucky with women, and he's somewhat indecisive, unable to make a clean break. Of course, this is understandable. After all, Kai is still a vibrant young fellow. How could he endure loneliness with a wife over 60? These words not only made Kai look embarrassed, but also stunned the live stream audience. Good gracious. This truly is like slicing a knife through butter, enlightening. At first, Kai gave everyone the impression of a hardworking and aspirational young man from a poor background. But in the middle, he turned into a gigolo living off a sugar mama. Now what? Now he's a super player juggling many women. Wow. Disappointed in a player, so she's going to change genders and become a man herself. But at her age, can she really change? What if something goes wrong halfway? Disappointed in men and turns herself into one. What kind of logic is that? It's outrageous. Having a rich madam wasn't enough, he has to cheat too. Birds of a feather flock together. Kai plays around outside, the rich lady plays with men outside. What a perfect match. May you live in harmony and not harm others. Damn, players are hateful. What's worse is, why am I not a player? Poor me, the Daniel Wu of Celestial Sea, devastatingly handsome, yet not even capable of being a womanizer. Boo-hoo, I don't dare to wish to play women, I just wish women would play me. Under the barrage of accusations from the live stream, Kai was utterly awkward. He hurriedly defended himself. Taoist, I'm just friends with those women. Lu Heng shook his head and said, what you do with them, I don't care. Because the person you need to explain to is your wife, not me, understand? Taoist, I understand. Kai nodded quickly. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. Now that he's gotten used to the high life of luxurious cars and fine wine, how could he willingly return to uncertain times? Although there's a bit of resentment in his heart, for the sake of future prosperity, he had to grit his teeth and accept it. Lu Heng continued, and the second point, well, you need to put more thought into it. Your wife values family greatly. She's very attentive to sons, daughters, and nephews. If you can take care of her relatives, even if she isn't fond of you, she won't initiate divorce. Lastly, her idea hasn't been around for long. You should persuade her sincerely. She's older now, the risks of surgery aren't small. These 3 pieces of advice are very pertinent. If Kai can manage them, he could practically secure his wealthy wife's loyalty. Thank you, Taoist, for solving my puzzle. After listening, Kai looked as if he had an epiphany. He finally understood the Taoist's intentions. The first advice to cut off relations with other women allows him to remain undefeated, not giving the old witch an excuse for divorce. The second advice, to use the old witch's emphasis on family to sustain the marriage through familial bonds. And the third is to warn the old witch about the risks of gender reassignment surgery. People with wealth, they mostly cherish their lives. Kai now had his strategy in mind. After gratefully sending 5 cloud-piercing arrows, he immediately logged off to plan his marriage defense strategy. Though Kai logged off, the audience's mockery didn't cease. Living off a sugar mama, yet fooling around outside, truly despicable. Long live Sister Lee, having to endure a lady over 60. Damn, if it were me, I'd have nightmares every night. Ha, now you say she's an old lady. Back then when you called her baby, why didn't you mind? Right, beggars can't be choosers. Kai isn't ruthless enough. If he found a 90-year-old rich lady, once she passed, he'd be loaded. Bro, good idea. I'll find an old rich lady too and end up on next year's Forbes list. I love you, I love your deep wrinkles, I love your saggy chest, I love your bald gums. Ugh. Amused by the comments on screen, Lu Heng smiled knowingly. Having these comical audience members around really is delightful. Then the system notification sounded again. System notice. Host has successfully altered Heavenly Tao, absorbing lifespan, please check later. The sudden system notification made him feel quite gratified. Firstly, he earned more lifespan points. Secondly, it seemed Kai had decided to change everything he had. This meant his future no longer meant leaving with nothing. System. Lu Heng called up the system interface and glanced at the lifespan. His lifespan points had risen to 14. Deducting the original 3, he gained 11 points from Kai's matter. Kai himself was probably just an insignificant man, but his wife wasn't. If the wealthy lady doesn't divorce or change gender, who knows how many fates will be altered. So these 11 lifespan points aren't really a lot. After looking away from the system interface, Lu Heng returned to character. He said aloud, "We've finished with our first fated viewer. Now let's welcome the second. Let's see, please welcome our second fated viewer, Isi Marquis Long Tao." Hearing this name, the viewers couldn't help but burst into laughter. Long Tao, why does that sound so familiar? 23-year-old Long Tao sitting in the first-class cabin of Flight CA-984, waiting for takeoff. Golden scales can't be kept in a pond. Once encountering wind and cloud, it turns into a dragon. Success due to wind and cloud, also failure due to wind and cloud. Hello everyone, I'm breaking the waves and clouds. You're daring to break the waves and clouds. Aren't you afraid of Qingba crushing you? Greetings Long Tao, I'm Gao Yi. Gao Yi, you loser, do you still recognize me, the gambling god Gao Jin? Lu Heng didn't pay attention to the crazy antics of these comical viewers, but instead sent a connection request to East Sea Marquis Long Tao. Soon, the connection was accepted. A skinny, bespectacled, quiet young man appeared in the live stream. Chapter 12, Online Romance, Pick Me, I'm the Sweetest. May I ask your surname, young friend? Lu Heng asked with a smile. Hello, Daozheng, my surname is Hu, you can just call me Little Monkey. East Sea Marquis Long Tao scratched his head, looking a bit shy. The viewers watched East Sea Marquis Long Tao for a while and unanimously decided that this guy is definitely the shy type. In terms of looks, this little Hu certainly couldn't compare with the good-looking Kai from earlier, but he was still quite attractive. When he spoke, he did so softly, giving a gentle impression like a soft-spoken girl. Little Monkey, what a cute nickname. Little brother, do you need a boyfriend? Can I add you on QQ? Pick me for online romance, I'm the sweetest. First I scam your emotions, then your money. You big guys making a fuss over a little brother, it's too scary. It's just online romance, why get so hung up on gender? Oh no, Daozheng's livestream has been invaded by the pervs from the Daohu platform. After glancing at the comments, Lu Heng asked with a smile, I wonder what young friend who wants to have calculated. Do you want to start with the past, like young friend Kai did earlier? Hearing this, little Hu immediately shook his head. Daozheng, I actually came over from Hu's side. I've seen both Hu from before and Kai just now. I have no doubt about your fortune-telling abilities. So there's no need to trouble you to calculate my past. Little Hu replied shyly. What a teachable child. Lu Heng showed his appreciation. If all the viewers coming to have their fortunes told were like little Hu and didn't calculate the past, wouldn't he save many 3-day lifespans? Thinking of this, he felt more and more agreeable towards little Hu. Then what do you wish to calculate, young friend? He asked again. Daozheng, I would like you to help me calculate my romantic destiny. Mentioning romantic destiny, little Hu blushed slightly, appearing bashful. He continued, Daozheng, I have an online girlfriend I've been with for almost 5 years. Our relationship is very good. We're just waiting for her to convince her parents, and then we'll get married and register. Today, I was lucky to be chosen by the Daozheng, and I want to calculate our future together. After little Hu finished speaking, the livestream room was instantly in an uproar. Young man, online love isn't reliable, you'd better break up soon. Little Hu, why are you doing this to yourself? What if Daozheng calculates she's already married? If she's married, wouldn't that be even better? Whoa, you're getting me excited. Damn, thief cow, meet your end. Oh please, they know you like married women. That's why they married someone else. Little brother, listen to me. Online love is unreliable. 9 out of 10 are scams. Indeed, online romances now are too outrageous. She might just be a chubby guy picking his toes. The viewers were giving advice, but little Hu seemed uninterested in listening. You say what you want, I'm not changing. He smiled confidently and said, I know about online romance scams, but she absolutely can't be a scammer. Online romance scams usually don't involve meeting, just chatting online. But we've met in real life even, ahem. Upon saying this, little Hu felt a bit embarrassed and quickly changed the subject. She often video chats with me and sends me pictures from time to time. Even her visiting aunt and uncle are currently staying at my place. With those two relatives around, how could she be a scammer? After little Hu explained, everyone finally quieted down a bit. Damn, so they met in real life. Not just met, they probably, you know. You should have said so earlier. If it's not an online romance scam, then it's no fun. What's worrying is that while you're taking care of her relatives, she might turn around and break up. I still think it's not guaranteed. Only meeting a few times in 5 years is too ridiculous. If you ask me, little Hu, you might as well fly to her city and propose directly. Yes, take the initiative, don't be led around by the nose. Aside from some who insisted the woman was a scammer, other viewers were offering advice. Since young friend wants to calculate future romance, let's start now. Lu Heng said, calling out to the celestial destiny system in his mind. System, check this person's future. System prompt, checking future information will cost the host 3 days of lifespan. Continue. Yes. As he confirmed, Little Hu's future played before his eyes like a movie. After seeing Little Hu's future, Lu Heng was stunned. Whoa, whoa. Whoa, 3 times stunned in one day. These folks coming online to get their fortunes told, they're all something. Actually being scammed in an online romance isn't unusual. For instance, a certain man known as the godfather of online romance, Emperor Sakigawa, was scammed out of 8,000 yuan and was left standing all night at Rongcheng Shuangliu Airport. But Little Hu's online romance scam process was just outlandishly absurd. Its absurdity to the max. Lu Heng glanced at Little Hu. That silly boy was still wearing a blissful expression, seemingly waiting for his blessing. With Little Hu's expectations for online romance, even if the truth was exposed now, he might not awaken. Therefore, this needed to be advised gradually, not hastily revealing the truth. After organizing his thoughts a bit, Lu Heng slowly said, Young friend Hu, I believe everyone's curious about your online romance process. Could you share the story with us? No problem, Daezheng. Hearing this, Little Hu didn't think deeply and simply nodded. Then he shared the story of his online romance with his girlfriend, from start to finish. Meeting her was purely by coincidence. Back when I was a sophomore in college, I had planned to travel to Rongcheng with a dorm mate. But my dorm mate had some family emergency and couldn't go, so I went by myself. I'm a southerner and rarely leave the province, even attending college locally. That trip to Rongcheng was my first time traveling far, and maybe I was too nervous at the time, I forgot to plan my trip. It wasn't until I arrived in Rongcheng that I realized this and quickly sought help on Weibo. That's when I met her. She helped me create a complete Rongcheng travel guide. She said although she's not from Rongcheng, she travels there often and is very familiar with the place. Following her guide, I had a great time and subsequently added her on WeChat. During our chats, I found out we played the same game, and from then on we often played duos. Over time, I felt a strong connection with her, like we could talk endlessly. Gradually, our relationship grew closer. Until the day before I graduated, I confessed to her, and she agreed to be my girlfriend. After telling the whole story, Little Hu still wore a sweet smile. Seeing this, Lu Heng couldn't help but smirk. Little brother, the waters of online romance run deep, more than you can handle. Chapter 13. Bro, she's Seeing Little Hu's sweet smile, the viewers couldn't stay calm. No way, is it really that easy to pick up girls? Damn, just finished eating, and I've been fed a mouthful of dog food. Stop, stop, stop. Don't force feed me, I can eat by myself. Tomorrow I'll go to Rongcheng, seek help online for tips and bring a girl home. The plan is foolproof. I'm just afraid the one who writes you the tips won't be a girl, but a dude. Hahaha, Rongcheng is famous for having many gay people. Even a dog passing by would get poked twice. Damn, that just makes me even more excited. More and more gay people, how many more are there? Lu Heng listened with a smile and asked, Young friend Hu, what's up with your online girlfriend's aunt and uncle? Here's the thing. Upon hearing this, Little Hu quickly explained the situation. It turns out that half a year ago, his online girlfriend flew over for a night of passion with him. Afterward, his online girlfriend said her aunt and uncle wanted to settle in the south and asked for Little Hu's opinion. She also mentioned that in her family, her aunt and uncle had significant influence. If he could take good care of her aunt and uncle, then the marriage would be practically nailed down. Upon hearing this, how could Little Hu hold back? He immediately promised to have her aunt and uncle live with him. They could familiarize themselves with the environment and, if suitable, move the whole family there. In order to turn his online girlfriend into his wife, he was willing to do anything. Taking good care of her aunt and uncle was certainly a way to score points. So, when her aunt and uncle arrived, he took great care of them. Such actions naturally won his online girlfriend's favor. Their relationship was very intimate, as if their marriage was just around the corner. The viewers, hearing Little Hu's account, had varied reactions, but all felt an indescribable sense of something odd. But exactly what was strange, they couldn't pinpoint at the moment. Could it be that Little Hu's online girlfriend was a fraud? But she not only met him in person, but also let her aunt and uncle stay at Little Hu's place. This situation was completely different from those usual online scams. But if she's not a fraud, they had only met a handful of times over 5 years. The last meeting even involved arranging for 2 elders to stay. If the elders could live there, why couldn't she? Lu Heng subtly shook his head. It's often said that women in love have 0 IQ. For God's sake, men in love don't have a positive IQ either. Lu Heng asked again. Young friend who, why exactly can't your online girlfriend move to your city and live with you? Regarding this point, I was quite puzzled initially. But later on, she explained it to me in detail. Little Hu patiently explained. She said her family is quite traditional and strict. Girls must be over 23 to marry and can't marry outside their hometown. She's always been strictly managed by her parents, making it hard to go far, only occasionally playing with friends for 2 or 3 days. In that time, she had to fly thousands of miles to see me. Recently, I subtly asked her aunt and uncle and got the same explanation from them. Lu Heng sighed and continued, Young friend who, haven't you noticed any problems? What problems? Little Hu looked confused and dumbfounded. Lu Heng guided patiently. Let me ask, since her aunt and uncle came, hasn't the contact time with your online girlfriend decreased? Yes. Little Hu nodded and explained. She said she was preparing for graduate school, which I understood. Lu Heng ignored him and continued. Did she also say that, pretending to prepare for exams, you can't contact her and only she can contact you? Yes. Little Hu nodded again, further clarifying for his online girlfriend. I understand. After all, one should focus on preparing for graduate school. It's better to minimize phone use. Lu Heng smiled dismissively and went on. In the past 6 months, whenever she contacted you, did she ask you to go outside because she was shy and didn't want her aunt and uncle to hear? Immortal, you're amazing. Little Hu looked shocked. Was this some kind of fortune-telling? It was like someone personally checked his memory. His experiences over the past 6 months were unknown even to his family. He himself had forgotten some situations, yet the immortal could recount it better than he could. This guy must be a living immortal. We were exchanging sweet nothings, not suitable for the elders to hear. After coming back to his senses, Little Hu still defended her. Seeing Little Hu repeatedly defending his online girlfriend, Lu Heng shook his head. He sighed again. Young friend who, I've asked you so much already, haven't you realized anything? Huh? Little Hu looked blank, eyes bewildered, utterly at a loss. While he was blinded by love, the viewers in the live stream were the bystanders. They quickly grasped the situation. Bro, the immortal means you've been scammed. Of course, online dating is completely unreliable. Being like Kai, living off a woman, is the way to go. Buddy, she's a scammer. I knew something felt off. Turns out it's really a scam. 5 years of just a few meets. How could it not be a scam? Exactly half a year ago, I met my online date, got married, and now the kid is almost born. Bro, your online date sure gives birth quickly. This is outrageous. Strung along for 5 years, really impressive. Being strung along for 5 years is one thing, but he's also been taking care of her aunt and uncle for 6 months. It's not too bad. At least Little Hu met the real person. Little bro, stop dawdling and call the police. Seeing the relentless barrage of pop-up comments, Little Hu furrowed his eyebrows. He still didn't get it. How could she be a scammer? And why scam me? I haven't lost anything. Lu Heng, having heard enough, was utterly convinced. No wonder there are too many fools, not enough scammers. Little Hu is the epitome of it. Duped into circles, yet he actively explains for her. Damn, he's the star performer of the 3rd grade, 2nd class. Truly a Class A achievement? Sigh. He sighed helplessly. Young friend who, haven't you forgotten that just 2 months ago, she borrowed 100,000 from you, claiming her father was ill? Oh, I actually forgot. Upon hearing this, Little Hu suddenly realized. Yet he didn't forsake his loyal nature and explained for her. She showed me the hospital documents and receipts. It was definitely used for treatment. I find it quite normal, nothing strange. Chapter 14, Taoist Priest, I'm going to call the police. Looking at Little Hu's nonchalant demeanor, Lu Heng was completely numbed. He had seen fools before. He had also seen bootlickers, but a fool like this bootlicker, this was the first time. Little brother, you've at least gone to college, right? Quickly, turn that rusty brain of yours, carefully think about what's really going on. Young friend who, if my humble self hasn't miscalculated, hasn't she borrowed a lot of money from you over these 5 years? Money that's borrowed and never returned, how could that mean no loss at all? Lu Heng said helplessly. The viewers in the live stream were speechless too. This young guy doesn't seem stupid, so why is he so pig-headed, unable to turn a corner? Bro, I'm calling you bro. Your brain really doesn't work like a normal person's. Little Hu, calling you dim-witted, is actually an insult to the word dim-witted. Borrowing money repeatedly over 5 years without repaying. Why do you still act like nothing's wrong? Damn it, do you even have a brain? I'm so pissed that I want to smash the computer screen. Hurry up and call the police. What are you standing there for? Don't be dumb. What normal girl keeps borrowing money from you before marriage? Right, borrowing without returning. If that's not a scam, I'll cut my ass off and make it a cup for you. I still don't want to believe it. Little Hu, though his face was a bit pale, still shook his head decisively. Clearly, he hadn't hit a wall hard enough to turn back. Lu Heng rolled his eyes and held his forehead. When someone is this bull-headed, it's terrifying. For someone like this, you really have to let them hit the wall hard until their head is split and bleeding. Let them know how treacherous this society can be. With that thought, Lu Heng stopped beating around the bush and directly asked, "Let me ask you, the aunt and uncle staying at your place right now, they should be out, right?" What? Little Hu nodded honestly. Every day after dinner, they go out for a walk and won't be back for an hour. Lu Heng said again, "Do you still trust my humble self, young friend Hu?" "Master, your fortune-telling is so accurate. Of course I trust you." Little Hu replied with a smile, "Trust my ass. I told you already your online girlfriend is a scammer. Did you believe it?" Hearing this, Lu Heng couldn't help but cynically comment in his heart. Then he said expressionlessly, "Young friend Hu, can you move the camera in your room to the room next door?" "The room next door? Isn't that the room of the aunt and uncle?" Little Hu was stunned for a moment, then hesitantly said, "Master, isn't it kind of wrong to put a camera in someone else's room?" "Is that someone else's room? Isn't this your own house? If you trust me, do as I say." Lu Heng said without leaving room for doubt, "Well, okay." After hesitating for a moment, Little Hu finally nodded in agreement. He followed Lu Heng's instructions and moved his camera to the adjacent room. Under Lu Heng's direction, he also made some simple camouflage. "Master, what should I do next?" Little Hu asked. "Wait for your girlfriend's aunt and uncle to come back." Lu Heng answered blandly. About 10 minutes later, the aunt and uncle, who were out for a digestive walk, finally returned. Before Little Hu could say anything, Lu Heng directly said, "Now you go out, video call your online girlfriend, and chat as you usually do." Little Hu had a rather compliant personality. If persuaded gently, it might not have any effect, but strict orders worked very well. Little Hu quickly picked up his phone, greeted his aunt and uncle, and left the house. Finding a quiet corner, he followed Lu Heng's instructions and sent a video call to his online girlfriend. Soon, his video call was rejected, but his online girlfriend texted him back. "I'm eating now. Try video calling me again in 5 minutes." "Okay." Little Hu smiled contentedly. He simply wouldn't believe that such a sweet girlfriend could be a scammer. After 5 minutes, Little Hu sent another video call. This time, the video call was accepted immediately, and a long-haired girl appeared on his phone screen. After chatting sweetly for a while, Little Hu reluctantly ended the call. Returning to the live stream, he grinned and said, "Master, my girlfriend is still as adorable as ever." Love-struck idiots never house. Lu Heng smirked and said, "You can go home now." "Oh." Little Hu, clueless, didn't ask much and turned back home. Lu Heng said again, "Go check the surveillance footage and let everyone see it." Little Hu nodded, turned on the computer and found the surveillance recordings stored on the hard drive. The result, watching the footage, not only left Little Hu dumbfounded, but even the live stream viewers were stunned. Holy crap, Little Hu's online girlfriend is actually the aunt. What kind of evil technique is this? How did makeup make her look like a 20-something girl? Makeup plus beauty filter, truly evil, I give in. Hahaha, I knew it. Little Hu's girlfriend is a married woman, no, a married auntie. Seeing the aunt coyly acting girlish, I'm gonna puke. Whoa, it's not just Little Hu being duped. Other guys have been scammed by the aunt, too. If this aunt were 20 years younger, wouldn't she be the sea queen of all sea queens? Boo-hoo, why can't I find a boyfriend? Please, aunt, teach a class, I'll listen on my knees. In the surveillance footage, when Little Hu sent the video call to his online girlfriend, the aunt's phone suddenly rang. Soon after, the aunt hung up the video call and, with the uncle's help, started putting on makeup. Then there was the aunt video chatting with Little Hu, her mannerisms so exaggerated it gave people goosebumps. After finishing with Little Hu, the aunt started video chatting with someone else. Clearly, the aunt and uncle were a pair of scammers. They had no idea how many love-struck fools like Little Hu they had scammed. After this blow, Little Hu's eyes were vacant, his expression desolate. His so-called romance turned out to be just a scam. His genuine feelings were casually trampled and toyed with. At this moment, the honest man was furious. "Master, I'm going to report this to the police right now." This sentence Little Hu practically said through gritted teeth. After saying it, he directly hung up the call, presumably off to report the crime. The viewers were left sighing. I can understand Little Hu's feelings. If it were me, finding out my online lover was an auntie, I'd probably break down too. I feel that the auntie isn't that bad, at least after makeup, there's some appeal. Whoa, dude, your taste is a bit heavy. In the end, lights off are all the same. Maybe the auntie is more considerate. Haha, having an online romance with an auntie is better than one with a stinky-footed great hand, right? Always look on the bright side. You guys really aren't picky, I applaud you. Only talents like you deserve to be freeloaders, no preference for meat or vegetables. Chapter 15, Watching as Little Hu logged off, Lu Heng scanned the barrage of comments once more. This crowd of goofy viewers are always so amusing. Of course, one must admit Little Hu's aunt and uncle were quite the talents. In the original future, Little Hu was always at their mercy. It wasn't until they were caught that Little Hu realized he'd been fooled. Who would have thought that the online girlfriend he often video called, chatted, played games with, who even acted coy and cute, turned out to be a couple in their 50s? This couple worked together seamlessly. The uncle was responsible for crafting their scripts. Even read hundreds of romance novels just to create the perfect girlfriend persona for their victims. For instance, the pure and innocent, naive schoolgirl, or the lively and innocent female college student just stepping into society. Or perhaps the widow tragically left alone, raising her child by herself, and even the lonely, divorced career woman hurt by love. Men understand men best. The uncle firmly grasped the desires of these men, making them grovel with infatuation, unable to stop. The aunt, on the other hand, handled videos, voice chats, etc. with the aid of makeup and beauty filters. It was extremely difficult to notice any clues. More importantly, the aunt's acting was flawless, able to shift between various roles without arousing any suspicions. When it comes to acting skills, those celebs can't even hold a candle to the aunt. As the viewers said, if the aunt were 20 years younger, she'd definitely be men's ultimate challenge. One of those who would sell you and make you help count the money. With this couple's joint efforts, they hooked more than a dozen love-struck fools. From college students to young professionals, right up to successful middle-aged individuals with homes and families. Even a few retired seniors, young at heart, got ensnared. After the uncle and aunt were caught, the police contacted these deceived individuals. Yet these old, middle-aged, young, and even younger love-struck fools were still basking in the pleasure of it all, questioning if the police had gotten the wrong people. System notification. The host has successfully altered the heavenly Tao, currently absorbing the lifespan. Please check later. The system notification sounded, signaling that Little Hu had already reported to the police, and this couple's romance scam was coming to an end. Lu Heng quickly checked his lifespan. Previously, after helping Kai, his lifespan had accumulated to 14. And now, the capture of the online romance scammers had boosted it to 61. Oh my! It shot up 47 points in one go. Looks like quite a few destinies were changed this time. Lu Heng felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction in his heart. So refreshing. Then he glimpsed at the time on his phone. It was already 8:20 p.m. Soon he'll have to do his evening prayers. He had been live streaming since 6 o'clock. Now 2 hours had passed without him realizing it. It's time to wrap it up. Friends, today's 2 fortune-telling slots are complete. Thus, the live stream ends here. See you all next time. Finishing his words, Lu Heng prepared to end the stream. But at this moment, the viewers in the live stream room protested. The barrage of comments came one after another, quickly filling the entire screen. Master, don't leave yet, let's chat for 10 more bucks. Haha, watching your stream is far more entertaining than watching a New Year's skit. Master's really awesome. Today we have 2 more victims. Including Hu from before, that's 3 people who have had a rough time with the Master. I'm jotting it down in my notebook. Goodbye, Master, good night. Oh, Master, please don't go. Streamer, when will you stream again? Can you set a schedule? Yeah, will there be a stream tomorrow? If there is, I'll come watch. Seeing everyone asking about the live stream, Lu Heng hesitated for a moment before replying. I don't really know when the next stream will be. If there is a stream, it'll still be at 6 o'clock in the evening. He wasn't deceiving everyone with these words. After telling fortunes for Kai and Little Hu, his already limited lifespan became even shorter, now less than 2 weeks left. Who knows if this reincarnated, unlucky soul of his can draw a life-extending pill. If not, then everyone can forget about watching the livestream anymore. Hearing these words, the viewers couldn't help but lament. This feeling of being abruptly interrupted, it's truly exasperating. It's like when, as a primary schooler, a field trip was suddenly canceled. Or as a high schooler, your gym teacher got sick during PE class. Or in high school when you finally confessed to your crush, only for their boyfriend to show up. Boo-hoo! Master, take me with you, Master. Master, don't leave me. How will I live without you? The Master is truly a force of nature in the live streaming world. If it were any other streamer with this level of hype, they'd be streaming 24/7, wouldn't they? Mate, that's not possible 24/7. The Master has only been streaming for 3 hours. But in this short time, 3 people have fallen victim. Yes, 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 if you streamed for 24 hours, who knows how many people would be deceived. Master, why don't you register an account on Weibo, so you can notify us when you stream in the future? Whoa, don't lead the Master astray. That cesspool will just splatter you with filth. Stay out of the cesspool unless you want to eat crap. The viewers, full of reluctance, threw a tantrum, but Lu Heng still resolutely ended the stream. System, let's draw. He eagerly summoned the system's lottery wheel. Now, with 61 lifespan points, he's a wealthy man. He must hit the jackpot today. System notification. Would you like to use 10 lifespan points to enter the draw? Yes. Upon his confirmation, the lottery wheel began to spin. 5 seconds later, the wheel stopped on a blue sector. This time, Lu Heng wasn't too quick to celebrate. As expected, the prize again made his vision go dark. System notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the cultivation technique, Heaven Stepping Cloud Step. Damn it. Another cultivation technique? Where's my life-extending pill? Stay calm, still have 5 chances left. Continue the draw. System notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 bottles of lower-grade spiritual chi pill. Damn, continue the draw. System notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 bottles of lower-grade spirit water. Damn it. Continue the draw. System notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 lower-grade spirit stones. Damn it, continue the draw. System notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a fine-quality wolf hair brush. Boo-hoo. Lu Heng cried, this streak of bad luck is indeed unparalleled. Last chance. With only 11 lifespan points left, the bitterness in Lu Heng's heart was indescribable. System, continue the draw. As the wheel slowly turned, his heart was caught up in its spin. 5 seconds later, the pointer finally stopped on a white sector. It's over. Lu Heng felt like his world had collapsed. System notification. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a life-extending pill. HUD Chapter 16, Honey, look. There's an immortal, life-extending pill. Hearing these 4 words, Lu Heng was overjoyed beyond belief. He quickly entered the system warehouse and took out the pill that brought him endless hope. Life-extending pill. Made with a century-old ginseng as the principal ingredient, supplemented by 81 auxiliary ingredients, refined over 49 days, it can extend life by 2 years. It only extends life by 2 years. No wonder it's a product from the white area. Although Lu Heng was a bit disappointed, something is better than nothing. He didn't want to have his Memorial Day in 2 weeks. I wonder what kind of water is needed to take this life-extending pill. Is it pure water or honey water? Forget it, I'll just swallow it dry. Whoa, why does it feel a bit stuck? Lu Heng quickly patted his chest, finally managing to swallow the life-extending pill. System alert. Host has taken the life-extending pill, successfully extending life by 1 year. Extending life by 1 year? Wasn't it supposed to be 2 years? Why the heck did it become just 1 year? Lu Heng was dumbfounded. He quickly checked the specifics and then his whole being was numb. Currently, because his body has late-stage blood cancer, any pill he takes only has half of the normal effect. Even the spiritual chi pill he took before only worked at half effectiveness. The life-extending pill can extend 2 years of life, but for him, it was halved, leaving just 1 year. That's really a scam. If he had transmigrated into a normal person, would he even need to worry about his lifespan? Lu Heng wiped his moist eyes, feeling so wronged inside. But then his mind had a sudden flash of inspiration. Previously, when he was cultivating the Tei 5 Chi spell, he miraculously gained 2 more days of life. Could it be that continuous cultivation could cure his blood cancer? Indeed, once he cultivates into an immortal, what cancer could still be a concern? Thinking of this, he felt a ray of light in his bleak life. Life is like a force times, although now being times, sooner or later I'll turn times. Senior brother, are you there? Outside the room, the clear and youthful voice came again. I'm here, come in. Lu Heng composed himself and also learned the heaven-stepping cloud step from the system warehouse. With a creak, the door was pushed open from outside by a girl about 10 years old, with rosy lips and white teeth. "Senior brother, Master asked me to call you for the evening class." The little girl smiled sweetly. This girl and he were both orphans adopted by their master, and they had been together since childhood, having a deep bond. "King Yu, wait a moment, I'll change my clothes and come." After saying that, Lu Heng quickly changed his clothes, then took the little girl's hand and headed to Fayan Hall for the evening class. Every evening, the Taoist responsible for giving lectures in Fayan Hall was King Feng and King Yu's master, currently the abbot of Shanking Tao. The old Taoist, known as Xuan Cheng, with a strand of long beard and over 60 years old, was well versed in many Taoist scriptures and doctrines. Lu Heng brought King Yu to find a random spot to sit down, then began to meditate and cultivate the Tei 5 Qi spell. An hour later, the evening class concluded. "King Feng, you stay behind." The old Taoist Xuan Cheng called out to Lu Heng, "Master." Lu Heng stepped forward and respectfully bowed. This old Taoist had done good deeds all his life, and Lu Heng genuinely respected him. "How has your illness been lately?" Xuan Cheng asked with concern. "It's much better after taking the medicine." Lu Heng didn't tell the truth. Back then, King Feng had gone down the mountain alone for a hospital checkup. The results of the checkup, King Feng didn't tell anyone. Even his closest master, King Feng, didn't mention it. So nobody in Shanking Tao knew about King Feng's blood cancer. That's good. Xuan Cheng glanced at Lu Heng, whose face looked radiant, and nodded slightly. "You may go." "Yes, master." Lu Heng secretly breathed a sigh of relief and left Fayan Hall. 5 days later, system. Lu Heng slowly opened his eyes, paused his cultivation, and silently called out the system interface in his heart. Host, Lu Heng, Taoist title, King Feng. Age 18. Status, late-stage blood cancer. Cultivation, second layer Qi refining. Cultivation technique, Tei 5 Qi spell, heaven-stepping cloud step. Magical treasure, none. Lifespan 1. System alert, host is in the late stage of blood cancer with only 1 year of life left. Please extend your life as soon as possible, or the host will completely die. After gaining an extra year of life, the not long for this world in the status bar had disappeared. Although the system still prompted him to extend his life, he wasn't in a hurry. With another year in the future, even if he had bad luck, he could draw a few life-extending pills. Of course, what made him happiest was that the 5 days of diligent, sleepless cultivation had advanced his cultivation realm to the second layer Qi refining. During the first layer Qi refining, he didn't feel any difference between his body and an ordinary person's, but now at the second layer. He felt his physical strength had increased several times over. He had a distinctive sense of power in every move he made. To test his strength, he went to the back of the mountain and picked up a rock the size of a fist. With a squeeze of his hand, the stone in his palm instantly crumbled into pieces. Whoa, that's amazing. Lu Heng's eyes sparkled. If it were in his previous life, he'd be exhausted and still unable to crush a stone. Let's try again. He found a discarded stone slab at the construction site at the back mountain and hit it with a punch. Bang! With a muffled sound, the stone slab was cracked from the punch. This is really like a cow getting a venereal disease. Amazing. Lu Heng touched his fist, feeling no pain at all. He guessed that a punch like this would likely send someone straight to meet King Yama. Stay low-key, stay low-key. If I'm to become an immortal's man, how can I be complacent with this little achievement? Although he spoke of keeping a low profile, his grin was so wide that even his molars were visible. Oh right, let's also try this, heaven-stepping cloud step today. Lu Heng channeled his true Qi, clouds formed under his feet, and he turned into a cloud shadow, swiftly moving down from the back mountain. The 1,000-layered stairs couldn't hinder him at all. With lightning speed, he reached the bottom of the mountain in less than half a minute. This is fun. Enthused, Lu Heng changed direction and ascended another tall mountain. In an instant, he surpassed countless tourists climbing the mountain and reached the summit. At this moment, the tourists on the mountain path, panting heavily, were all dumbfounded. They only saw a white cloud shadow flash by, flying low to the ground like lightning. Before they could blink again, the white cloud shadow had appeared over 100 meters away. In an instant, the tourists all had expressions of astonishment, as if they'd touched an electric socket. Whoa! What was that? Honey, look, there's an immortal. What just flashed by in front of me? What was that white shadow? It looked somewhat human. An immortal? We've encountered an immortal. Exclamations erupted from the crowd. Almost everyone was taking deep breaths like they had eaten 500 pounds of chili peppers. Chapter 17. Senior brother, the tea here is really delicious. On the mountaintop, some tourists also saw a flash of white shadow. Taoist, is your shanking Tao still accepting disciples? Taoist, do you think I have the aptitude to cultivate immortality? Please, Taoist, teach me the dual cultivation method. Are you all silly? There's no such thing as immortals in this world. It must be an ancient martial arts master. Isn't ancient martial arts all a scam? Everyone saw that white shadow just now. It was definitely King Gong, the legendary King Gong. The tourists stopped a passing Taoist and started bombarding him with questions. The passing Taoist, who looked to be in his early 40s, appeared bewildered by their questions. But soon enough, he composed himself and shook his head, saying, "Dear laypersons, the Taoists of our shanking Tao are just ordinary people. There's no such thing as immortals or King Gong. Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Hearing this, the crowd gently shook their heads. "We just saw a white shadow flash by with our own eyes. It must be an immortal." Exactly, even if it's not an immortal, it has to be an ancient martial arts master. Quickly, let us meet the immortal. Faced with the demands of this group of tourists, the Taoist looked helpless and said, "There really aren't any immortals or ancient martial arts masters here. Perhaps you saw incorrectly, or there was some strange natural phenomenon." Seeing the Taoist's genuine expression, the tourists furrowed their brows. Could it have been a mistake? But how could 10 or so people all see incorrectly at the same time? Or was it really some strange natural phenomenon? No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't figure it out, so they let the Taoist go for now, figuring he couldn't run away from the temple. "Senior brother, the tea you have here is really delicious." In Lu Heng's room, the young girl Qingyu was happily sipping tea. Her eyes curved into crescents, looking adorable. But Lu Heng couldn't bring himself to smile. After circling Dragon Tiger Mountain, he came back with a sudden inspiration to brew tea with spirit water he won in a raffle from the system. He had only drunk 1 cup before getting trapped in his room by the young girl. And then, well, there was no then. The entire pot of tea was drunk by this young girl. She didn't even worry about wetting the bed from drinking too much. Burp, I'm full. See you, senior brother. The little girl patted her full belly and ran off happily. Watching her bouncing away, Lu Heng pursed his lips and poured out the last few drops of tea left in the pot. Fragrant and sweet. After entering, the tea quickly transformed into a warm current flowing through his body. How could mere words describe this comfort? No wonder the little girl Qingyu loves to drink it. Lu Heng smacked his lips, feeling a bit unsatisfied. But he only had 3 bottles of lower-grade spirit water, and he was saving 1 for his master, so couldn't splurge too much. I've grown a bit weary from practicing these past few days. Let's do a live stream today to relax. Lu Heng was still thinking about that group of amusing stream friends, as well as those fortune-telling clients with bizarre fates. After dinner, exactly at 6 in the evening, Lu Heng started his live stream as planned. Compared with last time, the number of followers in his live stream room had skyrocketed to 200,000. Because in the past 5 days, besides his routine Taoist life, Lu Heng had immersed himself in cultivation. So he had no idea that his live stream had gone viral again online. This time, it was because of Little Hu. After learning the truth about his online girlfriend, Little Hu's nice guy's anger ignited, and he reported them. The police promptly went to his house and arrested the aunt and uncle. Regardless of how stubborn this couple had been, once they were in custody, they cried bitterly, regretting their actions. This bizarre internet scam also caught the attention of local media. After all, the case was quite strange and involved most age groups of men as victims. Little Hu, being the one who reported the case, was interviewed by local media. Being an honest person, Little Hu didn't hide anything and shared how he had gone to Lu Heng for a fortune-telling session and uncovered the truth about his online girlfriend due to Lu Heng's guidance. For various reasons, the broadcast that night didn't mention Lu Heng, but the interview clips were placed online. In no time, the fortune-telling immortal went viral on the internet. Especially after people learned this fortune-telling immortal was the Taoist who exposed Hu's wife's affair. Netizens went wild. Therefore, when Lu Heng resumed his live stream after 3 days, a large number of stream fans flooded into the room. Boo-hoo! Taoist, how could you leave me for 5 days? Taoist, I missed you so much. Exactly, without your live stream, I haven't been able to eat or sleep well. Anyway, tonight I must know tomorrow's lottery numbers. I want the Taoist to help me predict my college entrance exam scores. If I can get into a 985 or 211, I won't study anymore. Please guide me, Taoist, on when I'll meet a 20-year-old rich beauty with long legs. I don't mind if she's 20, even 30 would do. I can handle a rich woman at 40. What's your lot competing for rich women with me? I say anyone under 50, all mine. Kai could stand a 60-year-old rich woman, why can't I? You guys are ruthless. Within 2 minutes, the livestream room was filled with all sorts of comments. Ahem. Lu Heng habitually cleared his throat and then said loudly, "Good evening, dear friends. Tonight we'll continue fortune-telling on the livestream. As usual, we'll only do readings for 2 people each time. But of course, some rules will need to tweak just a bit." He paused, then smiled and said, "To give everyone a chance to get a reading, I plan to hold a raffle for the fortune-telling slots. Anyone who sends a gift can enter the raffle. It's all up to luck." After hearing this, the stream fans thought about it and liked it. In the last 2 live streams, not to mention Hu, Kai and Little Hu had the edge because they sent gifts first. Everyone's internet speed differs east, west, south, north, causing delays. If it were based on who came first, it would be quite unfair. So this raffle method based on luck seemed much fairer to them. Thus, the stream fans started sending gifts. Those who cared about face sent cloud-piercing arrows. Those who wanted a bargain sent flowers or lucky stars, which cost a few cents each. No one minded. In 5 minutes, we'll raffle off the fortune-telling slots. Lu Heng glanced at the time and set the raffle 5 minutes later. 5 minutes passed in a flash. Everyone, please stop for now. We will start the raffle now. Lu Heng stopped the gift-giving and began to raffle off the slots for tonight. Soon, 2 lucky participants. No, destined people appeared. Chapter 18, Kid, I advise you to be kind. Let's congratulate Little Rabbit is so cute, and Yanshin Silver Spear Little Overlord for being the lucky viewers tonight. Lu Heng glanced at the lottery results and read out the names of the 2 lucky viewers. Now let's welcome our first lucky viewer, Little Rabbit is so cute. After he finished speaking, he sent a request to connect with the viewer. In no time, the viewer accepted the connection. Unlike the previous male viewers, this time the selected viewer was actually a beautiful girl with long hair draping over her shoulders. Her facial features were exquisite, with a delicate yet slightly sharp face, big bright eyes, full of spirit. Just one glance and it's hard to forget. Wow, it's actually a stunning beauty. Isn't this the first time a beauty has won in the Taoist's fortune-telling live stream? Wife, let's not do fortune-telling anymore. Hurry and come home with me. Please don't call my wife, 3 bags of oil. Your wife is really something. Thief Cow gives a thumbs up. Damn, this young lady is actually a little rich girl. The Vacheron Constantin on her wrist is a limited edition, at least 7 figures. And the necklace around her neck is also a limited edition from Chanel. Just a wealthy beauty, no matter how pretty or rich, so what? Anyway, I'm the man she'll never have. In the livestream room, the majority were single dogs. Seeing such a wealthy beauty on screen, everyone couldn't help but be a little distracted, saliva almost dripping. Thank you all for the compliments. Unfortunately, I already have a boyfriend. Little Rabbit sweetly smiled. As her phone's camera slightly turned, another young man came into the frame. The young man looked to be around 27 or 28, with developed chest muscles and sharp facial features, resembling a certain popular male celebrity. Seeing the comments from the viewers, the young man gently extended his arm around Little Rabbit's shoulder, and Little Rabbit blushed. Their relationship was self-evident. Seeing this scene, the single dogs instantly gritted their teeth in frustration. Clearly, this guy was declaring his sovereignty. Hello, Taoist. Little Rabbit, blushing, gently waved her hand, politely greeting Lu Heng. Hello to you too, young friend. Lu Heng returned a smile, then asked, May I know what the young friend wants to foresee tonight? Upon hearing this, Little Rabbit glanced at her boyfriend beside her, her eyes full of shyness. Taoist, I have already met someone I like, so there's no need to foresee romance. I'd like to ask you to foresee my future career. Because I plan to start a business with my boyfriend. Little Rabbit replied with a happy smile on her face. Lu Heng nodded slightly and said, Please wait a moment, young friend. I will help the young friend foresee how the future career will be. Saying this, he called upon the celestial destiny system in his mind. System, check this person's future. System prompt, querying future information will consume 3 days of the host's lifespan. Do you wish to continue? Yes. With his confirmation, scenes unfolded before his eyes. These scenes were exactly what Little Rabbit would experience in the future. But after watching, Lu Heng couldn't help but frown. For a moment, he didn't know how to start speaking. Seeing he hadn't spoken for a while, the viewers in the live stream room immediately rejoiced. Something big happened. The Taoist doesn't know how to speak. Although the Taoist is wearing a mask, I feel like he's definitely furrowing his brows into a pretzel. Miss, your boyfriend is probably a playboy. Why not break up with him and choose me? It's over, my wife is definitely being deceived. I've deduced a theorem, which is that those more handsome than me are not good people. Please don't launch a map cannon, okay? Even though I'm stunningly handsome, I'm still a virgin. Haha, my celestial C. Daniel Wu is famously honest and reliable, hasn't even touched a girl's foot. Too perverted actually wants to touch a girl's foot. I just want to touch a butt. Meanwhile, Lu Heng's hesitation also made Little Rabbit's heart jump to her throat. Could it be that her future career will fail badly? No, with him by her side, it would surely succeed. As a wealthy beauty like her, although living a free life, her parents wouldn't interfere much. But in matters of marriage, she must listen to her parents' opinions and can't decide on her own. Her boyfriend she met a year ago. After a year of dating, she was completely moved by his sincerity and had the intention of marrying no one but him. However, her family, whether parents or other relatives, opposed her union with her boyfriend. Moreover, her parents gave a deadline for her to break up. This was the first time she encountered such opposition from her whole family. Yet for love, she still persevered and temporarily left home, planning to start a business with her boyfriend. Once their business is successful and she proves herself, surely her family would accept her boyfriend. Therefore, she came to the live stream, hoping to get Lu Heng's help to foresee her future career. After about 3 to 5 minutes of silence, Lu Heng lightly coughed, then shook his head and said, "Young friend, your future career doesn't look promising. And the problem lies with..." He deliberately prolonged the sound, drawing Little Rabbit and her boyfriend's full attention. "Your boyfriend here." Upon hearing this, Little Rabbit's previously hopeful face instantly turned pale. The boyfriend beside her frowned, eyes full of confusion. "Lily, consulting this Taoist tonight was completely unnecessary. To be honest, I don't believe in these fortune-tellers at all. After all, our destiny is in our own hands. As long as we work hard together, we will surely have a bright future," he said, looking at the pale-faced Little Rabbit, feeling a bit of heartache. Pretentious, Lu Heng sneered, expressionless, and said, "Young man, one must be honest. It's not scary to deceive others. What's scary is to even deceive oneself." This remark immediately made the viewers burst into laughter. The sarcastic tone in the words was completely on point. The boyfriend, being directly targeted, had a flash of annoyance in his eyes. His previous calmness disappeared without a trace. But since Little Rabbit didn't speak, he hesitated to act out. After thinking for a moment, he turned his head, looking at Little Rabbit with a face full of affection. "Lily, why do we need to believe this fortune-telling Taoist? Is my sincere feelings for you not even worth a fortune-teller's word?" After saying that, he even showed a bit of a pained expression. No matter how you see it, this was the heartache of a dedicated person not being trusted. I. Little Rabbit hesitated a bit. She and her boyfriend had been together for a year, and their feelings were without issue. She was very familiar with her boyfriend's personality and character. The Taoist on the phone screen, although very skilled in fortune-telling, judging her boyfriend based on just a word. Wasn't that a bit much? Thinking about this, she looked at her boyfriend with a growing sense of guilt. But at this moment, Lu Heng spoke again. "Young friend, your boyfriend has some serious problems." Chapter 19, When at the White Horse Club. Deceived me. Lu Heng's words left Little Rabbit looking bewildered, her eyes filled with confusion. Clearly, she had no idea that her boyfriend was deceiving her. Nor did she want to believe that everything about her boyfriend was deliberately fabricated. Next to her, her boyfriend's eyes showed a flicker of panic. But he quickly composed himself and angrily retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you have any evidence?" "Evidence, of course I have." Lu Heng grinned subtly, calmly stating, "May I ask you, did your boyfriend ever tell you that the stiffness in his facial expressions was due to a stroke?" "Master, how do you know that?" Little Rabbit was astonished upon hearing this. "He's lying to you." Lu Heng continued, "Do you know why his face is so stiff? It's because he's had excessive cosmetic surgery, having too many fillers which result in him being unable to express many emotions." Little Rabbit was dumbfounded. She fixed her gaze on her boyfriend, seemingly wanting to verify Lu Heng's words. Lu Heng continued, "Did he tell you that for the sake of your perfect love, you'd only share a bed after marriage?" "Master, how do you know even this?" Little Rabbit's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. Such private matters, it was hard to believe anyone would share them, yet this master in front of her knew. How come? He must have some divine insight or masterly calculation. Briefly, her gaze towards her boyfriend was filled with doubt. Her boyfriend, on the other hand, avoided her gaze, looking shifty-eyed. This guilty expression did not escape Little Rabbit's notice. Her face turned slightly pale, a chill creeping into her heart. Lu Heng went on, "The reason he said that is because he's suffering from severe kidney deficiency, unable to do anything significant. Currently, he's taking traditional medicine for gradual recuperation." Seeing Lu Heng expose the secrets of Little Rabbit's boyfriend, the viewers in the livestream couldn't contain their laughter. The comments section exploded. "Wow, unbelievable. No wonder he looks better than me. Turns out he's had cosmetic work done. Did you guys notice when he got angry before, his nose was a bit crooked? Was it an implant?" Yes, I felt something was off then. Definitely not original. Cosmetic surgery is one thing. Who knew he couldn't lift a gun? I'm dying of laughter. Is there a possibility, just a possibility, that he's a letter 3007? Girl, you should break up with him. I suspect he's a gigolo. Dude, I heard there's a hospital that can implant silicone in certain places. Maybe you should give it a try. Seriously, can that really be done? I want to try too. Is there a second item half-priced offer? Seeing these ridiculous comments, even Lu Heng couldn't help but be at a loss for words. He didn't bother with the panicked boyfriend. Instead, he asked Little Rabbit, "Did he tell you before that he's striving to start his own business?" Yes. Little Rabbit nodded blankly. Lu Heng sneered, full of disdain. His so-called entrepreneurship is just playing around with rich women in clubs. Since the age of 17, he's been sticking to rich women at the White Horse Club, one of the most experienced there. He got cosmetic surgery to cater to the ever-changing tastes of the rich women. The reason for his kidney deficiency. It's because of too much time playing with those women. He thinks he's Lao AI, someone who can rotate among women, but really, he's just an ordinary guy. Now, when he goes to the bathroom, his urination sprays in 7, 8, or 9 different streams. This revelation was like a bomb, instantly detonating the entire live stream, leaving the viewers stunned and overwhelmed. Damn, that's brutal getting into the business so early. He must have worn out hundreds of steel wool pads. Nonsense, unless it's a diamond rod. It can't be worn out so easily. If only it were a diamond rod, didn't the master say severe kidney deficiency? The urination sprays in many directions. I was thinking of getting close to a rich woman before, but seeing this, those women are terrifying. Do you think shortcuts are easy? Being a gigolo for so many years, he was probably used by both rich women and wealthy men. Stop it, I feel like throwing up. Poor Little Rabbit, being deceived by such a scumbag. If the viewers were so shocked, how much more so for Little Rabbit as the girlfriend? At this moment, she was pale, bewildered, and at a loss. The shock was bigger than when she was a child seeing boys stand to pee. You liar. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't know anything about any White Horse Club. I think it's you who's the gigolo. Her boyfriend's eyes were filled with alarm and fear. He never expected that accompanying his girlfriend for a little online fortune-telling would expose his secrets. Heh heh. Lu Heng wasn't angry at all. He simply smiled and said, "Friend, if you don't believe me, you can dial a phone number. Let me slowly read it out for you, 1578888, XXXX. Upon hearing this number, her boyfriend was stunned as if struck by lightning. Seeing his reaction, Little Rabbit's eyes instantly turned red. At this moment, even if she were foolish, she would realize she had been deceived by the scumbag in front of her. Rabbit, you have to believe me." Seeing this, her boyfriend quickly tried to defend himself, but unfortunately his guilty demeanor made it completely unconvincing. Little Rabbit looked him in the eyes and gritted her teeth. "You want me to believe you? Fine. You dial the number the master mentioned earlier. Dial it now." For Little Rabbit, a soft girl, this was the first time she had shown such firmness. I. Her boyfriend swallowed hard, feeling his heart plunge straight into the abyss. Fine, if you won't dial, I will. Little Rabbit picked up another phone without hesitation and dialed the number Lu Heng had just mentioned. Beep, 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 beep. As soon as the call connected, Little Rabbit hurriedly said, "Hello, I am Zhang Wenkai's ex-girlfriend." Before she could finish, the person on the other end interrupted. "Zhang Wenkai's ex-girlfriend? Why are you calling me?" "I get it, this guy must have dumped you, and you're not happy about it, right?" "Ha ha, it's okay, little sister, he's just a pretty boy, what's there to regret?" "Let me give you some advice. When looking for a boyfriend in the future, keep your eyes wide open. Don't be fooled by the sweet words of these scumbags." After giving Little Rabbit some advice, the person hung up the phone. As for the outcome, only a fool wouldn't be able to see through it. Chapter 2019, when at the White Horse Club. Deceived me. Lu Heng's words left Little Rabbit looking bewildered, her eyes filled with confusion. Evidently, she had no idea that her boyfriend had been deceiving her. She was even more unwilling to believe that everything about her boyfriend was deliberately fabricated. Beside her, her boyfriend's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. But soon he calmed down and said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking? Do you have any proof?" "Proof, of course I do." Lu Heng smiled faintly, speaking slowly and methodically. "I ask, young friend, did your boyfriend ever tell you that his facial expressions are stiff because he had a stroke?" "Master, how did you know?" Little Rabbit looked stunned upon hearing this. "He's lying to you." Lu Heng continued, "Do you know why his face is so stiff? It's because he's had too much cosmetic surgery, with so many fillers that he can't even make many expressions." "What?" Little Rabbit was dumbfounded. She stared intently at her boyfriend, as if trying to verify Lu Heng's words. Lu Heng went on, "Did he also tell you that for your perfect love, you should only be intimate after marriage?" "Master, how did you know that too?" Little Rabbit's eyes widened like she had seen a ghost in daylight. Such private matters, surely no one would speak of them outside. Yet this Taoist priest knew. Why was that? It must be because he's a calculating mind. For a moment, doubt filled her gaze toward her boyfriend. Her boyfriend dared not meet her eyes, his gaze shifting evasively. This guilty look naturally was caught by Little Rabbit. Her face turned slightly pale, a chill rising in her heart. Lu Heng continued, "The reason he said that is because he suffers from severe kidney deficiency and can't really do much. Currently, he's taking Chinese herbal medicine, slowly recuperating." Seeing Lu Heng revealing Little Rabbit's boyfriend's secrets, the viewers in the live stream couldn't stop laughing. The chat in the live stream exploded. "Goodness, this is wild. Damn, no wonder he's more handsome than me. Turns out he's a plastic surgery monster. Did you notice? When this guy gets angry, his nose looks a bit crooked, maybe it's been padded. Yeah, I thought something was off. Definitely not the original. Plastic surgery is one thing, but not being able to do that really cracks me up. Is it possible, I'm just saying possible, that he's impotent? Girl, break up with him. I suspect this guy is just a gigolo. Bro, I heard there are hospitals that can implant silicone in certain places. Why not give it a try? Really, they can implant silicone? I want to try too. Is there a second item half-price discount? Seeing the barrage of foolish comments from the livestream viewers, even Lu Heng was at a loss for words. He didn't bother with the panicked boyfriend, but asked Little Rabbit, "Did he previously tell you that he's working hard on starting a business?" "Yeah." Little Rabbit nodded blankly. Lu Heng let out a cold laugh, full of disdain. His so-called business is just playing with rich ladies at a club. He started hanging around rich women at the White Horse Club since he was 17, the most experienced one there. The reason he had plastic surgery is to keep up with the changing tastes of these wealthy women. The reason he's suffering from kidney deficiency is because he's been playing with rich women too much. He thinks he's Lao AI, can handle multiple women, but in reality, he's just a regular person. Nowadays, when he goes to the restroom to pee, it sprays in 7 or 8 directions. These words were like a bomb, instantly detonating the entire live stream, leaving the viewers shocked and dumbfounded. Whoa, that's brutal, entering the field so early. He's probably worn out over 100 steel wool balls. Nonsense, unless he has a diamond pestle, nothing can wear that down. If only he had a diamond pestle. Didn't the master say he had severe kidney deficiency, and his pee sprays in 7 or 8 ways? I was considering cozying up to rich women, but now it seems like these women are terrifying. Did you think taking shortcuts is easy? Being a gigolo all these years, he's probably been played by rich men as well as women. Stop it, I feel like I'm going to throw up. Poor little rabbit, being deceived by such a scumbag. If the viewers were so affected, how much more so was little rabbit as the girlfriend? At this moment, her face was pale and she was utterly at a loss. This impact was big. It was even more shocking than when she first saw boys peeing standing up as a child. You liar. What nonsense are you spouting? I know nothing about the White Horse Club. I think you're the gigolo. The boyfriend's eyes were filled with terror. No matter what, he never imagined that playing around with online fortune-telling would lead to his secrets being exposed. Heh heh. Lu Heng wasn't angry at all, instead smiling as he said, "Young friend, if you don't believe it, you can dial a phone number. I'll read it to you slowly, 1578888, XXXX. Upon hearing this number, the boyfriend felt like he'd been struck by lightning, immediately stunned. Seeing him like this, little rabbit's eyes turned red. Even if she were foolish, she now knew she'd been deceived by the scumbag in front of her. Rabbit, rabbit, you must believe me. The boyfriend hurriedly tried to defend himself upon seeing her like this. But unfortunately, his guilty demeanor had no credibility whatsoever. Little rabbit looked him directly in the eyes and gritted her teeth, saying, "If you want me to believe you, fine. Dial the number the master mentioned earlier. Do it now." For the first time, soft-hearted little rabbit showed such firmness. I. The boyfriend swallowed hard, his heart sinking into the abyss. Fine, if you won't dial, I will. Little rabbit picked up another phone, hesitated not at all, and directly dialed the number Lu Heng had mentioned. Beep, 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 beep. The call connected quickly, and little rabbit said urgently, "Hello, I'm Zheng Wenkai's ex-girlfriend." Before she could finish, the other party interrupted her. "Zheng Wenkai's ex-girlfriend? Why are you calling me? I see that kid must have dumped you, and you're feeling upset." "Ha ha, no worries, little girl, he's just a pretty boy, what's there to miss? Let me give you some advice, sister. Keep your eyes open when choosing a boyfriend. Don't be fooled by the sweet talk of those scumbags." After giving little rabbit some advice, the caller hung up. As for the result, anyone with sense could see what happened. Chapter 21:19, playing the pretty boy at the club. Deceive me. Lu Heng's words left little rabbit looking bewildered, her eyes filled with confusion. Obviously, she had no idea her boyfriend was deceiving her, and she was even less willing to believe that everything about her boyfriend was deliberately fabricated. Beside her, the boyfriend had a fleeting look of panic in his eyes. But he quickly calmed down and retorted angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you have any proof?" "Proof, of course." Lu Heng smiled faintly and said calmly, "May I ask, did your boyfriend previously tell you that the stiffness in his facial expressions is due to a stroke?" "Taoist, how did you know that?" Little rabbit was taken aback. "He's lying to you." Lu Heng continued, "Do you know why his face is so stiff? It's because of excessive plastic surgery, with too much facial filler that prevents him from making a lot of expressions." Huh. Little rabbit was dumbfounded. She stared straight at her boyfriend, seemingly trying to verify Lu Heng's words. Lu Heng went on, "Did he tell you that for the sake of your perfect love, he would only share a bed with you after marriage?" "Taoist, you even know this." Little rabbit's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. Such private matters, she believed no one would ever speak of them to others, but the Taoist in front of her knew. How is this possible? It must be the other's incredible divination skills. For a moment, she looked at her boyfriend with suspicion in her eyes. Her boyfriend, however, did not dare to meet her gaze, his eyes evasive. This guilty look did not escape little rabbit's notice. Her face turned pale, a chill creeping into her heart. Lu Heng continued, "The reason he says this is because he has severe kidney deficiency and can't do anything significant. Currently, he is taking traditional Chinese medicine to slowly recuperate." Seeing Lu Heng expose the boyfriend's background, the viewers in the live stream couldn't stop laughing. The bullet comments in the live stream exploded. "What the hell, I can't believe it. Damn, no wonder he's better looking than me. Turns out he's a plastic surgery monster. Did you guys notice that when he got mad earlier, his nose was a bit crooked? Is it fake? Yeah, I thought something was off. Definitely not original. Plastic surgery is one thing, but to also be impotent, it's killing me with laughter. Is there a possibility, I say just a possibility, that he's a virgin? Miss, break up with him already. I suspect this guy is just a pretty boy. Break up already +1, cut your losses." Looking at this group of silly viewers' comments, even Lu Heng was a bit speechless. He ignored the panicked boyfriend and instead asked Little Rabbit, "Did he tell you he's working hard on starting a business?" Uh-huh. Little Rabbit nodded blankly. Lu Heng gave a cold snort, full of disdain. His so-called business is just accompanying wealthy women in clubs. He's been clinging to rich women at various local clubs since he was 17, the most experienced one there. The reason for his plastic surgery is also to cater to the ever-changing tastes of these wealthy women. And why does he have kidney deficiency? It's also from spending too much time with these wealthy women. He thinks he's like Lao AI, exceptionally talented, but in reality, he's just an ordinary person. Now, when he goes to urinate, he splits into 7, 8, or 9 streams. This statement was like a bomb, instantly blowing up the entire live stream, leaving viewers confused and overwhelmed. Whoa, that's brutal. Starting so young, he's probably replaced hundreds of scrubbing pads. That's nonsense. Unless it's made of titanium, how could it not wear out? If it were made of titanium, it would be great. Didn't the Taoists say it was severe kidney deficiency that causes multiple streams when urinating? I had thought about attaching myself to a wealthy woman before, but now I realize these women are too terrifying. Did you think taking shortcuts was easy? Being a gigolo for so many years, he probably plays with both wealthy women and rich men. Stop it, I'm gonna hurl. Poor Little Rabbit being deceived by such scum. With such a big shock, how could Little Rabbit, the girlfriend, not be more impacted than the viewers? At this moment, her face was pale, her expression blank, not knowing what to do. This shock was even greater than the time she saw a boy urinate while standing as a child. You liar. What nonsense are you saying? I don't know any white horse club, you're the gigolo. The boyfriend's eyes were filled with fear. He never expected that just by playing online fortune-telling with his girlfriend, he would get exposed. Heh heh. Lu Heng was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "Buddy, if you don't believe me, you can call a phone number. I'll read it to you slowly, 1578888, XXXX. Upon hearing this number, the boyfriend was struck as if by lightning, freezing in place. Seeing him like this, Little Rabbit's eyes quickly reddened. At this moment, no matter how foolish she was, she knew she'd been deceived by the scumbag in front of her. Rabbit, Rabbit, you have to believe me. The boyfriend immediately tried to talk his way out of it, but unfortunately his guilty demeanor was anything but convincing. Little Rabbit stared into his eyes and gritted her teeth. You want me to believe you, fine. Dial the number the Taoist mentioned earlier. Do it now. For the first time, soft-hearted Little Rabbit was standing her ground so firmly. I. The boyfriend swallowed hard, his heart sinking deeply. Fine, if you won't call, I will. Little Rabbit picked up another phone without hesitation and dialed the number Lu Heng mentioned. Beep, beep, beep. The call quickly connected, and Little Rabbit quickly said, Hello, I'm Zhang Wenkai's ex-girlfriend. Before she could finish her sentence, the person on the other side interrupted her. Zhang Wenkai's ex-girlfriend? Why are you calling me? Oh, I know that guy must have dumped you, and you're feeling pretty upset, huh? Haha, don't worry, little girl, he's just a pretty boy, nothing to miss. Let me give you a piece of advice. Next time, keep your eyes open when choosing a boyfriend. Don't be fooled by the sweet words of scumbags. After giving Little Rabbit a piece of advice, they hung up the phone. As for the outcome, who couldn't see it except a fool? Chapter 22:19, playing the pretty boy at the club. What's the problem? Lu Heng's words left Little Rabbit bewildered, her eyes flickering with confusion. What does he mean by saying my boyfriend has quite a problem? Could it be that he has been hiding something from me? Little Rabbit turned her head again with an inquisitive look towards her boyfriend. Lily, don't listen to his nonsense. I don't have any problems at all. Her boyfriend met her gaze and assured confidently. Then, with a face full of annoyance, he yelled at Lu Heng on the screen. Who sent you here? I warn you, without evidence, don't talk nonsense. Don't try to use those mysterious words to drive a wedge between Lily and me. Lu Heng, hearing this, smiled faintly and said, You want evidence? All right, I'll give you evidence. He turned his gaze towards Little Rabbit, speaking calmly. My young friend, your boyfriend is full of lies, deceiving you from the very beginning. Did he say that he liked you since high school? This, Taoist, how do you know that? Little Rabbit was shocked to hear this. He said that to deliberately draw closer to you and deceive you. Lu Heng shook his head. He's not even a Huadu person. How could he be in the same high school with you? What? Little Rabbit was dumbfounded. She stared directly at her boyfriend for the first time with a questioning look. Lu Heng continued, "Did he also say to you that he's always loved working out?" Little Rabbit nodded silently. "That's also a lie. He actually doesn't like working out." "Then why is he hitting the gym?" "It's mainly because the crowd he chases changed their tastes." Lu Heng explained with a cold smile. In the past, wealthy women liked tall and slender pretty boys, so he wasn't muscular then. But for some reason, these women suddenly changed their taste to buff men. So he started working out. With the help of supplements and steroids, he quickly turned into a muscular man. Little Rabbit was completely stunned. For a moment, her gaze at her boyfriend was filled with doubt. While her boyfriend dared not meet her gaze, his eyes dodging. Lu Heng didn't stop, continuing, "Did he also tell you that for the sake of your perfect love, he'll wait until marriage to share a bed with you?" "Taoist, how do you know that too?" Little Rabbit's eyes widened in an instant as if she'd seen a ghost. Such private talk you wouldn't imagine anyone would share it outside. Yet this Taoist knew. How is this possible? He must be a fortune teller. At the same time, her complexion turned pale and she felt a chill in her heart. Lu Heng continued, "He says that because he has serious kidney deficiency, unable to do much in that regard. Right now, he's taking traditional Chinese medicine to slowly recuperate." Watching as Lu Heng exposed Little Rabbit's boyfriend's deepest secrets, the audience members were laughing so much they couldn't keep their legs together. The chat in the live stream exploded. "Oh my, I can't believe it. Damn, I thought he was a good man, but he's just a gold digger. Funny. Without Kai's skills, you dare be a gigolo. Want to be a gigolo, fine, but you can't even perform, how can you? Is it possible, possible, that he's been overused? Girl, break up now, this guy's a pretty boy. Break up now +1, cut your losses in time." Seeing the audience's crazy chat, even Lu Heng felt a bit speechless. He ignored the panicked boyfriend, instead asking Little Rabbit, "Did he tell you he has been working hard on starting a business?" "Yes." Little Rabbit nodded blankly. Lu Heng sneered disdainfully. His so-called business is just a scam to swindle money from rich women in the name of investment. Since he was 17, he's been mingling in various ladies' clubs, considered a veteran in the field. Why is he kidney deficient? It's because he's played with too many rich women. He thinks he's Lao AI, extraordinarily talented, but in reality, he's just an ordinary person. This statement was like a bomb, instantly blowing up the whole live stream, leaving the viewers dumbfounded, shocked beyond belief. You think it's that easy to take shortcuts? I sincerely repent. I wouldn't dare to be a gigolo again. Without real skills, you shouldn't try risky deeds. Poor Little Rabbit, fooled by such scum. If the audience was so shocked, how much more would Little Rabbit, his girlfriend, be? At this moment, she was pale with bewilderment, not knowing what to do. This shock was greater than when she first saw a boy peeing standing up as a child. "You liar! What nonsense are you spouting? You're the one who's a gigolo clinging to rich women. You're the incompetent one." The boyfriend's eyes were filled with terror. He never expected that just by playing an online fortune-telling game with his girlfriend, everything would be exposed by others. Heh. Lu Heng wasn't angry at all, instead smiling. "Do you know why he wants to be with you? It's because he has enormous gambling debts and needs someone to help pay them off. Unfortunately, those wealthy women he served are even sharper than monkeys. How could they help a leech pay off debts? He schemed hard to become your boyfriend, just to get money from you to pay off his debts. You can calculate up to today how much money you've given him. And then ask, where exactly did that money go?" This series of questions directly silenced Little Rabbit's boyfriend. Why did he go silent? Because everything Lu Heng said was true. In the future, Little Rabbit was scammed by this boyfriend out of millions under the guise of business investment. But not long after, Little Rabbit's father noticed something was wrong and immediately sent someone to investigate. How could this guy's background withstand scrutiny? With just a probe, everything was exposed. Seeing his daughter being fooled by a gigolo, her father's anger was imaginable. He didn't even notify his daughter, choosing instead to report it to the police. The police, after a brief investigation, soon arrested the guy. The moment he sat on the regret chair, he wept bitterly, confessing everything in detail. Little Rabbit was still bewildered, not understanding why her boyfriend was suddenly arrested. She even foolishly pleaded with her father to find out the reason. At that time, her father presented the investigation documents he had initially obtained. After reading through it, Little Rabbit was completely stunned. She never imagined that not only was his past full of misdeeds, but from the very beginning he intended to scam her for money. Chapter 23:20. Taoist, you really are 36. Lu Heng's words left his boyfriend thunderstruck, completely dumbfounded. Seeing him like this, Little Rabbit's eyes instantly turned red. At this moment, even if she were foolish, she would realize she had been deceived by this jerk in front of her. Lily, you have to believe me. The boyfriend hastily spoke up to interrupt when he saw the situation. Unfortunately, his guilty appearance was not convincing at all. The viewers in the live stream started leaving comments, either comforting Little Rabbit or angrily criticizing her boyfriend. The master really is too awesome. It's all six, just 2-6. Boo-hoo, my adorable wife got deceived. I'm heartbroken. Let me reiterate, please don't call my wife, okay? Rabbit, what are you hesitating for? Just kick this guy to the curb already. What the hell? So disgusting. Just thinking of this guy flattering an old woman in her 70s makes my skin crawl. Don't say it, I can already picture it. Save me. Pro players, please just stay in your lane and respect your profession, okay? The comments flew by. Little Rabbit looked desolate, her heart completely dead. Tears as big as beans kept falling from the corners of her eyes, making her look extremely pitiful and evoking sympathy. Do you have anything else to explain? Little Rabbit silently sobbed for a while, then wiped away her tears. She turned to the boyfriend she once loved deeply and asked coldly, Lily, listen to me, actually I know I was wrong, I shouldn't have deceived you. My family was poor when I was young, and I couldn't resist the temptation of money, so I went astray. Give me another chance. I swear to break with the past completely and love only you from now on. The boyfriend showed his true colors as a scumbag, making it sound as sweet as a song. To be honest, he was speaking from the heart. After all, he still had hundreds of thousands in gambling debts to repay. Little Rabbit was not only young but rich as well. More importantly, she wasn't as cunning as those rich older women he used to serve. Girls who are rich and naive are rare finds indeed. How could he willingly give up before squeezing out enough profit? Seeing his confident assurances, the viewers became displeased. A torrent of comments flooded the live chat, like a dam bursting, drowning the entire stream. Rabbit, don't you dare believe him. Trusting men is like watching pigs climb trees. Exactly, a veteran rich boy like him could lie through his teeth. Who knows how many rich women, and even men, this kid has swindled at the club. If that were my boyfriend, I guarantee he'd be in the hospital 10 minutes later. Go, sisters, thinking of scumbags like that makes my stomach turn. Rabbit, you mustn't trust him. Think about how he's always cozying up to those women in their 50s, 60s, 70s, even 80s. Little sister, why not consider our celestial see Daniel Wu? Honey, don't hesitate. Don't give this scumbag another chance. Little Rabbit stared at the comments on her phone, silent for a moment. Then she took a deep breath and slowly stood up from her chair. Standing tall, she looked down at her former love, her expression cold. Leave. I don't want back the money I gave you before. But please, never appear in my sights again. With those final words, Little Rabbit turned and stormed out without looking back. Lily, let me explain. Lily, don't go, Lily. Lily, how can I live without you? The boyfriend's cheeks were swollen from being slapped, yet he stubbornly and urgently picked himself up to chase after her. Though today's two protagonists had left, the discussion in the live room heated up instead of cooling down. Viewers felt sorry for Little Rabbit's plight but also found it quite intriguing. Chances are by tomorrow, these two would become headline sensations across all the major short video platforms. Phew, what a relief, my wife finally saw reason. She was born into wealth, protected too well by her parents, unaware of how sinister people can be. I've marked Little Rabbit as the fourth victim. The master is terrifyingly accurate, predicted 4 cases, none escaped unscathed. Luckily, Little Rabbit met the master, otherwise, she'd be utterly devoured by that rich boy. I can't help it, I think my boyfriend's acting fishy too. I'm going to check it out. Sisters, stream it live. I want to watch too. Stream it plus 10086. As Little Rabbit entirely broke off from her boyfriend, the system prompt chimed in once again. System prompt, the host has successfully altered the heavenly Tao lifespan is being absorbed. Please check later. Lu Heng nodded slightly. It seemed Little Rabbit's fate had completely changed. He hadn't checked Little Rabbit's future before, so he didn't know what fate had in store for her. But one thing was certain, now that she had dumped that rich boyfriend, her future was bound to improve. System. He silently summoned the system interface and glanced at lifespan. The lifespan, previously at only 1 point, had now increased to 10 points. A bit low, but it made sense. After all, this fortune-telling at its best only changed the fate of Little Rabbit and her rich boy boyfriend. It was far less impactful than previously catching an online dating scammer, which indirectly altered the fate of more than a dozen people. Less is still something. Even a grasshopper's leg is still meat. Next up, let's welcome our next lucky viewer, Yanshin Silver Spear Little Overlord. Lu Heng found tonight's second lucky viewer and sent out a live connection invitation. Approximately 3 or 4 minutes later, the invitation was accepted. Appearing on screen was a teenage boy about 14 or 15 with dyed yellow hair, and he even had an eye drawn on his forehead. Seeing how he looked, the viewers burst into laughter. Whoa, what a spirited little guy. Kid, where's your Wang Zai milk outfit? Come on, wave your hands for us. If you do it well, Uncle will give you a lollipop. Your lollipop better just be a lollipop. Damn, how did I instantly get that? Wish I'd instantly understand maths next time. Just missing some sunglasses. Give me an address, and I'll mail my 9 yuan 90-cent shades to you. Such a young age, already dyeing hair and getting tattoos. I couldn't even imagine it back in my day. Goes to show you're outdated. That saying is truly a relic of yesterera. Go drink some catachun tea. It was Lu Heng's first time encountering such a spirited youth. With a smile, he asked, "How should I address you, young friend?" "Just call me Little Overlord." The spirited youth lifted his head, proud of his cool name. Lu Heng was speechless and asked again, "What would you like to have read this evening?" Chapter 24-21, Edgy Teen and Scooter Kid. Fortune-telling, so you're a fortune-teller. I joined the live stream because I saw there were a lot of people. Didn't expect there to be fortune-telling here too. No wonder you're wearing that Taoist robe. The energetic young man was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, and then he suddenly realized, I don't believe in fate. I believe my destiny is in my hands, not from heaven. After saying that, he wore a face full of pride, bursting with youthful arrogance. Oh right, Taoist, what do you think of my new motorcycle? The young man turned his phone, revealing a Kawasaki Little Ninja in the frame. He then hopped on the motorcycle, revved it a few times, and laughed heartily. Cool or what? Cool or what? This scene left not just Lu Heng speechless, but also rendered the viewers speechless. Damn, turns out not just an energetic young man, but a ghost fire youth too. Vroom, vroom, vroom. When the ghost fire roars, parents are just raising him for nothing. A flip of the bike, cover with cloth, relatives and friends wait for the dishes. Trumpets blow and firecrackers sound, straight to the crematorium. Damn it, if you're not here for fortune-telling, why disrupt the stream? Hurry home and drink some milk. Ghost fire youth, not a ghost, doesn't blaze, what a waste of youth. Youngster, it's fine if you harm yourself, but don't endanger the lives of other pedestrians. Seeing other car accident compilations makes me heartache and fear, but ghost fire crash compilations I oddly enjoy. Under the double buff of the energetic young man and ghost fire youth, viewers outputted comments furiously. You old relics, you all should be the ones taken to the crematorium for refining. The energetic young man wasn't just any ordinary person. Not only did he not succumb to attackers, but he even fired back with everyone. Ahum. Lu Heng cleared his throat gently and quickly said, If you're not here for a fortune, then please disconnect the mic link. Who said I wouldn't? The young man raised an eyebrow full of disdain. Are you any good at fortune-telling? If you think you're good enough, then tell my fortune. Let me see how capable you are, or else I'll report you to the platform for promoting feudal superstitions. Seeing the other questioning his fortune-telling ability, Lu Heng laughed. Then please wait a moment. Saying this, he silently called out the celestial destiny system in his heart. System, check this person's past. System alert. Checking past information will consume 3 days of the host's lifespan. Continue. Yes. Soon the young man's past unfolded before his eyes. Given that the other person had just turned 15, it didn't take long for him to see everything. You, my young friend, just celebrated your 15th birthday yesterday. This motorcycle was a birthday gift from your uncle. Lu Heng said unhurriedly, Damn, you really can tell fortunes, huh? The young man couldn't help but look surprised when he heard this. But then he shook his head, denying, I know you must have checked my livestream account. All my personal information on this account is true. If you looked at it, you'd surely know when my birthday is. As for this motorcycle, it's a new batch gift. Easy to guess it's a birthday present. Lu Heng chuckled lightly and replied unhurriedly, "Please continue listening, my young friend. Your mother is known for her elegant beauty, often called the village's flower. However, your mother and father weren't each other's first love. Originally, your mother dated your uncle, but he had to leave the area for university after getting accepted. In your mother's home, she was pressured into marrying your father. Though marrying a beauty, your father had a drinking problem and often lashed out against you and your mother. 7 years ago, he passed away from a drunk driving accident. Your uncle, after achieving career success, disregarded the family's dissuasion and married your mother knowing her past. Post-marriage, your uncle treated you better than your own father. Even though you wish to call him Dad, your vanity stops you, fearing ridicule from your peers." After hearing all this, the young man was completely dumbfounded. This was the damned truth of his past 15 years. Whether it was the alcoholic deceased father or the uncle who treated him like a son, it was utterly true. What shamed him more was how the other person even knew his thoughts. His poor academic performance, his frequent outings with delinquents. Once those delinquents discovered his family situation, they mocked his mother for being unfaithful, involved with her brother-in-law. He was infuriated but dared not retort. That's the main reason why, despite his mother's several urges, he didn't want to address his uncle as Dad. He dreaded facing those delinquents' ridicule again. "What you said, it's all false." Fake. Being prideful, the young man naturally denied it fervently. He. Lu Heng smiled quietly and said, "Don't rush, I haven't finished yet. What I just mentioned was your family background. Now let's talk about your personal experiences." Suddenly, a sense of dread filled the young man's heart. Yet he was unwilling to admit defeat, several times wanting to speak but ultimately refrained. Lu Heng naturally noted this boy's reaction, smiling as he continued. "You haven't attended school much in the past year, have you? Actually, you're quite smart, but just can't focus on studying." "Why can't you focus on studying?" "It's because you have a crush on your class president. In hopes of leaving a lasting impression on her, you often act contrary to her wishes. For instance, she urges you to study, and so you refuse. If she warns you away from those delinquents, you intentionally stick with them. You stop spouting nonsense." Stung by the exposure of his secret, the young man's face turned red and he hurriedly tried to refute. And seeing this, the viewers burst into laughter. "Oh wow, truly in rebellion phase, huh? This is hilarious. You're really leaving a deep impression, such that just mentioning you already irritates her. Young man, speaking as someone your age once, your methods are obsolete. From what the Taoist just said, you're not a bad kid. Cut ties with those delinquents quickly and head back to school. Yeah, while you still have the chance, return to the right path. Still so young, and already a rebellious puppy-love chaser, truly pitiful. Don't wander aimlessly in society, otherwise you'll regret it when you're older. So precocious. If you have a crush in middle school, won't you be openly in love with many in high school? Others have crushes on campus beauties and class beauties while in school. I was different. I liked our vice principal. That hourglass figure, tusk. You've truly been mature for your age, already having the basis to marry into wealth since childhood." Chapter 25-22, Death Omen Entwined. Watching the lively young man being caught in his thoughts, blushing all over and stammering, he had a bit of youthful awkwardness about him. Lu Heng smiled. "Do you have anything else you'd like to know?" "You've been talking nonsense before, I don't believe you at all." The lively young man was still stubborn with his words, but soon he changed his tune. If I want to know about my future, is it possible?" "Of course it is. Please wait for a moment." Lu Heng nodded slightly. "System, search this person's future." System prompt, searching future information will consume 3 days of the host's lifespan. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Upon his confirmation, the lively young man's future played like a movie, scene after scene. But in just under 10 seconds, these future scenes abruptly ended, finally freezing on a tombstone. Lu Heng couldn't help but be taken aback. This is the fastest anyone's future has ended since he started live fortune-telling. And seeing him still silent, viewers in the live broadcast room felt like cats being teased, extremely curious. It's over. The Taoist wants to speak but can't. This is big. I remember the Taoist didn't speak last time, which was like this time. Where are you putting this? Could it be there's some unseeable secret in this young man's future? Isn't this youngster's future the same as Little Rabbit's boyfriend, going to sea as a noble young master? I thought he was a lively young man. Turns out he poked the young master's base. Young friend, for the girl you secretly love, never harbor the thought of clinging to a sugar mommy. Yeah, sugar mommies are terrifying. You have to accompany eating, drinking, and having fun. Let us adults bear this pain. Viewers chattered away. Probably no one would have thought the lively young guy, a bit narcissistic and rebellious, would completely leave this world in several hours. Lu Heng stayed silent for a while. Overall, the other party is not exactly a bad kid. He should try to save him somehow. Of course, if the other party doesn't listen to reason, then it's just his unfortunate fate. Thinking of this, he already made up his mind. Thus, he solemnly spoke, "Young friend, your forehead is dark with black energy entangling. It's evident that a deadly disaster surrounds you. I advise you to stay home tonight, don't go anywhere. If you trust me, then stay at home. If you don't want to believe, then do whatever you like." With that said, the next actions depend on the lively young man himself. Deadly disaster. Are you kidding? I feel like you're just a fraud. Next, you're going to want me to send gifts and beg you to help me resolve this deadly disaster, right? The lively young man couldn't help but sneer. But while speaking, he suddenly remembered Lu Heng's previous words. Whether it was the death-loving father or the uncle who treated him like a son or the classmate he secretly admired, all were deadly true. It made his heart suddenly chilly. A frenzy called panic instantly filled his heart. Could he really be facing a deadly disaster? Impossible, right? He just turned 15, how could he die so easily? But the other party spoke everything about him accurately, couldn't possibly casually make up a lie to cheat him. The more the lively young man thought, the more fearful he felt. Anyway, it's just tonight. He can stay in. I'm hungry, so I'm going home first. Taoist, goodbye. Everyone, goodbye. After speaking, he hurriedly disconnected the call and rode his beloved moped straight home. The lively young man's inconsistent actions made the viewers laugh heartily. Wasn't this guy very tough just now? Why did he go home? I'm dying of laughter, all talk but courage nowhere. Don't say anything about small courage. If it were me, tonight I'd nestle at home. Nobody could lure me out, not even a sugar mommy. Won't this lively young man really die? Nonsense, has the Taoist ever lied? I saw that kid's moped license plate just now. Looks like it's from bi-state. Damn, I just remembered that kid's only 15. He can't ride a moped legally. Hurry up and call bi-state's traffic police to report him. The Taoist hasn't missed a prediction since he started broadcasting, hoping the young man can dodge a bullet. Just afraid this kid will have a rebellious thought and then rush out to fate. Barrage messages kept coming, all discussing whether the lively young man would have an accident. Lu Heng glanced at the barrage, secretly shaking his head. Once fate starts shifting, his celestial destiny system will immediately alert him. But now, that lively young guy's gone home and there's no alert from the system. Could it be the destined death is still going to happen? Lu Heng really wanted to call the lively young man again to remind him. But on second thought, good words can't persuade a damned soul. Let everything be decided by him. Today's 2 lucky viewers have been read. So I'll log off now. Ignoring viewers, please, Lu Heng directly opted to log off. On the other side, the lively young guy named Zhao Kai already rode home. Didn't I tell you not to ride? Why did you sneak out again? If I see you riding out again, I'll break your legs. His mother scolded him immediately upon seeing him. Zhao Kai meekly took the reprimand, not daring to resist. Although rebellious, he both respected and feared his mother. Slipping back to his room, Zhao Kai comfortably lay on his bed, pondering the Taoist's words. Deadly disaster, deadly disaster, deadly disaster. Now that he's home, there shouldn't be any death, right? Just then, his phone suddenly rang. He looked down and saw a video call from a ghostly fire buddy. Without hesitation, he immediately pressed the answer button. Zhao Kai, where the hell are you? Hurry up, the foolish bunch from Nan County came again. This time, with your little ninja, we must defeat them. The ghostly fire buddy chattered away. The fool mentioned is the ghostly fire youth group from neighboring Nan County, often racing against them. Last time, just a week ago, because of the opponent's modification, they lost badly. But upon learning his birthday gift was a Kawasaki little ninja, the buddies were thrilled, thinking they would never have a rival again. So when the Nan County's ghostly fire youth arrived, the buddy immediately came to find him. Those fools came again. Wait for me, Zhao Kai suddenly froze. his mind inevitably recalling the Taoist's warning. To go or not to go, he thought about his mother, then his uncle, and replied with difficulty, I've got stuff at home, might not be able to go. Damn you coward, I despise you. Not coming in key moments, then don't come in the future. Ghostly fire buddy was clearly annoyed, cursing before hanging up the call. Zhao Kai looked at his phone, feeling a sense of loss. Chapter 26-23, I'm done playing. Early the next morning, a series of banging sounds outside the window woke Zhao Kai from his sleep. What's going on now? What's all this banging so early in the morning? Zhao Kai looked annoyed. In his dream, the class president had just agreed to his proposal. But just when he was overjoyed, he was woken up by the inexplicable noise outside the window. He slowly changed his clothes, and when he walked out of the room, he was instantly dumbfounded. He saw his beloved Kawasaki little ninja, now in pieces, turned into a pile of junk lying in the yard. His most respected mother was holding an axe, relentlessly destroying the remaining intact parts. His uncle stood awkwardly nearby, looking a bit at a loss. Mom, what are you doing? Zhao Kai felt a pang in his heart, almost bringing tears to his eyes. His little ninja, barely ridden for a day, was now completely wrecked. Who could tolerate this if it happened to them? Zhao Kai, go back inside quickly. The uncle quickly gave him a look, gesturing for him to go back immediately. Uncle, what's going on? Zhao Kai was confused by the situation. You little rascal, from now on, go to school obediently. His mother, with a gloomy face, walked up and gave her son a slap. Mom, you. Zhao Kai was completely stunned. This was the first time his mother hit him since he could remember. Forget it. Zhao Kai knows he was wrong. Didn't he come back yesterday? The uncle hurried to pull them apart and explain in a low voice. Last night, Wang Kao and his group went a race with the next county's group, crashed into a big truck, and all died. Wang Kao and the others died. Zhao Kai felt a chill all over. Is this the death calamity the Taoist mentioned? If he had gone out riding yesterday afternoon, wouldn't he have lost his life too? Thinking about this, Zhao Kai could only feel a lingering fear. Previously, he was quite angry and dissatisfied with his mother for smashing his motorcycle. But now he could only say, good job smashing it. Screw the Kawasaki little ninja. Screw the Ghostfire boys. I'm done playing. 10 hours earlier, Dragon Tiger Mountain, Shanking Tao. System prompt. Host has successfully changed the Heavenly Tao, absorbing life numbers. Please check later. Just as Zhao Kai declined the Ghostfire buddy's invitation, the system notice came late. Lu Heng's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He thought that spirited guy Zhao Kai would treat his words as wind in his ears, but didn't expect that he actually listened. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Lu Heng smiled with satisfaction. As for the other Ghostfire boys, he couldn't be bothered. He's not some saint who can take care of those who love courting death. System. Lu Heng silently chanted in his heart, calling out the celestial destiny system. Host, Lu Heng Taoist name, King Feng. Age 18. Status, late-stage blood cancer. Cultivation, 2nd layer Qi refining. Cultivation technique, Tei 5 Qi spell, heaven stepping cloud step. Magical treasure, none. Lifespan, 23. System prompt. Host has only 1 year of life remaining due to late-stage blood cancer. Please extend your lifespan quickly, or the host will die completely. After Little Rabbit broke up with the young master boyfriend, his lifespan point was originally 10, but now the number has become 23. It seems that spirited guy Zhao Kai's fate has undergone significant change. Whether this change is good or bad, at least it's better than dying just after celebrating his 15th birthday. System, draw a prize. Lifespan points are enough for 2 draws. Lu Heng didn't have the thought of saving up overnight. He'd draw immediately. The familiar prize roulette appeared in his mind once again. System prompt, consume 10 lifespan points to draw. Yes. As he confirmed, the prize roulette began to spin slowly. 5 seconds later, the prize pointer landed on a white area. Indeed, once unruly, always in trouble. System prompt, congratulations to the host for drawing 5 bad luck talismans. Lu Heng pursed his lips. System, continue the draw. The roulette spun again, and this time, the pointer still landed on a white area. System prompt, congratulations to the host for drawing 3 cloud talismans. Cloud talismans? What is that? Curious, Lu Heng quickly checked the system warehouse, but just one glance made him instantly see black. Oh my God, how could his luck be this bad? The cloud talisman, as its name suggests, forms a row of cloud words in the sky after activation, and the number of words can exceed 10. Bad luck talismans, though low, can at least target others. But the cloud talisman is too low altogether, isn't it? Aside from forming a row of cloud words special effect, there's no other use whatsoever. Cursed system. Lu Heng couldn't help but curse. Irritated and unable to sleep, he decided to cultivate to fight blood cancer early. The next day, after breakfast and morning class, Lu Heng and his junior sister Qingyu acted as NPCs, attending to tourists who came up the mountain to incense and worship gods. Why aren't you letting me leave? I'm warning you, this is illegal detention. If you don't let me pass, I'll call the police. From the nearby Spirit Treasure Hall came a sudden uproar. Many tourists and devotees were drawn to it. After all, witnessing drama is a natural human instinct. Brother, let's go and see too. Qingyu stood on tiptoe and cast a few glances toward the direction of the Spirit Treasure Hall. Unfortunately, she was too short to see anything. Since everyone went for the commotion, there wasn't much need for directions. So she quickly tugged on Lu Heng's sleeve and dragged him over. Lu Heng didn't want to see the commotion. He'd seen enough drama during recent live streams, but he couldn't refuse the cute junior sister, so he let himself be dragged along. The whole Spirit Treasure Hall was filled with numerous Taoists, tourists, and devotees. In the center of the hall, a woman in her 30s was blocked by 3 young Taoists. Are you people insane or what? Get out of my way. I'm on my period, and I need to go down the mountain to buy sanitary pads. The woman tried several times to break through the encirclement, but all in vain. Dear lady, unless you wipe clean the spit on the celestial venerable statue, you cannot leave. A middle-aged Taoist said aloud, Everyone come and see. These Taoists covet my beauty, trying to keep me here for a gangbang. The woman tore her clothes and shouted loudly. This outrageous performance had the onlookers chuckling aloud. Senior brother Qingming, what happened here? Qingyu tugged the sleeve of a Taoist beside her and asked in a low voice. This woman spat at the Lingbao celestial venerable statue. Senior Uncle Xuniming told her to clean it up, and she refused and started causing a scene. Senior brother Qingming explained quietly. Chapter 27-24, coveting my beauty and harboring evil intentions. How can she be so shameless? After hearing this, Qingyu gritted her teeth, her small face turning pale with anger. The statues inside the various halls of the Shanking Tao have been there for hundreds of years. To these Taoists, they hold great significance. Calling them their lifeline wouldn't be an exaggeration. The woman spitting on the statues was equivalent to a public slap in the face. Who could tolerate that? Moreover, the demands from Senior Uncle Xuniming and the others weren't unreasonable. Just wipe it clean after spitting. There weren't any extra demands at all. Yet even so, the woman continued to be unreasonable and made a scene, behaving entirely like a shrew. Miss, if you don't apologize, then we'll have no choice but to call the police. Watching the woman's tantrum, Xuniming remained expressionless as he spoke. Call the police, let them handle it. I heard these statues are at least 300 years old and count as cultural relics. So would spitting on them be considered damaging cultural property? Probably might even end up in court. It's just a bit of spit. Is it worth making a fuss over? Why don't you try spitting on your mom's face then? Damn, what did you just say? Say it again if you dare. The tourists were laughing and talking quietly as they watched the commotion. Unfortunately, the woman was impervious to reason and didn't take the threat of police seriously at all. She hadn't stopped at tearing her clothes. She took off her coat and lay down in the middle of the hall. Call the police, go on and call them now. When the police arrive, I'll accuse you all of sexual harassment. You Taoists with bull noses, lusting for my beauty and harboring ill intentions. The more the woman made a fuss, the darker the faces of the Taoists inside the hall became. Even the youngest, Qingyu, was furious, her teeth clattering with rage. Lu Heng watched the scene calmly and suddenly noticed the unusual actions of a man in the crowd. This man, about 40-something, tall and thin, was holding a cell phone and continuously recording the situation inside the hall. Seeing the spectacle and taking out a phone to record it was completely normal. Many tourists were also holding up their phones at this time. But the strange thing was that this man not only filmed the woman on the ground, but also occasionally pointed his camera at Xuniming and the other Taoists around. Could they be in cahoots? Deliberately came here to livestream and stir up trouble. Lu Heng began to doubt. I'll check if they're here to cause trouble. He shifted his gaze to the woman making a scene in the hall and silently invoked the celestial destiny system. System, Find out about this person's past. System prompt. To inquire about past information, it will consume 3 days of the host's lifespan. Do you wish to continue? Yes. With affirmation, everything the woman had experienced in the past flashed before his eyes like a movie. After viewing it, Lu Heng couldn't help but smirk. As expected, this woman came to cause trouble. It turned out her reason for coming to livestream and make trouble was actually connected to him. Last time when he experimented with the heaven-stepping cloud step, it was coincidentally captured by several tourists' cameras. After the related video was uploaded online, it quickly caused a huge sensation. Initially, netizens didn't believe it, convinced it was some optical illusion. But soon, the tourists and pilgrims who visited Dragon Tiger Mountain that day appeared. They all claimed to have seen this humanoid white figure that day. 1 or 2 people might fake it, but what about 30 or 40? Suddenly, the internet turned into a mess. Some said it was an immortal appearing in the world. Others said it was an ancient martial artist. Some people thought it was a deliberate hype by the Taoists, while others said it was a wild monster in the mountains that had cultivated into a spirit. In short, everyone's imagination went wild, spinning more and more out of control. Taking advantage of this, internet celebrity hosts flocked to Dragon Tiger Mountain like flies. They also wanted to capture the white figure to boost their fame. But unfortunately, Lu Heng was focused on cultivation and had no time to come out. Therefore, the internet celebrities wasted several days in the mountains. Some of the more insightful internet celebrities soon gave up searching for the white figure and started interviewing pilgrims climbing the mountain. As believers of immortals, the pilgrims all talked about immortals descending to the world, etc. Seeing the pilgrims' devout expressions, netizens were instantly filled with a rebellious spirit. You say the Shanking Tao has immortals? Then let the immortals show themselves for everyone to see. Internet celebrity hosts accurately grasped the pulse of the netizens and began live-streaming mischief on Dragon Tiger Mountain, claiming to search for immortals for everyone. And the woman causing a commotion in the Spirit Treasure Hall was one of these mischief-making internet celebrity hosts. When she spit on the Lingbao Celestial Venerable's statue, it immediately drew cheers from the netizens. Netizens generously sent various gifts. This fiery livestream made the woman even more excited. Thus, the scene before us unfolded. Desperate for fame. Lu Heng shook his head, then took out his phone and anonymously entered the woman's livestream room. Sister Hung really is a little cow on steroids. Super awesome. Did you see that? The middle-aged Taoist's face turned green. These charlatans should be properly dealt with by Sister Hong. Where's the immortal? Where's the immortal? Why hasn't the immortal shown up yet? Lingbao Celestial Venerable, your statue got spat on. Why haven't you appeared? Will Sister Hong be okay? It's said that the Shanking Tao has a 1,000-year-old tradition, and the Taoists can cast spells. What if they harm her? Haha, spitting on a statue is akin to peeing on a grave. See if those Taoists don't take down these troublesome internet celebrities. It cracks me up. What age are we in now, and you still think Taoists can cast spells? Exactly, if they were really that skilled, would they be stuck up in the mountains? If this group of Taoists could perform spells, they'd have established a terrestrial Taoist kingdom by now. Seeing the barrage of comments and the avalanche of gifts, Sister Hong's partner was almost ecstatic. As an atheist, he felt no fear at all. Immortals and spells, all this crap is just swindlers' tools to fool idiots. In this world, money is the only thing worth believing in. The income and popularity Sister Hong gained from this incident today could match their previous 6 months. And he was not worried about Sister Hong's safety. It's the 21st century now. What dare these Taoists do out of line? Didn't you notice that from the start till now, they just stopped Sister Hong and asked her to wipe off the spit? More demands, the Taoists didn't even dare to mention. As for calling the police, it's even less concerning. It's just a bit of spit. At most, she'd get a warning. For such a small price to gain popularity and money, who wouldn't be happy to do so? Chapter 28-25 didn't expect the bad luck talisman to come in handy so soon. What happened? Why are there so many people gathered in the hall? Just when Xuniming and the woman were at an impasse, a slightly old voice suddenly carried in from outside the hall. Everyone turned to look and saw an elderly Taoist over 60 slowly walk into the hall. Uncle Master. Master. Uncle Master. The Taoists all greeted him respectfully. This old Taoist was none other than Lu Heng and King Yu's master, Taoist Chuan Cheng. Senior brother, here's what happened. Xuniming immediately stepped forward and explained the situation in detail. The head of the Shanking Tao is here. Is this old Taoist the head? He really does have an air of otherworldliness. He is indeed the head. I saw him when my mom took me to the mountain when I was a kid to burn incense. Everyone make way for the old master. The head is here, this is going to be interesting. The tourists were buzzing with excitement, eagerly awaiting the show. Meanwhile, Sister Hong's live stream was equally ablaze with discussion. Wow, this old Taoist is quite senior. Didn't you see all the other Taoists greeting him respectfully? Of course, didn't you hear them say this old Taoist is the head of the Shanking Tao? Isn't head supposed to be for monks? How come Taoists use it too? Head is a title for leaders of religious institutions in both Buddhism and Taoism. Anyone can use it. Now that the old head is here, can Sister Hong get out of this unscathed? I'm from Dragon Tiger City, and even the mayor has to give face to this old Taoist. Sister Hong might end up in custody if she's not careful. Whoa, today is going to be a blast. Sister Hong, don't chicken out. Why be afraid of an old Taoist? Yeah, just take off your pants and say he tried to rape you. Come on, be decent human beings. That old Taoist looks so kind. Can you really stand to mess around like this? Sister Hong's partner was also starting to sweat a bit. Before causing trouble, they had done their homework. This old Taoist is skilled in Chinese medicine and has saved many lives, enjoying a stellar reputation. Even high-ranking officials from Dragon Tiger City often visit to see him. It said this old Taoist could have them detained with just a word. Sister Hong, lying on the ground and refusing to get up, realized the mess she had created. She quickly stood up and got dressed. Facing Taoist Chuancheng as he approached, she forced a smile and said, "Old Taoist, I just accidentally spit a little. I didn't mean it. At most, I can compensate you. Why keep stopping me and not let me go?" Taoist Chuancheng smiled kindly and said softly, "It's nothing, merely an unintentional mistake. The Celestial Venerable wouldn't blame you." After speaking, he walked to the statue of Lingbao Celestial Venerable and lifted his sleeve to clean the spit off of it. This scene left the tourists and worshippers in astonishment. No one expected the old Taoist to personally clean the spit for the woman. Compared to those angered and grim-faced Taoists, this was truly a person who has attained the way. Sister Hong, seeing this, was momentarily stunned and then pouted. This old Taoist is supposedly supported by mayors and high-ranking officials, but now it seems he's just like that. The reactions in Sister Hong's live stream varied widely. Wow, this old Taoist knows how to handle things. The statue got spat on and he just cleans it off. Doesn't this old Taoist have any temper? The old Taoist simply doesn't want to escalate things. After all, this is a quiet place for the Taoist school. How can he let Sister Hong keep acting up? The old Taoist is too timid. If it were me, I'd punch the streamer out cold. That would be interesting, getting both the old and young into custody. When the old Taoist appeared, he had this worldly sage aura, but this result. You guys really are here just to enjoy the spectacle. You won't be satisfied until Sister Hong is thrown into custody, will you? Responses to Taoist Chuancheng's actions among netizens were mixed. Some supported him, believing that the old Taoist lowering himself was the mark of a sage. Others mocked him, saying he's too weak, and if he doesn't make an example, won't others cause trouble in the future? Don't think these internet celebrities have any morality. If they were moral, they wouldn't spit on statues and make a scene. There were also neutral ones, just enjoying the spectacle. Why take it so seriously? After cleaning the stain, Taoist Chuancheng waved his sleeve and said, "King Feng, can you escort this lady down the mountain?" Chuanming and others stood aside, looking ashamed. Who would have thought such a small matter would disturb the head and lead him to personally clean the spit? "Yes, master." Lu Heng and King Yu immediately responded. Sister Hong, seeing this, had a look of triumph in her eyes. Grabbing her bag from the ground, she wiggled through the crowd. After today's spectacle, she definitely gained a lot of followers and gifts. Otherwise, her partner wouldn't have kept prompting her to continue. Gaining so much without giving anything in return, no wonder she couldn't hide her delight. "Let's go, miss, stop filming." Lu Heng walked to Sister Hong's partner and gently patted his shoulder. "What do you mean by that?" The partner pretended to be confused. Only when he saw Lu Heng's knowing smile did he feel a bit guilty. "Okay, the show's over, everyone disperse." "Haha, today was quite eventful. I'll tell my friends all about it when I get back." Taoist Chuancheng is truly a good person. What's the use of being a good person these days? Just invites trouble. Exactly, today the old Taoist lowered himself. Tomorrow countless internet celebrities will come running amok. Damn, these internet celebrities swarm wherever there's hype, like flies, without caring if people are annoyed. All they care about is money and popularity, not other people's feelings. Even though tourists and worshippers enjoyed the spectacle, it didn't stop them from despising Sister Hong's actions. King Yu angrily led the way. Lu Heng followed beside Sister Hong and her partner. As he walked, he smiled and said, "If it really was an unintentional mistake, even if the Celestial Venerable has a spirit, he wouldn't blame you. But if it was intentional, then the punishment might be severe. In such a case, you might end up with nothing but bad luck, or even face mortal danger." The partner, hearing this, wiped the sweat from his forehead. His lips moved, but he dared not speak. While Sister Hong dismissively said, "If your Celestial Venerable really has a spirit, let him show up so we can see." He will. Lu Heng nodded with a smile. While Sister Hong was distracted, he subtly stuck a bad luck talisman, taken from the system's space, onto her back. The talisman turned into a gray light and directly entered her body. Who would have thought the bad luck talisman would come in handy so soon? Chapter 29-26. Can someone really be this unlucky? This little brother is quite handsome. It's a pity he became a Taoist. What's so bad about being a Taoist? Taoists can still get married and have kids. Yeah, even monks can have a wife and kids outside. Why can't Taoists? Crap, those bald donkeys are really shameless. By day they chant scriptures as monks, by night they dance in nightclubs. It's just a profession. Being a monk is a job. Being a Taoist is a job too. How do you know these Taoists aren't partying and picking up girls after work? This is why people say the world is going downhill. This young Taoist has such clear brows and eyes, he looks like he's never tasted meat. Sister Hong, why don't you try seducing him? Sister Hong, if you can seduce that young Taoist, I'll reward you with 100 rockets. All right, this is a proper live stream, not some outdoor smut stream. The live stream room was chaotic, with everyone saying different things. Sister Hong took one glance and then ignored it. She looked at the follower count in the stream, which had increased by nearly 100,000 compared to before. The gifts really made her smile with delight. Making money, there's nothing shameful about it. If someone actually rewarded 100,000, she'd really dare to try seducing the little Taoist beside her, who told him to be good-looking. But at this moment, she suddenly felt a chill down her spine. She turned her head around full of confusion, but there were just some regular tourists and worshippers behind her. Could it be she felt wrong? Lu Heng observed her strange behavior, thinking the bad luck talisman was starting to take effect. It was the first time using this bad luck talisman. He was quite looking forward to just how unlucky it could make someone. Just as Sister Hong turned her head, she suddenly stepped on a small pebble. Ouch! Her foot slipped, causing her to lose balance instantly. Her whole body leaned forward, and she took a faceplant right into the ground. Her phone flew far away, landing in the grass by the path. Sister Hong, are you okay? Her partner quickly rushed over to help her up. Damn it, who the hell pushed me just now? Sister Hong wiped her face, her nose was injured. She suddenly turned her head, eyes wide, angrily questioning. The surrounding tourists and worshippers all had baffled expressions. Sister Hong, no one pushed you just now. Her partner explained softly, looking rather awkward. No one pushed me. Impossible. How could a single pebble make me fall so hard? Sister Hong glared viciously at the passers-by around her. Are you crazy? Where's your head at? Who would push you for no reason? Yeah, you think you're some heartthrob that everyone wants to touch. You're just feeling yourself, really think you're a big deal. Just an internet beggar, what's there to be smug about? Lady, no one really pushed you just now. Hurry up and get out of the way. The passers-by around her didn't have the patience of Taoist Chuncheng. Especially the worshippers coming up the mountain, they held no regard for Sister Hong. You guys. Though Sister Hong was bold, she felt a bit intimidated in front of so many people. She dared to cause a scene in front of the Taoist because she was certain he wouldn't do anything to her. And getting into a conflict with the Taoist could give her more fame. But what good would it do to clash with this group of passers-by? If she got beaten, the most she could get would be some compensation for medical expenses. Whoever pushed me better watch out, or I'll scratch their face up. Sister Hong said fiercely and went off to pick up her phone. Seeing her bluffing posture, everyone snickered coldly. Ah! Just then, as Sister Hong bent down to pick up her phone, she suddenly let out a piercing scream that echoed over the mountain top. The sound was so mournful and guttural, yet so heartrending. Everyone was stunned. On Sister Hong's right hand hung a brownish-black little snake. In a panic, Sister Hong flailed her hand, trying to shake the snake off. But the harder she shook, the tighter the snake bit. For a moment, it was a standoff between human and snake. Seeing this, the viewers in Sister Hong's live stream were dumbfounded. Did Sister Hong not check the almanac before going out today? Almost busting her nose just now, and now bitten by a snake. Damn, it's even drawing blood. Whoa, scared the crap out of me. Isn't this a 5-step snake? After being bitten, the bleeding doesn't stop, and compression bandaging doesn't usually help, causing widespread bleeding body-wide. Right, it's the scientifically named 5-step snake or Agkistrodon corinensis. These snakes are aggressive with long fangs. Their bites are quite severe. It's over, just spit on Lingbao Celestial Venerable's statue, now facing retribution. Haha, cosmic justice can't escape karma. Karma, if that exists, why haven't those exploitative capitalists landed in the underworld? Probably a coincidence. Dragon, Tiger Mountain, and nearby areas have lots of wild snakes. The viewers weren't bitten, naturally making cynical comments. But Sister Hong, who was bitten, was in so much pain that tears were streaming down. Why are you all standing around? Hurry and help me. She jumped in pain, calling around for help. But no one moved. Are you kidding? That's a poisonous snake. If we're not careful and get bitten, wouldn't we be in serious trouble? Sister Hong, hang in there, I'm coming to help. Finally, her partner stood up, came forward, and forcefully pried open the snake's mouth, freeing Sister Hong. I can't take it anymore, the bite hurts so badly. I'm feeling a bit dizzy, quickly call for an ambulance. Looking at her continuously bleeding wound, Sister Hong's face turned pale, devoid of color. However, at this moment, a gust of wind suddenly rose. A branch of a 100-year-old tree, shaken by the wind, suddenly fell from above. The blowing sand blinded everyone, making it hard to see around, and no one warned Sister Hong under the tree. Bang! With a muffled sound, the thick branch hit right on Sister Hong's head. Sister Hong was knocked unconscious instantly, not even having time for a final scream. Damn! Looking at Sister Hong lying on the ground with rolled-back eyes, the whole place fell silent. From slipping on a rock, getting bitten by a venomous snake, to being knocked out by a falling tree branch. The whole ordeal happened in under 2 minutes. Under normal circumstances, so many unlucky events couldn't possibly occur back-to-back like this. Yet Sister Hong encountered them one after another. Coincidence? Unlikely. Could it be? Karma? Everyone present felt a chill down their spines. Could there really be immortals in this world? Meanwhile, the viewers in Sister Hong's livestream also found themselves dumbfounded. They hadn't believed in any talk of immortals, dismissing it as superstitious. But seeing Sister Hong's 3 consecutive mishaps, ending in unconsciousness, they began to doubt life itself. Even the staunch atheists couldn't help but ask themselves, can someone really be this unlucky? Chapter 30, 27, such enthusiastic chives. Oh my gosh, did the Lingbao Celestial Venerable really show a miracle? After the country's founding, spirits weren't allowed to appear, but no one said anything about those who became immortals before that. Seeing Sister Hong's misfortune is making me question my own atheism. Where are there any immortals? It's just pure bad luck. Bad luck can't keep happening one after another, can it? It must be retribution. Sister Hong is really out there. She spat on the Celestial Venerable's statue. If she doesn't have something happen to her, then who will? Didn't that young Taoist just say it? If it was unintentional, the Celestial Venerable wouldn't blame anyone, but Sister Hong did it on purpose, so. Basically, she's blinded by money. She'll do anything for cash. Lingbao Celestial Venerable shows a miracle, plus a mysterious white figure before. There's something going on at Shanking Tao. It's more than just something. It's like a calf successfully trading stocks, super bullish. I'm booking a flight right now and heading to the mountain to burn incense tomorrow. In Sister Hong's live broadcast room, netizens were condemning her one after another. Just now, everyone was still looking on with an attitude of watching a show. Some even encouraged Sister Hong to keep causing trouble. But now, Sister Hong's string of bad luck really startled everyone. Who knows if it's just pure bad luck or if it's an immortal showing a miracle and casting divine punishment. In any case, it's best to speak and act cautiously. After all, better to believe it exists than not. Over at Shanking Tao, Sister Hong's partner had already dialed the emergency number, but the ambulance was blocked at the foot of the mountain and couldn't come up. 2 medical staff had to carry a stretcher themselves, panting heavily all the way up the mountain. Where's the injured? One of the medical staff was panting hard. Their physical condition was still pretty good. If it were a bit worse, they probably wouldn't even make it up the mountain. Here, over here. The partner hurriedly waved their hand. The medical staff went up to check Sister Hong's condition. Her head was hit by a tree branch, causing a big bump and making her unconscious, but the issue wasn't serious. Her right hand was bitten by a pit viper, which was more serious. Fortunately, that pit viper was small in size, just a little snake, and didn't have much venom. Otherwise, by now, Sister Hong would have already gone to the underworld to report to King Yama. When calling for emergency services earlier, the partner had already stated the conditions. So the medical staff carried antivenom for pit vipers with them, gave Sister Hong a shot, and bandaged her wound. After everything was clear, the two medical staff lifted Sister Hong onto the stretcher and slowly carried her down the mountain. Where am I? Why does my right hand hurt so much? Ouch, my head hurts too. What are you doing? Put me down. Put me down. For some reason, Sister Hong suddenly woke up. Maybe the tree branch knocked her senseless, and upon waking, she started acting up. The stretcher swayed and then suddenly tilted, and Sister Hong immediately fell off the stretcher. Then she rolled all the way down along the mountainside. The two medical staff were already exhausted from climbing the mountain, let alone carrying a stretcher with no chance to reach out and grab her. The partner wanted to catch her, but it was too late. Just like that, everyone watched, dumbfounded, as Sister Hong rolled all the way to a stone platform halfway down the mountain. That's just unbelievably unlucky. King Yu smacked her lips, a look of utter shock written on her tiny face. Lu Heng nodded quietly. Sure enough, anything produced by the system is top quality. This bad luck talisman is truly effective. Just not sure how long this bad luck talisman will last. Maybe 2 or 3 days, maybe 1 or 2 weeks. Let's go back. Lu Heng poked King Yu on the forehead and turned to walk toward the spirit treasure hall. Senior brother, I've grown up already. Stop poking my forehead. Did you hear me? By the way, do you still have the tea from last time? I'm not drinking it, just asking. King Yu quickly followed Lu Heng, turning into a chatterbox. After a day of playing tour guide, he wasn't physically tired, but mentally exhausted. After dinner, Lu Heng lay on the bed, not wanting to do anything. No, I can't. So many viewers are waiting for me. How can I relax? As soon as he thought of all the viewers in the live broadcast room, his mind was filled with an expanse of green onions. So many green onions. If they aren't reaped, wouldn't that defy the laws of the universe? At 6:10 p.m., Lu Heng perked up and started streaming once again. Upon receiving the live broadcast notification, viewers came rushing in crazily. Seeing the skyrocketing popularity, Lu Heng's eyes got a little misty. What enthusiastic green onions. Just for their enthusiasm, he had to make a cut. Wah, Taoist, I've finally seen you again. 1 day without seeing you feels like 3 years, 2 days like 6 years. All right, stop showing off. We know you can do basic arithmetic. Who is this holy being, so proficient in basic arithmetic, terrifying? I wonder if I could get picked today. If picked, I'll ask the Taoist to guess the next lottery numbers. Little brother, it's not that I doubt you, but lottery numbers aren't something even the Taoist can predict, let alone asking Lingbao Celestial Venerable would help. Lingbao Celestial Venerable, have you all checked the trending topic on Dragon Tiger Mountain's Shanking Tao? Yeah, that Sister Hong really cracked me up, spat on the Celestial Venerable statue, and immediately started having bad luck after leaving the hall. Serves them right, such people have long lost faith and conscience for money. The broadcaster is also a Taoist. Why not share your thoughts? Looking at the bullet comments on the screen, Lu Heng was quite surprised. He didn't expect Sister Hong's affair to go viral and even make it onto trending searches. Sister Hong caused a scene at the Spirit Treasure Hall, wasn't it all to gain fame? Now she's got the fame, but who knows if she regrets it or not. Perhaps she regrets it. Or maybe for the sake of money, she'll never regret it. Lu Heng shook his head, put aside the matter of Sister Hong, and stopped thinking about it. Tonight, like usual, there will be 2 opportunities for fortune-telling. In 5 minutes, this humble Taoist will initiate a draw. Whoever has sent gifts will have a chance to become the lucky winner. This humble Taoist isn't materialistic, so there's no need for you all to send expensive gifts. These words weren't to trick the viewers. Lu Heng's purpose for streaming was to reap green onions. As for money. Talking about money, that's too vulgar. Previously, Daohu's official backend invited him for a contract, but he refused. The gifts that viewers sent him were donated to major charities under the live stream's name. He didn't want to reveal his identity just yet. As for tracing the address through the internet, go ahead. After all, he's using public Wi-Fi, and any trace would lead to Shanking Tao's address. If it really came to that, developments would surely be a lot more interesting. A Taoist who knows all about the past and future, plus a deity suspected of miraculous signs. Tusk, what fun it would be. Chapter 31:28. The cow comes full circle. The audience in Lu Heng's livestream room are mostly old fans, with only a small fraction of new arrivals. Not many people come here genuinely wanting a fortune read. More importantly, they're here for the gossip and fun. From Who to Kai, Little Who, and Little Rabbit to the spirited young guys, watching all this every day is more entertaining than a comedy film. Of course, although they mainly watch for fun, everyone still sends gifts in unison. Just in case, just in case. While everyone was busy sending gifts, suddenly someone sent a burst of 10 cloud-piercing arrows in the room. When they looked to see who it was, it turned out to be a familiar face. The person wasn't a stranger. It was the spirited young man plus ghost fire youth known as Yanshin Silver Spear Little Overlord. Friends in the chat saw him and immediately burst into laughter. "What's up, little bro? You're not dead yet. The moment I saw you come out shooting rockets, I knew you chickened out that night, right? There's no shame in chickening out. Life is long. If young people aren't feisty, can you still call them young? Kid, you need to be feisty." Facing the friend's teasing, the spirited young guy didn't clap back like last time. "Thank you, master, for your help. If it wasn't for your warning that day, I'd be dead for sure." The spirited young guy typed, full of gratitude. "What happened that day? Tell us." "Yeah, hurry up and spill, I'm super curious." Divulge +1. Upon seeing this, the spirited young guy didn't hide anything. He recounted how the ghost fire friends and neighboring ghost fire youths were drag racing, then rear-ended a truck, and all met King Yama. "Holy **T, I can only say, Master, you're awesome." "You're so amazing, Master. Why didn't you tell this kid to warn the others? Wouldn't that have saved them too?" "Where did this goody-two-shoes come from? Eat my stick." "If you're so compassionate, why not block those ghost youths on the street?" "This kind of goody-two-shoes just uses a keyboard to criticize others. Speaking one more word to him is a waste of my energy. Natural selection, those who like courting death, let them. I just checked the news. There was indeed a traffic accident in Yanshin, 6 dead. Master is truly the bull who crashed the China shop, bullshit level." The exposure from the spirited young guy, coupled with news confirmation, elevated Lu Heng's image to new heights in everyone's mind. Simultaneously, the 5-minute mark quickly arrived. Lu Heng glanced at the gift leaderboards. It was significantly more than last time. Such eager fans, so proactive, but unfortunately he needs to focus on a steady, recurring flow now. Otherwise, he'd swing the sickle and reap this batch of fans in one go. "All right, everyone, stop sending gifts." Lu Heng halted the fans from gifting, then added, "Now let's start the lucky draw. If a selected friend doesn't want a fortune read, we'll draw again." Having said that, he activated the livestream's drawing function. In the blink of an eye, 2 lucky fans emerged. Tonight's 2 lucky fans have emerged. Let's congratulate Kyugu and Early Summer Rain, these 2 friends. Lu Heng glanced at the 2 winners and led the applause. "Clap, clap, 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 let's applaud. 2 more victims, fortunate ones have emerged. Wonder what kind of fun these 2 will bring us tonight. Kyugu and Early Summer Rain. Both these names sound familiar, aren't they, streamers? They're both streamers, and both are big streamers with millions of followers. Holy **T, this isn't some backstage rigging, is it? Rigging my ass. Whether it's fans or streamers, aren't they all here for laughs? Right, who cares who the main character is? Just enjoy the show." Seeing the barrage of comments, Lu Heng was also slightly surprised. Didn't expect today's draw to select 2 streamers. Could it be that Daohu's official team tweaked the draw odds in the backend? Not impossible, even though he's only done 3 live streams so far, but just these 3 have created countless hot topics. Plenty of viewers who don't usually watch streams on Daohu have been drawn over by him. Unknowingly, he's helped Daohu expand their business reach, but problems arose as well. Daohu officials repeatedly invited Lu Heng to sign, but were consistently turned down. A high-profile streamer with no contract would make anyone uneasy, right? If other streaming companies knew Lu Heng was contract-free, they'd probably be banging on the door to poach him by now. Daohu's top concern is Lu Heng taking his audience and leaving, but he refuses to sign and even donates the gift money, acting like he's rolling in cash. How do you handle a streamer like that? You're not going to shut down his stream, are you? If you did, you'd be shooting yourself in the foot. He'd just take his fans elsewhere, leaving you with nothing but tears. In the meantime, Daohu decided to sit back and observe a while, continuing to send signing invites to Lu Heng. Simultaneously, they sent other streamers over for some interaction to leech off his popularity. So that brings us to today's scene. Truth be told, Lu Heng doesn't mind who he gives a reading to. In his eyes, as long as they provide the power of the heavenly Tao, they're prime targets. But Daohu officials changing the draw odds without notifying him, isn't that a bit much? Maybe he should switch platforms and give Daohu a backstab. He already has some ideas brewing. Still, the live stream is the priority now. Now, let's welcome our first lucky fan, Kyugu. After locating them, Lu Heng sent an invitation to join the call. The call was quickly accepted by the other party. The screen shook, and a sharp, blaring car horn jolted everyone. Next, a stylishly dressed, sharp-haired young man in his late 20s appeared in the stream. Holy, it's really Second Brother. Second Brother's here for a reading. Wants to know about his and second sister-in-law's future. Maybe second sister-in-law's pregnant too, and second brother wants to ask the master for a name, like eldest brother. I can't hold back, I'm laughing out loud. I predict, Brother Dog, your wife's got someone else, and the kid's got another dad. Ha ha ha, Brother Dog's always fooling around. Getting cuckolded serves him right. Second sister-in-law's too gentle. This kind of scumbag should be forced to kneel on durians. Too bad for my gentle and considerate sister-in-law Dog. If Brother Dog divorces, I'm willing to take over. Aren't you guys into sugar mommies? You can have them, I'll take Sister Dog. Brother Dog's got several beauties by his side. Those legs are so long. I want to ask, sisters, aren't you cold wearing so little outside? Chapter 32, 29. My young friend's future imprisonment awaits. Indeed, Brother Dog is a streamer on the Daohu platform. Moreover, just like Hu, they are both outdoor streamers. Among the outdoor streaming channels on Daohu, their popularity is the highest, jokingly referred to as Outdoor Number 1 and Outdoor Number 2 by their fans. Outdoor Number 1 enjoys fishing and exploring, while Outdoor Number 2 prefers flirting in bars. After a romantic setback, Hu hasn't streamed for a long time. Even if he comes back, his popularity might not reach its peak again. Therefore, the title of Outdoor Number 1 has subtly shifted to Brother Dog. As a veteran streamer, Brother Dog naturally understands the tastes of this group of fans, so he doesn't take their teasing to heart. His main focus is on the mysterious figure on the screen wearing a mask and a Taoist robe. Good evening, Master Taoist. I'm at the Celestial Sea Bund, watching the night view with the beauties. Brother Dog smiled and greeted Lu Heng. Then he turned the lens of his phone, and indeed it was the Bund at Celestial Sea. Standing not far away were four cool-looking beauties who were also captured in the shot. Prompted by Brother Dog, the four beauties either waved or made heart shapes with their hands, laughing so charmingly and cutely. Damn. When I have money, I'll also go to the Bund to see the night view. I thought you were also going to find a few beauties to accompany you. Once I have money, I won't lack beauties. So when will you have money? This jerk, Brother Dog, sneaks out with beauties every day behind Second Sister's back. It's too despicable. I can hardly resist seducing Second Sister now. Seducing Second Sister is a big taboo in the community. Seeing this scene, the fans couldn't help it. Good evening to you too, my young friend. Lu Heng nodded lightly and asked, I wonder what my young friend wants to know today. Well, Brother Dog hesitated for a moment. To be honest, he had long been aware of the situation regarding this Taoist in front of him. After all, as streamers on the same platform, news spreads quickly. The other's almost omniscient fortune-telling ability made him very curious. And once curiosity sets in, if it isn't resolved, it feels like there's a cat scratching in his heart. After thinking for a while, Brother Dog replied softly, Master Taoist, my wife has been acting a bit unusual recently, and it seems she's getting close to another man. I also want to predict the future. The reason he thought this way was entirely because he was scared by what happened to Hu. Outdoor streamers, after all, aren't home much. Who knows if his wife will do something to betray him when she's home alone. In recent years, he had saved up quite a bit, which would be enough to support the kids without any problem. But the fear is that the kids he raises might not be his. All right, please wait a moment, young friend. Lu Heng nodded slightly, silently calling upon the celestial destiny system in his heart. As the other wanted to predict the future only, he could save 3 days of his lifespan. Save wherever you can. System, check this person's future. System prompt, predicting future information will consume 3 days of the host's lifespan. Do you wish to continue? Yes. Soon everything Brother Dog was going to experience in the future flashed before Lu Heng's eyes. In the live stream, the fans were extremely curious about Brother Dog's future. It seems Hu's experience has scared Brother Dog. Damn, how can someone like him have the nerve to question his wife? He's out at bars with beauties every day. He's surely up to something too. I agree, with how much he plays around, divorce is inevitable sooner or later. Sigh, I wonder what second sister saw in him. Maybe Brother Dog has some perks. I hope the perks you're talking about are different from what I'm imagining. Who never fooled around, yet his wife cheated. But Brother Dog, he has different women with him all the time, yet his wife doesn't complain. Yeah, comparing people can really be infuriating. How do you know second sister hasn't been involved with some young hunk? As time ticked by, Lu Heng still showed no sign of speaking. Brother Dog wasn't in a hurry. As he joked with the fans in his live stream and flirted with the beauties around him, feeling very relaxed. This scene made single fans grind their teeth in envy. The jealousy and envy in everyone's hearts needed no words. Who wouldn't want to be surrounded by beauties and replace Brother Dog? Just as Brother Dog was using a small magic trick as an excuse to hold a beauty's hand, he suddenly heard a light cough. He quickly looked at the screen, smiling, and asked, "Master Taoist, have you finished the prediction?" "Yes." Lu Heng nodded slightly and said solemnly, "I have already found the result for you, young friend. Rest assured, your wife is absolutely faithful to you and is a very good woman. Even after you go to jail, she remains loyal and raises your children alone." This instantly caused a stir in the live stream. Whoa, Brother Dog's future actually involves going to jail. No way, with our number two's looks, wouldn't he become a prison pet once he's inside? Saw you go in young and come out old, morphing into a sunflower. I knew it, you can't judge a book by its cover. This guy truly isn't good news. Such an handsome number two, when he comes out, he'll be nothing but a former beauty. Your wife I care for, don't worry about it. According to Master Taoist, second sister is indeed a good woman. A good woman, sure, but she was blind to pick Brother Dog. Brother Dog, as your good brother, let me take care of second sister for you. I also want to be with second sister, beat up your kids, and spend your money. Brothers, please act like decent people. Looking at the messages flying by, Brother Dog was dumbfounded. This is just too outrageous. He actually has a future involving prison time, and he's going to jail. This Taoist can't be fear-mongering, deliberately tricking him, right? But in previous streams, whatever the Taoist predicted came true. Better to believe it than not. After pondering for a long time, Brother Dog decided to act cautiously and heed the warning. He took a deep breath and said sincerely, "Master Taoist, please help me. I don't want my child to grow up without a father's presence." Hearing this, Lu Heng smiled faintly and said, "Avoiding a prison disaster isn't difficult. You simply need to avoid contacting anyone." Avoid contacting anyone. Brother Dog was taken aback. That's it. He thought it would be harder but didn't expect such a simple requirement. Yes, from now on it's best if you don't contact anyone. Don't answer any calls, no matter who they're from. And don't make any calls, regardless of who you want to call. Until the early hours of the morning. After patiently reminding him, Lu Heng added, "I have pointed out the method to avoid the prison disaster. But ultimately, it depends on you, young friend. Whether to follow it is entirely up to your personal decision." Chapter 33:30. Could it really be just a coincidence? Taoist, you must be joking. Since you've already thought of a way for me to avoid jail, I'll just follow it. I'm a bit delicate and don't want to end up in prison becoming some kind of cell pet. Brother Dog hesitated for a moment, then laughed and joked. "It's best if you follow the plan, little friend." Lu Heng nodded slightly. Because he'd seen Brother Dog's future, he knew Brother Dog was about to face a big temptation. This very temptation was what landed Brother Dog in jail. "Taoist, I'll remember your words. I'm logging off now." After saying goodbye, Brother Dog ended the co-stream on his own accord. His streaming style didn't match the other person's, making it uncomfortable to continue together. Meanwhile, a group of viewers in his streaming room began teasing their outdoor second brother. "Brother Dog, I'll call you now and see if you pick up. Just a fortune teller, listen and move on. Doing exactly as he says would be too foolish, right? Listening to advice fills your belly. Staying careful means no big mistakes. It's good to be honest, or else you'll mess around and end up in jail. Brother Dog, I just reported you. The officials might call you later. Hope you don't pick up. Can you really play like this? I'll report too. Seriously, brothers, playing this hard. What if Brother Dog really goes in, then what? What's there to fear? I'll protect our sister-in-law." Watching these fans mess around, Brother Dog felt speechless. He didn't know what would happen tonight, making him restless, unable to focus on flirting. Just then, with a vibrate, his backup phone suddenly rang. Seeing an unfamiliar number, Brother Dog thought, who's calling now, probably one of those idiot viewers. With that, he just hung up. Not long after, the phone rang again. The caller ID showed it was the official Daohu platform number. Damn, did you guys really report me? Brother Dog was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this bunch of silly viewers would actually follow through, but he still hung up without a second thought. His phone rang several more times, and each one was mercilessly hung up on. With the incessant ringing, he even considered turning it off. But for some reason, he never did. Meanwhile, in Lu Heng's streaming room, viewers were also teasing. Haha, I went to Brother Dog's room. He doesn't dare to answer the phone. Seems like he's really scared. Of course, the Taoist hits the nail on the head every time. Who wouldn't be intimidated? I'm waiting for the second brother to stream in prison, watching him get roughed up by the big guys. If Brother Dog can stream picking up soap, Daohu's site traffic will explode. Taoist is too candid. Scum like Brother Dog should be sent into squat. Sigh. In the end, Brother Dog dodged a bullet. My carefully laid thief cow backup plan ended just like that. I'd love a backup plan too, spending Brother Dog's money, then hitting his boy. How delightful. Old Tai, I bet you have something else on your mind you haven't said. No need to spell it out. Those who understand, understand. At this moment, Lu Heng couldn't help but frown. Didn't Brother Dog remember his words? Why hasn't the celestial destiny system given any feedback yet? Could it be that, like the spirited youth before, Brother Dog will need some time for feedback? Or perhaps his fate hasn't actually changed. After hanging up a series of prank calls, the phone finally went quiet. Seeing this, Brother Dog breathed a long sigh of relief. But less than 20 minutes later, the phone rang again. He thought it was more pranksters, but upon looking, it was actually his good friend from college dorms. This time, he didn't hang up as decisively as before. It was apparent he hesitated a bit, but to avoid jail, he still gritted his teeth and hung up. Soon, his college buddy called again. Brother Dog continued to hang up. One after another, the guy repeatedly called 4 or 5 times, all mercilessly hung up. Buzz, 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 buzz. With a vibration, it wasn't a call this time, but a WeChat message. What the heck does this guy want? Brother Dog couldn't help but glance at WeChat, eyes lighting up with a hint of excitement. Dog, what the hell are you doing? Damn, why aren't you answering my calls? I lined up young Master Huang for you tonight. Are you coming or what? Reply. The young Master Huang and his buddy's messages was the son of a wealthy tycoon. This young Master Huang had his eyes on the short video industry and was readying to invest and start a related company. Brother Dog had long wanted to self-recommend. He didn't want to just be a streamer forever. After all, people age. Once he loses popularity, he's just another regular celebrity. To this end, he had people collect internal data of major short video platforms and even drafted a series of plans. But unfortunately, he was still just an influencer. His weight class was much lower than young Master Huang's, and after trying for half a month, he hadn't even met him once. But unexpectedly, careless efforts paid off. He merely mentioned it in passing to his buddy, not expecting him to actually set up a meeting with young Master Huang. What a great brother. Brother Dog felt quite moved. Just as he was about to reply, he remembered the Taoist's warning. Could it really be such a coincidence? His heart wavered as this opportunity was right in front of him. Missing it would bring lifelong regret. But if he ends up in jail because of it, everything he has now will be ruined, right? Finally, Brother Dog gritted his teeth, made a decision in his heart. No matter what, he must seize this opportunity. Next up is our second lucky viewer, Early Summer. Lu Heng found his second fated person of the night and sent a co-stream invitation. Before long, the other person accepted. A short-haired cute girl appeared on the screen. Hello, Taoist. Early Summer smiled sweetly, waving a greeting. Hello to you too, little friend. Lu Heng replied with a nod. Wow, it's really my wife, Zia. Wife. Don't go too far, stop calling my wife. Is Zia here for fortune-telling too? Maybe to ask about her boyfriend. Haha, I've calculated it. Zia's boyfriend is a young master relying on sugar mamas. You're just a liar, Daniel Wu of Celestial Sea, am Zia's boyfriend. Watching you all call her wife is just pitiful and sad. When I go home tonight, Zia will warm my bed, making you all green with envy. If you had a few peanuts, you wouldn't be this drunk. Alcohol and antibiotics, the more you drink, the better it gets. This pretty streamer indeed had high popularity. As soon as she appeared, the comments filled the screen, even covering the faces of the co-streaming pair. Chapter 34-31. In the future, you will suffer from severe depression. How should I address you, young friend? Lu Heng asked with a smile. You can just call me Zia. Early Summer maintained her sweet smile, which was quite charming. So, Zia, what would you like to predict? Lu Heng asked again. Early Summer pondered for a moment, then curiously asked, Master, can you predict my future? To be honest, everyone is curious about their future. Early Summer had a very good family background with both wealth and connections, but even so, she was very curious about her future. Zia, you're so rich, why bother predicting the future? Why not see our fate together? The monk pinched his fingers and calculated that your fate with Zia is 0. You're smart, Sister Zia, so vague about the direction, encompassing everything like love and career. I also want a rich and beautiful girl like Zia, or like Little Rabbit before. Haven't even gone to sleep yet, already dreaming. Pouring yellow soup into your mouth, it sobers up even dogs. Sweets are alluring, but don't give an inch. Gentlemen, please approach, do not fight. I have rare soup, now not hidden, hard to find, I wish you to taste. LOL, dying of laughter. If you have gold, don't hide it, join me, give it to the young man. Damn, every word reeks like shit. The viewers chuckled, couldn't help but tease their peers. All right, please wait a moment, young friend. Lu Heng nodded, summoning the celestial destiny system. System prompt, querying future information will cost the host 3 days of lifespan. Continue. Yes. As he confirmed, the entire future of this charming female streamer displayed before him. After seeing all of this, he was stunned. Glancing again at the cute female streamer, he gently shook his head. Fate is truly capricious. Seeing him shake his head, the viewers couldn't hold back. Master shook his head, something big is happening. Oh no, is my dear Zia also going to prison? No way, right? Zia is so adorable, if she goes to prison, wouldn't it be? Don't worry, if she goes to jail, it would at least be a women's prison. Sorry, watched too many movies, imagined wrong. What movie are you watching, bro? I want to know too, purely out of curiosity. The comment scared Early Summer. Her face turned pale, fists clenched, nervously asked, Master, I'm not actually going to prison, right? No. Lu Heng shook his head, sighed, and said, In the future, you will spend your life in a hospital. As soon as this was said, both streaming rooms exploded. No way, that's worse than jail. Exactly. At least jail means you're healthy, but spending the latter half of life in a hospital is unimaginable. Is Zia suffering from some terminal illness? Zia, even if you're in the hospital, I'd be willing to stay with you. Disgusting, just afraid you'd take our Zia's money and run. No honesty online. Not only were the viewers shocked, but so was Early Summer. Why would she ever spend her life in a hospital? Recently, she even went for a physical examination. Results were normal. What's going on? Master, why would I end up in the hospital? Early Summer asked the question everyone had in mind. Alas. Lu Heng sighed deeply, then said seriously, In the future, you will suffer from severe depression. At that time, unable to handle it, you will jump from the hospital. Though your life will be spared, you'll end up a quadriplegic. Depression. Jumping off. Early Summer raised her eyebrows, her expression strange. The anxiety and worry vanished in an instant, and the viewers couldn't help but laugh out loud. Master, you're really stretching it. This girl depressed. Yeah, if anyone's depressed, not her. Zia's personality is, to put it nicely, carefree, to put it bluntly, clueless. This person's carefree, only gaming, eating, drinking, how could she be depressed? The viewers' longtime fans knew the streamer well. No one believed Early Summer would be depressed and jump off a building. Master, everyone's right. I'm carefree, how could I get depressed? Early Summer chuckled. With a good family, even if not born in Rome, it's the suburbs of Rome. From a young age, she lived without worries. Her parents never imposed demands, allowing her to choose a favorite career. Playing games, bantering with viewers, living carefree, how could she be depressed? Lu Heng affirmed, No doubt I say you'll be depressed, so you'll be depressed. Early Summer was speechless. This felt like a royal decree. Impossible, I'll never be depressed. Early Summer shook her head like a rattled drum. She couldn't believe she'd be depressed and jump. So many games unfinished, dramas unseen, cute guys out there, why seek end? Lu Heng nonchalantly said, If you don't believe it, I can make your depression arrive early. Hearing their exchange, viewers laughed so hard their legs hurt. I'm dying depression as a royal decree. If you don't believe early depression, ha ha ha. I won't watch New Year gala skits without you. Why laugh? Master said so for a reason. Indeed, since Master started streaming, predictions accurate. Accurate predictions, if so powerful, wouldn't millionaires flock? Your ignorance is showing, only say, too naive. The two groups of viewers argued, not backing down. Not bothering with them, Lu Heng asked, Young friend, your streaming contract is with Huazhong Media, right? Yes. Early Summer nodded slightly. For a big streamer like her, either start a company or join an MCN. With no big ambitions, her family is wealthy. Huazhong Media offered good terms with connections, so she signed a 3-year contract. Chapter 35-32. This figure feels so high-tech. What's up, Taoist? Are you thinking of joining Huazhong too? If you want, I can introduce you to President Zhang of Huazhong. Let me tell you, the benefits at Huazhong are great. They proactively provide you with an assistant and even arrange a chauffeur-driven car. When you're hungry during the evening broadcasts, they have people specifically to deliver food to you. Mentioning her own company, Early Summer was quite proud. Lu Heng smiled nonchalantly. After Early Summer talked until her mouth was dry, he finally continued to ask, Friend, is this current apartment you're in also rented for you by your company? Taoist, how did you know? Is that something you figured out too? Early Summer was surprised upon hearing that. However, she's always been a bit thick-skinned and didn't think much deeper, instead continuing. For a big streamer like us, the company specially pays for our rent. This place is a full 180 square meters, luxuriously decorated, with a beautiful view of Teeming Lake right outside the balcony. There are also things like a dance machine, game console, karaoke room, and various entertainment facilities fully equipped. So, Taoist, are you tempted? Watching the incessantly chatting Early Summer, Lu Heng was a bit speechless. This woman can really talk, right? After waiting for her to tire out speaking, he quickly said, Friend, you take a break first, let me speak. All right. Early Summer's cheeks reddened slightly, and she nodded in agreement. Actually, she also felt that she had talked a bit too much today. Lu Heng continued, Can you pick up your phone and give me a tour of the room? No problem. Early Summer immediately agreed. Although she didn't know what the other party wanted to do, she still immediately picked up her phone, stood up, and prepared to walk out of the room. But at that moment, Lu Heng suddenly spoke up. Wait, friend, stop for a moment. What's wrong? Being suddenly stopped made Early Summer quite puzzled. Lu Heng asked, The cabinet with the collectible figures to the left, that's not yours, right? Right, the company specially put it there when they decorated the apartment for me. Early Summer nodded, perplexed. Is there something wrong with that? Now walk over to that cabinet. Lu Heng didn't answer her question, instead directing her to go over. Early Summer, clueless, still followed Lu Heng's instructions and walked over to the cabinet. These figures and models, you haven't moved them, right? Lu Heng asked again. No, I haven't. Why would I touch them just out of nowhere? Early Summer became even more puzzled and confused. Do you see the iron-ass hero figure on the left? Can you take it out? Lu Heng instructed. Early Summer hesitated a bit, but she still followed the instructions and reached out to grab the iron-ass hero figure. Now smash it on the ground with force. Lu Heng commanded. Fans in the live stream were baffled by Lu Heng's actions, not quite understanding what this guy wanted to do. Zia, come on, think a little. This damn Taoist clearly wants to mess with you. Zia, resist a little. Don't just do whatever anyone tells you to. I find Zia silly but kind of cute. No matter how silly my wife is, I still love her. Sister Zia, just do what he says. Smash the figure and see what game he's playing. +1. I also want to see what medicine this guy is selling in his gourd. In the live stream, the vast majority of fans demanded she smash the figure, so Early Summer nodded in agreement. All right, then I'll smash it. She mustered all her strength and smashed the iron-ass hero figure to the floor. With a smack, the figure shattered into several pieces. Pick up that shard of the arc reactor. Lu Heng requested, Taoist, what exactly are you doing? Early Summer frowned as she bent down to pick up the shard from the ground. This figure is quite high-tech. There are other components inside. After she picked up the shard, she discovered a string of electronic components behind the arc reactor. Her fans in the live stream, upon seeing this, erupted completely. Holy shit! I didn't see it wrong. That seems to be a hidden camera. You're not mistaken, it's definitely a hidden camera. I've installed these things for others before. No way. No way. Is someone actually secretly recording our silly reign? Who's such a badass, daring to secretly film Zia? I thought falling for an idiot was already a quirky taste, but I didn't expect there are wilder people out there. Call the police quickly. Early Summer glanced at the comments and precisely caught the words hidden camera. In an instant, a chill ran from her tailbone straight to her head. As silly as she might be, she knew what hidden cameras were for. How could there be a hidden camera inside this figure? Early Summer was flustered, utterly unable to understand. Don't rush, go check the other rooms too. Lu Heng continued directing Early Summer to check other places. After making rounds according to Lu Heng's instructions, Early Summer dismantled quite a few things. From these items, she found a total of 8 hidden cameras. The positions of these 8 hidden cameras included not only the living room, game room, and karaoke room, but even private places like the bathroom and dressing room. Adding the one previously found in the Iron-Ass hero figure, there were now 9 hidden cameras placed on the table. Oh shit. Someone really has been monitoring our reign 24/7. The fans' emotions were a mix of anger and excitement at this point. No one expected the plot to develop this way. It's seriously intense. What on earth is happening? Early Summer was completely numbed. The presence of these hidden cameras meant that ever since she entered the apartment, she's been under someone else's surveillance. Even going to the bathroom, taking a shower, changing clothes, all seen by others. Lu Heng smiled lightly. Friend, who do you think could have done this? Upon hearing this, Early Summer's brain, which doesn't usually function much, finally began to work. The ones who rented this apartment for her were Huizhang Media Company. Other than her, the ones who usually come here include her assistant. And her assistant was appointed by Huizhang Media Company. Thus, the answer is obvious. Realizing this, Early Summer's face turned pale instantly. This absolutely feels like having your worldview shattered. Daoist, what should I do now? Early Summer, in a panic, asked Lu Heng anxiously. Someone's secretly filming you, of course. You should report it to the police. Lu Heng said helplessly. Yes, I need to report it to the police immediately. Early Summer finally came to her senses and quickly dialed the police. Chapter 36-33, what if the boss is just a pervert? At the same time, the live stream room was in an uproar. Even though I'm shocked, why does it feel like acting? Have you watched Zia's stream so long you've become an idiot like her? If you're brave enough to report to the police, can you still say it's acting? Big bro, come on, tell me who actually installed the cameras. I can't see it clearly. Done for, another infected idiot. Who else could install so many cameras in a room besides the streaming company? Yeah, only during room renovations can so many hidden pinhole cameras be installed. What's going on with Huizhang Media? They're actually secretly filming their female streamers. Maybe the boss is just a pervert. Do you guys think there might be similar pinhole cameras installed in the streaming rooms of other streamers who rent from them? The viewers were clearly very excited and thrilled. This Huizhang Media is quite a giant in the streaming industry, with several top-tier streamers under contract. Streamers of Early Summer's caliber number in the double digits. They have countless smaller streamers too. Once this incident is exposed, it's definitely a big bombshell in the streaming world. Sister Zia, don't call the police yet. Just then, the door to Early Summer's live stream room was suddenly pushed open. A short-haired girl walked in from outside and quickly reached out to stop Early Summer from calling the police. Zioyu, what are you doing? Early Summer's eyebrows furrowed slightly, showing confusion. This short-haired girl was the little assistant that Huizhang Media assigned to her. Sister Zia, if the camera installation is exposed, it will affect your future career. We might as well talk to the company first and see what's going on. If you call the police and it turns out it wasn't the company, wouldn't that be very embarrassing for everyone? Zioyu advised in a low voice. Hearing this, Early Summer hesitated a bit. What the other person said made some sense. If it had nothing to do with the company, calling the police would certainly embarrass everyone. In the end, she still didn't want to believe the company would send someone to spy on her. She instinctively glanced at her phone and asked, Master, what should I do now? Lu Heng smiled slightly and said straightforwardly, call the police directly. If the spying is truly unrelated to your company, I believe the police won't make things difficult for them. And if it's really done by your company, then you're certainly not the only victim. Therefore, I suggest that after you call the police, contact other streamers you know and have them check their streaming rooms to see if there are any issues. After listening to Lu Heng, Early Summer knew what she had to do. She pressed the emergency number again, ready to call the police. But at this time, Xiaoyu suddenly grabbed Early Summer's phone, trying to snatch it away. The two women struggled, and accidentally the live stream abruptly stopped. This left tens of thousands of fans in the live stream room dumbfounded. They hadn't finished watching the show. Why did it suddenly stop? Early Summer's fans were curious and rushed into Lu Heng's live stream room. In no time, Lu Heng's live stream room's popularity soared, suddenly jumping to over 500,000 viewers. This Huazhong company is too scary. Even a little assistant dared to snatch Early Summer's phone. I wonder if Zia can call the police. Maybe we should call for her first. It's absolutely outrageous. Secretly filming the company's own employees is the boss's head pinched by a door. It's likely not just Early Summer who is secretly filmed, but other top streamers too. Once the police step in, the entire streaming industry is likely to quake. Master, if Early Summer hadn't met you today, would she really be depressed and suicidal 6 months later? Yeah, I'm very curious too. The viewers all sent bullet comments demanding an explanation. Lu Heng, seeing this, patiently explained, "Let's just hypothesize first. Why would Huazhong Media spy on these big streamers under their wing? In my humble opinion, they're afraid that when the contract period ends, the big streamers won't want to renew, so they came up with such a bad idea. They would use these secretly filmed videos to threaten the big streamers into renewing. After all, if secretly filmed videos were leaked, even as a victim, I'd worry that my streaming career would be over. Even if Early Summer is mentally strong, she's still just a girl. How could she feel comfortable having secretly filmed footage held over her? What if those secretly filmed videos were accidentally leaked online due to some coincidence? Would Early Summer still be the same?" After Lu Heng's explanation, the viewers fell silent. They imagined that if things really developed like this, it would be hard for Early Summer not to be depressed. System alert. Host has successfully changed the Heavenly Tao, currently absorbing the lifespan. Please check later. The system's alert proved that Early Summer had successfully called the police, and from that moment, her fate completely changed. Lu Heng called out the system and checked the lifespan. Goodness! Previously, there were only 3 points of lifespan remaining. Now it has surged to 75 points. It seems that prematurely triggering Huazhong Media's bomb did indeed change many people's destinies. At the same time, he also thought of Kyugu, the first fortune-telling client tonight. It seems his fate hasn't changed because of me. Lu Heng thought to himself. With the nature of the celestial destiny system, if someone's fate changes due to him, he would get a system alert immediately. Yet this time, although he told the outdoor second brother's fortune and pointed out a direction for him, he never received a system alert about the other party. The answer was obvious. This kid completely ignored his guidance. Damn, wasted my 3 days of lifespan. Lu Heng shook his head helplessly. He had already pointed the way forward, but the other party still refused to follow it. What else could he do? Maybe the appeal of prison is indeed very strong. The fortunes for the two fated viewers have been told. We'll stop here for tonight. I hope when the humble monk streams next time, everyone will still come to support. After cutting today's grass, Lu Heng contentedly ended the broadcast. But the viewers in the live stream room weren't satisfied. Master, without your live stream, I can't eat or sleep in peace. Master, stream 10 more bucks worth. The streamer is really mud in the stream world. Followed. A new fan says, I've seen the light tonight. Never thought the master knows everything. Master, with your kind of ability, won't you catch the attention of relevant departments? That's why I say, keep a low profile. Everyone, please don't go around promoting. It'd be bad if the master gets caught and taken for research. I bet the master is a time traveler from 20 years in the future. No, he's definitely an alien, a stringtine from Alpha Centauri. Chapter 37-34. Senior brother will take you to see the goldfish. After the broadcast, Lu Heng looked at the system interface, feeling delighted with the new high of 73 life span points. Although he couldn't gain any life span points at Kyugu, he managed to gain quite a bit from Early Summer. System lottery draw. If not draw now, when? System prompt. Do you want to spend 10 life span points to draw a lottery? Yes. Lu Heng went for a 5-in-row draw. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for drawing 5 bottles of lower-grade spiritual cheap pills. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for drawing 3 bottles of lower-grade spiritual chi water. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for drawing 1 life-extending pill. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for drawing 3 cloud talismans. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for drawing 5 bottles of lower-grade spiritual chi pills. This 5-in-row draw had its ups and downs. The good, of course, is the life-extending pill. The bad, definitely those useless cloud talismans. 2 more chances to draw. Lingbao Celestial Venerable, I helped you deal with that troublesome internet celebrity last time, so you must bless me with a big prize. Lu Heng muttered to himself. Although superstition doesn't save, spending can't change fate. But if you don't try, how would you know it doesn't work? No one wants to be unlucky forever. System, continue the draw. System prompt, do you want to spend 10 lifespan points to draw a lottery? Yes. The unassuming lottery wheel started spinning, leading Lu Heng's heart along with it. 5 seconds later, the pointer slowly moved towards an orange section. Seeing this, Lu Heng's eyes nearly popped out. Could he really change his fate today? Lingbao Celestial Venerable, you're like my dear father. However, unfortunately, the pointer slowly passed over the orange section. Without leaving a trace as it moved on, Lu Heng's heart instantly felt empty. In the end, the pointer stopped on a blue section. System prompt, congratulations to the host for drawing a cloud-forming and rain-spreading talisman. My lucky life gone before it even started. Lu Heng couldn't help but let out a painful wail. The remaining 10 life-span points, he casually drew them as well. System prompt, congratulations to the host for drawing 3 Thunderlight talismans. It took a while for Lu Heng to calm his depressed mood. He entered the system warehouse and checked the newly drawn talismans. Cloud-forming and rain-spreading talisman can condense moisture within the designated area and bring down rain. The scale and size of the rain are determined by the host's cultivation realm. Thunderlight talisman summons a lightning strike which can target any object. The power of the lightning is determined by the host's cultivation realm. After reading the introductions of these 2 talismans, Lu Heng couldn't help but frown. Considering the draw quantity, the cloud-forming and rain-spreading talisman must be more precious. But this thing depends on cultivation to decide the scale and size of rain. With his current cultivation, using it might not even cover the peak of Dragon Tiger Mountain. In contrast, the Thunder Light Talisman seemed better. Even though it depends on cultivation, no matter how weak the cultivation, it's still thunder. A single celestial thunder, even if it can't kill, can at least look impressive. Overall, this draw was not bad. Lingbao Celestial Venerable, although you didn't bless me with a big prize, I'm not petty. I'll burn extra incense for you tomorrow. As for tonight's draw results, Lu Heng was fairly satisfied. Compared to the previously abysmal unlucky streak, this was quite good already. He took out the life-extending pill from the system warehouse and swallowed it directly. The pill instantly turned into a warm current, flowing through his body, making him feel so comfortable he almost hummed. System prompt, host has taken a life-extending pill, successfully extending life by 1 year. As expected, the blood cancer debuff still cut the effect in half. Actually, after each cultivation session, he could feel his body getting seemingly better than before. But the blood cancer debuff remained. He didn't know what cultivation realm he needed to reach to completely cure this debuff. Perhaps it'll be resolved within the chi refining realm. Or maybe not until the foundation establishment realm. Anyway, one day I will shake off this debuff. Lu Heng closed his eyes, stopped thinking about it, and entered a state of cultivation. The next morning, the sun rose brightly. A ray of sunlight shone through the window, falling on Lu Heng's face. Feeling the warmth of the sunshine, he slowly opened his eyes. The taste of cultivation was indeed wonderful, feeling utterly comfortable all over. System. He summoned the Celestial Destiny System interface and took a quick look. Host, Lu Heng Dao name, King Feng. Age 18. Status, mid-stage blood cancer. Cultivation, 3rd layer chi refining. Cultivation techniques, Tei 5 Chi spell, Heaven Stepping Cloud Step. Magical treasures, none. Lifespan 5. After looking at the system interface, Lu Heng's mouth hung open in shock, almost enough to fit in a cucumber. At first glance, his blood cancer, which is leukemia, had regressed from late stage to mid-stage. This meant that his path was correct. Consistent cultivation can indeed heal physical ailments, even cancer. At second glance, his cultivation had improved from the 2nd layer of chi refining to the 3rd layer. Last night, he didn't feel any breakthrough in his cultivation realm. Everything was just so natural, and he progressed to the third layer of chi, refining seamlessly. I really am a cultivation genius. The reason I was given the body of a terminal blood cancer patient is because the heavens are jealous of talents. Even the heavens are envious of my talent. Lu Heng laughed heartily, boasting to himself. Get up, head out, he quickly dressed, washed up, and headed straight to the canteen. On the way, he encountered junior sister Qingyu. In a good mood, even the chatty junior sister seemed much cuter. Lu Heng reached out and pinched her rosy cheek. Senior brother, what are you doing? Qingyu's eyes widened, holding her pinched cheek, glaring at Lu Heng angrily. Seeing her like this, like a little cat whose fur had been ruffled, Lu Heng couldn't help but laugh. Come find senior brother this afternoon when you're free. Senior brother will take you to see the goldfish. No, I said it wrong. Senior brother will make tea for you. He said with a smile, is it the same tea as last time? If so, I'll go. Though she found her senior brother's smile a bit annoying, Qingyu couldn't resist nodding at the thought of last time's sweet tea. Rest assured, it's the same tea as last time. When has senior brother ever lied to you? As Lu Heng spoke, he pinched the other cheek as well. Symmetry is beauty. Eat breakfast, attend morning class, be a guide. Eat lunch, no afternoon class, continue being a guide. Eat dinner, attend evening class, cultivate for a night. Such a routine life continued for 5 days. Until the 6th day, when the originally peaceful Shanking Tao was stirred up again, because Sister Hong came again, chapter 38-35, representatives of underworld culture. Outside the spirit treasure hall, a large group of worshippers and Taoists had gathered. Lu Heng and Qingyu were also standing in the crowd. At this moment, inside the hall, Sister Hong was holding a towel and carefully, repeatedly cleaning the Lingbao celestial venerable statue. Isn't she that female online influencer who came to cause trouble last time? Yes, it's her. I remember she first got bitten by a snake, then hit on the head by a tree branch, and later rolled halfway down the mountain. Is that true? Of course it's true. She first spat on the celestial venerable statue and then made a scene in front of the celestial venerable and ended up being punished by the heavens. Looking at her now, she must be really scared. Otherwise, why would she come back to dust the statue? If you'd known this would happen today, why act that way in the first place? Exactly, she was so arrogant and smug back then, but now she's looking so sincere. Truly, some folks don't turn back until they hit a dead end. Do you think she's deliberately putting on a show, trying to score twice with one meal? It's possible. These influencers have no moral baseline. They'll sell anything of themselves, as long as they can make money. But truly shameless. The worshippers pointed fingers at Sister Hong, their faces full of disdain and contempt. System alert. Host has successfully altered the heavenly Tao and is currently absorbing lifespan points. Please check later. Lu Heng was enjoying the spectacle when he suddenly heard the system's alert sound. He summoned the system interface, took a look, and found his lifespan points increased from 5 to 9. Whose fate changed because of me? Was it her? Lu Heng looked up at Sister Hong, estimating in his heart that the 4 additional lifespan points were probably brought by her. If he hadn't given her a slight punishment, she might still remain unaware and never repent. It's a pity evil is best punished by other evil. That bad luck talisman clearly subdued Sister Hong, guiding people towards goodness. I, Lu, truly have immeasurable virtues. Lu Heng was quite pleased with this outcome. Meanwhile, at the foot of Dragon Tiger Mountain, 2 Toyota Alphas slowly came to a stop. The car door opened, and 7 or 8 people got out of the vehicle. Their appearance immediately caught the attention of nearby tourists and worshippers. 3 of them were dressed relatively normally. But the others were somewhat unique. They wore black caps, wide-sleeved white robes, and wooden clogs on their feet, looking both bizarre and unconventional. The 3 normally dressed ones seemed to be a small filming crew. 2 of them were setting up several phones for filming, while another was live streaming to the screen. Hello everyone, I'm Mukai. Today we've come to Dragon Tiger Mountain's Shanking Tao. Previously on the internet, I saw posters claiming Shanking Tao had immortal manifestations. Even related videos were circulating. Our Abe was very curious after watching them. You know, Abe travels from country to country, always searching for traces of divine spirits or seeking matches with cultivators. So at his strong request, we've come to Dragon Tiger Mountain. Let us now head up the mountain and see if there truly is an immortal in Shanking Tao. As always, the whole journey is being live-streamed across major international websites with no cuts, striving for one word: real. The host, calling himself Mukai, explained the purpose of their visit to the camera. Then he conversed in Japanese with the nearby white-robed individuals, with nobody knowing what was being said. This scene, witnessed by the surrounding tourists and worshippers, sparked conversations among them. Their outfits look like funeral clothes, the special garments for yin-yang masters in that country. What funeral clothes? These folks aren't dead, so why wear funeral clothes? But that's better than stealing country. Haven't you seen their New Year's couplets all in black ink on white paper? Doesn't it make them feel creepy? What's the difference? Both are representatives of underworld culture. What are these guys from that small country here for? The fake soldier earlier said they should be like those influencers before, coming to find an immortal. Haha, immortals of Dragon Country aren't just seen on demand. Do you think they'll face heavenly retribution like the female influencer did before? Hopefully, thunder from heaven directly strikes them dead. Yes, don't spare those 3 fake soldiers either. Isn't there anything better to do than be lapdogs for that small country? Ha, making money isn't disgraceful. Making money with a guilty conscience isn't disgraceful. They're on the move, let's follow along and watch the show. With Mukai leading some small country yin-yang masters up the mountain, a large crowd of tourists and worshippers followed closely behind. Judging by the pompous manner this group is flaunting, even a fool can see that today's going to be quite a show. Mukai, online stories claim Shanking Tao has reached legendary status. Do you think there are immortals here? On the way up, a cameraman quietly asked, "Come on, it's the 21st century. How can you still be so feudal and superstitious?" Mukai smirked. Haven't you seen the news recently about a female streamer spitting on the statue here, and then getting karma? The cameraman continued, "It's just hype." Hype, you know what that means. Mukai retorted, "Can you guarantee that the female streamer wasn't a plant?" What do you mean? The cameraman froze for a moment, then asked incredulously, "Are you suggesting the female streamer was hired by Shanking Tao?" Isn't it obvious? Mukai sneered repeatedly. How can a normal person possibly trip, get bitten by a snake, get hit by a branch, and then roll halfway down a mountain all at once? If only 1 or 2 things happened, it might be normal. But when all of it happens together, it's not normal. I have to admit, Shanking Tao's method of hype, though low-level, is quite effective. Haven't you noticed the increased flow of people up and down the mountain lately? Such hype is worth us learning. After hearing Mukai's explanation, the cameraman couldn't help but scratch his head. He felt Mukai's argument made some sense. But in the video, the female influencer didn't seem to be faking it, right? Is it possible that her acting skills are better than those of award-winning actors and actresses? Stop dawdling, we're almost at the top. Seeing the cameraman in a daze, Mukai quickly elbowed him. Oh. The cameraman quickly turned the phone camera, pointing it at Mukai. And in that instant, the previously disdainful Mukai instantly switched to a smiling demeanor. Friends, after a strenuous climb, we've reached the summit of Dragon Tiger Mountain. This Shanking Tao is said to have hundreds, if not nearly 1,000 years of history. In such long-standing religious places, there are always things that cannot be explained by science. For example, the viral white figure seen recently online, and the story of that streamer facing heavenly wrath. I, like everyone else, am full of curiosity about this mysterious Shanking Tao. Today, let us further unveil the mystery here. Chapter 39-36, Taoist Chunaming, Why Push People Away. Master, there are people from the island country coming up the mountain. A young Taoist hurriedly ran into the spirit treasure hall and reported to his master Chunaming. People from the island country. Chunaming frowned. Although Shanking Tao is well known in the Dragon Country, those who come up the mountain to burn incense and worship are only people from the Dragon Country themselves. There are hardly any foreigners. After all, the foundation of Taoism is shallow abroad. Even those who believe in it are just overseas Chinese. Since Shanking Tao opened to tourism, this is the first time people from the island country have come. Let's go out and see. Chunaming is responsible for receiving tourists and devotees. Since people from the island country came unexpectedly, he naturally needs to go out and see what's going on. Senior brother, let's go and have a look too. Seeing the situation, King Yu pulled at Lu Heng's sleeve and whispered. Lu Heng looked at her speechlessly. This girl, wherever there's excitement, she wants to go there. completely lacking the awareness of being a Taoist. Even so, he was still pulled out by King Yu. The tourists and devotees who were previously watching Sister Hong wiping the deity statue also had their gossipy fire ignited. Everyone was curious, what do these people from the island country want to do by coming up the mountain? Could it be they are also here to burn incense and worship? Therefore, everyone poured out of the spirit treasure hall in a swarm. In the mountaintop square, Mukai was eloquently speaking to the live broadcast camera with the perfect cooperation of 2 cameramen. Upon seeing Xuniming and others arriving, he immediately stopped his topic. What's the point of continuing when the main figures are here? Hello, dare I ask how should I address you, Taoist? Mukai quickly walked up to Xuniming, smiling. I'm Xuniming. Xuniming introduced himself. Taoist Xuniming, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Abe, from the island country, a descendant of the yin-yang master Same Abe. Mr. Abe received the heritage and training of a yin-yang master from a young age. After achieving some cultivation success, he traveled the world, looking for relics left by the gods. A few days ago, Mr. Abe saw some videos about Shanking Tao. Everyone says Shanking Tao has immortals showing their presence, so he was very curious and asked me to bring him here to explore. Mukai explained the purpose of the visit. Chattering and jabbering, Abe from the island country also started speaking. Xuniming and others didn't understand the language of the island country and naturally looked confused. Seeing this, Mukai quickly translated. Mr. Abe said that since Shanking Tao has immortal manifestations, it must have unique heritage. He wishes to witness the heritage of Shanking Tao today. It would be best if he could spar with the experts here. As soon as Mukai finished speaking, the surrounding crowd exploded in uproar. Damn, I thought they were here for something else. Turns out they're here to cause trouble. What else do you think these people from the island country can be up to? Don't you see that pseudo-army broadcasting with 2 phones, probably here to ride the hype too? The guy can broadcast if he wants, but bringing people from the island country, that's low. I see it now, these people from the island country are here to spoil things. What's there to be afraid of? Shanking Tao has immortals showing up, they can't handle these punks. The tourists and devotees whispered among themselves. King Yu frowned slightly and whispered, Senior brother, are they really here to cause trouble? Seems like it. Lu Heng nodded slightly. He felt somewhat regretful. If it wasn't for testing the heaven-stepping cloud step that day, he wouldn't have been caught on camera by tourists and devotees on the mountain. If that hadn't happened, online celebrities and streamers like Sister Hong wouldn't have been drawn in. Now that Shanking Tao has gained so much attention, everyone, regardless of human or dog, wants to jump on the bandwagon. Xuniming said blandly, If you are here to burn incense and worship, I am very welcoming. But if you're here just to cause trouble, then please leave. To be honest, he's seen plenty of people claiming to spar or challenge as an excuse to cause trouble. Before it was always people from Dragon Country, but now it's people from the island country. Taoist Xuniming, why turn people away from thousands of miles away? Mr. Abe represents the yin-yang masters of the island country, while Shanking Tao represents the traditional Taoism of the Dragon Country. Isn't it wonderful to sit down together and spar, discussing the Tao? Seeing Xuniming directly refuse, Mukai hurriedly persuaded. Shanking Tao is a place of serenity. It cannot tolerate your mischief here. Xuniming snorted coldly with an angry expression. Recently, just dealing with those domestic online celebrities and streamers had already made him worried sick. Now a few people from the island country came to stir trouble. His temper was beginning to flare. Well, Mukai was a bit dumbfounded. With no other choice, he had to turn aside and communicate with Abe and others. After the communication, a look of hesitation appeared on Mukai's face. Mr. Abe said, If no expert from Shanking Tao is willing to come out and spar, then it proves Shanking Tao is only famous in name. And everything that happened before was deliberately hyped by Shanking Tao to attract tourists. He plans to announce these facts to the world, letting everyone see through you deceiving Taoists. Mukai awkwardly translated Abe's words completely. Today's events were somewhat beyond his expectations. He didn't expect Shanking Tao to refuse so decisively. This made things awkward for both sides, leaving them with no place to go nor stay. Moreover, he didn't expect Abe and others, who were relatively gentle before, to become so firm now. It's like a clash of spear and shield. After listening, Xuniming was so angry his eyes went round. He didn't want to cause trouble, but the other side was aggressive and kept causing it. Meanwhile, those internet celebrities and streamers who were previously broadcasting on the mountain quickly swarmed over like flies smelling something sweet. Hello everyone, I'm Zyro Hang. Today a big event happened at Shanking Tao. People from the island country have come up the mountain to challenge Shanking Tao. Let's see what it's about. Everyone says Shanking Tao has immortals showing up. Didn't this attract people from the island country over? We'll see today if the immortals of Shanking Tao are real or fake. I told you there are no immortals at Shanking Tao. Sister Hong was just plain unlucky. The shameless hype by Shanking Tao will finally face consequences. They don't dare face the challenge from the island country. Surely they're guilty. Shanking Tao's refusal to fight not only disgraces Taoism, but also our dragon country. Let's all resist together. The interruptions by online celebrities caused Lu Heng's brow to furrow more and more. These people claim to be yin-yang masters, but how much ability do they really have? Thinking of this, he turned his gaze to Mukai. System, query this person's past information. System, notice. Querying past information will consume 3 days of your life. Do you wish to continue? Yes. Chapter 40:37. The Island Country Yin-Yang Master challenges Shanking Tao. Under the assistance of the Celestial Destiny System, all the past experiences of Mukai flashed across. After reading, Lu Heng's tightly furrowed brows remained, not relaxing but deepening instead. Mukai was not a citizen of the island country, but a person from Dragon Country. His original name was Zhang Mukun, having studied in the island country and worked there for a few years. Later, he returned home and discovered the booming live streaming industry and decisively ventured into it. Due to serious competition in the domestic live streaming industry, he returned to the island country and started street live streaming. With his meticulous planning, within less than a year, the popularity in the live streaming room surpassed 2 million. During one of his live streams, he unexpectedly met Abe and his group. Abe claimed to be a descendant of Seimei Abe's line of yin-yang masters. To prove his identity, Abe displayed the ability to move objects out of thin air in front of Mukai. Whether it was magic or a real yin-yang master heritage, it left Mukai awestruck. As they got more familiar, they even collaborated a few times, making a fortune. Later, Abe took his team on a world tour, claiming to search for relics of deities. But in Mukai's view, they were simply spreading the culture of island country's yin-yang masters. Especially after successfully challenging several traditional religious regions, Abe and his group became a sensation on YouTube, earning loads of dollars. Of course, Mukai was envious of this. When Abe returned from his world tour, he proactively met Mukai, expressing the desire to challenge Buddhism and Taoism in Dragon Country. Tempted by the money, they both readily agreed. Under the guidance of Mukai, the traitor, Abe and his group arrived in Dragon Country. They first enjoyed some leisure time there, then began planning their challenges. Initially, they set their first challenge target on Duolin Temple. Duolin Temple, as the most prestigious temple in Dragon Country, needs no introduction concerning its fame. Moreover, it's quite renowned overseas as well. Any successful challenge would undoubtedly bring enormous benefits to them. But just as they were about to act, Shanking Tao suddenly trended online. On Weibo, topics about Shanking Tao instantly entered the top 10 trending list, overshadowing quite a few celebrities and idols who bought their way onto the list. Immortals manifest in Shanking Tao. A human-shaped white shadow caught on camera in Shanking Tao. Over 100 tourists confirmed the incident. Mysterious white shadow appears on Dragon Tiger Mountain. Is it an immortal manifestation or a high master's presence? Shanking Tao's official rebuttal suggests the white shadow is merely an optical phenomenon. The history of Shanking Tao and speculations on the origins of the mysterious white shadow. Almost overnight, all netizens in Dragon Country became aware of Shanking Tao. Shanking Tao has immortals. Shanking Tao has high masters. Shanking Tao is very mysterious. With such heated popularity, countless popular streamers climbed Dragon Tiger Mountain, seeking traces of immortals or high masters. Mukai and Abe hesitated a bit. For a moment, they were unsure whether to follow the original plan and head to Duolin Temple or to change course and go to Shanking Tao instead. Just as their indecision lingered, Shanking Tao resurged on the trending list. Quick-footed streamer Sister Hong suffers divine retribution. Is Sister Hong's incident divine retribution or merely bad luck? A certain influencer spat at an idol and faced divine retribution. Is there really an immortal in Shanking Tao? Streamer suffers divine punishment for insulting an idol, currently sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. After reviewing related video materials, Mukai decisively chose Shanking Tao. With this kind of trend, why bother with Duelin Temple? Not capitalizing on Shanking Tao's popularity is almost disrespectful to his streaming career. And Abe also showed a strong interest in Shanking Tao's situation. Thus, both agreed to discard the initial target of Duelin Temple and head straight to Shanking Tao. To make a bang, Mukai invested heavily in buying trending spots on major platforms. Island Country Yin Yang Masters challenged Shanking Tao. The title was full of buzzworthiness. Could Shanking Tao indeed have immortals manifesting as rumored online? Was Sister Hong's plight a divine retribution or mere misfortune? Can Shanking Tao handle the challenge from Island Country Yin Yang Masters? For a moment, the curiosity of netizens was thoroughly aroused. Sure enough, Mukai's live stream saw its views skyrocketing. The trending topics on major platforms brought him substantial traffic. Countless netizens flooded into his live stream to see for themselves. By the time Mukai led Abe and the others up Dragon Tiger Mountain, the viewer count had broken 1 billion. The whole live streaming room was covered with scrolling comments. I came from the Weibo trending list, just want to see if there are immortals in Shanking Tao. The streamer is so shameless, acting as a guide for those people. Damn, in the past, this would certainly count as a traitor collaborator. I just don't believe Shanking Tao has immortals. The previous incident with Sister Hong must have been staged. I don't believe it either, let them test it. Exactly, those Taoists are deceiving domestic people. Now let foreigners investigate what's happening. Whether true or false, this is our domestic matter. Do we need outsiders meddling? If it turns out to be fake, wouldn't that be humiliating on an international level? How can you be so certain Shanking Tao doesn't have immortals? What if? What if what? If Shanking Tao really had immortals, why fear those people? Yes, let's see after the live stream today if it's true or false. The key is Shanking Tao never claimed to have immortals. All the online rumors were imagined by netizens themselves. What do you know? Perhaps the initial hype was deliberately stirred by Shanking Tao. Stop arguing. Everyone focus on watching the live stream. Within the live stream, netizens split into 4 camps. The first camp firmly believed that Shanking Tao has immortals, with Sister Hong's punishment as the best proof. The second and third camps didn't believe in Shanking Tao having immortals. Though both shared the same view, their approaches differed. Second camp believed that even without immortals, it's a domestic matter not needing outside intervention. The third camp felt that if Shanking Tao was deceitful, it should be exposed, and foreigners could more easily find out the truth. As for the fourth camp, they were mere onlookers, there for fun. The 3 major camps engaged in heated debates with words flying as fast as swords and bullets. The netizens' clashes simultaneously boosted the live stream's viewership. At this moment, Mukai found himself in an awkward phase. Faced with the confrontation between Teeming and Abe, he was at a loss for words. While he was on the same team as Abe, Shanking Tao had no interest in discussions or debates, so what could he do? Could he force them with a knife to their throats? That would land him in prison for sure. Chapter 41:38. There really are immortals. I want to challenge your Shanking Tao's master. Abe spoke in a stumbling Mandarin, his expression solemn. His words made the already tense situation even more suffocating. The surrounding tourists and pilgrims instinctively slowed their breathing, all eyes fixed on Teeming, waiting for his response. Meanwhile, in Mukai's livestream, the netizens were also in heated discussion. The islander has already spoken. Why hasn't Shanking Tao accepted the challenge yet? Exactly, they've come right to their doorsteps. Are they just going to keep avoiding it? If you ask me, Shanking Tao should just hire a few professionals in Sanda and boxing, so that whenever there's a challenge like this, they just let the professionals handle it. Although I despise the islander's aggressive attitude, Shanking Tao ought to show some spine. If Shanking Tao doesn't dare to accept the challenge today, I guess they're finished. For sure, usually they hype up like immortals or experts, but at the critical moment, they're soft as heck. If they aren't finished, who is? Hope other Taoism and Buddhist temples can take Shanking Tao as a lesson. Don't indulge in messy hype. Just be an honest Taoist. Why invite so much trouble? Teeming, locking eyes with Abe, was practically turning green. He never imagined that people would come causing trouble at Shanking Tao one after another. Those influencer streamers were finally managed to be sent away. Now, even the islander has come. Judging by the other party's persistent demeanor, if he didn't accept, they probably wouldn't leave. Though Shanking Tao has been passed down for hundreds of years, with the decline of the heaven and earth spiritual qi, most cultivation techniques were lost. Where would they find any expert? But if they didn't accept, Shanking Tao's reputation would likely be tarnished. For a moment, he didn't know what to do, so he signaled to the disciple beside him to invite the abbot, senior brother Xuan Cheng. But just then, the weather took a sudden turn. The originally clear and cloudless sky inexplicably gathered a large mass of black clouds. The layers of black clouds brought an unprecedented sense of oppression. The tourists and pilgrims on the mountain couldn't help but look up. Wasn't the weather forecast saying today was sunny? Where did these dark clouds come from? As everyone was puzzled, there was a sudden burst of thunder. A bolt of lightning exploded within the clouds, striking straight down. The thunder was deafening, leaving everyone dizzy and disoriented. Damn, why did it suddenly thunder? My ears are throbbing. I just saw the lightning. Quick, look at those islanders. What happened? Haha, those islanders got struck. Divine retribution. So there really are immortals in Shanking Tao. When everyone snapped back to reality, they suddenly saw that Abe and the others who were so aggressive just now were quietly lying on the ground. Their white hunting robes shattered, charred all over. Looking at the struck Abe and others, Mukai and the two camera guys were dumbfounded. Oh my God. There really are immortals in Shanking Tao. If they decide to strike, they strike. Isn't it foolish of mere mortals to challenge immortals? If he could have another chance, Mukai would rather die in the island country than come to Shanking Tao to provoke the immortals. You won't die if you don't seek your own doom. Isn't living well? Everyone present was stunned by the thunder, not seeing clearly the process of Abe and the others being struck. But the netizens in the live stream witnessed the scene just now. For a moment, all the netizens were bewildered. Whoa, is this the legendary divine retribution? I finally saw it with my own eyes. A cow on a rocket, it's out of this world. I'm going to Shanking Tao to become a Taoist now. Not even Jesus can stop me. Count me in +1. I also want to learn the thunder technique. Those who said Shanking Tao didn't have immortals, step out and take a look. Who swore there were immortals in Shanking Tao and would eat shit while standing on their heads. Another scam for food and drink. Wasn't it just a coincidence? Those islanders were just unlucky to be struck by lightning out of the blue. Coincidence? Your mouth is tougher than steel. If it really was a coincidence, why were only those islanders struck? The surrounding tourists were perfectly fine. Got nothing to say, just admit when you lose. Stop making excuses. For sure it's an accident. More people have been hit by lightning. How can you be sure there are immortals in Shanking Tao? While some netizens stubbornly insisted it was an accident, the scene changed once more. The tourists and pilgrims at the site all had a gloating expression over Abe and his men getting struck. Some couldn't help but mock a few lines, but there were also those who couldn't stand it, preparing to take out their phones to call an ambulance for them. However, at that moment, a tourist suddenly started trembling as if he had seen a ghost and pointed to the sky. Everyone look. In the sky, there seems to be words. Hearing this, everyone looked up in unison towards the sky. At once, everyone widened their eyes, gasping endlessly. More addictive than eating 1,000 pounds of chilies. The layers of black clouds gathered in the sky slowly wriggled and eventually formed a row of words. The pure land of the Taoist school, not a place for shenanigans. The sudden appearance of these words made everyone on the scene change their expressions. Some were excited and thrilled, some were terrified and uneasy, some were pious and solemn, and some soiled themselves. The immortal has revealed themselves. The immortal has shown up. There really is an immortal in Shanking Tao. Immortal, please bless my son to get into his dream university. Bless my daughter to marry a good man. Please bless. Some devout pilgrims began to kneel on the ground, praying towards the cloud words in the sky. The netizens in the live stream were also so shocked that they were left stunned. What the hell is going on? Has spiritual chi revival happened? There really are immortals. This is absolutely a miracle. I haven't heard of any technology that can turn clouds into words. Is it special effects? Why does it look a bit fake? Screw your special effects. If you don't need your eyes, you can donate them to those who do. Those who said it was a coincidence. Now that the black clouds have turned into words, is that a coincidence too? Haha, he's sure to adamantly insist it's a coincidence, because you can never wake someone pretending to be asleep. My mom asked me why I was watching the live stream on my knees, because I'm eager for enlightenment. Immortal, please bless me to pass my graduate school entrance exam. Too bad the streamer wasn't struck by lightning. This immortal is too generous. They should have struck this fake soldier streamer too. The streamer can still kneel down and apologize. The cloud text only lasted for less than half a minute. but in those short 30 seconds, it became an unforgettable memory for countless people. Chapter 42:39. I want to join Shanking Tao. I want to be a Taoist. I want to cultivate immortality. Plop. Mukai's legs went weak and he directly knelt on the ground. Immortals, spare me. Immortals, spare me. I shouldn't have brought people here to disturb your peaceful cultivation. Please have mercy and spare me this once. Earlier, he might have still been somewhat hopeful. After all, getting struck by lightning might not necessarily be divine retribution. It could just be plain bad luck. But when the dark clouds writhed into words, it became the last straw. This is a miracle. There really are immortals in Shanking Tao. Mukai was so frightened that his legs went limp, and his heart pounded so hard it seemed like it would leap out of his throat. So he knelt on the spot without hesitation. At this moment, what dignity is there to speak of? An honorable man knows when to yield or stretch, and in front of an immortal, preserving one's life is most important. The viewers in the live stream couldn't help but burst into laughter seeing his cowardly appearance. Damn, this streamer kneels so fast. Yeah, at least show some restraint. Nonsense, if it were you and you offended an immortal, you'd kneel faster than the streamer. When it's time to be cowardly, be cowardly. If you're not convinced, just wait for an immortal to strike you with lightning. It will scare you to death. Those who are not convinced are lying on the ground now. Western-style Wei Junji. Who would have thought there truly are immortals in Shanking Tao? Tomorrow the whole country is going to know. Is the government going to send someone to investigate? Shanking Tao attributed it to coincidence before. What about now? Look at Taoist Chunaming's bewildered expression, like he didn't know there was an immortal in his own temple. This Taoist acting is quite good. He's really convincing. After Mukai knelt, the two cameramen nearby also weakened in their knees and knelt together. Though they're just filming, they're associated with Abe, Mukai, and others, so what if the immortal holds them accountable? So better to kneel early. After the cloud text disappeared, the dark clouds quickly scattered. The long-lost sunlight once again shone on everyone's faces. From the time Abe and others were struck by lightning, to the dark clouds forming words, and then everything returning to normal. The entire process only lasted for 2 or 3 minutes, but in such a short time, it made everyone feel as if a lifetime had passed. Chunaming, regaining his senses, still couldn't hide the shock on his face. Since when did Shanking Tao have immortals? He's been here for over 50 years, and he didn't know anything about it. Everyone, don't misunderstand, this is just some optical phenomenon. Chunaming instinctively wanted to dispel the rumors. Hearing this, everyone on the scene turned their gaze towards Chunaming. In their eyes, there was a hint of disdain and a touch of scorn. Optical phenomenon, are you burning newspapers for the ghosts? Chunaming's old face turned red, and he quickly pretended to cough. From the corner of his eye, he saw Abe and others lying on the ground, and immediately changed the subject. Everyone, let's call emergency services for these foreign friends. If treatment is delayed, it'll be bad. Smoothly exiting the scene, quietly holding the name. Lu Heng, the mastermind behind all this, pinched his junior sister's cheek and smiled. Let's go, there's nothing more to see. Let's go back and drink tea. King Yu swallowed hard but resolutely shook her head. No, I'm not going. I want to find an immortal. I want to learn spells. As Abe and others were taken away by the ambulance, the scenes at Dragon Tiger Mountain came to a temporary pause. But online, the real show had just begun. As netizens uploaded clips and livestream segments from the scene, the entire internet experienced a massive shock. The words Shanking Tao, within just half an hour, shot straight to the top of the trending searches on all major platforms. There was no one who could displace it. On some platforms, Shanking Tao dominated the top 10 trending topics by itself. All those celebrities didn't even stand a chance. There are really immortals in Shanking Tao. Small Days attempted to challenge Shanking Tao and suffered divine retribution. First struck by lightning, then cloud text appeared. Finally, the immortals from Shanking Tao showed up. Island Yin Yang Master defeated. Shanking Tao displays our national pride. Popular science on how to qualify to apprentice at Shanking Tao. With immortals appearing at Shanking Tao, are other temples and Taoist halls far behind. Topics like these dominated the trending boards on all major platforms. The entire network trembled at this moment. Netizens were all dumbfounded. There had been discussions about immortals appearing in Shanking Tao. But no one had taken it seriously. After all, this is the 21st century. Even Mars has been explored, who still believes in immortals. Everyone discussed it just for fun. But no one anticipated that this comedic situation would actually become true. The island yin-yang master went to Dragon Tiger Mountain's Shanking Tao, only to be struck by an immortal with lightning, and even warned by cloud text. This nebulous affair turned real. This is just too outrageous. Of course, many netizens expressed skepticism. Could it be staged acting? Could it be computer effects? Having such questions is actually quite normal. After all, not everyone would immediately believe news of an immortal revelation. But after everyone watched the live video, they were completely stupefied. Their entire worldview refreshed. Turns out there really are damn immortals in this world. In the super topic on Shanking Tao on Weibo, netizens were going wild. Boo-hoo! Never thought I'd witness an immortal appearance in my lifetime. It's truly not in vain. I'm dying of laughter. Those islanders still dared to challenge Shanking Tao. Pity they weren't struck dead. Even funnier was that sham streamer, who immediately knelt and begged for mercy. No kidding, with that kind of scene, not peeing oneself already makes you quite a man. I want to go to Shanking Tao. I want to be a Taoist. I want to cultivate immortality. Heh, you think Shanking Tao accepts just any trash? At least you must be a chosen one like me. I want to know if that immortal needs a child by their side. The humble self still lacks a flute-blowing boy. Is the young friend interested? Do you think anyone will dare challenge Shanking Tao again? Probably no one dares now, unless they're tired of living. Not necessarily. If I max out my thunder attribute resistance, wouldn't I not fear the strikes? Damn, bro, where can I find this attribute panel? Why can't I see it? Urgent at 28. Still haven't unlocked the attribute panel. Is this normal? Why are you all still mortals? I've already formed my golden core. Diarrhea. Currently on Shu Mountain. Just got off the flying sword. Nascent soul achieved with millions in the harem. Not only were the netizens stunned, but even the Dragon Country's government was shell-shocked. They had investigated every major Taoist temple and Buddhist temple in the country. Not to mention immortals, they didn't even find any cultivators. At most, there were a few with good physical fitness, but that was due to martial arts, just long-term exercise. Thus, the government held an emergency meeting overnight. Chapter 43:40. I don't think it's an immortal. After sending off his junior sister Qingyu, Lu Heng finally learned that Dragon Tiger Mountain had received a notification from above to temporarily close the mountain. Previously, he had struck Abe and others with a thunder light talisman and warned them with a cloud talisman, which was overly showy. Now the entire internet was abuzz with the topic of immortals manifesting at the Shanking Tao. Originally, he wanted to keep a low profile. Unfortunately, on that day, his moment of triumph was accidentally captured by a tourist. This led to a series of subsequent troubles. Initially, the group of internet celebrities led by Sister Hong was relatively easy to deal with. Just a slight punishment could make them quiet down. But the arrival of Abe and his group was a real headache. Facing the aggressiveness of Abe and his men, Chuanming had no solution. Even if his master Chuan Cheng came, he might not be able to resolve it properly. If Lu Heng didn't step in, the reputation Shanking Tao had built over hundreds of years might just collapse. After thinking it through, he decided to make a big scene. Since people were causing trouble every day, he might as well do something dramatic. The strike of light and the floating word cloud nearly solidified the rumors that Shanking Tao had an immortal. Now, if anyone still wanted to stir things up for attention, they'd at least have to consider whether they could endure a lightning strike. As for whether he'd be exposed, he wasn't too worried. After all, he was still a patient suffering from leukemia. After some cultivation indoors, it was time for dinner. Lu Heng adjusted his Taoist robe and beckoned his junior sister Qingyu to join him at the dining hall. Inside the hall, all the old, middle-aged, and young Taoists were discussing the morning's events. I never expected Shanking Tao actually has immortals. I've been a Taoist for over 30 years, and it's my first time seeing an immortal manifest. It's not just you, even Uncle Xuan Ning hasn't seen it. Uncle Xuan Ning, who is around 70 or 80 years old, cried his heart out while shouting something about the celestial venerable manifesting. I think it might not be an immortal. What do you mean? If it's not an immortal, who else could summon celestial thunder and condense clouds into words? I'm just suggesting a possibility, just a possibility. Could it be that we have a hidden master in our Tao? Hiss, that's actually possible. After all, we've never had records of immortal manifestations in the past centuries. So, who do you guess this hidden master might be? I guess it's Uncle Xuan Cheng. He has an immortal aura, is kind-hearted, indifferent to fame and fortune. Definitely that hidden master. Yes, Uncle Xuan Cheng used to practice medicine, and has saved countless lives. Listening to the Taoist's discussions, Lu Heng almost burst out laughing. "Oh, Master Xuan Cheng, you'll have to bear this blame for now." Beside him, King Yu furrowed her brows, deep in thought, wondering if her master was indeed a hidden master. Since the current situation was a bit special, the evening lessons were directly cancelled. Everyone returned to their rooms after dinner. Back in his room, Lu Heng calculated with his fingers, realizing it had been 5 or 6 days since he last reaped the harvest. It was time to venture out again. At 6 in the evening, he prepared to start his live stream. Compared to last time, the number of viewers in the livestream room had grown to 200,000. The popularity of Shanking Tao had inadvertently brought him some attention. After all, he was the only Taoist streaming fortune-telling online. Once the system notification from the Daohu platform was received, the viewers quickly flooded into the livestream room. "Boo-hoo! I missed you so much, Master. Master, do you know how much I miss you? How much I want to know the next lottery numbers. Snacks are ready, just waiting to watch the show. Without the Master around, every day feels like a year. Master, did you see the video of the immortals manifesting at Shanking Tao? Master, you're so awesome. You must know some inside stories, right? Given your omniscient skills, Master, you surely aren't far off, right? Please enlighten us, Master. What's going on with Shanking Tao? Enlighten us +1. Clearly, the viewers in the livestream room were interested in the Shanking Tao topic too. So when Lu Heng started the livestream, many people were hoping to get some insights from him. Scanning the comments, Lu Heng slightly shook his head and said, "How can I, a humble person, be compared to that immortal master?" As soon as he said this, the chat instantly exploded. "Immortal master? Isn't it an immortal? Haha, the master indeed knows. Are you saying that the manifestation at Shanking Tao wasn't an immortal but an immortal master? Being able to summon lightning and condense words from clouds, even if not an immortal, they're not far off. What's the difference between an immortal master and an immortal? An immortal master isn't an immortal but a human. That's the biggest difference. Right. Immortals are appointed by the celestial court, while immortal masters achieve it through cultivation. I'm setting off to Shanking Tao to become a disciple. I want to apprentice under the immortal master. I want to become one too. I've got full potential, good fortune, and high comprehension. Can you tell me where the immortal master is?" The comments from viewers flooded the livestream. Lu Heng cleared his throat and said seriously, "Tonight, we won't discuss the immortal master issue. The usual rule, give gifts and I'll draw 2 lucky viewers for fortune-telling." Hearing this, the viewers immediately calmed down quite a bit. As everyone was busy sending gifts to try and win the lottery for the night, someone suddenly typed a message. "Master is truly amazing." After the top outdoor streamer, the second top outdoor streamer on the Daohu platform is gone too. Instantly, everyone's curiosity was piqued. "Bro, are you talking about Dogsy? How did he end up in there? Damn, is Dogsy really going to be the prison favorite? Can't be right. Brother Dog just posted a status a few days ago saying he was going to check out the Red Rose. The Red Rose, the nightclub where 30+ fugitive princesses were caught last time. Red Rose is quite famous. You need invitations from 2 members and they check your finances. The minimum spend is 10,000. That status might not have been posted by Dogsy himself. Doesn't he have a little assistant? Haha, if Dogsy gets divorced, I'll step in. I'm coming for you, sister-in-law. No one fights with me." The viewers were very curious. After all, last time when fortune-telling, Lu Heng already pointed out the way for Kyugu. So why did Kyugu still end up in trouble? Could it be that the master made a mistake? The person continued typing. The second outdoor streamer was caught because he didn't fully follow the master's instructions. "What's the story? Stop being mysterious, will you? Hurry up and tell us, let's have a good laugh. Come on, I can't wait. I'm eager to fill the spot. Riddler, get out of Gotham." Chapter 44-41, Auspicious Little Cucumber. Didn't Kyugu get a chance before, asking the Taoist priest to predict whether his wife was cheating? That night during the live stream, everyone should have been there and remembers a bit right. The Taoist priest, amazingly accurate, predicted that Kyugu would have trouble with the law and advised him not to contact anyone, not to take or make any calls. At first, this guy indeed listened to the Taoist and hung up many calls. But eventually, he couldn't resist and called a friend and attended a banquet. For some reason, they got into a conflict with a group next door, and it turned into a fight. As a result, Kyugu, having drunk too much, didn't know his own strength and cracked someone's head open. That night, the hotel called the police, who directly took both groups away. It said that the person who got his head cracked was badly injured, so Kyugu probably not only has to pay compensation but might also end up in jail. All this I heard from a police friend. It's 100% genuine. After hearing the whole story, the viewers in the live stream couldn't help but gasp. At this moment, everyone had only one thought in mind. The Taoist is awesome. It really proves that saying, if you seek trouble, trouble will find you. Exactly, if he'd followed the Taoist's advice, he'd probably be fine. But now, he's severely injured someone. Isn't he going to spend 10 years or so in jail? Paying compensation plus jail time. This is the end of Second Brother's live streaming career. I'll go contact Second Sister-in-law right now. Make sure she doesn't end up lonely and do anything to wrong Second Brother. Damn, I'm just afraid you're eyeing the situation for yourself. To prevent you from eyeing the situation, I'll go supervise. To prevent you from supervising for your own gain, I'll go inspect. To prevent you from inspecting for personal gain, I'll go peep. Are you guys Russian nesting dolls or something? Outdoor First Brother sought the Taoist for a fortune-telling and ended up in isolation. Outdoor Second Brother sought him out and ended up inside prison. Who's Outdoor Third Brother? Get him to check with the Taoist too. Please don't mess with the Outdoor channel anymore. Lu Heng shook his head quietly after reading. No wonder there was no feedback from the Celestial Destiny system. The guy still went down the same old path. As they say, good advice is wasted on the stubborn ghost. The path was shown to him, yet he still insisted on jumping into the pit. What more can I do? Luckily, this guy married a good wife and didn't end up with a torn-apart family. He glanced at the time, and 5 minutes had already passed. All right, the 5 minutes to send gifts is over. Next, let's start the draw to see who will be the lucky viewer tonight. Saying that, he pressed the draw button. In an instant, tonight's 2 fortune-telling spots were settled. Lu Heng looked at the 2 chosen names and smiled. Let's congratulate Unrivaled Giant Cucumber and Feng Lingaling for being tonight's lucky viewers. The draw results were out, and seeing they didn't win, the viewers couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. But then again, isn't there fun to watch? Oh, didn't win again, when will my turn come? Yes, if I don't get picked soon, my rich, beautiful girlfriend might be snatched by someone else. No worries, buy one, get one free. Marry the big one and get the small one. Click your tongue, wearing a little hat, quite stylish. May I boldly ask, why does your hat look like the color of the greenery? Lucky viewers, the Taoist sure knows how to joke. I think it's more like misfortunate souls. Those picked by the Taoist are all pitiful folks. Lu Heng didn't bother with these hilarious viewers. With a smile, he said, let's welcome tonight's first lucky viewer, Unrivaled Giant Cucumber. As soon as he said that, he sent an invitation to connect with the other person. That name, it sounds like someone who understands philosophy. Unrivaled Giant Cucumber. Patuli Geo. Oh, the flute seller. I heard you're a fellow from Guangdong too, so we might be fellow townsmen. I love cucumbers the most. Hope your love isn't what I'm thinking of. Cucumbers soaked for too long don't taste good. My teeth aren't good. I prefer cucumbers soaked a bit longer. What are you guys talking about? I don't understand a single thing. Pretending not to understand, that's you. You shouldn't soak cucumbers, just smash them, then add some chili and minced garlic. No, I can't handle chili, just a splash of vinegar will do. Stop, stop, stop. Isn't this fortune-telling? How did it turn into a food exchange session? After connecting successfully, a young man in his early 30s with a slightly receding hairline appeared in the live stream. Lu Heng smilingly asked, what would you like to have a reading on tonight, my friend? Master, my wife has been pregnant several times, but all ended in miscarriage inexplicably. I would like you to help figure out what's the reason behind this. Unrivaled Giant Cucumber said with a face full of distress. No wonder he had a gloomy face, who wouldn't if their wife consistently miscarried, and hearing this, the viewers frowned. This issue, it's too abstract, isn't it? I say, bro, for miscarriage issues, you should consult a hospital. Yes, go to the hospital to see a doctor. What's the point of asking a fortune teller? Reasons for habitual miscarriage are varied, including bad habits during pregnancy, diseases in the pregnant woman, luteal insufficiency, and chromosomal abnormalities, among others. Brother, you really should take a trip to the hospital. If there's an issue, consult a doctor. Don't come asking the internet masses. Search a bit on 1,000 degrees, and cancer becomes a baseline issue. Last time I had a cold, after searching online, it suggested amputating everything below my eyebrows. Who can take that? Women with habitual miscarriages mainly suffer due to their body causing it, such as chromosomal abnormalities or serious illnesses. Seeing the comments from viewers, Unrivaled Giant Cucumber hurriedly explained, "I want to take my wife to the hospital, but she refuses. She says the smell of disinfectant in hospitals makes her nauseous, and she's steadfastly unwilling to go. I've been a long-time follower of the Master, always been in the streams, watching the Master do readings for others. I think the Master's predictions are so accurate, surely he could help me find out the reason for these miscarriages." Without an explanation, his words made the viewers more puzzled. "But come on, bro, if she says not to go, you just comply. Assert your authority as a husband and the head of the family, and you must take her. Head to the hospital now. Do you need help with getting a referral? Are you thinking of Director of Probing from Big Iron Stick Hospital? As far as I know, another reason for miscarriage could be the quality of little tadpoles not being up to par. I'm from next door. My surname is Wang. If you need anything, come to me. I'm as elegant as Pan and more handsome than Edison and Nicholas at your service, sir." Chapter 45-42. Young man, your wife will never be able to get pregnant in this lifetime. Since the live broadcast started, Lu Heng was faced with such a peculiar request for the first time. He smiled inwardly, then asked, "So, young friend, you just want to find out why your wife always miscarries, right?" "Yes." Unrivaled Giant Cucumber nodded lightly, then added, "I believe in your abilities, Master. So all you need to do is help me calculate why my wife keeps miscarrying." "Please wait a moment, young friend. Allow me to calculate it carefully." Lu Heng, upon hearing this, found himself in a bit of a dilemma. How the hell should I calculate this? Look into the past or see the future? After pondering for a moment, he summoned his celestial destiny system. "System, check this person's future." System notice. Checking future information will require the host to consume 3 days of lifespan. Do you wish to continue? "Yes." As his vision blurred, everything about Unrivaled Giant Cucumber's future began to unfold scene by scene. After watching, Lu Heng couldn't help but gasp. This is truly like two bulls fighting, seriously amazing. Such an abstract situation, it was his first time encountering it. Although he had encountered quite a few outrageous and bizarre things before, but compared to the Unrivaled Giant Cucumber in front of him, those were nothing. This level of absurdity even left him momentarily speechless, and as the viewers saw his hesitation, they knew there was a show to watch tonight. Everyone unleashed their creativity, with absurdity and peculiarity flying side by side. Seeing the Master's hesitant look, I fear there's a big issue here. Is it Cucumber Bro's problem or his wife's? In terms of habitual miscarriage, the issue tends to be more with the woman, right? If it were a normal problem, the Master would have spoken by now. His silence proves it's a big deal. I suggest the bro take his wife to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup. My watermelon is already cut, just waiting for the Master to reveal the final answer. The comments scrolling on the screen left Lu Heng speechless. This bunch of silly viewers actually guessed right. Lu Heng glanced at Unrivaled Giant Cucumber and lightly coughed. The other party, full of tension, sat up straight upon hearing the cough. "Master, have you figured it out?" Unrivaled Giant Cucumber licked his dry lips full of anticipation. Lu Heng nodded and slowly said, "Young friend." He decided to tell the truth. After all, short pain is better than long pain. You need to accept a fact. Her claims of pregnancy and miscarriage are all meant to deceive you. Though she can share a bed with you, she can't get pregnant. Because she's actually a transgender person. As soon as these words were said, the entire live broadcast room fell silent. The viewers were dumbfounded, completely bewildered. Holy shit, a transgender person. He's a. I'm new here, just started watching. May a kind-hearted soul enlighten me with what this is all about. 100% duplication rate, waiting to be struck down. Damn, this is just too absurd, isn't it? Bro, didn't you dig deeper before you got married? Oh my God, this scared the baby in me, all 376 months of it. I'm flabbergasted. The Master is indeed the live stream's wild card, attracting such rare and bizarre clients. This really opened my eyes like a small knife to the buttocks. What I hear is more entertaining than watching a movie. This is nothing. Previously in our village, a dude was tricked into paying a bride price, holding a wedding, and married a man. As the person involved, unrivaled giant cucumber was utterly pale and his eyes blank. After a long time, he snapped out of it. Master, you. How could my wife be a transgender person? Seemingly, he found it hard to accept this fact. Sigh. Lu Heng sighed lightly. If you don't believe it, young friend, you can confront your wife. If you choose to lay it all on the table, I'm sure she'll tell you everything. In the future, he saw, it was the unrivaled giant cucumber's wife who eventually confessed everything. I. Unrivaled giant cucumber hesitated for a while but eventually nodded. He slowly got up, took his phone, and went to the bedroom upstairs. His wife was lying on the bed, watching her favorite drama, occasionally letting out little laughs. What's wrong? Seeing him stand motionless in the doorway, his wife asked confusedly. Eyes you. Unrivaled giant cucumber bit his lip and bluntly asked, have you been lying to me? You never actually got pregnant, let alone had a miscarriage. Upon hearing this, the smile on his wife's face froze. The slightly flushed cheeks turned ghostly pale in an instant. She opened her mouth but found herself unable to utter a single word. Seeing his wife's reaction, unrivaled giant cucumber understood completely. Turns out everything the master said was true. Sigh. He sighed heavily, turned around, and left the bedroom in silence. At the end of the corridor, he looked at Lu Heng on the screen and said forlornly, Master, thank you for informing me tonight. Master, I'm logging off now. After saying this, he sent a cloud-piercing arrow and ended the call. In the live broadcast room, seeing this, the viewers couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental. I feel like Cucumber Bro's wife actually likes him a lot. Yeah, otherwise, why would she go as far as to lie about a miscarriage? Everything she did was just to stay beside her loved one. Though that's true, lying is still not right, is it? Something's off looking at Cucumber Bro's reaction. It seems a bit strange. Normally, being deceived should make him angry, right? Just like little Hu before. A guy from my village, after discovering he was conned, punched the fraudster until his face was swollen. Scared the hell out of me, thought it was going to get intensely violent. Within his seemingly dazed reaction, there was a hint of joy. Maybe this result made him happier. The most cunning hunter often appears as prey. Holy crap, this is terrifying. Mom, I want to go home. This world is too scary. Seeing the wild guesses of the viewers, Lu Heng shook his head a little. He didn't know why unrivaled giant cucumber reacted this way either. Perhaps it was just simple, extreme anger. System notice. Host has successfully altered the heavenly Tao, absorbing lifespan. Please check later. Chapter 46-43. My admiration for you is as boundless as the flowing river. System. Lu Heng summoned the system and glanced at the interface. The lifespan had increased from the previous 5 points to 21 points. He didn't know what the lucky cucumber would do next. But evidently, the fate of the lucky cucumber and those around him had changed at that moment. Next, let's welcome our second lucky friend of the night, Feng Lingling. Lu Heng found the second winner of the night and sent over the mic connection invitation. Feng Lingling. Judging by the name, it seems like it's a girl. I can already imagine a lively, cute, and energetic pretty girl. I'm so torn, I don't know whether to choose the previous rich lady Little Rabbit or Feng Lingling now. She hasn't even shown up yet. What are you all wildly speculating about? You bunch of geeks are disgusting. Please don't have any inappropriate thoughts about my wife, okay? Hilarious. Aren't you afraid this Feng Lingling might actually be a burly man with a foot fetish? A guy, wouldn't that be even better? One moment of doubt, a lifetime of regret. As you walk towards me, I feel so restless, a feeling I've never had before. Feng Lingling quickly accepted the mic connection invitation. The much-anticipated girl finally appeared in the live stream. And at the moment the person showed up on the screen, every friend in the audience had a question mark appear above their heads. Not right. Wasn't it supposed to be a girl? Ha ha ha, this is the lively, cute, and energetic girl you were talking about. Turned out to be a guy, just as we thought. Who just called her wife, keep on calling her that. Mom asked me why I'm watching the stream on my knees. I'm laughing so hard I can't stand up. It's over, this bunch of weirdos in the live stream just got more excited. I don't know when it started, but the live stream is filled with a bunch of weirdos. It's infuriating. This girl, fantasized by many seasoned stream viewers, was actually a man in his early 20s, with a handsome face, and his head wrapped in bandages. Master, hello. Feng Lingling respectfully greeted Lu Heng immediately. Hello to you too, young friend. I wonder what you'd like to calculate, young friend. Lu Heng asked with a smile. Feng Lingling somewhat nervously replied, Master, I'm so lucky tonight to have won your fortune-telling opportunity. I've been following you since you did a reading for Who. My admiration for you is like the Yangtze River, surging endlessly, like the Yellow River flooding, irrepressible. It was the first time the viewers encountered a fanboy, and hearing these familiar praises, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wow, dude, you really know how to flatter. I declare, Feng Lingling is now the king of flattery in our live stream room. Kid, don't think flattering the master will lead to a good ending for you. Right, I bet you're either going to wear a green hat, have a cheating girlfriend, or find out your online girlfriend is a scammer. I calculate that, young friend, your girlfriend is actually a guy. Buddy, your flattery is too deliberate. Such a charming little brother, can I get your contact info? Old Ty, be careful, the person above is a chest-haired, foot-loving great man. Don't let your guard down and lose your virtue. Lu Heng shook his head with a smile and said, Young friend, there's no need for such praise. If you need something calculated, just tell this poor Taoist directly. Upon hearing this, Feng Lingling scratched his head in embarrassment. He then said frankly, Master, lately I've been really unlucky. The day before yesterday, I went out to work and for some reason, stepped on a banana peel, rolled down the stairs and broke my calf. Yesterday, just as I finished getting a cast at the hospital, I was grazed by a tuota and broke my arm again. This morning, I went to the bathroom, but the ceiling in the hospital bathroom fell and hit my head, breaking it open. I feel these unlucky incidents are so outrageous, so I wanted to ask you to help figure out what's going on. Upon hearing Feng Lingling's account, the viewers all showed curious expressions. Getting inexplicably injured for 3 consecutive days is truly unlucky. The last person who was this unfortunate was probably Sister Hong, who caused trouble during a Shanking Tao live stream. Could it be that this kid also disrespected the deity and incurred divine wrath? Lu Heng couldn't help furrowing his brows as he listened. This bad luck sounds very similar to the bad luck talisman. He was sure he only attached one bad luck talisman on Sister Hong. The remaining talismans are still in the system warehouse. What's the deal with Feng Lingling's encounter? With questions in his mind, he took a closer look at Feng Lingling. After cultivating to the 3rd layer qi refining, his senses became more acute. With a careful look, he quickly spotted some clues. He noticed a swirling black aura on Feng Lingling's forehead. Could this black aura be causing the trouble? Besides him, could there be other cultivators in this world? Or could it be some kind of monster or ghost? Filled with curiosity, Lu Heng asked, I wonder if there have been any changes in your life recently, young friend. Well, Feng Lingling pondered for a moment after hearing this. There hasn't been much change in my life lately. The only change might be that my previous landlord raised the rent, so I had to move to a new place. Does this have anything to do with my bad luck? Upon hearing this, Lu Heng's eyes lit up. The problem might very well stem from the new place he moved to. System. Query this person's future situation. System notice. Querying future information will consume 3 days of the host's life. Do you wish to continue? Yes. With confirmation, everything about Feng Lingling's future slowly unfolded before his eyes. After seeing everything, Lu Heng nodded to himself. Sure enough, the problem was with that aspect. Then he asked again, once you moved to the new place, did you feel a sense of heaviness overwhelming you? Yes. Feng Lingling nodded repeatedly like a pecking chick. The new place I rented is spacious and cheap, with convenient transportation. But for some reason, every time I return home after work, I feel a heavy weight on my heart. And more importantly, I always feel like someone is watching me, making my heart uneasy. Lu Heng asked further, do you feel cold when you sleep at night? Master, you're indeed fantastic. Feng Lingling exclaimed excitedly. Even though it's summer, the room feels chilly. Sometimes when I'm sound asleep, I get awakened by the cold for no reason. Even if I raise the air conditioning temperature, I can't feel any warmth. I called the landlord about it, and he just said the room has poor insulation. Chapter 47:44. Have you ever considered whether you're tainted by something unclean? Lu Heng was silent for a moment before suddenly asking, have you ever wondered if you've come into contact with something unclean, my friend? Well, Feng Lingling hesitated slightly, then shook his head. To be honest, immortal, I indeed have had that thought. But when I think about it, it's the 21st century now. How could there possibly be any ghosts? If there truly were, they would have been captured by all the omnipresent surveillance cameras by now. Lu Heng laughed. What I mean by unclean doesn't necessarily refer to ghosts. Their conversation made the livestream audience's eyes light up with excitement. Whoa, could it be that there are really ghosts in this world? How is that possible? Just like Feng Lingling said, if there were, they would have been caught by all those surveillance cameras by now. You don't believe in ghosts and spirits, yet you believe in the immortals' fortune-telling. Exactly, the recent appearance of Shanking Tao Immortal's divine signs also proves that this world isn't actually so simple. Didn't the immortal just say, unclean things aren't necessarily ghosts? Looks like the apartment Feng Lingling recently rented does have some issues. Right, his landlord even said the insulation is bad. Damn, it's summer, who needs insulation? Perhaps this apartment was the site of a murder and dismemberment, leaving behind the victim's lingering resentment, which is causing Feng Lingling such bad luck. Stop it, I'm starting to get scared. Mama, I'm scared of ghosts. After hearing Lu Heng's words, Feng Lingling was slightly taken aback. Then, full of confusion, he asked, Immortal, do you mean? Lu Heng smiled gently and said slowly, Could I trouble you, my friend, to take us back to your rental apartment? Only by observing the scene can I arrive at a more definite answer. All right. After hesitating for a moment, Feng Lingling eventually nodded. To be honest, he really didn't want to return to that eerie apartment. But he's also very curious about what kind of unclean thing is making him so unlucky. The rental apartment was not far from the hospital, and Feng Lingling, using his crutch, arrived at the apartment door in less than 10 minutes. Phew. He took a deep breath, mustered his courage, and slowly reached out to push the door. Creak. With a teeth-grinding noise, the door slowly opened. Looking from the outside in, the room was dark. Even though the lights were on, the place still felt eerie and creepy. At the same time, the viewers watching the live stream couldn't help but feel an undescribable sense of oppression. Is this really not a haunted house at an amusement park? Even if it were a haunted house, it wouldn't be as oppressive as this, right? Yeah, just looking inside makes my heart race. So thrilling, livestream ghost hunting. This apartment is perfect for shooting a ghost movie. The atmosphere is just right. Shanking Tao, bless us. If you have any grudges, ghost, please find someone else in the chat room, just don't come after me. Damn, are you even human? Tonight that female ghost will crawl into your bed. Is there really such a good thing? As long as you're brave, the female ghost takes maternity leave. Single dogs are indeed terrifying. As the viewers were joking around, Lu Heng spoke up. My friend, could you do me a favor and walk around the room so that I can see the layout? Sure. Feng Lingling nodded and began to wander around the room as per Lu Heng's request. Stop. Just as Feng Lingling reached the kitchen, Lu Heng suddenly shouted, Immortal, is there a situation here? Feng Lingling was startled and instinctively took 2 or 3 steps back. Go into the kitchen and let me have a closer look. Lu Heng instructed, All right. Feng Lingling cautiously stepped into the kitchen, using his phone camera to capture every detail inside. My friend, don't you feel anything special around here? Lu Heng suddenly asked again. Something special? Immortal, there's nothing special around here, is there? Feng Lingling looked puzzled, checking left and right, making 2 more rounds, yet still found nothing. If you're still confused, why not open a cabinet and take a look? Lu Heng smiled gently. A cabinet. Upon hearing this, Feng Lingling frowned and randomly opened a cabinet. The cabinets in the kitchen mostly stored plates and bowls. He opened it and looked carefully, but didn't find anything unusual. The viewers also frowned in thought, trying to ponder the meaning of Lu Heng's words. What does the immortal mean? Why don't I get it at all? The cabinet seems pretty normal. What's special about it? If the immortal says there's something, then there definitely is. Hurry and think. I find there's something wrong with the depth of this cabinet. Depth? What depth? Whoa, indeed. Look, the outside width of that side cabinet is at least 50 centimeters, but the inside, it's less than 30 centimeters. You folks have sharp eyes. Now that you've said it, I see it too. Clearly, there's something wrong with this cabinet. A reduction of nearly 20 centimeters. A normal cabinet wouldn't show this discrepancy, right? There must be some undisclosable secret hidden behind this cabinet. Feng Lingling, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and dismantle the cabinet. Feng Lingling glanced at the message barrage and noticed what everyone was talking about. He quickly made a comparison, and it was just as the viewers said. The inside and outside widths of this particular cabinet were significantly different. Immortal, is the problem really inside this cabinet? Feng Lingling hurriedly asked. Correct. Lu Heng nodded slightly and continued. My friend, if you have tools on hand, you might try taking apart a layer to see. Immortal bless me, immortal bless me, immortal bless me. Feng Lingling clasped his hands and murmured for a while, finally gathering enough courage. He found a screwdriver and began trying to pry open the plank inside the cabinet. You're off target, move a bit to the left. Lu Heng directed. Okay. Feng Lingling quickly moved a little to the left. Seeing Lu Heng no longer speaking, he began to exert force. Put some elbow grease in it, I'm getting anxious just watching. Wow, dude, didn't you eat enough? Use some strength. Old tie with that kind of strength. How are you going to satisfy your boyfriend in the future? Hurry, my dinner's getting cold. Let's give Feng Lingling some slack. He's not fully healed yet, everyone, let's be understanding. Let's give Feng Lingling a bit more time. After all, we don't have anything to do tonight. I'm munching on chips while watching the cabinet get dismantled, feeling great. With the audience's urging, Feng Lingling finally pried open a plank. After poking his head inside for a look, he immediately exclaimed, Whoa! Suddenly, he leapt out of the kitchen like he'd encountered a cockroach on his face. Chapter 48-45, What's behind the cabinet? What's the matter? What's behind the cabinet? Jumping 3 feet high, could there be a giant cockroach inside? Hurry up and tell us what's in there. Do you think it could be a corpse behind the cabinet? If there really is a corpse, then who's the murderer? I'll bet 50 cents that it's definitely related to the landlord. The viewers were all discussing while Lu Heng calmly asked, Friend, what did you see behind the cabinet? Feng Lingling swallowed hard, his face pale. After a long while, he barely managed to suppress his fear and said in a trembling voice, Master, I saw a human hand bone. All white and scary. Master, what should I do now? Feng Lingling never dreamed that the apartment he rented would actually have a corpse. No wonder he always felt chills and shivers. Maybe his recent bad luck was because of this. Call the police. Lu Heng replied simply with 2 words. Yes, yes, call the police immediately. Feng Lingling quickly dialed the emergency number and briefly described the situation in the rental apartment. Master, should I log off now? After reporting to the police, Feng Lingling asked tentatively. Upon hearing this, the viewers were displeased. What do you mean log off, keep going? Yes, we also want to see the investigation process. I suspect the murderer is your landlord. This guy must have killed someone and then hid the body behind the kitchen cabinet. I also think the landlord is likely involved. Even if he's not the killer, he must know something. Master, you're amazing. It used to be live streams catching cheaters. Today it's live streams solving a case. Isn't this more interesting than the Spring Festival Gala? Seeing the viewers all wanting the stream to continue, Feng Lingling couldn't bring himself to disconnect. Moreover, with so many netizens keeping him company, he felt much more at ease. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, there was a knocking sound from outside. Hello, is Mr. Zhao Feng here? We are from the West City Police Station. Hearing that it was the police knocking, Feng Lingling hurried to the entrance to open the door for the officers. Mr. Zhao, can you describe the situation you encountered in detail? A middle-aged police officer asked. The situation is like this. Feng Lingling recounted what he had said over the phone. Fortune-telling. The officers exchanged glances, each showing a look of surprise. Yes, the online master helped me find the body. Feng Lingling nodded repeatedly. Could you take us to have a look at the situation? The middle-aged police officer requested. No problem, follow me. Feng Lingling quickly agreed, leading the officers straight to the kitchen. The body is behind this cabinet. I just pried open the panel inside and saw a human hand bone. Feng Lingling pointed at the cabinet. All right, I'll take a look. The middle-aged officer bent down to check inside the cabinet. When he turned on his phone's flashlight, he indeed saw a section of a white hand bone, just as Feng Lingling had described. He recalled the situation he observed earlier, suspecting that the murderer killed someone and cemented the body in the wall, then specially customized this cabinet to hide the body. After the officer emerged from the cabinet, he said seriously, Mr. Zhao, it is indeed as you said, there's a body hidden there. This apartment is now a crime scene, and we need to seal it off. So, unfortunately, we'll have to ask you to temporarily move out. No problem. Feng Lingling nodded eagerly like a pecking chicken. Kidding aside, even if you let him stay, he wouldn't have the guts. Also, your phone is recording, right? We can't disclose the investigation process, so please turn off your phone camera. The middle-aged officer glanced at Feng Lingling's phone and said coldly, I understand. Feng Lingling said as he hurriedly turned off the live stream. The viewers clearly heard the conversation between Feng Lingling and the officer. What a pity, I haven't had enough yet. I didn't even get to see what the body looks like. Didn't Feng Lingling just say, it's all bones now? That's not too bad. Just imagine if it's rotting with maggots crawling in the flesh. Stop it. I've already got the image and I want to throw up. Wait for the police report. System notification. The host has successfully altered the heavenly Tao and is absorbing lifespan. Please check it later. The notification from the celestial destiny system sounded again. Lu Heng glanced at his lifespan. It increased to 43 points. If not for his reminder, the body would not have been discovered for another 4 years. Before the body was found, every tenant would suffer misfortune like Feng Lingling. 4 years later, unable to rent out the place, the landlord would think of renovating. With a renovation, no secrets could remain hidden. Feng Lingling would only learn about this murder case when he was summoned to the police station for investigation 4 years later. The subsequent police report described the case and the investigation process. The viewers mostly guessed wrong about the murderer. This murder case had nothing to do with the landlord. The real murderer was actually a tenant. The tenant accidentally killed a friend over money issues. To cover up the murder, he cemented the friend's body in the wall. He also spent money to custom build a cabinet with different depths. To the landlord, he offered to replace the cabinet at his own expense because it was too worn out. The landlord, seeing a good deal, naturally agreed without any suspicions. As for why Feng Lingling and other tenants were so unlucky, the police report did not explain, nor would there be an explanation. According to Lu Heng's own guess, it might be because the deceased harbored strong resentment before dying. This resentment did not dissipate over time but lingered until now, causing every resident to experience compounded misfortune. As to why it lingered until now, it might require on-site investigation to find a reasonable explanation. All right, I've finished the readings for the 2 fated viewers today. Let's meet again when we have the chance. Lu Heng prepared to end the broadcast. Master, don't go. Do one more reading to make us happy again. A master like you is truly an unconventional presence in the streaming realm. Master, can you predict the battle between Man Hong and Man Lan next week? If we could have the master by my side, wouldn't I win every fight? If you win, you'll be the king of the chips. Despite the viewers' persistence, Lu Heng still chose to end the stream at lightning speed. Chapter 49-46. Agents from the Religious Affairs Bureau arrive. System, draw a lottery. System prompt, do you want to spend 10 lifespan points to draw a lottery? Yes. After the broadcast, Lu Heng immediately went for a 3-in-a-row draw. System prompt, congratulations to the host for drawing 5 bottles of lower-grade spiritual cheap pills. System prompt, congratulations to the host for drawing 3 Thunderlight talismans. System prompt, congratulations to the host for drawing 3 Earth Escape talismans. Earth Escape talisman. The newly drawn talisman was lying quietly in the system space. Lu Heng glanced at it and found that this Earth Escape talisman was much more useful than the previous ones. Earth Escape talisman allows arbitrary escape in areas with Earth element. The escape distance is determined by the host's cultivation realm. Just from the introduction, you can tell that the Earth Escape talisman is an absolute lifesaver. Even if he encountered a nuclear explosion, he could dive into the ground and hide safely. The last draw. Looking at the remaining 13 lifespan points, Lu Heng was ready to draw again. But before the draw, he washed his hands and face to ensure the sincerity of a gambler. Bad luck, go away. Bad luck, go away. After chanting several times, Lu Heng called the system again to draw the lottery. System prompt, do you want to spend 10 lifespan points to draw a lottery? Yes. As the roulette needle slowly stopped, it pointed to a purple area this time. Whoa! Lu Heng was immediately excited. Purple. This was the first time in his life he drew a purple area. If this doesn't give him a pill that extends life by 10 or 8 years, wouldn't it be unreasonable? System prompt, Congratulations to the host for drawing an egg. Egg. Just a moment ago, Lu Heng was elated, but now his expression froze. What's going on here? Finally winning a second prize, and the prize is an egg. While praying, Lu Heng entered the system warehouse, only to see a pure white egg standing in the warehouse. Mysterious egg, spirit level. You need to hatch it to know what spirit beast is inside. Turns out it's a spirit beast egg. What a scare, what a scare. After reading the introduction, Lu Heng let out a long sigh of relief. Almost scared him to death. I wonder what kind of spirit beast this egg will hatch into. White crane, or a white horse, or maybe a white tiger. Lu Heng pondered for a while and felt that the white crane would suit him better. By then, riding a crane around the world, he'd be like an immortal. While he had the chance, he took stock of his inventory. He drew lower-grade spiritual chi pills 5 times, 5 bottles each time, totaling 25 bottles. During cultivation, he used 1 bottle and still had 24 bottles left. He drew lower-grade spirit water twice, 3 bottles each time, used 2, and had 4 bottles remaining. He had 10 lower-grade spirit stones, not sure what to do with them, so they've remained untouched. He also had a superior wolf hair brush that he hadn't used, just sitting in the system warehouse collecting dust. He had accumulated quite a few talismans as well. He had 5 bad luck talismans, tested 1 on that Sister Hong, leaving 4. The cloud talisman had 5 remaining, excluding the one used for showing off. Similarly, he had 5 thunderlight talismans left after using 1, and there were 3 newly drawn earth escape talismans. Finally, he still had a cloud-forming and rain-spreading talisman. This talisman was excellent, but his cultivation was lacking, and it wasn't immediately useful, so he set it aside for the time being. Seeing there was nothing else, Lu Heng sat cross-legged on the bed and instantly entered a state of cultivation. Lost in cultivation, unable to extricate himself, he spent several days immersed in cultivation. During the Shanking Tao's closure, there were no tourists and no morning classes, perfect for seclusion and cultivation. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock came from outside the door. Lu Heng slowly opened his eyes, a look of confusion flashing in them. Other than his junior sister, Qingyu, who often visited, almost no one came here. And when Qingyu came, she usually called out, "Senior brother, open the door," or something similar. So who was knocking outside? He adjusted his robe, got out of bed, and opened the door. Standing outside were senior uncle Xuniming and 2 young men in suits. "King Feng, these 2 are officers from the Religious Affairs Bureau, and they want to ask you some questions." Xuniming spoke. Lu Heng, hearing this, knew they were here to investigate that immortal. "All right." He nodded, pretending to be shy. "A few days ago, when those tourists from island country came up the mountain, you were there too, right?" One of the officers asked. "Yes. I was with my junior sister Qingyu at the time, along with brothers Qingming and Qingling." Lu Heng answered truthfully without hiding anything. "I hear from your brothers that you like to stay inside your room." The officer continued. Before Lu Heng could reply, Xuniming spoke up. "My nephew has always been in poor health, so he rarely goes out." The officer nodded and then asked, "Do you feel your master Xuan Cheng has any special qualities?" "Special qualities?" Upon hearing this, Lu Heng secretly smirked. A small Taoist like him is indeed not a priority. After asking just a couple of questions, it was basically over. The real target was his teacher, Xuan Cheng. "Master, once again you bear the brunt. But who told you to be so unlucky as to end up being my master?" After gathering his emotions, Lu Heng, with a face full of reverence, said, "My master is the best person in the world. I was adopted by my master from a young age and raised by him. He taught me values like benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trustworthiness, and the principles of being a good person. He is my mentor on the road of life." Under his praise, the 2 officers showed impatient expressions. All right, we got it. There's nothing else, you can go back now." The 2 officers quickly interrupted him. "Oh." Lu Heng nodded slightly, still looking unsatisfied, and then closed the door. Even after closing the door, he could still hear the conversation between the 2 officers outside. "This King Feng is just an old Taoist's fanboy. Initially, he was a bit shy, but when it came to the old Taoist, it was like he became a different person. I doubt we can get anything from him." "That's normal, after all. He was raised by the old Taoist. Isn't it the same case for that little girl, Qingyu? In our Shanking Tao, there's no one who doesn't hold senior brother Xuan Cheng in high esteem." This was said by Xuniming. "Taoist Xuniming, do you think the old Taoist might be that immortal who appeared the other day?" "I don't know." Chapter 50, 47. Why do you think he suddenly showed up but refuses to reveal himself? At the foot of Dragon Tiger Mountain, YL Hotel, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a receding hairline hurriedly walked into the hotel. He was holding a file bag in his hand, and his expression was somewhat serious. After entering the hotel, he took the elevator all the way to the 7th floor and knocked on a certain room. "Uncle Lee, you're back." It was a young girl who opened the door. "Yes." The middle-aged man nodded and walked straight into the room. In the living room, an elderly man in his 60s was seriously reviewing some documents. If Lu Heng were here, he would notice that these documents were the personal details of every Taoist from Shanking Tao, along with the interview records from the Religious Affairs Bureau officials for each individual. "Elder Song, this is the investigation report from the West City Police Station in Baiyuan City." The complainant Zhao Feng confirmed that he only found the body behind the kitchen cabinet, thanks to the guidance of that fortune-telling Taoist. Someone recorded the live broadcast from that night, which also proves this point. The middle-aged man spoke as he handed the file bag to the elderly man. The elderly man nodded slightly upon hearing this. He took out the contents of the file bag and examined them carefully before asking, "Are you sure that fortune-telling Taoist's IP is indeed located at Shanking Tao?" "We are sure." The middle-aged man nodded and said in a deep voice, "According to the back-end data of Daohu Live, the fortune-telling Taoist's IP has never changed and has always been located at Shanking Tao. How's the analysis of that fortune-telling Taoist coming along?" The elderly man asked again. "Not much gain, there are still some contradictions." The middle-aged man frowned and slowly said, "The opponent has always worn a mask, and coupled with the dim lighting, it's impossible to see what they look like. Judging by the skin of the hands and other exposed parts, the person seems not to be very old. But the way they speak doesn't feel like that of a young person. For instance, when they do fortune-telling, they habitually address the client as a young friend, never making a mistake. If all this isn't an intentional disguise, then it indicates that this person's psychological age is far greater than what their appearance suggests." The elderly man furrowed his brow upon hearing this. He pondered for quite a while before speaking. "Lee, do you think the immortal who punished the island country people that day could be this fortune-telling Taoist?" "It's possible." The middle-aged man nodded without hesitation. The elderly man continued, "These pieces of evidence suggest that the immortal might actually be quite old, but appears young. During the live broadcast, every fortune-telling was accurate, and he could summon celestial thunder and condense clouds into words. Such an extraordinary figure has remained hidden at Shanking Tao, and only recently became exposed. Why do you think he suddenly appeared, but is unwilling to reveal himself?" "Sigh." As the elderly man spoke, he couldn't help but sigh. Since this person doesn't want to reveal himself, even if we turned Shanking Tao upside down, we might still not find his true identity. "So what should we do now?" The middle-aged man asked. "Let's return to Yanjing." The elderly man smiled helplessly. "Since the other party doesn't wish to appear, we shouldn't push too hard either." "But," the middle-aged man expressed his doubts, "this person's existence is definitely an unstable factor. If we don't find him, might it cause more trouble?" After hesitating for a while, the elderly man softly said, "Then let's observe for a little longer." The night fell. At the foot of Dragon Tiger Mountain, a Toyota Alphard slowly drove up. After the Alphard reached a secluded corner at the mountain's base, it came to a stop. As the car door opened, 4 people with bandages on their heads sneakily got out. "Abe, do we really need to go up there again?" one of them asked in a low voice. These 4 were none other than Abe and his companions who had once challenged Dragon Tiger Mountain, along with Mukai. "We must go." Abe's eyes burned with intense anger. Since being struck by lightning on Dragon Tiger Mountain, he had not only suffered unprecedented pain, but also lost a large number of followers on YouTube. It would have been one thing if it was just personal suffering. But those YouTube followers translate to money. This failure had cost him nearly half of his followers. In the eyes of those followers, he had become a laughingstock, a fool who brought disgrace upon himself. This was a humiliation he couldn't swallow, so today he must take his revenge to vent his anger. But there's really an immortal on Dragon Tiger Mountain. The person speaking looked up at the mountain top, eyes filled with fear. "Baka. How could there be an immortal in this world? Last time we were just unlucky and got struck by lightning." Abe said dismissively, But didn't the clouds in the sky later form some Chinese characters? The person continued, Baka, that was just a special effect added by those Dragon Country people. Special effects, do you understand? We got struck by lightning, and those Dragon Country people used the opportunity to edit the footage with special effects to prove their immortal's existence. It's utterly shameless. Abe got more and more agitated as he spoke, but Mukai said it wasn't a special effect. The person continued to argue. He didn't want to go up the mountain and get struck by lightning again. Baka, Mukai is a Dragon Country person, he must be involved. His evasiveness is proof of his guilty conscience. Abe proclaimed confidently. Since they were struck by lightning, Mukai had not shown up. The last contact between them was 2 days ago through a phone call. During that call, Mukai announced he would cut off cooperation with them. Abe was sure that Mukai had been bribed by the Dragon Country government. Even more shamelessly, Mukai had supposedly added special effects to the live stream, causing him to lose so many followers on YouTube. Tonight, he would first retaliate against Shanking Tao. When the opportunity arose, he would seek revenge on Mukai. Up the mountain. Abe, unwilling to say more, waved his hand decisively and started ascending. The other three were reluctant, but since Abe was the leader, they helplessly followed, dragging themselves towards the peak. About half an hour later, the four of them were gasping for breath. Fortunately, since Dragon Tiger Mountain had been closed off, they hadn't encountered anyone along the way. Where's the gasoline? Did you bring it? Abe asked in a low voice. Brought it. The other three, hearing this, quickly took out the pre-prepared gasoline from their backpacks. Good. Seeing the 3 large buckets of gasoline in front of him, Abe nodded in satisfaction. Dragon Country's immortal. Today, I will burn down your temple and see if you still have any divine power. Chapter 51:48, Cloud Forming and Rain Spreading. The moon rose over the willow tree tips. In these days, due to the lack of tourists and pilgrims, Dragon Tiger Mountain was especially quiet every night. As Lu Heng hesitated about whether to start a live stream, a commotion suddenly arose outside the door. Someone set a fire, hurry and catch them. Forget catching them for now, quickly put out the fire. Extinguishing the fire is urgent, don't let the flames rise. Everyone get up, quickly come help put out the fire. Upon hearing the noise, Lu Heng quickly got out of bed, put on his shoes and rushed out. Joining him in rushing out the door were 5 or 6 young Taoists. After exchanging glances, they all looked bewildered. It's not good, the spirit treasure hall is on fire, everyone hurry to put it out. The fire extinguishers on the mountain are limited, hurry and take basins to fetch water. At this moment, Kingaming ran over and shouted loudly to them. Upon hearing this, their faces turned pale immediately, and they rushed back to their rooms to get basins for water to put out the fire. Hearing this, Lu Heng frowned deeply. Why did the spirit treasure hall suddenly catch fire out of nowhere? He grabbed King Yu and asked, Elder brother, how did the spirit treasure hall catch fire out of nowhere? Damn it. Kingaming couldn't help but curse. Then he deliberately lowered his voice and said, someone deliberately set it on fire. Junior brother Kingaling saw some sneaky figures behind the spirit treasure hall when he returned from an errand down the mountain. Just as he was about to ask, they set the spirit treasure hall on fire. Lu Heng looked surprised and said, who could be so bold? In the middle of the night, how could we see who they were? Anyway, junior brother Kingaling went after them. Enough of that, putting out the fire is more important. I have to go notify others. After saying this briefly, Kingaming hurriedly ran to the backyard to call the other disciples. After hearing this, Lu Heng calculated secretly in his heart. Who could Shanking Tao have offended lately? And even if they did offend someone, no one would be bold enough to choose arson. After all, in Dragon Country, deliberately setting a fire is no small crime. At the very least, it can mean a sentence of 3 years. Even if those people had a grudge against Shanking Tao, they wouldn't risk their future, right? Could it possibly be people from the Religious Affairs Bureau? Lu Heng thought about it, and recently, Dragon Tiger Mountain was closed off, and only people from the Religious Affairs Bureau had come. Their purpose was to investigate the manifestation of so-called immortals. Could it be that their investigation went poorly, so they're trying something to test that immortal? But even if they were stupid, they wouldn't resort to arson, right? Then who exactly set the fire? With this question in mind, Lu Heng joined others in the firefighting effort. The Spirit Treasure Hall, built over 200 years ago, was a wooden structure, and the arsonists deliberately poured a lot of gasoline, causing the fire to grow larger. All the fire extinguishers within Shanking Tao were used up, and the fire still wasn't abating. The fire call had been made, but it was unclear when the fire trucks would arrive. The water basins and buckets seemed like a drop in the bucket. The flames grew, illuminating all of Shankingtao brightly. Facing this relentless firelight, everyone present fell silent. Many couldn't help but start sobbing. Elder brother, boo-hoo-hoo. King Yu clutched Lu Heng's sleeve, her lips quivering as she burst into tears. Lu Heng was also sweating profusely from anxiety. At that moment, inspiration struck him. I still have a cloud-forming and rain-spreading talisman, don't I? With his current cultivation, even if one cloud-forming and rain-spreading talisman couldn't cover the whole mountain, it should at least handle the spirit treasure hall, right? With this in mind, he quickly retrieved the long-dormant cloud-forming and rain-spreading talisman from the system's storage. Once activated, a mass of dark clouds gathered in the sky. In the blink of an eye, raindrops started pouring down. It's raining, it's raining. Oh my, it's actually raining. Haha, the celestial venerable is protecting our Shankingtao. Great, there's hope. The spirit treasure hall is saved. The Taoists present couldn't help but dance with excitement. Xuan Cheng, Xuniming, and others, though puzzled, finally took a long breath of relief. Only the officials from the Religious Affairs Bureau were dumbfounded. They had watched videos of the immortal manifesting countless times, but witnessing it in person was a first. The mass of dark clouds in the sky only covered the top of the spirit treasure hall. The torrential rain fell only in the area of the spirit treasure hall. Elsewhere, not a drop fell. It was as if this storm was custom-made to put out the fire at the spirit treasure hall. Who wouldn't believe this as an immortal manifestation? Zhang, quickly record this with your phone. Wang, do a head count to see if everyone is here. Li, observe everyone's reactions here. The Deputy Director of the Religious Affairs Bureau instructed in a low voice. As the fire extinguished, the dark clouds in the sky slowly dispersed. The outer layer of the spirit treasure hall was charred black, but fortunately the fire didn't reach inside, and the celestial venerable statue inside was intact. Thankfully, it rained. Otherwise, our spirit treasure hall might have been lost. Did you notice? The rain only fell on the spirit treasure hall. Now that you mention it, I realize that not a drop of rain fell outside the spirit treasure hall. Could the immortal within our Shankingtao have intervened? Definitely, who else could have such power other than the immortal? Who do you think this immortal is? It's definitely Uncle Xuan Cheng. It started raining not long after he came out. I feel it's like Uncle Xuan Cheng. The young Taoists gathered, whispering among themselves. Elder brother, is it the master? King Yu pricked up her ears, listened attentively, then quietly asked Lu Heng. I don't know. Lu Heng shook his head and sighed inwardly. Master, oh master, please bear this blame for your disciple for the time being. Meanwhile, Kingling and two other Taoists returned to the mountaintop, gasping for breath. In their hands, they held a guy with bandages wrapped around his head. Master, uncle, we caught an arsonist. They fled in different directions. We only caught this one. As Kingling spoke, the Taoists immediately gathered around. Looking at the shivering arsonist, anger flashed in their eyes. This damnable bunch nearly reduced the spirit treasure hall to ashes. Hey, doesn't this person look familiar? Seems like one of those punks who came to challenge us before, right? Now that you mention it, it seems so. You there, what are you up to? Speak it clearly. The arsonist's identity was soon revealed. Undoubtedly, the other three who escaped were among those small-time punks. System, query this person's past information. Standing not far away, Lu Heng's eyes flashed with a stern light. System alert, querying past information will consume 3 days of the host's lifespan. Continue. Yes. Chapter 52:49, we want to go to jail, go to jail. After reading about the past of this little day, Lu Heng was stunned. He didn't understand Japanese at all and couldn't comprehend the conversation. But fortunately, his comprehension skills were fairly decent, allowing him to grasp 3 to 4/10 of it. The name of this little day didn't really matter. What was important was that he and the other three were all con artists, not some island country yin-yang masters. The reason they claimed to be yin-yang masters was merely a gimmick for video shooting. Previously, the 4 of them bribed their way to challenge several religious holy sites, gaining quite a following on YouTube. Mukai had been deceived during this period. On the day they went to Dragon Tiger Mountain, they failed to challenge Shankingtao and were struck by lightning, sending all 4 to the hospital. This failure caused their YouTube following to drop by about half. Every follower was like the green bills known as dollar. As the leader, Abe was naturally very disgruntled. Of course, what he couldn't accept the most was that their failure actually brought a lot of attention to Shankingtao on YouTube. In his frustration, Abe ordered the other three to drive separately to refuel and then siphon the gasoline from the tanks. Then, under the cover of night, the four of them sneakily made their way up the mountain to set fire to the spirit treasure hall. Looks like last time's lesson wasn't enough. In Lu Heng's eyes, a flicker of murderous intent appeared. With a weapon in hand, the intent to kill arose. It's important to know that the ancient buildings in Shanking Tao were made of wood. If not for the cloud-forming and rain-spreading talisman, the fire would not only reduce Spirit Treasure Hall to ashes, but also consume other halls. How dare these rodents take on a tiger? If they are not severely punished this time, wouldn't people think he's just a mudmaid, immortal? The arson of Shanking Tao was no small matter, so after Chunaming reported the case, the police quickly arrived at the scene. With Kingaming's identification and the captured Little Day's confession, the case was very simple and clear. The next step was just to capture the three remaining Abe members. After the police took the captured Little Day down the mountain, Chunaming dismissed everyone. It's okay now, go back to sleep. Everyone followed the instruction, returning to their rooms and turning off the lights to sleep. Lu Heng did the same, but after turning off the lights, he didn't go to sleep. Instead, he took out an Earth Escape talisman from his system warehouse. Since you like courting death so much, then you should be prepared to die. As the Earth Escape talisman activated, his figure disappeared from the room. At the same time in the YL hotel, damn it, Mukai hasn't returned yet, he must have been caught. Inside the room, Abe frowned deeply and said irritably, he hadn't expected their arson to be discovered. If not for his quick thinking to have everyone run separately, they might have all been caught by now. And to avoid capture, they even abandoned their car at the foot of Dragon Tiger Mountain, not having time to drive it back. Maybe he got lost. How about we wait a little longer? A rather plump Little Day said softly, damn it, the terrain around Dragon Tiger Mountain isn't complicated. How could Mukai be captured? Besides, even if he got lost, why would he turn off his phone? As Abe spoke, a flash of worry crossed his mind. According to his plan, they would set the fire and retreat, then leave Dragon Tiger City overnight and catch a flight out of Dragon Country the next morning. But plans couldn't keep up with changes. Mukai's lost contact gave him a vague sense of foreboding. No way. We need to get out of here now. Once Mukai is truly captured with his personality, he'll surely confess everything. If we don't leave now, we might never get a chance. Abe immediately made a decision. He'd rather abandon Mukai than get caught himself. But the rather plump Little Day wanted to say something. No buts. We're leaving now unless you want to end up in prison. Abe displayed his leadership, directly quelling the objections of the other two. Pack up, we're leaving. He and the other two hurriedly packed their things and rushed out of the hotel without even checking out. But at that moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky. Boom. With a deafening crash, Abe instantly fell to the ground as he stepped out of the hotel entrance. The other two Little Days were so frightened by the sight that they collapsed to the ground, bladder control lost. What happened? Why did it suddenly thunder out of nowhere? Yeah, it was just clear skies. How did those clouds appear so suddenly? It seemed like there was a lightning strike just outside. Did it hit someone? Hey, I think someone did get struck. Come quickly, someone got hit by lightning. There weren't many hotel guests at night. After seeing the lightning and hearing the thunder, they discussed for a while before discovering someone had been struck by lightning outside the hotel entrance. When everyone rushed to the hotel entrance, they found a man lying on the ground, charred black. There were also two others with pale faces, giving off the smell of urine. Quick. Help us, call the police. We want to go to jail. The other two Little Days cried hysterically, using awkward Dragon Country language to plead with the surrounding people. Among the crowd stood a middle-aged man with a receding hairline. He had come to watch the commotion, but upon seeing the two urine-soaked individuals, they seemed familiar. After a careful look, he quickly recalled their identities. Struck by lightning. He mumbled incessantly. Then, as inspiration struck, he seemed to realize something and hurried back to the hotel. He went up to the 7th floor and knocked on a familiar room. Elder Song, are you asleep? Something big happened. The Elder Song inside the room, upon hearing, quickly opened the door. Seeing the anxious middle-aged man, he couldn't help but ask, what happened? That so-called Abe Island Country yin-yang master. They got struck by lightning outside the hotel. The middle-aged man replied urgently, what? Struck by lightning again. Elder Song, hearing the news, widened his eyes in disbelief. his old, cloudy eyes filled with incredulity. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded vigorously, his voice trembling. 3 minutes ago, I went downstairs to buy cigarettes. As I was returning, there was suddenly a loud clap of thunder outside. When I went outside, I found a person lying on the ground, completely charred. And 2 others were asking surrounding people for help, asking to call the police. I recognized those 2 as the same little Days who challenged the mountain some time ago. I suspect the one struck by lightning is their leader, Abe. Chapter 53:49. We want to go to jail, go to jail. After watching the past of this small day in front of him, Lu Heng was stunned. He didn't understand Japanese at all and couldn't comprehend the conversation. But fortunately, his comprehension was decent, and he could barely understand about 30 to 40% of it. What this small day was called wasn't important. What mattered was that he and the other 3 were scammers, not some island country yin-yang masters. The reason they claimed to be yin-yang masters was simply for a video gimmick. The 4 of them previously succeeded in bribing their way through a few religious sites, amassing quite a few followers on YouTube. Mukai was deceived during this time. On the day they went to Dragon Tiger Mountain, they failed the Shanking Tao challenge, and after being struck by lightning, all 4 were sent to the hospital. The failure caused their YouTube followers to drop by about half. Every follower was greenback dollars. As the leader, Abe was naturally very displeased. Of course, what he couldn't accept was that their failure actually brought Shanking Tao a lot of attention on YouTube. In his anger, Abe instructed the other 3 to drive out separately to pump gas and then siphon it from the tanks. Next, the 4 of them would stealthily climb the mountain at night and commit arson at the Spirit Treasure Hall. It seems the last lesson wasn't enough. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Lu Heng's eyes. When you hold a weapon, the desire to kill arises. It must be known that the ancient buildings in Shanking Tao were all wooden structures. Without the cloud-forming and rain-spreading talisman, the fire would not only turn the Spirit Treasure Hall to ashes but also consume other halls. How dare the vermin brush against the tiger's whiskers? If they are not severely punished this time, wouldn't people think this immortal is made of clay? The arson at Shanking Tao was no small matter. So after Chunaming reported the case, the police quickly arrived at the scene. With Kingaming's identification and the confession from the captured Small Day, the case was straightforward and clear. Next, they only needed to capture the remaining 3 of Abe's crew. The police took the captured Small Day down the mountain, and Chunaming dismissed everyone. It's all over, go back to sleep. Everyone followed suit, returned to their rooms, and turned off the lights to sleep. Lu Heng did the same. However, after turning off the lights, he did not sleep but took out an Earth Escape talisman from the system warehouse. If you like courting death so much, then you should be prepared to die. Once the Earth Escape talisman was activated, his figure vanished from the room. Meanwhile, in YL Hotel, damn it, Mukai hasn't come back after so long, he's definitely caught. In the room, Abe frowned and said angrily. He didn't expect that the arson by his group would be discovered. If he hadn't had the presence of mind to order everyone to scatter, they might all have been caught by now. Moreover, to avoid capture, they even abandoned their car at the foot of Dragon Tiger Mountain, not having time to drive it back. Maybe he got lost, why not wait a bit? A plump Small Day whispered, damn it, the terrain around Dragon Tiger Mountain is not complex, how could Mukai get caught? Besides, even if he got lost, why would he turn off his phone? Abe spoke, a flash of worry in his eyes. According to his plan, they'd set the fire and leave, escaping Dragon Tiger City by night, and fly out of Dragon Country early the next morning. But plans can't keep up with changes. Mukai's lost contact gave him a vague sense of foreboding. No way. We must leave now. If Mukai is caught with his personality, he'll surely confess everything. If we don't leave now, we might never get the chance. Abe quickly made a decision. Abandoning Mukai was better than getting caught himself. But, the plump Small Day wanted to say something. No buts. We're leaving now unless you want to go to prison. Abe displayed his leadership style, suppressing the objections of the other 2. Pack up, we're leaving here. He and the other 2 quickly packed up their things and hurriedly left the hotel without even checking out. But just then, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky. Boom. With a deafening noise, Abe, who just walked out of the hotel door, instantly collapsed. The other 2 Small Days were frightened, collapsing to the ground with an urge to pee exploding. What happened? How did it suddenly start thundering out of the blue? Yeah, it was clear just now. Why did a few clouds suddenly appear? It seemed like lightning struck in front of the door. I wonder if it hit someone. Hey, someone seems to have been struck. Hurry, help this person. Someone's been struck by lightning. The hotel didn't have many guests staying that night. After seeing the lightning and hearing the thunder, everyone discussed it for a while before realizing someone was struck outside the hotel. When people ran to the hotel's front door, they found a man lying on the ground, charred all over. 2 others were pale-faced, emitting a strong smell of urine. Quick, quick. Help us, call the police. We want to go to jail, go to jail. The 2 small days cried and begged in awkward dragon country language to those around them. In the crowd stood a middle-aged man with a receding hairline. He was initially there to watch the excitement, but then found the 2 urine-smelling guys oddly familiar. After carefully identifying them, he quickly figured out who they were in his mind. Lightning strike, lightning strike. He muttered to himself. Then a light flashed in his mind. As if realizing something, he hurried back to the hotel. He went straight to the 7th floor and knocked on that familiar room door. Elder Song, are you asleep? Something big happened. Inside the room, Elder Song heard this and hurriedly opened the door. Looking at the anxious middle-aged man, he couldn't help but ask, what happened? That island country yin-yang master called Abe was struck by lightning outside the hotel door. The middle-aged man urgently replied, What? Struck by lightning again. Upon hearing this, Elder Song couldn't help but widen his eyes. Those cloudy old eyes were filled with disbelief. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded vigorously, his voice trembling. 3 minutes ago, I went downstairs to buy cigarettes. Just as I came back, there was a loud thunder outside. When I went outside, I found someone lying on the ground, charred all over. 2 others were asking people around for help, asking to call the police. I recognized those 2 as the Small Days who went to the mountain for a challenge some time ago. I suspect the one struck by lightning is probably their leader, Abe. Chapter 54:50. Such abilities far exceed our previous estimates. How dare that fortune teller act so recklessly? The middle-aged man spoke both excitedly and fearfully. No. Elder Song shook his head and said in a low voice, Half an hour ago, Liu called me, saying someone set fire to the spirit treasure hall of Shanking Tao. The Taoists from Shanking Tao chased after the arsonists, but only caught 1 out of the 4. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man frowned and said, Who would be so bold as to dare set fire to Shanking Tao? Recently, Abe and his group's challenge up the mountain almost confirmed that Shanking Tao harbored an immortal. Ordinary people are too afraid to even approach, so how could they dare to set a fire? There were 4 arsonists, so could it be? The ones who got away aren't Abe and his group of 4, are they? The middle-aged man suddenly realized, correct. Elder Song nodded and continued. The arsonist captured by Shanking Tao was one of those who went up the mountain with Abe. But that's not the important part. What's important is... Here Elder Song paused slightly, then sighed and said, That immortal has acted again. This is a video that Liu filmed at the scene. Take a look. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Song picked up the phone on the coffee table and handed it to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man quickly took the phone and opened the video. In the video, the fire blazed, voices were chaotic, and many Taoists were desperately fighting the fire. But due to the wooden structure, the fire did not subside. Instead, it continued to grow. At this moment, a black cloud mysteriously appeared in the sky. Soon after, raindrops the size of beans fell, quickly extinguishing the flames. After watching the video, the middle-aged man was stunned. Tonight, the weather was very clear with not a cloud in the sky apart from the moon. How could it possibly rain in such weather? The YL Hotel is less than 2 kilometers away from the foot of Dragon Tiger Mountain. If it rained on Dragon Tiger Mountain, even if it didn't rain here, they should see dark clouds. But when he went out to buy cigarettes, he saw nothing. Was this rain summoned by the fortune teller? The middle-aged man's voice trembled uncontrollably as he spoke. His emotions were incredibly complex. Within them there was fear, shock, disbelief, and a trace of uncontrollable excitement. It seems so. Elder Song nodded slightly and replayed the video with a gentle swipe of his finger. Did you notice how special this rain was? The rainfall only covered the burning spirit treasure hall, leaving the surrounding areas completely dry. Elder Song said solemnly. The middle-aged man listened and watched carefully again. Sure enough, as Elder Song had said, the rain only fell on the burning area. None of the onlookers even got wet. In other words, it was as if the rain was tailor-made for the fire, not a drop more or less. It seems this immortal is even more remarkable than we imagined. Elder Song said gravely, not only is he proficient in the thunder technique and can condense clouds into words, but he can now also perform cloud forming and rain spreading. And he can control the area of rainfall so precisely. Also, you mentioned earlier that Abe was struck dead by lightning. This place is less than 2 kilometers from Dragon Tiger Mountain, neither too far nor too close. Yet he could control the thunder light so precisely to strike only Abe dead in this range. Such skill far exceeds our previous estimates. The middle-aged man couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead after hearing this. Abe was struck dead right at the hotel entrance. This means if the other party wished, they could strike any of them dead at will, couldn't they? It's terrifying. Elder Song, what should we do next? The middle-aged man struggled to calm his fear before asking. His actions not only punish Abe, but might also serve as a warning to us. Let's withdraw Liu and the others first, then execute the second plan. Elder Song contemplated briefly before saying calmly, I understand. The middle-aged man nodded. For some reason, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The next morning, as the sun rose, Lu Heng slowly opened his eyes, his face showing a hint of joy. Last night, after using the Earth Escape Talisman to descend the mountain and striking Abe dead with the Thunder Light Talisman, he felt a sense of fulfillment. With such a joyful heart, his cultivation progress also doubled with half the effort. System. He called out to the Celestial Destiny System's interface and examined it. Host, Lu Heng, Taoist name, King Feng. Age 18. Status, mid-stage leukemia. Cultivation, 4th layer Qi refining. Cultivation techniques, Tei 5 Qi spell, Heaven Stepping Cloud Step. Magical treasure, none. Lifespan, 26. Indeed, his cultivation had broken through from the previous 3rd layer Qi refining to the 4th layer Qi refining. His lifespan had also increased by about 20 points, all contributed by those 4. Knock, knock, knock. Just then the door suddenly knocked. Senior brother, senior brother. Get up quickly, master is looking for you. Outside the door came the call of his junior sister, Qingyu. Lu Heng shook his head helplessly. This girl, despite being born into a prestigious sect, was always so rash without any composure of a noble lady. He opened the door and Qingyu rushed right in. Senior brother, master is looking for you. He said the people from the Religious Affairs Bureau are leaving, and you should go see them off. Qingyu glanced around curiously. What are you looking at? It's not like you haven't been here before. Lu Heng gently tapped Qingyu's forehead. Ouch. What's wrong with looking around? Qingyu pouted, covering her forehead. Tell master that I know. I'll change my clothes and then go to see them off. Lu Heng waved his hand, signaling Qingyu to leave. Hurry up. Qingyu, as if her pants were on fire, hurriedly ran out again. Lu Heng was speechless. After changing his clothes, he went straight to the mountain-top square. Many young Taoists had also gathered there. In groups of 3 or 5, they whispered amongst themselves. Ever since his cultivation began, Lu Heng became exceptionally perceptive. By slightly tuning in his ears, he could hear what everyone was discussing. I heard the people from the Religious Affairs Bureau are withdrawing this morning. Yes, that's what Senior Uncle Kshuneming said. Once they leave, will we return to normal? Probably, but Senior Uncle Kshuneming said we have to wait for further notice. Finally, they're leaving. It's about time. Exactly, always questioning us like we're wanted criminals. Sending these harbingers of doom away, we'll finally return to normal life. Lu Heng couldn't help but smile. It's understandable why everyone was fed up with these people from the Religious Affairs Bureau. They continuously questioned everyone in search of the immortal. More importantly, they were prying into his master Taoist Xuancheng's private matters. In the entire Shanking Tao, Taoist Xuancheng was the most respected. In doing so, they positioned themselves against all the Taoists, so how could they find any useful information? Chapter 55-51, Never Trust in Feudal Superstitions. The investigators from the Religious Affairs Bureau left, and Shanking Tao finally returned to its usual tranquility. Next, they still needed to repair the Spirit Treasure Hall so it couldn't be open to the public for the time being. These decision-making matters had nothing to do with Lu Heng. He continued to be his little invisible self with peace of mind. After dinner, Lu Heng returned to his room alone. Streaming today. After careful preparation, he decided to go live. It had been quite a few days since the last stream, and it was about time to harvest some lifespan points. The viewers who received Lu Heng's live notification rushed into the live room as quickly as possible. In just a few minutes, the previously empty viewer count was now nearing 1 million. Master, you finally went live. I thought something happened to you. Master, we've missed you so much. Hope to get a fortune-telling chance today. Gotta rely on you for next week's lottery numbers. I don't know what weird situations will appear tonight, but I've already opened my mouth wide, just waiting to laugh heartily. Recently broke up with my boyfriend, relying on the Master's live stream to survive. Hey girl above, I still need a girlfriend. Why don't we pair up? Haha, you actually dared to assume their gender. What if he's a guy? Wouldn't that be guy stacking on guy? Whatever's bothering you, why not say it out loud? Let the Master help with some fortune-telling and also entertain us. We may be common people, unable to help you, but we can laugh at you to our heart's content. Damn, can you guys be human? Seeing this group of funny viewers, Lu Heng couldn't help but smile. It's been many days, I hope you all have been well. Tonight we stick to the old rules, gift first then draw lots. 2 fortune-telling slots, may the destined ones win. Lu Heng recited the familiar opening line, waiting for the viewers to send gifts before starting the draw. A familiar name appeared in the live room at this moment. Hello everyone, I'm Feng Lingeling. The corpse hiding case in the rental house has been solved. Feng Lingeling commented. The viewers immediately got interested upon seeing this. Quickly tell us what's the inside scoop. I was waiting for the police report, unfortunately still not here. I guess the landlord's the culprit, right? Definitely the landlord, who else but him could hide a body in his house? Yeah, that landlord's attitude was so damn bizarre. Still talked about the room's insulation being bad, obviously BSing. Everyone was chit-chatting, showing their curiosity about the case. The culprit isn't the landlord. The real murderer was actually a tenant from a year ago. That tenant, unable to borrow money, killed his friend, hiding the body in the kitchen. Feng Lingeling quickly typed out, "Whoa, that culprit's really something, huh? Not getting a loan means you gotta kill someone. What kind of logic is that?" Exactly, such a person is simply incomprehensible. Crap, a friend asked me for a loan yesterday. I couldn't lend due to being tight. Am I at risk too? Bro, you're in danger. This time next year may be your Memorial Day. So am I supposed to thank my friends for not killing me over unloaned money? Mom, this society is too scary. I want to go home. After reading Feng Lingeling's comments, viewers were all filled with a sense of dread. Who hasn't experienced being asked for a loan? If failing to get money loan means committing murder, wouldn't the world explode instantly? Fortunately, such people are few, so everyone need not be nervous about not lending money. These extreme people are a minority among minorities. So don't worry too much, everyone. Lu Heng added his own assessment. 3 minutes left. Friends who want to get a slot, don't forget to send gifts. He reminded again, almost forgot the main event. Hearing this, viewers remembered the main event was the draw today. Just got distracted by Feng Lingeling, almost forgot to send gifts. Thus, they began frantically sending gifts again. All right, the time is up. No need to send gifts anymore, let's start the draw. Once time was up, Lu Heng hurriedly called a stop. Then, he copied the list of viewers who sent gifts and pasted it to a lottery website. This scene dumbfounded the Daohu platform staff members. According to the notification, they had already tampered with the code for the live stream's lottery function. Should the other party choose to draw lots, it would 100% result in their desired host. But now, the other party simply didn't use the live room lottery function further. Rather, they just used a random lottery website. This damn. With Lu Heng pressing the lottery button, 2 lucky viewers were instantly revealed. He glanced at the 2 names and smiled. Let's congratulate these 2 lucky viewers. Clap, 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 clap vigorously. Wonder what these 2 victims will encounter tonight. I, an old man, calculated. A male viewer will wear a green hat, and so will a female viewer. What's that mean? Every viewer in the room owns a green hat. Master, hold on, let me go buy some snacks. Ha, I was wise enough to stock up a table full of snacks. Eating chips while watching the Master, truly delightful. Everyone was looking forward to these destined ones, who seemed more like victims among viewers. Let's welcome the first lucky viewer, Mozio Motilda. As he spoke, Lu Heng sent a connection request to the other party. Soon enough, the connection request was accepted. A young girl with a baby face, smoky makeup, and an explosive hairstyle appeared in the live room. Whoa, damn, that's non-mainstream. Looking at her age, she seems underage. Shouldn't the master refund her? In this age, how's there still those cybergoth types? Yeah, those cybergoth nobles are supposed to be lost to history, right? Fashion goes in cycles. The goth clan never surrenders. Yo, check it out. Little sis, do you play dance tumor? Why aren't you off doing your homework? Watch out for a beating from your mom. What's a kid doing here? Better get off quick. Noticing the young age, viewers urged her to end her stream. Lu Heng also frowned slightly. Ahem. He habitually cleared his throat, then said, Young one, you should be in school focusing on your studies at your age. Do not believe in any superstition. In Dragon Country, minors aren't allowed to live stream for profit. Even simple connections can easily attract reports from some trolls. To be safe, he planned to persuade this unusually vintage cybergoth girl, who was still very young, to leave. Chapter 56-52. My name isn't Hey, it's Chu Yuquin. The girl with the killjoy style heard what Lu Heng said, and her face immediately showed a hint of displeasure. Hey, aren't you just a fortune teller? As a fortune teller, you're telling me not to believe in superstitions. Don't you think that's contradictory? Tonight, you better give me a reading. If it's not accurate, then it's just superstition, and I'll report you. By then, let's see if your live stream can continue. This remark annoyed the viewers in the stream. I'm not called Hey, my name is Chu Yuquin. Little girl, you're too arrogant, aren't you? Didn't your parents ever teach you to respect others? You keep threatening to report. If you're capable, then go ahead and report. Do you know how many haters have tried to report to the Taoist? Did anything come of it? You're overestimating yourself. Everyone, calm down. This young girl is just going through her rebellious phase. We've all been through it. This young girl probably doesn't know the prowess of our Taoist, so let's have the Taoist give her a reading and shock her. I'll bet 50 cents. It won't take 10 minutes before she submits to the divine calculations of the Taoist. Lu Heng felt quite helpless. This troublemaker really is a headache. Oh well, being drawn to this young girl tonight proves she has some connection. Young friend, let this poor Taoist first read your past. As he spoke, he summoned the celestial destiny system. System, inquire about this person's past. System prompt, inquiring about past information will consume 3 days of the host's lifespan. Continue. Yes. With his confirmation, everything the punk girl experienced in the past appeared like scenes from a movie. Just as I thought, still a minor. After reviewing her past, it confirmed his previous speculation. Though her style was unconventional, the punk girl was only 15 years old. Young friend, this poor Taoist has finished reading your past. Do you need this poor Taoist to say a few words? Lu Heng asked, done reading already. You aren't a fraud, are you? In this day and age, how can a fraud live stream so openly? Dahu platforms reviews are slacking off, aren't they? Doing nothing at all. The punk girl sneered with disdain. Then she added, since you read my past, go ahead and say something. Lu Heng spoke leisurely. Your family name is Zhang and your given name is Lingling. You live in Dongxi Village, West Valley Town, Beihai City, Nan Province. Upon hearing him say her name and address, the punk girl was taken aback. You, how do you know my name and even know my address? Who exactly are you? The punk girl, once she regained her senses, exclaimed with a face full of panic. I know. You must be a hacker. You hacked into my computer, didn't you? Even though she dressed herself quite maturely, in reality, she was still just a 15-year-old child. When things went beyond her imagination, it was really hard for her to handle. The viewers, seeing her panicked expression, laughed even more boisterously. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. That face, it's like the first time I got caught by my mom in an internet cafe. Zhang Lingling, that name is way too adorable, doesn't match the punk identity at all. Little sister, let me give you a new name. How about Zhang Lai Ying Shang Angelina Ying Zu Yuhan Ling Zu Li Kaiju Zai Yuyan Yi Luo Li Lan? That name sounds nice. Once my neighbor's daughter is born, I'll suggest it to her. Whoops, give us the scoop on your neighbor. One sentence from the Taoist left the little punk girl dumbfounded, haha. HMPH, you common folks, you have no idea about the Taoist's vast abilities. Little sister, are you scared now? Better hurry home and do your homework. Lu Heng then shook his head helplessly. This poor Taoist is not a hacker. Regarding your matters, this poor Taoist just calculated them out. You're a hacker, don't lie to me. You said yourself earlier, Fortune-telling is superstition. How can it reveal anything true? The punk girl still found it hard to believe. That applies to others' fortune-telling. As long as this poor Taoist calculates, nothing is unknown. Lu Heng said calmly, You can really calculate anything. The punk girl was instantly unsettled, her big eyes wide open in surprise. Of course. Lu Heng nodded slightly. Then, do you take on apprentices? I also want to be like you, able to calculate anything. The punk girl asked eagerly. In her eyes, if she could be as powerful as this Taoist, she would surely become the most famous influencer online. And her simple dream is precisely to become a top influencer. This way she could have an endless wardrobe and never run out of snacks. Hearing this, Lu Heng gently shook his head. No way. Firstly, this poor Taoist is not accepting any disciples at the moment. Secondly, even if this poor Taoist were to accept disciples, they would need to have a broad mind and upright character. Whereas you're not filial to your elders at home and often cause trouble outside. For a child like you, this poor Taoist would never accept into my ranks. Hearing these words, the punk girl was stunned again. You can calculate that too. She was utterly taken aback. She hadn't expected the Taoist before her truly knew everything. He could even deduce her everyday situation so precisely. Indeed, as the Taoist mentioned, her relationship with her elders was very tense. And at school, she was one of the troublemakers long given up on by the teachers in school. Aside from a small punk group her age that she often hung out with, no one liked her, not even her family. Then, can you also calculate other things? The punk girl continued to press. Gazing at the curiosity and innocence in her eyes, Lu Heng suddenly had an idea. Although she was a bit rebellious and unconventional, her nature wasn't bad. The reason she turned out this way was due to various factors combined. If she could be guided a bit, perhaps she could return to the right path. This way it might change her and the fate of many around her. Immeasurable celestial venerable. Indeed, my merits are boundless. With this thought, Lu Heng had made up his mind. He slowly spoke. Young friend, your family's situation is average. Though you won't go hungry, there's not much spare money. When you were 5, your father died unfortunately in an accident while working outside. And your mother remarried to another place a month later. At 5, left with no one to rely on, you could only live with your aunt's family. Your aunt is very kind, treating you like her own, caring for you meticulously. But your uncle's character is bad, a gambler, drunkard, and womanizer with all vices combined. When he loses in gambling or gets drunk, he often takes it out on you, even threatening to drive you out of the house. Chapter 57-53, You're nothing but a liar. Listening to Lu Heng's narrative, the audience fell silent. I never expected this little sister's past to be so tragic. Her rebelliousness was actually for a reason. Damn, that uncle is such a jerk, isn't he? People like that should be taken out and shot. Exactly, taking out his anger on a child. I can't imagine what he's thinking. I live in Beihai City. I'm going to beat up that idiot. Form a group to beat him up +1. We have to teach that idiot a lesson. Luckily, she has an aunt who is a bit better than Kai. Kai, the one mooching off a rich woman and eating leftover food. The audience was deeply sympathetic to Zhang Lingling's plight and seethed with anger over her uncle's actions. However, at this moment, Zhang Lingling didn't notice these bullet comments, because she was completely shocked. On the phone screen, the mysterious Taoist wearing a mask summarized her past 15 years of life. She had never revealed a bit about her family situation to anyone, not even to her close rebellious friends. She was afraid that if she spoke out, she'd be laughed at by others. Especially those friends she'd worked hard to make, she didn't want to lose them. To be honest, some of her behavior was really annoying. But at the core, it's because of her lack of parents from a young age, which led to her insecurities. Growing up, she often acted out as a way to cover up her internal insecurities. Taoist, how did you figure all this out? Can you also predict my future? I want to learn a bit of this fortune-telling skill too. Even if you could teach me just a little bit. Zhang Lingling babbled to herself like a talkative person, asking questions non-stop. Watching her mutter to herself, Lu Heng felt inexplicably sad. Throughout his past life and this one, there were always parents neglecting their responsibilities. The most typical case was Zhang Lingling's mother. After her father's death, her mother hastily chose to remarry. As a daughter, Zhang Lingling was tossed aside like a burden. Since remarrying, Zhang Lingling's mother had vanished, never visiting her child. At 11, Zhang Lingling ran away from home, walking dozens of kilometers to where her mother remarried. And the result? Her biological mother beat her away with a stick. Since then, Zhang Lingling's mindset changed completely, becoming who she is now. Fortune-telling talents aren't easily acquired. Though I can't teach you much, I can predict your future. Lu Heng summoned the celestial destiny system again. System, query this person's future information. System prompt, querying future information will consume 3 days of the host's lifespan. Continue. Yes. After confirming, the future experiences of the rebellious girl Zhang Lingling were revealed before him. After reading Zhang Lingling's future, his expression turned solemn. His mood was not very pleasant. Little friend, a person's future isn't set in stone. The future I've calculated for you now may not be what you will experience. However, if you don't make reasonable changes, what I say next might be your second half of life. Lu Heng said slowly, Taoist, what exactly is my future? Will I become a top influencer? Or will I become a world-renowned star? Everyone is curious about their future. Zhang Lingling was no exception. On her young and tender face was full of curiosity and anticipation. Don't rush, little friend, listen as I narrate slowly. After organizing his thoughts slightly, Lu Heng said softly, if everything proceeds as I have calculated, then tomorrow night, you will have the most intense conflict with your uncle. At that time, you'll stab your uncle with a knife due to accumulated anger and resentment. Frightened by the blood spurting from his abdomen, you'll quickly contact a friend and flee to another city. While your aunt is out searching for you, she will unfortunately have a car accident and die from her injuries. You and your friends, unfamiliar with the new place, will be repeatedly deceived. Later, you drift along, mingling with some delinquents, not only getting accidentally pregnant but also turning to crime. About 7 years later, you and these people will be arrested by the police for home invasion and intentional injury. Fortunately, your situation isn't severe. Compared to others who get decades-long sentences, you only get 4 years. In prison, you're often bullied, making you think of your uncle. In your rage, you almost kill the bully, earning another 10 years in prison. After serving 14 years, though still under 40, you're completely outpaced by a fast-moving society. At that time, you struggle to survive, clueless, and decide to return home. Upon returning, your aunt's family would have moved away long ago. Upon inquiring with the neighbors, you learn the truth about your aunt's death caused by you. Filled with regret, you finally poison yourself in front of her grave. After hearing all of this, everyone in the live stream was silent. The often playful audience now felt particularly heavy-hearted. This was the most tragic person seen since the live stream began. Although Hu was cheated on, he was a rich second generation with countless women eager to marry him. Little Hu was tricked emotionally for years, but he's a college graduate with a good job and a promising future. Kyugu ignored advice and ended up in prison, but accumulated a substantial fortune and can still live comfortably despite not working. But this young 15-year-old girl was to face nothing but hardship in her future. Impossible, impossible. You're a liar, a fraud. How can my future, how can it be so miserable? Zhang Lingling's face was pale, devoid of color. She couldn't believe her future could be as tragic and pitiful as the Taoist claimed. She erupted in unprecedented anger. This anger was never shown, not even against the uncle who oppressed her for years. This anger was never exhibited, not even when mocked by friends many times. Sure, she wasn't a good student, her conduct was poor, she didn't respect teachers, and she often caused trouble. But that doesn't mean she doesn't understand empathy. As a child who lost her father at 5 and was abandoned by her mother, she knew what it's like to feel human warmth and coldness. She knew her aunt was good to her. But maybe due to her youth and personality, she became a bit rebellious. Indeed, she disliked her aunt's nagging and was annoyed by her discipline. But she never wished for anything bad to happen to her aunt. Chapter 58-54, I believe you, I believe you. How could my aunt have an accident? It's impossible. How could I stab my uncle? Although I really hate him, I would never stab him with a knife. Zhang Lingling's eyes were red as she repeatedly emphasized these words. Whether at home or at school, she was a troublemaker, often doing outrageous things to attract attention. But to actually hurt someone, she didn't have the courage to do that. So no matter what, she was unwilling to believe that she could stab her uncle and cause her aunt's death. Sigh. Lu Heng let out a soft sigh, a trace of pity flashing in his eyes. Then he slowly spoke. The root of the events should start tonight. Tonight, some of your friends will call you, inviting you to go clubbing. One of your friends gets harassed by a drunkard, and you can't stand it, so you get into a conflict. You get slapped by the drunk, and in anger, you smash a beer bottle over his head, causing a bloody mess. As things escalate, someone calls the police, and your friends scatter in all directions. You and the drunkard are taken to the police station, but because it's circumstantial, you're let off with just medical compensation. Your aunt rushes to the police station upon getting the call and pays the med fees for the drunkard. Because of this less than 1,000 yuan compensation, your aunt gets into an unprecedented argument with your uncle. Feeling guilty, you plan to make breakfast to ease the tension at home. But your uncle isn't appreciative and discovers that 10,000 yuan hidden in the kitchen is missing. Your uncle accuses you of taking the money, demands its return, insults you, and threatens to kick both you and your aunt out. Finally, you couldn't take it anymore, and you injured your uncle with a kitchen knife. As for what happened next, I've already told you before. Overall, everything Zhang Lingling is about to encounter in her future is due to a series of coincidences. Such experiences would be hard for anyone to accept. It is especially unacceptable for the young and rebellious Zhang Lingling. At this moment, her eyes are red, and tears fall like broken pearls pattering on the table. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. She shook her head vigorously, refusing to believe this would be her future. Lu Heng shook his head and continued, "If little friend doesn't want to believe it, you can just go and call your friends. Just ask about their plans for tonight, and everything will become clear, won't it?" Hearing this, Zhang Lingling hurriedly wiped her tears away. "Just wait. I want to prove to everyone that you're just a fraud." After speaking, she took out her phone and called one of her goth friends. The fans watching all shook their heads when they saw this. "Little girl, it seems you don't understand the painstaking effort of the Taoist priest. Dare you question the Taoist priest? It seems you haven't been taught enough lessons. No need for everyone to be so angry. After all, she is just an underage girl. I think the Taoist priest is a bit of a saint. Respect others' fate, let go of the urge to help, avoid self-righteousness. If the little girl has a rough fate, the Taoist priest can only help as much as he can. A rough fate is no excuse for self-indulgence. I find her quite pitiable. Let's be more tolerant and help her return to the righteous path." Meanwhile, Zhang Lingling's call was finally connected. "Hello, is that Ting? I want to ask about any plans for tonight." Following Lu Heng's words, she asked her friend, "Lingling, seems like there's nothing planned for tonight." In response, a smug look appeared on Zhang Lingling's face. If there's no plan tonight, how could anything happen? But before she could relish in that thought, her friend spoke up again. "Wait, don't hang up. I just remembered we're going to a bar in town tonight. Old Cat said a new bar opened in town, and it's supposed to be fun and exciting. Old Cat even asked me to call you earlier, but I forgot." Thunk. Before her friend could finish, Zhang Lingling's wrist trembled and the phone fell onto the table. "Hello, Lingling, what's wrong?" "I didn't forget on purpose." Hello, are you still there?" Zhang Lingling's face turned pale again. Her trembling fingers ended the call, and then she was dumbfounded. Could her future really unfold in the dreadful way the other party described, spending 10 years in prison? More importantly, she'd be the cause of her aunt's death. This is something she couldn't even forgive herself for. No wonder she would end up drinking poison at her aunt's grave to join her. Seeing her in this dazed state, the different feelings arose among the viewers. "I told you, how could you dare question the Taoist priest? See for yourself, your friends are all set to head to the bar in town, so what do you have to say? The Taoist priest has already clearly told you, if you don't change, everything he described will become your future. Little sis, it's not too late to turn back now. And you still have the nerve to cry. Isn't your future all due to your own doing? Exactly, your aunt treats you so well, like her own child. And you, rebelling and causing trouble, can you face her? She's just a child, please don't let her off. For your aunt's sake, you must avoid causing trouble in the future." Seeing the words of blame or encouragement from the viewers, Zhang Lingling cried even harder. Lu Heng sighed again. This was the most he had sighed since he started fortune-telling live streams. He spoke again, "Little friend, if you still don't believe it, you can stay home tonight at 10. Your uncle will sneak out to gamble, losing all the money made from selling grain. He set his sight on the money your aunt hid in the kitchen, and he'll come to steal it at 10 tonight." To be honest, Zhang Lingling's uncle was a scumbag. No, it would be an insult to scumbags to call him that. This scumbag not only lost a year's worth of grain money through gambling, but he also stole his wife's money hidden in the kitchen. What's more infuriating is that this scumbag had the audacity to frame Zhang Lingling for it. He even used that as an excuse to kick Zhang Lingling out of the house. Such pure scum is hard to find. I believe it, I believe it. I'm willing to believe. Boo-hoo. Zhang Lingling completely broke down. Tears like raindrops splattered on the table. The other party had laid out her future incidents so clearly and plainly. What reason did she have not to believe? That future, which sounded utterly miserable, was indeed her own future. Not only did she cause her aunt's death, but she also ended up spending over a decade in prison. This was something the 15-year-old girl could not come to terms with. Chapter 59-55. Good grief. Taoist priest, I know I was wrong. I'm willing to change. I'm willing to change. I don't want to harm my aunt, nor do I want to end up in jail. Zhang Lingling said tearfully. If you're willing to change now, then everything is still in time. Hearing this, Lu Heng was very pleased and felt his efforts were not in vain. You should know what to do now, right? He continued asking. Zhang Lingling nodded repeatedly. I know I'll cut off ties with those past disreputable friends. I'm going to study hard and not let my aunt down. I won't cause trouble at school anymore, won't complain about my aunt's nagging, won't. When Zhang Lingling resolutely decided to correct her rebellious ways and change her future, Lu Heng received a response. System notification. The host has successfully altered the heavenly Tao, currently absorbing lifespan. Please check later. Very good. Just do as you said. Lu Heng nodded slightly. At the same time, he glanced at the system interface. The lifespan had increased from 26 to 41 points, which was a decent effect. Thank you, Taoist priest. Once I've corrected these bad habits, I'd like to become your disciple. Zhang Lingling solemnly bowed to Lu Heng. Then she hung up the connection. Let's welcome tonight's second lucky viewer, searching for a child for 10 years, never gave up. After Zhang Lingling went offline, Lu Heng found the second fortune seeker of the night and sent an invitation for a connection. Hearing this name, the viewers in the live stream were momentarily stunned. Wow, I have to say wow, this lottery is too smart, isn't it? I remember this guy posted about searching for a child on Weibo. Many people helped look for the child, but there still was no result. I think the guy's surname is Zhang, right? After his son was abducted, he's been searching for 10 years, traveled across the country, and never gave up. Isn't that touching? Taoist priest, please help him with the divination. Brother Zhang has come to the right place. I guess besides the human traffickers, only the Taoist priest knows the whereabouts of the child. Congratulations to Brother Zhang here for finally being able to fulfill his wish. The Taoist priest should help more parents of abducted children. Exactly, the Taoist priest's calculations are divine. He should catch the traffickers too. The criminal law in Dragon Country is still too lenient. Traffickers should be sentenced to death as an example. Lu Heng glanced at the barrage and, seeing the viewers' discussions, learned the backstory. It turns out this second fortune seeker is here to find a child. This truly found the right place. Yes, it's indeed an intelligent lottery. After sending the connection invitation, quite some time passed before it was accepted. Subsequently, a weary-looking middle-aged man around 37 or 38 appeared in the live stream. Beside him stood a middle-aged woman, full of anticipation. Young friend Zhang, is it? Lu Heng asked with a smile on his face. Yes, my name is Zhang Wenhai. The middle-aged man nodded. I heard about young friend Zhang's 10-year search for his child and am very moved. Tonight, let me help young friend calculate where the child is. Lu Heng smiled as he spoke. Okay, all right. Zhang Wenhai hesitantly nodded. Meanwhile, the middle-aged woman beside him was full of excitement and joy. Seeing this couple with differing reactions, the viewers couldn't help but frown. Why does brother old Zhang not seem excited at all? Right, sis is full of hope, but why does brother still look so worried? Maybe brother has exhausted his hopes and is now calm like still water. Brother Zhang, don't worry, with the Taoist priest's help, they'll surely find the child's whereabouts. I admire no one, not even the wall, but I admire the Taoist priest's all-knowing calculations. The viewers had doubts, and so did Lu Heng. Logically, having hope of finding the child should elicit some excitement, just like the middle-aged woman. But Zhang Wenhai remained overly calm the entire time. There was even a slight trace of resistance in his calmness. What could be the cause of this? Could it be that behind the child's disappearance something is hidden? Lu Heng pondered silently. he decided to observe Zhang Wenhai's reactions further. Young friend Zhang, you're not a follower of my live stream, so you might not be aware of my fortune-telling rules. In my fortune-telling, if the person in question isn't present, they must provide the date of birth of the person being divined. Therefore, could young friend Zhang provide the child's date of birth, such as from the household registration or a birth certificate? Lu Heng said slowly, well. Zhang Wenhai scratched his head at these words, a look of difficulty on his face. Young friend Zhang, is there a problem? Lu Heng asked again. Taoist priests were currently out of town. The household registration and the child's birth certificate are at home, not with us. At this point, the middle-aged woman beside him replied directly. Yes, all those documents are at home. We didn't bring them. Zhang Wenhai nodded repeatedly, confirming this. Oh, I see. Lu Heng nodded slightly, then continued. Actually, just providing the child's date of birth and name will suffice. You both should remember the child's birth date and name, right? We remember. The middle-aged woman quickly nodded, then recited the child's name and date of birth several times. While listening, Lu Heng observed Zhang Wenhai's reaction. When the middle-aged woman mentioned not having the household registration and birth certificate, a hint of joy flashed in Zhang Wenhai's eyes. Although it was fleeting, Lu Heng caught it. And when the middle-aged woman stated the child's name and date of birth, Zhang Wenhai showed a trace of panic. Such a situation seems somewhat suspicious. Logically, as the father of an abducted child, Zhang Wenhai should be eager to find the child. But his current reaction clearly shows reluctance to cooperate and a lack of desire to find the child. If you don't want to find the child, why search for 10 years? Let me see what secret you're hiding. Lu Heng thought silently and summoned the celestial destiny system. System, search for this person's past information. He chose not to inquire about the child, but instead focused on Zhang Wenhai. System notification, searching past information will consume 3 days of the host's lifespan. Do you want to continue? Yes. Upon his confirmation, everything about Zhang Wenhai's past experiences unfolded before his eyes. After reviewing these past events, Lu Heng couldn't help but gasp. Wow, this man turned out to be a fraud. Chapter 6056. This world is too frightening. It's been several minutes and the Taoist still hasn't spoken. According to the usual practice, when the Taoist doesn't speak for a long time, he might have foreseen something unexpected. Could it be? Surely it can't be that the child is no longer alive, right? It's quite possible. I guess the Taoist is concocting his words to prevent Brother Zhang and his wife from being too heartbroken. This result is just too tragic. They've been searching for 10 years only to hear that the child is dead. Yeah, if it were me, I probably wouldn't be able to accept it either. Brother, sister-in-law, please accept my condolences. Seeing that Lu Heng hadn't spoken for a long time, the online viewers couldn't help but let their imaginations run wild. Sitting in front of the computer, Zhang Wenhai and his wife showed different expressions as they read the scrolling comments on the screen. Zhang Wenhai's expression hadn't changed much. If there was one change, perhaps it was that the initial panic had faded. Beside him, his wife's eyes were red, her lips tightly pressed. Taoist, have you found out where my son is? She asked, her voice trembling, full of hope. She really couldn't accept that her abducted son was dead just like that. I have already divined the result. At this moment, Lu Heng suddenly spoke. Taoist, where was my son taken? He can't be, as others said, in the live room, already dead, right? The middle-aged woman quickly pursued. Don't worry, your son is still alive. Lu Heng smiled slightly. He glanced at the comments. These ridiculous viewers really love to stir up trouble. Damn, the kid's obviously alive, yet you all said he was dead. You bunch of idiots, you really caused unnecessary trouble. Just now, when the Taoist didn't speak, I thought something bad had happened again. Glad the kid isn't dead. I saw it was Celestial C. Daniel Wu who said the kid was dead. Everyone quickly scolded him. Whoa, I was just saying it offhandedly. Who told you all to take it seriously? Sure enough, this guy's full of lies. There's no trusting any Celestial C. Daniel Wu. Right, people with those kinds of names probably aren't that handsome. Kick him out of the live room. This guy's bringing down the average attractiveness of the room. I second that. The viewers also realized that they might have overthought things and quickly changed the subject to avoid embarrassment. Lu Heng ignored these ridiculous viewers. His attention had been on Zhang Wenhai the entire time. This guy was deliberately putting on an expectant look, which was utterly ridiculous. If it weren't for what he saw about this guy's pass through the system, he would have been fooled with everyone else. Fortunately, today, he was about to uncover the truth. Taoist, please tell us. The middle-aged woman asked, her expression anxious. She also knew it was rude to keep pressing, but after searching for her son for 10 years and now with a lead, how could she remain calm? Actually, finding your son is not difficult. Lu Heng said slowly, unhurriedly, not difficult. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman was taken aback. She and her husband had traveled all over the country for 10 years and still hadn't found their son. How come, in this Taoist's words, it was not difficult? The reason you haven't found your son is that you've been looking in the wrong places and with the wrong people. Lu Heng continued with a smile, wrong places. With the wrong people. This baffled the already confused middle-aged woman. Zhang Wenhai beside her also frowned. His gaze occasionally flitted to Lu Heng with a look of contemplation on his face. The viewers in the live room were equally puzzled. Taoist, is this some kind of riddle? Dear Taoist, the couple is anxious to find their child, don't be cryptic. What the Taoist said must have a deeper meaning, let's speculate a bit. Stop speculating, at this rate there'll be no one alive in the live room. Ha, you fools still don't understand the Taoist's meaning. What does it mean? Want an explanation? Can't say. Damn, you're just teasing us. The viewers debated for a while and still couldn't grasp Lu Heng's meaning. Please be patient, let me explain slowly. Lu Heng remained calm and softly said, Madam, the reason I said you haven't found the right place is that someone has been deliberately leading you in circles. Huh? The middle-aged woman was once again stunned by these words. Taoist, what do you mean by this? What does it mean someone has been deliberately leading me in circles? She was at a loss and still didn't understand. Ahem. Zhang Wenhai lightly coughed, his face turning a bit pale. The middle-aged woman, hearing the cough, instinctively glanced at her husband. Ever since their child was abducted, the couple had traveled everywhere searching. Clearly, it was just the two of them. How could someone be leading them in circles? Don't hurry, let me continue. Lu Heng smiled slightly and went on. The reason why I said you haven't found the right person is that it's this very person who has been leading you in circles. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenhai's eyes widened instantly, his expression changing dramatically. The middle-aged woman, however, frowned. She shook her head and said, That can't be right, Taoist. In the past 10 years, it's been just me and my husband looking for the child. No one else was involved. She still hadn't realized what was going on. But the viewers in the live room suddenly caught on. No way, right? The person the Taoist is talking about couldn't be. Who is it? Tell me quickly. Where's your brain? The answer is obvious. Whoa, I'm a bit confused. This can't be real, right? Why not? Before the Taoist came, would you have known that whose virtuous wife was cheating? Would you have known that Little Rabbit's boyfriend worked at a club? Too terrifying. This world is too terrifying. Wah, I admit I'm an idiot. Someone, please tell me. Who is the person the Taoist is talking about? Little fool, let me tell you. When searching for the child, it was brother and sister-in-law. So eliminating sister-in-law, who could it be? Brother Zhang. How could that be possible? Exactly, if that's true. Why would Brother Zhang go through so much trouble looking for 10 years? I believe the Taoist. Since he started the broadcast, he hasn't made a mistake. The intense discussion among the viewers caused an explosion of comments in the live room. The middle-aged woman also noticed these comments. Her lips moved slightly, reading them. After someone provided an explanation, her eyes widened in shock as she turned her head to look at her husband beside her with a dazed expression. Chapter 61:57. Enough talk, my wife just got pregnant. I'm off to get checked at the reproductive clinic. Wenhai, what they're saying, is it true? The middle-aged woman looked at her husband in disbelief, asking in a trembling voice, Why do you believe everything others say? For the past 10 years, we've traveled across the country to find our child. Was that all fake? Does our relationship as husband and wife not mean more than a few words from others? Zhang Wenhai had been a bit flustered earlier, but he had now calmed down. He spoke, his words powerful and resonant, so much so that the middle-aged woman felt a bit ashamed and embarrassed. Taoist, did you make a mistake? The middle-aged woman turned her head toward the screen. Her intuition told her that the other party must have made a mistake. How could the child's abduction possibly be related to her husband? Heh. Lu Heng gave a faint smile and didn't provide further explanation. His eyes, hidden behind the mask, looked at Zhang Wenhai again and softly said, Young friend Zhang, may I ask you some questions? Taoist, my wife and I came to you with the utmost trust to have our fortunes told. But why are you trying to mudsling me? Zhang Wenhai said angrily. Ignoring him, Lu Heng continued. Young friend Zhang, I deduced that due to an accident in your early years, you've lost your reproductive ability. What nonsense are you spouting? Before Lu Heng could finish his sentence, Zhang Wenhai impatiently retorted. If I didn't have reproductive ability, how could we have a child? If I couldn't have a child, I wouldn't have wasted 10 years traveling across the country to find one. Lu Heng shook his head and continued. Then do you remember Dr. Liu from the reproductive department of the Beihai City Central Hospital? I don't know what you're talking about. I've never been to any central hospital. And as for this doctor, Liu, I've never met him either. Zhang Wenhai's face turned pale and he kept shaking his head. Despite his confident words, others could see that there was a problem. The Taoist knows everything. If he says you have no reproductive ability, then you definitely don't. I choose to blindly trust the Taoist. This is a bit outrageous. If Brother Zhang doesn't have reproductive ability, then how did the child come to be? I know, but I just don't want to say it. To think there's such a bomb hidden behind 10 years of searching for the child. The Taoist is formidable. He directly detonated the bomb. Tonight wasn't wasted. What a great drama this was. Old Zhang, there's no need to argue in front of the Taoist. Just seeing you pretend to be calm, we already know that you truly are infertile. No wonder the child was abducted 10 years ago. There was a mole. The audience buzzed with discussions as comments filled the live stream. Meanwhile, after listening to the conversation between Lu Heng and Zhang Wenhai, the middle-aged woman was left in a daze, her face blank. Lu Heng continued, 13 years ago, when you found out your wife was pregnant, your emotions must have been very complex. You needed this child because you needed to prove to others that you weren't infertile. But you also resented this child because you knew your condition meant you couldn't make your wife pregnant. Use you. Zhang Wenhai's eyes turned red and he was panting like an old bellows. In your hometown, child abductions are rampant. So one day, you intentionally took the child outside to play, then went alone to buy a pack of cigarettes. When you returned, the child was predictably gone. At that moment, your feelings were as conflicted as when your wife first got pregnant, a mix of fulfillment and a hint of reluctance. After all, you'd cared for the child for 3 years, and whether it's a kitten or a puppy you've raised for 3 years, there's bound to be some affection. Lu Heng spoke slowly. Enough. Stop talking. Zhang Wenhai suddenly shouted. His shout awoke his dazed wife beside him. The middle-aged woman's eyes were full of sorrow. Is everything the Taoist said true? Unable to fight the pain in her heart, she still asked. It's true, all of it is true. Do you know how I felt when you told me you were pregnant? Damn it, I'm infertile and can't have children. And yet you were pregnant. What do you want me to do? How do you expect me to face a child that has no blood relation to me, but was born from my wife's womb? Zhang Wenhai roared hysterically. Wenhai, I'm so sorry. That night I was just drunk, I didn't think. The middle-aged woman sobbed as she explained. And did you know that the man who got you pregnant even sent me photos from that time? You were smiling like a flower, drunk, huh? Zhang Wenhai shouted angrily, I. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman was utterly stunned. Let's calm down and get a divorce. I've had enough over these 10 years too. After saying this, Zhang Wenhai turned and left directly. Wenhai. The middle-aged woman, looking at her husband's back, silently cried. Seeing this, Lu Heng decisively chose to end the call. The spectators, having witnessed the spectacle, still felt a bit dissatisfied, as if wanting more. I didn't expect the story to end like this. When I first read about the couple searching for their child for 10 years, I admired them, but I didn't expect they were already estranged. Being infertile himself, yet his wife was pregnant, it's impressive brother Zhang could endure it. Whoever can endure what others cannot is a true Ninja Turtle. No more talking, my wife just got pregnant. I'm off to check the reproductive department. I should check too. Wait, I don't have a wife. That was close. No need to check, I'll just assume it's my child. Give me a chance, and I'm willing to have the child take my surname. Sob. I've never even held a girl's hand, and I can't help but cry. This guy named Zhang is quite shameless. He should have made things clear from the start, either divorce or no child. Was all this drama necessary? Exactly, either divorce outright or abort the child, but instead, the child was born only to be intentionally abducted. It's absurd. Brother Zhang must have been stifled. The child wasn't his, yet he still had to accompany his wife to find it. Indeed, it's tough being a man. The audience sighed with infinite emotion. At that moment, Lu Heng suddenly spoke up. Actually, you misunderstood again. The one who wanted to go out and find the child wasn't the wife. It was Zhang Wenhai, the husband. After the child was abducted, Zhang Wenhai couldn't help feeling sad and suggested going out to find the child. His intentions were good, but unfortunately later on. Chapter 62:58. As it turns out, I'm just an idiot. What happened next? Monk, hurry up and tell us. I'm dying of curiosity. Zhang Wenhai is really a piece of work. Yeah, initially he didn't want an abortion and let the baby be born. When the child turned 3, he deliberately let traffickers kidnap the kid. But in the end, he's the one who insisted on looking for the child. If he had been more straightforward, none of this would have happened. Can we stay on topic? I'm still waiting for the master to explain. If it were other streamers daring to tease the viewers like this, playing guessing games, they'd have already been cursed out by everyone. But who is this person here? This is the all-knowing fortune teller, who would risk their life by cursing this great sage. Lu Heng smiled faintly and continued. In the beginning, Zhang Wenhai did take his wife out to look for their kidnapped child. But later, after the media reported his story, things changed a bit. Many online users were moved by his efforts to find his child, and began to donate money to encourage Zhang Wenhai and his wife. That was when Zhang Wenhai realized that making money wasn't hard, it could even be quite easy. After that, he practically turned into one of those travel bloggers, taking his wife on a tour around the country under the guise of looking for their child. Every time they reached a new place, he'd shoot some short videos and post them on various short video media platforms. As more and more fans paid attention to him, many advertisers approached him, making it even easier for him to make money. Of course, some online users questioned whether he was just putting on a show, but he brushed them off by saying that finding the child wasn't easy, and he needed to raise money for living expenses and travel costs. In the 10 years of searching for his child, the first 4 were normal, but in the last 6 years, Zhang Wenhai made a fortune. The viewers were all dumbfounded after hearing this. What the hell? Did searching for a child actually turn into a business? This is really crazy. That's truly mind-blowing. By now, everyone could guess the changes in Zhang Wenhai's mindset. At the start, he must have been driven by guilt over the kidnapping of the child, so he took his wife to look for their child. But in the following years, as media exposure increased, Zhang Wenhai definitely realized that this was a great business opportunity. That's why what Lu Heng said earlier was true. He deliberately started dragging his wife in circles. Finding the child wasn't important. Making money was what mattered. No wonder people watching his short videos felt like they were seeing travel videos instead of a search for a child. So this was the crux of the issue. This juicy gossip surely entertained the viewers. Previously, everyone looked at Zhang Wenhai with respect and admiration. After all, searching for a child for 10 years required admirable perseverance. But now, Zhang Wenhai had turned into a joke in everyone's eyes. This couple that searched for their child for 10 years was truly bizarre. One was fooling around with a first love and got unexpectedly pregnant, hiding it from her husband for 13 years. The other, knowing well that he was infertile, still let his wife have the child and turned it into a profitable search operation. For people like this, everyone sincerely wished them a swift end and a quick reincarnation. I originally thought Zhang Wenhai was a simple and honest guy who knew he's craftier than me. Don't bring it up. I even saved money in college to donate to them. Turns out I'm just a fool. Holy crap, now even searching for a child can become a business. I'm amazed. Zhang Wenhai is like a cow climbing a tree, high as hell. Haha, all of us who thought we were smart got played by a farmer like this. Even all those college students and PhDs got deceived by Zhang Wenhai for 6 years. Do you think Zhang Wenhai will keep looking for the child? Searching my ass. It's not even his child, so even if he finds it, what difference does it make? That old bastard is probably preparing to divorce his wife, then live peacefully with the money made over those 6 years. I'd bet he's earned at least several million in these 6 years. Damn jealous and resentful. The viewers quickly calmed down. In the past, they might have yelled and cursed a bit more. But now, weird people and things are becoming more common, and nobody has the energy to curse everyone out. Oh right, Young friend Zhang and his wife previously asked me to help calculate the whereabouts of their child. But with all these interruptions, I completely forgot. I'll just calculate now where the child has been trafficked. Saying this, Lu Heng recalled the child's name and birth date, invoking the celestial destiny system. System prompt: querying past information will require the host to sacrifice 3 days of lifespan. Continue. Yes. Soon everything the child experienced in the past was revealed before his eyes. After seeing it, Lu Heng continued, I have calculated the child's location. After being trafficked, the child was sold to Beihu Village in Ziyang City, Nanhai Province, to a family named Liu. You can help report it or notify Zhang Wenhai and his wife. Seeing that he calculated the child's whereabouts again, the viewers burst into laughter. Master, don't worry, I'll report it now. Master, you really know how to stir things up, huh? After finding the child, how will Zhang Wenhai face it? What's so hard for Zhang Wenhai to face? It's not even his child. I can already imagine the shock and anger on Zhang Wenhai's face when he sees the child again after 10 years. It takes a bad guy to deal with a bad guy. Someone like Zhang Wenhai needs a good thrashing. You're quite bold to call the master a bad guy. Guys, I've remembered his name. Let's blow up his DMs. Is it just his DMs you want to blow up? You're all just venting online. Dare to meet in real life. I'll bring the camera. Count me in, I can provide the venue and props. Are you setting up a fight? Why does it sound so weird? I've also reported it and mentioned Zhang Wenhai's case. That old man should be charged with fraud. Lu Heng glanced at the comments and couldn't help but chuckle. These silly viewers are really up to some tricks. Then he checked the time. Wow, it's already past 10. The earlier segment with the cybergoth girl Zhang Lingling didn't take much time, so most of it was spent on Zhang Wenhai and his wife. To be honest, Zhang Wenhai's fortune-telling request tonight was purely coincidental. After the previous streams, Lu Heng had become a top-tier internet celebrity. Many online users flocked to Zhang Wenhai's and his wife's microblog, suggesting they come for fortune-telling. Zhang Wenhai didn't even want to find the child, so why bother with fortune-telling? But he couldn't go against his wife, so he had to visit the stream gifting some cheap items. Who would have thought he'd get selected? And then, that was it. Chapter 63:59, Drawing Talismans. Tonight's 2 fated individuals have already been calculated. So I'll be signing off now, dear friends, until we meet again. After bidding farewell to everyone, Lu Heng prepared to end the stream. Don't leave so fast, Master. Boo-hoo, back to the lonely days of waiting for Master to stream again. The juicy gossip today was really satisfying. Me too, I'm off to share it with my girlfriends. Watching Master's stream is way more fun than watching the Spring Festival Gala or anything. How can a trashy Spring Gala compare to our Master? Do you think the Master could appear on the Spring Gala? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I guess so too, since the Master knows everything. If he really figured something out, wouldn't it cause a sensation? The way you put it, now I'm even more looking forward to it. Everyone, let's petition for the Master to appear on the Spring Gala. I want to see certain people turn pale and tremble all over. The more they discussed, the itchier their curiosity became. Lu Heng habitually ignored the whimsical chatters of the viewers and simply ended the stream. System alert. The host has successfully altered the heavenly Tao and is absorbing lifespan. Please check later. As he closed the streaming room, the system prompt suddenly sounded. System. He summoned the system interface and glanced at his lifespan. After calculating for Zhang Lingling, it should have been 41 lifespan points. But now, the number had increased to 52 points. It seemed that the destinies of Zhang Wenhai, his wife, and that child had all changed. These 52 lifespan points are quite a lot. How about a 5 consecutive draws? Lu Heng rubbed his hands together, eager with anticipation. System draw. System alert. Do you want to consume 10 lifespan points for a draw? Yes. Without a second thought, he went for a round of 5 consecutive draws. System alert. Congratulations to the host for drawing 5 bottles of lower-grade spiritual chi pills. System alert. Congratulations to the host for drawing 3 Earth Escape talismans. System alert. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Immortal Talisman technique. System alert. Congratulations to the host for drawing 1 cloud-forming and rain-spreading talisman. System alert. Congratulations to the host for drawing 3 bottles of spiritual chi water. His luck, as always, was mixed, but even amid misfortune there was a bit of fortune. What is this immortal talisman technique? Drawing talismans. Intrigued, Lu Heng entered the system warehouse. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a manual about talisman drawing. Drawing talismans is fine, but this is just two. After reading, he couldn't help but feel a little speechless. He thought it involved drawing talismans like earth escape talismans, thunder light talismans, or cloud forming and rain spreading talismans, which had significant uses. But this immortal talisman technique. Gosh, it could only draw things like exorcism talismans, flash talismans, and purification talismans. An exorcism talisman is just for warding off evil spirits. What's the use? It's the era of Dharma decline now. Where are you going to find so much evil energy? A flash talisman, as the name implies, is just a talisman that turns into a ball of light to illuminate the surroundings. Why would I use a flash talisman when I can just turn on my phone's flashlight? A purification talisman is even more amusing. It's used to remove dust and stains from clothes. Isn't this just a washing machine? No, not even as good as a washing machine. A washing machine can wash dozens of items at once, while a purification talisman can only handle one at a time. Besides these three useless items, this immortal talisman technique also records another 6 kinds of talismans. But these 6 are just as useless with no practical purpose. Perhaps in ancient times, these talismans might have come in handy. But in modern times, there are countless convenient and simple methods to replace these talismans. Oh well, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. When bored, I can draw them for fun. Maybe I can even explore a path into magic tricks. With a thought, Lu Heng instantly mastered the immortal talisman technique. Lousy cultivation technique. If there were an invisibility talisman, it wouldn't seem so lousy. What would you need an invisibility talisman for? Of course, to prank little junior sister Qingyu. What did you think? Oh right, I still have an excellent wolf hair brush that I can use for drawing talismans. As for talisman paper, there's plenty in the Shanking Tao. Lu Heng decided to find some time tomorrow to learn talisman drawing, cultivate all night without conversation. The next morning, amid a familiar bang 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 knocking sound, Lu Heng opened his eyes. Senior brother. Senior brother? Hurry up and get up, it's time for breakfast. The human alarm clock Qingyu was starting her wake-up routine again. Got it. Lu Heng shook his head helplessly. It's just him, anyone else would have developed insomnia from this pesky girl. After a simple wash, he headed out with Qingyu to the cafeteria. After breakfast, it was time for morning classes. Fortunately, the Spirit Treasure Hall was still under repair and not open to tourists and pilgrims yet. Otherwise, he'd have to be on duty acting as a tour guide. After tricking Qingyu to master Xuan Cheng's place, he sneaked back to his room. Drawing talismans, drawing talismans. Lu Heng took out the cinnabar and yellow paper he had grabbed earlier, and from the system space, took out that long-unused, excellent wolf hair brush. According to the immortal talisman technique, a truly effective talisman requires 5 components. These 5 parts are the talisman head, talisman body, talisman heart, talisman guts, and talisman foot. All 5 parts are indispensable. Otherwise, even if it looks right, it's still a useless scrap talisman. The talisman head is the start of a talisman and also the most important part. In a talisman, it's like a person's eyes, responsible for identifying and recognizing. Without this talisman head, the talisman cannot determine the target. The talisman body serves as the main divine talisman. Due to the various functions of talismans, the choice of the main divine talisman also varies. Before drawing a talisman, one must determine the talisman's function to choose the main divine talisman needed. The talisman heart is the wish of the one drawing the talisman. It must coordinate with the main divine talisman without going in opposite directions. The talisman guts are the soul of a complete talisman. Whether a talisman is effective depends on whether there is mana within those talisman guts. Without a soul, a person dies. Without guts, a talisman is void. The final talisman foot comes in many varieties. The specific situation needs to consider the talisman's purpose. Different talismans have different talisman feet. Some top-tier talisman feet even require corresponding spells to work in tandem. Lu Heng slowly channeled the true qi inside him, infusing it into the wolf hair brush in his hand. The brush dipped lightly in cinnabar. He moved across the yellow paper in one fluid motion. His talisman drawing was executed in one seamless motion. At the moment the talisman foot was completed, a faint glow appeared on the yellow paper. Effortlessly, a talisman was drawn. The talisman he completed was indeed a virtually useless flash talisman. These low-level talismans barely used up any true chi. Lu Heng felt he could easily draw 100 or so in a day. But darn it, who in their right mind would bother drawing so many lousy talismans? Chapter 64-60, Seeking Immortality Temple. For several days in a row, Lu Heng's life was very pleasant. Besides eating and attending lectures, he was cultivating. With the help of the spiritual chi pill, his cultivation progress was quite good. He had a premonition that it might not take a month before he breaks through to the 5th layer chi refining. This progress satisfied him, yet also brought a hint of worry. As his cultivation level gets higher, how can he still keep a low profile? A genius like him is practically like a firefly in the night, so conspicuous, so outstanding. "Senior brother, are you there? Master is looking for you." Outside the door came King Yu's familiar voice shouting again. "Got it." Lu Heng quickly got up, went out, and headed to Qingyan Hall. This Qingyan Hall is where the sect leader of the Shanking Tao lives and practices daily. The hall is spacious, with plenty of sunlight, and in terms of comfort, it is much better than the dormitories of minor Taoists. Upon entering the hall, Lu Heng saw his master Xuan Cheng, who had taken countless blames for him, talking with another uncle master, Xuniming. "Master, your disciple is here." He spoke softly. "King Feng, you don't have anything on hand, right?" Xuan Cheng turned around and asked kindly. "Disciple is not busy." Lu Heng shook his head. "That's good." Xuan Cheng nodded slightly and then said, "Then you can go to Seeking Immortality Temple instead of me." "Yes, master." Lu Heng nodded in agreement. This Seeking Immortality Temple is located to the southwest of Dragon Tiger Mountain, requiring crossing 4 mountains, and is quite remote. Unlike a thriving major sect like Shanking Tao with many disciples, Seeking Immortality Temple is a minor sect among minor sects. In King Feng's previous memories, the most people it ever had was only 5. The head of Seeking Immortality Temple, known as Fian, was said to have lived over 100 years. This old Taoist outlived all of his few disciples. After the old Taoist's lifespan ended and he passed away, there was no succession. Currently, Seeking Immortality Temple has no successor and is in an abandoned state. Xuan Cheng and Fian had been close despite their age difference, and every month, Xuan Cheng would send a disciple to clean the temple and offer incense to the celestial venerable statues inside. This month, the cleaning task fell on Lu Heng. The other disciples didn't want to go to Seeking Immortality Temple. The main reason was that the mountain roads were too difficult to walk. A round trip would take a day. With that time, wouldn't it be better to read books, recite scriptures, or watch small videos? But for Lu Heng, this bit of mountain road was simply no problem. Did you think Heaven Stepping Cloud Step was just for show? After returning to his room, he packed a few things and set off directly. No matter how rugged or steep the mountain roads were, they felt as smooth as flat ground. In less than 2 hours, he arrived at Seeking Immortality Temple on Taoyuan Mountain. This little temple looks quite new. Master must have had people repair it before. The Seeking Immortality Temple before him was not the broken little temple from King Feng's previous memories. Lu Heng took out the key, opened the tightly locked door of the little temple, and prepared to start working. Taoyuan Mountain, surrounded by mountains, is remote and far from the urban area. To get to the city from here would require taking a bus for 7 or 8 hours. Because of this, Taoyuan Mountain is rarely visited by people and has a lot of wildlife. However, today, 4 hikers unexpectedly came to the serene and tranquil Taoyuan Mountain. Among the 4 hikers, 2 are male and 2 are female, appearing to be in their early 20s. Judging from their clear yet silly eyes, the 4 should be college students. Each carried a large backpack, and their gear seemed very complete, comparable to those of professional hikers. Wow, there's actually a temple here. Among the 4, a somewhat short, long-faced guy suddenly exclaimed. On hearing this, the other 3 looked up in unison and indeed saw Seeking Immortality Temple located halfway up the mountain. There really is a temple here. A rounded girl said in surprise. We heard from villagers in Dinkiao village earlier that there was a temple in the mountain. At the time, I didn't believe it, but they weren't lying after all. The round girl continued. I remember too. Another robust yet dark-skinned guy spoke. He looked puzzled at the temple in the distance, furrowing his brow. I remember a villager saying this temple had been abandoned for over a decade. It used to have only one nearly 100-year-old Taoist. Who knows if he's still alive or not? Well, after such a long time, maybe that old Taoist has already turned into a pile of bones. The long-faced guy chuckled. You, that's disgusting. Let's not go. I can already imagine the stench of rotten flesh as soon as we enter. The round girl shivered and shook her head repeatedly. What's there to be afraid of? Just a pile of bones. It's not like it's a white bone spirit. Besides, what if that old Taoist is still alive? We could go in, check out the situation, and maybe gain some followers by posting a few videos. The long-faced guy said unconcernedly, let's go check it out. 100-year-old man living alone on the mountain is truly pitiful. The last girl among them spoke up softly. She was relatively tall, with delicate features, wearing glasses, and spoke tenderly. Then let's have a look. Ting makes a good point. If the old Taoist is still alive, we might be able to help. Of course, if he's dead, we can help bury him properly. Seeing that Song Ting had spoken, the robust guy immediately agreed. Heh. The other two pursed their lips and secretly cursed bootlicker in their hearts. The long-faced guy Zhao Xiu turned his eyes, speaking ominously. Aren't you afraid that after the old Taoist's death, his ghost may still linger in the temple? If we go in recklessly, that old Taoist's ghost might possess one of us without us knowing. By then, the person possessed by the old Taoist's ghost might do all kinds of strange things, or even murder. The round girl shivered at the thought. She couldn't help recalling those horror movies she had seen before and exclaimed, Zhao Xiu, could you stop? I've got goosebumps all over. Ghosts, what's there to fear? At this moment, the robust guy suddenly laughed. Then he took out a crucifix necklace from around his neck, confidently saying, I have already embraced God. With God protecting me, a mere ghost is nothing to worry about. Seeing this, the long-faced guy Zhao Xiu couldn't help but laugh. Wow, Ming, you're something else. Showing a crucifix in front of a temple, aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Chapter 65-61, Old Taoist Master, you truly are an enlightened immortal. Exactly, Ming, you're being ridiculous. I saw on the satellite map earlier that this place isn't too far from Dragon Tiger Mountain. If your actions anger that immortal of Shanking Tao, should we save you or not? The chubby girl chimed in jokingly. Don't worry, Liu Rui, there's no such thing as immortals. I've watched all those so-called video clips. It's obvious they're all edited with special effects, yet some gullible netizens believe them. It's hilarious. The muscular Ming said disdainfully. Let's go inside and take a look. Song Ting pleaded with the three in a low voice. This girl acting coy melted not just Ming and Zhao Xiu, but even Liu Rui couldn't resist. All right, let's go take a look together. Liu Rui pinched Song Ting's cheek, reluctantly agreeing. So the four of them quickened their pace and arrived at the temple. Seeking Immortality Temple. Ming glanced at the sign above the gate and frowned. Wasn't this place abandoned for over a decade? How does it still look new? Maybe it was renovated. But who would renovate a deserted temple? Do they have too much money to spend? Zhao Xiu muttered on the side. Huh, why does it still smell fragrant here? Is someone burning incense inside? Liu Rui sniffed and asked, puzzled. I smell it too. Could the old Taoist the villagers talked about still be alive? Song Ting was equally perplexed. Impossible, right? Villagers said over a decade ago that the old Taoist was nearly 100 years old. If he's still alive now, wouldn't he be over 100? That's absurd. Zhao Xiu shook his head in disbelief. I got it. Maybe the old Taoist is a transcendent master. Isn't there an immortal at Shanking Tao? Having a transcendent master here isn't strange. Liu Rui speculated wildly. Stop the nonsense. A transcendent master. If the old Taoist were a transcendent master, this place would be called True Immortal Temple, not Seeking Immortality Temple. Ming scoffed and added, what you're all experiencing is just your mind playing tricks on you. Once you enter places like temples or Taoist temples, you somehow feel a sense of reverence. Then, just like now, your imagination runs wild. As for the fragrance you're talking about, let's go inside and see for ourselves. With that, Ming took the lead and walked straight into the temple. The other three exchanged looks and followed him inside. A little temple in the deep mountains, rare to have visitors. Lu Heng had heard the commotion outside for a while. When the four stepped into Seeking Immortality Temple, he calmly walked out from the main hall. The four paused in astonishment when they saw him. Old Taoist, you really are a transcendent being. Liu Rui's eyes widened in surprise. You've rejuvenated, not just a transcendent being, you're a true immortal. Zhao Xiu was equally shocked. This can't be real, can it? Ming stepped back 2 steps, full of disbelief. Only Song Tingting raised her eyebrows slightly, scrutinizing Lu Heng. Old Taoist. Do I look old to you? Rejuvenated, I was never old. Lu Heng was also baffled by the two's reaction. Liu Rui, her voice trembling, said, Old immortal, I heard from the villagers down the mountain that you're over 100 years old. Isn't that old? Upon hearing this, Lu Heng finally understood. It's a misunderstanding. I am not the old Taoist you speak of. He shook his head and explained, the old Taoist you mentioned should be Taoist Fian. He passed away a decade ago. I am a disciple of the Shanking Tao, here today to tidy up the temple and offer incense to the three pure heavenly venerate. Upon hearing this explanation, Liu Rui and Zhao Xiu looked disappointed. They thought they had encountered a real immortal today. Turns out it's just a young Taoist. I said it, there's no such thing as a transcendent master. Teeming finally exhaled a long breath. Young Taoist, you said you're a disciple of Shanking Tao. Is it the Shanking Tao on Dragon Tiger Mountain? Song Tingting asked with interest. Besides the Shanking Tao on Dragon Tiger Mountain, there's no other Shanking Tao in Dragon Country, right? Lu Heng pondered for a moment, unable to recall any other branches of Shanking Tao. I heard that Shanking Tao has an immortal. Is it true or false? Zhao Xiuo, full of curiosity, asked eagerly. If you believe it's true, then it is. If you don't, then it isn't. Lu Heng replied with a smile. Always with, if you believe, then it is. If you don't, then it isn't. Teeming muttered softly. I saw on Weibo, Sister Hong had bad luck for days and even got struck by lightning. Is that true? Liu Rui continued to ask. That is true. Lu Heng nodded. What's true? Are you sure those videos of people getting struck by lightning didn't have special effects added? And that Sister Hong, isn't she an actress hired by you? Teeming frowned and questioned coldly. Lu Heng glanced at him, wondering why he seemed so agitated. It wasn't until he saw the cross necklace around Teeming's neck that he suddenly understood. Ah, a believer of God, got it. He still smiled without a trace of anger. My answers are all true. As for whether you believe it or not, that's beyond my control. Teeming wanted to say more, but Zhao Xiuo saw him getting worked up and quickly pulled him back. Sorry, young Taoist, my friend here has a bit of a temper. Zhao Xiuo gave his friend a look, signaling him to calm down, and also apologized to Lu Heng. It's okay. Lu Heng smiled unconcernedly. In 2 lifetimes, he had seen all kinds of people. I wonder if you 4 came to the temple because you need help with something. He turned to Liu Rui and asked curiously, Well? Liu Rui hesitated, a slight embarrassment on her face. Song Tingting explained, Young Taoist, we didn't mean to intrude. We heard from villagers that there was a Taoist in this seeking immortality temple near 100 years old. We wanted to come by, see if we could assist the Taoist in any way. Didn't expect the Taoist had passed a decade ago. Oh, I see. Lu Heng nodded, though the 4 were a bit foolish. They had good intentions. Heh. At this point, Teeming suddenly let out a mocking laugh. He glanced at Lu Heng sideways and said disdainfully, The old Taoist died 10 years ago. How could the villagers not know? They must have made up all those lies to trick us into staying overnight. Chapter 66-62. If young people aren't arrogant, are they still young? Teeming, say a bit less. Talking about others behind their backs isn't very nice. Zhao Xiuo quickly reached out and pulled on his companion at the sight. What's wrong with that? Teeming had a dismissive look and sneered. Aren't the things I'm saying all true? My friend speaks candidly. Please don't mind him, little Taoist. Song Tingting looked embarrassed and quickly explained on his behalf. No worries. Lu Heng shook his head with a smile, then said, Meeting the 4 of you here in the deep mountains must be a matter of destiny. Why don't you all come with me and rest for a while in the temple? Then we must impose on you, little Taoist. Song Tingting liked this kind of serene and quiet place very much. Therefore, without even thinking, she nodded and agreed. Zhao Xiu and Liu Rui didn't say much either and followed along into the main hall. Only Teeming, after glancing around a few times, curled his lips with a look of impatience on his face. But seeing his 3 companions walking away, he still chose to follow them. In the deep forest, there's not much good tea. Please don't mind. Lu Heng poured a cup of the freshly brewed tea for each of the 4. As soon as the tea was poured into the cup, a refreshing and penetrating fragrance immediately entered their nostrils. This tea smells really nice. Zhao Xiuo sniffed hard, surprised. Tastes good. Liu Rui wasn't one for words, took a sip directly, and gave a thumbs up right away. Song Tingting couldn't wait to take a sip too. As soon as the tea entered her throat, it instantly transformed into a warm current coursing through her body. The fatigue accumulated from climbing the mountain vanished without a trace. Seeing that his three companions had all drunk, Ming also had no choice but to take a sip. In an instant, he squinted his eyes in comfort. HMMMMMM. He almost hummed out loud subconsciously. Lu Heng saw this and nodded slightly. This tea brewed with spirit water was a universal hit, and this was lower-grade spirit water. Who knows how the upper-grade spirit water would taste? Little Taoist, what kind of tea is this? Liu Rui asked curiously. She was already interested, wanting to buy some to take home. The tea is ordinary, but the water used for brewing isn't. Song Tingting suddenly spoke. Her family's condition was quite good, and she had tasted various teas collected by her father since childhood. Therefore, she could easily discern that the tea in this cup was not particularly good, but the water was extraordinary. She had never tasted such clear, sweet, and lingering water. The tea is just regular loose tea, nothing special. The water I brought from Shanking Tao. Lu Heng replied with a smile. It wasn't really a lie. The spirit water in the system's warehouse was all drawn when he was at Shanking Tao, so it was indeed brought from Shanking Tao. Song Tingting smiled slightly and said nothing more. Apparently, she thought he was brushing them off on purpose. Meanwhile, Ming, watching this, felt a bit displeased with Lu Heng. A mere cup of tea leaves him hemming and hawing, who cares? Catching sight of a copy of the Gua scripture placed on the table next to Lu Heng, Ming suddenly had an idea. So he took the initiative to say, Little Taoist, are you also interested in studying the Gua scripture? I know a little. Lu Heng replied casually. This Gua scripture was something he had used to prop up a table leg earlier. He didn't believe in fortune-telling. After all, could fortune-telling be more accurate than his celestial destiny system? So, Little Taoist, you must be quite proficient in fortune-telling then. Since we have nothing else to do now, why not have you tell my fortune? Ming suggested with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Heng glanced at Ming. This guy looks sunny and robust, but why is he acting like a moron? Ever since entering the temple, he's been nitpicking the place like he's here just to cause trouble. Even if we have different beliefs, you shouldn't provoke others repeatedly, should you? If it weren't for not wanting to reveal his identity, I would definitely calculate what color your underwear is. Dear friend, this little Taoist is still in the early stages of practice and can't tell fortunes for others. He smiled gently, declining the request. Of course, his refusal wasn't because he was backing down. This kind of thing he wouldn't swallow. If youth isn't a bit brash, can it still be called youth? Bad luck talisman ready to go, so you can't tell fortunes. I thought you had some ethereal Taoist vibe, but it's all just an act. Ming sneered sarcastically. Forget it, Ming. Song Tingting shook her head slightly, signaling for him to stop bothering. All right, I'll let it go for Tingting's sake. Ming cast a smug glance at Lu Heng and happily drank his tea. I'll drink your tea while deliberately provoking you. What can you do about it? The three others, besides Song Tingting, looked speechless at this behavior. They had thought Ming had a decent character, but now his low emotional intelligence was apparent. It's unknown where he got so much disillusionment and cynicism, causing embarrassment for those around him. Song Tingting's face turned crimson, feeling somewhat ashamed. She hesitated for a moment before mumbling, I'm really sorry, Little Taoist. My friend speaks his mind readily. Please don't take it to heart. We've rested enough, so we should be going. She stood up after speaking, giving the others a look indicating it was time to leave. Actually, she wanted to stay a bit longer. But wouldn't you know it, Ming had to act like he had eaten dynamite. If they continued to stay, she might have had to find a hole to crawl into. Let's go, I've rested too. Liu Rui nodded repeatedly. Ming's behavior earlier almost had her wishing she could dig a tunnel with her toes. Zhao Shuo and Ming both had to get up, slinging their backpacks again. Let me see you off. Lu Heng stood up to send them off. While Ming was inattentive, he attached the prepared bad luck talisman onto him. Young man, I hope you can keep up this rebellious attitude of yours. Seeing the four leave, he smiled and extended his wishes. After leaving the temple, Zhao Shuo couldn't help but say, I say, old you went a bit too far just now. The little Taoist let us rest and drink his tea. Why did you act like you took a dose of gunpowder, mocking him like that? Liu Rui nodded in agreement. You indeed went a bit too far just now. Hearing his companions say that, Ming's face showed a hint of embarrassment. He hurriedly explained, I just can't stand those Taoists and monks, they're all frauds. Chapter 67-63, You're Awake. Song Tingting and her group of 4 crossed Taoyuan Mountain, continuing toward their hiking destination, Yanaming Lake. I really miss that cup of tea from the young Taoist. I can still remember the refreshing taste lingering in my mind, said Liu Rui as she walked along. The 3 of you are so young. I also drank that Taoist's tea. It was indeed fragrant and sweet, but he must have added something else to it. As for what it was, I don't know yet. Teeming, who was walking at the front, turned his head back and responded. Teeming, don't walk so fast. The terrain here is complicated. If you walk too fast, be careful you don't have an accident. Seeing Teeming striding quickly, Zhao Shuo warned with concern. Don't worry, I'm a sports ace, what could possibly? Before Teeming could finish his sentence, he suddenly slipped. He instantly lost his balance and rolled down the hillside. Damn! The other 3, shocked by the sight, hurriedly slid down the slope. Fortunately, though the hill was steep, it wasn't high, and since Teeming was halfway down the hill, the drop wasn't that significant. However, the fall left the once handsome and robust Teeming looking disheveled, covered in dirt. Were you being chased by dogs? I told you to slow down. Zhao Shuo complained, but then extended a hand to pull Teeming up from the ground. No big deal, just a minor scrape. Teeming shook his head, trying to clear the dizziness. Hey, Teeming, you're bleeding. When Song Tingting and the others caught up, they immediately noticed a cut on Teeming's forehead, bleeding slightly. Damn, now that you mention it, it really does hurt a bit. Teeming instinctively touched his forehead, discovering it was indeed covered in blood. Must have been scratched by rocks when I rolled down. Luckily, the wound's not deep, should stop bleeding soon. Zhao Shuo helped examine the injury. Although it bled a lot, the wound wasn't deep. He took out a medical kit from his backpack and bandaged Teeming. This is bad, this is bad. There are immortals in Shanking Tao. You spoke disrespectfully to the young Taoist, and now you're facing retribution. Liu Rui pursed her lips, speaking dramatically. Teeming snorted upon hearing this. You really have a wild imagination. I just accidentally slipped. It has nothing to do with the Taoist. Zhao Shuo laughed, maybe. How about we rest here for a bit before setting off again? His suggestion was met with agreement from the other 3. The 4 had just sat down and hadn't even caught their breath when Teeming suddenly stood. Pointing to the southeast, he exclaimed excitedly, Look, there's an air raid shelter over there. Wait here, I'll check if there's anything fun inside. With that, Teeming stood up and walked toward the air raid shelter. This guy's like a rabbit. He has to keep moving or he gets uncomfortable. Zhao Shuo and the others laughed it off, not paying much attention. As his friends, the 3 knew well of Teeming's somewhat hyperactive nature. Getting him to sit still for long would be harder than anything else. The 3 had just taken a sip of water, moistening their dry throats, when they suddenly heard a scream from inside the cave. Damn, something happened. The 3 exchanged a glance and immediately got up, running toward the air raid shelter. Old he, you okay? Zhao Shuo was at the front, shouting into the air raid shelter. Before he had gone far, he stopped in his tracks. Not far ahead, Teeming lay on the ground, his head covered in blood, his life uncertain. Old he, old he. Zhao Shuo hurriedly went forward to check on him. But just then, Liu Rui screamed from behind, Zhao Shuo, someone's to your left, get out of the way. Upon hearing the shout, Zhao Shuo turned around urgently. A black figure flashed before his eyes suddenly. Before he could see the figure clearly, he heard the sound of air being cut through. Panic-stricken, he quickly retreated to dodge, but the opponent was wielding a steel pipe. Even though he reacted, it still landed squarely on his shoulder. Ouch! Under the heavy blow, Zhao Shuo couldn't help but cry out in pain. The black figure then came forward, swinging the pipe and landing a blow on his head. Blood sprayed instantly, blurring his vision. A sudden dizziness overwhelmed him as he collapsed to the ground, his vision fading to black as he lost consciousness. Muffled sobbing filled his ears. Drifting between confusion and pain, Teeming gradually regained consciousness. The sharp pain at the back of his head made him gasp. The pain also brought some clarity to his vision. Damn, this really hurts. What happened to me? How did I end up lying here? I remember earlier, I entered an air raid shelter, didn't I? How did I suddenly end up injured? Wait, I think I was attacked. Teeming's memory slowly began to return. After a while, he finally remembered everything that had happened. He had entered the air raid shelter and was about to explore when he suddenly felt someone watching him from behind. However, before he could turn around, he felt extreme pain at the back of his head, blacking out instantly. As for what happened next, he had no idea. "You're awake." At that moment, a figure appeared before He Ming. "It's you." He Ming looked up and saw it was the young Taoist they had encountered earlier at the Seeking Immortality Temple. "It's good you can recognize me. You should be fine." Lu Heng nodded slightly, seeing He Ming recognized him. Being able to recognize faces was a good sign. Where am I?" He Ming looked around, finding himself lying in the shade of a tree. Not far away, Song Tingting and Liu Rui were huddled together, sobbing quietly. What happened?" He Ming asked hoarsely. "It's a bit complicated." Lu Heng spoke in a serious tone. "You left a small backpack at the temple earlier. I came running to catch up. When I got here, I suddenly heard screams from inside the abandoned shelter, so I went in to check. I found someone attacking you guys and quickly grabbed a stone to scare him off. Who would have thought he'd be unlucky enough to get hit in the head by my throw and faint instantly?" Thank you." Even though He Ming wasn't fond of Taoists or monks, he still expressed his gratitude to his savior. "Where's my friend Zhao Xiuo?" He asked another question. "He's not in good shape, got hit on the head with the iron bar. But don't worry, I've already called the police. They've dispatched a helicopter." Lu Heng replied truthfully. Chapter 68-64, A Man with Principles. Glancing at Zhao Xiuo, who lay unconscious with closed eyes not far away, Lu Heng felt a twinge of guilt in his heart. This time I might have overdone it. He Ming might be annoying, but Zhao Xiuo was truly innocent. Unfortunately, the use of the bad luck talisman didn't just bring misfortune to He Ming, it inadvertently implicated Zhao Xiuo as well. Thankfully, he arrived in time, otherwise, the 4 college students might not have escaped disaster. Thinking of this, he glanced back at the assailant he had tied to a tree. He had hit this guy's forehead hard with a rock. The bruise on his forehead swelled with a reddish-purple hue, looking quite dreadful, but well, it was deserved. From the vicious attack on both He Ming and Zhao Xiuo, it was clear this person was not decent. Lu Heng stared at him for a while and suddenly remembered a piece of news. About a week ago, the police in a neighboring city were pursuing a murderer. The murderer vanished without a trace after fleeing into the mountains. Despite multiple organized searches through the mountains, the police couldn't find the suspect. Even now, police from the neighboring city were still conducting search operations in the mountains. Now it seemed highly likely that this guy was that escaped murderer from the neighboring city. It was all my fault. If not for me, Zhao Xiuo wouldn't have gotten into trouble. Knowing the situation of his friend, He Ming was full of remorse. If not for his curiosity back then, insisting on exploring the air raid shelter, none of this would have happened. Upon hearing this, Lu Heng nodded to himself. "It truly is your fault. If you hadn't repeatedly caused trouble, I wouldn't have needed to waste a bad luck talisman." About 15 minutes later, the long-awaited helicopter finally arrived. Lu Heng assisted the rescue team in carrying the unconscious Zhao Xiuo and the assailant onto the helicopter. Then he, along with everyone, flew to Dragon Tiger City. Zhao Xiuo, He Ming, and the assailant were to be taken to the hospital, while he, Liu Rui, and Song Tingting needed to report to the police station. Sure enough, the assailant was indeed the escaped murderer from the neighboring city. Heaven knows how this guy managed to cover such a distance over several mountains in just a week, ending up in Dragon Tiger City. The case was quite straightforward. After assisting with the investigation, the 3 of them were allowed to leave. "Little Taoist priest, thank you so much. If you hadn't arrived in time, the 4 of us might really have died in those mountains." Song Tingting expressed her sincere gratitude. Though now safe, recalling the previous encounter still sent shivers down her spine. She could imagine, without the timely intervention of this young Taoist priest, she and her companions would have become victims under the murderer's stick. "Yes, we're truly very grateful. When we have the chance, we'll definitely visit Shanking Tao to see you." Liu Rui nodded repeatedly. "It was just my duty, no need to remember it so fervently." Lu Heng felt a bit embarrassed by their words. Being praised online was something he felt he deserved, but being praised in reality felt a bit awkward and shy. After all, the cause of this was him trying to teach He Ming a lesson. Song Tingting and her friends still needed to visit He Ming and Zhao Xiu in the hospital, so they bid farewell after adding Lu Heng on WeChat. Where to go now? Lu Heng looked at the time. It was only after 2 in the afternoon. Forget it. Unfamiliar with the area, perhaps I should just return to Shanking Tao. After thinking it over, he realized he had no other place to be, so he might as well return to Shanking Tao to continue his cultivation. Dragon Tiger Mountain. After a nearly 2-hour bus ride, Lu Heng finally made his way back from the city center. He first reported the day's events to his master, Chuan Cheng, and then returned to his room. Just as he entered, the system prompt sounded suddenly. System prompt. The host has successfully altered the heavenly Tao and is now absorbing life span points. Please check later. Lu Heng was slightly taken aback. He summoned the system interface and glanced at the life span points. After the last 5 draws, he remembered only having 2 points left. Now the points had increased to 8, an increase of 6 points. Lu Heng looked at his lifespan points, falling into thought. It's not a high number indeed. Not as many as the points gained after changing the fate of Zhang Wenhai and his wife. But it also meant that the fate of He Ming and the others hadn't drastically changed. Could it be that even without my intervention, they would have encountered the murderer? If that's the case, the 6 lifespan points weren't from them but from the murderer. Upon realizing this, Lu Heng understood clearly. Even though he didn't use the system to check the fates of He Ming and the others, he was certain they would have encountered the murderer. This means, even without the bad luck talisman, they would have met the murderer. However, the meeting likely wouldn't have happened inside the air raid shelter. The outcome of them encountering the murderer would probably have been escaping with injuries, much like the current situation. Had they died at the murderer's hands, the lifespan points gained should have been more. If I hadn't arrived in time, Song Tingting and the others would have died at the hands of the murderer. Capturing the murderer afterward would have maximized the benefits. But can I let Song Tingting and the others be killed just for the sake of lifespan points? Lu Heng shook his head. He is a man with principles. He absolutely cannot stand by and watch others die just to gain lifespan points. Forget it, why overthink this? Better focus on cultivation and enhancing myself quickly. He shook his head, casting aside those mixed thoughts. Hope I can get rid of this leukemia DBUFF soon. After taking a spiritual chi pill, he gradually entered into a state of cultivation. When he opened his eyes again, dinner time had already passed. If I go to the canteen now, only leftovers will be there. Better fill up with some snacks, and then do a live stream for some easy money. Thankfully, he had bought some snacks while in the city. Otherwise, he'd definitely go hungry tonight. Stuffing his mouth with snacks after calming the rebellion in his stomach, Lu Heng took out his phone, opened Daohu Live, and entered his familiar streaming channel. The long-waiting audience members poured into the live stream as quickly as possible after receiving the system notification. "Oh, Taoist priest, I finally get to see you again. Without you, life felt dull. I even gained 3 pounds. Weren't you supposed to lose your appetite? How did you gain weight? Not drinking tea or eating meals, just purely eating meat. The Taoist priest is finally streaming again. My soda and snacks are all ready. I wonder what bizarre show will happen tonight. I can predict that tonight's fate holder might be wearing a green hat. With just one glance, I can tell your son isn't actually your own. Damn, I'm willing to be the stepfather, what's it to you? You're the classic beta male, 666,666. Simping never gets you a house. Soon, the livestream was filled with a lively and humorous atmosphere. Chapter 69-65, Women are like clothes, the Taoist is like a father. Upon seeing the enthusiastic bunch in the livestream room, Lu Heng couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. What a pity if it weren't for this blood cancer DBUFF, he'd definitely want to cut a few more. Good evening, water friends. Tonight, we're continuing with live fortune telling. As usual, after sending gifts, 2 lucky water friends will be selected for fortune telling. Remember, when sending gifts, there's no need to send anything expensive. Before he could finish, the water friends had already enthusiastically started sending gifts. Whether it's expensive or not, all sorts of gifts flew across the screen. While sending gifts, the water friends didn't stay idle and continued chatting. Master, I think you're not finding destined people, but rather victims. Since Master started streaming from the first one, to the last one, Zhang Wenhai and his wife, hardly any of them had a good ending. By the way, what's up with Zhang Wenhai? I haven't checked Weibo lately. Well, let's just say, if it's not being infamous, it's a total disgrace. Didn't Master reveal the whereabouts of the child? Sister-in-law Zhang found the child, and now she's preparing for a divorce with Zhang Wenhai. It seems Zhang Wenhai was also sued for fraud. If it weren't for Master, we all would have been scammed by this guy. Damn, 10 years searching for a child, what a great gimmick. Master got another burst of fame. Lots of people are inquiring about his location. wanting to personally seek fortune-telling. From the start of his stream to now, Master has always worn a mask, definitely not wanting to reveal his identity. How could he let people come to his door? Why don't they come to our live stream room? At least there's a chance of being chosen for fortune-telling, right? Haha, you're too young. Some things aren't meant to be said publicly. Exactly like with Zhang Wenhai, if it weren't for being exposed by the master, who would have believed his 10-year search for a child was just an excuse to make money. The human heart is sinister. As the water friends chatted, the 5-minute gift-sending window quickly came to an end. All right, time's up. Everyone, please stop sending gifts now. We'll now draw tonight's 2 fortune-telling slots. Lu Heng used the same routine as last time, casually picking a lottery website and pasted the gift list onto it. As he pressed the draw button in the blink of an eye, 2 water friends were chosen. As everyone can see. Tonight, the 2 destined water friends are Zhao Lily and Itchy Butt. Lu Heng read out the names of the chosen water friends. This Zhao Lily, why does that name sound a bit familiar? Isn't she a streamer on the Douyin platform? Why is she over on the Douhu platform? Yeah, why is she here for fortune-telling? Whoa, I searched her up. This Zhao Lily is quite a beauty. Of course, one of the top Douyin female streamers. How could she not have looks? I'm kind of interested in the second lucky water friend. Itchy Butt, are they asking to be spanked? Why is everyone in this live stream gay? I don't dare to bend over in the live stream room, afraid someone might sneak up behind me. Upon seeing the lucky draws for tonight's fortune-telling, the water friends started discussing. Some felt a bit down since they weren't the ones chosen, but that disappointment quickly turned into excitement. Tonight there are 2 good shows to watch. How delightful. Now we'll connect with the first lucky water friend, Zhao Lily. After a lot of effort, Lu Heng finally found Miss Zhao Lily and sent over a connection invitation. As the connection was accepted, a long-haired, voluptuously sexy beauty appeared in the live stream room. Indeed, it's Douyin's Zhao Lily. Holy crap, nosebleed, that body is sizzling. Not only is she beautiful, but rich and generous too. I'm willing to stay lost forever in that deep ravine. Damn, that waist is so slender. Even as a guy, I'm openly envious. Miss, you're in the wrong place tonight. Exactly, the master won't let you off just because you're pretty. Beauty, are you wearing black stockings? Can you tilt the camera down a bit? The arrival of Zhao Lily immediately excited the water friends. The popularity of the entire live stream room was skyrocketing. Hello, Zhao Lily, little friend. Even someone who had seen countless welfare girls like Lu Heng couldn't help but flash a look of amazement in his eyes. No wonder she's a top streamer on Douyin. She's definitely something else. Hi, master. Zhao Lily also greeted him with a smile. However, her expression seemed a bit awkward. What would you like to have your fortune told about tonight, little friend? Lu Heng continued to ask, well. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lily's awkward expression only deepened. After a brief silence, she honestly replied, Master, I actually didn't come here for fortune-telling tonight. I just heard from the water friends that there's a very accurate fortune-telling stream on Douhu, so I came to check it out. Didn't expect to be chosen. Lu Heng nodded slightly, smiling as he said, no problem, if you don't want your fortune told, you can pass your spot to someone else. Master, I wanted to ask, are you really good at fortune-telling? Zhao Lily didn't leave the mic right away, and instead asked tentatively. Upon hearing this, the water friends immediately got angry. Zhao Lily, even though you're pretty, that doesn't give you the right to question our master's capabilities. Yes, even if a fairy came, she shouldn't doubt our beloved master. Women are like clothes, but master is like a father. Clothes can be taken off, but a father can't be abandoned. Is it really accurate? Let me tell you, there's nothing in this world our master can't predict. Master knows it all, can you really question that? If you want your fortune told, hurry up and don't waste time. Exactly, if you don't want it, give your spot to me. I want to know tomorrow's lottery numbers. How many times have I told you, even if the master gives you the numbers, you still won't win. With those $2, I'd rather buy some spicy sticks to eat. As die-hard fans of Lu Heng, no matter who questions him, the water friends would all unite to attack. Even if you're a beauty, it won't work. They would rather stay single but still sternly criticize you. Since little friend doesn't believe it, let me help you see your past. Lu Heng wasn't angry and secretly called out the celestial destiny system. System, query this person's past information. System prompt, Querying past information will cost the host 3 days of lifespan. Do you wish to continue? Yes. As he confirmed, everything about Zhao Lily's past flashed like a movie before his eyes. Chapter 70-66. What does it mean to be a fortune-telling immortal? Sorry. It's my first time here, I don't know the specifics. Zhao Lily saw those bullet comments and quickly apologized. At the same time, her fans in the Daohu livestream also showed their displeasure. This is just a damn fortune teller. How can they have so many fans? Having lots of fans isn't the problem. The problem is this fortune teller is treated like their fans' real parent, and we can't even say anything. Yeah, our Lily doesn't even know if this guy is accurate. What's wrong with asking? Lily, should we log off? Damn, promoting feudal superstitions and still acting so justified. I'm reporting this. Report plus 10086. Let's all report together and shut down this trash fortune teller. You guys watch Zhao Lily's stream every day. Did your brains get pounded out? Don't you know the renowned fortune teller on the Daohu platform? Hilarious, a bunch of idiots. The Taoist has been streaming for so long, you think you can just report him casually. I don't care who he is. If he's rude to Lily, I'm cursing him. As always, a simp has no house. In the livestream chat, the simp fans clashed with the neutral fans. Zhao Lily felt a bit regretful seeing this. If she had known, she wouldn't have gone into the other party's livestream, let alone send a gift. This way, she wouldn't have been picked for participation either. As she was full of conflict, Lu Heng had already finished reading her past experiences. Little friend, I've finished the fortune telling. Lu Heng slowly spoke. Ah, so fast. Zhao Lily was taken aback at these words. Although she hadn't had her fortune told before, she had at least seen it done. Since when does a fortune teller start without asking anything first? This guy seems unreliable, right? Who knows how he managed to get such a big group of hardcore fans? Zhao Lily secretly complained in her heart. Lu Heng faintly smiled and softly said, Little friend just turned 18 this year. Your family is all well and your parents are very loving. Your father entered the real estate industry early on, with favorable development. Unfortunately, later he was framed by villains, causing the company's performance to plummet. As he recounted unhurriedly, Zhao Lily's life story slowly unfolded before everyone's eyes. Whether it was Lu Heng's stream viewers or Zhao Lily's fans, they were all stunned after hearing these things. What the hell? You telling me this is 18 years old? Oh my God, what did she grow up eating? With this maturity, did she start eating papayas as a kid? Compared to my own flatness, I'm so envious and jealous. If anyone else said Zhao Lily just turned 18, I wouldn't believe it. Exactly with Zhao Lily's developed chest, how could she be only 18? But since the Taoist said it, I believe it. This development is outrageous. Miss, can we chat privately? I'm not hitting on you, just want to ask about your diet. Bro, I can hear your schemes from a mile away. No one would have thought that the voluptuous Zhao Lily was only 18 and hadn't even graduated high school yet. Everyone could imagine how inferior her classmates must feel. It's too outrageous. It's not just the stream viewers and fans who were stunned, but Zhao Lily too. She came here purely out of curiosity, but she didn't expect this masked Taoist to be so accurate. Did this guy really figure it out, or did he get the information from somewhere? Zhao Lily slightly furrowed her brows, secretly pondering. Lu Heng continued calmly. Little friend, though just turned 18, has been influenced by various romance novels, hoping for a deep love. Unfortunately, many guys are too intimidated by your looks to confess. And those who dare to confess, you don't fancy. Even though you've never had a real relationship, you've had 2 online romances. Sadly, those online romances you hoped for were just scams. Those 2 online romance experiences not only ended fruitlessly, but also cost you nearly 50,000 yuan. At this point, stream viewers and fans in both live streams couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wow, who would have thought the goddess like Zhao Lily would have such experiences? Lily, if you want love, you can come to me. I'd die for you. Choose me for online romance. I'm the most devoted. Lily, I'll be a live-in son-in-law for you. Lily, choose me. I'll let our child take your surname. Stop fighting. Lily, I just want to be with you. I don't even mind being cuckolded. Damn, you simps are too much. These people are shameless. How about taking a look at Celestial C. Daniel Wu? I really didn't expect Lily to have been scammed twice in online romances. I guess the scamming didn't meet her in person. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be about money. Right, high-end scammers would con for money and looks. I better be careful, with my savings reaching 1,000 and weighing just over 200. I wonder how many people are looking out for me. Sis, let me give you another 1,000, and please go cool off somewhere. Zhao Lily was utterly dumbfounded. She slightly opened her rosy lips, looking incredulous. These two scam experiences in online romance are her most deeply hidden secrets. She hadn't even told her parents. But now such private secrets were being revealed publicly. For a moment, Zhao Lily wanted to find a hole to crawl into. The past of the little friend has been roughly discussed. As for more private matters, it's not appropriate to discuss in public. Seeing Zhao Lily's embarrassed look, Lu Heng felt quite smug inside. Little girl, didn't you not believe? Today you now know what a true fortune teller is. Taoist, you are really spot on. Zhao Lily gritted her teeth and said she could already foresee that tonight's stream would spread across the entire net. By then, her two online romances becoming scam stories would be a black mark accompanying her forever. Damn it, really want to strangle you. Zhao Lily clenched her fists, aching to torment the other party to quench her anger. What does the little friend want to know next? Is it future career or future love? Lu Heng smiled and asked again, future love. When Lu Heng brought this up, Zhao Lily was indeed a little tempted. From elementary school, she'd loved reading all sorts of love novels, fantasizing about having a perfect love like those in the novels herself. But throughout her way to high school, she hadn't met a boy who caught her eye. This love thing, it seems, is not destined for her. Chapter 71, 67. Young lady, you may face imprisonment. Taoist, since you're so accurate, please help me figure out my future career. Zhao Lily thought for a moment, then smiled sweetly. Since love seems elusive, why not take a look at her career? I'm also a career-minded, strong woman. Lily, no wonder you're the woman I like, focused on your career, making it easier for me to mooch off you later. I can tell right now that Lily's career is very deep. Are you really looking at her career? A career line and career, aren't they the same thing? Of course they are. I'm skilled in palm reading, and can tell at a glance that Miss Lily's career line is quite impressive. I hope the career you're talking about is the same as what I'm imagining. Damn, can you stop making lewd jokes about my wife? It's really annoying. If only there was a peanut, you wouldn't be getting drunk like a dog either. The viewers and fans were quite surprised by what they heard. They thought this pretty girl looking for true love would be asking about her future romantic fate. Unexpectedly, she wanted to know about her future career. Career topics are far less interesting than romance. Future career? Of course that's possible. Lu Heng nodded slightly, then summoned his celestial destiny system. System, query this person's future information. System prompt, querying future information will consume 3 days of the host's lifespan. Proceed. Yes. Soon, Zhao Lily's predetermined fate was displayed before his eyes. After seeing it all, Lu Heng couldn't help but take a deep breath. What a pity. Taoist, how is my future career? Zhao Lily asked, full of curiosity. I have already calculated your future, my friend. But this future may be vastly different from what you imagined. After organizing his words, Lu Heng replied with a sigh. Vastly different. Hearing this, a hint of doubt appeared on Zhao Lily's pretty face. Indeed. Lu Heng nodded slightly and continued. In the future, I see, my friend, you might have legal troubles. Upon hearing this, not only was Zhao Lily herself stunned, but also the viewer fans in the 2 live stream rooms were at a loss. Impossible, right? How could such a pretty girl like Lily face legal troubles? What's the necessary connection between beauty and ending up in jail? Is the Taoist possibly mistaken? Absolutely not possible. The Taoist knows all, he can't be wrong. Miss Zhao Lily, please think carefully. Have you done anything illegal? Drunk driving, driving without a license, hit and run, these are probably the easiest reasons for incidents, right? Very likely, female drivers can be quite terrifying. Don't worry, even if you end up in jail, I'll still love you. I'm going first since I have yellow urine. If you have diabetes, don't even think about it, don't let him have a sweet time. Not only were the viewers and fans curious, but Zhao Lily herself was also very curious. She thought carefully about her recent behavior and seemed to find nothing illegal. The bullet chat said it might be due to driving, but she had just turned 18 and hadn't gotten her license yet. Besides, she never touched a car and had no interest in driving. So this could almost be ruled out. Could it be because of tax evasion? Recently, many streamers and celebrities have been caught for tax evasion and faced heavy penalties. But she had never done anything shady in that regard, so the possibility was slim. Then what could possibly cause her to end up in jail? After thinking it over, Zhao Lily still couldn't find the reason. Finally, she couldn't help but ask, "Taoist, why exactly do I end up in jail in the future?" "Do not panic, my friend. Let me explain slowly." Lu Heng said unhurriedly, "Do you have a friend with the last name Sun?" "Yes." Zhao Lily nodded. Her best friend indeed had the last name Sun. The other wasn't a high school student, but her relationship with her was closer than any classmates. Lu Heng continued, "Has this friend of yours recently gotten a new boyfriend?" "Menel." Zhao Lily nodded again. It was only recently that she found out her friend got a new boyfriend. But her friend often changed boyfriends, with the longest relationship lasting only 3 months. So she didn't pay much attention to her friend changing boyfriends. "I advise you to immediately cut ties with this friend. Sever all connections." Lu Heng said seriously, "Huh." Zhao Lily was full of doubt. Why would she need to cut ties with her friend? "You must be very curious why I advise you to cut ties with that friend." Lu Heng said solemnly, "Because it's precisely this friend of yours who causes you to end up in jail." "Impossible." Zhao Lily shook her head repeatedly. She'd known her friend since childhood, sharing nearly a decade of friendship. How could her friend possibly be the reason she ends up in jail? The responses of Lu Heng's livestream viewers and Zhao Lily's fan base were quite different. "How is it impossible? You should just listen to the Taoist." "Exactly, dear, for our future. Quickly cut off ties with that Sun-named woman. Miss, if you don't want to end up behind bars, it's best to heed the Taoist's advice." What our Taoist predicts can't be wrong. The last one with a predicted legal problem was Brother Dog from the Daohu platform. Exactly, back then our Taoist told Kyugu to rush home, but he didn't listen and ended up in trouble. If you don't heed the Taoist's words, you'll regret it before your eyes. The viewers from Lu Heng's side had witnessed Kyugu's fate, so they all sent bullet chat messages, hoping Zhao Lily would heed the Taoist's advice and cut off ties with her friend with the last name Sun as soon as possible. But on the other hand, Zhao Lily's fans were dismissive of it. "Lily, don't listen to this lying fortune teller's nonsense." "Exactly, I just don't believe you'll end up in jail for no reason." "Lily, stick to your beliefs, we support you." "I've realized this Taoist loves to say outrageous things just to attract attention and flow." But ask again, what if Lily's friend really has issues? As she watched the bullet chats flow by, Zhao Lily felt deeply conflicted. If anyone else had told her to cut off ties with her friend, she'd definitely give them a verbal thrashing. But this Taoist was incredibly accurate. Not only did he calculate her family background, he even uncovered her hidden dark past. Such a person wouldn't speak carelessly, but should she really sever ties with her friend? This was a friend she'd known for nearly 10 years. Zhao Lily felt utterly indecisive. Chapter 72:68. "I'm just afraid that after you're done reading my fortune, my whole family will be gone." Seeing Zhao Lily's hesitant appearance, Lu Heng did not urge her. Between best friends, they've had a friendship for nearly 10 years. How could a relationship be completely severed just because of a few words from him? But with the principle of helping others to the end, he still felt the need to advise. Of course, if the other party still doesn't listen, then he can only respect others' fates and abandon the idea of helping. Ahem. Lu Heng habitually cleared his throat before saying, "Young friend's best friend's new boyfriend is definitely not a good person. Currently, she's already controlled by this new boyfriend, but she's not the target, it's you. Next, your best friend will follow her new boyfriend's orders and do something bad to you. It's precisely these bad deeds that will land you in jail eventually." Upon saying this, Lu Heng paused for a moment. Looking at Zhao Lily's somewhat clear yet foolish gaze, he couldn't help but advise again. "If you don't believe me, then around 9 o'clock, your best friend will visit with her new boyfriend. At that time, it's best you call the police immediately and don't entertain any wishful thinking. This is as far as I can advise. Whether you believe it or not is entirely your own decision." After Lu Heng finished speaking, the viewers in the live stream couldn't hold back. "Honey, just listen to the Taoist. Hurry and cut ties with your best friend." "Zhao Lily, you seem pretty smart, so why become a fool at a critical moment?" "All right, everyone, let her make her own choice." "Yeah, what if our goddess Lily likes going behind bars?" "Doesn't matter, I'll marry her regardless." The Taoist has laid it out clearly. If you still don't believe it, then I have just one word for you. Good luck. You really won't learn until you hit a wall, will you? Meanwhile, in Zhao Lily's livestream room, her fans also chimed in with their opinions. Lily, better safe than sorry. Look at how assertively the Taoist speaks, better be cautious. I agree with everyone. Your own family might stab you in the back, let alone a best friend. I still think this Taoist is just trying to grab attention, no need to listen. Everyone hold on, didn't the Taoist say the best friend would come at 9? By 9 o'clock, everything will be clear, right? Yeah, wait until 9. If the best friend doesn't show, it proves this fortune-telling Taoist is a fraud. That's a good idea. If the best friend and her boyfriend show up, just follow the Taoist's advice and call the police. Zhao Lily nodded secretly while looking at the comments. To be honest, she didn't want to believe her best friend would harm her. But as the saying goes, better safe than sorry, and the Taoist had already made his words so clear, would she not be a fool if she still didn't listen? Thank you for your fortune-telling, Taoist. I will seriously consider it. Zhao Lily nodded solemnly. She decided to wait until 9 to see the situation. If the best friend doesn't come, then all is well. But if the best friend comes with her new boyfriend, then she would just have to call the police. All right. Lu Heng nodded slightly and disconnected the audio with Zhao Lily. He hadn't received any feedback from the Celestial Destiny system yet. This proved that Zhao Lily hadn't made up her mind. Thinking of this, he couldn't help shaking his head silently. What a naive girl. He had already laid it out so clearly, yet she was still hesitant. What can be done? Of course, respect others' fates and let go of the notion of helping. After Zhao Lily left, the viewers were still somewhat indignant. I'm utterly dumbfounded. Doesn't this woman have a brain? Big boobs, no brains. Isn't that what netizens say? She's so pretty, yet I never thought her IQ would be this low. Don't insult my wife. Even if she's a fool, she's still my wife. Your wife is going to jail, going to jail. I remember the last one who didn't listen to the Taoist was Kyugu, right? Yes, the Taoist told him to go home. He didn't. Ended up drunk driving and hit and run. If he doesn't go to jail, who will? Such a pity. Such a pretty girl is going to say goodbye to the colorful world. Lu Heng glanced at the comments, absorbing the reactions of the viewers. There are so many people in the world, not everyone is willing to believe him. All right, let's welcome tonight's second lucky viewer, an itchy butt. Lu Heng found the second selected viewer and sent an invitation to connect. Before long, a young man in his early 20s looking somewhat handsome appeared in the live stream room. Judging from his youthful and naive appearance, it was clear he was a college student. The viewers couldn't help but joke around. Hello, butt bro. Hello, itch bro. Hello, hemorrhoid guy. You look so handsome trying to get spanked. Nonsense, why else would it be itchy? I bet he has hemorrhoids, painful and itchy. No, it's probably a worm, sometimes contracting, sometimes stretching out. Damn, I hope you really mean a worm. I remember taking deworming medicine as a kid, and worms came out in my poop. The quirky viewers seriously discussed why his butt might be itchy. This made tonight's second lucky viewer extremely embarrassed, his face flushed, nearly at a loss for words. In front of hundreds of thousands of viewers, exposing such an embarrassing ID was truly shameful. Ha. Lu Heng saw these comments and couldn't help but laugh. Everyone, let's settle down. His voice finally quelled the viewers' teasing. May I ask what you would prefer to be called? Lu Heng asked gently. Taoist, just call me Joe. As the teasing subsided, Joe finally began to recover from his state of social death. What would young friend Joe like to have read tonight? Lu Heng asked again. Taoist, I've watched several of your streams before. I'm not like the previous Zhao Lily or Kyugu. I sincerely believe in your fortune-telling. But tonight, please don't read me. Saying this, Joe looked a bit embarrassed and said sheepishly, Taoist, you might not know, but online people call those chosen by you the victims. Those chosen by you often end up betrayed, deceived, or have their dark histories revealed. It's just too tragic. My family doesn't have a lot of money but is harmonious, with elders all present. I just fear that after your reading, this whole family wouldn't exist anymore. Chapter 73:69. Please accept my condolences. After listening to Joe, everyone in the livestream laughed so hard that they were pounding on their desks, tears streaming down their faces. Finally, someone brave enough spoke what was on everyone's mind. Ha, younger brother Joe is definitely a seasoned fan of the Master, deeply aware of the Master's power. Damn, you really are quite the little rascal. Whenever our master speaks, it's either someone's wearing a green hat facing death or getting into legal trouble. Look, what's this? This is foresight. Younger brother, since you're not doing fortune-telling, why join the fun? I want to know where my wife is. Old Ty, I did the fortune-telling for you. Your wife is lying in someone else's bed. Joe seems a bit shy, but he can articulate what's on all of our minds. Thanks to the past victims. No, the lucky viewers who brought everyone joy. Lu Heng was rendered speechless. Goodness, did he carry such an evil reputation on the internet? Since young friend Joe doesn't want a reading, I'll just pick another winner. Lu Heng smiled and was ready to end the link with Joe. Master, wait a minute. Master, I want a reading. Seeing this, Joe hurriedly shouted. Hearing this, Lu Heng frowned. Sister, weren't you refusing a reading? Why the sudden change of heart? While he was puzzled, Joe spoke again. Master, can you do a reading based on a photo? Lu Heng was slightly stunned. It was the first time he received such a request. He gently shook his head and said, Young friend Joe, I'm really sorry. With just a photo, I really can't do a reading. When Joe showed disappointment, he added, My rules for fortune-telling, young friend, you should know them. Unless the person is present for the reading, then you must provide the person's name and date of birth, or some kind of identification. If you have none of these, then forgive my limited skills, I can't get a result. On this point, Lu Heng had no solution. What he called knowing everything was merely relying on the celestial destiny system. To use the system to glimpse someone's fate, he must lock onto the person seeking the reading. With just a photo, nothing can be deduced. After all, with so many similar-looking people, the system couldn't accurately target. Joe's eyes lit up after hearing this. He quickly said, Master, I have an ID number and a name, can you do it? Lu Heng nodded lightly, yes. With both, a reading is possible. Great. Having received a positive answer, Joe leaped 3 feet high. Master, please wait a moment, I'll go get something. With excitement, Joe's hands trembled slightly from being overly excited. He rummaged around, eventually finding a copy of an ID. Master, I found a copy of an ID. Please help me do a reading for the owner of this ID copy. As Joe spoke, he switched the phone camera and brought the ID copy close so Lu Heng could see the details. Lu Heng picked up the phone and closely examined the details. The original owner of the ID copy was Joe Zinxi, female, born in 1987. Joe explained on the side, Master, she is my cousin. Around Kingaming 2017, my cousin suddenly disappeared. We asked her friends, colleagues, classmates, and all said they hadn't seen her. Later, we reported it and reviewed surveillance footage. The community's cameras only caught my cousin coming home, with no footage of her leaving. For almost 6 years now, she seemed to have vanished into thin air, completely disappearing from the world. Yet we never stopped searching for her. Master, tonight being fortunate enough to win this reading opportunity, I want to ask for your help in finding my cousin. After speaking, Joe stood up and solemnly bowed to Lu Heng. Young friend Joe, please wait a moment. I'll try and see if I can determine an outcome. As he spoke, Lu Heng silently called upon the celestial destiny system in his mind. System, query this person's past information. System prompt, querying past information will cost the host 3 days of life. Continue. Yes. Upon confirmation, everything about Joe Zinxi's past flashed before his eyes like a movie. After watching, Lu Heng frowned. Oh no, the master seems to have gone silent again. Based on my observations, when the master doesn't speak immediately, it means something's complicated. Sister Joe's disappearance must have some oddities. Buddy, brace yourself. Could Sister Joe have been murdered? If murdered, where's the body? Yeah, killing isn't hard, hiding the body is. Isn't it simple, like last time someone's rental had a body hidden in it? Need to call the police. If Sister Joe was indeed harmed, reporting is a must. As comments floated by, Joe's heart pounded. With no trace of his cousin for 6 years, the family was prepared for her demise. Yet until the last moment, Joe refused to believe such an unclear death for his beloved cousin. Ahem. Lu Heng cleared his throat, then solemnly said, Young friend Joe, please accept my condolences. Your cousin had already passed when she disappeared 6 years ago. Upon hearing this, Joe was stunned. His eyes quickly turned red. No way. She's dead. Due to his parents' busy work schedule, he grew up with his cousin's family. One could even say he was raised by Joe Zinxi. Hearing the tragic news of her death was hard to accept. The atmosphere in the live stream fell silent. Younger brother Joe, the dead can't be revived, accept our condolences. Stop crying, quickly ask the master how your cousin died. Yes, find out if it was a natural death or murder. Right, don't let the perpetrator roam free. Surely murder, otherwise how could the body be missing? Chapter 74-70. Your cousin was deliberately murdered. Seeing these bullet comments float across the phone screen, Joe, holding back his inner grief, hurriedly asked, Taoist, can you please help me calculate again how exactly did my cousin die? I want to know, did she die of natural causes or was she murdered? Lu Heng, after a moment of silence, replied, I can tell you clearly your cousin was deliberately murdered. Earlier, when inquiring about Joe Xingxi's past information, he already knew everything. However, I can't tell young friend Joe who the murderer is for now, lest you do something foolish. He chose not to disclose the murderer for two main reasons. On one hand, it was because the stream was live. The live room had many eyes and ears, making it very easy to spoil things. On the other hand, he feared that in a fit of excitement and anger, Joe might do something foolish. To think about others like this, poor me, with all my well-intentioned efforts. Lu Heng almost moved himself to tears. The viewers, seeing this, were all anxious and agitated. They had already guessed that Joe Xingxi had likely been murdered and then purposefully hidden. But as to who the murderer was, everyone was clueless. After all, nobody knew Joe Xingxi and had no idea about her relationships. Taoist, why not speak about the murderer? Yeah, we're also very curious. Who exactly killed Joe's cousin? Don't trouble the Taoist. It's hard to talk about such things online. Exactly, with so many people online. What if the murderer catches wind and directly escapes? In my opinion, the Taoist should choose to call the police. Taoist, why not let Joe call the police, and we reveal the murderer on the spot? That's a good idea. Agree plus 10086. I want to know the murderer. Even the viewers were curious about the murderer, let alone Joe. Taoist, I beg you, just tell me the truth. I have been searching for my cousin for 6 years, and I truly can't wait any longer. Joe cried bitterly, pleading sorrowfully. Seeing Joe like this, Lu Heng also couldn't help but feel a bit merciful. The suggestions from the live stream viewers also tempted him a little. At this moment, it was not suitable for him to expose his identity. If he called the police, it would be easy for the police to find out his identity. So after thinking it over, he decided to take the suggestion from that viewer just now. Thus, he softly said, Young friend Joe, why don't you go ahead and call the police? Once the police arrive, I will recount the case at that time. Okay, Taoist, please wait a moment, I'll call the police now. Joe could only nod in agreement. Under the witness of everyone in the live stream, he dialed the police. Now, just waiting for the police to arrive, Lu Heng would disclose the information about the murderer. The viewers also patiently waited for the truth to come out. Of course, sitting idle was boring, so everyone started discussing again. My Taoist is impressive, able to deduce a murder case that went missing 6 years ago. Mom asked why I'm watching the live stream lying down, because I admire it wholeheartedly. If that's the case, can the Taoist also help solve those long-standing cases? In our city, there was a kidnapping and murder case 20 years ago that wasn't solved for various reasons. I wonder if the Taoist can calculate the perpetrator. Solving cases with mysticism, isn't that too far-fetched? The Taoist is just like a cow flicking its tail, making a huge impression. Isn't Blue Star known for having 20 major unsolved cases? Why not let the Taoist solve them too while he's at it? Right, partner with the national TV to create a mystic case-solving show, guaranteed to be a hit worldwide. On Lu Heng's side, the viewers were waiting for the police to arrive. Meanwhile, Zhao Lily's fans were also waiting. As it got closer to 9 p.m., Zhao Lily became increasingly uneasy, almost unable to continue the live stream. The fans weren't stupid. They naturally noticed her anxiety. Lily, it's almost 9 p.m. Your friend hasn't come yet, which proves that Taoist is a liar. Yeah, how could such a coincidental thing happen, arriving neither early nor late, but just waiting until 9 p.m.? Lily, you should end the stream and get a good night's sleep, full of energy every day. Don't be so concerned with a liar. You believe whatever people say in the end, you'll only make yourself anxious and mentally scattered. I have a feeling that the Taoist might not be a fraud. Didn't he say everything about Lily's past correctly? Haha, maybe that guy was just pretending to be mystical, and he happened to guess correctly. Damn, what's that thought process? Why don't you randomly guess some of Lily's past? Everyone stop arguing. That Taoist knows so much. He must have some skills. Right. Better to believe than not believe. What if Lily's friend really comes at 9 p.m.? Should we then call the police as the Taoist suggested? Seeing the fans' discussion, Zhao Lily became increasingly confused. No matter how much was said, she still didn't want to believe that her friend would harm her. But people's hearts are hidden. She also didn't know her friend's thoughts. Do you think I should call the police? She thought and thought but had no decision. Having no other ideas, she had to ask her fans. The fans, upon hearing her, all shared their suggestions. If it were me, I wouldn't trust the Taoist. A friend of nearly 10 years, if she wanted to harm you, she would have done it long ago. Call the police. The Taoist explained Lily's past so clearly he must have real skills. I suggest Lily calls the police too. If nothing happens, just apologize, but if something does, it'll be huge. Better safe than sorry. Call the police just in case. Didn't the Taoist say before that the friend is controlled by her new boyfriend? And their target is you, Lily? How can you not call the police? Call the police +1. A wise person does not stand under a dangerous wall. Seeing the fans' comments, Zhao Lily discreetly took a survey. Most of them thought she should call the police, while only a small part believed she should not trust the Taoist. Since everyone is advising me to call the police, then I'll call the police. Zhao Lily took a deep breath and finally made up her mind. Of course, she still had a sliver of hope. What if her friend really didn't come tonight? Just as the time slowly reached 9 p.m., the phone on her desk suddenly rang. She picked up the phone for a glance and instantly broke into a cold sweat. Displayed on the incoming call was the name of her good friend. The fans noticed her reaction too. Damn, could it really be that her friend came? Is that Taoist really that great? Lily, answer it and see what's up. Don't answer, hurry and call the police. Zhao Lily hesitated for a moment and chose to answer the call. Like she said, from the bottom of her heart, she didn't believe her friend would harm her. Chapter 75-71. Darkness Falls, Unconsciousness. Hello, why did you take so long to answer the phone? You're at home right now, right? My boyfriend and I bought a lot of food, all your favorite snacks. We're just downstairs from your place. Aren't you coming down to get us? After pressing the answer button, that familiar voice of her best friend came through. In the past, Zhao Lily loved her best friend's voice, crisp as a Oriole's song. But at this moment, she felt a chill creeping from the base of her spine to the top of her head. The fans in the live stream also heard her best friend's words. That master's predictions were all true. No way, we've met Lily's best friend before. How could she possibly want to harm Lily? Drawing a tiger is easy, drawing its bones is hard. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. Just call the police already. God knows what these two shameless people might do. Lily, I've already called the police for you. Whatever you do, don't open the door. You're really making a mountain out of a molehill. Lily's streaming the whole time. I don't believe anyone would dare to harm her. Making a mountain out of a molehill, it's called caution. What if they just shut off the live stream the moment they get in and kidnap Lily? That's so hilarious. Have you watched too many movies? Say what you want, but I've helped Lily by calling the police. Meanwhile, Zhao Lily didn't know what to say. Her heart was pounding heavily at this moment. She had experienced such a rapid heartbeat before when she got scammed in an online romance. But then it was excitement and thrill. Now it was terror, fear, and unease. Hello, are you still there? Why aren't you saying anything? Zhao Lily's long silence made her best friend quite puzzled. My relatives are visiting today. I'm not feeling well. You should go home first. Let's get together some other time. Zhao Lily forced herself to find a more or less suitable excuse. Not feeling well. Then I should definitely come up and see you. I'm coming up now. Her best friend seemed to misunderstand Zhao Lily's refusal, insisting on coming up. Zhao Lily was dumbfounded. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. She glanced at the live chat. Her fans were urging her to call the police. Right, I need to call the police. Zhao Lily hurriedly dialed the emergency number. At the same time, there was a knock on her door. Thankfully, I've alerted the police. I should be safe now, right? Then let's see why you want to harm me. Zhao Lily took a deep breath, gathered her courage, and opened her door. I've been knocking forever. Why did it take so long for you to open? Her best friend, acting as usual, walked straight into the living room. Oh, and here's some milk tea I got just for you. Didn't you mention the new milk tea shop downstairs? You haven't had a chance to try it yet, right? Here, it's from that new place. See how it tastes? Her best friend rummaged through a pile of snacks and handed Zhao Lily a warm cup of milk tea. We waited in line for nearly half an hour to get it. Go on, give it a try. Her best friend's boyfriend also encouraged with a smile. Zhao Lily looked at her best friend and then at her boyfriend. Their reactions were completely normal, showing no signs of guilt. She grew more confused. Could the master have been wrong and her best friend really meant her no harm? Despite her deep suspicions, she cautiously checked the milk tea. The packaging was perfectly intact, no signs of tampering. She poked the straw into the tea, took a small sip, and tasted the rich milk flavor, nothing like non-dairy creamer. How is it? Tastes good, right? Her best friend asked with a smile. Zhao Lily hadn't turned off her computer and was still streaming. The fans, through the camera, watched everything unfold in the living room. What did I say? A friendship of almost 10 years, how could she harm Lily? Exactly, they just came to deliver some milk tea and snacks. Why make it sound so serious? And those who called the police, feeling embarrassed now. Wait, something's not right. Why does her best friend's smile seem a bit odd? You've already decided she would harm Lily. Of course, her smile seems odd to you. When someone's told there's a thief on the bus, everyone seems like a thief. Something's not right. Look, that guy's taking something out of his pocket. Is that a handkerchief? Lily, get out of there. As the fans discussed, Zhao Lily had just put the milk tea down, slightly relaxing her guard. Just when she was about to speak her thoughts on the drink, she suddenly sensed someone moving behind her. Before she could turn around, a cloth was pressed firmly over her face. Instantly, she detected a peculiar, pungent smell with a slight sweetness mixed in, and then there was nothing. Her vision went dark as she lost consciousness. The fans watching were completely stunned. Damn, that master was damn accurate. How is this possible? A friendship of 10 years. Why not? Even relatives can stab you in the back. Why not friends? Why aren't the cops here yet? This is killing me. Those who said she wouldn't harm Lily dare to step forward now. I just want to ask, didn't Lily use her brain? The master warned her repeatedly, but she still didn't believe him. This silly girl, not as smart as a donkey. Hope the cops get there soon. I'm calling them again to hurry them up. The fans, seeing Zhao Lily knocked out by the man, were anxious beyond measure. Meanwhile, the best friend spoke up. This isn't right, is it? What do you mean not right? Don't forget, I've got stuff on you too. Come help me move her already. Tonight, I want to taste this rich, top-tier influencer. The man licked his lips, looking lecherous. And don't forget to record it. In case she tries to make a fuss. Saying that, the man took out his phone, started recording. This sight infuriated the fans, who wished they could jump in and beat the shameless pair. Bastards. They're not human. They're recording this, planning to keep Lily under control. People are cruel, you can't even trust your friends. Cops, get in there quick, don't let them succeed. I don't want to see Lily get humiliated. Just as the best friend and her boyfriend were about to carry Zhao Lily into the bedroom, the door was suddenly kicked open from outside. Chapter 76-72. Are fortune tellers this skilled nowadays? System notification. The host has successfully altered the heavenly Tao and is absorbing the lifespan. Please check back later. Lu Heng was waiting for the police to arrive. At this moment, the system's notification suddenly sounded. It should be that Zhao Lily, right? Looks like her fate has been successfully altered by me. He murmured to himself, yet time dragged on and it wasn't until 9 p.m. that Zhao Lily returned. This girl truly is persistent. I hope she learns a lesson from this. In the live stream, viewers were closely following Zhao Lily's situation. The Taoist has done it again. Something indeed happened over there with Zhao Lily. What happened? What did her friend do? Yeah, how's my wife now? This Zhao Lily is really stubborn. Even after the Taoist's repeated warnings, she still fell into the trap. Exactly, if it weren't for the timely arrival of the police, this girl would have nowhere to cry. What are you guys talking about? Stop speaking in riddles. Oh, nothing much. It's just that her friend and her friend's boyfriend drugged Zhao Lily and were about to do something bad when the police caught them in the act. Is that true? Didn't the Taoist advise her to call the police directly? How did she still get drugged? Women can be brainless at times. She insisted on opening the door. What was she thinking, with no sense of caution? Hopefully, this lesson will make her realize the dangers of the human heart. While the viewers were discussing Zhao Lily's situation, something happened on Zhou's side too. Suddenly, there was a knock at Joe's door. He looked through the peephole and saw 3 police officers standing at his door. "Is Mr. Joe home?" "I'm Old Dong from the police station. We received your report and came to investigate the details." One of the middle-aged police officers said. Joe quickly opened the door and welcomed the 3 officers inside. "Mr. Joe, do you remember me?" The middle-aged officer looked Joe up and down, then smiled and asked, I remember back when my cousin was missing. I asked you for a lot of help." Joe nodded repeatedly. "It's my duty." Old Dong smiled and then asked, "What's the situation on your end? Did the command center say you found your cousin's whereabouts?" Yes. I found a fortune teller online who figured out my cousin's situation." With that, Joe recounted the whole story. After Old Dong and the others finished listening, they exchanged glances. My goodness, has he gone crazy trying to find his cousin? Old Dong coughed and then quietly said, "Mr. Joe, we understand your feelings. But fortune-telling is superstition, it's baseless." Another officer advised, "Mr. Joe, fortune-telling isn't reliable. If we catch a suspect, and they ask why we arrested them, we can't say it was based on fortune-telling, can we? Everything must be supported by evidence. Uncle Dong, the fortune teller I found isn't just anyone. He's given many people readings before and has never been wrong. In fact, he even helped the police solve a case involving a body hidden in a rental room. Let me show you." Joe explained while searching for the report on the rental room case. "This." Old Dong looked at it and found it indeed happened. When did fortune-telling become so powerful? With this doubt in his heart, he exchanged a glance with his colleagues. The other 2 nodded slightly in agreement, and only then did he say, "All right, let's hear what this fortune teller has to say." With a look of joy, Joe quickly led Old Dong and the others to the phone. Viewers were enthusiastically discussing Zhao Lily's situation when they noticed Joe bringing 3 police officers over. "Wow, there's a policewoman too. Such a pretty officer, do you need a boyfriend? How dare you flirt with a policewoman, are you crazy? Taoist, even your buddy has brought the police, please reveal the truth." Yes, who is the murderer? Where's my cousin's body hidden? I didn't expect 2 cases tonight, with Zhao Lily's side clear, now waiting for the Taoist to reveal my cousin's murder mystery. Taoist, please tell us, I can't wait any longer. This 6-year-old unsolved case was really scratching everyone's itch. So Zhao Lily's matter was quickly put aside. Everyone was focused, waiting for Lu Heng to unveil the secret hidden for 6 years. Taoist, please vindicate my cousin. With a thump, Joe knelt down, knocking his head 3 times on the floor towards Lu Heng. Old Dong and his colleagues remained silent. Their gaze was fixed on the Taoist on the screen from start to finish. They had seen fortune tellers before, but one who could remain calm in front of the police was rare. Could this guy really be able to tell something? Taoist, can you really find Joe Xingxi's whereabouts? Old Dong suddenly asked. Of course. Lu Heng nodded slightly, then said seriously, Joe Xingxi wasn't missing, she was murdered. Old Dong and his colleagues expressed surprise. His determined tone seemed beyond dispute. What gave him the courage to be so sure? Old Dong furrowed his brows. He was the one handling the Joe Xingxi disappearance case. There's no one who understands the case better than him. In fact, when they couldn't find Joe Xingxi 6 years ago, they suspected she was murdered. Unfortunately, they found no evidence to support this. They even investigated everyone related to Joe Xingxi without any useful leads. It was as if Joe Xingxi had vanished into thin air. Hesitating for a moment, Old Dong tentatively asked, Taoist, do you have evidence to back your claim? Police work must be evidence-based. Without evidence, everything is just speculation. Lu Heng heard this, smiled slightly, and said, I wouldn't make unfounded claims. Though I can't deduce much, it's enough to identify the killer. Old Dong was visibly pleased. If there was evidence, they could make an arrest. He subconsciously ignored the metaphysical part. He glanced at the barrage-filled live chat, hesitated, and said, Taoist, there are many eyes in this chat room. Should we find a different place to talk? Chapter 77-73. This is betrayal after seduction. As soon as Old Dong finished speaking, the hearts of the viewers in the live stream went cold. What's going on? Are they planning to abandon us? This is like a sudden betrayal. Is it easy to just watch some drama? Police officer, please make sure the Taoist master streams the whole investigation process. I've waited all night for this crucial moment. Please don't end the stream now. Boo-hoo, don't make me leave. Taoist Master, can you really bear to abandon us, your longtime followers? I'm not leaving, I'll die before I leave. I just want to know who on earth harmed Joe's cousin. Exactly, I'm so anxious I'm scratching my ears and cheeks, almost turning into a monkey. I want to witness the Taoist Master using mysticism to solve the case. The viewers were all sending bullet comments, hoping to stay and hear the whole case. However, the livestream room was indeed crowded and not the best place for talking. After a moment of thought, Lu Heng nodded slightly. He spoke with some apology to the viewers. I'm very sorry, but the livestream for tonight will stop here for now. I understand that everyone is very curious about the details of the case. But please trust the police, they will certainly uncover the truth for everyone. Seeing this, Old Dong quickly chimed in. Please rest assured, once we confirm the suspect, we'll announce the case details as soon as possible. Under both sides' persuasion, although the viewers were reluctant, they had to quiet down. After closing the live stream, Lu Heng didn't log off immediately but sent a private message to Joe. The murderer of Zhou Xingxi is Li Hongwei. Upon seeing this line, not only Joe, but even Old Dong and the other two standing nearby were stunned. The name Li Hongwei was not unfamiliar to anyone, because he was none other than the missing Zhou Xingxi's husband. How could it be brother-in-law? Joe's face turned pale, full of disbelief, he murmured. Old Dong and the others were also filled with confusion and puzzlement. It was known that Zhou Xingxi and her husband Li Hongwei had a very harmonious relationship. The couple had been together for years and almost never argued. Describing them as model partners wouldn't be an exaggeration. Taoist Master, my cousin and her husband had a great relationship. The murderer absolutely couldn't be my brother-in-law. Joe quickly typed back. Even though he eagerly wanted the murderer to be brought to justice, he couldn't believe that his kind and gentle brother-in-law was the true culprit behind his cousin's death. Old Dong was also baffled. Back when Zhou Xingxi went missing, they had investigated Li Hongwei. But Li Hongwei had been at work at the company during the day, never leaving, and had no time to commit the crime. You all were deceived by Li Hongwei. At this point, Lu Heng typed another line. Previously, when using the celestial destiny system for divination, he saw everything Zhou Xingxi had experienced in the past. But all those events and experiences abruptly ended on March 30, 2017, because on that day, she tragically died at the hands of her husband. Lu Heng sighed gently, then typed. March 30, 2017 was originally the anniversary for Li Hongwei and Zhou Xingxi. Yet on this day, Zhou Xingxi was killed by the husband she loved. March 30. This can't be. Joe was taken aback after reading it. He frowned deeply, typing with doubt. Taoist Master, my cousin went missing on April 3. She couldn't have been murdered on March 30. Because on April 2, I even called her to wish her a happy wedding anniversary. She even chatted with me for a while and asked about the situation back in our hometown. Next to him, Old Dong took the keyboard and typed. Taoist Master, I'm Officer Dong. After receiving the report, we thoroughly investigated and confirmed Zhou Xingxi disappeared on April 3. On both April 1 and 2, the neighbors heard Zhou Xingxi arguing with Li Hongwei. So we determined that Zhou Xingxi disappeared on the 3rd. Looking at the evidence presented by the two, Lu Heng gently shook his head. He then replied, Young friend Joe, when you called your cousin, could you confirm it was really her? And officer, the neighbors heard arguments, but did they actually see Zhou Xingxi herself? Both of them were immediately stunned. After 6 years, they finally realized this loophole. Neither the call Joe made on the 2nd nor the neighbors' claims of arguments on the 1st and 2nd provided evidence of actually seeing Zhou Xingxi in person. Old Dong frowned deeply. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was off. When they investigated the Zhou Xingxi disappearance case, they hadn't thought much about it due to Zhou, the neighbors, and Li Hongwei's testimonies. That's why they concluded Zhou Xingxi disappeared on April 3. A small oversight then allowed the criminal to remain at large for 5 years. Thinking of this, a look of guilt immediately appeared on Old Dong's face. Lu Heng continued to type. Young friend Joe, after your cousin went missing, did you ever visit her home? I did. Joe confirmed. Then did you notice any changes to your cousin's house? Lu Heng asked again. Well, Joe thought carefully and hesitated. I often visited my cousin's home and was familiar with it. After my cousin disappeared, I visited twice. Both times, I felt that the living room seemed smaller. Taoist Master, what does this have to do with the case? Old Dong was very curious. Lu Heng explained. I said Joe Zinxie is dead, but you haven't found her body, nor any murder weapon. Aren't you curious where Joe Zinxie's body was hidden? Old Taoist, do you mean? Old Dong seemed to realize something. That's right, Joe Zinxie's body was hidden by Li Hongwei inside the load-bearing wall. Along with the murder weapon, it's in that wall. After reading these lines, all four people present inhaled sharply. A chill ran up their spines straight to their heads. You know, ever since Joe Zinxie disappeared, Li Hongwei didn't move. He still lived in the original house. That means Li Hongwei lived with his wife's corpse for 6 years. As long as you break open that load-bearing wall, the case hidden for 6 years will be fully revealed. Lu Heng concluded, "Thank you for the warning, Taoist Master will act immediately. Rest assured we won't let the criminal escape justice." Old Dong promised solemnly. Chapter 78-74, Where am I? System prompt. The host has successfully changed the heavenly Tao and is absorbing life span. Please check later. Lu Heng had just ended his private chat with Joe when the system's prompt suddenly sounded in his ear. The police sure act quickly. Saying that, he summoned the system interface and glanced at his life span points. Before he started the live fortune-telling broadcast tonight, he remembered having only 8 life span points. But now, the life span points had become 52. Just perfect for a 5-time lottery draw. Lingbao Celestial Venerable, bless me with some good stuff. After muttering a couple of sentences, Lu Heng opened the lottery interface. System lottery draw. System prompt, do you want to spend 10 life span points for the lottery draw? Yes. Without thinking, he immediately went for a 5-time draw. System prompt, congratulations to the host for winning 5 bottles of lower-grade spiritual chi pills. System prompt, congratulations to the host for winning 3 bottles of lower-grade spiritual chi water. System prompt, congratulations to the host for winning 3 Thunderlight talismans. System prompt, congratulations to the host for winning 1 life-extending pill. System prompt, congratulations to the host for winning 3 pounds of low-grade immortal crystal rice. A new variety appears again. Lu Heng opened the system warehouse and took out a handful of so-called immortal crystal rice. Goodness! Each grain of immortal crystal rice was as clear and translucent as jade, and calling it rice would surely make no one believe it. I wonder what this rice tastes like. Next time I'll get a rice cooker and try cooking some. He currently had no tools to cook rice, so he had to wait until he could go down the mountain tomorrow to buy a rice cooker. After putting the immortal crystal rice back in the system warehouse, he took out the life-extending pill he had just drawn. After swallowing it in one go, he successfully extended his life by a year. Every lottery draw, I managed to get a spiritual chi pill. It seems the spiritual chi pill is probably the lowest tier prize. Though its tier is low, I can't do without it when I cultivate. In this spiritual chi poor world, it's almost non-existent. I wonder if there are any other cultivators besides me. Reflecting, Lu Heng took a spiritual chi pill and began his cultivation again that night. The following morning, when the first ray of sunlight broke through the window and touched his face, Lu Heng woke up. A trace of joy flashed in his eyes. Just now, he felt he'd made another breakthrough, still that feeling of it coming naturally. System. Lu Heng summoned the system interface. Host, Lu Heng Taoist name, King Feng. Age 18. Status, early stage blood cancer. Cultivation, 5th layer chi refining. Cultivation technique, Tei 5 chi spell, heaven stepping cloud step, immortal talisman technique. Magical treasure, none. Lifespan 2. As expected, his feeling was correct. His cultivation had risen from the 4th layer chi refining to the 5th layer chi refining. More importantly, his previous mid-stage blood cancer had reverted to the early stage. I was always wondering when I would rid myself of this blood cancer debuff. Now it seems that just by cultivating to the 7th or 8th layer of chi refining, I should be able to completely cure this body. Looking at the interface in front of him, Lu Heng was very satisfied. Once he got rid of the blood cancer debuff, his body would be fully restored. Even the effects of various pills wouldn't need to be halved anymore. Thinking of this, he felt an urge to retreat and cultivate until exhaustion. Forget it, forget it. Cultivation is not something to be rushed. Moreover, my cultivation is still low, and I can't reveal my identity yet. Lu Heng shook his head, dismissing his stray thoughts. Go out for breakfast, then find an opportunity to go down the mountain to buy a rice cooker. That was his goal for the day. Just as Lu Heng finished breakfast and was about to head down the mountain to buy a rice cooker, Zhao Lily, lying in a hospital bed, opened her eyes. Where is this? Zhao Lily felt a wave of dizziness in her head. My dear daughter, you're finally awake. Mom Zhao, who was keeping watch by the bed, was overjoyed. Mom. Seeing her mother up close, Zhao Lily was a bit dumbfounded. The setting around her was clearly a hospital. How did she end up in a hospital? And lying in a hospital bed, she struggled to piece together her memories. It seemed that last night her best friend came over and gave her a cup of milk tea. Apparently, after drinking it, she lost consciousness. My best friend drugged me. She wasn't stupid and quickly understood what had happened. Mom, was it Rui who drugged me? Zhao Lily urgently asked her mother. Yes. Mom Zhao nodded, a look of fury flashing in her eyes. Last night, the police broke into Zhao Lily's home, arrested her best friend and her boyfriend, and quickly pieced the story together. The couple initially tried to deny it, but they didn't realize the entire process was live-streamed. Every word they said was recorded. The case was crystal clear, and denying it was futile. The best friend was the first to turn, confessing their whole plan to the police. It turned out her boyfriend had been targeting Zhao Lily for a long time, but never had the opportunity to act. So he came up with the idea of a roundabout way to get close to Rui first, and then make a move on Zhao Lily. Zhao Lily's best friend, Rui, was originally a vain woman. Ever since her father's company went bankrupt, she became even more obsessed with money. Every time she changed men, she managed to scrape some benefits off them. This new boyfriend was a master player, quickly spotting Rui's weaknesses and even managed to get some dirt on her. Under the boyfriend's threats, Rui had no choice but to follow his orders and prepare to drug Zhao Lily. They had prepared for days, rehearsing the entire process several times. But when it came time to act, they didn't anticipate that Zhao Lily, forewarned by a fortune-telling Taoist online, had already called the police. The police's timely arrival saved Zhao Lily's dignity. Mom, how many years will Rui be sentenced? Zhao Lily asked quietly after a moment of silence. I don't know. Mom Zhao glared angrily at her daughter. With such a heartless best friend, who cares how many years she gets, it would be best if she stayed in prison forever so she couldn't harm anyone else. Are you out of your mind? The fortune-telling Taoist warned you to call the police as soon as you saw your best friend. But what did you do? You hesitated and let them in. If the police hadn't arrived in time, you'd have nowhere to cry. Mom Zhao reprimanded mercilessly. Zhao Lily tucked her head down like a quail, not daring to retort. This time, she finally realized the cruelty of the world. At the same time, she could also understand why her future self might end up in prison. Given her personality, if she had been successfully drugged by them, she might have gone to extremes. Chapter 79-75, Li Hongwei brought to justice. As Zhao Lily's case drew to a close, the police in Zhou's Jiayuan city were also working diligently on their investigations. Because Li Hongwei went on a business trip to the neighboring province a week ago, it took the police an entire night to finally arrest him and bring him to justice. Li Hongwei, we meet again. This time, the middle-aged policeman Old Dong, who had previously investigated the disappearance of Zhou Xingxi and communicated with Lu Heng, was responsible for apprehending Li Hongwei. Officer Dong, what do you mean by this? Li Hongwei frowned, looking completely bewildered. Just half an hour ago, he had been discussing business with a client. Suddenly, a team of police officers barged in unannounced. Without saying a word, they handcuffed him and put him in the police car. Li Hongwei, since we took action to apprehend you, it proves we have solid evidence. Think carefully about what it means yourself. Old Dong gave a cold laugh, then led the team back to Jiayuan City. Despite being suddenly arrested, Li Hongwei remained very calm. On the way back to Jiayuan, he was silent, lost in his thoughts. Everything remained the same until the police car stopped at his residential area's building. Only then did his expression change slightly. What, have you thought it through? Old Dong sneered as he asked, I don't know what you're talking about. Li Hongwei was still trying to resist. Disdain flashed in Old Dong's eyes. He and two other officers escorted Li Hongwei directly upstairs. Seeing the number on his own apartment door, the always composed Li Hongwei suddenly turned pale. Bang, bang. Bang! A series of pounding sounds echoed in his ears. It's over. Li Hongwei felt as if his spine had been removed, almost collapsing to the ground. Old Dong and his colleagues held him up and forcefully brought him home. As the load-bearing wall was gradually broken down, a corpse that had disappeared for 6 years reappeared in this world. Li Hongwei, We now suspect that you intentionally murdered Joe Zinxie 6 years ago. Please cooperate with our investigation. Seeing the corpse, Old Dong shouted coldly, I am willing to cooperate. Li Hongwei turned terribly pale. The truth finally came out. Under Li Hongwei's confession, the truth hidden for 6 years was completely revealed. Years ago, Li Hongwei owed a huge amount of money due to gambling, but his wife Joe Zinxie was unwilling to pay off his debts and also wanted to divorce him. His resentment towards his wife and fear of debt collectors made him clench his teeth and murder his wife ruthlessly. To fabricate an alibi, he even pre-recorded his wife's daily voice 6 months in advance and managed to deceive everyone. But justice has long arms. When these 2 cases were solved, Lu Heng was doing what he did best, being a tour guide. The Spirit Treasure Hall had been restored, and Shanking Tao resumed its regular tourism operations. The mountain's closure during this period had truly frustrated the pilgrims. A large wave of pilgrims and tourists ascended the mountain, packing the 3 Pure Hall to the brim. If his cheap master Xuan Cheng had not stopped some people from coming up, the entire Dragon Tiger Mountain might have been overcrowded by now. The Spirit Treasure Hall is in that direction. Restroom, walk straight, then turn right. Sorry, we don't offer dining services here. Little friend, where did your mom go? Lu Heng dealt with all sorts of tourists, thinking of his online exploits, gaining a large following and even attracting government attention. But in reality, he was merely a little Taoist, standing under the sun, guiding tourists up the mountain. Fortunately, his cultivation had improved, making him feel unaffected by the scorching sun. Unlike other Taoists who were sweating profusely, elder brother, ice cream. His little junior sister Qingyu came bouncing over with a bunch of ice creams. It's worth it to spoil you. Lu Heng was deeply moved and picked the most expensive one. His little junior sister looked puzzled, tilting her head. The one he picked was her favorite ice cream. Come to my place tonight, I'll give you something good to eat. Having spent so much time with Qingyu, Lu Heng was well acquainted with her personality. Okay. Qingyu reluctantly glanced at her favorite ice cream. She weighed the deal Lu Heng offered. Finally, she reluctantly nodded and went to share the ice creams with other brothers. Not long after, Qingyu came back, a popsicle in her mouth. Elder brother, Brother Kingaming, seems to be getting transferred. She tugged at Lu Heng's sleeve and whispered, Kingaming's leaving. What's he done? Lu Heng asked, puzzled after hearing her. Though he hadn't spent much time with Kingaming, he knew Kingaming had a good character and wasn't one to cause trouble willingly. Nothing. Qingyu shook her head and said, he didn't cause any trouble. Then why is he being transferred? Lu Heng asked again. I heard from the uncles that the Religious Affairs Bureau seems to be organizing some exchange program. They want to send disciples from other places here to study. And they want to send Brother Kingaming and the others out to supposedly teach advanced experience. Qingyu frowned, struggling to explain the situation clearly. After hearing it, Lu Heng frowned as well. He wasn't stupid. Despite Qingyu's rambling, he got the gist of it. The Religious Affairs Bureau seemed to have set up something similar to an exchange program. They wanted to send disciples from other Taoist sects here while sending Shanking Tao's disciples out. But what's the purpose? Under the guise of learning or sharing advanced experiences. In reality, they wanted to ferret out the immortal. It seemed the Religious Affairs Bureau hadn't given up and still wanted to find him. He couldn't understand why they were so persistent. But upon further thought, an uncontrolled, extraordinary person could indeed cause trouble. When is Brother Kingaming leaving? Lu Heng pondered and whispered, Qingyu frowned, thought about it, and uncertainly said, maybe tomorrow or the day after. Lu Heng nodded slightly. How can I break the impasse this time? He secretly pondered. Currently, he was too weak, and suddenly revealing his identity wouldn't be wise. So he needed a sensible way to deal with the Religious Affairs Bureau's investigation. And this solution could only rely on the Celestial Destiny system. It seems I'll need to do another live stream tonight to earn some lifespans for the lottery. Hopefully, I can draw something useful to once, and for all solve the identity issue. Chapter 80-76, Parking in the Maple Forest Late. At 7 in the evening, Lu Heng quickly started the live stream after returning from the cafeteria. No time to lose. The fans who received the live stream notification were a bit dumbfounded. You know, their all-knowing immortal Taoist is famous for his irregular live streams. Sometimes there's a gap of 7 or 8 days, sometimes just 4 or 5. This next day live stream had never happened before. But no matter what, the fans swiftly poured into the live stream room. What's up with the Taoist? Why suddenly become so diligent? He must have heard my prayers. If the Taoist could live stream every day, other streamers wouldn't stand a chance. I support the Taoist as the annual top streamer. I've said my piece, who agrees, who disagrees. I disagree. Slap. That slap was loud. I could hear it all the way in the celestial sea. I often tell experts the Taoist is my idol. Everyone saw the Jiayuan City Police's incident report, right? Saw it, the Taoist truly is my idol. He solved a cold case from 6 years ago. The Taoist's ability is even more mystical than the cold case itself. That Li Hongwei really knows how to disguise. Joe and the police were all fooled by him. Solid mental resilience, unlike me. My legs go weak at the sight of police. Same here. Last time I went to a bathhouse, had bad luck, ran into a police sweep, and my legs inexplicably went weak. Bro, I'm embarrassed to expose you. Were your legs weak because you were scared of the police? Getting old, better drink some goji berries in soup. Lu Heng glanced at the number of viewers in the live stream room. It hadn't even been 5 minutes since going live, and the room viewership had already exceeded 1 million. What a thriving crop of leaks. His heart was full of emotion, and he said, I have some things to do next week, so I'm streaming earlier today. As usual, 5 minutes for gifting, no need to spend much. As soon as he finished speaking, fans habitually started gifting. Those with money put in cash. Those without money just joined for the show. If they win, it's fate. If not, it's all for fun. After gifting was done, the fans continued discussing last night's live stream. Who went to Zhao Lily's live stream last night? What was going on there? What else could it be? Drugged by her bestie. I watched it too. This woman is all looks, no brains. Even though the Taoist explained it clearly, she still let her bestie in. Yeah, if her fans hadn't called the police ahead of time, this silly woman would have been in trouble. I have some connections with the police. I've heard the Zhao family exerted pressure. Her bestie and her boyfriend might get at least 3 years. Not listening to the Taoist brings immediate losses. Everyone better remember, whatever the Taoist says, it goes. Obviously, the Taoist is like my dad. He tells me to go east. I definitely don't go west. Tells me to chase dogs. I definitely don't chase chickens. Damn, who do you think you are, trying to steal my dad? As the fans bantered, 5 minutes quickly passed. All right, time's up. Everyone stop sending gifts. Let's start the lottery. Lu Heng used his usual method, randomly selecting a lottery site, then copied and pasted the gift list. In the blink of an eye, tonight's 2 lucky fans appeared. He looked at the 2 IDs and smiled. Tonight's lucky ones have been decided. Let's congratulate Parking in the Maple Forest Late and Black Hand Brother Gang. Seeing that they hadn't been selected again, everyone couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. But even not winning provides entertainment, so it's not a loss after all. Let's give a round of applause for our 2 shiny new victims. Congratulations to these 2, for being a dad, cuckolded with a young master boyfriend, princess girlfriend, a body at home, betrayed by friends. Choose one from these options. Hiss, the outcomes are terrifying. I have a feeling tonight's streaming will be even better than yesterday's. Looking at Parking Brother's name, I just know the streaming quality will be extraordinary. Just realized this guy's name seems to be missing a couple of characters. What's missing? Why is Man Dynasty's civil and military members stammering and not speaking up? I'm illiterate, can't read. I'm a general, not good with words. I'm a scholar, unfamiliar with worldly matters. A portion of the fans' teasing quickly drew everyone's attention to the first lucky fan's ID. Seeing this, Lu Heng was quite speechless. These goofy fans really know how to liven things up. Now let's welcome our first lucky fan, Parking in the Maple Forest Late. Saying this, he sent an invitation to connect via mic to the other party. Soon enough, the other party accepted the invite and appeared in the live stream room. Parking in the Maple Forest Late seemed about 25 or 26 years old, handsome in appearance and stylishly dressed. Damn, so handsome, almost catching up to me. Our live stream room really has good-looking guys. The high looks in the room are thanks to my celestial C. Daniel Wu and Parking Brother. Say no more, I'll just call out husband, dare you respond. Scared, I have hemorrhoids. Someone calling you husband, what are you afraid of? Afraid of what? Of the stabbing director, of course. Why are you people so gross? Husband, let's discuss this somewhere else. Don't want male wives. Parking Brothers look reminds me of Kai. Kai? Oh, I remember, the pretty boy supported by the 60-something sugar mama. Parking Brother, you aren't also supported by a sugar mama, are you? Being this handsome and still seeking sugar mamas leaves us no options. Facing the fans' teasing, Parking in the Maple Forest late laughed and said, "Rest assured everyone, my family has a bit of money. I'll leave the 60-something sugar mamas for the brothers here. May I know how to address you, young friend?" Lu Heng asked. "Taoist, you can just call me Chi." Parking in the Maple Forest late also knew his name was quite suggestive, so he directly mentioned his surname. "All right." Lu Heng nodded slightly, then continued, "May I know what Chi wants to calculate tonight?" "Taoist, I've watched a few of your streams, I know your skills. So no need to calculate my past." Parking in the Maple Forest late responded with a smile. "So Chi, you want to calculate your future? Are you calculating career, love, or something else?" Lu Heng asked again. He liked this kind of customer who doesn't ask about the past, as it saves him 3 days of lifespan after all, doesn't it? Chapter 8177, I can only say your grandpa really knows how to have fun. No, no, no. Master, I don't want to have my own fortune told for now. Parking in the Maple Forest late shook his head repeatedly, then said, "I want to know about my grandfather's new wife." Hearing this, not only Lu Heng was stunned, but even the viewers were all confused. "Parking Brother, your grandfather's new wife, isn't that your grandma now? What's there to tell about an old lady?" "Exactly, instead of telling the fortune of an old lady whose lifespan is uncertain, why not look into your own future? Something's off. I smell a whiff of a wealthy family feud. Parking Brothers style, dashing with a touch of fashion that hints at wealth. Could it be that Parking Brother is a second-generation wealthy? No, Brother Chi wants to know about his grandfather's new wife, obviously a third generation. I see, it seems Chi wants to check the future inheritance issues now. Damn bitch, you can sleep with my grandpa, but wanting a share of my inheritance, definitely not." Through the viewer's analysis, Lu Heng finally understood what was going on. After all the fuss, it was a wealthy family inheritance problem. Parking in the Maple Forest late also saw these analysis comments. He smiled bitterly, saying, "My grandpa was charmed by that vixen and insisted on marrying her. No matter how my dad and uncle tried to talk him out of it, it was useless. I always felt that this woman is scheming. She doesn't truly like my grandpa. She's just here to fight for our family's inheritance." Seeing him admitting frankly, viewers started discussing again. "I say, brother, was it easy for your grandpa to have a romance in his twilight years? But this involves the future distribution of inheritance, not to be underestimated. If it's true love, they can sign a prenuptial agreement this way, the assets are clear and there should be no problem. If they really signed, Parking Brother wouldn't need Master to tell fortunes. It's actually normal for an old man to find a companion. After all, children can't always be by their side. If it were an ordinary family, it would indeed be normal. But who said Little Chi's family is rich? Yeah, once money is involved, everything changes. Parking Brother, why don't you try to persuade your grandpa again? If it is real love, they wouldn't care about assets. I just want to ask, how old is the lady your grandpa married? I want to know too, if she's the same age as your grandpa who outlives who is still uncertain." Watching these comments float across the screen, Parking in the Maple Forest late couldn't help but sigh. He looked a bit embarrassed and helplessly said, "My grandpa is 76 this year. As for the companion he married, I won't say her exact age, just that she's only a year older than me." Damn. After hearing this, a collective gasp went through the viewers' hearts. I'm almost 30 and haven't even held a girl's hand. The last time I held a girl's hand was in kindergarten. Parking Brother, I can only say, your grandpa sure knows how to live. Cough, cough. I thought the old man was just looking for a companion. Turns out he married a granddaughter. What is this? This is what they call the old cow eating young grass. 18 bride, 80 groom, white hair against red makeup. Double in the mandarin duck quilt at night, a pear flower pressing the begonia. Little Chi, your new grandma might be in the same league as Kai. Kai clings to a wealthy woman from the 60s, but this sister is even more serious, married your grandpa. Married grandpa, outlived the old man, just waiting to split the inheritance. No wonder Parking Brother wants a fortune told. If it were me, I'd probably feel uneasy too. Compared to the old man, I feel like I'm already behind the times." The viewers expressed their feelings, but unanimously gave a thumbs up to Parking in the Maple Forest Late's grandpa. "This is really impressive. Can you all now understand how I feel?" Parking in the Maple Forest Late smiled helplessly. Then he turned his gaze to Lu Heng and pleaded, "Master, for the harmony of my family, I'd like you to help tell if this new granny of mine has any improper behavior." Lu Heng paused for a moment, then replied, "Young friend Chi, you should know the fortune-telling rules here, right? If it's not about the person himself, you need the birth date and name of the person being told." Parking in the Maple Forest Late nodded repeatedly and said, "Master, I've watched your broadcasts many times, so of course I know your rules. I have a copy of the marriage certificate with her name and birth date." Saying that, he opened a nearby drawer and took out a photocopy. Evidently, he came prepared. "All right." Lu Heng glanced at the information, silently called out to the celestial destiny system in his heart. "System, search for this person's past information." System, notice. Searching past information will cost the host 3 days of lifespan. Do you wish to continue? Yes. With his confirmation, the past of Chi's new granny began unfolding quickly. After seeing all this, Lu Heng couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "Damn sea queen." After organizing his words a bit, he said, "Young friend Chi, your new granny definitely has impure intentions. She chose to marry your grandpa precisely for his wealth. But she is smart, knows how to weigh and decide. If you simply want to use her past as a threat, it would be tough to make her leave your grandpa. As for your grandpa's situation, without enough evidence, it's hard to convince the old man to ask for a divorce." After hearing these words, Parking in the Maple Forest Late felt both relieved and anxious. Relieved that the woman was indeed after the inheritance, as they suspected, but anxious because he had no confidence in convincing his grandpa to get rid of the woman. Helplessly, he again pleaded, "Master, could you please help me again? If my grandpa just wanted a normal companion, we family members certainly wouldn't mind. But the critical issue is, this woman is here just for money. She's willing to marry someone old enough to be her grandpa for money, which shows how ruthless she is. I'm afraid she might harm my grandpa in secret to seize his wealth. This concern is not unreasonable. After all, a woman in her 20s willing to marry an elderly man for money shows how ruthless she can be to herself. Such a person, being so ruthless to themselves, how could they harbor goodwill towards others?" Chapter 8278. If you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. Lu Heng did not directly agree to the request from Parking in the Maple Forest Late. He hesitated, unsure whether he should help the other party. As the saying goes, even a fair judge finds it hard to resolve family disputes. In such cases of family feuds involving the wealthy, he should not be getting involved. But the new grandmother of Parking in the Maple Forest Late really wasn't a good person. This woman first tricked honest people out of marriage gifts and later started conning old men into marriage. The grandfather of Parking in the Maple Forest Late was not this woman's first elderly husband. As early as 2 years ago, she married an old man in his 80s and then fought with the old man's family, living a life without a single day of peace. After the old man passed away, even though she was disliked by the old man's 2 daughters, she still ended up with an apartment worth $2 million. This time, she obviously set her eyes on the chief family elder's billions in fortune. Such a vast fortune, even just getting a small piece of it would be enough to ensure her wealth for the rest of her life. Even so, she still maintained her career ambition. While marrying the chief family elder, this woman was also stringing along 2 other men in their 60s. Guess she plans to resume her old tricks after the chief family elder passes away. This kind of woman is truly terrifying. She's simply a killer of old men. After thinking for a moment, Lu Heng finally decided to take action. However, convincing the chief family elder was a problem. Just as he was pondering this back and forth, a sudden flash of inspiration hit him. "Got it," then he asked with a smile, "Does young friend Chi happen to have a spare phone?" "Yes, I do." Parking in the Maple Forest Late nodded quickly upon hearing this and retrieved another phone from a nearby drawer. Lu Heng continued, "Use both phones to call your grandfather and that woman. Once connected, keep your grandfather on the line to listen. As for that woman, let me handle the conversation." "All right, Taoist." Parking in the Maple Forest Late responded without hesitation. He had come here tonight specifically to seek Lu Heng's help, so naturally, whatever Lu Heng suggested, he would comply. Following Lu Heng's instructions, he first called his grandfather. After chatting briefly with the elder, he set the phone aside. Next, he used the backup phone he just retrieved to call his new grandmother. About a minute later, the call went through. "Why are you calling me? You still want me to divorce your grandfather? Keep dreaming. Your grandfather and I are in true love, and no one can separate us. Even if you're his grandson, it won't happen." On connecting, a cold voice came from the other end of the line. Parking in the maple forest late listened, grinding his teeth in anger. This woman was utterly shameless. You're not even 30, yet you claim to love an old man in his 70s. No fool would believe that. If his grandfather didn't have those billions, this woman wouldn't even waste a glance at him. But he knew now wasn't the time to lose his temper and argue. So he suppressed his anger and spoke coldly. "I've invited an important figure over. If you can convince him, our family will agree to let you marry." The woman replied dismissively, "I'm marrying your grandfather, not your family. Why would I need your approval?" Listening to her arrogant and disdainful tone, Parking in the maple forest late nearly ground his teeth to pieces. The online viewers all found their curiosity piqued. This woman is quite something. Seems she's got the elder of the chief family wrapped around her finger. She must have quite the methods, thoroughly manipulating the elder, or else she wouldn't be so arrogant. No matter how arrogant she is, what difference does it make? The Taoist only needs to lift a finger to put her in her place. Ahem, your finger, is it normal? Buddy, tell us more about putting her in her place. This woman probably has the elder thoroughly enchanted. Without the Taoist, the chief family is bound to suffer a loss. You have to admit, those who latch on to rich old women and men are truly exceptional. Their skin is as thick as a city wall. Right, constantly professing love for the old man without feeling any shame. Love the old man. What does she love about him? His age or his wrinkled face? Haha, of course it's the money she loves. The viewers chatted more happily, and it was then that Lu Heng spoke up. "Hello, Miss Zhao Xinyan. Who are you? Are you the important figure Qi Zhai brought in?" On the other end of the line, the woman's voice carried a hint of doubt. "You could say that." Lu Heng nodded slightly. "Miss Zhao, to be honest, I don't agree with the way you're currently realizing your self-worth. So you're another one hired by Qi Zhai to persuade me to divorce. Let me tell you, even if an immortal came, it wouldn't force me and old Qi apart." The woman declared firmly. Lu Heng shook his head. "Miss Zhao, with your skills and tactics, you don't have to resort to marrying old men and then inheriting their estates. This road might be easier, but it's also like walking on the edge of a cliff. One misstep and there's no return. Do you remember your first husband, old Li? Under your influence, he decided to leave you a property, which led to strong opposition from his family. Old Li broke ties with his family just to leave you a share of the inheritance because he believed you truly loved him. But he could never imagine that you married him solely to inherit his estate. You even hastened the process by using some underhanded tactics. Now the Li family is preparing to investigate the cause of old Li's death. If they do find evidence, Miss Zhao, you might truly find yourself at the cliff's edge, never to return." The woman on the other end of the phone, after hearing these words, didn't immediately refute. After a moment of silence, she replied, "Are you threatening me? I'm telling you, if you have evidence, feel free to report it to the police to arrest me." Lu Heng chuckled lightly at her words. He calmly said, "You did well at the time and left no evidence. Otherwise, you should be in the police station for questioning by now. However, while you didn't leave evidence this time, what about next time, and the time after that?" At this point, Lu Heng snorted coldly. "After marrying the chief family elder, are you also planning to expedite the inheritance process? Besides the chief family elder, are you also preparing to use similar means on old Mr. Wang from Pingzhu City and Elder Song from Celestial Sea City? Miss Zhao, let me give you one piece of advice. If you want it to remain unknown, you'd better not do it in the first place." Chapter 8379, Old Man Terminator. Hearing Lu Heng's words, everyone in the live stream was shocked. Damn, this woman is really crossing the river on a cow, utterly amazing. Well, so she's got a couple of other old men on the hook too. This woman really knows how to play, fishing old men for fun. Terrifying, keeping a bunch of old men on standby, just waiting to inherit their fortunes. If she pulls this off a few more times, won't she become the richest woman? I say just go all in and get dozens of rich old men, and become the world's richest for fun. Mom, I'm never getting married again. These women are just after my money. Relax, if you're not first-generation rich, they won't even glance at you. The priest said this woman used some shady tactics. What does he mean by that? What else could it mean? Just to send the old men off sooner, of course. It's a pity even the priest doesn't have evidence. Otherwise, this woman should be thrown in jail. This woman is a true old man Terminator, too scary. Nobody could imagine that there could be such a terrifying woman in the world. In her eyes, old men are probably just expendable. It seems that people will do anything for money. I don't know what you're talking about. If you have evidence, you can go straight to the police and have me arrested. After a long silence, the woman finally gave a reply, but anyone could hear that she was no longer as calm and composed as before. In those words, there was a mix of guilt and uneasiness. Miss Zhao, I advise you to stop as soon as possible. Don't harbor any illusions. Once your actions are exposed, you may spend the rest of your life in prison. It could even lead to the death penalty. At this point, Lu Heng sighed lightly. By then, no matter how much money you have, what's the use? The woman was clearly flustered. She thought she had everything perfectly planned, thinking she could just keep swapping old men to inherit fortunes. Who would have thought that all her actions were known to others? After marrying her first husband, old Li, she indeed used some unsavory tactics. Luckily, she did it discreetly and left no evidence. But what about next time? The Qi family is not the Li family. Once old Mr. Qi dies mysteriously, the Qi family will definitely use all their resources to investigate. And in this world, there's no wall that doesn't let the wind through. Could she escape once? Could she escape a second time? Thinking of this, the woman became increasingly uneasy, with a hint of regret in her heart. Of course, this regret was not about marrying old men and inheriting fortunes as a startup method, but regretting why she chose the Qi family, such a rich and complex network of relationships. Rich families have money, but the relationships within them are also intricate. Any slight mistake, and it could mean falling off a cliff beyond redemption. Sitting in front of the computer screen, parking in the maple forest late, was thrilled. Ever since his grandfather wanted to marry that woman, the whole family was dissatisfied and infuriated. Dissatisfied because there wasn't enough inheritance for the family to divide. How could an outsider join in? Infuriated by his grandfather's stubborn attitude. The old man was like a stubborn mule, refusing to turn back even when hitting a wall. No matter who tried to persuade him, he insisted on marrying that woman. Who knows what spell that woman cast on the old man? Because of this, he and his father, uncles, and others had repeated arguments with the old man. And that woman seemed to have firmly decided on the old man, clinging tightly without letting go. Even after offering her millions in compensation, she was indifferent. Because of this marriage, the family has been troubled for nearly a month without any progress. And now, the priest's words made the woman feel guilty. How could that not excite him? At this moment, the spare phone rang with the voice of old Mr. Qi. Zhao, is this true? Come to my office tomorrow, we need to talk. The old man's tone carried a hint of weariness. He thought he had found true love. Turns out what she loved was not him, but his inheritance. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man hung up the phone. On the other side, the woman also silently put down her phone. Hugh, parking in the maple forest late, let out a long sigh of relief. This family-wide problem was finally resolved. Thank you so much, priest. He sent 100 rockets in one go. Being third-generation rich, money was not an issue. No need to be so polite. Lu Heng replied with a light smile. Priest, there's nothing more from my side. I'll get going, so as not to delay you giving the second lucky friend a fortune-telling. Having said that, parking in the maple forest late, disconnected from the call voluntarily. The stream viewers, however, still wanted more. The drama of rich families is indeed interesting. I bet even if that woman divorces, she won't stop. If she were smart, she wouldn't choose a rich family like the Qi family next time. Exactly, marrying a regular rich old man allows her to inherit a fortune without causing such a mess. Damn, now I see, if you want to be rich, you have to be ruthless to yourself. I agree. I'm off to find a rich older woman. I refuse to believe I can't make money with my looks. Why call her an older sister? Call her baby instead. Oh, my sweet older baby, I want to kiss you. Kiss your upper palate, kiss your lower gums. Sorry, your sweet older baby's teeth have all fallen out. You'll have to settle for kissing those bare gums. Damn, I'm gonna puke. The crazy viewers still didn't change their style. The entire live stream was once again filled with a joyful atmosphere. Lu Heng glanced at the time. It was almost 9 o'clock. Wow, just persuading that old man Terminator took nearly 2 hours. No way, time to speed things up. All right, the first lucky viewer's fortune telling is done. Next, let's welcome tonight's second lucky viewer, Black Hand Brother Gang. After saying that, Lu Heng sent a call invite to Black Hand Brother Gang. The invitation was accepted, and a young man about 27 or 28, shirtless and with large floral tattoos on his arms, appeared in the live stream. Hey, finally, it's my turn. Hello, priest. Black Hand Brother Gang greeted. Hello, friend. What would you like to know tonight? Lu Heng replied with a smile. Chapter 8480. Reality is often more fantastical than fiction. What would you like to know? To be honest, I'm someone who doesn't believe in fate. Black Hand Brother Gang squinted his eyes and sneered. I'm curious, was that parking in the maple forest late just a plant? His acting seemed a bit off, like a block of wood. By the way, I've seen other streamers like you who do fortune-telling live streams many times before. But at most, they just say some ambiguous things, not like you, who exaggerate by even telling someone's past clearly and accurately. Saying this, he casually lit a cigarette and held it in his mouth. Then he continued, I see this live stream has quite a lot of people. It's about to hit 2 million in popularity. I guess everyone is just as curious as I am about whether your fortune-telling is accurate. But now I've seen through it. You are just a fraud. That guy just now was a plant you paid for. Cough, cough. Brothers in the livestream room, please look at me. Black Hand Brother Gang cleared his throat and spoke loudly. I can tell everyone clearly, fortune-telling and such are all nonsense and gibberish. If you believe it, you're going to be deceived. I bet the previous streams of this fraud were similar. First, bring in a few shills to put on a show, then fool you into giving gifts. This was the first time since Lu Heng started streaming that someone directly expressed doubt. The viewers were immediately displeased after hearing these words. Damn, which hole did you crawl out from? How dare you question our dear Taoist priest? If you're inexperienced, please keep quiet. Damn, ever since the Taoists started streaming, every chosen fated person has been viewers from the stream. Where did these shills come from? If the Taoist needs shills, please choose me. I'd do it even if I had to pay. Ha, such a person. If you pay attention to him, it would be your fault. It's like I told a rocket scientist that their rocket fuel is bad, and it would be best to burn wood, coal, especially refined coal. Washed coal isn't good. If that scientist takes one look at me, he loses. It's really something. The Taoist helped the police crack a hidden corpse case in a rental room. Was that a plant too? That's right, who has the ability to make the police act as a plant. This is my first time in this stream. It does seem a bit fake. Isn't it? Just relying on a birth date and name, you can tell someone's entire life history. Isn't that a bit over the top? I'm not questioning the police. I just want to ask, are you sure the police that appeared in the liver stream are real officers? Haha, maybe they just got some security uniforms and pretended to be cops. Loyal viewers who have consistently followed Lu Heng's streams firmly believe in his abilities. However, those new to the stream hold a skeptical attitude. The words of Black Hand Brother Gang earlier voiced the doubts in many people's minds. Even though Lu Heng's every live stream effect is top-notch and the atmosphere is very harmonious. Whether it's figuring out girlfriends cheating, rich boyfriends, or legal troubles, they all hit the excitement points of everyone. Yet the stranger the stories, the more suspicion they draw. But if these new viewers watch a few more of Lu Heng's streams, they will turn into loyal supporters. For now, these newcomers do not yet know Lu Heng's true abilities. So when Black Hand Brother Gang voiced his doubts, these newcomers also expressed agreement, eagerly awaiting Lu Heng's response. Faced with the skepticism, Lu Heng merely smiled lightly and said, Fortune-telling, if you believe it, it works. If not, it doesn't. Your doubts are understandable. Old friends know my abilities well, but many new friends might have such thoughts. Here I can assure you, what I say is the absolute truth, no deception. Black Hand Brother Gang sneered. Since you're so confident, why don't you predict my future then? Of course. Lu Heng nodded slightly, then summoned the Celestial Destiny System. System, check this person's future information. System prompt, checking future information will consume 3 days of the host's lifespan. Do you wish to proceed? Proceed. Upon his confirmation, scenes of Black Hand Brother Gang's future rolled past like a movie. After watching, Lu Heng couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes. Indeed, reality is often more magical than novels. Young friend, please wait a moment. After speaking, Lu Heng lowered his head and sent someone a private chat. Seeing this, Black Hand Brother Gang puffed on his cigarette and disdainfully said, "I told you guys, you're too naive, getting fooled by someone pretending to be mystical. I can confidently tell you all, those fated people before were all plants hired by this fraud on purpose. This guy, in order to keep scamming, is probably now having someone investigate my data. But I'm not afraid. Your brother gang stands righteous. I do no wrong and fear no knock at the door." With Black Hand Brother Gang's provocation, the viewers erupted into a clamor. "I'm afraid Brother Gang is right. The fraud must be having someone check the info." "Bullshit. Our Taoist knows all things. Does he need to check any info? If he knows everything, then just say it outright. Doesn't dare to speak directly, evades and twists must be a fraud. I know you're anxious, but don't worry. Wait a bit and the Taoist will give you the answer you want. I, Daniel Wu from Celestial Sea, fully support the Taoist. I, Jiayuan Gu Tianel, also fully support him. Your support is as laughable as your IDs. Everyone stop arguing, let's wait a bit. Haters can't wait to stir things up, it's disgusting. I've reported, it's ridiculous a fraud is backed by the streaming platform." The entire live chat was flying with all sorts of chaotic messages. A fierce verbal battle raged between loyal and new viewers. Seeing the chaos, Black Hand Brother Gang couldn't help but laugh out loud. At this moment, Lu Heng slowly looked up. "So how about it, fraud? You just had someone investigate my data, didn't you? Did you get it? Are you now going to talk about my past, huh?" Black Hand Brother Gang sneered coldly. Lu Heng smiled calmly and spoke. "Young friend, it seems you might have some legal troubles ahead." Chapter 85-81, Never Seen Before, 9 Leaky Fish. "Ha, this is killing me with laughter. I want to ask, how did you calculate that I'd end up in prison?" After hearing about his supposed jail time, Black Hand Brother Gang didn't show any panic but instead laughed uncontrollably. The disdain and contempt on his face were plain as day. He stubbed out his cigarette and, shaking his head, said, "Just as I thought, you scammers all use the same tricks, never bothering to innovate. You guys always like to talk about catastrophes or jail time to scare the fortune seeker. Then you use sweet talk or threats to make them anxious and worried. This way you can collect money, calling it disaster resolution. I've seen plenty of these tricks. You're not the first, and you definitely won't be the second." Black Hand Brother Gang's remarks were powerful and resonant. The atmosphere in the livestream room became more lively as a result. The skeptics of Lu Heng, feeling like they'd found an ally, began to speak up. "See, look, I said this Taoist is a scammer, and finally someone else sees it. Support Black Hand Brother Gang. I'm reporting this fortune-telling scammer right now. It's ridiculous that a scammer can have so many followers. I don't think it's ridiculous because all those followers are fools. When it's a street fortune teller, you can see through it. Why can't you see it when it's online? You skeptics jumping around really make me sick. Taoist, give him a proper reading and make these skeptics in the live stream shut up. Our beloved Taoist has spoken. If he says you have jail time, you'll definitely end up behind bars." Fans and critics of Lu Heng started clashing instantly. The popularity of the live stream soared with the quarrel among viewers. To his true fans, Lu Heng was a living immortal on Earth. As for that Black Hand Brother Gang, just the name suggests he's no good, probably stirring up trouble on purpose. They hoped desperately for him to make a fool of himself, to suppress the arrogance of those skeptics. "Young friend, don't rush, listen to me carefully." Lu Heng smiled faintly and spoke slowly. "You were born into an ordinary family, not particularly lacking in money nor very wealthy. When you were born, both your parents were around, and you had 2 older sisters. You're the youngest and the only son, so you were pampered by your family when you were young." With these words, Black Hand Brother Gang was suddenly stunned, because everything was true. Lu Heng continued, "Your parents, grandparents all favored sons over daughters, treating you differently from your 2 sisters. Any good food in the house would go to you first. New clothes would also be for you to wear first. To ensure you had a good life, your parents even had your 2 sisters drop out of school to work. At home, your sisters not only had to give way to you, but also endure your beatings and scoldings." After hearing these words, the viewers couldn't contain their desire to comment. "Damn, what era is this, and there's still such gender bias? This is just too ridiculous, making 2 daughters drop out of school just for the son's better life. I really pity those two sisters, dropping out to support such a precious thing. In some remote areas, this gender bias can never be changed. Is this guy just not having a good life? Everyone, no personal attacks. What does the older generation's gender bias have to do with Brother Gang? Exactly, even if Brother Gang was favored by elders, he can't change their views, right? Honestly, where isn't there gender bias? I wish my family preferred sons. I've been beaten by my sister since I was a kid. Hey, brother-in-law, is your sister pretty? Hold on, brother-in-law, I'll help you get even tonight. Black Hand Brother Gang's expression turned from green to white. Didn't think you had some skills. You must have investigated my background, didn't you? Once he regained his senses, he quickly figured out what was going on. He chuckled shamelessly, saying, "Gender bias isn't that big of a deal, really. Anyway, a married daughter is like water poured out. Instead of letting them go to school, wouldn't it be better to save the money and let me eat a few more good meals?" Hearing this, the livestream room exploded. Be it male fans or female fans, true supporters or skeptics, they were all infuriated. Haha, those who supported this idiot, stand up and take a look. Damn, it's the 21st century, and there's still someone holding on to such ideas. Dude, the Qing dynasty has fallen. Haha, killing me. I thought he was an advanced skeptic who knew he's just brain dead. There's no cure for stupidity. You're the kind of trash that makes it dirty even to scold you. Anyone who marries him must have terrible luck. I can't believe I supported you before. Turns out I supported a pile of crap. Even an outrageous scammer is better than someone as disgusting as you. Damn, I need to wash my ears. Black Hand Brother Gang clearly had a bad temper too. Seeing himself besieged by a crowd of viewers, he immediately retorted, "You idiots. I said it, so what? If you're not happy, come find me in Hepping City. Let's see if I don't chop you all up." Such provocation was like adding fuel to the fire, making the viewers even more agitated. In reality, perhaps due to various reasons, people might ignore such a fool. But online, everyone is a keyboard warrior who'd be afraid of him. I never thought I'd see this day, such ignorance. Holding on to old-fashioned views while being so arrogant. Your life must be pretty miserable, huh? With that loser demeanor, clearly a loser. Hepping City, huh? I'm flying there overnight to find you. Supporting the guy above to arrange a fight. You're a dog if you chicken out. A brain-dead idiot seeking some presents here. Seeing everyone curse you, I feel at ease. In the whole livestream, most people attacked Black Hand Brother Gang. And Black Hand Brother Gang, with an equally unwilling-to-lose nature, scuffled with these viewers for more than 3 minutes. Chapter 86-82, Class A Most Wanted Criminal. After both sides had sprayed enough, Lu Heng finally spoke up. "Don't get too excited, my young friend. I haven't even finished speaking yet. We can still continue talking about your little story." Black Hand Brother Gang's combat strength was extraordinary, and somehow the audience wasn't satisfied. After listening to Lu Heng's words, everyone began leaving comments and sending bullet screens. "Taoist priest, this guy's just a scumbag. He's not worth your fortune telling." Exactly, just kick this kind of person out. Having him here in the live stream is an insult to us all. Seeing him made me vomit up last night's dinner. I vomited up the night before last's dinner. I vomited up last month's dinner. Do you even need to tell, Taoist? Everyone knows his parents died early, he's just an orphan. You're insulting the word orphan, you know that. If I were his ancestor, I'd be embarrassed to let him into the family tomb. People like him having a good life only shows that God has no eyes. Brother Gang, I hope you get struck by lightning tomorrow. Seeing these bullet comments swiping across his phone screen, Lu Heng couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. How terrifying. This is what happens when you incur public wrath. However, the audience's protest didn't stop him from continuing to speak. This young friend here was overly indulged by his parents, resulting in major character flaws. His two sisters were forced to give up their education under their parents' pressure, yet he didn't appreciate it at all. At 14, he severely injured someone in a fight and ended up in a juvenile detention center. He not only had to pay a huge sum, but was also permanently expelled from school. 3 years later, he finally left the juvenile center, but in the same year, his parents died accidentally due to work injuries. Lu Heng narrated Black Hand Brother Gang's past in a leisurely manner. After hearing it, the audience smiled with gratification. Damn, I feel so sorry for those two sisters. What a pity he only stayed in the detention center for 3 years. He should have stayed there forever. Gang, not to speak ill, but your fortune is really bad. How did you end up jinxing your parents to death? I can only say serves you right. How can parents indulge their children like that? If you don't teach them, society will. Look at brother Gang now. Probably didn't learn well in the detention center either. Might as well let him go to jail, further his education. I think just send him to the underworld to further his education. He can even see his parents. The sarcasm in the bullet comments was overflowing in the live stream room. Black Hand Brother Gang watched, veins popping, gnashing his teeth. You damn losers only dare to babble online with Brother Gang. If you've got real skills, come find Brother Gang face to face. If I don't beat you till you crap your pants, I'll write my surname backwards. Black Hand Brother Gang pointed at the screen, cursing and swearing. Everyone stop arguing. At least let me finish the story. Lu Heng temporarily calmed the audience's anger. Then he continued. After his parents died from work injuries, their company compensated this young man handsomely. This young man blew through his parents' death compensation on eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling in less than 4 years. Still, he made no changes, continued indulging, and mingled again with some idle individuals in society. This mingling set off his own brilliant life. He was arrested 3 times for breaking and entering, twice for molesting decent women. Since he turned 18, his time in prison and detention centers nearly matched his time outside. After release, he lived off the help of his 2 sisters. Now at 28, he still accomplished nothing, idling his life away. Wow, this guy is a typical giant baby. Holy shit, I'm speechless. Brother Gang's life is really brilliant beyond words. Our Brother Gang is truly something else. Cellmates even say he's a talented speaker, and he loves being inside. I suggest Brother Gang robs a bank, does a big business, and spends the rest of his life with his inmate pals. Hearing this, I'm even more sympathetic toward those 2 sisters. Who knows what kind of sins they committed in their past lives, ending up with such a male-favoring family and such a garbage brother. Pitiful people have their reasons to be despised. If it were me, I'd go into hiding. You'd be proud to find whoever you like. If the sisters cut ties, their lives might be better. Ultimately, our Brother Gang just sucks. After Lu Heng finished the story, not only was the audience shocked, but Black Hand Brother Gang was equally stunned. Damn it, how does this guy know so much about me? It's exactly like what the police investigated. Does this fraud have connections with the police? Can he access all my records? Suddenly, Black Hand Brother Gang felt uneasy. At this moment, Lu Heng suddenly spoke up again. Oh, there are still some important things I haven't finished saying. Fraud, shut up. Black Hand Brother Gang suddenly roared. He glared viciously at Lu Heng, gritting his teeth. If you dare speak nonsense again, I'll kill you. At a crucial moment, he still attempted to threaten Lu Heng with words, but unfortunately his bravado and lack of substance were entirely seen through by Lu Heng. Lu Heng coolly sneered. Young friend, I must say. You, a nationally wanted criminal, dare to come to me for fortune-telling, truly oblivious to your own limits. Do you think you can hide the things you did in the past from me? Your time in prison has arrived. These words caused Black Hand Brother Gang's face to change dramatically, trembling like a sieve. Grade A wanted criminal, what the hell? No way, no way. A wanted criminal actually dares to mess with the Taoist. What is this? Isn't this a lamb entering the lion's den? Can we say it nicely? This is walking right into a trap. I'm dying of laughter. A wanted criminal actually has the guts to come challenge the Taoist. Where are all those fans of Gang? Hurry up and show up. Come out now or your Brother Gang will be caught. Haha, is this the legendary prison system? I love it. The way Brother Gang previously pointed fingers at the Taoist, calling him a fraud, still stays fresh in my mind. His voice and smile will remain lush forever. Brother Gang, don't worry. If you really get executed, every year on this day, I'll burn incense for you. Chapter 87-83. Hello, sir, we're from Property Management, Hepping City. Time rewinds 10 minutes ago. Just as Black Hand Brother Gang and the viewers in the live stream were throwing insults at each other, 3 police cars drove as fast as possible to the entrance of a certain neighborhood under the cover of night. A few uniformed police officers were watching Lu Heng's live stream on their phones. So, Can we confirm if this kid is the fugitive Li Gang? It's hard to tell. This guy probably had plastic surgery and looks quite different from before. Let's wait. The forensic team is still working on a skeletal contour comparison. I think it's very likely Li Gang. Cough, cough. The Taoist in the live stream reported to the super moderator. The situation he described matches Li Gang. Should we go arrest him now? Look at him. He's frantic and nervous. It's highly likely he is Li Gang. The situation is urgent. To prevent the suspect from escaping, we best arrest him. Isn't this Taoist saying too much? If this keeps up, won't it alert the suspect? Nonsense. If the Taoist didn't say so much, how could he stall Li Gang for so long? The forensic comparison results are out. It's Li Gang move out. With the captain's command, the officers in the 3 cars swiftly got out and quickly approached the target residence. Meanwhile, Black Hand Brother Gang still stayed in the live stream. Having his past exposed made him particularly furious. You're a damn scammer, still hiding behind that mask. Take it off if you've got guts. Knowing everything my ass, complete bullshit. Do you dare reveal your current location? If you're a man, come meet me for a showdown. If you've got no balls, just call me Grandpa obediently. Folks, don't trust him. He's just a con artist. All the things he said just now were complete fabrications, totally made up. I, Brother Gang, have a clear conscience, not afraid of ghosts knocking on my door. Black Hand Brother Gang spewed profanities, trying to conceal his panic and unease. Seeing his exasperated look, the viewers in the live stream burst into laughter. Swear at him, curse him out hard. The more you curse, the more it shows your guilty conscience, Gang. Brother Gang, if I were you, I'd fly over to challenge the Taoist right now. Royal battle, the winner takes all. Dragon-slaying sword, click to receive. Ultimate gear, instant knockout. Why do these ad lines sound so familiar? I've been constantly searching. Where is the slick senior sister? Can you all not change the subject? Brother Gang, keep ranting. Gang, can we have some sense of shame? Hurry and leave. What will you do when the police come knocking? Brother Gang said it's just going back to prison at worst. It's his second home. Leaving home young, returning old, XX turned into a sunflower. The viewers sent barrages of comments, making Black Hand Brother Gang's face flush with anger. On the other side, Lu Heng just smiled. He didn't argue back, letting the other party rant and rave. Young friend, don't get angry. I, your humble Taoist, will soon prove how accurate my predictions are. Just as he finished speaking, there was a sudden knock on Black Hand Brother Gang's door. Hello, sir, we're from the property management. A resident downstairs complained about the noise affecting their child's rest. Could you please open the door so we can discuss it properly? Damn property management, always causing trouble. I'm just cursing someone, what's there to discuss? Hearing this, Black Hand Brother Gang couldn't help but frown. He lit another cigarette, cursing and swearing while heading to open the door. Scammer, if you've got guts, don't kick me out, let's chat later. If you dare kick me offline, I'll damn well kill you. Before leaving, he didn't forget to threaten Lu Heng. Police, don't move. As soon as the door opened, a loud shout came from outside the room. Next, viewers in the live stream saw Black Hand Brother Gang scrambling to climb out of a window to escape. Several officers rushed forward, pulling Black Hand Brother Gang back and pinning him firmly to the ground. This scene was all captured by the computer camera, witnessed by the viewers. In an instant, the live stream's comments section exploded. Amazing! The Taoist just mentioned jail time and here it comes. Haha, I went to eat Wallace's and it wasn't this fast. Old Taoist is awesome. He says there's jail time and there is. Mom asked why I'm watching the stream lying down. I'm in complete awe. And the doubters. Who still dares to say the Taoist is just acting? Yes, who just said the Taoist stream was all staged? Come out and show yourself. Anyone who says it's acting again, I'll smash your window. Exactly. Which streamer could get the police to cooperate? The Taoist's divine foresight nailed another wrongdoer. How is this a wrongdoer? The Taoist is just upholding justice. With Black Hand Brother Gang pinned to the ground by the police, the live stream's atmosphere reached a climax. I'm curious, what exactly did this bastard do? Curious +1, Taoist, please enlighten us. The Taoist previously said he's a Class A wanted criminal. The charges must be serious. I'm dying with curiosity. Taoist, please tell us. The viewer's curiosity surged, just like a man who's taken sildenafil. The wanted notices issued by the Dragon Country Police are divided into 3 ranks. First class is a Special Class A notice. Those on the Special Class A notice are heinous and incredibly dangerous criminals. This level of criminal is internationally wanted, highly dangerous. Second class is a Class A notice. Class A is nationwide. Those on this notice likely have multiple murder charges or were involved in major economic crimes. Class A criminals once caught face at least life imprisonment. Third class is a Class B notice. Class B notices are effective only within the province. However, over time, a Class B can escalate to a Class A. The Black Hand Brother gang, who was verbally sparring with the viewers, was a Class A wanted criminal. In other words, this guy had at least 1 murder on his record, definitely a ruthless character. While most viewers were asking Lu Heng for an explanation, some clever ones started logging into the police fugitive database to compare records. However, after searching for a long time, they couldn't find a match. By then, Black Hand Brother gang was already handcuffed. The computer used for the linked live stream was also shut down by the police. The live stream abruptly cut off. Though Black Hand Brother gang was captured, the viewer's curiosity remained unsatisfied. Chapter 88-84. Even if he's executed, he'll prove the Taoist's awesomeness. Since everyone is so curious, I won't beat around the bush. Everyone can open the police's wanted list webpage, and then in the search bar, input this wanted number. Lu Heng calmly recited Li Gang's number from the wanted list webpage. Fans quickly memorized the number and headed to the police's wanted list site. After searching the corresponding number, a page with a grade A wanted notice appeared before everyone. After clicking in, the page displayed the full details of this fugitive. Name, Li Gang. Gender, male. Date of birth, July 12, 1993. ID number, 257XXX19930-712XXXX. Registered address, number 9 Mache Lane, Willow Shadow Road, Hexen Town, Nannan City, Central South Province. Looking at the photo on the wanted notice, the fans were all stunned. You couldn't even say they were similar. There was absolutely no relation. Who is this guy? I'm seeing double and I still can't recognize him. Is this the Black Hand Brother gang we saw just now? How come he looks so different? This hair is too ridiculous. It was a thick jungle before, now it's turned into a desert. The key point is this guy is bald, but he didn't get any stronger. There are still some similarities, like both having facial features and being male. From my years of experience as a cosmetic surgeon, this guy has had a nose job, double eyelid surgery, wisdom teeth removed, and maybe even his jawline shaved. What's the use of us analyzing back and forth here? Why not let the Taoist priest tell us? Kneeling and begging the Taoist priest to enlighten us. Kneeling and begging +1. Driven by curiosity, everyone started sending gifts. Even long-time freeloaders on the internet couldn't resist their curiosity and contributed their first time. Everyone, don't send gifts. Since everyone is curious, I'll talk about it. Lu Heng saw this and quickly spoke up to stop them. Across the entire Daohu platform, it would be hard to find another person who actively refused gifts like him. After the fans quieted down, he said in a deep voice, Li Gang's case was committed about 3 years ago. As we mentioned before, the death compensation for Li Gang's parents had already been squandered by him. But this person liked indulging in his vices, so he soon came up with bad ideas, conspiring with others to break into homes and steal. The result, as everyone knows, was that the day after the crime, he and his accomplice were caught by the police and sent to prison. When he was released again, he didn't have much money, but his long-standing habits didn't allow him to live a simple life. Despite being supported by 2 older sisters every month, it still wasn't enough to fill his bottomless black hole. Moreover, his 2 sisters had to drop out of school early, leading them to take low-skilled jobs, and their family situation wasn't very good. Such piecemeal assistance couldn't satisfy Li Gang's daily expenses, so he couldn't resist coming up with more bad ideas. One night, he brought a knife and broke into the villa of a certain listed company's CEO. In this crime, Li Gang not only stole a large sum of money, but also deliberately attacked with his knife. The CEO's entire family of 4, along with the housemaid, died on the scene. Upon hearing this, every viewer in the live stream gasped, hiss. Wow, that's really ruthless. Breaking into a home and killing 5 people, no wonder he's on the grade A wanted notice. Saying this kind of person is mad is already a compliment. This is terrifying. Luckily, this guy has been caught, or who knows if he would commit more crimes. No wonder the police were so quick to come. It turns out he committed such a huge crime. Breaking into homes might get you a few years, but for murder, you'd get the death penalty. Damn, for someone like him, even shooting is a waste of bullets. Just throw him under a steamroller. I really feel sorry for his two sisters. Yeah, forced to drop out of school for their brother, and now having to support such a waste. Damn, not killing someone like him is not enough to calm public anger. Don't worry, after the trial, he'll be sentenced to death straight away. No wonder this trash was shouting at the Taoist priest earlier. He actually has blood on his hands. Luckily, the Taoist priest was clever, stalling him with a live feed and reporting to the police at the same time. The net of heaven stretches wide, but none can escape. All I can say is, I wish Brother Gang a quick death. If there's a next life, I hope Gang doesn't have one. The experience of Black Hand Brother Gang truly shocked the fans. No one would have thought that a murderer with 5 lives on his hands would dare to show his face online. You could only say this trash has some guts. Lu Heng continued. After killing and robbing, Li Gang set the villa on fire and left Nan'an City overnight amidst the chaos. He was well aware of the police's investigative capabilities, so after arriving in a new city, he immediately went to an underground cosmetic surgery clinic to get plastic surgery, along with multiple tattoos. Then he paid someone to create a fake identity, living as an assumed missing person in this unfamiliar city. During these 3 years, his weight dropped from nearly 200 pounds to the current 130 pounds. In short, Li Gang has undergone drastic changes compared to 3 years ago. I never imagined that fate would play so cleverly, bringing him before us tonight. And what I didn't anticipate was that, although his appearance changed, his personality remained the same, daring enough to let me tell his fortune. After Lu Heng narrated the whole story, the comments in the live stream rolled in like a tidal wave. Speaking of courage, I've got to admire someone like Brother Gang. Knowing the danger yet willing to face it head-on. Brother Gang said, even if he gets shot, he'd have to prove the Taoist priest's awesomeness. I'm in tears. The Taoist priest is impressive, immediately calculating his background. I'm dying of laughter. This guy was just trash-talking the old Taoist priest, only to be pinned down by the police in the next moment. Taoist priest, I'm so sorry. I was doubting your ability before too. Isn't it clear how powerful the Taoist priest is now? Those haters better get out of the live stream room. So when the Taoist priest lowered his head just now, he was contacting the police, right? What else? Finding a state-level wanted fugitive, of course you report it. Seeing the comments lively discussing the earlier incident, Lu Heng smiled faintly and said, I'll put Li Gang's matter aside for now. If anyone still has questions, wait for the police to release their report. Chapter 89-85, Void Breaking Dao. System prompt, the host has successfully altered the heavenly Dao and is absorbing lifespan. Please check back later. After Lu Heng ended his stream, the system prompt sounded as usual. Li Gang, who carried 5 murders on his back and had been on the run for 3 years, was likely to be executed by shooting directly. This outcome happened 7 years earlier. In Li Gang's original future fate, he had been hiding for a total of 10 years. During those 10 years, he wandered around the country, not daring to stay in one place for more than 2 years. It was only when he ran out of money and got caught for burglary that he was discovered to be involved in a murder case from long ago. The system feedback on Li Gang's side was extremely swift, but on the parking in the Maple Forest Late side, there was still no system prompt. I've said so much. Could it be that the woman still refuses to divorce and continues to prepare to divide the inheritance? Or is it that the old man truly fell in love with that woman, knowingly wanting to keep her despite her true intentions? Lu Heng shook his head, unable to understand some people's thinking. Anyway, he had said everything he could. As for the reaction from the chief family, he couldn't care less and didn't bother to care. System. Lu Heng called up the system interface. Host, Lu Heng Dao name, King Feng. Age 18. Status, early stage of blood cancer. Cultivation level, 5th layer Qi refining. Cultivation techniques, Tei 5 Qi spell, Heaven Stepping Cloud Step, Immortal Talisman technique. Magical treasure, none. Lifespan, 21. Li Gang's early capture had altered the fate of several people. Previously, his lifespan only had 2 points left. Now it had increased to 21 points. Unfortunately, he didn't gain any lifespan points from parking in the maple forest late, and even lost 3 days of life. I can only draw twice. I wonder if I can get some tools to conceal my identity. Lu Heng sighed lightly. He really didn't want to expose his identity. After all, currently, he only had a 5th layer Qi refining cultivation level, which was too weak. If he had a foundation establishment level or even higher, he would choose to reveal his identity. He might even actively cooperate with the authorities. But the unfortunate fact was that he only had a Qi refining level of cultivation. Who knows which year and month he would manage to cultivate to the foundation establishment level. System, draw a prize. With Lu Heng's thought, the prize wheel instantly appeared in front of him. Looking at this very familiar prize wheel, he had never held so much hope. Lingbao Celestial Venerable, Primordial Celestial Venerable of Tao and Virtue. Please watch over your disciple. May your disciple draw what he desires. Before drawing, he silently prayed for a while. System prompt, would you like to consume 10 points of lifespan to draw a prize? Yes. With his confirmation, the prize wheel slowly started to turn. Every rotation of the wheel tugged at his nervous and anxious heart. After about 5 or 6 seconds, the wheel gradually stopped and finally landed on a blue area. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for drawing the cultivation technique, Supreme Profound Alchemy Technique. Lu Heng was dumbfounded. The result of the draw was excellent. Alchemy, who doesn't love it? Once he learned this alchemy, maybe he could even make life-extending pills himself. By then, he could eat as many as he wanted. But the key thing is, this alchemy came at the worst possible time, didn't it? The stuff I wanted was a tool to conceal my identity, and you give me alchemy, what the heck? Lu Heng couldn't help but get a bit angry. There's one more chance. The last chance. He took a deep breath and chose to draw again. The wheel started to spin again, carrying his hopes, and finally pointed to a white area. Damn. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for drawing 5 bottles of lower-grade spiritual Qi pill. Obviously, he returned to the unlucky path, singing along never to return. Lu Heng fell silent, a desperate silence. He was heartbroken and realized he shouldn't have put his hope in the draw. What kind of luck do you have? Still hoping to get what you want? As he pondered over how to solve his identity issue, the system prompt sounded again in his ear. System prompt. The mysterious egg is about to hatch. Please take it out of the system storage immediately. Lu Heng was slightly stunned. If it weren't for the system's prompt, he had almost forgotten that he had drawn an egg of some unknown thing last time. He quickly opened the system storage and took out the mysterious egg. This egg looked small in the system space, but in reality it was more than half a meter tall. What a big egg. Lu Heng was a bit surprised. I wonder what kind of spirit beast will hatch from this egg. As he thought about it, a figure with dungarees and a parted haircut popped into his mind. No, no, no. It can't be that ridiculous. He hurriedly shook his head. Crack and crack. At this moment, the spirit beast egg emitted a faint sound. Cracks gradually covered the entire egg. Soon after, a dazzling golden light suddenly shot out from the egg, making it almost impossible for Lu Heng to keep his eyes open. Wow, a golden legend. Am I about to have a stroke of luck? When the golden light slowly dissipated, Lu Heng quickly opened his eyes, but it would have been better if he hadn't. In front of him, there was no white crane, white dragon, white phoenix, or white tiger, no celestial creatures. There were no white horses, white donkeys, white mules, or white tigers, no epic mounts. All there was a mass of black shadow. It looked just like a lump of black mud. Really? The spirit beast pill hatched into something just as unlucky as my fate. Seeing this, Lu Heng's disappointment was beyond words. Hatching a lump of black mud, what does that count for? An unlucky version of Grimer. But damn, this isn't the Pokemon world. System prompt. The host has successfully hatched an Earth-level spirit beast, Shadow Beast. Lu Heng couldn't help but frown. This lump that looked like black mud turned out to be an Earth-level spirit beast. He remembered asking the system before. Spirit beasts are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, and Yellow. He thought that with his unlucky fate, hatching a yellow-level spirit beast was quite normal, so he didn't have high expectations. But unexpectedly, in a non-critical place, the 3 pure ones finally showed some magic. Shadow Beast. Let me see the introduction. Lu Heng called out the system, quickly checking the introduction about this lump of black mud. Hiss. After reading it, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Shadow Beast, Earth-level spirit beast. Its true form is a shadow, capable of simulating and transforming into all things in the world. What kind of black mud is this? This is clearly black gold. Being able to simulate and transform into all things, how could there be such a powerful spirit beast? At this moment, the black shadow on the ground appeared with a different kind of beauty in Lu Heng's eyes. If the shadow beast can transform into all things, it should be able to transform into a human form, right? Come on, transform into a boomshadow. Chapter 9088, Making Porridge for You. Upon hearing this, Lu Heng couldn't help but think to himself that his cheap mentor would have to take the blame for him again. But to be honest, if there really was someone in this world who could achieve immortality, it would undoubtedly be his cheap mentor, Taoist Xuancheng. After all, Taoist Xuancheng was a true Taoist in the traditional sense, wasn't he? The man is not greedy for money or power, indifferent to fame and wealth, living a life that truly embodies his Tao. Such a Taoist is probably one in a million, even across the entire Taoist school. This is why both the Religious Affairs Bureau and the three individuals with Hua Ming firmly believed that Taoist Xuancheng was most likely the hidden, immortal. Next, Hua Ming talked about some of the achievements of Taoist Xuancheng. Among these stories were hooks, trying to bait Lu Heng into revealing more information. Lu Heng naturally pretended not to know and deliberately took the bait. He had pretty much said everything he could. This made the three of Hua Ming's faces full of excitement and enthusiasm. They were already convinced that Taoist Xuancheng was the immortal. As for why the Religious Affairs Bureau hadn't figured it out yet, that's because they're stupid. What else could it possibly be? And this scene did not escape Lu Heng's notice. The plan he was scheming was still not quite mature and needed another day or two to be perfected. In the meantime, it would be best to let the three of Hua Ming bother his cheap mentor and leave him alone to work on his thoughts. Master, once my identity problem is solved, I promise to make you a cup of tea with a bottle of spirit water. So please, with your great ability, help me stall these pesky flies. Lu Heng silently said to himself. As the four of them chatted, they had already arrived at the cafeteria. To welcome Hua Ming and the other two, Xuanming had specially requested some good dishes from the cafeteria. The little foodie Qingyu was busy eating, her cheeks puffed up with food. After lunch, Uncle Master Xuanming took the initiative to ask the three of Hua Ming about their feelings. What could the three of Hua Ming say? Naturally, they praised it repeatedly. The honest Xuanming was all smiles, lost in this sea of praise. King Feng, take your three senior brothers around the Three Pure Hall and other areas to get familiar with the surroundings. Xuanming immediately made the decision. Yes, Uncle Master. Even though Lu Heng was extremely unwilling, he still nodded in agreement. He really didn't want to deal with these three guys. From the conversations and interactions in the cafeteria, he had roughly figured out the personalities of these three. Hua Ming was exactly his initial impression, a smiling tiger. Such people chat and laugh with you on the surface, act like your brother, but secretly wouldn't hesitate to stab you in the back. Yuan Jai was deep and unfathomable. He seemed amiable on the surface, but no one could truly understand his inner thoughts. As for Yu Yang, compared to the other two, his personality was simpler. He was merely arrogant to the point he couldn't be bothered to talk to you. Three senior brothers, please follow me. Lu Heng had no choice but to take these three burdens and start spinning around the shanking Tao. The three of Hua Ming were quite bored, too, who told them they had already wandered around during the morning. So after half a circle, the three of them used the excuse of being physically tired and wanting to rest to proactively return to their quarters. All right then. We'll see each other again at dinner. Lu Heng watched the backs of the three leaving, secretly pondering his plans. Brother, what delicious food have you prepared for me tonight? Just as he got rid of three big burdens, another little burden appeared. Qingyu hopped over, full of curiosity. I'm cooking porridge for you. Lu Heng replied without thinking. Immortal crystal rice weighed only 3 pounds. Who knows when he'd draw it again, so it must be eaten sparingly. And compared to cooking rice, cooking porridge was the most economical way. What? Cooking porridge? The expectant look on Qingyu's face instantly collapsed upon hearing that. Don't worry, brother guarantees you'll be satisfied. Lu Heng was also looking forward to the effect of cooking porridge with immortal crystal rice. If he added some spirit water, would it taste even better? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but want to try it right now. All right then. Qingyu nodded reluctantly. With all her thinking, she couldn't figure out the connection between cooking porridge and something delicious. Time quickly flew into the evening. Lu Heng and Qingyu didn't even bother with dinner and rushed back to their quarters as quickly as possible. Lu Heng took out a newly purchased electric rice cooker and carefully washed it several times. Then he took out the already prepared half cup of immortal crystal rice and a cup of spirit water. Cooking porridge uses a lot of water, and he didn't have that much spirit water to waste, so he only added 1 cup of spirit water and filled the rest with spring water. "Brother, what kind of rice is this? Why does it look so shiny?" King Yu's eyes widened, full of curiosity. "Secret." Lu Heng chuckled. This immortal crystal rice, when seen in daylight, was clear and translucent like fine jade. In the evening, under the lights, it sparkled brightly. Cocky. King Yu pouted her small mouth. However, looking at the shiny rice in front of her, this was the first time she was eagerly anticipating drinking porridge. Lu Heng unhurriedly poured the rice and water into the electric cooker, then pressed the porridge button. Afterwards, he and King Yu sat opposite the electric cooker, both staring eagerly at it, quietly waiting. Before long, a fragrance of rice began emanating from the electric cooker. So fragrant. King Yu sniffed hard, nearly drooling. Lu Heng, too, was smelling such delightful rice aroma for the first time. Compared to this, the cafeteria's rice was garbage. As the rice aroma grew stronger, Lu Heng suddenly realized something was off. The aroma was so intense that even people with a blocked nose would surely smell it. How could the other fellow disciples in the dormitory not smell it? How was the rest for you 3 nephews? At dinner time, Xuniming personally went to Hua Ming's dormitory. "Thank you, Uncle Master, for your concern. We are well rested." Hua Ming replied with a smile. "That's good." Xuniming nodded slightly, adding, "It's time for dinner. You 3 come with me." "Yes, Uncle Master." The 3 of Hua Ming nodded in agreement. As they spoke, they left the waiting room. Xuniming smiled and said, "Here, after dinner, we usually have an evening class taught personally by the sect leader. If the 3 nephews are interested, feel free to come and listen." "That would be great. We are very much looking forward to Uncle Chuncheng's lecture." Hearing this, the 3 of Hua Ming couldn't help but light up with excitement and anticipation. In their eyes, Chuncheng was surely a cultivator. If they could learn just a bit from him, could they comprehend some mysteries and become cultivators themselves? Hey! What's that smell so fragrant? Xuniming suddenly paused, unable to resist sniffing a few times. Chapter 9189, I have terminal leukemia. It seems like a rice fragrance. But it also seems somewhat different from ordinary seductive fragrance. Yuan Jai, who rarely speaks, slightly furrowed his brows and said softly, "Indeed, it smells like rice." Hua Ming nodded as well and continued, "But judging by this aroma, it's much more fragrant than the regular rice we eat. Just smelling this aroma makes me feel hungry. This fragrance seems to be coming from that direction." Yu Yang sniffed the air and pointed towards the southeast of the dormitory. "Uncle Master, I didn't expect that your Shanking Tao really produces extraordinary people and places. Even the rice used for cooking is much better than the other sects." Hua Ming said with a smile. Xuniming, upon hearing this, gave an awkward smile. "To be honest, this is the first time your Uncle Master has smelled such rice fragrance." Lu Heng's affable and honest uncle was quite straightforward and naive. Even though he had been handling daily affairs for over 20 years, he still didn't have much cunning. A few words were all it took for Hua Ming to figure out the details. "Is it really the first time for Uncle Master too?" "That's a bit peculiar." Hua Ming feigned surprise. As he spoke, he exchanged glances with Yuan Jai and Yu Yang beside him. With such a rich and enticing aroma, just a smell was enough to whet their appetite and make their stomachs rebel. Something so magical cannot possibly be an ordinary item. Could this be the handiwork of that god? But isn't God supposed to be Taoist Chuncheng? Why would the old Taoist be doing something near the disciples' dormitory? In the hearts of the 3, they all had the intention to explore the source. Thus, upon exchanging glances, they nodded slightly to one another. "Let's go and take a look." Xuniming didn't think much of it, simply curious about where the scent was coming from. Under his leadership, Hua Ming and the other 3 closely followed, walking towards the source of the rice fragrance together. It wasn't just them, even other disciples preparing to go out were drawn to the aroma. Unconsciously, they all converged at Lu Heng's doorstep. When the crowd stood at the door, the rice fragrance was even stronger. It could truly be described as fragrant to the nose, making one salivate. Even someone as honest as Xuniming subconsciously licked his lips, completely drawn in by his appetite. "King Feng, are you inside?" After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Xuniming gently knocked on the door. "Uncle Master, I'm here." Lu Heng had long noticed the commotion outside the door. However, when he opened the door, he was still taken aback. Goodness, almost all the disciples of Shanking Tao were now standing at his doorstep. "Uncle Master, why have you come?" Lu Heng feigned surprise. At the same time, he felt a bit regretful inside. If he had known the immortal crystal rice combined with the spirit water had such an effect, he would have gone to the Seeking Immortality Temple to eat. But now he had almost alarmed the entire Shanking Tao. Hey, isn't this also a great opportunity? Previously, he had been wondering how to create a big scene to implement his plan. Seeing everyone drawn in now, isn't it the perfect opportunity? Thinking of this, Lu Heng quickly drafted a mental plan, modifying the story he had previously made up. "King Feng, what delicious thing are you making in there? How come it's so fragrant?" Chunaming got straight to the point without beating around the bush. As soon as he said this, everyone's gaze fell on Lu Heng. Their intention was simple. It was to find out exactly what kind of rice this was to have such an extraordinary fragrance. Ahem. Lu Heng lightly cleared his throat and smiled. "Uncle Master, I just cooked some congee to share with my junior sister." "Yes, Uncle Master." King Yu also came over. As she spoke, she unconsciously swallowed saliva. "Congee." Chunaming was taken aback, then asked, "Where did you buy this rice?" "I didn't buy it." Lu Heng shook his head and said, "It was given to me by someone." "Given by someone else?" The three exchanged a glance, sharing an understanding look. This King Feng is quite suspicious. Hua Ming smiled and said, "Junior, to be honest, I've had quite a bit of rice myself. But it's my first time encountering rice with such a strong fragrance." Lu Heng secretly pouted. "Not just you, even I have never seen such a thing before. If I hadn't known about the power of this immortal crystal rice, how could I have let you all smell it? Who gave this to junior brother?" Yu Yang asked. "Well, that's hard to say." Lu Heng showcased unprecedented acting skills, wearing a face of hesitation, stumbling for quite a while before squeezing out a few words. "Could it be given by Uncle Master Xuan Cheng?" Hua Ming probed. "It's not." Lu Heng shook his head firmly. "Not." The trio was taken aback. Isn't this god Taoist Cheng? Could they have been wrong and the god is someone else? Junior brother King Feng, could it be that the god who revealed divine signs on Dragon Tiger Mountain is you? Yuan Jai suddenly asked. This remark shocked everyone present. Even the brothers who were familiar with Lu Heng began scrutinizing him with their eyes. They had never associated God with Lu Heng before. After all, in their eyes, Xuan Cheng was the only designated God. As for Lu Heng, an 18 or 19-year-old kid, how could he have anything to do with God? Under everyone's gaze, Lu Heng remained quite calm. He gave Yuan Jai a meaningful look, wishing to commend him. You guessed it right. I am indeed the God you seek. Unfortunately, with his current power, he couldn't be this self-destructive hero. Senior brother, how could I be the God? Lu Heng shook his head with a bitter smile. Why not? Yuan Jai took a slight step forward, confidently. For instance, the rice you cooked now is absolutely no ordinary item. Only someone among the gods could produce such wonders. Everyone present nodded, and the way they looked at Lu Heng changed once again. They're not fools. No one has ever seen such extraordinarily fragrant rice. Only that God, who could summon lightning, condense clouds into words, and form clouds to bring rain, might possess such magical items. Even Chunaming's gaze was filled with doubt. Could this little guy, abandoned as a child and brought back to the mountain by his senior brother, really be the divine God? Senior brother is joking. Saying someone else is a god may have such a possibility. But as for me, there's absolutely no way I'm that god. Lu Heng's smile turned even more bitter, because I am suffering from terminal leukemia. Chapter 9290, Uncle Master, we three admit our mistake. Terminal leukemia. This one sentence from Lu Heng stunned everyone present. Every face bore an expression of disbelief, especially the Taoists of the Shanking Tao. They couldn't imagine that their fellow disciple with whom they lived day and night had terminal leukemia. Senior brother, senior brother. I don't want you to die. King Yu clutched Lu Heng's sleeve, pouting with tears streaming down. King Feng, is what you're saying really true? Chunaming asked, his voice trembling. How would I dare to deceive you, senior uncle? Lu Heng feigned sorrow as he replied, Poor child. Chunaming's eyes were full of pity, and he couldn't help but heave a long sigh. Junior brother, you must be joking, right? How could someone so young have leukemia? And at a terminal stage, too. Yuan Jai shook his head, chuckling softly. What are you talking about? Why would our junior brother, King Feng, lie to you? Exactly, I trust junior brother's character. You three must be just like the people from the Religious Affairs Bureau last time, not wanting our shanking Tao to have peace, right? Yuan Jai's untimely laughter immediately provoked the anger of the shanking Tao disciples. Everyone couldn't hold back anymore and started criticizing. Senior uncle, fellow senior brothers, I truly did not deceive you. Seeing this, Lu Heng shook his head helplessly. Then he added, if senior brother Yuan Jai doesn't believe it, I have hospital records here as proof. Everyone, please wait a moment. I'll get the medical records now. With that, Lu Heng turned around and returned to his room. He opened the drawer beside his bed and took out a file wrapped in a manila envelope from the bottom layer. Inside these documents were the medical examination report and diagnosis records from when King Feng went down the mountain to the hospital before he traversed. He originally wanted to find a time to burn these things. Unexpectedly, they came in handy today. Senior brother Yuan Jai, these are the records from when I went to the hospital for a checkup. The medical examination report, diagnosis records, and so on are all inside. If you don't believe it, you're welcome to take a look. Lu Heng said as he handed the file folder to Yuan Jai. Yuan Jai hesitated for a few seconds, but in the end, he took it. As he opened the envelope and took out the documents inside, Hua Ming and Yu Yang also leaned in to see. The two of them also wanted to see if the person who cooked porridge with immortal rice truly had a terminal illness. But after reading the contents of these documents, the three of them were dumbfounded. How could it really be terminal leukemia? All three of them exchanged glances again, sharing a look. What exactly is going on? Both guesses turned out wrong. They originally thought this immortal must be Taoist Chuancheng without a doubt. But before they could verify, they smelled this rich and unique fragrance of rice. This kind of extraordinary rice they had never heard of or seen before. To call it immortal rice wouldn't be an exaggeration, so they naturally placed the title of immortal onto Lu Heng. But now Lu Heng produced a diagnosis of terminal leukemia. Have any of the disciples of our shanking Tao deceived you? At this moment, the always straightforward Chunaming lost his temper. Senior uncle, we were just curious. We didn't mean to make things difficult for junior brother, King Feng. Hua Ming's eyes darted around, hastily explaining. HMPH. Chunaming snorted coldly, his displeasure now written all over his face. I'm sorry, junior brother King Feng, I shouldn't have doubted you. Yuan Jai forced a smile and returned the folder to Lu Heng. No problem. Lu Heng said with a bitter smile. He had already decided that he would take 3 bad luck talismans and stick them on these 3 fellows. Let them understand what it means to know the dark side of human nature. Junior brother King Feng, where did you get this immortal rice from? Hua Ming pressed on with his questions. He was convinced that the young Taoist before him was definitely related to the immortal. Otherwise, there was no way he could obtain such otherworldly immortal rice. Yuan Jai and Yu Yang thought the same thing. Their eyes were fixed intently on Lu Heng, eager to extract the truth from him. Well, Lu Heng feigned hesitation. The expert instructed me not to divulge any information about him. Junior brother King Feng, do you know the importance of this expert to our Taoist schools? Junior brother, if this expert could be invited to help, our Taoist school would thrive even more. Junior brother, don't hesitate any longer. For the future of our Taoist school, you should tell us. Hua Ming, Yuan Jai, and Yu Yang pressed on. They began speaking of the future of the Taoist school, trying to morally coerce Lu Heng into revealing information about the expert. Enough. Suddenly, Chunaming shouted, this is the Shanking Tao. Not a police station, nor your Tei Dao, Jingaming Tao, or Laoguan Tao. Whether King Feng wants to speak is his freedom, it's not for you to coerce. Even if he did reveal the person's identity, what could you do? Someone who prefers to remain hidden has decided to be a recluse, a pure, otherworldly master. Just what qualifications do you 3 have to persuade anyone to come out of seclusion? Utterly ridiculous. Chunaming, enraged, scolded Hua Ming and the others. Hua Ming and the others hung their heads, embarrassedly accepting the reprimand. Not only was this not their territory, but Chunaming's seniority made it impossible for them to retort. Lu Heng, standing on the side, was stunned. It was the first time since his reincarnation that he had seen the usually good-natured Chunaming get angry. No wonder people say not to provoke the mild-mannered. Just look at senior Uncle Chunaming, berating Hua Ming and the others to the extent they couldn't lift their heads. As Lu Heng lamented, he suddenly thought, this situation is not ideal. Plans really can't keep up with change. He intended to use this opportunity to reveal the identity of the immortal. But now it was interrupted by Senior Uncle Kshuneming. What to do now? If he continued with the original plan and revealed the identity of the immortal, it would seem too abrupt. Adhering forcefully is not a good way. Only under external pressure will what is said be valued and more convincing. Thinking of this, Lu Heng quickly worked his brain and temporarily changed the plan once more. Senior Uncle, we three have realized our mistake. Hua Ming and the others quickly admitted their fault to Kshuneming. They understood their mistake now. However, the mistake wasn't for pressing Lu Heng. It was for forgetting that this wasn't their territory. Chapter 93-91, a system product is truly a masterpiece. Everyone disperse. Go eat if you need to eat. Kshuneming waved a large hand and turned to leave. He planned to discuss Lu Heng's situation with the sect leader to see how to handle it. King Feng, take care of yourself and don't overthink things. Junior brother, I'll come see you tomorrow. King Feng, don't think too much. Yes, with the abilities of that immortal, maybe they can cure your terminal illness. Junior brother, be careful lately. Don't let anyone with ill intentions kidnap you. The disciples of Shanking Tao also waved goodbye to Lu Heng. In the past, they might shamelessly ask for a bowl of porridge from their junior brother to taste the immortal rice. But now, Lu Heng was a terminally ill patient with leukemia. Who would dare ask a terminally ill patient for something? No matter how thick their skin was, it couldn't be that thick. After the disciples of Shanking Tao dispersed, Hua Ming finally said apologetically, King Feng, I'm really sorry. We three were only thinking about the future of the Taoist school, so we didn't think too much at the time. The three of them were quite clever and naturally understood that the situation had developed beyond their capability to resolve. So they needed to discuss and consider calling for outside help. Having said that, the three hurriedly turned and left. Watching the backs of these three tools as they left, a hint of a smile flashed in Lu Heng's eyes. No matter what, the fish had taken the bait. Brother, you won't die, right? King Yu asked tearfully, gently shaking Lu Heng's arm. No, I won't. Lu Heng looked down at the pitiful King Yu and gently wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Then he smiled and said, even if you die, I won't. In that moment, King Yu felt that perhaps her sorrow was a bit superfluous. Are you going to drink the porridge or not? If not, I'll drink it all myself. Lu Heng turned and walked into the room, casually asking, Brother, you're so infuriating. King Yu gritted her teeth, annoyed. In the past, she would have given this pesky brother a piece of her mind. But now her brother was, after all, a terminally ill patient. How could she possibly get angry with him? Moreover, a patient can't eat much food. If she didn't help share the burden, wouldn't it stuff her brother to death? With the thought of helping others, King Yu followed him into the room. Drink porridge. Once King Yu was inside, Lu Heng lifted the pot lid. A peculiar aroma of rice immediately filled their noses. Gulp. The two involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Suddenly their appetites were fully aroused. Brother, drink more. I just need 2 bowls. King Yu wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, her eyes almost falling into the rice cooker. Drink slowly, don't burn yourself. Lu Heng had just served King Yu a bowl when he watched her like a little pig, gulping it down happily. He also took a taste and almost couldn't keep his eyes from widening. Damn, it's too delicious. The texture was incredibly soft and delicate, each grain dissolving instantly in the mouth. The peculiar rice aroma filled the oral cavity, constantly stimulating the brain. Then the porridge transformed into a warm flow, traveling down the esophagus, slowly flowing to every corner of the body. After one mouthful, the flavor lingered, compelling another sip. The system's product, indeed premium quality. While Lu Heng and King Yu were enjoying their meal, Hua Ming and the other two gathered together. Smelling the subtle aroma of rice in the air, their stomachs grumbled audibly. That King Feng must have a connection with the immortal. The immortal rice he used to cook porridge must also be a gift from the immortal. Yuan Jai licked his lips and said in a deep voice, really envious of that King Feng. Not only did he meet the immortal, but he also received their favor. Hua Ming shook his head, a trace of envy glinting in his eyes. With immortal rice, even smelling it is said to prolong life. The medical record he provided shouldn't be forged. After all, it's easy to forge, but once checked in a hospital, it would easily be exposed. Yu Yang slowly said. Hearing this, Hua Ming shook his head and laughed. King Feng's luck is hard to describe. You say he's lucky, but he has a terminal illness. But say he's unlucky, yet he's caught the attention of that immortal. However, in any case, terminal leukemia seems doesn't allow for a long life, right? Thinking of this, Hua Ming's envy diminished somewhat. What use is there in envying someone who's about to die? Yuan Jai glanced at him and said seriously, "Do you think that immortal might help King Feng cure his terminal illness?" This, Hua Ming and Yu Yang were slightly taken aback upon hearing it. If it were anyone else claiming they could cure terminal leukemia, no one would believe them. But speaking of that, immortal. It's truly uncertain, summoning lightning from the sky. Condensing clouds into words, considering the immortal's abilities, they completely surpass ordinary human limits. You really can't think about such an existence with common sense. For humans, terminal leukemia is a fatal illness, lasting perhaps only a few months. But for an immortal, this might not actually be incurable. Thinking of this, the three fell silent. It seems we'll have to have Elder Song from the Religious Affairs Bureau step in. After a long while, Yu Yang was the first to speak. Yes. Hua Ying and Yuan Jai both nodded in agreement. They knew that if it were just up to Tei Dao, Jingaming Tao, and Laoguan Tao, they wouldn't be able to persuade Xuan Cheng. If they couldn't persuade Xuan Cheng, they wouldn't learn anything about the immortal from King Feng. Only by having a heavyweight figure intervene might Xuan Cheng agree, and after thinking it over, Elder Song seemed the most appropriate choice. Elder Song had aided Xuan Cheng in the past and had often looked out for Shanking Tao. So no matter how you see it, Elder Song seems the best choice. Let's first call the various sect leaders to touch base. Then we can ask Elder Song to step in. After thinking it over, Hua Ming believed it wise to first communicate with the various sect leaders. That sounds good. The other two nodded in agreement, and so the three each returned to their rooms to call the various Taoist sect leaders to brief them on the situation. After a brief communication, the three gathered again and dialed the private number Elder Song had given them earlier. Chapter 94-92, Supreme Profound Alchemy Technique. In the early morning, the warm sunlight softly cast on his face through the window. Lu Heng slowly opened his eyes, ending a whole night of cultivation. 3 days had passed since the immortal crystal rice incident. During these 3 days, Dragon Tiger Mountain was exceptionally quiet. The only difference from before was that his terminal leukemia had already spread throughout the Shanking Tao. King Feng's connections were quite good. Almost all Taoists in the Shanking Tao had come to visit him. Even those far away in the Tei Dao, like Kingaming and others, called to comfort him. Even the 80-year-old, gravely ill master uncle who rarely showed himself, specially came to see him, offering much encouragement. For this, his master even canceled his daily tour guide work, allowing him to rest and recover. To be honest, with so many people caring for you, it's impossible not to be moved. People on the mountain are indeed more simple and kind-hearted. After all, they haven't been polluted by the wickedness of society and human nature. Lu Heng had decided that if he could draw immortal crystal rice in the next lottery, he must invite all the Taoists of Dragon Tiger Mountain for a bowl of porridge. With his family background, for now, he could only afford to offer porridge. As for having a full meal, that's beyond his means. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound echoed. King Feng, junior brother, are you awake? Outside the room, a cheerful voice came through. Lu Heng opened the door to see a tall and sturdy young Taoist standing outside, holding a tray. Junior brother, these are freshly steamed buns and freshly made millet porridge from this morning. Quickly eat them, don't let them get cold. The sturdy Taoist smiled and said, Thank you, senior brother Kingaling. Lu Heng accepted the tray, expressing his gratitude. Over the past 3 days, all his meals were voluntarily delivered by these senior brothers. Even though he tried to decline repeatedly, he couldn't resist their enthusiasm. Junior brother, no need to be so formal. As your senior brother, there's not much I can do for you. I can only help deliver meals. Take good care of yourself during this period. With that immortal around, it's possible your terminal illness might be cured. Kingaling patted Lu Heng on the shoulder, gave him some encouragement, and then turned to leave. Everyone knew that late-stage leukemia didn't leave much time. But Lu Heng was familiar with the formidable immortal. Maybe the immortal really had a way to cure this terminal illness. Most of them, including Kingaling, held such thoughts. Watching the departing figure, Lu Heng shook his head. Although he really was terminally ill, why did he always feel like he was fooling naive kids? He carried the tray back into the room. As he ate his porridge, he began to ponder. The past 3 days felt more like the calm before the storm. Hua Ming and the others would inevitably report what he said that day to the Religious Affairs Bureau. Why was the Religious Affairs Bureau being so slow? When I didn't want to reveal my identity, you kept asking every day. Now that I want to take the initiative, why are you hesitating? Cads, I'll take a look at the Seeking Immortality Temple in a bit. Just in case anything gets missed. Lu Heng thought to himself. After breakfast, he took a spiritual chi pill from the system and tossed it towards his shadow. The shadow, which had been ordinary and no different from others, suddenly showed some fluctuations, morphing into a big mouth and swallowing the spiritual chi pill. This shadow beast is good, but it's also quite the pill muncher. During its juvenile period, it needs to be fed 3 spiritual chi pills a day, which is really extravagant. Damn it, a pet eats better than its owner. Lu Heng glanced at the now calm shadow with a displeased look. Oh right, didn't I draw an alchemy book last time? How did I forget? He slapped his forehead and quickly called out to the system, opening the system warehouse. Amidst a pile of pill bottles and talismans, a jade slip emitting a green light lay quietly in the warehouse. Just like the previous Tei 5 Chi spell and Immortal Talisman technique, the cultivation techniques produced by the system seemed to exist within the jade slip. With a single thought, the contents of the jade slip were presented before his eyes. Supreme Profound Alchemy Technique. Like the Immortal Talisman technique he drew last time, this alchemy technique was also the most basic knowledge. Most of its content taught others how to concoct pills. Things like herb combinations, control of heat, refining times, etc., all of which gave him a headache. At the end, it provided 5 pill recipes. Satiety pill, vitality pill, antitoxic pill, heaven-supporting pill, calm mind, and clear spirit pill. Lu Heng looked them over carefully. Goodness, more than half of them might come in handy. Vitality pill contains spiritual energy, considered a subproduct of the spiritual chi pill. Antitoxic pill can detoxify 100 poisons when ingested. Calm mind and clear spirit pill helps calm the mind and prevent distractions, aiding in cultivation. These 3 pills are quite useful, especially the vitality pill, which could be used to feed the shadow beast. As for the satiety pill and heaven-supporting pill, well, they are self-explanatory. The effect of the satiety pill is that after consuming one, you won't need to eat for 3 days. This might have some use in ancient times, but in modern times it's a bit redundant. Lu Heng considered himself a foodie, making the satiety pill quite unnecessary. And the heaven-supporting pill. I'm not even 20 yet, I can pee a foot away, who are you underestimating? Regardless, this Supreme Profound Alchemy technique is much more useful than that trashy talisman technique before. System notification. Would the host like to cultivate the Supreme Profound Alchemy technique? Cultivate. In an instant, the jade slip transformed into a wisp of green light and went straight into his forehead. It seems I need to find a chance to try alchemy in the future. Lu Heng, feeling the newly learned alchemy technique, murmured to himself. But what tools are needed for alchemy? An alchemy furnace. But I don't have one of those. Will a rice cooker work? Seems unlikely, since a rice cooker can't control the heat. Then maybe the rice cooker's inner pot and an induction cooker might do. Feels like it lacks airtightness, though. Then use a pressure cooker. He pondered for a while and ultimately decided to use a pressure cooker as an alchemy furnace. Next, he just needed to find time to go down the mountain to purchase ingredients and a pressure cooker. Senior brother, senior brother. Just then a clear and pleasant call reached Lu Heng's ears. No need to think, it's definitely little junior sister Qingyu. He got up and opened the door, finding Qingyu munching on a bun. What's up? Lu Heng reached out and pulled on the little girl's freshly braided pigtail. Master's looking for you. And with Master, there's an old grandpa I haven't seen before. Qingyu dutifully replied, Upon hearing this, Lu Heng thought to himself, could it be someone from the Religious Affairs Bureau has come? After waiting for 3 days, you finally arrived. Chapter 95-93, Religious Affairs Bureau returns. Under the guidance of Qingyu, Lu Heng walked into Qingyun Hall. After entering the hall, he quietly glanced around. There were indeed many guests today. Besides his cheap master Xuan Cheng and junior uncle Xuniming, 8 other people were seated in the hall. Among these 8, 2 were also senior uncles of the Xuan generation from Shanking Tao. In King Feng's memory, these 2 often traveled to teach outside and were seen seldom throughout the year. According to some well-informed disciples, they not only married and started families outside long ago, but often had flings with some minor celebrities in the entertainment circle. If it were newly initiated disciples, they might not even recognize these 2. Their return to Shanking Tao must be for that immortal. Aside from these two, 3 others in the group of 8 wore Taoist robes. These 3 were a bit younger than Xu Cheng, his chief master. The Taoist robes they wore were similar to those of Hua Ming, Yuan Jai, and Yu Yang. It seemed they were the sect leaders of Taiyi Dao, Jingaming Tao, and Laoguan Tao. The remaining 3 people should be from the Religious Affairs Bureau. Among them was the elder king you had mentioned before. This elder, about 60 years old, sat beside the chief master Xu Cheng and seemed to have a higher status than the others. King Feng, you are called here today because we want to ask you something. As soon as Lu Heng entered the main hall, his chief master Xu Cheng spoke. Lu Heng slightly nodded. As he expected, when news could be gathered about that immortal, how could the Religious Affairs Bureau sit still? Hello, young Taoist. Is your Taoist name King Feng? I've heard from your master that you were abandoned by your family as a child, and he took you in. You really are a child with a tough fate. The elder didn't speak, but the middle-aged man sitting beside him smiled and said, My surname is Li, from the Religious Affairs Bureau of our dragon country. We invited you here today mainly because we have some questions we want to ask you. This middle-aged man named Li is the Deputy Director of the Religious Affairs Bureau, and was also the one responsible for investigating the Shanking Tao immortal manifestation incident. Unfortunately, at that time, he couldn't find out anything. On the contrary, he was startled by the thunder that suddenly descended in front of the YL Hotel. He originally thought that if the immortal was unwilling to show up, it would take a few years to investigate their true identity. But unexpectedly, the situation took a turn. Someone knew about the immortal and had a good relationship with them. After Hua Ming and the others reported the situation via phone, he immediately sent people to investigate information about King Feng. That immortal always appeared in an elusive manner, with little hints shown occasionally, making it as difficult as reaching the sky to figure out their identity. But King Feng was different. A person out in the open, how could they not find information? Very quickly, all the information about King Feng over the past 18 years was laid out on Director Li's desk. After reviewing the information, Director Li found nothing peculiar, if anything struck a chord with him. It was that this child was truly unfortunate. Abandoned by his parents at a young age, if not for encountering Xu Cheng, he would probably no longer be alive. As he grew up, he even got diagnosed with leukemia. Regarding the leukemia, he specifically had someone check the hospital records. It was indeed late-stage leukemia, with no fabrication whatsoever. Perhaps due to 18 years of bad luck, it finally turned into fortune. To be fortunate enough to encounter an immortal who could summon celestial thunder, condense clouds into words, and spread rain was something most people wouldn't dare to dream of. More importantly, the lad even caught the favorable attention of that immortal. Although he didn't know how miraculous the immortal rice was. Just from Hua Ming and the others' description, it was clear the immortal rice was undoubtedly a gift from the immortal. After all, no matter how fragrant the rice commonly known could never have a scent spreading hundreds of meters. Lu Heng nodded once again. Meanwhile, he deliberately controlled his muscles, making his body tremble slightly. Thus appearing very nervous at the moment. Sure enough, upon noticing his trembling, the elder sitting next to Xu Cheng promptly spoke. Young King Feng, you don't need to be too nervous. My surname is Song. My granddaughter is about your age. You can just call me Grandpa Song. We're just here for a simple chat today about that reclusive master. Oh? Lu Heng nodded hesitantly. Young King Feng, is it really hard to divulge information about that reclusive master? Elder Song asked with a smile. As soon as these words were out, everyone's eyes immediately focused on Lu Heng, except for Xu Cheng. Even the honest Xuniming couldn't help but show a curious look. As for others, their eyes sparkled with a look called ambition. No kidding, who wouldn't want to meet an immortal who could summon celestial thunder, condense clouds into words, even spread rain? Though they had long passed the age of cultivating, there was nothing excessive about asking the immortal for some longevity methods right. The 2 senior uncles of the Xuan generation seemed breathless, impatient. These 2, relying on the Shanking Tao banner, had made a considerable amount of money outside. The emergence of the immortal made them even more sought after. They received countless calls from CEOs and chairmen of listed companies wanting to be introduced to the immortal. Some wealthy big bosses even offered 8-figure remunerations directly. It made the 2 drool. But how could they know any immortal? They first heard the term immortal from other bosses. After tracking down some relevant footage, they finally realized an immortal existed within Shanking Tao. Enticed by money, they urgently found the long-forgotten phone numbers from their directory. Sadly, even Xuan Cheng himself didn't know the identity of the immortal, so it was futile to ask them. Well, Lu Heng stammered, hemming and hawing. Just say whatever you have. Yes, stop stammering. What kind of behavior is that? The two Xuan generation senior uncles couldn't contain themselves. After exchanging a glance with Director Li and others, they couldn't help but speak out. If not for the many present, they'd even resort to interrogation. Their appearance here today was actually because Director Li had given them a heads up. The reason was simple. Director Li wanted to use their identities to pressure Xuan Cheng in order to learn about the immortal's identity from his disciple. If it's hard to speak about, we can also not discuss it. At this moment, Xuan Cheng spoke calmly. Chapter 96-94, if you've heard of him, then there must be ghosts. Master, don't. I'm just going through the motions. It's not that I don't want to talk. Lu Heng thought to himself. The master's protection made him feel very touched. But today he wanted to solve the problem of his identity once and for all. He didn't want someone to come investigating every now and then. It was as annoying as flies. The two uncles of the Xuan generation still wanted to say something. But at this moment, Xuan Cheng just glanced at them lightly, making them instantly fall silent. If not for the consideration of the late master's friendship, these two would have been expelled from the sect by Xuan Cheng long ago. Elder Song saw this, smiled slightly, and said, Little King Feng, if you have any concerns, feel free to speak. If that reclusive expert once asked you not to reveal his identity, then we don't have to ask about it today. Elder Song, this is. Director Li was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. This was the best chance to learn about that immortal. If they missed it, it would be extremely difficult to investigate his identity again. If that reclusive expert doesn't want his identity revealed, then what's the point in forcing a child? Elder Song shook his head and said, his thinking was simple. That immortal must have instructed this young Taoist not to reveal something beforehand. If the young Taoist is willing to reveal that person's identity, it shows that he doesn't mind it being known. If not, it shows the person does not wish to interact with outsiders, especially the authorities. I can't hold it. I can't hold it anymore. Lu Heng felt he was about to burst into laughter. After pretending to hesitate for a moment, he mumbled, Actually, I don't know that expert either. As soon as he said this, the hall fell silent. Everyone's gaze, as before, focused on Lu Heng. Little King Feng, you mean to say? That reclusive expert is not a Taoist of the Shanking Tao. Elder Song quickly caught on. Lu Heng nodded slightly, then continued. My encounter with that expert was purely coincidental. About a year ago, the master sent me to the Seeking Immortality Temple to do some cleaning and incidentally offer incense to the statue inside. Seeking Immortality Temple. Elder Song couldn't help but frown. He had never heard of this Seeking Immortality Temple, so he turned his head to look at Xuan Cheng. Xuan Cheng gently stroked his long beard and explained. The Seeking Immortality Temple is a place of cultivation for an old acquaintance of mine, located in the southwest direction of Dragon Tiger Mountain, a bit remote. After my old friend passed away, the temple fell into a state of abandonment. Not wanting to see my friend's place of cultivation fall into disrepair, I often send some disciples to look after it. After this explanation, Elder Song and others finally understood what the Seeking Immortality Temple was, and Lu Heng continued. That day, when I arrived at the Seeking Immortality Temple, I found the temple doors open. Upon entering, I saw a long-bearded Taoist sitting inside, cultivating. The Taoist claimed to be an old friend of the former temple master, going by the name Genuine. At this point, everyone turned their gaze back to Xuan Cheng, but Xuan Cheng was frowning slightly, looking as if he was deep in thought. About 2 or 3 minutes later, he slowly shook his head and said softly, My old friend was much older than me. So the friends he made, I may not be fully aware of. Seeing that Xuan Cheng didn't know, the sect leader of Tei Dao furrowed his brows, repeatedly muttering the name Genuine to himself. As a sect leader of Taoism, he was very familiar with eminent monks and scholars of the Buddhist and Taoist sects. But he had never heard of the name Genuine. Unable to come to a conclusion, he could only look at the other 2 sect leaders. Both of them shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. Genuine, this name I'm hearing for the first time. Elder Song pondered for a moment but also had no answer. Seeing this, Lu Heng chuckled to himself. It would be a miracle if you had heard of it. I only borrowed this name after confirming there was no journey to the west in this parallel world. Director Li, seeing Lu Heng had stopped halfway, couldn't help but feel anxious. He hurriedly asked, "Taoist King Feng, you only met with that expert once, and he gave you immortal rice." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but perk up their ears. If just one meeting would result in such a gift, then this immortal must be very generous. If he can give it to a young Taoist, why not to them? Lu Heng shook his head and said, "My first meeting with that Taoist didn't involve much conversation. I just cleaned up as the master ordered and offered a few sticks of incense to the celestial venerable statue in the temple. Then I left. But from then on, every time I went to the Seeking Immortality temple, I would run into that Taoist." Director Li and the others frowned. However, they didn't interrupt and waited for Lu Heng to continue. "About 2 months ago, I felt a bit weak and listless, often having fevers and infections. So I asked for leave from the master to go down the mountain for a checkup at the hospital. The results I've mentioned before, so I believe everyone is aware." At this point, Lu Heng paused, squeezed out 2 drops of tears, and pretended to be saddened. "At the time, I thought, abandoned by my parents since childhood and now diagnosed with terminal blood cancer, life has been too tragic. I had a moment of weakness and thought about jumping off the back mountain to end it all. But unexpectedly, just as I was about to jump, someone grabbed my clothes from behind. When I turned around, I found it was the Taoist I had seen cultivating in the Seeking Immortality temple. He asked why I wanted to end my life at such a young age, so I told him about the hospital's diagnosis. He said life is not easy. How can one end it because of some setbacks? After hearing this, I was quite annoyed and told him, it's not his terminal illness, of course, he can easily say that. The Taoist laughed and said he had a way to cure my terminal illness within 3 months. I didn't believe him at all, because in the late stages of blood cancer, there's hardly much time left to live unless a Daluo golden immortal appeared. Otherwise, death was inevitable. The Taoist said, since late-stage blood cancer is undoubtedly fatal, why not try a last-ditch effort? With that, he asked me to accompany him back to the Seeking Immortality temple to fetch something. I hadn't even agreed yet when he suddenly grabbed my shoulder. Immediately, I felt a blur in front of my eyes, and when I opened them again, I was already in front of the Seeking Immortality temple from the back mountain. I was stunned, letting him pull me into the temple. After a while, the Taoist took out a small blue pill and made me take it. After taking it, I felt very comfortable, and for a moment, all the previous pain vanished. Chapter 97-95, finally finished telling the story. Hiss. After hearing Lu Heng's words, everyone present couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. As if they had eaten a devil's pepper. What kind of pill could actually cure terminal blood cancer? That hermit truly deserves to be called an immortal. Not only can he produce rare items like immortal rice, but also pills that can cure terminal illnesses. If such treasures are not quickly developed, wouldn't it be a disservice to oneself? With this in mind, Director Li and the 2 Xuan generation uncles' eyes grew increasingly fervent. Lu Heng shivered under their gaze. "Damn it, I'm not interested in men. What are you staring at?" Sect leaders of Taiyi Dao, Jingming Tao, and Laoguan Tao furrowed their brows, deep in thought. Their ideas differed from those of Director Li and the others. Director Li and his group wanted to obtain the pill that could cure terminal blood cancer and the fragrant immortal rice for profit. However, these sect leaders were uninterested in these. They wanted the cultivation methods of that immortal. If they could obtain these cultivation methods, could they also develop some mystical powers? Elder Song noted down everything Lu Heng said in his notebook. He circled the words blue pill repeatedly. He was contemplating whether this pill was only effective against blood cancer or worked on other cancers as well. If it was also effective against other cancers, its value would be immeasurable. Xuan Cheng remained expressionless. It seemed that nothing Lu Heng said stirred any emotion in him. This made Lu Heng feel guilty. Could this generous master see through something? No way, right? My acting skills are obviously top-notch. The hall was silent. Everyone, including Lu Heng, harbored different thoughts, so for a while no one spoke. King Feng, is that pill really so miraculous? The first to break the silence was Xuniming, who had remained silent all along. This generous uncle's face was full of curiosity, and he couldn't help but ask. I'm not sure either. But a month ago, that Taoist gave me another one, and after taking it, I felt much better. Following the previously crafted story, Lu Heng feigned confusion. Then it must be truly effective. Xuniming nodded and didn't say more. Ahem. Director Li coughed lightly and asked, Taoist King Feng, you. Are you sure that hermit is at Seeking Immortality Temple? Originally, he wanted to ask if the other party still had any of those blue pills. If they did, he planned to have them analyzed. But before he could finish, Elder Song glanced over, prompting him to switch questions hastily. Yes, definitely. Lu Heng nodded. Then if we go now, can we see that hermit? A Xuan generation uncle asked eagerly. That Taoist left a few days ago. He said there were things to attend to, but I don't know what exactly. Lu Heng, like a robot, nodded and shook his head. Didn't he say when he'd return? Another Xuan generation uncle couldn't contain himself either. No, he didn't. Lu Heng replied bluntly. The two exchanged glances, unable to hide their disappointment. Nephew King Feng, didn't that hermit teach you any cultivation methods? The sect leader of Tei Dao asked for the first time. No, he didn't. The Taoist said I'm terminally ill and have no potential for cultivation. Lu Heng replied again, I see. The sect leader of Tei Dao nodded lightly. After exchanging a look with the other two sect leaders, he asked no more. Everyone has no more questions, right? Elder Song glanced around. Everyone shook their heads, indicating they had none. Through the previous inquiries and conversations, they realized that the King Feng before them was just a tool with no real knowledge. The answers they sought were all with the immortal. Since no one has any more questions, let me ask the last one. Elder Song's gaze fell back on Lu Heng. He asked again, Taoist King Feng, may I ask, is the masked Taoist fortune-teller streaming on Daohu the same hermit? Yes. Lu Heng nodded in confirmation. Having heard this, Elder Song knew what to do and smiled, saying, All right, let's end here for today. Taoist King Feng, if you have other matters, feel free to leave. Lu Heng secretly pouted. This is classic scumbag behavior, use and discard. Still, he felt his storytelling today was decent. After all, the real drama was at the Seeking Immortality Temple. Master, I'll take my leave then. Lu Heng looked at his generous master Xuan Cheng, thinking the story was finally over. Go then. Xuan Cheng nodded slightly, indicating he could leave. Without any reluctance, Lu Heng turned and walked out of Qingyun Hall. He didn't care what these people were thinking. As long as he unleashed Zhenyuan at the right moment, he would be safe. As for what these people wanted from Zhenyuan, he could decide whether to respond. After all, hermits disappearing for 360 days, a year isn't unusual, right? Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Over the past week, Lu Heng hadn't let Zhenyuan make an appearance. He heard from seniors delivering daily supplies to Seeking Immortality Temple that Elder Song and others, out of respect for Zhenyuan, had set up tents outside the temple. Unfortunately, Zhenyuan never showed up, leaving Elder Song and others waiting in vain for 7 days. I've waited long enough. It's time for the alter ego to appear. Let's stream once tonight. Lu Heng felt the timing was right to execute the next step in his plan. After all, Elder Song was over 60 years old, and those 3 sect leaders weren't young either. If anything happened to them, it wouldn't be good. Truly, I'm too kind-hearted. At 7 p.m., Lu Heng opened Daohu Live and entered his live streaming room. My dear fans, I've missed you all so much. The 10-day hiatus drove the fans crazy. As soon as they received the notification, they rushed into the streaming room. Taoist, how could you leave me for so long? Scumbag, how could you not visit me for 10 days? Boo-hoo, do you know how I've lived these 10 days? 10 days, that's 240 hours. That's 14,400 minutes. Where's my calculator? Life without the Taoist, I couldn't eat or sleep well, and even beauties lost their charm. Yeah, I'm tired of those half-covered, flashy women. I just want to watch a maverick like the Taoist. Brother, can you tell me more about those flashy women? Chapter 98-96, Sudden Viral Fame. As more and more viewers flooded in, the popularity of the livestream room grew almost geometrically. The surge in numbers even caused a bit of lag in the stream. Lu Heng quickly glanced at the back-end data. Goodness! The real-time online viewers have actually surpassed 1 million. He remembered that in previous streams, the online numbers were only around 200,000 to 300,000. At its peak, it was only 500,000. But now, the online viewers have doubled compared to its highest point before and are still growing. After not streaming for 10 days, how did the number of fans increase instead of decrease? Could it be these fans love the cold and distant vibe? This astonishing number of online viewers left Lu Heng quite puzzled, who knew that in the past 10 days he was either cultivating or making up stories. He had no idea what had been happening online during this time. Let's go back to 3 days ago. On that day, on the trending search list usually filled with buzz about pop stars, there appeared 2 rare police reports. These 2 police reports were jointly released by the police of Hepping City and Nannan City. The content was also similar, both regarding the capture of a Class A wanted criminal, Li Gang. 3 years ago, Li Gang broke into the home of a wealthy family in Nannan City, robbed and murdered, and then set the villa on fire. The wealthy family of 4, along with a maid, all died at his hands. Unfortunately, Li Gang managed to escape amidst the chaos and subsequently vanished without a trace, as if he had evaporated from the human world. Even though he was on the Class A wanted list and was wanted nationwide, the police were unable to find any clues about his whereabouts. Just when the police were about to assume that Li Gang had fled abroad, surprisingly, this guy was caught right in the midst of a live stream. In the live stream, in front of 20 to 30,000 people, Li Gang was pinned down by the police and caught red-handed. After capturing him, Hepping City Police immediately informed Nannan City Police for investigation assistance, despite Li Gang's complete denial of his past crimes. But after comparing DNA evidence left at the scene, it was confirmed that he was the culprit in the robbery, murder, and arson case. With the evidence irrefutably presented, Li Gang's psychological defenses completely collapsed. He truthfully confessed to the crimes of that year and his experiences over the past 3 years. Thus, the major robbery and murder case in Nannan was successfully resolved. The police from both cities subsequently announced the situation. In both reports, the police also formally stated that they would award a cash reward to the Taoist who provided accurate information. A wanted criminal on the run for 3 years. A Taoist who provided accurate information. These 2 police bulletins quickly attracted a lot of attention from onlookers. Among them were many viewers from Lu Heng's livestream. Wow, it really is a Class A wanted criminal, shout out from the Taoist's #1 fan. Ha ha ha, the certain Taoist who doesn't wish to reveal his name. It's laughable how this guy dared to challenge our revered Taoist in the livestream, absolutely courting death. What are you all talking about? Can someone explain? It's actually nothing big. The culprit caught this time was divined by our Taoist. Divination coming up with this? Isn't that a bit too far-fetched? What's so far-fetched? That Black Hand Brother gang showed up in our Taoist's livestream, totally defiant, talking about acting, hiring stooges, and asked the Taoist for a fortune-telling. And as a result, ha ha ha, I almost died laughing. At that moment, the Taoist said he was about to face jail time, and he didn't believe it, and the next second, the police rushed in and pinned him to the ground. He actually predicted this. Isn't that ridiculous? What's this? Last time, in the police report from Jiayuan City, the 6-year-old murder and body hiding case was also solved with the help of our Taoist. The metaphysical investigation, absolutely incredible. Of course, within the huge crowd of gossip-loving onlookers, there were also some creatures known as contrarians. All sorts of doubts appeared in the related comments as well. These contrarians' routines were always the same old 3. I didn't see it with my own eyes, so it can't be real. What? There's a video. Even with a video, it doesn't mean it's real. Even if it's real, it's just a coincidence. But no matter what, curious netizens still made up the majority. Many were inquiring about the social media of this Taoist. Unfortunately, Lu Heng had no interest in stepping into that mess. Otherwise, just this one wave could have gained him tens of thousands of followers. At this moment, viewers left Lu Heng's room number on the Daohu platform. In just one day, the followers of the livestream room inexplicably increased by tens of thousands. More importantly, these newly followed fans were real people, not yin soldiers from the underworld. Lu Heng, who was out of touch with the online world for a while, naturally had no idea he had unexpectedly become an online sensation. He was just about to recite his script when he suddenly noticed a message from the super moderator. Taoist, during your last livestream, you helped the police catch a Class A wanted criminal, and they want to give you some bonus. As with previous streaming earnings, let the police donate it for me. Lu Heng replied without a second thought. Since he started streaming, various miscellaneous gifts amounted to at least several hundred thousand. But he didn't take a cent from this money, having the Daohu platform donate it all to people in need. Thinking about it, Lu Heng suddenly frowned. Logically, he also donated some money, which should have changed quite a few people's lives, so why wasn't there any reaction from the system? Could the charitable organizations in this parallel world be like the ones from his past life? No way, is my money something you can embezzle? He decided to find a time to ask the Daohu platform where his previous streaming earnings were donated. If they indeed swindled his money, he'd make sure to demand it back doubly. No. Better make sure they face complete disgrace. Even better if they can be sent to jail and pick up the soap. Lu Heng was someone who held grudges. After committing these thoughts firmly to memory, he began his live stream. Hello, my young friends, it's been a while. I see many new friends have joined the live stream room. Here, let me explain the rules of the stream to our new friends. During each live stream, everyone has 5 minutes to send gifts. You don't have to worry about giving expensive gifts. Even the free ones from check-ins can be given. After 5 minutes, I'll randomly select 2 lucky viewers from the gift givers. I will provide these 2 lucky viewers with a fortune-telling opportunity each. Chapter 99-97, Cherish your confusion while it lasts. As soon as Lu Heng finished speaking, the chat room viewers immediately responded. The Taoist is amazing. I've seen the cases of Li Gang and Li Hongwei, and I am in utter admiration. Is there anyone who doubts the #1 fortune teller on the internet? Is the immortal Taoist mentioned on Weibo this Taoist here? Besides our Taoist, who else could possibly know everything? I'm on my knees, if it weren't for the old Taoist who knows how long Li Gang would have been at large. Exactly, and who would have thought that Brother Butt's cousin's killer would be her brother-in-law? Even scarier is that Li Hongwei actually hid the body in a load-bearing wall. It's horrifying. It gives me chills. Just the thought of coexisting with a corpse for years gives me goosebumps. I think Li Gang is more terrifying. After all, he has 5 lives on his hands. Who knows when he might snap again? With the Taoist here, the sky's clear. With the Taoist here, Dragon Country is at peace. I hope the Taoist draws my name tonight to see if I can really get married. The masseuse yesterday said I was too fast. Bro, what kind of fast are you talking about? I also want to find out, being single for so long, even the sheep I've raised are starting to look quite handsome. Bro, you're not from Ville City, are you? You need to restrain yourself. May I ask, if you were shipwrecked on a deserted island and could bring only one thing, what would it be? Of course it would be a sheep. Well, that's quite thoughtful. Roast lamb, lamb soup, lamb rib can last a while. Wool keeps you warm, bones can be used as tools, and the skin can be used as a hammock. Oh right, what you said makes sense. Whoa, how come I understood that? Amitabha, my sins, hope my next epiphany is in math. Seeing the chat getting more outrageous, Lu Heng quickly changed the subject. By the way, I forgot to mention something. If selected for a fortune-telling session, you can either have your fortune told or someone else's. But if it's for someone else, you must present their ID or valid documents, otherwise it won't count. He paused briefly, then added, if the chosen viewer doesn't want a fortune-telling, then this fortune-telling chance will be redrawn. Also, if viewers feel my fortune-telling is inaccurate, I am willing to refund all gift money. Hearing this, the veteran viewers in the chat room instantly disagreed. Taoist, it doesn't matter if your predictions are accurate or not, the gifts I give need no refund. Does the Taoist ever get it wrong? Anyway, I wouldn't want a refund. Watching the Taoist's live stream is more enjoyable than comedy shows. Exactly, people send cloud-piercing arrows to dancing female streamers. Why not have fun with the Taoist instead? Ever since watching the Taoist live stream, my so-called depression is cured. A cloud-piercing arrow isn't expensive. Hahaha, this is way more entertaining than those trashy movies. Just minor gifts. The most expensive isn't even over 1,000. Anyone asking the Taoist for refunds, I'd be the first to look down on them. Taoist, please, let's quickly draw tonight's victim. Right, let's see who'll be the victim. I mean the chosen one tonight. Lu Heng glanced at the scrolling comments and shook his head with a smile. Then he continued, I've covered most of the rules. If I think of anything else, we'll add it later. Now it's time for a 5-minute gift session. Those who wish for fortune-telling can send gifts now. As soon as he said this, various gifts flooded the chat room. The ones with money naturally don't care about price, sending cloud-piercing arrows in bulk. Those without money send small gifts or even freebies to earn a draw chance. Lu Heng kept an eye on the time. When the 5 minutes were up, he immediately called a stop. All right. The 5 minutes are over. No more gifts should be sent. Let's now pick tonight's lucky viewer. Saying this, he copied the list of gift senders and pasted it onto a raffle website. In a blink, tonight's 2 lucky viewers were chosen. Lu Heng glanced at the names and smiled. Let's congratulate my cat does backflips and professional well digger for 20 years for being tonight's chosen ones. Seeing these usernames, the viewers burst into laughter. Bro, I just want to ask, does your cat really do backflips? Yes, not only does my cat do backflips, even my dog does. Do you want to see? Don't go, their tea isn't good, it leaves you with a sore backside. Newbie here just joined the chat. May a kind soul quickly explain this meme to me anxious. Professional well digger for 20 years. What kind of wells do you dig? Sewage wells, what else? I kind of understand, but then again, I don't. Cherish your confusion. This chatroom is too complicated. The brother next door is better, never plays riddles and always gives me candy, but that leaves a sore backside too. Why does eating candy make your backside sore? Eat too much candy, ants will crawl in from your backside. Too scary, I'll never eat candy again. Lu Heng cleared his throat. These foolish viewers, their conversation always veers off track. Now let's invite the first lucky viewer. My cat does backflips. With that, he sent over an invitation to join the chat. Soon, the invitation was accepted. A man in his 20s, wearing a suit with slick-back hair and a dark complexion, appeared in the chat room. The young man grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Hello, everyone. My surname is Wang. You can call me Old Wang. If you like, I can move next door to you. The young man greeted the viewers, then looked at Lu Heng. Greetings, Taoist. I may not be an old fan, but I've watched several of your streams. I am thoroughly convinced by your miraculous fortune-telling skills. If I weren't the only son in 3 generations, I'd go to the mountain to become a Taoist too. By the way, earlier everyone was curious whether my cat does backflips or not. I'm here to tell you my cat indeed does backflips. And there's no sleeping tea at my place, so feel free to visit without worrying about having a sore backside. Chapter 198. Your future is not in prison but in. My cat can backflip caused the audience to burst into laughter with this remark. Everyone loves someone who can liven up the atmosphere, so they started sending comments again. It's not that I don't want to visit your house, I'm just afraid if I go, your butt will hurt. Bro, you're underestimating the fighting power of some of our live stream audience. Sai, who understands my plight? Every day I go out, I have to tie my pants with a belt. Really pity you, every time I go out, people think I'm disabled with 3 legs. Envy you all. I have to wrap it around my waist a few times. It drives me crazy every day. I'm different from you all, I have to carry it on my shoulder. Every time I go out, people ask me, where did you buy that python, does it bite? You guys are really like a sparrow climbing on an egg, showing off your big butt. Hey young one, you don't seem that old, why are you called Old Wang? Why not call you Wang instead? This little Wang, can it be stewed in soup? Dressed so flamboyantly, did you just come back from a date? I calculated, it seems like you're about to become a dad soon. Is there such a good deal? Buy one get one free. You got a kid before even entering the bridal chamber. You really hit the jackpot. This stream of comments made Lu Heng unable to hold back his laughter. He chuckled and asked, I wonder what young friend Wang plans to have read tonight. Is it romance? Or career, or perhaps family? Seeing Lu Heng ask, Wang immediately put away his playful attitude and said seriously, Master, I just attended my own engagement party. My relationship with my fiancée is really good. So in terms of romance, there's no need to divine it. He initially came with the mindset of watching for fun. Getting picked tonight was purely coincidental, so he hadn't really thought about what to have divined. After listening to Lu Heng, he first ruled out the romance aspect. After all, he was already engaged, and his affection with his fiancée was sweet. Their future was decided to be together for life. After pondering for a moment, he hesitantly replied, Well then, please help me divine my career, master. All right. Please wait a few minutes, my young friend, while I perform the calculation. Lu Heng nodded slightly, then called upon the celestial destiny system. System, search for this person's future information. System prompt, retrieving future information will cost the host 3 days of lifespan. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Once confirmed, all of Wang's future began to unfold before his eyes. Only halfway through, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. It was hard to imagine that the optimistic and lively Wang would end up with such a fate. The audience waited for a while, noticing that Lu Heng didn't speak as promptly as usual. With their past experience, they quickly speculated. It's over, the master is hesitating, something must be wrong. Wang, you might need to prepare yourself mentally. I calculated, our young friend might end up spending his future in prison. If he does end up in jail, considering Brother Wang's distinguished looks, won't his butt hurt nightly? Damn, his hemorrhoids will be ground flat. Based on my extensive viewership of the master's streams, young friend Wang is destined for disaster. Little bro, why don't you start reflecting on yourself now? Yeah, think carefully. Did you skip paying for a foot massage recently? Or did you pay too much for a massage? Wang watched the comments, unable to stop shaking his head. This bunch really are talking nonsense, aren't they? But Lu Heng's prolonged silence undoubtedly made him a bit anxious. Could his future truly be so bleak? After roughly 2 to 3 minutes, he couldn't hold back any longer, so he asked, Master, I won't really have a prison disaster in my future, will I? Hearing this, Lu Heng slowly shook his head and said, Rest assured, young friend, your future does not involve prison. This answer finally allowed Wang to breathe a sigh of relief. But who would have thought, Lu Heng suddenly said astonishingly, Young friend, your future is not in prison, but in a mental hospital. With these words, everyone in the stream widened their eyes, displaying expressions of shock. They all speculated that Wang might be heading to jail, but no one expected that it was not jail, but a mental hospital. This mental hospital doesn't seem any better than jail, does it? Why do I feel that jail is even slightly better than a mental hospital? Once you finish your sentence, you can at least come out and live a normal life. Exactly. Even if you're discharged from a mental hospital after treatment, you might not be able to return to normal life. Seeing how playful Wang was just now, it's hard to imagine his future would be spent in a mental hospital. If a normal person suddenly develops a mental illness, they must have experienced a great shock, right? Bro, go to the mental hospital with ease. I'll take care of your wife. No, let me take over. I'm a professional at this. Are you all crazy? The guy's future involves a mental hospital and you're still fighting over his woman. Choose me instead, I'll guarantee to give you a healthy big boy. Stop messing around. Let's analyze why Wang ends up in a mental hospital. What else could it be? Maybe the kid grows up and finds out he's not the dad, gets mentally shocked, and in he goes. Or his wife drank too much soy sauce and ended up with a little dark-skinned kid. You guys really are like a panda ordering takeout. Bamboo delivery is here. Seeing the comments getting more and more out of hand, Wang felt torn between crying and laughing. But what he was most concerned about was why he would go to a mental hospital in the future. He always considered himself to have a pretty open mind. But how did a normal person like him end up in a mental hospital? If it were any other fortune teller saying this, he would have dismissed it outright. But this was the omnipotent immortal on the internet, thinking about his glorious achievements in the past. He couldn't help but believe him. Master, I'm very curious. Why will I end up in a mental hospital in the future? After asking, he stared intently at the master on the screen, waiting for his answer. Sigh. Lu Heng gently sighed. Then he responded in a deep voice. Young friend Wang, frankly speaking, your character isn't bad. You are cheerful and lively, honest and humble, and work steadily. This round of compliments made Wang blush slightly. If it were someone else praising him, it'd be all right. But this was the omniscient immortal online. Yet at this moment, Lu Heng's tone shifted and he continued, but you value love too much. Once something happens in love, it greatly affects your emotions. Chapter 101-99, Your fiancé is actually a... After listening to Lu Heng, Wang couldn't help but fall silent. He carefully recalled and realized it was indeed the case with him. He remembered that after his last breakup, he locked himself up in a little dark room for a whole month. The Taoist said I would be in a mental hospital in the future. He also said I put too much importance on love. Could it be that my future self ends up in a mental hospital because of love? Thinking of this, Wang couldn't help but furrow his brows. How could that be possible? I'm clearly about to marry Yanyan. How could I end up in a mental hospital over love? Could it be that something happens to Yanyan which leads to my mental breakdown? The more Wang thought about it, the more he felt this was the answer. So he hurriedly asked, Taoist, is it possible that something happens to my fiancé in the future? The viewers were also very curious. Their guesses were not much different from Wang's. Wang values love so much, so it seems likely that something happens on the fiancé's side. Could it be that the fiancé gets into a car accident, gravely injured, and dies, causing Wang, the amorous person, to have a mental breakdown and be sent to a hospital. I think it's more likely that the fiancé gets a terminal illness and leaves him. When she passes away, he learns the truth, loses control of his emotions, and ends up with mental issues. No. Maybe they found out during their premarital checkup that they are actually siblings, which led to the mental problem. Damn, have you watched too many soap operas? Soap operas have three treasures: cancer, car accident, siblings. Add identity and amnesia, and you've got the 5 major melodramatic elements of 2000 soap operas. Be serious, we're fortune-telling here. Faced with Wang's questioning, Lu Heng shook his head slightly and said, no. Your future ordeal, although related to your fiancé, is not largely connected. The real key factor is actually your parents. Wang was taken aback upon hearing this, incredulously saying, how is that possible? Is it my parents who experience an accident? This. Thinking about the possibility that his parents might die in an accident in the future, he found it hard to accept at that moment. Lu Heng was quite speechless. Why does this kid have so much to say? Can't you just listen to me and let me finish my words? No. He had to speak up to deny it again. In the future, your parents are fine, your fiancé is fine, and all your relatives are fine. Only you end up in a mental hospital, understand? He simply mentioned everyone Wang cared about. This. Wang was dumbfounded. So everyone else is fine, and I am the only one not fine. The audience couldn't help but laugh out loud. Haha, this is killing me, a world where only one person gets hurt. Little brother, you should reflect on yourself. Why is it that everyone else is fine, but only you aren't? Parents are fine, the fiancé is fine, so why is it only Wang who's not fine? Could it be he discovered some unspeakable secret? I know he must have seen President Qi, which caused his sand value to drop to 0, landing him in a mental hospital. We're in a normal world. It doesn't involve ancient gods or anything. Since there are no supernatural factors, it must be as I said before. He found out he and his fiancée are siblings and couldn't handle the blow, so he went crazy. So in reality, lovers are still siblings. Could it be, just maybe, that his fiancée is into his father, and she married him just to get closer to his father? What the hell, is this something I should know? Though absurd, why does it feel a bit thrilling? If I were to brainstorm, why not have the fiancé fall for his mom instead? No. It should be his father-in-law falling for him, and forcing his daughter to marry him so he can get closer. Guys, could you be decent human beings? Seeing these comments, Lu Heng was a bit stunned as well. One has to admit, the whimsical ideas of the hilarious audience members really have no bounds. If this were made into a TV drama, it would surely captivate middle-aged and elderly women. Taoist, what exactly landed me in the mental hospital? Wang asked, laughing and crying. In the future, the reason you end up in a mental hospital is actually because your parents stopped you from marrying your fiancé. In the end, they even threatened suicide. Helpless, you had to compromise and broke up with your beloved. But after that, you were deeply affected and developed some mental issues. To prevent the humorous audience from further wild speculations, Lu Heng simply revealed the real reason. Upon hearing this, Wang naturally looked confused. This doesn't make sense. Mom and Dad clearly like Yanyan a lot, otherwise today's engagement party wouldn't have been held. But why would they threaten death to prevent him from marrying Yanyan? Wang racked his brain but couldn't figure out this puzzle. Could it be? A flash of inspiration struck him as he recalled one of the audience's comments. Taoist. Could it be that Yanyan and I are actually siblings? Wang asked with a trembling voice, incredulously. In his mind, the reason his parents would prevent him from marrying could very likely be due to this. He just wasn't sure if he and Yanyan were of the same father, different mothers, or same mother, different fathers. Hearing Wang's question, Lu Heng held his forehead, speechless. Damn, you really believe those whimsical audience members' nonsense. He quickly shook his head and said, No, there's no blood relation between you and your fiancé. Your fiancé does not like your father. Your fiancé's father also doesn't like you. Both your families are normal people, without any of those messy relationships. Fearing that Wang would concoct more melodramatic soap operas, he hastily corrected him. Wang was dumbfounded again. There is no sibling relationship, no blood ties between him and Yanyan. Both families are normal, without any melodramatic situations. So why are his parents stopping him from marrying Yanyan? For a moment, Wang nearly fried his brain CPU. Seeing his bewildered and unresolved expression, Lu Heng slowly revealed the mystery. Why don't your parents want you to marry your fiancé? It's actually still for your sake. Because they discovered your fiancé has a secret she cannot disclose. I understand you're very curious about what this unspeakable secret is. So let me be straightforward, your fiancé is actually a welfare girl. Chapter 102-100. Just how extreme is the welfare girl? Lu Heng's words were like a nuclear bomb, instantly blowing up the entire livestream room. Some LSBs who frequented various forums couldn't help but let out strange cries. Wang's fiancée is actually a welfare girl? This is way too absurd, right? I must say, Taoist, you know a lot, not as traditional as I imagined. Can someone tell me what a welfare girl is? Grown-up matters, kids shouldn't ask too much. Welfare girl, literally a woman providing welfare, refers to someone who shoots borderline erotic photos or videos for sale, using her body for erotic content and making a profit. This definition is sourced from Kyandu, and I'm not responsible for it. I wonder which welfare girl old Wang's fiancée is. No wonder his parents are stopping him from getting married. If relatives and friends find out, how is he supposed to show his face in the future? Actually, if it's a welfare girl like Bao, Corgi, Zixi, Pudding, or Spring, it's still okay. They push the limits, but it's just skirting around the rules. Yeah, but if it's like Jai Bai Li, Susu, Soft Candy, Wanju, or Plaything, that's hard to accept. What are you afraid of? Most of the high-scale welfare girls don't even show their faces, right? Ha, even if they show their faces, so what? Those welfare girls are all so heavily photoshopped that their own mothers wouldn't recognize them in real life. I see it now, you guys are just craving their bodies and love the thrill. Come on, goddess-like women should be worshipped, why bring them home? If given the chance, I'd definitely bring her home, no one else would know anyway. Being a welfare girl isn't easy anymore, they might all get replaced by AI in the future, so they choose to come ashore. I still want to ask Wang. No, Brother Wang's fiancée, which welfare girl is she? What Brother Wang? That's my adoptive father. Adoptive father, kneel and beg for resources from the adoptive mother. You guys are discussing such dirty topics in public. Where's the morality? Where's the bottom line? Where's the dignity? Where's the download link? I, Celestial C. Daniel Wu, only have one thing to say. Looking for a bundled collection and hopefully not on Dupan. The topic of welfare girls scratched the itch of most forum goers effectively. Everyone was enthusiastically and excitedly discussing. Meanwhile, our protagonist Wang was feeling a bit awkward and embarrassed. His expression kept changing. First white, then green, and finally turned black. Taoist this. Wang didn't know what to say at all. He also had a thing for welfare girls. But actually marrying a welfare girl into the family really required immense courage, especially considering his parents would find out about her identity in the future. No wonder his parents were against the marriage. Yanyan, why are you like this? Thinking about it, he couldn't help but smack his lips a few times. Back then, it was all because of Yanyan's figure that he came to like her. But he didn't expect his taste to be so sharp, directly choosing a welfare girl. Maybe she was even the one he had a thing for before. Sigh, what should I do now? Wang was very troubled. His feelings for Yanyan were genuinely sincere, but her identity and his parents' reaction made him hesitant. Should he marry her or not? If he takes her home and Yanyan's identity gets exposed, then he's socially dead, and his whole family wouldn't be able to face anyone. He could almost imagine how relatives and friends would point and gossip in the future, but not marrying her would greatly hurt Yanyan's heart. All the once solemn vows and promises of undying love would become a joke. Thinking back and forth, Wang still couldn't come up with a good idea. Helplessly, he could only ask, Taoist, what do you think I should do? Upon hearing this, Lu Heng was momentarily at a loss for words. Who made him best at breaking up marriages, severing ties of fate? After pondering for a moment, Lu Heng replied, This matter ultimately depends on you, my friend. If you can accept your fiancé's identity, there's a chance you can persuade your parents. If you can't accept it, then it's best to sever this relationship quickly. In this way, it's a good outcome, whether for you or for her. Of course, the goofy forum goers wouldn't stay silent, sending bullet chats to offer various suggestions. The Taoist makes sense. Ultimately, it's up to you, Brother Wang. If you can accept it, marry her. Anyway, welfare girls have great figures, it's not a loss to marry one. If it's true love, then marry her and move somewhere far from acquaintances. Yeah, if it's just about coveting her body, then just end it. If it were me, I couldn't accept it. I don't have a fetish for a green hat. It's best to find out exactly what level of welfare girl your fiancé is first. That's a good idea. If she's middle or small scale, then it's not a big deal. If she's large scale, skirting around the edges, it's still negotiable. But what if she's the largest scale? Would you still dare to marry? If she doesn't show her face, who knows who she is? You can't really strip her down to check, can you? If she's the largest scale and shows her face, I think it's time to bail. I'm really curious. Why would Wang's parents know his fiancée's identity? I'm puzzled too. How would an uncle and aunt in their 50s know about welfare girls online? Don't say that. I'm 45 and still secretly collecting welfare collections behind my wife's back. The forum-goers' discussion sparked a sudden realization in Wang's mind. Yeah, if Yanyan is only middle or small scale, then there might be a chance to persuade his parents. But of course, if she's the largest scale and her face is shown, his parents would never agree. So here's the question, what scale of welfare girl is Yanyan exactly? Wang couldn't help but ask Lu Heng, Taoist, may I bravely ask, do you know what scale of welfare girl my fiancé is? Well, Lu Heng was taken aback by the question. He thought back carefully. In Wang's future, the parents initially only asked for a divorce, never mentioning the fiancé's identity. It wasn't until Wang was admitted to the hospital for mental issues that his parents revealed the fiancé's situation. But by that time, Wang had been deeply affected and could no longer return to a normal mental state. Throughout the process, from Wang's perspective, he couldn't glean much information. After a short pause, Lu Heng shook his head and said, I can only foresee your own future situation, my friend. As for the situations of others, separate calculations are needed. However, I suggest that you have an open, honest conversation with your fiancé. Chapter 103-101, Handsome Guy, do you need a boyfriend? All right. Wang nodded helplessly. Thank you, Taoist Master, I'll log off for now. His mind was full of concerns, and he was no longer interested in joking around with the viewers. The urgent matter at hand was to have an open and honest conversation with his fiancé. If everything went well, there might still be a chance to salvage it. If not, he would have to let go of this relationship. We shall meet again if fate allows, young friend Wang. Lu Heng watched as Wang logged off. Just then, the system notification sounded. System notification, the host has successfully altered the heavenly Tao. Lifespan is being absorbed, please check later. He didn't know whether Wang would marry that welfare girl fiancé. But regardless, his fate had indeed changed. System. Lu Heng called out the Celestial Destiny system and glanced at the system interface. The previously remaining 1 point of lifespan had now increased to 24 points. Looking at these 24 points, he was puzzled. Logically, it seemed he only changed Wang's future. Perhaps it involved his parents as well. But how could it possibly result in over 20 points of lifespan? Could it be that even his fiancé's fate was unconsciously altered by me? The more Lu Heng thought about it, the more possible it seemed. It appeared that after parting ways with Wang, his fiancé's fate wasn't too great either. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were still eagerly discussing Wang and his welfare girl fiancé. Do you think Wang will marry his fiancé? He probably will. Didn't the Taoist master say before that Wang is someone who values love deeply? Wang's doing quite well. At least he found out his fiancé's hidden identity from the Taoist master. Yeah, what's scary is if some welfare girl has already moved on and married an honest man. Are you kidding? A welfare girl would marry an honest man. Damn, does an honest man eat your rice? I still want to know which welfare girl is Wang's fiancé. I also want to know if my Steel Tower collection includes her work. Stop dreaming she's about to get married. Let go of that idea. Damn, if you put it that way, why does it make me a bit excited? Thief Cow, prepare to meet your end. Lady, you wouldn't want your husband to know about your welfare girl past, would you? Would this young netizen please calm down? Lu Heng habitually cleared his throat, interrupting the viewer's wild imaginations. The first lucky viewer's reading is complete. Now let's welcome tonight's second lucky viewer, professional well driller for 20 years. With that, he sent an invitation to the second lucky viewer for a live chat. Once connected, a handsome, sunny face immediately appeared in the live stream. Behind him, there were multiple shadows moving, indicating he wasn't alone. Seeing that today's second participant was a handsome guy, many viewers became restless. Wow, this is the most handsome participant I've seen in the Taoist Master's readings. Truly, it's a room full of little handsome guys. Come and fence with me quickly. Handsome, do you need a boyfriend? Honey, let's head home quickly. Don't bother with fortune-telling here. Seeing pretty ladies, you call them wife. Seeing handsome guys, you call them husband. You guys are disgusting. Right, husband. Husband, say something. Husband, please say something. Wow, so handsome, I'm willing to work hard to support you. Brother, can I have your WeChat? I'll steal a battery bike to support you. Confronted with the viewers' teasing, professional well driller for 20 years blushed. Lu Heng smiled and asked, May I know your name, young friend? Good evening, Taoist Master. My name is Ma Jian. Professional well driller for 20 years replied promptly. All right then, I'll call you young friend Ma. Lu Heng nodded and went on to ask, What would you like to know tonight, young friend? Taoist Master, please wait a moment. Upon hearing this, Ma Jian quickly fished out a piece of paper. Then he added, Taoist Master, I've watched every one of your live streams. Especially the fortune-telling you did for Zhang Wenhai's couple, which left a profound impression on me. I am a volunteer teacher from a province in the southwest, and I've been teaching there for 2 years. 2 years ago, a child was abducted from our area and has never been found. I hope you can help find his whereabouts tonight. After hearing Ma Jian, the viewers became even more excited. Handsome and kind, love it, love it. The handsome guy is not only good-looking but also caring. I must marry him. Brother Ma, in terms of looks and character, surpasses those fresh faces in the entertainment industry by miles. Can smelly fish and rotten prawns compare with my husband? Taoist Master, help Brother Ma with his fortune-telling. Yes, yes, catch the trafficker if you can. Lu Heng nodded slightly and said, As long as I have the birth time and name, I can ascertain it. Young friend Ma, please bring that paper closer. Once Ma Jian brought the paper closer to the camera, Lu Heng finally saw the information on it clearly. It was about a little boy named Zhang Zidong. He was born on June 12, 2016. According to Ma Jian, Zhang Zidong was abducted 2 years ago at the age of 5. After understanding the basic situation, Lu Heng summoned his celestial destiny system. System, query this person's past information. System notification, querying past information will cost the host 3 days of life. Do you wish to continue? The system's voice instantly sounded in his ears. Yes. He nodded in agreement. In an instant, everything that Zhang Zidong had experienced in the past unfolded before his eyes. After watching, Lu Heng sighed and said, This child has already died. Upon hearing this, Ma Jian hurriedly asked, Taoist Master, can you figure out how he was murdered? Lu Heng gently shook his head. In the case of Zhou Xingxi, the reason he knew the murderer was Li Hongwei was that Zhou Xingxi hadn't died immediately. She suffocated to death only after being sealed inside a wall. Thus, when checking Zhou Xingxi's past, he could determine the murderer and their methods. As for Zhang Zidong, he was drugged before the disappearance. Then, he was stuffed into a suitcase and was suffocating throughout the journey. Even though Zhang Zidong regained some consciousness later and tried to struggle, he still couldn't escape his tragic fate. More importantly, this child wasn't trafficked but deliberately murdered. The murderer acted extremely secretly and cautiously, and Zhang Zidong never saw their face. Chapter 104-102, The Burial Site. Seeing Lu Heng shake his head, both Ma Jian and the viewers couldn't help but show disappointment on their faces. I didn't expect even the Taoist priest doesn't truly know everything. Nonsense, if the Taoist really knows everything, he'd be an immortal. If he were really omniscient and omnipotent, he'd be a god. Poor little child, to be harmed by someone like this. Isn't the killer too vicious? A 5-year-old child, and he could still bring himself to do it. Why do I feel like this wasn't a kidnapping, but rather an intentional murder? If it were an intentional murder, no wonder they couldn't find the person by looking for a kidnapped child. The question is, why would the killer kill a 5-year-old? I guess either the killer had a grudge with Zhang Zidong's parents, or Zhang Zidong saw some unspeakable secret. The killer must be someone from the village. Yeah, outsiders wouldn't be familiar with the local terrain, and it wouldn't be so easy to kill and dispose of a body. While the viewers were discussing, a sobbing sound suddenly came from behind Ma Jian, as if someone was crying. Seeing this, Ma Jian quickly explained, The lady behind me is Zhang Zidong's mother. Ever since Zhang Zidong disappeared, she has been crying every day, hoping for a child's return. Alas, Lu Heng sighed softly and said in a deep voice, I can understand this sorrow and pain. Although I can't figure out who the killer is, I can determine where the child's body is buried. Hearing this, Ma Jian was first stunned, then showed joy, and the viewers in the live stream felt a glimmer of hope emerge in their hearts once more. If the body can be found, maybe the killer can be traced. Right, unless the killer was flawless during the murder, they must have left evidence. As long as there is any clue left behind, the police can catch this child-murdering killer. Damn! To lay murderous hands on a 5-year-old child, such trash doesn't deserve to be called human. Honey, should we find the location of the child's body first, and then call the police? Or should we call the police first? But what if the body isn't found? Wouldn't Ma and his group be filing a false report then? Better to be cautious, find the body and then call the police. Ma, quickly gather the villagers, get the tools ready, and search for the child's body based on the Taoist's clues. Just like the viewers, Ma Jian was also very excited. His thoughts were not much different from everyone else's. As long as Zhang Zidong's body can be found, then the killer is very likely to be found too. The fear is not seeing a living person or a dead body. Taoist priest, may I ask, where was Zhang Zidong's body buried by the killer? Ma Jian couldn't wait to ask. Lu Heng thought for a moment before solemnly replying, Zhang Zidong's body was buried in the mountains. As for the specific location, I can't quite figure it out. After all, I'm not a local and unfamiliar with the terrain there, so I can't give an exact location. At this point, he paused briefly, then continued. However, I can describe the specific conditions of that place for you. You should find someone familiar with the terrain. They should be able to figure it out soon. As soon as Lu Heng finished speaking, a slightly dark-skinned young man stood up. He patted his chest and said, I'm very familiar with the mountains. As long as I have a general idea, I should be able to find the location. Ma Jian quickly took out a pen and paper to take notes. Lu Heng nodded slightly. He recalled the scene he had seen before in his mind. Before his death, Zhang Zidong struggled hard and managed to pry open a crack in the poor-quality suitcase. Although it was nighttime, the moonlight was bright. By the moonlight, Zhang Zidong looked through the crack and saw part of the outside situation. Lu Heng slowly said, the burial site is in a forest. To the southwest, there's a peculiar rock shaped like a tiger reclining on the mountain. And to the north, there's a large tree with the words, Liang loves Qing carved into its trunk. He described the external situation Zhang Zidong saw one by one. I know. The place the Taoist is talking about should be the west side of T Mountain. There's a stone shaped like a tiger there, which we locals call Tiger Rock. After pondering for a moment, the young man quickly identified the location Lu Heng mentioned. Great. Upon hearing this, Ma Jian was very excited. He asked again, Taoist priest, should we report it to the police now? Isn't it inappropriate to call the police now? Earlier, I saw someone in the live stream say something reasonable. The dark-skinned young man shook his head and suggested, we still don't know if Xiaotang was buried there. I think it's best to confirm the situation first, and then inform the police for investigation. All right. Ma Jian hesitated slightly, then nodded in agreement. Though he trusted Lu Heng's fortune-telling abilities, he couldn't act recklessly. It's better to do as everyone suggested, find Zhang Zidong's body first, then report it and wait for the police to investigate. Taoist priest, we might need your assistance again later to confirm the location. So we may need to trouble you for a bit longer, and I hope you don't mind. As Ma Jian instructed the team, he apologized to Lu Heng. No problem. Lu Heng shook his head. As stated in the comments, anyone who could harm a 5-year-old child hardly deserves to be called human. Such people should indeed be subjected to the judgment of the law. Ma Jian led the dark-skinned young man and others, readied their tools, and set off immediately. Meanwhile, the curiosity of the viewers in the live stream was also piqued. As expected, the Taoist's live stream is always the most interesting, with all sorts of rare events every time. It started with streaming Who's Affair, then capturing a top-wanted criminal last time, and now digging. Cough, I won't say more, it's too thrilling. Damn, my whole body is trembling slightly now. I haven't felt this way for years. Bro, you'd better find yourself a wife. Who knows if they can find the child's body smoothly. How dare you doubt our Taoist priest? Someone kick them out. Kick them out +1. Everyone focus your eyes on me. Watch me. Watch me. I have an announcement to make. You must be a diva, right? Be serious, we're waiting to solve a case here. Exactly, don't joke around. While the viewers were messing around, Ma Jian and his team rushed to T Mountain as quickly as possible. Taoist priest, does this look like the mountain? Ma Jian raised his phone, filmed the surroundings, and asked Lu Heng. Chapter 105, 103, banned again. Yes, it's here. Lu Heng nodded. That should be T Mountain, let's keep going. Ma Jian and the others climbed over T Mountain, steadily moving forward. With the guidance of the black youth, they found the tiger-shaped stone smoothly. The Taoist priest mentioned before the place where the body is buried is in these woods. There's also a big tree nearby with Liang loves Qing carved on it. Let's split up and look for it. Ma Jian looked around and said loudly. The others nodded in agreement and entered the woods, searching for the tree with the carvings. The livestream viewers' perspectives followed Ma Jian's phone as it wandered through the dark woods. Oh crap! The eerie night, silent and still. What if a ghost in a red dress suddenly appears? Oh God, stop. I can already imagine the scene. A ghost? Is there something good about that? If you've got guts, even ghost ladies have to take maternity leave. As long as you're skilled, the ghost lady has to go to the maternity ward. If you're daring, she'll have to take 2 leaves. Exactly what's there to fear about ghosts? I'm more of a lustful ghost. I'm a poor ghost. We're all ghosts who's afraid of who. 666. Seeing these big brothers in our live stream room, even ghosts will run away scared. In my humble opinion, this really is a good place to bury a body, eerily quiet, full of yin energy. The world is in chaos, yet not in chaos, with war imminent. The brewing storm awakens the finest of zombies who have been sleeping for 100 years, mysterious and unfathomable zombies. Are you talking about the finest of zombies, Wang Jiangchen? This environment is too scary. Luckily, everyone is with me. Don't be afraid, we have the Taoist priest. With the Taoist priest's abilities, subduing a few little ghosts is a piece of cake. As the viewers joked, someone in the woods suddenly shouted, I found it, I found it. Hearing this, Ma Jian and the others moved towards that person. This tree has Liang loves Qing carved on it. This should be the tree. The person pointed at the carvings with a flashlight, his face excited. Ma Jian stepped forward for a look and confirmed it. Then he asked Lu Heng, Master, the burial site should be nearby, right? That's correct. Lu Heng nodded, affirming, You all can dig around here, you might find it. All right, I'll set up the phone first, and then we'll all dig together. Ma Jian got right to work. After fixing the phone to the tree, he immediately started digging with the others. Wow, I'm watching people dig live on a live stream. I'm going to take a nap. Wake me up when you find something. Buddha bless, Celestial Venerable bless, God bless. Brother, aren't you mixing up your beliefs? If I didn't know the backstory, I'd think someone was streaming a tomb robbery. Haha, the atmosphere and scene really do seem like that. Brother Ma is quite daring. If they dig up the wrong person, that'll be hilarious. If they really dig up the wrong person, it might be more work for the local police. The police are probably eager for you to bring more cases, to boost their case-solving rate. Xioma and the others split up to dig but found nothing after a long while. Could we have the wrong spot? They stopped digging, breathing heavily. But at that moment the black youth suddenly shouted, I think I found something. Hearing this, everyone gathered around. Looking into the pit, they saw a silver-white plastic fragment appear before their eyes. This seems like a suitcase fragment. A breeze blew past, sending chills down their spines. Gulp. Ma Jian slowly swallowed. Everyone around, including the black youth, seemed a bit at a loss. Before finding anything, they hoped they could find Zhang Zidong's body and clear her name. But now, having found something, a trace of fear crept in. Don't be afraid, we're here to seek justice for Xiaotong. Seeing this, Ma Jian immediately encouraged everyone. Yeah, we're doing a good thing. If Xiaotong has a spirit in heaven, she'll surely protect us, not harm us. The black youth echoed his sentiment. Encouraged by the two of them, warmth slowly returned to the others, not as cold as before. Let's keep digging. But be careful, don't disturb the scene. Under Ma Jian's lead, they cautiously removed the surrounding soil. Soon, a vintage, heavily damaged suitcase lay quietly in the pit. Let me take a look. Taking a deep breath, Ma Jian used a shovel to slowly pry open the suitcase. As the suitcase's upper layer was lifted, what lay inside wasn't decayed flesh or any gruesome scene people imagined. Instead, there lay a skeleton dressed in dark brown clothes and pants. Did Xiaotong wear these clothes before she disappeared? I think so. I remember Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang mentioning it when they reported her missing. This skeleton is quite short. It should be Xiaotong. Where are the police? Aren't they here yet? They should be arriving soon, right? Meanwhile, the entire live stream was like a bomb had exploded, stunning everyone watching. Oh crap, they really found it. I can't handle it. I'm gonna have a heart attack. Amitabha, Celestial Venerable Bless. Amen, amen. Prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony. I'm on my knees, witnessing another miracle. The Taoist is really amazing, like a cow that fell into a wine vat, drunk and awesome. The only pity is he can't figure out who the murderer is. I beg the Taoist to take me as a disciple. Forget being a disciple. I'd even be willing to be the flute-blowing boy if the Taoist needs one. On the other side, Ma Jian and the others dared not make any extraneous moves. If they disturbed the scene, they'd end up in trouble. Master, is this Xiaotong's remains? After a deep breath, Ma Jian quietly asked, It's him. Before Lu Heng could finish, the live stream suddenly went dark. Due to the stream's alleged horror and gory content violating Dahu platform's rules, the streamer is required to make corrections within a time limit. Goodness, banned again, could be 7 days this time, though not unjust considering a body was shown. Lu Heng, seeing this, only chuckled helplessly. Let's call it a day. Leaving those words, he chose to end the live stream. The viewers were all left stunned. How did it get banned again? Although the broadcast showed bones, it wasn't as bad as the dance or secondary anime section's suggestive content, right? Chapter 106, 104, who would believe this? On the other side, after Lu Heng's livestream was shut down, the police quickly found Ma Jian and the others. Looking at the white bones in the pit, several police officers frowned simultaneously. Ma, what on earth is going on here? Whose remains are these? The middle-aged officer in charge, surnamed Li, had met Ma Jian a few times, so he directly asked Ma Jian. Uncle Li, do you remember the 5-year-old child from the Zhang family who disappeared 2 years ago? Ma Jian explained the whole story in detail. You're talking about the child named Zhang Zidong. After listening, the middle-aged officer frowned, thought for a while, and soon remembered. Yes, that's him. Ma Jian said, pointing to the remains in the pit, then continued. These bones belong to Zhang Zidong. You mean these bones belong to Zhang Zidong? He wasn't kidnapped but murdered. The middle-aged officer was stunned upon hearing this, then widened his eyes, looking carefully again. The clothes on the skeletal remains did indeed match what Zhang's parents described when they reported the incident. How did you find these remains? The middle-aged officer couldn't help but ask. In his view, unless you caught the killer, who could know a burial site like this? Recently, wasn't there a Taoist who became popular online? That Taoist seems to know everything. If you can get him to help with a divination, he can tell the past and the future. So I thought of asking this Taoist to find out where Zhang Zidong was trafficked to. But when the Taoist did his divination, he found out that Zhang Zidong wasn't trafficked but murdered. However, he didn't figure out who the killer was, only the burial site. So, under his guidance, we came here to see if we could dig up the body. And as a result, Uncle Li, you saw it too. Ma Jian recounted the whole live divination process from tonight. After listening, Uncle Li and the other police officers were all stunned. They looked at Ma Jian as if he was an idiot. Are you serious? You came out at night to dig up a body because a fortune-telling Taoist said so. What a joke. You believed a fortune-teller just like that and came out to dig up a body. You all seem perfectly sane. You're not crazy. Did this Taoist really divine the location of the remains? It sounds a bit absurd to me. It's hard for anyone to believe Ma Jian's explanation. Several seemingly perfectly normal young people actually believed a fortune-telling Taoist and came all the way to the mountains at night to dig up a body. Who would believe that? Uncle Li, we're not joking. All of this is real. That Taoist truly seems to know everything. Ma Jian explained for a long time, but still couldn't convince the police in front of him. Helplessly, he showed the police report he had seen earlier on Weibo. This was a report issued by the police in Jiayuan City and Heping City, and it couldn't be faked. Uncle Li, look at this. The Taoist solved 2 cold cases with just divination. If you still don't believe it, you can call the police stations in these 2 cities and ask. After reading the 2 police reports, the police officers were baffled. Because in the report, there was mention of a Taoist who did not want to disclose his name. And it was indeed the accurate information provided by this Taoist that helped the police in the two regions solve these two cold cases. But solving cases through the mystical arts does sound a bit far-fetched, doesn't it? Brother Lee, what do we do now? A young officer asked. What else? Protect the scene and start investigating. The middle-aged officer decisively said. About half an hour later, a forensic doctor hurried to the scene. After examining the body, the forensic doctor frowned and said, the deceased's bone age is around 5 years old. The deceased's skeleton is well preserved, with no fractures or traces of external impact. Based on my experience, I initially determined it to be a death by asphyxiation or poisoning. If it was poisoning, there might be residual toxins in the clothes and soil. If it was asphyxiation, then it might have been from being buried alive. After the forensic doctor finished his analysis, the middle-aged policeman frowned deeply. He believed the deceased was more likely suffocated to death from being buried alive. After all, if it was poisoning, there would be no need to go so far to dump the body. He could even imagine the crime scene. On a dark, windy night, the killer dragged a suitcase containing the deceased into the woods. Then, while the deceased was still conscious, the killer dug a pit and buried them alive, causing suffocation death. To bury a 5-year-old child alive, how cruel must the killer be? The middle-aged officer secretly vowed in his heart to catch this ruthless killer no matter what. Brother Lee, we've finished the statement. The young officer came forward and handed the freshly written statement to the middle-aged officer. The middle-aged officer glanced at it and nodded slightly. Ma Jian and the others' statements were consistent with what was previously said. Did they mention if the Taoist divined who the killer was? The middle-aged officer asked. No. The young officer shook his head and said, the Taoist only divined the burial site, not the identity of the killer. Can you confirm if the deceased is indeed Zhang Zidong, who disappeared 2 years ago? The middle-aged officer asked again. Zhang Zidong's parents have identified the clothing as what Zhang Zidong was wearing before disappearing. And some small items carried by the deceased also confirm the identity. The young officer replied truthfully, looks like it's time to do a thorough investigation. The middle-aged officer's expression was serious. He was ready to use his rich experience in handling cases to find the real killer, to seek justice for this 5-year-old victim. But at that moment, he suddenly heard someone shout, Brother Lee, we've caught the killer. The middle-aged officer was stunned. The corpse had just been dug up and the cause of death was just confirmed. How did they suddenly catch the killer? Brother Lee, after the discovery of the deceased's remains reached the village, a villager named Zhang Zizong reacted very oddly. Just as we were about to take him for questioning, he confessed to everything. The one who killed Zhang Zidong is him. 2 years ago, due to an accident, Zhang Zidong discovered Zhang Zizong's inappropriate relationship with his daughter-in-law. To prevent Zhang Zidong from telling anyone, Zhang Zizong drugged him with animal tranquilizers, put him in a plastic suitcase, and buried him in the Tea Mountain woods. Zhang Zizong also said that since killing, he's always felt as if Zhang Zidong didn't die but was hiding in a corner, staring at him. Chapter 107, 105, Dual Cultivation. After the broadcast was cut off, Lu Heng sat alone in the room, planning for tomorrow. Tonight's live stream was essentially an announcement of the return of Zhenyuan to Elder Song and the others. He wasn't sure if the story he told that day in Qingyun Hall convinced Elder Song and the others. But on second thought, his story didn't really matter. After all, the goal of Elder Song and the others was Zhenyuan, and it had nothing to do with him. Even if his story was riddled with errors, as long as he revealed the identity of Zhenyuan, it would be enough to convince Elder Song and the others. Just then, the system prompt suddenly sounded. System prompt. Host has successfully altered the heavenly Tao, absorbing lifespan. Please check later. Lu Heng couldn't help but show a look of surprise. The murder case of Zhang Zidong was solved so quickly. The local police are quite capable. System. He immediately called up the system interface. Host, Lu Heng Tao name, King Feng. Age 18. Status, early stage leukemia. Cultivation, 5th layer Qi refining. Cultivation techniques, Tei 5 Qi spell, Heaven stepping cloud step, immortal talisman technique, supreme profound alchemy technique. Magical treasures, none. Lifespan, 38. He remembered that after calculating Wang's fate, his lifespan increased to 24 points. And now, this number had become 38, an increase of 14 points. It seems not only the killer's fate was changed, System lottery draw. System prompt: do you wish to consume 10 lifespan points for a lottery draw? Yes. The familiar lottery wheel began to spin. This time, without the urgent desperation of a last-minute gamble, he remained relatively calm. 5 seconds later, the wheel slowly came to a stop. System prompt: congratulations to the host for winning 3 Earth Escape talismans. Earth Escape talismans. Pretty good luck, very useful. Lu Heng nodded slightly, considering his unlucky fate. Winning such a practical prize was already quite good. Draw again. System prompt: do you wish to consume 10 lifespan points for a lottery draw? Yes. The wheel started spinning once more. As the pointer stopped, Lu Heng's eyes widened instantly. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. He couldn't help but exclaim, holy crap, 3 times in a row. This was enough to show his excitement and joy. Is this something a perpetually unlucky person like me can draw? He could hardly believe it. His inherently unlucky self had actually hit the jackpot. The pointer landed on an orange area. Could it be that I've used up all my future luck? System prompt: congratulations to the host for winning a cultivation puppet. Cultivation puppet. What is this thing? Full of curiosity, he opened the system warehouse and found that the cultivation puppet was a white doll. Cultivation puppet. A puppet doll for assisting cultivation. After a blood recognition, it will transform to match the host's appearance. Once activated, the cultivation puppet requires 1 spiritual chi pill per day to cultivate continuously without rest. The cultivation results of the puppet each day will be synced back to the host. System prompt: this cultivation puppet can only be used for daily supportive cultivation and cannot be used for any other activities, otherwise there is a risk of explosion damage. After reading the system introduction, Lu Heng was ecstatic. This cultivation puppet is equivalent to a 24/7 version of myself cultivating non-stop. What does that mean? Even with the most conservative estimate, my cultivation speed could possibly double, perhaps even more. After all, I have other things to do during the day and can't cultivate non-stop for 24 hours. What a great thing. I never thought an unlucky person like me could have a day of reversal. Lu Heng was so moved that he was almost in tears. He quickly took out the cultivation puppet, preparing to perform a blood recognition as instructed by the system. The cultivation puppet was about 30 centimeters tall, entirely milky white, covered with red, blue, and black acupuncture points and meridian charts. When Lu Heng's blood dripped on the puppet's head, it immediately permeated. Then the cultivation puppet suddenly emitted a brilliant light. System prompt: the cultivation puppet has completed the blood recognition. As the light slowly faded, the appearance of the cultivation puppet changed. The puppet's 30-centimeter body instantly grew to match Lu Heng's actual size. Its body remained the same, but the face had become identical to Lu Heng's. Wow! Truly amazing. Lu Heng examined it from top to bottom. Compared to himself, the only difference was the skin being too white. Other than that, there was practically no difference. System prompt: would you like to activate synchronized cultivation with the cultivation puppet? Activating synchronized cultivation will consume 1 spiritual chi pill daily. The spiritual chi pill will be automatically deducted from the host's inventory. Activate. Without a second thought, Lu Heng confirmed. System prompt: the cultivation puppet requires the host to designate a cultivation technique. Is there even a need to think? Of course, it's the cultivation of Tei 5 chi spell. With the synchronized cultivation feature activated, the milky white body of the cultivation puppet started to glow softly, beginning the automatic cultivation of Tei 5 chi spell. Haha, tonight I'm going to experience what double cultivation feels like. Lu Heng was quite excited, but before that he needed to use up his last lottery draw opportunity. System lottery draw. System prompt: do you wish to consume 10 lifespan points for a lottery draw? Yes. System prompt: congratulations to the host for winning 3 Thunderlight talismans. The prize is pretty good and can be put to good use. Without further ado, Lu Heng stored the cultivation puppet into the system space and entered his cultivation state himself. That night at the Seeking Immortality Temple, Elder Song and others who had been waiting in front of the temple for days were extremely excited and joyful at this moment. Taoist Genuine started a live stream. Does that mean he has returned? Director Li expressed his joy. To show respect to the cultivator Genuine, they dared not stay directly inside the Seeking Immortality Temple. Instead, they set up tents in front of the temple to await the return of Genuine. The 7 days of outdoor life had really taken a toll on Director Lee and others, who were used to a life of comfort and luxury. It was either instant noodles, self-heating hot pot, or various bread and cakes every day, to the point where they were almost sick of it. Perhaps to ordinary people, these are all good things. But he was no longer an ordinary person. If not for Elder Song's insistence on staying here, he would have been resting comfortably on a hotel bed by now. Of course, these 7 days of hardship were not suffered in vain. At least the reclusive expert they were waiting for had finally come back. He must have returned. Didn't King Feng say before that Genuine was live streaming from his room? Xuanxin said with a smile. He was one of Lu Heng's 2 Xuan-rank senior uncles. Why don't we go back now? We might be able to meet Taoist Genuine in advance. Xuan Tong, the other Xuan-rank senior uncle, suggested. Chapter 108-106, Before the Seeking Immortality Temple. The suggestion from Xuan Tong stirred interest in both Director Li and Xuanxin. They really couldn't take much more of the wilderness environment. It's one thing to eat poorly, but they had to battle various insects every night, which was exhausting. Not appropriate. Elder Song rejected the idea without any hesitation, shaking his head firmly. We've already waited so long, what's one more night? If we go rashly, I'm afraid Genuine Taoist might not be pleased. Elder Song spoke unhurriedly. If visiting in person could solve the issue, he would have done so long ago instead of waiting until now. With current technology, it would be easy to pinpoint the location of Genuine Taoist's livestream, but everything needs a proper reason. As the saying goes, no rules, no standards. Things are more likely to succeed when done justly and properly. Even meeting a stranger requires an introduction, let alone meeting an immortal practitioner. Rashly visiting is impolite and fails to convey goodwill. If the Religious Affairs Bureau were under his charge, he wouldn't have concocted such messy plans like swapping Taoists. Showing enough goodwill should naturally attract admiration from high-ranking individuals. Unfortunately, some people just can't wait. Thinking of this, Elder Song couldn't help but sigh. Elder Song is right, let's wait a bit longer. Director Li thought it over and nodded helplessly. After all, making contact with Genuine was his top priority now. If he angered the other party, he might as well retire early. All right then. Xuanxin and Xuan Tong exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. There was a trace of unwillingness on their faces. They were eager to get in touch with Genuine Taoist ahead of others, to see if they could reap any benefits before anyone else. However, before they left, Xuan Cheng had already warned them. You too, when you go to Seeking Immortality Temple, you must stay with Elder Song. If you dare to pull any tricks, don't blame me for expelling you both from the Taoist registry. Recalling Xuan Cheng's stern face made both of them shudder involuntarily. Their success outside hinged entirely on the reputation of the Shanking Tao. If they were really expelled from the Taoist registry, the consequences would be unimaginable. This time, we must gain something from Genuine to avoid future threats from that old man. Senior brother, you are right. We've donated money and goods to the Shanking Tao over the years, yet we haven't gained a single benefit. Xuanxin and his companion huddled together, whispering softly. The sect leaders of Taiyi Dao, Jingming Tao, and Laoguan Tao were gathered there as well. They had long handed over their sect affairs to others, aiming to inherit the immortal technique. Compared to Director Li, Xuanxin, and Xuan Tong, their thoughts were more aligned with Elder Song. Why visit someone when you haven't even met them yet? Especially with so many people going together, it seemed like a provocation. What do you think of what King Feng said in the Qingyun Hall? Among the 3 sect leaders, the youngest was from Jingming Tao, so he always spoke first. Does it matter if it's true or false? As long as he can give us a chance to meet Genuine Taoist, that's enough. The Laoguan Tao sect leader replied indifferently. Indeed. The Taiyi Dao sect leader echoed. Even if his stories are all made up, it doesn't change anything. In their eyes, King Feng's existence had only one important purpose. That was to introduce them to Genuine Taoist. Nothing else mattered. Even with high expectations, Elder Song and the others didn't sleep a wink at night. Everyone was quite old, so staying up all night left them visibly tired. But mentally they were extremely excited. After dawn, they hurriedly tidied up, washed up quickly, and waited for Genuine Taoist to appear. During the long wait, a clear, sweet child's voice suddenly reached their ears. Master! Master, will senior brother die so early? Master, Master, should that high-ranking person save senior brother? Master, Master, the delicious tea we drank earlier, was it also given by that high-ranking person? Master, Master, do you think that high-ranking person can fly? Master, how much further do we have to go? Master. The girl's voice was lovely, but it was like a verbal flood that never ended. Truly, she was the talker's talker. From afar to nearby, from nearby to right in front, she spoke without stopping for a single minute. Brother Xuancheng. Taoist Xuancheng. Elder Song and the others greeted with smiles. The newcomers were Shanking Tao's sect leader Xuancheng and his youngest female disciple Qingyu. Where is Taoist King Feng? Director Li looked around several times, but did not see the crucial figure King Feng. Xuancheng smiled lightly. He went ahead with genuine Taoist. Just as Xuancheng finished speaking, several white clouds suddenly floated above everyone's heads, blocking the sunlight. Everyone looked up puzzled at the clouds. Then each one of them displayed an expression of shock. The clouds slowly moved and coalesced into 8 large characters. Sincere individuals may enter freely. This truly is the handiwork of genuine Taoist. Elder Song exclaimed in astonishment. The others were equally unable to contain their shock and excitement. They had seen this scene before in videos, but witnessing it personally was an entirely different matter. No matter how clear a video is, it lacks the immersive impact of being there in person. What are you waiting for? The Taoist has already allowed us inside. Xuanxin and Xuan Tong hurriedly moved forward upon seeing this. They left Elder Song, Director Li, Xuancheng, and everyone else behind. All they wanted now was to meet genuine Taoist before anyone else. But just as they were about to reach Seeking Immortality Temple's gate, a thunderous crash resounded as thunder cracked open the sky. A bolt of lightning suddenly exploded in the clouds, striking down directly. Xuanxin and Xuan Tong fell in response, turning into 2 charred figures. However, their chests were still rising and falling, and they occasionally let out soft moaning sounds, indicating they weren't in grave danger. Seeing this, the others pulled back the steps they were about to take. What on earth is going on? Weren't we given permission to meet? How did it result in lightning strikes? Master, let's hurry inside. Senior brother is definitely waiting for us inside. Qingyu tugged on her master Xuancheng's sleeve, urging him to head into the temple. Chapter 109-107, Greetings to Taoist Genuine. Gentlemen, I will go ahead. After greeting the others, Xuancheng allowed Qingyu to lead him to the entrance of the temple. He glanced at the 2 lying on the ground. Xuan Tong and Xuanxin shook his head slightly and pushed the door open to enter. We are wholeheartedly seeking the Tao, free from any distractions. How could we not enter this gate? The sect leader of Jingming Tao laughed up at the sky, showing no fear, and took a bold step over the threshold. Seeing him enter the temple unscathed, the other 2 sect leaders couldn't hold back and immediately followed him in. Seeing this, Elder Song pondered for a moment and then said loudly, selfless for the public without personal interest. After saying that, he also stepped into the temple. Watching Elder Song's back disappear into the temple, Director Li was dumbstruck. He looked around, finding only a few young staff members from the Religious Affairs Bureau standing still, showing no interest in joining the commotion. Should I also say a few lines before going in? But what should I say? Director Li scratched his head, unsure of what to say for a moment. Will this genuine also notice my issues? If I get struck by lightning like those 2 guys, won't the young ones laugh at me? He glanced at Xuan Tong and Xuanxin, still lying on the ground groaning, and became more hesitant. Forget it. Since Elder Song has gone, I'll just honestly stay here. After thinking about it, his concerns about face prevailed. He had no confidence to enter the temple. He didn't want to disgrace himself like Xuan Tong and Xuanxin. Better safe than sorry. After crossing the threshold, Elder Song found that Xuancheng and the others were all standing in front of the hall. In addition, there was another person, King Feng, Xuancheng's apprentice. Master, please wait a moment. If no one else enters, I will take you to see Taoist Genuine. Lu Heng said. Earlier, Xuan Tong and Xuanxin, who had rushed in, were struck down by him using a thunder light talisman. Out of respect for his master, he didn't use too much force, just taught them a lesson. By God, he couldn't stand those 2 old fools since the Qingyan Hall days. Those 2, flaunting the name of Shanking Tao, behaving recklessly outside. Not only marrying and having children, but also keeping mistresses, completely disgracing Shanking Tao. After waiting for 2 or 3 more minutes, still no one else came in. This puzzled Lu Heng greatly. Where did Director Li go? Oh well, if he doesn't come, he doesn't come. Master, 3 uncles, Elder Song, please follow me. Lu Heng said, turning to lead the group through the 3 Emperors' Hall to the guest hall on the east side. The guest hall faced east to west, lacking sunlight. As soon as Elder Song and the others entered, they suddenly felt as if plunged into darkness. Suddenly, a warm and kind voice echoed in their ears. "Good morning, young friends." Upon hearing the voice, Elder Song quickly turned around, looking toward the source of the sound. He saw a figure sitting cross-legged on the ground by the east wall. Unfortunately, due to the darkness, they couldn't make out the figure's features. But at that moment, the figure snapped a finger, and instantly the dim room brightened. Instinctively, everyone looked up to see a burning yellow talisman hanging overhead. The light illuminating the room was emitted by this yellow talisman. Immortal methods indeed. Elder Song and the others couldn't help but marvel silently. Then everyone's gaze returned to the east wall. An old man in a Taoist robe was sitting cross-legged, smiling gently. He had a jade-like face and a long three-strand beard, dressed simply, yet exuded an air of elegance and transcendence. While everyone was astonished, Lu Heng walked directly behind the old Taoist, nodding slightly to his master Xuan Cheng. "Greetings, Taoist Genuine." Xuan Cheng and the others greeted and saluted. "No need to be so courteous, young friends." Genuine smiled lightly and added, "I heard you have been waiting outside the Seeking Immortality Temple for my return. I appreciate your patience." As soon as he finished, he snapped his fingers again, conjuring 4 yellow talismans that flew towards Elder Song and the others. Elder Song and the 3 sect leaders, unsure of this reclusive master's intentions, stood still, not daring to move. When the yellow talismans touched them, they instantly turned into a white light, enveloping them. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the white light dissipated. Elder Song and the others were dumbfounded. After camping outside the Seeking Immortality Temple for the past 7 days, afraid of missing Genuine's return, they couldn't even take a bath or change clothes. But now their clothes felt fresh and clean. Moreover, it was as if they had taken a bath themselves, feeling their pores open, revealing a refreshing and comfortable sensation. Yet another immortal method. Elder Song and the others marveled again in their hearts. "Thank you, Taoist Genuine." The 4 of them immediately expressed their gratitude. Genuine nodded slightly, then turned to Lu Heng and said softly, "King Feng, fetch some chairs for your master and the guests." "Yes." Lu Heng nodded in agreement. But before he could move, the sect leader of Jingming Tao waved and said, "No need." "With the old Taoist seated on the floor, how can we sit above him?" After speaking, he sat down on the floor. Seeing this, the others also declined and followed suit, sitting cross-legged on the ground. Seeing this, Lu Heng's eye twitched. "Damn it, I just washed your clothes. 4 purification talismans." Among the group, only King Yu seemed to dislike the dirty ground, preferring to squat behind Xuan Cheng. "If that's the case, I won't insist." Genuine nodded, turning to Lu Heng and said, "King Feng, brew a pot of good tea." "Yes." Lu Heng nodded and quickly left the guest hall, but soon he returned, bringing a complete tea set. "Elder Song, Master, 3 uncles, please enjoy the tea." After pouring tea for each of them, he approached King Yu. "Senior brother, pour me 2 cups, please." King Yu winked, pleading earnestly. She had tasted this immortal tea before. It was incredibly delicious. Lu Heng looked helpless but quietly poured her 2 cups. Elder Song took a small sip of the tea, eyes instantly widening. As the tea entered his throat, it swiftly transformed into a warm current, spreading through his entire body. Soon, his whole body felt warm and comfortable. Moreover, a refreshing energy washed over him, erasing all the exhaustion from staying up late the previous night. Just that small sip of tea brought such immense comfort, easing his eyes shut. The 3 sect leaders beside him showed similar expressions. Chapter 110, 108. To cultivate the Tao as a mortal, one must have a spirit root. "May I ask what brings you young friends to seek out an old Taoist like me?" After a round of tea, Genuine smiled and asked, "Well." The 3 sect leaders exchanged glances upon hearing this, feeling somewhat embarrassed to speak. One must show restraint when asking favors from others. They couldn't possibly just demand the methods of cultivation right away, could they? Elder Song hesitated as well. After all, the demeanor of this Taoist Genuine was exceedingly kind. He needed to carefully ponder his words for the questions he intended to ask. Seeing no one speaking, Xuan Cheng took the initiative to ask, "May I dare to ask, where do you come from, venerable Taoist?" This question piqued Elder Song and the 3 sect leaders' interest, causing them to perk up their ears. They were also curious about where this Taoist Genuine hailed from and how he acquired such divine skills. Genuine heard this, gently stroked his long beard and said, "Wuzhuang Temple on Longevity Mountain. Have you ever heard of it?" "Longevity Mountain, Wuzhuang Temple." Xu Wencheng and the others showed expressions of contemplation. As prominent figures in the religious realm, they would have some impression of any Taoist temple of some renown in the country. But this Wuzhuang temple was unknown to them. They were not even aware of where Longevity Mountain was. Venerable Taoist, we have not heard of it before. Xu Wencheng shook his head and replied, "Ha ha." Genuine laughed aloud and said, "Time changes and so does the world. It's normal that you young friends haven't heard of it." Upon hearing this, several people couldn't help but twitch their eyelids. Well, time changes and so does the world. What era are you from, old sage? And why is the venerable Taoist appearing at this seeking immortality temple? Xu Wencheng asked again. Genuine frowned slightly, not answering as quickly as before. This scene made Elder Song and the others internally startled. There's nothing wrong with that question, right? Could it be that this Taoist Genuine has some hidden troubles? Among those present, only Lu Heng knew the reason. The shadow beast forgot its lines, so he quickly took over the conversation, answering for Genuine. The venerable Taoist once told me that this seeking immortality temple is a legacy left by an old friend of his. I see. Xu Wencheng nodded gently. Though a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes, he didn't continue questioning. But Elder Song's heart was stirred. Genuine's old friend. That would also be at the level of an old immortal, right? He quickly noted this in his heart. Then he spoke up. Taoist Genuine, the first time I heard of you was over 2 months ago during your fortune-telling broadcast on the Daohu platform. Before that, no such immortal being like you had ever appeared. He. Genuine stroked his beard with a laugh. You young friend want to know why the old Taoist suddenly appeared, right? Not just Elder Song, the 3 sect leaders also nodded, as this was precisely their query. This Taoist Genuine seemed to have appeared out of thin air, with no prior signs. Genuine calmly continued, strictly speaking, the old Taoist awoke 3 months ago. As for why the old Taoist awoke, simply put, it's due to changes in the heavenly Tao. Changes in the heavenly Tao. Even the ordinarily composed and calm Xu Wencheng showed some gravity upon hearing these 4 words. Indeed, it's due to changes in the heavenly Tao. Genuine also wore a grave expression and continued in a deep voice. The heavenly Tao's changes caused the revival of spiritual qi, and the old Taoist awoke because of it. Spiritual qi, revival. Elder Song and others furrowed their brows, mumbling over these 4 words as if unsure of their meaning. Genuine slowly explained. Between heaven and earth, spiritual qi exists. Those who cultivate the Tao absorb this heaven and earth spiritual qi, refine it into themselves, and thereby increase their cultivation. Those who are successful in cultivation can manipulate elements, reverse yin and yang, shift stars and constellations, return the sky and reverse the sun. The 3 sect leaders listened, inevitably feeling captivated. This is a true Taoist. To manipulate elements, reverse yin and yang, shift stars and constellations, return the sky and reverse the sun. In comparison, today's Taoists have just become a profession. Some unsavory ones resort to deceit and swindling with no shame whatsoever. The pity is. Genuine suddenly shifted his tone with a sigh. Later, the spiritual qi within heaven and earth waned, causing everyone's cultivation to decrease rather than increase. To avoid falling back into mortal life, everyone chose to retreat from this world, with only a few opting to stay behind. And I, the old Taoist, am one of those few who stayed. After hearing Genuine's tale, the people present couldn't help but take a deep breath. What does this mean? Are there indeed several others as formidable as you? Venerable Taoist, after the revival of spiritual qi, will Blue Star entirely revert to the era you originally came from? Elder Song quickly asked. He had to ask. These cultivators are too outrageous, talking about reversing yin and yang, shifting stars and constellations. Even using nuclear weapons might not be enough to counter these extraordinary beings. Young friends need not worry. Genuine smiled gently. The revival of spiritual qi is not an overnight occurrence. To return to the levels of ancient times, it will take at least several hundred years, at most 1,000, or even longer. I see. Thank you, Venerable Taoist, for enlightening us. Elder Song let out a long sigh of relief. We still have a few hundred years, ample time to plan. Then he asked, aside from you, Venerable Taoist, have any others who stayed behind also awakened? The old Taoist does not know. Genuine straightforwardly shook his head. Venerable Taoist, with your nearly omniscient abilities, you should be able to identify those reclusive masters. The sect leader of Jingming Tao inquired with curiosity. The other two sect leaders also nodded. They had watched Genuine's broadcasts, where he could calculate past and future with just a face or an ID card, with a spookily high accuracy. That's only for ordinary people. Genuine explained, those accomplished in cultivation can shroud heavenly secrets. It isn't that easy to calculate. The old Taoist's current cultivation has not returned, so I can only barely calculate ordinary people. Upon hearing this, the three sect leaders longed for cultivation even more. As ordinary people, one glance from others would reveal your past and future, making you feel utterly exposed, which was unbearably embarrassing. May I ask, Venerable Taoist, how can we mere mortals step onto the path of cultivation? The sect leader of Laoguan Tao asked the question everyone most wanted to know. For mortals to cultivate the Tao, they must possess a spirit root. Genuine slowly replied, Spirit root. Elder Song looked confused, but Chuan Cheng and the other three sect leaders nodded slightly. Clearly, they understood what spirit root meant. The spirit root refers to the root of life. With a smile, Chuan Cheng said, the yellow court outer scenery scripture states, in leisure, Legend composed 7 words, explaining bodily form and various spirits, with the yellow court above, the Guanyuan below, Yauk at the back, and the Mingmen at the front. Breathe into the danshan between the skull, saturate the spirit root with the jade pond's clear waters, refine it for longevity. Watching his opportunistic master speak fluently, Lu Heng was momentarily stunned. Whoa. He forgot that these old Taoists specialize in studying the Tao scripture. Chapter 111-109, Root Planting Technique. The sect leader of Jingming Tao, unwilling to lag behind, said loudly, I believe the spirit root should refer to the root of spirituality. In the chanting of the Kaio Yao by the pure Yang True Man, it says, oral transmission without texts, requiring a firm spiritual root. Firm marrow and bone, refining the spirit root, spring in a peach blossom cave. No, no, no. The sect leader of Laoguan Tao shook his head and refuted. The spirit root in the chanting of the Kaio Yao is actually the heavenly soul among the 3 souls. The spirit root should be the tongue. In the yellow court scripture, it's mentioned, water the 5 blossoms to plant the spirit root, and also, the spirit root is firm and never ages. Seeing these two talking eloquently, the sect leader of Tei Dao couldn't sit still either. He smiled slightly and said, in the yellow court outer scenery scripture Lion Qiu Zai's words, it is recorded, protect the upper spirit root, which is the tongue. Protect the middle spirit root, which is the navel. Protect the lower spirit root, which is the essence chamber. These 4 sect leaders, each saying their piece, left Elder Song looking bewildered. What exactly does this spirit root refer to? Is it the root of life's origin? Or the root of spirituality? Or perhaps the tongue? 4 of you, please listen to Taoist Genuine to clear up our confusion. Elder Song couldn't hold back any longer and spoke out directly. Upon hearing this, the 4 were taken aback and soon showed a bit of embarrassment on their aged faces. We asked the old Taoist to clear our confusion. Elder Song spoke up again. Chuan Cheng and the other 3 sect leaders also turned their gaze over, wanting to understand the true meaning of this spirit root. Lu Heng's eyelids twitched. This question was a bit out of syllabus. He hadn't discussed the specific content of the spirit root with Genuine before. To prevent Genuine from being stumped by the question, he quickly said, the old Taoist mentioned to me earlier that the spirit root is very simple. It's actually the root of spiritual qi. Is that right, old Taoist? Lu Heng turned his head to look at Genuine with a slight smile. Genuine got the hint, nodded slightly, and then continued. In ancient times, spiritual qi was abundant, and people were born with spirit roots. Spirit roots can be divided into different attributes such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, ice, wind, thunder, yin, and yang. Different attributes of spirit roots require cultivating corresponding cultivation techniques to avoid going astray and dying from an exploded body. During cultivation, the spirit root can absorb compatible spiritual qi into the body, refine it, and store it for one's use. Genuine recounted the setup that Lu Heng had crafted prior, neither hurriedly nor slowly. I see. Elder Song didn't think too much about it. Understanding the meaning of spirit root was enough. However, Chuan Cheng and the other 3 frowned tightly after listening. The spirit root, as described by Genuine, and what is recorded in the Tao scriptures are 2 completely different things, especially the 3 sect leaders who subconsciously clenched their fists. If the spirit root recorded in the Tao scriptures is what they thought, they might still have a chance to step onto the path of cultivation. But this spirit root, connected with spiritual qi, where are they supposed to get it from? The sect leader of Jingming Tao couldn't sit still and asked directly, "Old Taoist, you said that if mortals want to cultivate Tao, they must have a spirit root. So do we have spirit roots, and can we cultivate Tao?" Sect leaders of Laoguan Tao and Tei Dao also looked over, staring intently at Zhenyuan. Zhenyuan looked at the three and scanned them one by one. The three sect leaders' eyes showed hope, naturally hoping to have spirit roots. However, waiting for them was a negative answer. Zhenyuan gently shook his head and said, "After the depletion of heaven and earth's spiritual qi, those born with spirit roots are 1 in 10. And when spiritual qi is exhausted completely, there will be no more humans born with spirit roots." This answer made the three sect leaders' faces instantly turn pale, losing all color. The immortal path they wanted to pursue was over before it even began. In contrast, Xuan Cheng seemed much more composed. Lu Heng couldn't help but nod to himself. This cheap master's state of mind is truly unparalleled. The huge disappointment of the three sect leaders made the atmosphere in the guest hall somewhat silent. After a while, Elder Song said again, "The spirit root mentioned by Taoist Zhenyuan is closely related to spiritual qi. Where there is spiritual qi, naturally there are spirit roots. Without spiritual qi, the spirit roots disappear. Now that spiritual qi has revived, will some people develop spirit roots?" "Naturally." Upon hearing this, Zhenyuan nodded slightly and said, "But given the current levels of spiritual qi, those born with spirit roots may be very few. Perhaps when spiritual qi fully revives in the future, things might be promising." Full revival of spiritual qi. Elder Song muttered to himself. According to previous concepts, for spiritual qi to fully revive, it would take at least a few hundred or even 1,000 years. Previously, he thought such a long period was good, providing plenty of time for planning. But now, he felt this time frame was a bit too lengthy. Heaven knows how many unsettling factors might emerge in such a long time. "Old Taoist, is there no method for those of us without spirit roots to cultivate?" The sect leader of Tei Dao asked with an unresigned expression. The other two sect leaders felt the same way. They thought to themselves that they had single-mindedly pursued Tao, avoiding indulgence, money, and power. But in the end, they found themselves lacking spirit roots, unable to cultivate Tao. Such a result was hard to accept. "Yes." Zhenyuan nodded slightly, saying, "If you lack spirit roots and wish to cultivate, you need root planting. There's really a way. May I ask, Old Taoist, what is root planting? Can we plant roots too?" The three sect leaders hurriedly inquired. Zhenyuan lightly stroked his long beard, smiling as he explained. The so-called root planting means planting a spirit root. After planting a spirit root, it's equivalent to having a spirit root, naturally allowing you to embark on the path of cultivation. Hearing this, the three sect leaders couldn't help but show pleased expressions. It seems there is indeed a path given by heaven. May I ask, Old Taoist, how does one plant this spirit root? The sect leader of Laoguan Tao couldn't contain his excitement and asked eagerly. Elder Song also showed a curious expression. If ordinary people without spirit roots could be given spirit roots, could they cultivate a group of cultivators before the complete revival of spiritual qi? Spirit roots are naturally born. Planting them afterward is no easy task. Zhenyuan shook his head and sighed. Root planting is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Upon hearing this, the faces of the three sect leaders turned pale once more. The hope they had just ignited was quickly extinguished. "Please elaborate, Old Taoist." The sect leader of Tei Dao bit his teeth and bowed his head. "We implore the Old Taoist for explanation." The other two sect leaders mimicked this, bowing to request. "Since the three young friends want to know the root planting technique, I will tell you about it." Seeing this, Zhenyuan solemnly explained. Root planter should not be too young nor too old, must be over 8 years old and under 12. Root planter requires a master to help open various meridians within the body, allowing the spiritual qi to enter without blockage. Root planter must consume spiritual pills and spiritual springs daily to improve the body and eliminate impurities. Chapter 112, 110, The Real Purpose of This Trip. This root planting technique was a glimmer of hope that Lu Heng deliberately offered. Previously, he intended to use the spirit root theory to completely block others from cultivating. But on second thought, it's always wise to leave a path open. What if the state is extremely curious about this extraordinary power and wants to dissect Zhenyuan for research? How would he handle that? With his current strength, he had no power to fight against it. So the best strategy was to leave a sliver of hope for everyone. As long as there is hope, some people will have concerns and won't go to extremes. As for whether they can successfully plant the root, isn't that up to his word? If he could delay for 2 or 3 years, or even longer, it would give him ample time to develop. By then, he would be more confident in dealing with higher-level problems. As Genuine finished explaining the root planting technique, the reactions of those present varied. Xuan Cheng still had that calm expression, seemingly unaffected. Elder Song was muttering, as if trying to commit everything said to memory. As for the 3 sect leaders, their faces turned livid. Their hope for cultivating immortality was completely dashed. Without a spirit root and not meeting the requirements for root planting, how could they cultivate immortality? But fortunately, Genuine left them a glimmer of hope. They didn't qualify, but surely some disciples in the sects would. The 3 exchanged glances, their thoughts surprisingly aligned, which was to quickly select suitable disciples once they returned to their sects. But the premise of all this was that Genuine was willing to help them nurture the disciples. How would they broach this subject? The 3 exchanged another look, and their collective understanding from decades of camaraderie quickly revealed their intents. Alas! This root planting technique demands so much, but the age requirement is manageable. It's just that the spiritual pill and spiritual spring are really difficult to deal with. The sect leader of Jingming Tao sighed while glancing at Genuine. That's not all. It also requires a master to assist, and where can we find such a benevolent master? Yes, indeed, this path of cultivation for mortals is truly as hard as ascending to heaven. The other 2 sect leaders chimed in, one echoing the other. Seeing this, Lu Heng couldn't help but snort coldly in his heart. These 3 old foxes are truly hypocritical to the core, and they have the nerve to act so shamelessly. If Genuine showed a bit of kindness, these 3 would start pushing their luck. They were the ones who claimed they would single-mindedly pursue the Tao without distractions. It almost made him nauseous. If he didn't need these 3 as atmosphere setters, he would have used a thunder light talisman to send the 3 of them to the hospital along with Xuan Tong and Xuangxin. Should I do something about these 3 old fellows? As Lu Heng pondered, an idea flashed in his mind. Compared to these sect leaders who wanted something for nothing, Elder Song still retained some decency. At least he understood there's no such thing as a free lunch. After hesitating for a moment, Elder Song tentatively asked, "Old Taoist, I believe you should be somewhat aware of the current world after awakening. Our dragon country is vast and rich, possessing numerous natural resources. Before coming to see you, Old Taoist, I received a promise from the high officials that as long as you're willing to cooperate, we're willing to provide any resources you need." Upon hearing this, the 3 sect leaders who planned to get something for nothing were taken aback. Their gazes all turned to Elder Song. "You, how could you? When you could get it for nothing, why are you proposing resource exchange?" If not for Genuine's presence and Elder Song's official capacity, they truly would have wanted to engage in a real-life confrontation. The 3 sect leaders were so frustrated they gnawed their teeth but were helpless. How could they prevent Genuine from working with Elder Song on an official level? Genuine wasn't their biological father, and even if he were, in the face of enormous benefits, he might sever the father-son relationship. As for stopping Elder Song, they didn't have an extra brain for that. Elder Song truly understands the situation. Lu Heng nodded secretly in approval. He looked at the 3 sect leaders with disdain and scorn. Sheesh, what era are we in, and they still think about getting something for nothing? Elder Song's proposal, however, fit perfectly with his previous expectations. As a reborn individual from a parallel world, his attitude towards Dragon Country's officialdom was both distant yet cooperative. Why distance? Because he possessed a system, being the only extraordinary individual in this world. If the Dragon Country officialdom discovered his secrets, it was plausible they might try to take him for research. Before attaining enough strength, he had to keep a certain distance from the officials to ensure his safety. Why then seek cooperation? He mainly had 2 considerations. Firstly, how could cultivation not require resources? The system couldn't possibly supply him with all cultivation resources. Take the simplest example, like the spiritual chi pill. Initially, the spiritual chi pill could absolutely satisfy his daily cultivation needs. But with the addition of the shadow beast and cultivation puppet, the consumption of spiritual chi pills increased 3 to 4-fold. If he later summoned any other spirit beasts, his stockpile might soon be insufficient. Thus, he needed to refine the vitality pill as a lower substitute to feed the shadow beast or other spirit beasts. Where would the materials for alchemy come from? Of course, he'd need to find partners to provide them. And Dragon Country's officialdom made a great partner choice, wealthy and resourceful. When the time comes, he can trade simplified versions of various pills with Dragon Country's officials. What if the pills get reverse-engineered? He wasn't worried at all. It's similar to a recipe. Even if given the ingredients and steps, one might not be able to replicate the dish. A slight difference in heat and seasoning can change the dish's flavor, making it unrecognizable. It's even more so with alchemy. The slightest deviation in heat could lead to failure in refining pills. The second consideration for cooperation was to buy time. He intended to extend the honeymoon phase of cooperation with the officials, giving himself enough time to grow and develop. Once his cultivation reached a high level, he'd be able to either advance or defend. Even if the officials turned hostile, he would have nothing to fear. Oh. Under Lu Heng's influence, Zhenyuan appeared interested. He smiled and asked, "I wonder what you want the old Taoist to do." "Old Taoist, I heard from King Feng that his terminal leukemia was cured by the pill you gave, which saved his life. I wonder if the old Taoist still possesses such pills." Elder Song asked eagerly. This was the true motive for his visit. Chapter 113, 111, A Lesson Learned. On this journey to the Seeking Immortality Temple, Elder Song came with a mission. The first task, naturally, was to investigate the situation of Zhenyuan. After all, a sudden appearance of a cultivator could potentially bring many unsettling factors. Everyone needed to understand the opponent as much as possible, and then formulate reasonable counter plans and strategies. The second task, of course, was about the miraculous pill that could cure terminal blood cancer. This was also Elder Song's main task this time around. It's important to know that once blood cancer progresses to the late stage, the patient has very little time left to live. Anyone with a bit of medical knowledge would know this. But this Taoist Zhenyuan's pill could successfully save a terminal blood cancer patient's life. It could even turn late-stage cancer back to the early stage. This was simply miraculous. A week ago, Elder Song personally took Lu Heng down the mountain to the central hospital of Dragon Tiger City for a comprehensive examination. The results of the examination greatly surprised Elder Song. Although Lu Heng's blood cancer had not fully healed, it had regressed from the late stage back to the early stage. What kind of immortal elixir could have such an effect? Elder Song did not dare to hide anything and immediately reported these results. The higher-ups, like him, were all very curious about this pill. If it could save someone from terminal blood cancer, could it also be effective against other incurable diseases? Besides this cancer-curing pill, did Zhenyuan have other kinds of pills? For example, those that could strengthen the body. Or perhaps those that could prolong life. Old Taoist, if you have such pills in hand, we will do our utmost to meet your demands. Elder Song continued. Lu Heng heard this and secretly laughed to himself. As expected, people fear death. Especially after gaining enough money and power, they fear death even more. Perhaps this point could make his collaboration with the government even closer. There must be demand for better collaboration. Zhenyuan gently stroked his long beard, a thoughtful expression on his face. Fortunately, Lu Heng had previously considered the issue of the pill and even devised another person for this purpose. After pretending to think for a while, Zhenyuan shook his head and sighed. The pill the young friend speaks of is actually a pill called the Three-Stripe Clear Spirit Pill. These two three-stripe clear spirit pills were gifts from an old friend of mine. They can bring the dead back to life. Unfortunately, although it slept with me for many years, its efficacy is 1 in 10,000. Otherwise, it would certainly cure young friend King Feng's ailments. After speaking, Zhenyuan showed a look of regret. Bring the dead back to life. Elder Song couldn't help but widen his eyes upon hearing this. The three sect leaders beside him were also shocked. This three-stripe clear spirit pill actually had the effect of bringing the dead back to life. But come to think of it, despite the unknown number of years its effectiveness had weakened, it could still save someone in the late stage of blood cancer who was near death. If it were within its effective period, it would be reasonable to believe it could bring the dead back to life. As Elder Song pondered, he couldn't help feeling a bit heartbroken. When he first heard Lu Heng mention it, he was astonished but did not pay much attention. At that time, he thought that Taoist Zhenyuan should have many such pills. After all, hardly anyone would give extremely precious items to a stranger for nothing. Just like himself, he might casually give a beggar 100 yuan, 1,000 yuan, or even 10,000 yuan. But to give away all his wealth, how could that be possible? However, what he couldn't have imagined was that Zhenyuan was indeed the someone among the hardly anyone. The three-stripe clear spirit pills, considered to be an immortal pill, were only these two, both given to King Feng by Zhenyuan. King Feng was a child and didn't understand. How could you, who lived for tens of thousands of years, not understand? Even if you had left half a pill at the time, it would have been fine. Although the annoyance in Elder Song's eyes flashed by, it was still captured by a certain someone, and that someone was Lu Heng. As his cultivation deepened, Lu Heng's five senses became increasingly acute, easily observing subtle expressions unnoticed by others. Elder Song's reaction was naturally caught by him. "I thought you were a good person, but I didn't expect you to be just like everyone else all the same. The pill doesn't even exist, and if it did and I took it, what of it? I'm at the late stage of blood cancer, desperately waiting for a cure. Shouldn't I take it? Is your anger due to thinking that a small person like me doesn't deserve it?" Lu Heng laughed coldly in his heart. He found himself still too young, too easily trusting others, like with this Elder Song. He almost got deceived by this old guy. The attitude Elder Song previously displayed gave him a good impression, but looking at it now, Elder Song was always above, his friendliness just an act of charity. A bullshit, selfless dedication, no personal agenda, really laughable. Lu Heng showed no expression on the surface, but the behavior of Elder Song and the others truly taught him a lesson. The human heart is greedy. To maintain calmness, it is only because the temptation is not great enough. When the temptation was cultivation method, the three sect leaders couldn't control themselves, showing that ridiculous face. And when the temptation was the immortal elixir, Elder Song revealed the side that had been hidden before. Compared to that, Xuan Tong and Xuanxin seemed much more straightforward. A true villain and a hypocrite. Old Taoist, may I ask if you are proficient in the path of alchemy? And can you refine the three-stripe clear spirit pill? Elder Song hurriedly asked. Genuine gently shook his head and said, I am only skilled in divination and talismans, not in alchemy. Upon hearing this, even the deeply scheming Elder Song couldn't help but show a disappointed expression. He was already over 60 years old, about to approach 70. Although he could still bear some burdens, he knew his own body. Once he got a bit older, he wouldn't be as healthy as now. Thus, like some others, he wanted the magical immortal elixir that could transform decay into magic. Compared to others, he had more patience. But even his patience had a time limit and an end. If Genuine could refine the immortal elixir, perhaps he could continue to maintain patience. But since Genuine was not skilled in the path of alchemy, what use would patience have? However, just then, Genuine changed his tone and said gravely, the old friend I mentioned did not leave this world but stayed back with me. Hearing this, Elder Song let out a long sigh of relief. His feelings were like a roller coaster, going up and down constantly. I wonder where your old friend is now. Elder Song asked again. Genuine, with a look of reminiscence, slowly said, my old friend, family name Zio, given name Yan, was a descendant of the medicine sect from the ancient era. Chapter 114, 112. Now this is a true master. Elder, do you know the whereabouts of Senior Zio? Elder Song asked eagerly. He felt that the value Zio Yan could bring might even surpass that of Genuine. After all, who wouldn't want a healthy and strong physique? Who wouldn't want to be free from all illnesses and live a long life? I do not know. Genuine lightly shook his head and said, the last time the old Taoist saw him was in ancient times. Since then, I have not seen him again, nor do I know where he has been dormant. The old Taoist originally planned to take young friend King Feng to search for this old friend after some time. After all, I promised King Feng to help him cure his terminal illness. Elder Song nodded slightly, knowing that the matters concerning the pill cooperation at least had to wait until Genuine found Zio Yan. Does anyone else have any other questions? Genuine's gaze swept across the faces of a few people one by one. Everyone shook their heads in unison. The questions they wanted to know had mostly been answered by Genuine. This meeting at the Seeking Immortality Temple lasted from morning until noon. Overall, it was a mix of joy and sorrow, especially for the three sect leaders from Jingming Tao, Laoguan Taoism, and Taiyi Dao who were extremely disappointed. To acquire the immortal cultivation technique, they used their acting skills to the fullest extent. Unfortunately, just a so-called immortal root completely blocked their hopes of stepping into cultivation. Although Genuine said it could be planted, the requirements were too many and the difficulty too high. Secondly, once the official level takes over, what role would they have? Although the three of them harbored unwillingness, they were helpless. On the other hand, Elder Song, representing the official level, was quite satisfied with this trip. Although he did not obtain the miraculous immortal elixir, he learned about the relevant information. Only when Zio Yan appears can they further discuss cooperation matters. As for Genuine's side, they also need to maintain the relationship regarding cooperation. He believed that the root planting technique would interest many high-level officials. But as for how to cooperate specifically, that was not for him to decide. In that case, the old Taoist will not keep you any longer. Genuine gently waved his sleeve to signal goodbye. Master, Elder Song, 3 martial uncles, please follow me. Lu Heng stepped forward with a smile. Elder, we shall take our leave. Elder Song and the others stood up, ready to leave. But at this moment, Genuine suddenly spoke. Young friends, the heavenly Tao changes and the spiritual qi revives, do not underestimate it. The few people looked at each other upon hearing this. There was a hint of doubt in everyone's eyes, obviously a bit puzzled. After the spiritual qi revives, the world changes greatly. There may be spiritual creatures born or demonic cultivators awakened. Be cautious in all things. If you encounter difficulties, feel free to visit the Seeking Immortality Temple to find the old Taoist. Genuine solemnly reminded. Thank you, Elder, for the advice. Xuan Cheng respectfully bowed to express gratitude. The others followed suit, bowing in thanks. At this moment, Genuine's image in their hearts grew even larger, kind and benevolent, selfless, willing to help others. This was truly a high cultivator. Lu Heng watched, secretly pleased with himself. It seemed the Genuine he had crafted was quite convincing. He planned to find time to do some small things to prove Genuine's correctness. Only if both parties needed each other could they maintain a good cooperative relationship. He led his surrogate master and others out of the Seeking Immortality Temple. In front of the temple, Director Li and others were still waiting. Lu Heng glanced at Director Li, whose face was shiny from the sun, wondering why this member of the Atmosphere group hadn't gone in earlier. Could it be that he was scared by Xuan Tong and Xuanxin's encounter? By the way, where did Xuan Tong and Xuanxin go? He looked around but did not see the two. While he was wondering, Xuan Cheng asked, Director Li, where have my 2 junior brothers gone? I called emergency services and had a helicopter take them to the hospital. Director Li replied with a smile. Thank you, Director Li. Xuan Cheng nodded in thanks. It's nothing. Director Li quickly walked over to Elder Song, wanting to inquire about the meeting with Genuine. We'll talk about it later. Elder Song whispered, then instructed the Religious Affairs Bureau staff to pack up and prepare to return. Master, I'll go say a word to the Elder, then return with you. Lu Heng walked to his surrogate master's side and whispered, Okay. Xuan Cheng nodded in agreement. Brother, hurry up. It's already noon, I'm starving. Previously not having much presence, King Yu was now pouting with a look of despair. All right. Lu Heng playfully pinched her cheek. King Yu opened her mouth to bite, but he quickly withdrew his hand, chuckling as he ran back to the Seeking Immortality Temple, leaving King Yu stomping her feet in frustration. Upon returning to the guest room, Genuine was still seated there. Time to go home. Lu Heng patted Genuine's shoulder. In an instant, Genuine turned into a black shadow and merged into Lu Heng's silhouette. This shadow beast was indeed impressive. It could transform into all kinds of shapes according to his imagination and grew rapidly. After hatching, it reached its growth phase in just 10 days, capable of mimicking human or animal voices. It could even mimic various clothes, like youthful JK outfits, black lace OL outfits, white lace-made outfits, and many more. Of course, the shadow beast was not without flaws. Its shortcomings were also severe. Its hard power was too weak. Although the shadow beast could imitate all things, it only had their appearance, not the corresponding power. For example, the shadow beast could transform into Lu Heng's appearance, but it could not mimic his 5th layer qi refining cultivation, only an empty shell. Even the flash talisman and purification talisman earlier were activated by Lu Heng's own true qi. Fortunately, at this stage, there was no need for the shadow beast to fight. It just needed to be a good costume. In some ways, it seemed to Lu Heng that the shadow beast was akin to a fox spirit, surviving on its exterior. When he exited the Seeking Immortality Temple again, Elder Song and Director Li had already left. According to King Yu, Director Li had called for another helicopter, the reason being, of course, that they did not wish to go back on foot after achieving their goals. King Yu was quite envious. As for the 3 sect leaders, they had not left together but were speaking with his surrogate master. This surprised Lu Heng. He didn't know what scheme these 3 hypocrites were up to. But one thing was sure, it probably wasn't anything good. He hoped that his fail-safes left at the Seeking Immortality Temple would not be triggered, otherwise, it would be quite the show. Chapter 115, 113, Returning to Seeking Immortality Temple. The next morning, the sect leaders of Tei Dao and Laoguan Tao were in the guest room, facing each other, seemingly waiting for something in silence. About 7 or 8 minutes later, the door of the guest room was suddenly pushed open, and a figure stepped into the room. "Did you find King Feng? Did you get the details?" Seeing the newcomer, both sect leaders asked in unison. The visitor was none other than the sect leader of Jingming Tao. "Found him and got the details." Facing their inquiries, he nodded slightly and answered, "How long will Zhenyuan stay at the Seeking Immortality Temple?" The sect leader of Laoguan Tao asked again. "Not for long," the sect leader of Jingming Tao said with a smile. "King Feng said that Zhenyuan has always been searching for the whereabouts of Xiao Yan and will not stay at the Seeking Immortality Temple for long. If it weren't for meeting Elder Song this time, he wouldn't have specifically returned from afar. It's even very likely that after we leave, Zhenyuan will continue to go out and look for people." The sect leader of Tei Dao nodded and asked again, "Did you raise any suspicion with King Feng?" "How could I?" The sect leader of Jingming Tao replied confidently. "He's just an 18 or 19-year-old youngster. What does he know? Last time in Qingyan Hall, he was questioned a few times and spilled everything, much too naive." After saying that, he chuckled, thinking that only someone as honest as Xuan Cheng could train such an innocent and naive disciple. He just asked a few questions indirectly and easily obtained the information he wanted to know. But it must be said, King Feng's luck is indeed good. Originally, he was destined to die of terminal leukemia, but ended up meeting Zhenyuan by chance. If it weren't for Zhenyuan's intervention, the kid would probably have lost his life long ago. "It's good that Zhenyuan is not here." The sect leader of Tei Dao sighed. The other two also knowingly smiled at this remark. "My two brothers, do you think Zhenyuan has deceived us? Is the talk about the spirit root true or false?" The sect leader of Jingming Tao initiated another topic. "I guess there is some truth to it." The sect leader of Laoguan Tao stroked his short beard and said in a deep voice, "I observe that Zhenyuan indeed has the demeanor of a master. He has no reason to deceive us on this matter. If the spirit root talk is false, then once other cultivators appear, wouldn't he be slapping himself in the face?" The sect leader of Jingming Tao nodded slightly. "That does make some sense." The sect leader of Tei Dao glanced at him sideways and said indifferently, "In front of Zhenyuan, what difference is there between the three of us and ants? If it weren't for Elder Song representing the official side, I'm afraid even with just us, we wouldn't even see half of his face." This remark immediately silenced the other two. In the secular world, the three of them might still have some weight in their identities. But in front of a cultivator, they are nothing. A lightning strike casually summoned by Zhenyuan could take their lives. "Time is of the essence. Let's go now." The sect leader of Tei Dao slapped the table abruptly, a determined look flashing in his eyes. The other two nodded firmly as well. The three circumvented to the back mountain, walked until their legs were sore, and finally returned to the front of the Seeking Immortality Temple. The gate of the Seeking Immortality Temple was tightly closed, just like before. "Old Taoist Zhenyuan, are you still here?" The sect leader of Jingming Tao knocked on the door and shouted loudly. After he shouted, there was no response for a long time. "Old Taoist, we still have some questions. Please answer us." The sect leader of Laoguan Tao also shouted, but there was still no response. It seems Zhenyuan must have really left. After a while, the sect leader of Jingming Tao said happily. The three did not hesitate any longer, immediately pushed open the unlocked door and walked straight into the temple. The entire Seeking Immortality Temple was silent, with only the sound of their breathing. "Let's split up and see if Zhenyuan left anything behind." The sect leader of Tei Dao instructed, "Okay." The other two nodded and began to search separately. The Seeking Immortality Temple is neither big nor small. After searching thoroughly, spending 2 to 3 hours, they found nothing. The three sect leaders, all nearly approaching 60 years old, were so exhausted after a morning of toil that they could barely straighten their backs, sitting on the ground panting heavily. Why is there nothing? Could it be that Zhenyuan really left nothing behind? The sect leader of Tei Dao frowned, looking puzzled. The sect leader of Jingming Tao suddenly had a flash of insight and immediately said, "I remember that kid King Feng said that Zhenyuan likes to read the current Tao scripture alone. Let's go check the library again." At his suggestion, the three returned to the library of the Seeking Immortality Temple. There were many Taoist classics stored here, and because Xuan Cheng often sent people to clean, the room was very clean and the books were neatly arranged. The three took down these Taoist classics and searched one by one. Suddenly, the sect leader of Laoguan Tao exclaimed, I found Genuine's notes. Notes? The other two looked delighted, hurriedly gathering around. These notes were sandwiched within the Tao scripture. No wonder we didn't find them before. The sect leader of Laoguan Tao was holding a notebook, his face full of excitement, waving his arms. The three couldn't wait to open the notebook and found it recorded some incomprehensible place names, such as the Oblique Moon 3-Star Cave, the Mountain of Mind and Heart, and the 800 Li Shichuo Ridge. They looked at it until their heads spun, having never heard of these place names, nor knowing what they represented. Flip further. The sect leader of Jingming Tao couldn't help but urge. The sect leader of Laoguan Tao nodded and quickly flipped a few pages, finally no longer encountering those strange place names. Seeking friends in vain, unexpectedly discovered a sect's relics. Don't know when this sect prospered, whether it was after the old Taoist slumber. This sect left behind an inheritance technique, different from the ancient cultivation techniques. Recorded today, to be verified another day. After reading these words, all three sect leaders widened their eyes, their breathing becoming much more rapid. Genuine actually discovered a sect's relic, and there's an inheritance technique. If this sect truly rose after Genuine's slumber as stated above, does it imply that the sect's inheritance technique can also be cultivated by them? After all, according to Genuine, he chose to slumber after the decline of spiritual qi. After the decline of spiritual qi, ordinary people no longer developed spirit roots, and the techniques existing in that period might not require spirit roots to cultivate. Thinking of this, the excitement of the three overflowed. Heaven truly does not disappoint those with determination. Finally, they found a path that could be cultivated. Flip further. Even the usually calm and steady sect leader of Tei Dao couldn't hold back anymore at this point. The sect leader of Laoguan Tao took a deep breath and slowly turned to the next page. On this page were written 4 large characters. Sunflower Manual. Chapter 116, 114. That must be very interesting. To master this divine skill, first cut off your bird. If not, cultivation results will be heated. Once the bird is cut off, true qi will generate itself. It gathers into the danshan unobstructed. Despise hardship and detach to reach inner peace. After inner peace, your hands will lightly pluck flowers. Once qi is formed, one is renewed, the wonders are unparalleled. After reading the contents of this sunflower manual, the 3 sect leaders were dumbfounded. What kind of nonsense is this? Why does it require cutting off your bird? The 3 of them subconsciously looked down, then swallowed. Considering their age, they might not use it often, but it doesn't mean they want to lose it. That's just ridiculous, and you have to cut off your bird. Whoever believes this crap is a fool. The sect leader of Jingming Tao chuckled awkwardly. Exactly. No wonder Genuine wants to verify it later. The sect leader of Laoguan Tao nodded slightly in agreement. I really don't know which sect this so-called inheritance technique originates from. It's utterly absurd. The sect leader of Tei Dao shook his head, frowning in lament. Although they spoke like this, their fingers did not loosen from the notebook at all. The 3 exchanged glances, inevitably questioning in their hearts. Is it possible that someone would actually cut off their bird to cultivate this technique? How could that be possible? Not to mention whether this technique could be successfully cultivated. Just getting rid of those 2 little bells requires immense courage. And once the word gets out, how could one show their face again? By then, the Tao sects they belonged to would all be embarrassed by association. This sunflower manual is utterly laughable. I am not going to attempt cultivating it. The sect leader of Tei Dao was the first to let go, choosing to give up very calmly. Indeed, to cripple the body for an uncertain technique, it's not worth it. The sect leader of Jingming Tao's eyes twinkled mischievously as he smiled. I feel the same way. Finally, the sect leader of Laoguan Tao also let go. Then he stuffed the notebook back into the Tao scripture, smiling as he said, Let's pretend we never saw it, take a rest, and head back to Shanking Tao. Good. The other 2 nodded in agreement, turned around, and left without a hint of reluctance. After leaving the library, the 3 sect leaders returned to the 3 Emperors' Hall. This hall enshrined the mythical Emperor Pan, Emperor Zai, and Emperor Hua. The 3 glanced at the statues, wondering if these emperors ever truly existed or were made up by the ancients. After fussing all morning, I need to take a nap. The sect leader of Tei Dao yawned, lay down casually in a spot, and closed his eyes. Soon, his snores resounded, indicating he had fallen asleep. The sect leaders of Jingming Tao and Laoguan Tao exchanged looks and also found places to rest. They were not young, and after spending the morning climbing mountains and searching for things, they were exhausted everywhere. Once their eyes closed, sleepiness pulled them directly into dreamland. In his dream, the sect leader of Jingming Tao dreamt of successful cultivation. Even Genuine had to respectfully call him Master. Before his sweet dream ended, a familiar voice resonated by his ear. "Wake up! Wake up! Don't sleep, something's wrong." Under the urging and shaking, the sect leader of Jingming Tao slowly opened his eyes. Before him was the slightly ugly old face of the sect leader of Laoguan Tao. What is it? The sect leader of Jingming Tao was displeased to be awakened from his dream. "What's the matter?" "Yunlai is missing. Genuine's notebook is gone too." The sect leader of Jingming Tao replied irritably. "Yunlai is the Tao title of the sect leader of Tei Dao." "What? Missing?" Upon hearing that Yunlai and Genuine's notebook were both gone, the sect leader of Jingming Tao was startled. He quickly got up and ran to the library, finding it in disarray, with the Tao scripture containing Genuine's notebook completely empty. At that moment, even if he was quick, he could guess Yunlai had run off with the notebook. "What should we do now?" The sect leader of Laoguan Tao asked anxiously. He never expected Yunlai would act so fast, taking advantage of their rest to snatch and flee with the items. "Go to Tei Dao. You can outrun the monk, but you can't outrun the temple." The sect leader of Jingming Tao gritted his teeth. Meanwhile, Lu Heng was in his room. "System." He called out to his celestial destiny system. "Host, Lu Heng Tao title, King Feng. Age 18. Condition, early stage leukemia. Cultivation, 6th layer Qi refining. Cultivation technique, Tei 5 Qi spell, Heaven stepping cloud step, immortal talisman technique. Supreme profound alchemy technique. Magical treasure, none. Lifespan 8. Under the combined efforts with the cultivation puppet, his cultivation advanced a step further, reaching the 6th layer Qi refining. Judging from the previous progress, perhaps he wouldn't even need to reach the foundation establishment realm to rid himself of this blood cancer debuff. At this moment, the system suddenly sent out an alert. "System alert, the host has successfully altered the heavenly Tao and is absorbing lifespan. Please check later." The sudden alert naturally left Lu Heng bewildered. How did it happen that someone had their fate altered by him? Who could it be? Elder Song and Director Li, perhaps. Impossible. Only when he impacts someone's future destiny substantively would the celestial destiny system signal a prompt. During his time at Seeking Immortality Temple, he merely had the Shadow Beast act out a script, without actually impacting the fate of Elder Song and others substantially. Unless he brings out Xiao Yan, or lets Genuine collaborate with the authorities. Who indeed had their fate changed by him? Lu Heng pondered repeatedly, darkly wondering, could it be those 3 hypocrites? This morning they sought him out for intelligence, acting all high and mighty. Gathered intelligence in the morning, action in the afternoon. It seems the backup I left at Seeking Immortality Temple must have been triggered by them. Thinking of this, a wry smile appeared on his face. The so-called backup he left was full of mischievous delight. To master this skill, one must first cut off the bird. He wondered if those 3 hypocrites had their minds blown after seeing these contents. He eagerly anticipated the reaction of someone rushing to obtain the Sunflower Manual, steeling themselves to cut off the bells, only to find it utterly unworkable. That would certainly be fascinating. Lu Heng chuckled and casually glanced at the system interface. The lifespan, which was only 8 points before, had now become 23 points. It seems all 3 of their fates have been thoroughly altered under his influence. He wasn't sure when he'd see them again, which sect leader would end up like sect leader Yue, or perhaps all 3 of them. Chapter 117, 115, Immortal Taoist. In the blink of an eye, 5 more days had passed. During these 5 days, the Shanking Taoist Temple enjoyed a rare period of tranquility. During this time, only Director Li called to ask if they had found Xiao Yan. Lu Heng simply replied that they hadn't, and that was the end of that. In contrast to the peace at Shanking Tao, Tei Dao was bustling with activity. Due to Genuine's appearance, the exchange of Taoists organized by the Religious Affairs Bureau had come to a complete end. Hua Ming, Yuan Jai, and Yu Yang had already set off for home. Kingaming and others had returned to Dragon Tiger Mountain yesterday. Then Lu Heng heard about the recent events at Tei Dao from them. The sect leaders of Jingming Tao and Laoguan Tao unexpectedly arrived at the Tei Dao premises, demanding that the sect leader Yunlai come out. The Taoists of Tei Dao were completely baffled. because ever since Yunlai left last time, he hadn't returned. However, the two sect leaders did not believe them and stayed at Tei Dao for 3 days. During these 3 days, they searched every corner of Tei Dao but still found no trace of Yunlai. From all appearances, Yunlai seemed not to have returned to Tei Dao at all. Helpless, the two had no choice but to return to their own sects and use their connections to find traces of Yunlai. Meanwhile, Tei Dao deliberated for a while before deciding to call the police. The police contacted the sect leaders of Jingming Tao and Laoguan Tao, who merely stated that Yunlai had stolen something belonging to them. However, they refused to elaborate on what exactly was stolen. As such, the case remained at a stalemate. Where exactly is the sect leader Yunlai of Tei Dao? No one knew. No one knew whether he was alive or dead. Inside the room, Lu Heng was listlessly dealing with his dinner. Using the genuine alias, I've temporarily shrugged off the official troubles. During this time, it's best to be diligent and livestream a few more times to gather more lifespan points. Although his illness had regressed from the late stage to the early stage, the brothers on the mountain still treated him as if he were on the brink of death. 3 meals a day were delivered directly to his door. His tour guide duties had also been cancelled by his master. Now, he only needed to attend the morning and evening classes with no other obligations. This arrangement suited his current needs. In order to quickly increase his power, he practiced tirelessly day and night. Although the sensation during practice was exhilarating, too much of it could also lead to exhaustion. "Senior brother, there's a call for you." Before Lu Heng could finish his meal, King Yu's voice called from outside the door. "Whose call is it?" He quickly stuffed the remaining food into his mouth and asked indistinctly, "Senior brother, what are you saying?" King Yu pushed the door open and entered, seeing his cheeks bulging, a puzzled expression on her small face. After swallowing his food, Lu Heng asked again, "I asked who called." "It's the sect leader uncle from Jingming Tao." King Yu answered truthfully, "Why would he call me?" Lu Heng was quite puzzled. Overall, he didn't have much interaction or any relationship with the other party, so why would he call him out of the blue? "I don't know." King Yu shook her little head, indicating she wasn't sure. "All right, I'll go see what's going on." Lu Heng put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and left the room with King Yu. On the same day, another police report climbed into the top 10 of the hot search rankings on major platforms. Under normal circumstances, the heat of police reports is not high, and even if they make it to the hot search list, they rarely break into the top 10. Though this particular police report must be extraordinary, netizens naturally wouldn't miss any opportunity to gossip. Upon clicking on the police report, they discovered that the content was about a 2-year-old missing child case solved by police in a certain southwestern region. The child was reported missing 2 years ago by his family and was suspected to have been abducted. Despite multiple attempts by police and family to find him, they failed to uncover any leads. It wasn't until a few days ago that a volunteer university student, guided by a Taoist, found the child's skeletal remains, bringing the truth to light. The killer turned out to be the child's neighbor. Moreover, there was a familial relationship between them. As for why the murderer killed a mere 5-year-old, the police explained that the child accidentally discovered the murderer's inappropriate relationship with his daughter-in-law. Everyone reading the gossip was stunned. What a bizarre reason for murder. Poor child, only 5 years old, lost his life so unreasonably. While lamenting the tragic fate of the child, people also noticed many comments under the report. "Our Taoist has solved another major case. Hope they execute the killer soon to console the little one's spirit in heaven. It's a pity there's no dismemberment by 5 horses, otherwise this old pervert should taste it. Letting him die is really too merciful for this old bastard. I wonder when the Taoist will continue live streaming. How many days has it been? Yeah, without the Taoist's live streams, I'm not even interested in my girlfriend anymore." The onlookers quickly connected the Taoist they mentioned with the Taoist from the 2 police reports some time ago. Upon closer inquiry, it really was the same person. Thus, inadvertently, Lu Heng's popularity surged once again. At the same time, more and more netizens became curious about this fortune-telling Taoist, dubbing him the Immortal Taoist. After all, whether it was the Zhou Xingxi case, the Li Gang case, or now the Zhang Zidong case, these were all unsolved mysteries even the police couldn't crack. But while the killers could fool the world, they couldn't fool this all-knowing, immortal Taoist. This perfectly fit the netizens' need to idolize someone. Of course, for most people, this may just be a topic of casual conversation. But for the parents of missing children, the immortal Taoist became their last lifeline. I heard that the immortal Taoist can even find people who have been missing for years. Could it be a scam? There are many scams like this online. I'm also a bit skeptical. How can a fortune teller be so accurate? It absolutely can't be a scam. The police issued reports. How could it still be a scam? It doesn't seem like a scam. I've heard that it doesn't even cost anything as long as you're selected for a reading. Really, free of charge? Should we give it a try? If it's really accurate, I'd be willing to pay to try. I also want to try, even if there's just a tiny glimmer of hope. I don't want to give up. In many forums for parents of missing children, the name Immortal Taoist had spread widely. In the past 30 years, children from many places had been kidnapped by traffickers and sold elsewhere. The police and the children's parents have worked hard to find them, but due to the vast expanse and large population of Dragon Country, even devoting a lifetime, it's difficult to retrieve them all. In the past decade, the police in various places have also been assisting these parents in searching for lost and kidnapped children, and many have reunited with their families. But still, there are some children who have completely vanished, as if evaporated from the human world. In the long wait, these parents' hope was nearly exhausted. Yet now, the appearance of this immortal Taoist has brought them a last bit of hope. These parents followed some online information and found the Immortal Taoist's live room on the Daohu platform. Unfortunately, because of uncovering a corpse last time, the live room was banned for 7 days. Even though later, due to feedback from viewers to Daohu, the ban was reduced to 3 days, the Immortal Taoist still did not start broadcasting. Nevertheless, despite the live room not being active, some viewers still occasionally checked in to chat and joke around. When they saw the messages from these parents, their enthusiasm was instantly ignited. Our Taoist's live schedule is unpredictable. No one knows when he'll suddenly stream. Talented people are capricious. Nothing can be done. Everyone should wait patiently a bit longer. Based on previous experience, the Taoist might start streaming in a day or 2. If you're in a hurry, you can go directly to the Taoist for a reading. Nonsense, who knows that, but the key is where the Taoist is. This question left everyone speechless. Thinking back, it seems their Taoist always remains elusive. His appearances are only within the online streams. Where he is in person. No one knows. Quickly, everyone thought of a solution. You don't know, I don't know, but someone must know, right? So everyone flocked to social media, reposting search notices, hoping to find the specific location of this immortal Taoist. Compared to other suddenly famous internet celebrities, this immortal Taoist is like a mudslide. If it were other online celebrities having such popularity, they'd have rushed to capitalize and sell products. But this immortal Taoist, since the ban, there has been no news, as if he vanished into thin air. The parents waited anxiously for a day without receiving any useful information. Just as everyone was waiting for the immortal Taoist to start broadcasting, Lu Heng casually walked back to his room. Thinking of what the sect leader of Jingming Tao had said to him earlier, he couldn't help but laugh. The sect leader called him, hoping he would speak kindly to Zhenyuan, pleading to forgive the 3 who intruded into the Seeking Immortality Temple. According to the sect leader of Jingming Tao, the 3 had questions for Zhenyuan. Unfortunately, Zhenyuan was not there, so they shamelessly entered the library wanting to read the Tao scripture while waiting. Who knew the sect leader of Laogyun Tao accidentally discovered Zhenyuan's notes? The 3 respected Zhenyuan so much that they didn't dare to even look and put them back intact. But who would have thought the sect leader of Tei Dao, Yunlai, daring and reckless, stole the notes while the others rested. Now Yunlai is missing, life or death unknown. The remaining 2 felt they couldn't hide this from the fortune-telling master, Zhenyuan, so they confessed to the Religious Affairs Bureau, hoping for leniency. Chapter 118-116, signing bonus of 100 million. To be honest, Lu Heng wasn't concerned about the fate of those 3 sect leaders, because from start to finish, he saw them as just part of the Atmosphere Group. Now that the identity issue has been temporarily resolved, this Atmosphere Group is no longer useful. As for the Jingming Tao sect leader's plea for leniency, it truly made him laugh. He completely couldn't understand the other party's thinking. The Sunflower Manual belongs to Zhenyuan. You 3 got greedy, stole it, and then asked me to plead on your behalf. What's your relationship with me anyway that you want me to plead for you? How audacious. Do you really take me for a fool? So without saying a word, he directly rejected the Jingming Tao sect leader's request. Rather than waste his breath with them, he'd better go back and reap some rewards. After returning to his room, Lu Heng took out his phone, logged into the Daohu platform, and entered his live stream room. He glanced at the number of fans in the live stream room and was immediately surprised. Wow. After the previous stream got banned, the number of fans actually increased by 300,000 instead of decreasing. It's a pity that my current cultivation and lifespan aren't enough to collect a large harvest. Otherwise, none of these 1.5 million fans would escape. Liu Heng thought to himself. Just as he was about to start the stream, a dialogue box suddenly popped up on the platform interface. "Hello, Taoist. Are you preparing to go live? I am Liu Yue, the contract manager from Daohu Live Company. I wonder if Taoist has any interest in signing a contract with our Daohu platform. If you are willing to sign a contract with us, our company is prepared to offer you a special S-level contract. Regarding the signing bonus, our company is willing to offer 1 billion as a token of our sincerity. Moreover, because your live stream content is altruistic, helping many people, our company has decided after a meeting not to take any revenue share from your streams. We also won't impose any schedule on your streaming times. As long as you want to go live, you can decide when and for how long. Would such a contract satisfy you, Taoist? If you have any objections, we can continue to negotiate." Liu Heng skimmed through the content, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Daohu platform proactively seeking to sign him was quite normal. After all, he was no longer a small streamer. With 1 million fans, his popularity could effortlessly reach billions. Unless the head of Daohu platform had lost their mind, how could they give up on such a top-tier influencer? But what he didn't expect was that Daohu company would be willing to offer such a special contract. Not only did they want to offer 1 billion as a signing bonus, but they also changed the revenue share to 10-0. Daohu company wouldn't take a penny, leaving everything to him. Such a contract in the world of streaming is absolutely unprecedented. This clearly indicated how eager Daohu company was to sign him, to bind him to Daohu Live. But thinking about it, it made sense. With his unique content, he could attract massive traffic to the platform. After all, in today's world, traffic means money. Taoist, if you have any opinions, please feel free to let me know. I can assure you that our company will highly value your opinions. Seemingly noticing his lack of response, the other side quickly typed another line. "Sorry, I have no interest in signing any contract. As long as you don't mess around backstage, I'll continue streaming on your platform. As for streaming revenue, just donate it to those in need as before." Right after typing these words, Liu Heng suddenly remembered that despite all the donations he made, it hadn't changed anyone's fate. So he added on a whim, "I need to regularly review the donation records." He wasn't interested in signing any contracts. Even though Daohu company offered a contract with no stringent demands and even money tossed in, yet he still had no intention of signing it. Are you kidding? He's the only extraordinary in this era, tying himself to a contract. What would that look like? Taoist, signing with us would allow us to better support your live stream. At that moment, Liu Yue, sitting in an office at Daohu's main company, was furiously typing, frowning. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she tried, his stance didn't change. If he doesn't want to sign, what can you do? In the end, Liu Yue had no choice but to give up. She was afraid that if she kept pestering, she might annoy this immortal Taoist. Still, even though she couldn't sign him, at least she got a promise from him. Would someone like this immortal Taoist, a reclusive sage, go back on their word? All right then, I will convey your suggestions to the higher-ups. Oh, and about the issue of banning the live stream room. In the future, without any special circumstances, we will certainly not ban your live stream room again. However, please understand our company's difficulties and avoid broadcasting content like catching adulterers or digging up corpses live, as before. Liu Yue requested cautiously, "All right, I'll be cautious about it." Liu Heng didn't make any guarantees. After all, the viewers in his live stream are quite creative, speak nicely, and often stir things up. Sometimes, when these viewers egg each other on, things can easily go haywire. Additionally, he never knew what kind of lucky participant he'd pull each time during a draw. "Thank you for your cooperation, Taoist." Liu Yue replied very humbly, "Goodbye." After Liu Heng finished typing, he directly closed the dialogue box. He had wasted over 10 minutes conversing with Liu Yue and needed to start streaming soon. As the live stream began, the viewers immediately received the notification. Those who saw the notification quickly flocked to Liu Heng's live stream room. In just 10 minutes, the viewership had already skyrocketed to tens of millions. Even in the whole streaming world, such popularity is extraordinary. Liu Heng adjusted his state, and with a smile he began, "Good evening, friends. It's been a while. How have you all been lately? Because I had many things to handle, I couldn't schedule my streams regularly, so I hope you understand. Tonight we'll continue with fortune-telling. As for the rules, they're the same as before, so I won't elaborate any further. Chapter 119, 117. Thank you, Zhan Xuankun, Fan Ziying Yu Pan. Taoist, I've missed you so much. My feelings for the Taoist are like peeing my pants, warm, and only I know it. I'm different. My love for the Taoist is like being 10 months pregnant, impossible to hide. I love the Taoist's live streams so much. I want to sell my house and company to give him gifts, but unfortunately, the landlord and my boss won't agree. Guys, my girlfriend won't let me watch the Taoist's live stream. What do you think? Could I stand it? I kicked her out directly. Bro, I advise you to break up early. Exactly, why didn't she let you watch the Taoist stream? That's because she's feeling guilty. Buddy, quickly touch your head and see if you're wearing a green hat. Going on a blind date tomorrow, but I don't know if it will succeed. Hope I can get picked by the Taoist tonight. I calculated with my fingers, little brother, you'll hit a 2-for-1 success. Then I'll just give 1,000 as a gift, since the wedding and the baby's full moon celebration will be together. Pregnant and still going on a blind date. What kind of creature is this? Why not can't you go on a blind date when pregnant? It's a test for the man. You're not worthy of raising his child. Allowing you to raise it is your blessing, understand? If the child isn't yours, you don't want to get married. Ha, scumbag. Family who understands. Just want to find a father for the unborn child and ended up with such an irresponsible guy. Really left me speechless. I will thank you. Mighty ones, please stop your magic. Boo-hoo-hoo, stop it, okay. I'm willing to take over, all right. Wow, with that punch, the great Tao vanishes, and heaven and earth open anew. This group of silly fans have been holding it in for days. It's rare to release it today. Everyone, you can send gifts now. 5-minute countdown begins. Lu Heng glanced at the fans' comments, smiled knowingly, and continued. There's no need to send expensive gifts. The free sign-in ones are okay. Upon hearing this, the fans immediately got unhappy. Taoist, what do you mean by this? Are you looking down on a celestial sea marks? I, a real-name protester from Yanjing Basso, expressed dissatisfaction. Bro, when you're typing in the comments, can you get the words right? Rest assured, Taoist, I've been saving up for days by scrimping and saving. Launching a cloud-piercing arrow, thousands of troops meet up. Watching women wiggle their butts dancing is not as good as watching the Taoists stand up. Bro, asking for this livestream room, you know. Women are like clothes, Taoist is like father. If anyone dares touch my clothes, I'll let my father beat you. I've wandered half my life, only regretting not having a renowned father. If Taoist doesn't mind, I'm willing to acknowledge you as my father. Aren't you guys too shameless? How can you all come and take advantage of my Taoist dad? It's really sad. You guys call a stranger father casually, but if your fathers knew, what would they feel? And I'm different. My father passed early, just missing a kind father like the Taoist. Damn, you're ruthless. With the fans joking around, the 5 minutes passed quickly. All right, everyone, don't send any more gifts. Lu Heng called to stop, then laughed. Let's now draw the 2 lucky fans for tonight. After saying that, he followed the previous method, randomly found a lottery website, and copied the huge list of fans onto it. In the blink of an eye, the 2 lucky fans for tonight were selected. Taking a look at the 2 lucky ones for tonight, Lu Heng said loudly, let's congratulate Chengsheng Yuer and Chrysanthemums for the beauty as the 2 lucky fans. Seeing they weren't drawn again tonight, the fans inevitably felt a bit down. But on second thought, at least they don't have to go up and embarrass themselves. Clap, clap, clap. Congratulations to these 2 lucky fans. Boom bang, congrats to these 2 lucky ones. Bro, your clapping sounds off. The atmosphere in the livestream room has been spoiled by you people. I'm going to blacklist you one by one. I wonder what kind of fun tonight's 2 victims will bring us. Cola, spicy strips, chips, popcorn are ready. Let's welcome the guests. Chengsheng Yuer should be a girl. Wonder if she's pretty. Fans eagerly anticipated tonight's performance. Lu Heng also found the first lucky fan and sent an invitation for a stream link. Soon, Chengsheng Yuer appeared in the livestream room. Just as most fans expected, Chengsheng Yuer is female, also quite young, seemingly just in her early 20s. At first sight of Chengsheng Yuer, everyone's eyes flashed with amazement. Unlike traditional fair-skinned beauties, Chengsheng Yuer's skin has a healthy tan glowing with a natural sheen. Her shoulder-length short hair is trimmed very neatly with slightly curled tips resting on her shoulders. Her lips slightly rise, giving people a friendly and confident feeling. The appearance of Chengsheng Yuer immediately excited the single fans in the live stream room. Don't call her wife. Absolutely no calling my wife wife, or I'll be mad, can't even be bros. Bro, rest assured it's the same old saying. Bros are like limbs, women are like clothes. If the clothes break, limbs are lost, worst case, become disabled, get prosthetics. Dark-skinned tiger-tooth little beauty, love it, love it. Wow, this is exactly my type. Hey beauty, how did you get such a tan? I want my boyfriend and girlfriend to tan like that too. Huh, something's off here. How can you have both a boyfriend and a girlfriend at the same time? Dummy, isn't this the monogamy system? Wife, your smile is really sweet. Also, dark skin is truly timeless. The moment I laid eyes on this young lady, I understood. Actually, she's your sister-in-law, right, brother? Thank you, Jan Xiunkun, fan Zine you and Pan. Very cute dragon country girl. I really like brown skin. League of Legends, love from the Celestial Sea. Girls shouldn't obsess over their appearance. You should study more, gain knowledge, broaden your horizons. Let me test you with a geography question. Where is your home? Is your Yan Kingdom's map really that narrow? Seeing these teasing comments from the viewers, Chengsheng Yuer couldn't help but blush a little. Hello, Taoist. She waved at the screen and said in a soft voice, hello to you too. Lu Heng also smiled and greeted, then asked, may I know how to address you, young friend? Taoist, you can just call me Yuer. Chengsheng Yuer smiled sweetly. All right, I'll call you Yuer then. Lu Heng nodded slightly, then asked, I wonder, Yuer, what would you like to have read tonight? No, no, no. Hearing this, Chengsheng Yuer's face showed a hint of panic, and she shook her head repeatedly. Taoist, I've watched all your previous livestream clips. Those lucky enough to be picked by you, except for a few, most of them seem to end up as victims. My family is complete, my personal life is happy, and my studies are going well, so I really don't want a reading. Hearing this, Lu Heng couldn't help but laugh. Has his reputation grown so much now? Look at how scared the little dark-skinned beauty is. The viewers in front of their screens were also laughing so hard they couldn't keep their legs together. As regulars in the live stream room, they were quite familiar with the immortal Taoist's power. If you don't need a reading, Yuer, I'll give the opportunity to someone else. Lu Heng said with a smile, Taoist, I don't need a reading. But I have a distant relative who needs your help with a reading. Hearing this, Chengsheng Yuer quickly replied, afraid that Lu Heng would kick her out. Your distant relative. Lu Heng's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Yes, yes, my distant relative. Chengsheng Yuer nodded and continued. He's an elder from my father's hometown. A few days ago, I went back to the hometown with my father for ancestral worship and found him collecting firewood by the roadside, so I went up to help a bit. I chatted with him for a while, and he said that many years ago, his wife ran off with someone else, taking their 2 sons with her. All these years, he's been searching for his wife and sons, but unfortunately, because of his illness, he can't go out to work and earn money, so he can't go far. Half a year ago, he even broke his right leg while out collecting firewood. I felt so sorry for him, so I wanted to ask for your help, Taoist. I didn't expect to actually get picked. The viewers were quite moved by her story. Such a beautiful and compassionate girl is truly the perfect candidate for a wife. Sister Yuer, I'd also like to help your elder. Add me on Weixin, I'll donate some money to him. Huh, this feels a bit like stealing a kingdom under the guise of righteousness, doesn't it? Brother, I can hear your calculations from miles away. Exactly, those abacus beads almost bounced off my face. Some women are truly strange. If you can't handle hardships, you shouldn't have gotten married in the first place. The key point is, after getting married, she despises her husband for lacking money and runs off with their sons. This is truly outrageous. Another day of being afraid of marriage. After watching so many of the Taoists' live streams, I've seen guys leeching off rich women and girls cheating and abandoned, making me lose hope in love. Of course, if my girlfriend were Yuer, that would be different. I'm hopeless too. I eagerly await consolation from the lovely Yuer. After listening, Lu Heng gently nodded. Since witnessing the transformation of Elder Song and those 3 sect leaders, he no longer easily trusts others. Yuer, to do a reading here, the person needs to be present. Where is your elder now? Lu Heng asked softly. Taoist, that elder isn't with me right now. But I know where his house is. I'll go there right away. With that, Chengsheng Yuer immediately stood up and hurried out the door. Eager to help others. Chapter 120-118, Sixth Uncle's Story. The crowd's perspective followed Xingxing Yuer to a low mud house. "Master, this is my elder's home." "I'll knock and ask if he's home." With that, Xingxing Yuer knocked on the door hard and called out, "Sixth uncle, are you home?" "It's Yuer. I've invited a master who can help you find your son." She knocked for a long time, but no one answered. Just as she was about to turn away in frustration, the door creaked open. A gray-haired, wrinkled old man in ragged clothes peered out from inside. "Sixth uncle, it's Yuer. I told you before, I'm here to help you find your son. Do you remember?" Xingxing Yuer said with a smile, "Remember, I remember." The old man nodded repeatedly. The skin exposed was covered in dust and grime, as if he hadn't bathed in ages. When he smiled, he revealed gums with hardly any good teeth left. The spectators felt an overwhelming compassion as they witnessed this scene. Girls as beautiful and kind-hearted as Yuer are becoming rarer. Yuer seems cute and cheerful, like a little demon, but she's actually a little angel. Who knows what kind of scumbag will end up with such a good girl? "Yuer, I don't do girls' love, but for you I would." There are few good girls to begin with, and some are even after the good ones. "Sorry, but my girlfriend is both beautiful and kind-hearted, making you all envious." One day I went to the supermarket and a few guys followed me. I tried to walk faster, but one of them stopped me and after looking at me said, "Oops, wrong person." But soon after I overheard him quietly telling others, "Damn, it's really Xingxing Yuer's little puppy. Check frequency 10,000%, little brother." Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. Has this pup been neutered? If not, I can introduce a quick and precise vet for Yuer. Xingxing Yuer then followed the old man into the mud house. "Sixth uncle, how have you been these past couple of days?" Xingxing Yuer, holding her phone, filmed the inside of the room and asked. The house was low and cramped, dimly lit, with little furniture, only a partially collapsed earthen bed. The walls were covered in old newspaper and yellowing New Year posters. The spectators looked around through the phone's camera, feeling like they had traveled back to the 70s or 80s, still hanging in there. The old man nodded repeatedly, dragging a lame leg, and poured Xingxing Yuer a glass of water. "Sixth uncle, no need to be so polite." Xingxing Yuer quickly took it and then said, "Sixth uncle, I've invited a master today. He's highly skilled in fortune-telling. I believe he can help you find your son." The old man was stunned at first, and then tears welled up as he choked out, "That's good, that's good." "Sixth uncle, why don't you start by telling the master about your past?" Xingxing Yuer pulled out a pack of tissues and handed it to the old man, suggesting he wipe his tears. After choking on a few sobs, the old man's voice trembled as he began, "I am just an ordinary farmer, earning a living through farming. My wife and I got married through an introduction by others. When we first got married, our family had some money and lived comfortably, with no worries about food or drink. Later, my mother fell seriously ill and had to be hospitalized, costing us a lot of money, and eventually we even sold the house and land. But even after exhausting all our savings, we still couldn't cure my mother's illness. After we ran out of money, I wanted to go out to work, but for reasons unknown, my wife opposed it. So I could only work for others growing fields, earning just enough to barely support the family. My wife gave birth to 2 sons, both very sensible and academically excellent, always among the top in their school. Around 22 or 3 years ago, my wife accidentally broke her leg while working and needed surgery. Our family was already struggling, and her injury just made things worse, so we never managed to gather enough for the surgery. At that time, both my sons were in junior high and about to enter high school, but the family's situation was dire, unable to support their continued education. They both decided to drop out and work, thinking of the family. They sent money home each month, and with my earnings from farming, we finally gathered enough for the surgery. So I took my wife to the hospital, and the doctor successfully treated her leg. I thought we would grow old together, but unexpectedly, after her leg healed, she disappeared without a word. Even my 2 sons also lost contact. Later, I heard from others in the village that my wife took the boys and left with another man. I was very angry at the time, searched many places, including my wife's parents' home, but couldn't find any trace of them. It's been 20 years since they left, and I dream of them every night. I don't care about my wife running away with someone else. I just want my sons to come back so I can see them again." After the old man finished his story, the live stream suddenly fell silent. Many spectators had red eyes, feeling a sting in their throats and unable to speak. What kind of happiness does marriage bring a man? Damn it, that woman and those kids are so ungrateful. Don't say that. What if they had difficulties? What kind of difficulties would prevent them from visiting their father in 20 years? What did we say before? Another day of marriage fear. That woman is unbelievable. They saved money to treat her, and she ran off with another man as soon as she recovered. Didn't they report a devoted man donating his cornea to his girlfriend, only for her to marry the doctor after the surgery? No way is that true, or just some fabricated media story. Alas, affectionate people are always troubled by the unfeeling. The spectators' emotions had reached a peak. For the screen's lovesick yet resilient old man, everyone felt immense admiration and respect. Chengsheng Yuer wiped tears from her eyes and looked at Lu Heng. Master, please help and see if you can find Sixth Uncle's son's whereabouts. Chapter 121, 119. Could there really be a twist? After listening to Sixth Uncle's story, Lu Heng wasn't as moved as Chengsheng Yuer and the fans. On the contrary, he even felt that the other party had concealed many points and was vague at some important places. The most straightforward point is about his wife eloping with another man. If everything was as Sixth Uncle said, his wife couldn't move due to a leg injury and stayed home. Then how did his wife come to associate with a third party? More importantly, why did his wife elope with the man, taking their 2 sons? These 2 sons were not little children, but teenagers about to attend high school. Lu Heng had never heard of a woman eloping with 2 nearly adult sons. Of course, these are just his assumptions. After all, the world is full of wonders. Maybe she just couldn't leave without the 2 older boys. Yuer, you should know my fortune-telling rules as a Taoist. If the person is not present, they need to show their ID card. If there's no ID, a name and birth date will do. If neither is available, then there's nothing I can do. Lu Heng slowly said, I know, Taoist. Chengsheng Yuer nodded lightly, then turned to ask Sixth Uncle. Sixth Uncle, do you remember your 2 sons' birth dates? Well, I don't remember. Sixth Uncle was stunned for a moment, then awkwardly explained. I injured my head while working before, and I've forgotten many things, so I can't remember some. Oh, is that so? Chengsheng Yuer nodded slightly and asked again, then do you still have your sons' ID cards? If you have their ID, the Taoist can help find their whereabouts. No. Sixth Uncle shook his head again, saying softly, they took the IDs with them when they went out to work. Then do you have a household book? Doesn't that contain identity information? Chengsheng Yuer asked again. I have a household book, but the pages for my wife and sons were torn out long ago. Sixth Uncle still shook his head. No ID, no household book. Upon hearing this, Chengsheng Yuer frowned slightly, seeming a bit troubled. The fans watching couldn't help but show expressions of disbelief. Damn, he knows nothing. He has nothing. How could anyone divine from that? Earlier, Sixth Uncle's story indeed moved me, but I really want to ask, why doesn't a father remember his son's birth dates? Yeah, aren't there very few fathers who wouldn't remember their children's birthdays? Didn't Sixth Uncle say he injured his head while working? Isn't that strange? If he really forgot a lot, why did he remember the past so clearly just now? Isn't it quite normal? Sometimes people remember certain important events particularly well. My great-grandfather is over 90, and although he's forgotten many things, he still remembers the scene when he married my great-grandmother. This Sixth Uncle remembers his wife eloping, but not his son's birth dates. Isn't he looking for his sons? They should be very important to him. How could he forget their birth dates? Yeah, something doesn't add up here. Damn, will there be another twist? I don't think so. Who would dare lie in front of a Taoist? Did you forget about Black Hand Brother Gang earlier? As soon as I hear Black Hand Brother Gang, I feel like laughing. I can't help it. I need to step out and laugh for a bit. Lu Heng glanced at the comments and nodded slightly. It seems the fans aren't fools either, and quickly picked up on some inconsistencies. Maybe I should just read Sixth Uncle's fortune first. See what he's really hiding. Lu Heng felt tempted in his heart. However, he didn't immediately summon the Celestial Destiny system. He was curious to see what tricks Sixth Uncle would still play. On the screen, Chengsheng Yuer still frowned her delicate brows. Meanwhile, Sixth Uncle was muttering to himself. Ever since my wife ran off with our 2 sons, my health collapsed. No work, no money. I can't even have a proper meal each day. The clothes I'm wearing now, I picked out from a garbage dump. In winter, the house is drafty, and my hands and feet are frozen and rotten. Everyone, please show some mercy, donate some money. Seeing him depict such a miserable condition, the fans felt even more suspicious instead of moved. I still feel something's off. If he really was this miserable, normally the village should have applied for welfare for him. Damn, there's apparently a lot more going on here. Here's the problem given Sixth Uncle's situation. He could definitely apply for welfare, but why didn't the village do it? Yuer is still too young, probably got tricked by this old man. Could there really be a twist? This old man is probably a fraud. He sees Yuer is young and wants to scam some money from her. 80% that's it, otherwise how does what he says not make any sense? The more the fans discussed, the more suspicious they became. Just now, everyone was standing by Sixth Uncle, condemning his runaway wife and unfilial 2 sons. But now, everyone has suddenly realized and sees him as a fraud, speaking without any reservation. Lu Heng just gave a faint smile and didn't mind. He had already learned a lesson in his previous life, and that is to never believe a one-sided story and never decide where to stand too early. At this moment, Qingsheng Yuer also saw the barrage from the viewers. She also gradually noticed something was wrong. After hesitating for a moment, she tentatively asked, "Sixth Uncle, do you remember your wife's birth date? If you do, perhaps we can calculate something about your wife. Since she left with the 2 children, finding her is equivalent to finding your 2 sons." Sixth Uncle listened, hesitated for a moment, but eventually shook his head. Qingsheng Yuer was speechless immediately. Not knowing anything, how could this possibly be calculated? Even though the Taoist is praised as the immortal Taoist, he can't just calculate out of nothing. At that moment, Sixth Uncle suddenly kneeled on the ground, kowtowing to the phone screen. "I beg the Taoist to help me. I can't eat, can't wear warm clothes, and I'm sick. I can only rely on my son to take care of me in my old age. If you can help me find my son, I'll be at your service in the next life." Seeing this scene, Qingsheng Yuer hurried forward to support him and said, "Sixth Uncle, please don't fret. If there's no concrete information, there's no way to find the whereabouts of your 2 sons. Why not think carefully again to see if you can recall your wife's or your son's birth dates? My brain is useless, I really can't remember. Help me out, please. I'm so hungry I'm about to chew on tree bark." Sixth Uncle suddenly smashed his head with his fist, appearing delirious. Qingsheng Yuer was so frightened she stepped back 2 steps, not even daring to take her phone. Seeing this, Lu Heng frowned slightly. This display of acting out seems like he has nothing left to lose. "Forget it, let me see what kind of person you really are." He silently called upon the celestial destiny system in his heart. Then he focused his eyes on Sixth Uncle and thought, "System, query this person's past information." System prompt: "Querying past information will consume 3 days of the host's lifespan. Do you wish to continue?" The system's voice instantly echoed in his ear, "Yes." As he confirmed, everything Sixth Uncle experienced in the past began to flash before him. After seeing his past, Lu Heng really wanted to say 2 words. "Serves you right." Pitiful people must have some repulsive traits. This saying might not always be accurate, but in the case of Sixth Uncle, it's a perfect fit. At the same time, he also wanted to say how shameless some people can be. "Sixth Uncle, in front of a humble Taoist like me, there's no need for acting." Lu Heng said coldly and loudly. These words immediately made Qingsheng Yuer freeze in surprise. The person involved, Sixth Uncle, also instinctively stopped his antics. However, the viewers instead became more excited. "Ha, the Taoist must have found something out. This old thing refusing to disclose the situation of his wife and sons clearly has something to hide. Didn't he just say he didn't know his son's birth dates? How did the Taoist figure it out? Don't need to calculate his sons or wife then. Exactly, maybe the Taoist just calculated him directly. Popcorn is ready, just waiting for the Taoist to expose this old thing. This old guy is disgusting, trying to fool the innocent Yuer. Haha, didn't you see he was trying to get us to donate just now?" Upon seeing Lu Heng take action, all the viewers immediately showed their stance. "Taoist, what are you saying?" "I don't understand. I'm not acting, I really want to see my sons." Sixth Uncle quickly returned to his previous state. At the side, Qingsheng Yuer remained silent. Even if she were naive, she realized she had stepped on a landmine. After all, compared to Sixth Uncle in front of her, she was more inclined to believe in the immortal Taoist in the live stream. Lu Heng smiled faintly and slowly said, "You indeed want to see your 2 sons. However, it's not because of familial affection, but because you want to find them to support you in old age. Or rather, you don't desire sons, you just want a tool to rely on for old age. Taoist, what do you mean? I don't understand. On hearing this, Sixth Uncle's eyebrow twitched, and his facial expression suddenly changed. Chapter 122, 120, careful you don't drop dead. If you don't want people to know, unless you don't do it yourself. Seeing the other party pretending not to know, Lu Heng sneered and said, I've already calculated your past. Now, in front of everyone, I'll talk about your past deeds. As you said, when you were young, your family was relatively well off and well known in the village. But what does that have to do with you? It was all the result of your parents' hard work. And you, as the rare only son in the family, you neither studied nor worked, mingling with hooligans all day. At the age of 18, you even got addicted to gambling. To pay off gambling debts, you secretly sold the family's ox, which caused your father to die of anger. Your mother thought you were young and naive, so she actively sought out a matchmaker to find you a wife, hoping it would ground you. The girl the matchmaker introduced was a good girl from nearby villages, marrying you only because her family needed money urgently due to her father's serious illness. In the next few years, you didn't gamble, making your mother think you'd reformed, but little did she know that those years saw a crackdown and you didn't dare to act recklessly. After that period passed, you returned to your old ways, leaving all the farm work to your wife and mother while you went out to gamble. When I asked about your son's birth date earlier, you couldn't even give one. That's because when your wife was pregnant and giving birth, you were out gambling, completely oblivious to your family. At this point, Sixth Uncle's face turned livid, pointing at Lu Heng on his phone screen, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream exploded. This old guy really isn't any good. Turns out he's an old gambling dog. No wonder he doesn't even know his son's birth date. Gambling dogs deserve to die. Damn, back then an ox was incredibly important, yet he sold it to pay off debts. What an idiot. I truly feel sorry for his dad, raising such a useless gambling dog. Whether past, present, or future, a gambling dog remains the same, never changing their ways. And he said he made a living by farming. Do you even know how to farm? Marrying this old gambling dog, what bad luck for 8 generations. Why wasn't this old thing executed during the crackdown? So the story about his wife running away with another man was fake, huh? Damn, I'd support his wife running away with someone else over a lifetime with such a man. The audience's attacks were terrifyingly harsh. Unfortunately, Sixth Uncle was a bit farsighted and couldn't clearly see the barrage of comments. Lu Heng continued, You said your mother was seriously ill in the hospital, but why don't you talk about the cause of her illness? That's because you don't dare and are too ashamed to say. That year you lost a large sum of money at the gambling table, and to pay off the debt, you secretly sold the family house and land. When your mother learned the truth, she was so angry that she suffered a cerebral hemorrhage and passed away with anger in the hospital. Having caused the deaths of your parents, you remained incorrigible, often stealing money from home to gamble. You even claimed that working away was your wife's unwillingness. You have the guts to say that. No matter how competent your wife is, she can't handle a black hole like you, and eventually your eldest son couldn't even pay for school fees. Later, without quitting gambling, you got addicted to alcohol. Every time after drinking, you'd vent on your wife and children, often hitting and scolding them. Your wife's leg wasn't accidentally broken while working. You clearly broke it in a drunken rage. Yet you haven't repented at all. Under this family shadow, your 2 sons became increasingly reclusive and introverted. These revealing words shook Sixth Uncle to the core, his body trembling and lips turning white. The audience was equally enraged. Every one of them was gritting their teeth, almost wishing they could reach through the internet to find Chengsheng and Yuer and beat the old guy up. I must apologize for my previous words. I was deceived by this old guy and shouldn't have blamed his wife and son. I also want to apologize to the aunt who left and the 2 brothers. Damn it, my earlier statement was wrong. Marrying him wasn't just bad luck for 8 generations, but 18. Such a person, either gambling, drinking, or abusing their family, why don't they just die sooner? Before, I felt sorry seeing him dirty and in rags, but now I just want to say serves him right. Hasn't Sixth Uncle already realized his mistakes? There's still time for him to change. Exactly, the master was a bit harsh. After all, who hasn't made mistakes? Damn, are there any kind-hearted saints in our live stream? I also think Sixth Uncle knows he's wrong, so I invite those kind saints above to take him home for his elderly care. This proposal sounds good, I agree. An old person at home is like a treasure. See how pitiful Sixth Uncle is? Quickly take him home to care for. Don't advise others to be generous if you don't know their struggles. Those hypocritical saints are disgusting, using others' issues to satisfy their own sense of kindness. If you truly have kindness, take him home for elderly care yourself. The appearance of two hypocritical saints quickly attracted everyone's attention. However, their defenses were weak, and after a few rounds of criticism, they logged off and disappeared. This left the other viewers feeling quite unsatisfied. Not content, they turned their attention back to venting at the detestable old man on the screen. After leading 2 waves of attack, Lu Heng still wasn't done speaking. After the viewers had vented a bit of their anger, he continued, "Your 2 sons indeed have excellent academic performance and even have a chance to get into a prestigious high school in the city. But they didn't continue their studies, and why is that? Isn't it because your compulsive gambling and alcoholism have completely ruined the family, unable to even provide the most basic meals? Your wife could still work originally, but because her leg injury wasn't treated in time, she became completely disabled. And yet you have the face to say you saved money to take your wife to the hospital for treatment. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning when you go out? Later on, your 2 sons dropped out of school one after another and went out to work just so they could get away from you. You know this very well, yet you even used their mother, your wife, as leverage to demand your sons send money home so you can continue gambling and drinking. But one day when you sobered up from drinking, you suddenly discovered your wife was missing and couldn't contact your 2 sons either. You searched many places but couldn't find the mother and sons. It wasn't until later that you heard from one of your shady friends that your 2 sons had come home while you were drunk and taken their mother away. After hearing Lu Heng's words, Chengsheng Yuer was completely stunned. She thought she was helping a pitiful old man. But who would have thought he was actually an old scumbag who loved gambling, drinking, and even domestic violence? Despicable, she couldn't believe she had been used by him. Thinking of this, Chengsheng Yuer was immediately so angry that her face turned pale. Meanwhile, the viewers' barely suppressed anger flared up once again. What goes around comes around. Has the universe ever spared anyone? This old guy is truly disgusting. Used to beat his wife and kids every day, and now he needs someone to take care of and support him. Shameless. It's a pity. This old bastard doesn't deserve just a lame leg. He should be completely paralyzed. Yeah, just a lame leg is too lenient. When he was young, he infuriated his parents, abused his wife and children, and squandered the family fortune. Now he's old and wants his sons to support him. How shameless. If he really had shame, would he end up like this? Watching him slowly rot away and die alone is truly satisfying to me. I hope he never finds his wife and sons. This old bastard is really something, acting pitiable in front of us before. Shameless. How could someone like this truly repent? He just wants pity to find his 2 sons to support him in old age. Actually, I kind of hope those 2 brothers come back, repay grievance with grievance and revenge with revenge. Despite Lu Heng making everything clear, Sixth Uncle continued to quibble and deny. Isn't it normal to make mistakes when you're young? Who among us hasn't made mistakes when they were younger? I've long since changed, and now I just want to find my sons. What's wrong with that? I raised them when they were young, so they should take care of me when I'm old. Isn't that how it should be? You damned old Taoist, spouting nonsense, throwing dirt on me. Believe it or not, I'll sue you in court. Sixth Uncle trembled with rage, shouting furiously in embarrassment. At this moment, his manner had completely changed from before. Previously, he acted pitifully, arousing people's sympathy. But now, his eyes flashed with malice, his words were full of expletives. Ultimately, his true nature was revealed. Seeing this, Lu Heng chuckled. Such people never truly reform. They're just old and crippled without the ability to continue with domestic violence, drinking, or causing trouble. At the same time, they know very well they need their wife and children to return to care for them in this stage of their lives. So any apologies and repentance they utter are just convenient tactics. If they could return to health, they would still gamble, drink, and abuse domestically. I see your eyes are bloodshot, and your lips are purple, probably due to excessive drinking. You're so agitated now, be careful not to suddenly die. Lu Heng kindly warned. Meanwhile, Sixth Uncle kept cursing more and more obscenely. In the end, he cursed so intensely that the veins on his forehead bulged and his emotions reached a peak. "You damned Taoist, I." Before he could finish his last curse, there was a thud, and Sixth Uncle collapsed to the ground. Chapter 123, 121, You Reap What You Sow. Heaven's sins can still be defied. Self-inflicted sins cannot allow you to live. Lu Heng shook his head lightly and sighed. Seeing Sixth Uncle lying there like that, Chengsheng Yuer was utterly shocked. She quickly grabbed her phone and dialed the emergency number. Then, full of curiosity, she asked, Taoist priest, is this your doing?" "I'm not an immortal. How could I possibly do that?" Lu Heng shook his head with a faint smile in response. "Then what happened to him?" Chengsheng Yuer blinked her big eyes, full of confusion. Without thinking, Lu Heng replied directly, "Probably due to long-term alcoholism coupled with excessive emotional agitation, resulting in a brain hemorrhage. If he's lucky enough to be saved, I'm afraid the next few years will be spent lying in bed. If he's not saved, well then, that's easier. Just burn him and find a random place to bury him. Evil will be punished, evil will be punished." Chengsheng Yuer grumbled with satisfaction. No one likes having their kindness taken advantage of. She pursed her lips and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Taoist priest, I've troubled you. I originally thought he was just a pitiful old man looking for his son. I didn't expect things to turn out this way." The lively and cute Chengsheng Yuer was now crestfallen and deeply disappointed. Lu Heng smiled faintly, unconcerned, and said, "Why apologize? You meant well." The viewers were quite satisfied seeing Sixth Uncle comatose from a brain hemorrhage, and when they saw the guilt-ridden face of Chengsheng Yuer, they felt sorry for this dark-skinned little sister, so they sent messages to comfort her. "Wife, you need not blame yourself. Who knew this old rascal was so good at storytelling and acting?" "Exactly, I too was fooled by his story before, truly despicable. Thinking back to being taken for a fool by the old guy, it's simply too embarrassing. If it weren't for the Taoist priest, who knows how many more people's kindness would have been exploited by this old bastard. Yuer, be strong. Wife, actually what you did today is very meaningful. It made us all understand not to easily trust superficial appearances. Hello, Miss Chengsheng Yuer. I'm from the brand of the stockings you're wearing. It seems these stockings aren't suitable for you, so we invite you to participate in our new exchange program. You can send your worn stockings to us, and we'll send you new ones for free and with free shipping too. Oh my, whose abacus is this, throwing beads at my face? This old bastard is good. No sooner does he sleep than he goes to sleep. I hope he sleeps and never wakes up, goes straight to King Yama to sign in and report. That's too easy on him. He should be fully paralyzed, neglected, and slowly die of thirst and hunger." After comforting Chengsheng Yuer, the viewers suddenly started to worry about their beloved Taoist priest. What if this old rascal didn't die and goes to court to sue our Taoist priest? With this old guy's personality, very likely. Does the Taoist priest need to bear legal responsibility then? I doubt it. The Taoist priest merely stated some facts. He didn't deliberately slander the old bastard. Yes, the old bastard was angry when his true face was revealed and did himself in. How could that be blamed on the Taoist priest? Isn't there a rule that one would be liable for infringement only if they infringe upon someone else's civil rights due to fault? I believe the Taoist priest neither insulted nor hit anyone. There's no fault on his part. The Taoist priest is a good person. He kindly warned the old bastard about the risk of sudden death before. After discussing, everyone felt that the Taoist priest probably won't bear any legal responsibility and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. And once relaxed, their imaginations ran wild. Do you think this old bastard really has a brain hemorrhage? Who knows? Only a hospital examination can determine the result. Since the broadcast started, the Taoist priest has shown almost infallible skills. Any guesses on what other abilities he might have? The Taoist priest just warned that old guy, and the next moment the guy did himself in. Could this be the legendary verbal curse technique? Affecting someone from miles away with just a few words. Hiss, such a curse technique truly terrifying. Taoist priest, I'm your loyal fan. Please use the verbal curse technique to curse my brother to grow 20 centimeters taller. Is this brother of yours just an ordinary brother? Taoist priest, I'm also your loyal fan. Please perform the verbal curse technique to help me get promoted, become a general manager, become CEO, marry a wealthy and beautiful woman, and reach my life's peak. Taoist priest, I won't say much. Please curse my personal assets to surge by 10 billion. Taoist priest, I'm not greedy. The requests of the three gentlemen above, you can casually add them to me. Seeing these silly fans' comments, even the somewhat downcast Sheng Yuer couldn't help but laugh. As for Lu Heng, he was speechless, shaking his head. This humble Taoist knows no verbal curse technique. Everything just now was merely a coincidence. At this moment, Sheng Yuer heard the sound of an ambulance siren from outside. Taoist priest, the ambulance seems to have arrived. I'll go offline for now. Goodbye, Taoist priest. Sheng Yuer led the medical personnel into the room, waving goodbye as she did. Goodbye, little friend Yuer. Lu Heng nodded slightly and ended the call. Seeing Sheng Yuer's pretty face disappear from the live stream, the viewers couldn't help but feel a bit wistful. The moment Yuer went offline, I felt like I just experienced a breakup. Saying goodbye is low EQ, saying goodnight is high EQ, and I want Yuer to hide in my arms. There aren't many girls who move my heart in this world. Yuer is the 16th one today. Swipe across and you've dated, look and you've loved. Swipe away and you've broken up, goodbye my ex-girlfriend. Making rhymes at the tip of your tongue, are you preparing for exams? Everyone clear the way, I've been irritable these days, let them drink to their fill. Yuer is great in every way, it's just a pity she's not a boy, damn it. Why isn't she a boy? Roar, run, fall, get up, pound, chest, pant. Why are there so many gay people in our livestream room? You just realized, the earliest fans of the Taoist priest all came from whose livestream room? Yeah, whose livestream room, those who know. Always saying there's more wolves than meat, now these wolves want to eat wolves. Mom, the people in this livestream room are scary. Lu Heng was preparing to find the second lucky viewer for tonight. But just then, a system prompt suddenly sounded. System notification. The host has successfully altered the heavenly Tao, currently absorbing lifespan, please check later. The notification came so quickly. Could it be that the old scoundrel kicked the bucket? He glanced at the system interface. The lifespan points, previously at 23, had now increased to 48. My goodness. With the old scoundrel's death, it seems quite a few destinies have been altered. Chapter 124, 122, Chrysanthemums for the Beauty. Now let's welcome our second lucky friend of the night, Chrysanthemums for the Beauty. After saying this, Lu Heng sent an invitation for a chat to this second lucky friend. The online friends burst into laughter upon hearing this username. Oh wow, to bloom for a beauty, this chrysanthemum's got quite the personality. Hope the chrysanthemum you're talking about is just a flower. When autumn comes on September 8th, my flower blooms and all others wilt. Once I went to a park, saw chrysanthemums, and then opened a whole new world. I can only say, those chrysanthemums back in the day were really just flowers. Have you seen a chrysanthemum variety called Ruyun Hall? Beautiful enough to make you take off right there. Friendly knowledge share, chrysanthemums have 5 types of petals. 1 flat petals, petals spread out. 2 spoon petals, petals curl inside but don't close, 3. Tube petals, tubular and closed. 4 gooey petals, tubular flowers in the middle look like osmanthus. If gooey is in the middle, no matter the surrounding shape, it's gooey petal type. 5. Deformed petals, tongue-like flowers with various appendages on the tips. Learning lesson for this session. Chrysanthemums times long-tentacled anemone, square root. Song Haikayo gave you a like. An anonymous proctologist shares. The G-sphincter is very elastic, but the skin around the chrysanthemum can generally only handle a poop around 2 cm in diameter. If the poop is long, dry, or other activities are conducted, it's easy for damage to occur to your chrysanthemum. Whoa, why am I even seeing this bizarre science talk? This 2 cm figure is a bit conservative. From my own experience, 4 cm is still manageable. With relaxation without any training, 5 cm is basically the limit. Thanks to the experts for the info. I've lived an upright life, keeping my integrity. How did I end up encountering you bunch of idiots? Why do I feel something's off here? Isn't the Taoist supposed to be live streaming fortune-telling? How did it turn into a knowledge-sharing session among online friends? I really didn't overthink it, honestly. While the online friends were bantering, Chrysanthemums for the Beauty had already accepted the chat invite and appeared in the live stream room. Chrysanthemums for the Beauty looked to be in his early 30s with a receding hairline. He had panda eyes, looking weary and somewhat dejected. Compared to previous participants like Kai and Ma, he had an average appearance, not particularly handsome or suave. Good evening, my friend. Lu Heng glanced at him and greeted with a smile. Good evening, Taoist. Chrysanthemums for the Beauty forced a faint smile in response. Lu Heng asked, May I know how to address you, my friend? Taoist, my last name is Cheng. You can just call me Cheng. Chrysanthemums for the Beauty appeared very downcast, giving off a lackluster impression. Hello, Cheng. I wonder what you plan to ask me to help divine tonight. Lu Heng nodded slightly and asked again. Love. Cheng sighed softly and then began. Half a year ago, through the introduction of a distant relative, I met my current wife. She is a wonderful person, gentle and considerate with a soft voice, very adorable. 3 months ago, I proposed to her, and she accepted. A month ago, we got married. Though the wedding wasn't grand, it was very heartwarming. I love my wife very, very much, and I believe she loves me too. But 3 days ago, while I was out on a business meeting with my company boss, I saw my wife with another middle-aged man. My wife was leaning on this middle-aged man's shoulder. Their behavior was very intimate, more so than even some normal couples. I remember that middle-aged man attended our wedding, claiming to be a distant cousin of my wife. As Cheng recounted his tale, the online friends listened in astonishment, mouths agape. They finally understood why this guy had ended up in such a state. Facing such a situation, most people would find it hard to let go. Whoa, this plot seems somewhat familiar, doesn't it? Sob, sob, sob. So the stuff from those movies isn't made up, it's all real. Dude, I beg you for the names of those movies. Feeling so sorry for Brother Jew. Brother Cheng, maybe you saw it wrong. Perhaps they were really just distant relatives. If they were truly distant relatives, would they lean on each other's shoulders, acting so close? I can only say, no more bending for the bull. I think you should confront your wife and ask what's really going on. Endure it for the sake of the family. How can you tolerate your wife cheating and having an affair? Are you a ninja turtle? Huh, uncle, why is your head so green? Man up, get a divorce. If you believe your wife, then ask her what's going on. If you don't, then no need to say anything, just get a divorce. Bro, could it be that your wife was forced by that man? I've read a lot of novels, comics, and movies on this topic. I've got a good grasp of the plot development. To this, I can only say, bro, you're like a cow sitting on a metal saw, extremely tough times. Cheng's eyes were somewhat unfocused, his expression wooden. Ignoring the barrage of comments, he continued, I've been in agony these last 3 days. I can't understand why she would do this. If she didn't like me, then why did she agree to marry me in the first place? Originally, being chosen by the Taoist should have been incredibly exciting. But now I can't feel any joy. I think I might even have developed depression. After hearing Cheng's story, Lu Heng nodded slightly and asked in a deep voice, So you're hoping I'll help you figure out why your wife had an affair? Yes. Cheng nodded resolutely, calmly saying, I'm thoroughly puzzled and wish to know why. Then you should know the fortune-telling rules here, right? Lu Heng added, Yes. Cheng said, taking out a marriage certificate from a drawer beside him. In the certificate photo, he was smiling brightly, looking like a completely different person from how he was now. This also showed the heavy blow his wife's infidelity had dealt him. Please hold on for a moment. Lu Heng stared at Cheng's wife's identity information and called out the Celestial Destiny System. System, search for this person's past information. System notice. To search past information, the host will need to sacrifice 3 days of their lifetime. Continue. The system's voice rang immediately in Lu Heng's ears. Yes. Upon confirmation, everything from Cheng's wife's past swiftly played out before his eyes. A few minutes later, after observing her past experiences, Lu Heng couldn't help but inhale sharply. Goodness, reality is always stranger than fiction. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he absolutely wouldn't believe the story would develop this way. All he could say was, people nowadays really know how to have a good time. Chapter 125, 123, Throwing Cold Water. Lu Heng frowned slightly, contemplating how to talk to Cheng. The online audience, seeing this, got even more excited. Have you guys noticed? Whenever the master doesn't speak immediately, it definitely means there's a big twist coming. Master, please hurry up, I can barely wait. Bro, are you gonna log onto your main account too? Sorry, I'm a little fairy who only consumes and never outputs. How should I put it? Brother Cheng's ordeal feels oddly familiar to me. Did your wife cheat on you too, flirting with other men? Could it be a task from the master? Damn, now that you mention it, I suddenly had an epiphany. Thinking about it, it sure does seem like it. So you're saying that middle-aged man is Cheng's wife's boss? Hiss, this world is too terrifying. I've imagined an adult game storyline already. Trash, I've managed to concoct a novel of 300,000 words. Bro, you win. Please send it to me privately. Cheng stared at the barrage of comments on the screen, dumbfounded. His expression shifted from dark, gradually turning white, then green, and finally back to black. This damn thing hurts more than actual cheating, doesn't it? But on second thought, it kind of made sense. As someone who had watched countless films, he couldn't help but imagine a few adult film plots himself. Master, is my marriage with my wife really just a mission? Cheng asked in a slightly tearful voice, looking utterly devastated. Ahem. Lu Heng habitually coughed lightly, then shook his head and said, Fear not, young friend. Your wife's situation has nothing to do with any master's mission. Really? Cheng's eyes widened instantly, finding it hard to believe. At that moment, his mood was like someone diagnosed with terminal cancer suddenly being told the report was wrong and they're actually fine. A narrow escape. The audience, on the other hand, frowned upon hearing this. According to Cheng's previous descriptions, the master's task explanation seemed the most logical. But the master denied it. If it's not a master's mission, then it's just plain infidelity. Probably. Looks like we've been watching too many dramas and got things mixed up. If it were straightforward infidelity, the master would definitely hesitate. The master just said Brother Cheng can temporarily rest assured. That temporarily is quite telling. Could there be an even more thrilling twist? Forget it, I won't guess anymore. My head hurts from guessing. I can't take it, my scalp feels itchy. Is my brain growing? No, it's probably piles. I suggest visiting a proctology hospital. I'm trembling with excitement, can't wait to know the final answer. Lu Heng unhurriedly said, Actually, the woman you saw isn't your wife. Huh? Hearing this, Cheng was completely dumbstruck. What do you mean the woman I saw isn't my wife? His mind was on the brink of overheating, unable to figure out what this meant. The audience was equally baffled. Whoa, I got it. That woman must be a bigamist. Cheng's wife married the middle-aged man first, then Cheng. Is that the sequence? What for? Isn't bigamy illegal? Maybe she's scamming for wedding gifts. I remember women back home did this to scam single men. This explanation sort of makes sense, but not really. If she were a gift scammer, she'd take the money and run. Is this woman planning a reverse harem? Married to 3 husbands. That's kinda spicy. Keep it secret, and husbands are everywhere. This marriage method could be lucrative. If one husband contributes 5,000 yuan, 10 would make 50,000, 100. 100, can you handle it? I get it, this is a shared wife situation. 666,666. Should I start a shared husband project? Please contact me. My nickname is Sai Lao AI, and I'm willing to contribute. Rasputin of Dragon Country, self-invited. The online audience's various speculations were quite a mixed bag. And after discussing for a while, the topic started to drift away. Cheng frowned, pondering over the audience's guesses. Bigamy? Impossible, right? If it really was bigamy, the marriage registry would have pointed it out. Wedding gift scams? Even more impossible, because he didn't give any wedding gifts when they got married. Master, I just can't figure it out. Please enlighten me more. Cheng scratched his head, smiling bitterly. Lu Heng nodded slightly but didn't continue on the previous topic. Instead, he asked, Do you know your wife's family situation? More or less. Cheng nodded without hesitation and said, My wife is an only daughter. Her parents died in a car accident many years ago. Her relatives fought with her over the accident compensation, and the relationship was bad. During the wedding, few people from her family came, only a distant cousin of hers. I considered that back then, so I didn't make a big deal out of it. After Cheng finished talking, Lu Heng shook his head and said, Your wife lied to you. Her parents indeed died in a car accident, but she's not an only daughter. She has an elder sister. A twin sister. Cheng, hearing this, looked stunned. Then his previously distressed expression quickly turned into a joyful smile. Master, I understand what you mean. My wife didn't cheat on me. The woman I saw that day was actually my wife's sister, right? After 3 days, he finally showed a genuinely happy smile. Wife didn't cheat. He was overthinking. The audience hearing this answer also felt a bit surprised. But alongside the surprise, there was still lingering doubt. Congratulations, brother, you mistook the person. Sis-in-law didn't cheat. Still doesn't feel right. Why did sis-in-law say she was an only daughter during the wedding? Yeah, why hide having a twin sister? There's definitely something fishy about this. The master hasn't finished speaking. Could Brother Ju be celebrating too soon? I feel there's still a twist to this story. Maybe sis-in-law is hiding something. Otherwise, why not let her twin sister make an appearance? However, just as Cheng was filled with joy, Lu Heng suddenly threw a cold bucket of water over him. The night before, the person lying in the same bed as you wasn't your wife either. Chapter 126, 124, Taoist Master, I'm getting a divorce. Hiss. After Lu Heng finished speaking, everyone gasped. This hit everyone's nerve just right. Goodness, is there really such a twist? Tonight was definitely worth coming. I can only say, those twin sisters know how to play the game. Goodness, this is like marrying two wives. It's utterly shameless, so disgraceful, so tempting. Please send me their WeChat numbers. As a young man of character with dreams and ambitions, I must criticize them harshly. Things I wouldn't even dare dream about have become reality. Brother Cheng, you really don't know how lucky you are. I want to ask, what if one of them gets pregnant, what then? 4 big words sharing the same bed. Only kids make choices, adults want it all. Only the young want it all. Those who have been through it know it can't be handled. If Brother Ju can't handle it, I can take his place. Why do I feel like Cheng is already wearing a green hat? The twin sister visits Cheng's bed. What will the twin do then? Damn. Wasn't this theme meant to be pure love? How did it turn into bull-headed drama? My comment on this, bravo. Unlike the excited friends watching the drama unfold, Cheng fell into silence. He never expected the truth to be this. Just a moment ago, he was feeling the joy of finding hope in despair. But the next second, he plunged back into a bottomless abyss. His wife's and her sister's actions simply toyed with his emotions. Though many wanted to be the target of such games, but he didn't want it. More importantly, when his wife's sister was by his side, where did his wife go? Could she be accompanying that middle-aged cousin? Thinking about this, his heart felt piercing pain once again. After all the twists and turns, isn't it just his wife cheating and him being cuckolded? Except the plot was more convoluted than he imagined. Master Dao, I'm planning to get a divorce. This marriage was a deception from the start. After a long silence, Cheng spoke. The friends saw the determination in his eyes and couldn't help but sigh. Everyone has their goals. Seems like brother prefers not being deceived. Honestly, I couldn't accept it either. Who wants to be constantly deceived by those around them, utterly oblivious and foolishly kept in the dark? Support brother's divorce, but I still want those WeChat contacts. I know many envy brother Cheng's good fortune, but have you thought that those twin sisters might play even harder? Perhaps Cheng was just a form of entertainment for them. Once divorced, who knows how many honest men will be toyed with by these sisters? Buddha bless, who will go to hell if not me. Let me bear this pain for everyone. Brothers, I'm already 40 and never touched a woman's hand. Let me have this chance. You guys sure are something. If they move in, you'll end up with a broad prairie atop your head. Haha, maybe these folks enjoy such quirks. Honestly, I don't get why those twin sisters fancy brother Cheng. Probably just a fondness for cuckolding honest men. Cheng's decisiveness also took Lu Heng by surprise. He lightly nodded, agreeing, divorce is a very good choice. He had just learned about Cheng's wife's past and naturally knew what she was like. Master Dao, I wish to ask why she wanted to marry me at the beginning. Perhaps there's nothing sadder than a dead heart. Cheng appeared exceptionally calm. Alas. Lu Heng sighed softly and replied, initially, she didn't intend to marry you. Later, she did because her sister got pregnant unexpectedly and wanted a sincere man to take responsibility. Once the child was born, she would find a reason to divorce you. Of course, the child will stay with you. The words left the friends dumbfounded, including those who previously hoped to enjoy Brother Cheng's fortune. Turns out, where's the happiness here? This clearly was picking up the pieces. Master Dao, isn't the twin sister with the distant cousin? Can't they raise the child? I guess the distant cousin is probably already married. They're likely just playing around. Damn, I feel I'm lagging behind the updates of this version. What's so hard to keep up with? Just stick to the 3 rules of not being proactive, responsible, and refusing, and you will remain undefeated. That woman is terrifying. If Brother Ju hadn't been chosen by Master Dao tonight, he'd likely be kept in the dark forever. Those who wanted the WeChat before, step out and show if the top of your head is still green. Boo-hoo-hoo, don't leave, don't divorce, I'm willing to share the child's surname. Tusk, you stinky loser, you're not fit to share the child's surname. These sisters sure know how to play, I bet they've had countless men. What happens when an unexpected pregnancy occurs? Find a sincere man to take charge. On the other side, after hearing Lu Heng, Cheng just nodded lightly. He didn't say anything. Since this marriage was a deception from the beginning, any hidden matter wasn't so difficult to understand. Thank you, Master Dao, for your support. I'll take her to the Civil Affairs Bureau for a divorce tomorrow. So Master Dao, farewell. Like the previous friends with destiny, Cheng sent off a cloud-piercing arrow after calculating his fate. System notice. Host has successfully altered the heavenly Dao, currently absorbing lifespan. Please stand by for check. After Cheng resolved to divorce, the system promptly rang the alert. Lu Heng summoned the system interface, glancing at the lifespan points. Points up by 14 points from before, not a bad gain. Brother Cheng, lost women can be found again, don't do anything foolish. Yup, divorcing is enough. This woman isn't worth any rash acts. Brother, I wish you future happiness. Next time you seek a wife, make sure you open your eyes wide. With the friend's blessings, Cheng waved goodbye and went offline. I must say, tonight certainly was full of twists. So thrilling, so stimulating. Without Master Dao in the future, my life will lack fun. First, the domestic abuse gambling scumbag, then the cunning Sea Queen twins, so satisfying. Everyone, remember in the future, never blindly trust others. Wonder how that old scumbag is faring, hope he doesn't wake up. Reflecting on the experiences of tonight's destined friends, everyone felt deeply moved. The scariest thing in the world is indeed the human heart. Chapter 127, 125, Taoist Genuine is preparing to take disciples. Both of tonight's lucky viewers have had their fortunes told. So our live stream ends here. Until we meet again. After waving goodbye to his viewers, Lu Heng logged out of the live stream room. System. He summoned his system interface. Host Lu Heng, Taoist name, King Feng. Age 18. Status, early stage leukemia. Cultivation, 6th layer Qi refining. Cultivation techniques, Tei 5 Qi spell, Heaven stepping cloud step, immortal talisman technique, supreme profound alchemy technique. Magical treasures, none. Lifespan, 62. These 62 lifespan points are enough for 2 rounds of triple draws. Lu Heng rubbed his hands together. The moment to test his luck had come again. But before drawing, he stood up and bowed in the direction of the Spirit Treasure Hall. Lingbao Celestial Venerable, please bless your disciple with good luck. He took a deep breath and silently said in his heart, System lottery draw. System prompt, do you want to consume 10 lifespan points to perform a lottery draw? Yes. Let's start with a triple draw. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for drawing 5 bottles of lower-grade spiritual Qi pills. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for drawing 3 bottles of lower-grade spiritual Qi water. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for drawing 3 pounds of low-grade immortal crystal rice. To be honest, drawing these 3 items was not bad. They were all essentials, especially the immortal crystal rice. He had planned to thank the senior and junior brothers of Shanking Tao, and this immortal crystal rice would come in handy. But how should I put it? Having experienced peak luck, his expectations had indeed been raised a bit. How could a rhino favored by an elephant be interested in a hyena? System, continue the lottery draw. System prompt, do you want to consume 10 lifespan points to perform a lottery draw? Yes. Another triple draw. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for drawing 3 Earth Escape talismans. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for drawing 3 Black Fog talismans. System prompt. Congratulations to the host for drawing a Blood Mosquito. This time's triple draw surprised Lu Heng. 2 new prizes appeared. And the Blood Mosquito was a prize from the purple area. He quickly opened the system warehouse to carefully examine the information of these 2 new prizes. Black Fog Talisman. After activating the talisman, a black fog will be instantly generated. The size and duration of the black fog depend on the host's cultivation. Wow, it's a special effect talisman like the Cloud Talisman. This will definitely come in handy in the future. After nodding slightly, Lu Heng turned his gaze to a palm-sized amber ball. Inside it was a blood-red mosquito. Blood mosquito, yellow-level spirit beast, feeds on blood, can refine absorbed blood essence and feed it back to the host. Whoa, after reading the blood mosquito's description, Lu Heng was a bit shocked. He didn't expect to draw such an evil creature from the celestial destiny system. The blood mosquito's size far exceeded that of a regular mosquito, being as big as an adult man's fist. Its mouth part was like the needle head of a large syringe. If it bit someone, it would suck them dry, wouldn't it? Who knows if there is any reproductive isolation between this blood mosquito and normal mosquitoes? If not, once released, wouldn't it easily amass a large group? Thinking of this, Lu Heng quickly shook his head. Are you kidding? Although the blood mosquito is the lowest level of spirit beast, it is still a spirit beast. If it could be easily cultivated, then his celestial destiny system might as well retire. The system warehouse cannot store living creatures. This blood mosquito must be taken out. Lu Heng took the amber ball out from the system warehouse. However, he didn't crush it, but instead placed it in a nearby drawer. This thing is not immediately useful, so it's better not to release it yet. Continue cultivating, strive to reach the Foundation establishment realm soon. After swallowing a spiritual chi pill, he quickly entered into cultivation. The next morning, Lu Heng slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of impure air. The speed of cultivation is still a bit slow. If I had 10 or 8 cultivation puppets assisting me, I'd be soaring. After stretching, he got up and freshened up. At this moment, the door was promptly knocked on. Opening the door, a very familiar, honest-looking face came into view. Junior brother, the cafeteria has meat buns today. I brought you 5. And some millet porridge and pickles. Kingling said as he handed the tray to Lu Heng. Senior brother, you really don't need to bring me meals anymore. Lu Heng replied helplessly. He had already told Kingling and the other brothers several times, but they still took turns bringing him food, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. You're ill, and it's our duty to take care of you. Kingling chuckled, not minding at all. Senior brother, I've already secured genuine Taoist support, and this leukemia will be cured soon. Looking at the tray handed to him, Lu Heng ultimately accepted it. Let's talk about it when you're well then. Kingling was about to leave, but suddenly stopped and asked curiously, Junior brother, I heard genuine Taoist is preparing to take a disciple, is it true? Huh? Lu Heng was slightly stunned by this. What's this about genuine Taoist preparing to take a disciple? As genuine, how come I don't know I plan to take a disciple? Senior brother, who did you hear this from? He asked back a bit confused. I heard it from Kingaming. And he got it from Uncle Xu Tong. Kingling revealed the source of the information without any concealment. Xu Tong. Lu Heng couldn't help but furrow his brow. How many guts does this old guy have to dare to spread rumors like this? Kingling laughed and continued. You've been staying inside for the past few days, so you're unaware of the situation outside. Yesterday, Uncle Xu Tong and Uncle Chungsin returned from outside. Each of them brought 2 or 3 kids, claiming they were recruited disciples from outside. They want the sect leader to help record them in the sect registry. After hearing this, Lu Heng couldn't help but laugh. Xu Tong and Chungsin's faces are really thick-skinned beyond reason. Randomly picking a few kids and wanting to enter Shanking Tao, do you think it's your home? Junior brother, eat slowly, don't rush. I'll come over again at noon. Kingling waved his hand and turned to leave. Senior brother, wait a moment. Lu Heng quickly called out to Kingling, anything else? Kingling was a bit puzzled. Senior brother, thank you for taking care of me these days. I have some immortal crystal rice here, and would like to invite all the senior and junior brothers to taste it. But there isn't much immortal crystal rice, so I can only offer everyone porridge for now. Lu Heng replied with a smile. Immortal crystal rice? Is that the immortal rice you used to cook porridge last time? Kingling's eyes lit up at these words. He still remembered the aroma of that immortal rice last time. However, he quickly shook his head and declined. Forget it, junior brother. That was given to you by genuine Taoist to nourish your body. How can we take your things? Chapter 128, 126, Gossip King Kingaming. No way. Lu Heng shook his head and insisted, I must treat everyone to this porridge. Let's set it for noon. I'll go to the cafeteria to prepare the porridge later. Anyone who doesn't come is disrespecting me, and we don't need to be brothers anymore. Among their generation of disciples, apart from a few, most of them were orphans, And since they had all stayed on the mountain for so long, most of these brothers were quite naive. If you don't push these honest guys, they really won't come. After seeing too many hypocrites, these silly brothers were just too adorable. Well, all right then. Seeing Lu Heng had said so much, Kingeling had no choice but to nod in agreement. See you at noon. After agreeing on the time with Kingeling, Lu Heng returned to his room to have breakfast. He pondered the question while eating. Zhenyuan is preparing to take disciples. Who spread this rumor? Kingeling just said he heard it from Xu Tong. But why did it not seem like Xu Tong would do such a thing? Not long ago, Xu Tong and Xun were just reprimanded by Zhenyuan, so they shouldn't have the guts to spread such a rumor, right? In this calm, there seems to be some ripples again. After finishing the last bun, Lu Heng took out 3 pounds of immortal crystal rice and a bottle of spirit water from the system space. Around 10 o'clock, he headed straight to the cafeteria with these items. King Feng, you're here. Inside the cafeteria stood a chubby Taoist who greeted him with a hearty smile. Hello, brother Kingyuan. Lu Heng also wore a smile on his face. This chubby Taoist, known by the name Kingyuan, was the disciple of his frugal uncle Xuanzhen. Looking at his physique, it was easy to guess that Kingyuan was in charge of the cafeteria. In the morning, Kingeling told me, Brother, I specially reserved a stove for you. Kingyuan led Lu Heng to the west side of the stove, where a large rice cooker was placed. Thank you, brother. After expressing his gratitude, Lu Heng poured the immortal crystal rice into the pot. Kingyuan glanced at it and praised. This rice is truly worthy of being called immortal rice, so crystal clear. Then he asked, do you know how this immortal rice is grown, junior brother? No idea. Lu Heng glanced at him and shook his head as he added water. I feel that such immortal rice can't be grown by ordinary people. Kingyuan licked his lips and was about to say something when someone else walked in. Lu Heng looked up to see that it was Brother Kingeming. Junior brother, you really are here. The sect leader uncle just sent Kingyu to find you, but that little girl couldn't find you anywhere. She's searching the whole mountain now. Kingeming laughed. What does my master want with me? Lu Heng asked curiously, what else could it be about? Of course, it's about those 2 Xuan generation uncles of ours. Kingeming pouted, grabbing a cucumber from Kingyuan, and said while chewing it, the two of them heard somewhere that Taoist Zhenyuan is preparing to take disciples and want the sect leader uncle to put in a good word for them. They didn't even stop to think if the Taoist Zhenyuan would be interested in the people they brought. By the way, I heard from Kingyu that last time when the sect leader uncle and the others went to see Taoist Zhenyuan. Those two were struck by lightning from Taoist Zhenyuan. Yes, it's true. Lu Heng nodded. Serves them right. If I were the sect leader, I'd kick those 2 scoundrels out of the Shanking Tao. Who knows how much they have tarnished the reputation of our Shanking Tao. Either they're messing with models or consecrating female celebrities. It's disgusting. Kingeming shook his head and criticized. I don't understand either why our master keeps them. Lu Heng also felt puzzled. Junior brother, did you know those 2 scoundrels brought 5 children? Kingeming whispered. Kingeling mentioned it briefly when dropping me off this morning. Lu Heng replied. Among those 5 kids, 2 are Xu Tong's illegitimate sons and 1 is Xunxin's. The other 2 are said to be the grandsons of 2 wealthy tycoons from the Celestial Sea. Kingeming said mysteriously. Oh my, Lu Heng was startled by this revelation. This brother Kingeming truly lives up to the title of the gossip king on the mountain. He really could find out anything. Seeing his expression, Kingeming chuckled and said, Xu Tong kept 2 mistresses outside. Those 2 kids were born to them. And the mother of Xunxin's child is actually a married woman. That woman hooked up with Xunxin because of Shanking Tao's reputation. A while ago, her husband found out. To avoid implicating Xunxin, she left everything behind and took her child. This truly was a tattoo artist showing off in front of me, an expression indicating being overwhelmed or impressed. Lu Heng was tempted to ask, Brother Kingeming, do you also have a celestial destiny system? Otherwise, how could you know so much in detail? Brother, where did you hear all this? Lu Heng asked, full of curiosity. To be honest, junior brother, I've self-studied computer hacking knowledge for over 10 years. Though I may not be top tier, hacking into the computers of those 2 scoundrels is still quite easy for me. Kingeming lowered his voice as he spoke. Awesome, Lu Heng couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Before King Feng's death, his personality was somewhat introverted and isolated, so he didn't know much about these brotherly disciples. Only after getting close to them did he realize they were all hidden treasures. "Junior brother, if you ever need anything, just come to me. As long as it's not a state secret, I can even get you a photo of the Tei Dao sect leader." Kingaming promised, patting his chest. While the two of them chatted, the porridge water in the pot began to boil. Even though there was more water than rice, the enticing fragrance of the rice was still rich, gradually filling the air. "It smells so good." I didn't believe it before when Kingaling mentioned it. Kingaming sniffed hard, almost drooling. Last time Lu Heng cooked porridge, Kingaming had already gone to the Tei Dao and wasn't present. This was his first time smelling the aroma of the immortal crystal rice. On the other side, King Yuan was also swallowing his saliva. The immortal crystal rice is limited, so later everyone might only get a small bowl. Lu Heng looked at the pot of watery porridge and said helplessly, "Junior brother, you're thinking about it the wrong way. This is immortal rice. Even the top tycoons rarely get to taste it. Even a small bowl or a small bite is enough to satisfy us." Kingaming shook his head and corrected him. Chapter 129, 127, Rest Assured. While the porridge was cooking, Lu Heng took stock of his inventory. He had drawn a lot of spiritual chi pills, but they were also consumed quickly. Cultivation puppets, shadow beasts, and his daily cultivation all required spiritual chi pills. So currently there were 35 bottles of spiritual chi pills left in the warehouse. There were originally 8 bottles of lower-grade spirit water, but one was used just now for cooking porridge, leaving 7 bottles. The 10 lower-grade spirit stones hadn't been touched because he wasn't sure what their purpose was. As for talismans, he hadn't been using them much lately, so the inventory was quite full. The cloud-forming and rain-spreading talisman hadn't appeared in recent draws, and there was only one left. There were 3 bad luck talismans, 4 cloud talismans, and 10 thunderlight talismans. Earth escape talismans were the most abundant, with 11 left. Additionally, there were 3 black fog talismans that he had just drawn last night. Then there were the talismans he had drawn himself, 17 flash talismans, 13 purification talismans, and 5 exorcism talismans that had yet to be used. And though there were 6 more talismans recorded, however, the effects of these 6 talismans were too minor. He had drawn 3 of each back then, and until now they were just sitting in his drawer collecting dust. As for alchemy, though he had studied he hadn't found the time to try it yet. "Junior brother King Feng, your immortal rice porridge really smells amazing." As the porridge continued to simmer, the canteen was filled with a rich aroma, gradually spreading outside. Kingaling, who passed by the entrance of the canteen, couldn't resist the temptation and was drawn inside by the smell. "The porridge is almost ready. I'll take some to my master and senior uncle Xunaming. When it's time for lunch, you 3 senior brothers can help distribute the porridge to the others." Lu Heng asked King Yuan for a large lunch box and filled it with several ladles of porridge. "Don't worry, junior brother, I'm here." King Yuan smiled broadly, thumping his chest as assurance. "Junior brother, aren't you going to have porridge with us?" Kingaling asked curiously. "No, I'm not." Lu Heng shook his head and said with a smile, "My master is looking for me, I'll go see him." "Isn't it that Chuan Tong and the others heard that Taoist Genuine is planning to take in disciples, and want the sect leader to help put in a good word? The sect leader doesn't even know the ins and outs, so he wants to ask junior brother King Feng about it." Kingaming nonchalantly explained. "Oh." Kingaling nodded, understanding. "I'll take my leave, the 3 senior brothers." Lu Heng waved to them and left the canteen, heading straight to Qingyun Hall. Inside the hall, there were only his chief master Xuan Cheng and his junior sister Qingyu. Qingyu was frowning deeply, scribbling something on paper. His chief master Xuan Cheng sat nearby, expressionless, supervising. Upon hearing footsteps, Qingyu quickly lifted her head. Seeing that it was Lu Heng, the previously sullen expression on her face was instantly replaced by a smile. "Senior brother, you finally came. Master was looking for you earlier. I'll leave so as not to delay your conversation with Master." With that, she stood up at once and prepared to rush out of Qingyun Hall. But as she passed by Lu Heng, a rich and familiar aroma hit her nose. Instantly, she couldn't control her drooling. "Senior brother, are you carrying immortal rice porridge in that lunchbox?" Ever since tasting it last time, Qingyu hadn't forgotten about it. "Yes." Lu Heng glanced at her and said expressionlessly, "You should head out now and not delay my conversation with Master." "Come on, senior brother. I promise not to make a sound. I won't disturb your chat at all." Qingyu's eyes were fixed intently on the lunch box. "This is prepared for Master and senior uncle Xunaming." If you want porridge, you better hurry to the canteen, or it might all be gone by the time you get there. Lu Heng pinched King Yu's soft, rosy cheek and said with a smile, "Ah, why didn't you say so earlier?" King Yu glared at him fiercely and then ran towards the canteen. "Master, this is porridge made with immortal crystal rice." Lu Heng quickly walked to his cheap master's side and gently opened the lunch box lid. Instantly, a rich and sweet aroma filled the entire hall. "Master is old now, no longer enticed by such earthly pleasures, so perhaps you should keep it for yourself to enjoy." Chuan Cheng Rare showed a faint smile. "Master, this is my filial offering to you." Though he called him a cheap master, Lu Heng held great respect for him. "Fine, then I'll take it. Set it aside for now. We'll have it when your senior uncle Xuniming returns." Seeing his disciple's insistence, Xuan Cheng nodded in agreement. Then he asked, "Your senior uncle Xuan Tong mentioned that Taoist Genuine plans to take in disciples. Is that true?" "I met Taoist Genuine last night, and he mentioned nothing about it." Lu Heng shook his head. "What do you think is the truth in this matter?" Xuan Cheng continued to ask, "I believe Taoist Genuine wouldn't take in disciples so easily. Even if he were to take in disciples, it would take at least a year or two to select them, and he wouldn't just take someone in casually." Lu Heng thought for a moment and replied softly. Xuan Cheng nodded slightly, expressing his agreement. Even when the Shanking Tao and other sects took in disciples, they followed specific rules and wouldn't accept just anyone. Not to mention someone revered as an immortal like Taoist Genuine. In his view, if Taoist Genuine were to take in disciples, his criteria would surely be very stringent. After all, according to Taoist Genuine, ordinary people can't cultivate and need to plant a spirit root. If he weren't satisfied with the disciple, why would Genuine spend the effort to plant a spirit root for them? So Xuan Tong and Xuanxin were destined to return empty-handed. "I've heard that many of you have complaints about Xuan Tong and Xuanxin." Xuan Cheng asked with a smile. Lu Heng heard this and secretly pursed his lips. He thought, "Master, you're only realizing this now. Even a mild person like Kingeling showed great dissatisfaction towards those two, let alone others. Kingeming even called them scoundrels." If Kingeming continued to hold back, he might be considering posting their dirt online. "Master, I don't understand why you ignore the fact that Xuan Tong and Xuanxin are tarnishing Shanking Tao's reputation outside." Lu Heng, unable to contain his curiosity, asked in a low voice, "Because they are your grandmaster's sons. Before your grandmaster passed away, he asked me to take good care of Xuan Tong and Xuanxin." Xuan Cheng sighed helplessly. Goodness, Lu Heng was visibly taken aback upon hearing this. Though these two are actually the sons of Shanking Tao's previous sect leader, no wonder his cheap master and senior uncle tolerated Xuan Tong and Xuanxin so much. If it were any other disciple acting so recklessly, their Taoist registration would have been revoked long ago. Thinking of this, Lu Heng couldn't help but glance at Xuan Cheng. If he inherited the position of Shanking Tao's sect leader, would he also have to tolerate the master's son? Xuan Cheng seemed to read Lu Heng's thoughts and said lightly, "Rest assured, I haven't married nor do I have sons." Chapter 130-128, Hit the Jackpot. Lu Heng left Qingyan Hall with an embarrassed face. When he returned to the cafeteria, it was just lunchtime. Almost all the young Taoists of Shanking Tao were sitting inside the cafeteria. In front of everyone was a bowl of porridge made with immortal rice, but no one touched it, as if waiting for someone. Even the little foodie Qingyu was just swallowing hard, patiently waiting. As soon as Lu Heng stepped into the cafeteria, all eyes gathered on him. "Junior brother King Feng, we've been waiting for you." Kingeming immediately stood up and pulled Lu Heng into the crowd. "As everyone knows, only old Taoist Genuine has this immortal rice. To cure our junior brother King Feng's leukemia, old Taoist Genuine specially gave him some immortal rice. Even the top tycoons of Dragon Country do not have a chance to taste this immortal rice. And to thank everyone for their recent care, junior brother King Feng specially took out all these immortal rice to make this bowl of porridge for us. Everyone, how should we thank our adorable junior brother?" Kingeming loudly stirred up the atmosphere in the room. "Junior brother King Feng, I don't have any special skills, just a bit of strength. But no matter what you need help with in the future, I will never decline." Kingeling still wore that naive smile. The Ling and his Taoist name seemed to have nothing to do with him at all. "Junior brother, when you grow up, I'll introduce you to a girlfriend. Junior brother King Feng, when you're better, I'll treat you to a feast. Junior brother, I have a talking Mina bird. I'll send it to you to keep you company. Good junior brother, I bought a lot of venison jerky last time I went home, and it's all for you to eat. Junior brother. These young Taoists present clearly understood the value of the immortal rice porridge before them, so everyone intended to give their best things to their adorable junior brother. Senior brothers, you're too kind. During this time, I've troubled you all so much for your care. I have nothing to repay you with, so I made this pot of porridge for everyone. Lu Heng was also affected by the atmosphere, revealing a sincere smile. Junior brother, in Shanking Tao besides King Yu, you're the youngest. We senior brothers should take care of you. Who else would we take care of? Kingaming patted Lu Heng on the shoulder, then raised the immortal rice porridge on the table high and said, Fellow senior and junior brothers, let's use porridge in place of wine to wish junior brother King Feng a speedy recovery from his illness. Wishing junior brother a speedy recovery from his illness. Wishing junior brother a speedy recovery from his illness. Wishing junior brother a speedy recovery from his illness. Everyone stood up and raised their porridge in blessings, wishing senior brother a speedy recovery from illness. King Yu and a few other younger ones also shouted loudly. This scene brought back a long-lost sense of emotion for Lu Heng. At the same time, the Celestial Destiny system also sounded with a notification. System notification. The host has successfully altered the heavenly Tao, absorbing lifespan, please check later. This sudden notification made Lu Heng startled. He quickly called up the system interface and glanced at the lifespan points. After the last 6 draws, there were only 2 lifespan points left. But now the number had risen to 12 points. Points added out of nowhere. While everyone was slurping the porridge, he discreetly glanced around, wondering, could this bowl of porridge have changed everyone's destiny? Lifespan points, not much. It probably just slightly altered everyone's fate compared to before. The changes may not be significant, but there are many people. Perhaps there were hidden health issues, and after drinking the immortal crystal rice porridge, they were cured. Lu Heng speculated secretly. Meanwhile, a flash of inspiration crossed his mind. If everyone in the country ate the immortal crystal rice, wouldn't his lifespan points explode? Unfortunately, immortal crystal rice cannot be cultivated, only obtained through the system lottery. But what if the immortal crystal rice was replaced with something else? Like something that could improve people's physique and eliminate hidden health issues. The more Lu Heng thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. However, his current strength is too weak, not matching his ambitions. Only when he has certain control in the future can he achieve such a harvest of lifespan points. Forget it, these things can wait for the future. Now that I have 10 lifespan points, I can draw once. While I'm happy today, my luck might not be bad. He summoned the system interface and silently thought, System draw. System notification. Would you like to consume 10 lifespan points to draw? Yes. With his confirmation, the lottery wheel slowly turned and stopped after 5 seconds. At this moment, the pointer was on a purple area. What luck! System notification. Congratulations to the host for winning Fire in the Furnace. Fire in the Furnace? What is this thing? Lu Heng quickly opened the system warehouse and saw a small flame floating in the warehouse. Fire in the Furnace. In the year of the tiger and rabbit, with the spiraling Kai as fuel manifests, yin and yang govern the world as a furnace, thus it is called fire in the furnace. Must be stored in the danshan, nurtured with true qi to control as one wishes. Whoa, this is amazing. He had been contemplating whether alchemy could be done with a pressure cooker and gas. But before he had the chance to try, he actually won this fire in the furnace today. If he could get an alchemy cauldron next time, he'd surely be more impressive. Then his second identity as alchemy master Zio Yan would be even more convincing. Following the system's instructions, Lu Heng stored this fire in the furnace into his body. At the moment the flame entered his body, he felt an unprecedented heat, as if it would melt him completely. What intense little fire. Haha, I like it fiery like you. He quickly circulated his true qi, sending the fire in the furnace to his danshan for nurturing. Minutes later, Kingaming and the others were licking their bowls contentedly. This immortal rice is indeed well-deserved. Just from drinking this small bowl, they felt full of power, capable of punching someone to death, even tougher than Tai Shen. Of course, they didn't forget today's great benefactor, Lu Heng. Amidst the farewells from his senior brothers, Lu Heng returned to his room. After feeding the shadow beast cultivation puppet and himself each a spiritual qi pill, he quickly entered a state of cultivation. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another 3 days had passed. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Senior brother, the people from the Religious Affairs Bureau are here to see you again. Along with the knocking came the shout of little junior sister King Yu. Religious Affairs Bureau. Lu Heng was nurturing the fire in the furnace within his body. Hearing King Yu's call made him furrow his brow. Chapter 131-129, Sudden Disappearance. Why are the people from the Religious Affairs Bureau looking for me again? Do they want to ask if Xiao Yan has been found? Or has the higher-ups decided to initiate cooperation with Zhenyun? Lu Heng was filled with doubts. He followed King Yu all the way into King Yun Hall. His mentor was sitting in the grand hall with another person beside him. After scrutinizing the person for a few moments, Lu Heng found them vaguely familiar. It seemed like they were someone from the Religious Affairs Bureau who had accompanied Elder Song and Director Li the last time everyone had an audience with Zhenyun. However, Lu Heng didn't know the person's name. In the past, if something happened, it was either Elder Song or Director Li who came personally. But now they only sent a staff member. It seems it's probably not anything important. Lu Heng thought to himself, King Feng, this is Director Li from the Religious Affairs Bureau. You should have met him before. Director Li is here today to ask you a few questions. As Lu Heng entered the hall, Chuan Cheng gently spoke. Taoist King Feng, hello. Director Li quickly stood up, smiling warmly. Hello, Director Li. Lu Heng nodded, exchanging awkward greetings with him. Taoist King Feng, I came here to ask you some questions. If there's anything you feel uncomfortable saying, you don't have to answer. Director Li's attitude was very amiable. After all, he was aware of the special relationship between this young Taoist and the immortal Taoist. In the residence of a prime minister, even 7th-ranked officials are held in esteem. The same goes for an apprentice by the side of an immortal. Thank you, Director Li, for understanding. I won't hide anything that I can speak of. Lu Heng replied with a smile. Then I appreciate your assistance, Taoist King Feng. Director Li was very pleased with Lu Heng's attitude. So he began asking, Taoist King Feng, has Taoist Zhenyun returned recently? The old Taoist returned 4 days ago. Lu Heng thought for a moment, then answered, Where is Taoist Zhenyun now? Is he still at the Seeking Immortality Temple? Director Li asked again, Yes. Lu Heng nodded, casually making up a story. The old Taoist said he intended to seclude himself in Seeking Immortality Temple for a period, anywhere from 3 to 4 days, or as long as 7 to 8 days. Did Taoist Zhenyun mention if he has found Mr. Xiao Yan? Director Li asked, his eyes fixed intently on Lu Heng. Clearly, this question was the most crucial. Lu Heng smiled inwardly, realizing the Religious Affairs Bureau genuinely anticipated the appearance of Xiao Yan. Without betraying any emotion, he shook his head and replied, I don't know. Upon hearing this, Director Li continued to gaze at Lu Heng for a while. Seeing that he didn't seem to be lying, a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. But soon, he resumed his previous demeanor, continuing with a smile, Recently, Taoist King Feng, have you been to the Seeking Immortality Temple? No. Lu Heng shook his head again. I've been on the mountain these days and haven't been to the Seeking Immortality Temple. After Director Li nodded, he asked again, Then, have you seen the notes Taoist Zhenyun left in the library at the Seeking Immortality Temple? I haven't seen them. Lu Heng continued to shake his head. Every time I just clean up, I've never touched the Taoist scriptures in the library. Upon hearing this, Director Li furrowed his brow and muttered quietly, It seems I have to inquire about the relevant situation with Taoist Zhenyun. This muttering piqued Lu Heng's curiosity. How could he not know the contents of those supposed notes? But why would the Religious Affairs Bureau specifically send someone to inquire? Director Li, I remember the sect leaders of Laoguan Tao and Jingming Tao have both seen that notebook, haven't they? If you have any questions, feel free to ask them. Lu Heng reminded him with a smile. Previously, the sect leader of Jingming Tao had called, claiming he had never seen that notebook, absolving himself completely. Anyone who believed such nonsense would be a fool. Upon hearing this, Director Li couldn't help but show a bitter smile, conveying his helplessness. With Taoist King Feng being so cooperative, I won't hide it from you. Just yesterday, the sect leaders of Laoguan Tao and Jingming Tao also suddenly disappeared. When these words came out, not only was Lu Heng stunned, but even Xuan Cheng also showed surprise. Director Li, are you saying Deng Yang and Tianqing are missing? Xuan Cheng furrowed his brows tightly, puzzled and confused. Deng Yang and Tianqing were the Taoist titles of the sect leaders of Laoguan Tao and Jingming Tao, respectively. How could I deceive you, Elder Taoist? Director Li replied truthfully. Weren't the sect leaders of Laoguan Tao and Jingming Tao implicated in the disappearance case of the sect leader of Tei Dao? Before uncovering the truth, they were ordered to cultivate within their respective sects and not to leave. But just yesterday, both the disciples of Laoguan Tao and Jingming Tao reported the mysterious disappearance of the sect leaders. We entrusted the local police to investigate, and the result was that the two sect leaders had indeed disappeared. It's unknown if they left on their own or were kidnapped. What the hell? Lu Heng was dumbfounded. First, the sect leader of Tei Dao inexplicably disappeared. And now it was the turn of the sect leaders of Laoguan Tao and Jingming Tao. What on earth is happening here? Did the three of them conspire together, planning to escape abroad with the Sunflower Manual? Or was it the old story of two peaches kill three warriors? Wanting to monopolize the Sunflower Manual, would they even plot against friends of decades? Elder Taoist, I've asked all my questions, so I won't disturb your peace anymore. Director Li sighed softly. This trip, apart from confirming that Zhenyuan was still at the Seeking Immortality Temple, didn't yield any useful information. King Feng, see Director Li down the mountain. Xuan Cheng came back from his contemplation, gently waved his sleeve, indicating for Lu Heng to see the guest out. Yes, master. Lu Heng obeyed, escorting Director Li out of Qingyan Hall. After sending off Director Li, he didn't return directly to his room but went back to Qingyan Hall. Earlier, when his mentor asked him to see the guest out, he had given him a look. As a disciple, how could he not know the meaning behind that look? So he once again stepped into Qingyan Hall. You saw off Director Li. Xuan Cheng asked calmly. He's been seen off, master. Lu Heng replied. King Feng, stay on the mountain during this period and don't go down casually. Unless Taoist Zhenyuan comes out of seclusion. Xuan Cheng instructed, yes, master. Lu Heng nodded in agreement. His master's instructions must have his reasons. Could it be that his master fears that the three sect leaders or one of them might target him? If they dared to take such a step, it would indeed be interesting. You may leave now. Xuan Cheng waved his sleeve, dismissing his disciple. Just as he was about to leave Qingyan Hall, Lu Heng suddenly heard a long sigh. Chapter 132-130. The Religious Affairs Bureau shows up yet again. Lu Heng wasn't very interested in those three hypocrites, though he didn't use the celestial destiny system to investigate the truth of the matter. He still remained oblivious to outside affairs, focusing solely on the path of immortal cultivation. 4 days after the mysterious disappearance of the sect leaders of Laoguan Tao and Jingming Tao, the Religious Affairs Bureau sent people again. This time, Director Li was not alone. He was accompanied by Elder Song. In recent days, the rumors about the disappearance of those three sect leaders had spread like wildfire. After all, as sect leaders, they were influential figures in the religious realm, well respected by all. Some rumors said that these three sect leaders had fled the country with state secrets. Others said they had been kidnapped by foreign spies to force the immortal from Dragon Tiger Mountain to show himself. Some even said that the three had received a spiritual inheritance and went off somewhere unknown to cultivate immortality. No one really knew what was going on. But precisely because of this, everyone let their imaginations run wild, spreading all sorts of rumors throughout the religious realm. Moreover, as time passed, there was even a tendency for this to expand into the secular world. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, the heads of the Religious Affairs Bureau sensed trouble. To quickly soothe all parties in the religious realm, Elder Song had to take action again and went to Dragon Tiger Mountain. As before, Lu Heng, led by his junior sister Qingyu, went to Qingyan Hall. Over the past few days, he had already made several trips to Qingyan Hall. Taoist King Feng, I want to ask, does Taoist Zhenyuan know about the stolen notes? As soon as they met, Elder Song immediately inquired. Well, I mentioned it to the old Taoist, but he didn't seem to care much. Lu Heng feigned hesitation. Upon hearing this, Elder Song breathed a sigh of relief and asked, so when will Taoist Zhenyuan come out of seclusion? I'm not really sure about that. When the old Taoist went into seclusion, he said it could be as short as 3 or 4 days, or as long as 7 or 8 days. He didn't specify a time. Lu Heng shook his head and replied. On hearing this, Elder Song frowned. The purpose of his visit was simple. He wanted to ask Zhenyuan to help find out where the 3 sect leaders were and what they had experienced. But to his surprise, Zhenyuan was still in seclusion. He had no idea when the other party would finish his seclusion. Just waiting endlessly wasn't a solution. Of course, there was a more direct way, which was to interrupt Zhenyuan's seclusion. Unfortunately, though a good idea, he didn't have the courage for it. If he angered Genuine, it would be troublesome not only for him, but also for the current director of the Religious Affairs Bureau. Do we have to wait for Genuine to appear again like before? This idea was immediately dismissed by Elder Song. Last time he wasn't in a rush, so he could wait patiently. But this time he couldn't afford to wait. If the rumors spread to the secular realm, the negative impact would be hard to eliminate. More critically, these three had visited the Seeking Immortality Temple, met Genuine, and even stole Genuine's personal notes. No one knew what secrets those notes held. If they ended up abroad, it would be a big issue, so no matter what, this matter needed to be resolved quickly and all the rumors quelled. Just as Elder Song was worrying, his phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was Director Lee calling. "Yes, I'm at Dragon Tiger Mountain right now. Taoist Genuine is still in seclusion, with no idea when he'll appear." "What? You found Ding Yang's body and his message?" "Where?" "All right, I'm heading over now." Elder Song immediately hung up the phone. "Xuan Cheng, Li and the others have found Ding Yang's body. I need to get there quickly, so I'll be off." Elder Song said, ready to leave with Director Li. "I'll go with you." Xuan Cheng suddenly spoke up. "All right." Elder Song hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. "King Feng, King Yu, I'll be away for a few days. During this time, everything on the mountain is under the authority of Senior Uncle Xuneming." Xuan Cheng instructed his two disciples before hastily leaving with Elder Song and the others. Inside the hall, only Lu Heng and King Yu remained. The two stared at each other, unsure of what to say. "Let's go meet Senior Uncle Xuneming." Lu Heng thought for a moment and decided to inform their convenient senior uncle quickly. The senior and junior brothers searched for a while and finally found Xuneming in the back mountain vegetable garden. With Xuneming were Kingeming and others, exhausted and sweating under the sun. Even though vegetables were delivered daily from the foot of the mountain to train the disciples, they still regularly took shifts working in the garden. "Uncle." Lu Heng recounted the recent events in detail to his convenient senior uncle. On hearing about the death of the sect leader Ding Yang, Xuneming froze in shock. It wasn't just him, even Kingeming and the others were stunned. That was the sect leader of Laoguan Tao, a figure whose status was on par with their own sect leader. In the religious realm, this was a major figure. A couple of days ago, everyone was discussing the mysterious disappearance of the three sect leaders. Unexpectedly, one was already dead so soon. "Kingeming, continue your work here, no slacking off. I'm going up front to check things out." After taking a deep breath to suppress his shock, Xuneming swiftly left the back mountain. After seeing their master leave, Kingeming and the others immediately moved to rest under the shade. "Junior brother, didn't the Laoguan Tao sect leader leave a message? What did it say?" Kingeming pulled Lu Heng close, asking with raised eyebrows. "How would I know?" Lu Heng gave him a sidelong look, replying irritably, "True." Kingeming chuckled, shaking his head, and said, "I guess we'll have to wait for our sect leader uncle to return to find out what was in the message." "Junior brother King Feng, do you know what notes the three sect leaders stole from the Seeking Immortality Temple?" The round-faced senior brother King Jai asked curiously. "I don't know." Lu Heng shook his head against his conscience. This matter was to be done, not discussed. "I bet if it moved three sect leader-level figures, it's definitely not something simple." King Jai analyzed, pretending to be profound. "Nonsense." Kingeming sneered and said, "Taoist Genuine's notes, they can't be ordinary. It might even contain some immortal cultivation technique." Upon hearing this, everyone nearby widened their eyes. Immortal cultivation, who wouldn't want that? Those three sect leaders knew that cultivating immortality requires a spirit root, yet they still stole Taoist Genuine's notes. What does that tell you? It suggests that the immortal cultivation technique in the notes might not require a spirit root. Kingeming stroked his freshly shaved chin, analyzing in a serious tone. Chapter 133, 131. "Brothers, I have some relationship problems I'd like to consult you about." "Kingeming, I didn't expect you to be so smart." In King Jai's eyes, a gleam of wisdom sparkled. He went on to deduce, the three sect leaders all saw Taoist Genuine's notes and wanted to keep them for themselves. Yet the Tei Dao sect leader was a step ahead, secretly stole the notes, then changed his identity and prepared to return after his success. Meanwhile, the sect leaders of Laoguan Tao and Jingeming Tao were furious, wanting to find the Tei Dao sect leader to get the notes back. But alas, despite all their efforts, they still haven't found any trace of the Tei Dao sect leader. After hearing this deduction, several people around nodded in agreement, feeling it made a lot of sense. Kingaming shook his head, speaking in a deep voice. I don't think it was the Tei Dao sect leader who stole the notes. Why not? King Yu asked curiously. Though she was young, the flame of curiosity in her eyes burned stronger than anyone else's. Kingaming, can you stop undermining me? I even give you my egg every morning. Kingjai retorted, slightly annoyed. Aren't you the one who doesn't like eggs? Kingaming pouted, then smiled confidently. With current technology, finding someone isn't as difficult as it used to be. After the Tei Dao sect leader disappeared, not only the Religious Affairs Bureau, but even the police got involved. Yet even with that, no trace of the Tei Dao sect leader was found. In my view, there's only one possibility why this person can't be tracked down. He paused briefly, glanced around, and then said mysteriously, it's that he's already dead. Only by quietly rotting away in some corner would there be no trace left. Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone present took a sharp intake of breath. Are you saying? The sect leaders of Laoguan Tao and Jingaming Tao teamed up to kill the Tei Dao sect leader. Kingjai asked, frowning, exactly. After killing him, the two sect leaders argued over that notebook again. Then the Laoguan Tao sect leader was also killed. Kingaming said with a knowing smile, no, no, no. Kingjai shook his head like a rattled drum. Determined, he said, for sure, the Tei Dao sect leader stole the notes and to prevent the contents from leaking, killed the Laoguan Tao sect leader. And now, who knows, maybe the Tei Dao sect leader is still chasing the Jingaming Tao sect leader. Have you been watching too many movies? Kingaming said, quite annoyed. I think you've been into conspiracy theories too much. Kingjai snorted disdainfully. Watching the two squabble endlessly, King Yu shook her head helplessly, muttering quietly, childish. It's noon, are you going to the cafeteria to eat? Lu Heng glanced at his phone. It was time for the cafeteria to open for lunch. Go, 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 my stomach is about to flatten from hunger. King Yu was the first to get up in response. I've been planting vegetables all morning, and my waist is about to break. I need to go to the cafeteria quickly to eat something and replenish my strength. Kingaming also stood up with a hearty laugh. Not actively eating means having a problem thinking. Everyone pursuing the noble ideal of foodies are the superior ones, dashed to the cafeteria at top speed. Lu Heng, for once, took a day off, not stuck in his room for cultivation, but watched the argument among his fellow disciples with keen interest. The subject of debate, of course, was the mystery of the three sect leaders' disappearances. With Kingaming spreading the word, almost all the disciples of the Shanking Tao were aware of the situation. After lunch, taking advantage of the break time, they stayed in the cafeteria for the discussion. In the end, Kingaming won overwhelmingly, gaining the support of the vast majority of disciples. Young man, you should use your brain more in everything. Don't bring things from movies into reality. With the momentum of his victory, Kingaming patted the shoulder of the losing side, giving earnest advice. Buzz off. I'd rather feed my eggs to a dog than give them to you again. Kingjai retorted, angry and embarrassed. His behavior also drew a round of laughter from everyone. For the following 3 days, Xu and Cheng hadn't returned from outside. If Xuniming hadn't called, everyone would have thought their own sect leader had also gone missing. At 7 in the evening after dinner, Lu Heng decided to start a live stream. Although he didn't agree to sign a contract with Daohu Company, he did give them a promise. To retain this superstar, Daohu Company spared no effort. As soon as the stream started, it was pushed across the platform, even cooler than the CEO of Daohu Company visiting in person. The viewers rushed into the live stream room as soon as they received the notification. Hey, here we are, brothers. It's been a few days since we've seen the Taoist. I miss him so much I've gained over 10 pounds. Usually people miss someone and lose weight. How did you gain weight? If pigs in my hometown grew like this, we'd have hit the jackpot. Brothers, I have some relationship issues to consult about. My girlfriend was greened by her cousin, and now she wants to break up with me. What should I do? Something doesn't seem right here. Jeepers. Those few sentences totally fried my CPU. This person is a pro, cleared their own involvement completely in just a few words. Brother, based on the principle of destroy 10 temples rather than ruin one marriage, I think you'd better get yourself fixed to avoid causing trouble. If it were me, I'd just sleep with them both and enjoy the best of both worlds. but I'm afraid not even goji berries can save your kidneys. I suggest the girlfriend and cousin pair up and kick the jerk out. Yuri is infinitely good, but alas, they can't have babies. If they can't have babies, they can come to me. I'd gladly give each a 10-month pregnancy package for free. You're so selfless, I'm moved to tears. Why trouble Big Brother for such a trivial matter? Just let me go and have a chat with these two girls. The clueless viewers kept rambling on and on. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, we continue to stream fortune-telling. The old rules apply, no need for me, a humble Taoist, to say much. After Lu Heng finished the opening line, he started a 5-minute countdown. The viewers, upon hearing this, began sending gifts. Regardless of whether they were valuable or free, everything was gifted. Brothers, I'm ready to be selected anytime. Feel free to be envious. I'm envious of you, Hammer. I bet your wife is definitely cheating on you. No, no, no. An old man's calculations tell me his son has a different father. Listen to this humble monk. Your online girlfriend is actually a big, burly man. That's disgusting. Why curse others for no reason? I think maybe his father remarried his first love. First love became stepmom. Why does this plot seem familiar? Feels a bit thrilling, doesn't it? We're all decent people. Best discuss such plots privately. If you have materials, please send me a copy. I can help critique it. Chapter 134, 132, Turkey-flavored crunchies. 5 minutes went by in a flash. Everyone stop sending gifts, time's up. I'm about to start drawing the lucky viewers for tonight. Lu Heng finished speaking and clicked the raffle button in the live stream room. After the last chat with that female manager from Daohu, she probably won't dare to pull any tricks again. So he just used the built-in raffle feature in the live stream room. In the blink of an eye, the 2 lucky viewers for tonight had already been drawn. Getting picked out of hundreds of thousands, even millions of fans, is simply as hard as ascending to heaven. The viewers understood this, so even if they weren't picked, no one would be disappointed or angry. In fact, quite the opposite, everyone was a bit happy. After all, the fun's about to start. Hey, where's that guy who just said he got picked? Come out and show yourself. Yeah, weren't you just telling us to admire you? Where'd you go? My dad taught me from a young age. Never tell lies, isn't that right, Taoist daddy? Damn, that thick skin could almost match mine. I wonder what kind of fun we'll have tonight. Where's my takeout? Guys, my dinner tonight is imported black pork with fresh tomato sauce and fish-flavored dressing. Anyone want to try? Holy cow, that dish name is like a young bull riding a motorbike. Majestic and impressive. With just that name, it wouldn't sell for less than $399 at a Michelin-starred restaurant. I'm different. I'm having medium-rare Kobe beef with pearl sweet rice and a slightly sweet French cabbage soup. That's impressive. I have to admit, our live stream viewers are talented. Bro, can you speak human? I don't get any of it. What's not to get? The first one's eating fish-flavored pork, and the second's having beef rice bowl with cabbage soup. Change the names, and it's like a goat farting a sheep, both fancy and quirky. The viewer's antics made Lu Heng chuckle. He glanced at the 2 lucky winners of the night and smiled. Let's congratulate Turkey-flavored chips and 8th of August as our lucky viewers. Next up, let's welcome our first lucky viewer, Turkey-flavored chips. With that, Lu Heng sent a co-host invite to the viewer. The first lucky viewer's name was quite a mouthful. He almost mispronounced it. The viewers were also amused by the name. Wow, I thought the Taoist was gonna get it wrong. Turkey flavor what? That name sounds like a closet nerd. Damn, is this guy trying to embarrass the Taoist? I'm planning to make his thing turkey-flavored. Bro, I'm with you. When you're in, I'll take care of your wife. With someone taking care of the wife, I'll take a hit and help manage your finances. One takes care of the wife, one manages finances. I'll handle the real estate. Does he have a car? I can take it for a spin to keep it in shape. Are you guys even human? He's not in yet and you're dividing the assets. Bro, I don't mind taking over either. Damn, you bunch of jerks. I'm different, I just want a taste. Fate is easy to know, but hard to change. Meanwhile, the co-host request was quickly accepted. Then a little fatty with black-rimmed glasses and a crew cut appeared in the live stream room. Hello, Taoist and friends. The little fatty greeted with a smile. Hello to you too, my friend. How should we address you? Lu Heng nodded slightly and asked softly, Taoist, just call me little fatty. The little fatty replied cheerfully. After observing the little fatty for a while, the viewers confirmed their suspicion that he was indeed a closet nerd. Meanwhile, some felt he looked familiar. After a moment of recollection, they finally remembered his identity. Little Fatty, is your Weibo name Battle Before Poop? What kind of name is that so gross? Don't you know Battle Before Poop? He's a big shot in the modeling community who once spent 400,000 yuan on Lego to build a life-size Lamborghini. He's also famous in the otaku circle. Rumor has it he bought a 1,000 square meter villa just to display his collectible figures. So it's Brother Fu, send me $50 first to show your power. Could a rich second generation be an otaku? Why not? Not every rich second generation likes to party and date. Don't fear the rich spending wildly, fear when they have ambitions. Ha ha ha, true. Partying and playing around is fine, but fear the day a rich kid gets bumped on the head and suddenly wants to prove themselves. Wait a sec, with our fatty brother's capabilities, does he need the Taoist's fortune-telling? Why wouldn't having money mean you don't need fortune-telling? I tell you, some rich folks believe even more in Feng Shui and fortune-telling. Fake business wars, active attacks, clicking tactics. Real business wars, killing the rival's money tree with boiling water, poisoning their Feng Shui fish. Lu Heng glanced at the bullet screen, surprised that this little fatty was a celebrity. He smiled and asked, I wonder what you'd like to have read tonight. Taoist, I'd like to ask you to read my love future. The little fatty blushed slightly, a little embarrassed. Taoist, 3 months ago, I met a girl at an anime convention. She was very beautiful with big eyes, a high nose bridge, long flowing hair, and a good figure. She was very interesting to talk to and shared my interests. As he spoke, the little fatty's face showed a hint of bliss. Then he continued, honestly, I am an otaku, not fond of going out. I only occasionally go to anime conventions. Before, I'd also meet pretty girls at conventions. But because I'm fat and not handsome, they usually won't bother with me. At this point, the viewers couldn't help but laugh. This truly resonates with me. If you're not handsome, the girls won't bother with you. Feeling the same +1. I've completely lost hope in this look-centric world. Seeing a rich kid also can't get the girl, I finally feel relieved. Dying of laughter. You guys actually expect something lovely from those cosplay girls. Yeah, just throw some money at it, and everything will be great. As far as I know, many cosplay girls at conventions are part-timers. You can totally chat with the one you fancy. Fatty brother might be rich, but he's too young. You really don't need to go out of your way to pander. Just show enough strength, and people will naturally come to you. Park a sports car at the convention door, and you'll guarantee waking up with an aching back every day. Chapter 135, 133. Damn, I'm jealous, little fatty continued. I originally thought I would marry a wife who was neither too familiar nor too much of a stranger, but then, 3 months ago, I met her. At the time, I was at a comic convention and had drunk a bit too much water, so I needed to find a restroom. But it was my first time at this convention, and I wasn't very familiar with the layout. On top of that, I'm a bit directionally challenged, so even after asking several people, I couldn't figure out where the restroom was. Just at that moment, she appeared in front of me like an angel. Without any impatience, she gave me detailed directions, and upon learning that I was directionally challenged, she personally took me to the restroom. At that moment, I felt my heart skip a beat. The netizens could wholly imagine the scene, as Little Fatty described it. Little Fatty was alone at the comic convention, desperately needing the restroom and exuding an aura of awkwardness. Right then, a girl with long, flowing hair and a lively, cheerful demeanor suddenly appeared. Like a savior, she led the nearly peeing in his pants Little Fatty to the restroom. Even though the story was somewhat touching, it also made people involuntarily laugh out loud. Boo-hoo-hoo! I moved to tears. How could there be such a wonderful girl? I've decided to call her Guide Angel. That's too biased. Restroom Angel sounds better. Fatty brother, I realize now that you're so damn love-deprived. Sigh, such a pretty girl. She's probably out of my league unless she's willing to hand over her salary after marriage. Indeed, she's not suitable for the big brother. With big brother's status, he should go for a 298. 298. Wouldn't that just take off then? Big brother said it. This is the only way, the profession of a tank driver. The little one is not exciting. I can't take it. Call the emergency line quickly. Big brother is foaming at the mouth now. Generally, the cost circle is quite messy, full of all sorts of characters. I recommend fatty brother do some investigation before acting, lest he gets into trouble. Don't worry, nothing will botch up. The odds are slight. Don't scare fatty brother, okay? It's hard for him to get interested once. It's hard for me to get interested once, and you made me lose so completely. Damn. Seeing the teasing comments from the netizens, little Fatty was both amused and exasperated. He shook his head and laughed. It's too early even to contemplate, yet everyone's letting their imagination run wild. Then, picking up the earlier topic, he added, "To show my gratitude, I bought her a cup of milk tea. Originally, I planned to ask her out for a meal, but after thinking about it, we had just met, and asking her out directly seemed a bit too forward. She didn't reject me like other girls would, but accepted joyfully. Through our chats, I learned her name was Lingeling. Though I don't like going out, there are times when I accompany my parents to some banquets. My mother often encourages me to chat with some girls and make friends. But I know my situation too well. There's absolutely no shared topics with those girls. They talk about clothing, shoes, cosmetics, idol stars, etc. And me, all I know is gaming and watching anime. How could I converse with them? But Lingeling is different. Unlike those girls, she doesn't fancy all those branded items and likes gaming and anime as much as I do. During the time I spent with her, I've come to believe more and more that she's my destined one. Also, because of our shared interests, we quickly became good friends. But the closer I got to her, the more I noticed she seemed to deliberately keep a certain distance from me. As he spoke, little Fatty's face showed a trace of distress. The netizens felt a bit odd after hearing the story. Little buddy, could this girl be a season C queen, just leading you on? Fatty, as someone who's been through this, let me advise you, if it works, it works. If not, retreat quickly. Don't become a simp. Sims don't get the house. I'm all too familiar with such women. They're just stringing you along as a backup. Damn, my college goddess kept stringing me along, only to marry a 50-year-old CEO of a listed company in the end. Stop scaring little Fatty. Maybe the girl is just not ready yet. Willing to play games with you, watch anime, show you various cos characters as a girlfriend. Are you sure you're not dreaming? Lingeling's scheming runs deep. Everything she shows is calculated to cater to his preferences. No wonder our Fatty brother fell into the trap and couldn't get out. Fatty, retreat in time. Cut your losses quickly. If you keep sinking in like this, you'll be completely at her mercy. What a joke. Isn't he already completely controlled now? Seeing the layers of comments from netizens, little Fatty shook his head. He retorted, "The type of girl you're talking about, though I haven't experienced it, my friends have. That type of girl, every birthday or Valentine's Day, loves to ask others for red envelopes. Otherwise, it's branded bags, shoes, clothes, and such. But Lingeling is different." Speaking of this, little Fatty seemed to recall some wonderful memories, his face filled with sweetness. Every time we went out to play, she would proactively pay the bill. And when I treated her to dinner, she never chose expensive restaurants but would instead take me to some highly rated hole-in-the-wall places. Even a simple meal at Burger King could make her laugh so joyfully. Hearing this, the netizens were dumbfounded. How does this not match up with everyone's prior analyses? What the hell, I'm so envious. I'm envious too. How can there be such an easily satisfied girl? Envy, jealousy, and hate. My new girlfriend insists on dining at places with an average spend of over 500. Over 500 per person, you must be brother foo. If someone would treat me, never mind Burger King, even Wallace would make me laugh happily. Bro, aren't you afraid of diarrhea? Afraid of what? Just consider it a colonic irrigation. Nice bro, you're really experienced. Fatty brother, a girl like that, you can't handle her. Give me her WeChat and let me handle it. Fatty, you're still young. There will be more chances in the future. How about introducing this beautiful girl who likes gaming, anime, cos, and even willingly pays and avoids upscale restaurants to me? Nothing more to say, Fatty. Cherish her well. If you miss a girl like this, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Honestly, with Fatty brother's family background, he might end up in a marriage alliance with other wealthy families. If you can't guarantee the girl's happiness, then perhaps it's best not to flirt with her. To prevent Fatty brother from failing such a wonderful girl, I'm willing to step in and take on the responsibility. Chapter 136-134, Lingeling doesn't like men. After reading the comments from the viewers, little Fatty smiled and said, "Don't worry everyone, if possible, I would definitely marry Lingeling. But to be honest, I'm a bit scared to confess to Lingeling. Because I'm afraid that if I confess and she doesn't accept, we won't even be able to remain friends." He then turned to look and sincerely said, "Master, I would like your help tonight to read my fortune regarding love. See if Lingling and I can be together." "No problem, just wait a moment, young friend." Hearing this, Lu Heng nodded slightly and silently called upon the celestial destiny system in his mind. System, retrieve this person's future information. System prompt, retrieving future information will cost the host 3 days of lifespan. Continue. The system's voice rang in his ears immediately. Yes. Upon his confirmation, everything about little Fatty's future appeared before his eyes in an instant. After seeing it, Lu Heng was stunned. This. It's really a bit hard to say. After thinking for a moment, Lu Heng slowly opened his mouth and said, "As for future romance, young friend might have difficulty achieving what you wish with Lingling." Hearing this, little Fatty was immediately dumbfounded. Turns out she only sees me as a friend and doesn't have much thought otherwise. Although he had anticipated this possibility before, hearing it in person felt quite different. With just that sentence, the once eagerly hopeful little Fatty instantly became extremely dejected. The sparkle in his eyes dimmed. Viewers couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy upon seeing this scene. If it were those playful and wealthy second-generation heirs, they might have mocked or sneered at such a time. But despite being a second-generation heir, little Fatty is an honest person. Fatty brother, cheer up. Maybe you'll meet someone even better. Yeah, don't be discouraged. There are plenty of girls out there. You'll find someone more suitable. I used to think that too, but I'm still single. Don't do anything foolish. Wait for me to visit you someday, treat me to a good time for a few days, and you'll forget all the heartache. The way you say it makes me want to console Fatty brother too. Count me in. I recently had a breakup as well, and the situation with my girlfriend was discovered by her husband. Sigh, in the end, the flower loves the stream, but the stream shows no interest. Isn't Lingling and little Fatty a perfect match? Why can't they be together in the future? I know it. Something must have happened to Lingling in the future. That's why she can't be little Fatty's lover. Something happened. It must be a car accident. I guess it's late-stage cancer. No. Lingling is actually little Fatty's father's illegitimate daughter. And after they fell in love, little Fatty's father found out the truth and painfully separated them. Bro, have you watched too many tragic dramas? That's too far-fetched, isn't it? After seeing these comments, a thought flashed in little Fatty's mind. Could it be, as everyone said, that something happened to Lingling in the future, preventing her from being with him? Thinking of this, the dullness in his eyes reignited with a hint of hope. Master, did something happen to Lingling in the future? He hurriedly asked Lu Heng. No. She is living well, no car accidents, no cancer, and she is not your half-sister either. Lu Heng shook his head. These two sentences once again dashed little Fatty's hopes. Actually, young friend, there's no need to feel disheartened either. It's quite normal that Lingling can't be with you. After all, Lingling doesn't like men. Lu Heng said slowly. What? She doesn't like men. Little Fatty was taken aback upon hearing this. As a seasoned homebody, the word Yuri immediately popped into his mind, and the viewers were greatly surprised. Wow, I really didn't expect Lingling actually likes women. Same old saying, Yuri is great, just can't give birth. Oh no, what chance does our Fatty brother have now? I suggest little Fatty show off his masculine allure. Maybe he can straighten Lingling out. Seeing little Fatty's situation, I can relate. Back then, my family was poor and I had to marry a female contact. Even the house was bought by her parents. But who knew after the house was decorated, her girlfriend also moved in, openly occupying the master bedroom. At first, I was furious, but who told me to be poor? I had to endure it. Later, I came to terms with it. After all, both of them were pregnant, and we just made do as a family of 5. Confused JPG. Damn, you're like a dog. Damn it, no matter how hard and poor my life is, I'll never feel down, but when you flaunt having a girlfriend, it's like a knife cutting my heart. It hurts so bad. Hello. Such a story is deliberately made up to tease honest people. I won't get envious. Fatty brother, you work hard too. Aim for a 2 birds with 1 stone. Next year, directly hold 2 kids in your arms and complete your mission. Just as the viewers encouraged little Fatty, Lu Heng continued at a leisurely pace. And young friend doesn't like men either, right? This statement left the viewers, who were immersed in Yuri is great and 2 birds with 1 stone, stunned. Little Fatty's mouth dropped open uncontrollably. At this moment, it felt like 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping through his heart. Damn, so Lingling is a boy. Cross-dresser, lady killer. A path never imagined. Boy, if he's good-looking, maybe it's not impossible. Damn, you deceived my feelings. Regardless of male or female, you must face my punishment. So that's the case. No wonder Fatty Brother asked for the restroom, and Lingling was willing to take him there. Thinking carefully gives me chills, chilling indeed. I was wondering why it felt strange before. How could a girl not like clothes and bags? Spend 200 on a woman for a meal, and she would complain to her girlfriends that I'm stingy, but spend 200 on my buddy, he'll call me dad. HMPH, cross-dresser, nothing special, putting pants back on. If little Fatty really likes Lingling, who cares if it's a guy or a girl, just go for it. Bless the boys in front of the screen, although we've never met. I sincerely wish you turn into a cute girl. Stinking gay, stay away. I knew you were up to no good with me. I actually thought there were girls willing to play games, watch anime, and do cosplay with guys, but it turns out to be a brother. Brother, maybe that's okay too. Good bro, since we've known each other, have I ever asked anything of you? Chapter 137, 135. HMPH, women are nothing but a distraction from my studies. After reading the comments from the viewers, little Fatty gritted his teeth and resolutely said, Master, I already know what to do. As soon as he finished speaking, he emptied all the gifts in his account. Hundreds of cloud-piercing arrows left the viewers completely bewildered. Holy crap, as expected of Brother Fu. What a pity he didn't reach VIP 50. Fatty Brother is actually quite a nice guy. I hope he'll meet a better girl in the future. Little Fatty's first love hasn't even started yet, and it's already over. After this setback, Fatty Brother will probably stay home for a while again. I guess he'll end up marrying some rich guy's daughter and form a powerful alliance. It's hard to find a soulmate, and it turns out to be a guy. Such a pity. I'm crying, how about you guys? I wonder what that Lingling looks like to make our Fatty Brother ignore the gender. Must be really pretty, right? After all, if a crossdresser were ugly, you'd see it at a glance. I also want such a buddy who can hang out together and have fun together. Bro, the two hangouts you mentioned don't mean the same thing, right? Meanwhile, the prompt sound of the Celestial Destiny system suddenly rang out. System prompt. The host has successfully altered the heavenly Tao and is absorbing lifespan. Please check later. This sudden prompt made Lu Heng freeze in surprise. So little Fatty's fate actually changed. He called up the system interface and glanced at the lifespan points. Previously it was only 2 points, but now it has increased to 19 points. This. How did it suddenly increase by 17 lifespan points? Lu Heng was filled with question marks. According to the future he previously glimpsed, little Fatty genuinely fell for Lingling. But Lingling just saw little Fatty as a brother. Unaware of the truth, little Fatty started pursuing Lingling step by step. With no other choice, Lingling finally had to reveal that he was a boy. After being hit hard, little Fatty was downcast for almost 2 years, then married a rich and beautiful woman, had a pair of twins, and successfully inherited the family business. It could be said that aside from the unsuccessful romance with Lingling, little Fatty was a real-life winner. But now, little Fatty's future fate actually changed. What's this kid planning to do? Does he want to face the guy head-on? Hiss. Lu Heng couldn't help but take a deep breath. The more you think about it, the scarier it gets. He quickly shook off the messy thoughts in his head, habitually cleared his throat, and smiled. The first lucky viewer has been taken care of. So next, let's welcome the second lucky viewer of the evening, August 9th. With the successful connection, a girl with long flowing hair appeared in the live stream. Her face was delicate and clear, with well-defined features, large bright eyes, and a mane of shiny, thick black hair cascading like a waterfall. The smile on her face was as warm as spring sunshine, enchanting and impossible not to be charmed by. Hello, Master, I'm a big fan of yours. As soon as August 9th appeared, she greeted Lu Heng with a radiant smile. Hello to you too, may I know how to address you? Lu Heng asked with a smile. Master, you can just call me Jiu. August 9th replied sweetly. When the viewers saw this August 9th, their inner wolves instantly awoke. What a definite sweet little sister. Sugar content, at least 4 pluses. Even though I'm not your fan, I still want to say, sister, I can. Hello, pretty lady. For your beauty, I'm ready to introduce my mom's son to you. Brother, you're so good to me. Truly, you are my real brother from another mother. At 150 years old, I was interviewed by a reporter. Sir, what's your secret to longevity? I took out a picture of Jew from my pocket and trembling replied, I'll never close my eyes in this life without kissing her. What sound does a cat make? Meow meow. What sound does a sheep make? Ba ba. What sound does a cow make? Moo moo. And when I see Jew, you are a godsend, a blessing that cleanses and elevates my soul, light in my gloom, coloring my black and white world, giving me new life. Holy moly, you guys are asking for trouble. What annoys me most online is people like you calling wealthy people dad and beauty's wife. I never do because I'm actually the master's real son. August 9th is my actual wife. That's it, I think I've fallen in love. Wifey, stop with the fate-telling and just come home with me. Can't you guys have some spine? Getting all excited just seeing a pretty girl. HMPH, mere women will only slow my study pace. Titan's belt throws paper ball away. Bravo. Bro, you're the fastest gun in this stream room. Pretty lady, you're so beautiful, you must stay safe. When you go out at night, be extra careful or it'll be easy to be followed. I lost track of someone last time and still regret it. In our stream room, there are all kinds of talents. Some ones, some zeros, some bro, plus old players, dog demons, and stalkers. Pretty lady, if I'm not mistaken, your boyfriend should be a seasoned club player. As soon as these words were spoken, seasoned viewers in the live room instantly recalled the previous, Little Rabbit is so cute. Many people even laughed out loud from afar. Although Little Rabbit is so cute was deceived, making everyone feel quite sorry. But who can stop the fact that everyone's joy is often built upon the suffering of a few? If you have anything you're unhappy about, why not share it and cheer everyone up? Upon seeing these comments, August 9th's pretty face instantly turned bright red. She replied with a smile, "Thank you all for the compliments. But for now, you don't have to worry about me being deceived, because I haven't had a boyfriend yet." Such a beautiful lady, and she doesn't have a boyfriend yet. The LS players in the live stream immediately perked up upon hearing this. "Hello, Miss Jew. My nickname is Celestial C. Daniel Wu, willing to give you a chance for marriage." Jew, from the moment I saw you, I've even thought of a name for our child. I do some calculations, Jew. If you become my girlfriend, I guarantee you'll have a son by next year. Whoa, you're pretty quick on that, huh? Jew, hello. I'm wondering if you're interested in those small shows. It's quite simple. Just walk a lap on stage, exchange rings with me, and then say, "I do." After the show, I'm willing to hand over my salary card and even give you a national-level certificate. Seeing these comments, Lu Heng almost couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 138-136. Hello, mother-in-law. Gotta say, these dumbass viewers are pretty creative. Lu Heng slowly started speaking. Young friend Jew, what would you like to calculate tonight? Master, here's the situation. Early August Jew hurriedly replied. When I was still in elementary school, my dad started having an affair and often quarreled with my mom. Later on, that homewrecker even came looking for my mom, threatening her with words. My two uncles got so angry that they ended up beating my dad into the hospital. After that, there was no chance for my parents to reconcile, so they filed for divorce at the Civil Affairs Bureau. I never liked my dad since I was young, so after their divorce, I stayed with my mom. For the past 15 years, my mom has taken care of me and never remarried, always alone, raising me by herself. I often encourage her to find a good man because I can't always be by her side. But she thinks she can only consider her own life after I get married. As the viewers listened to early August Jew's story, they kept sending comments. What a great mom! Do I even need to say more about my mother-in-law's character? Compared to my mother-in-law, my father-in-law is a total scumbag. Good job, uncles. I say drag that homewrecker in for a beating too. Jew, for mom's sake, why don't you marry me first? I'm also from a single-parent family, but my mom initiated the divorce. Maybe I should marry Jew. It will complete a family. Haha, are you and your dad planning to score both mother and daughter? Guys, I messaged Jew privately, and she asked me what kind of toad I am. I'm officially known as a May mustache frog, listed in the red list of threatened species by the International Union for Conservation of Nature, Dragon Country's red list of species as endangered, and a second-class national protected wild animal. What level of swan are you? The teasing from everyone didn't interrupt early August Jew's story. She continued, just last month, my mom suddenly met a male friend online and even sent him money. There were 3 times in total, amounting to around 30,000. After hearing my mom's story, I immediately realized she must have encountered a scammer. After all, this kind of money scam has been reported in the news many times. But it's like she's been brainwashed by that scammer because she wouldn't believe a word I said. She even stopped me from calling the police. She said if I report it, she'll sever our mother-daughter relationship. Up to this point, early August Jiu's eyes started to redden, tears welling up. Upon hearing this, the viewers understood what was happening. It's a scam. Otherwise, how could someone repeatedly send money? Mother-in-law, why are you being so naive? Some scammers specifically target middle-aged and older women, and their scams are always successful. It's common. Once these elderly people believe in something, even a herd of cattle can't change their minds. Don't remind me, my mom also got scammed recently. The scammer said I'd been detained at the police station for hitting someone and needed $10,000 to resolve it. She didn't even call me to confirm, she just transferred the money. Fortunately, the cops caught the scammer and got the money back. Speaking of scams, an old man in our neighborhood was cheated out of over $80,000 because of some online chatting service. 666, the old man knows how to have fun. The old man has time and money, he's just in it for the thrill. There's an 80-year-old in our place who visits a little red light barbershop every now and then. A couple of days ago, he just died suddenly from overexertion, and his family embarrassedly rushed through the funeral without telling relatives. Hey bro, what's the story with the little red light barbershop? Cough, cough. Seeing the viewers go off topic, Lu Heng cleared his throat and then asked Early August Jiu, young friend, do you want me to help persuade your mom? Early August Jiu nodded and said, Master, my mom, like me, has been following you for a while. We used to watch a lot of your streams together. She's also very convinced of your incredible predictive power. So I'd like to ask for your help in persuading my mom. No problem. Lu Heng nodded slightly and asked, is your mom at home? My mom's home right now. Master, could you please hold on a moment? I'll go get her. After saying this, Early August Jiu got up and left the room. She returned shortly with her mother appearing on the live stream. Early August Jiu's mom looked very youthful, like a woman in her 30s. Their mother-daughter resemblance was so strong that anyone would mistake them for sisters rather than a mother and daughter. Compared to her slightly awkward daughter, the mother exuded an air of mature charm. At this moment, the live stream audience went wild again. Hello, mother-in-law. Have you eaten? Mom, you look so young. Sitting next to Jiu, you really look like sisters. Hello, mother-in-law. It's Celestial C. Daniel Wu. First time meeting you, please take care of me. Jiu, do you need a father? I just like older ones. Honestly, I want to be your stepdad, Jiu. I just love the mature ones. Little girls don't get it. There's no such thing as thief cow, or maybe everyone is thief cow. Under the teasing barrage of comments, Early August Jiu's mom appeared a bit uneasy. How should I address you, young friend? Lu Heng asked, hello, master, my last name is Liu. Early August Jiu's mom replied, slightly nervously. Okay, I'll call you Liu then. Lu Heng nodded and smiled. Everyone can talk freely in my live stream, no need to be tense. I just heard from Jiu that recently, Liu, you met someone online and transferred 30,000. Can you tell me what happened? After hesitating for a moment, Early August Jiu's mom explained, since the divorce, I've been alone. Some friends suggested that since my daughter is grown, I should find someone so I won't be lonely when she's not around. But I thought it would be best to wait until my daughter gets married before I find someone to accompany me in my later years. Until last month, when suddenly someone added me on WeChat, saying they were introduced by a friend. He said his name is Smith Wang. He used to serve in the Eagle Country Navy, was a colonel before retirement, and is now running an import-export business. If we hit it off, he plans to take my daughter and me to live in Eagle Country. Chapter 139, 137. No, impossible. As she spoke, a trace of embarrassment appeared on her mother's face on August 9th. After all, her previous words could easily make people think she was a woman greedy for vanity. So she whispered another explanation. I'm not really after how much money he has, I just want to get my daughter into a better environment. The viewers, after hearing her story, were all speechless. What else can be said? This is definitely a scam. How many foreign retired officers are specifically coming to find wives in the country? Mother-in-law, please allow your son-in-law to speak. You are definitely being scammed. Auntie, I saw a piece of news a few days ago that said scammers are impersonating foreigners to cheat money. Mother-in-law, think about it carefully. Even if that Smith wants to get married, Wouldn't he find a wife in his own country? Does he need to come all the way to find you? Yes, yes, and as soon as they ask for money, they're definitely a scammer, no doubt. Report to the police as soon as possible. If the time drags on, those 30,000 yuan will be squandered by the scammers. Call the police +1. We absolutely cannot let these scammers get away. The person is abroad, refuses to show up and asks for money up front, must be a scammer. Sister, don't be fooled by their sweet words. Even if introduced by a friend, how many people would ask for money without having met? Seeing these comments, August 9th spoke up. Mom, look at this. Everyone's opinion is the same as mine. They all believe you've met a scammer. Despite everyone unanimously saying it's a scam, August 9th's mother still looked stubborn. She gently shook her head and said, "How is that possible? Smith was introduced to me by a friend, and I get along with him very well, like old friends who haven't seen each other for years. He absolutely cannot be a scammer." Seeing her mother fall into delusion again, August 9th shook her head helplessly. This really is stubbornly persisting in error until hitting a wall. If it were an ordinary time, she'd definitely have no mood to persuade anymore. But at this moment it was different, because they were in the Immortal Taoist's livestream room. As a fan of the Immortal Taoist, her mother would certainly be willing to listen to the Taoist's opinion. So August 9th changed tactics. Mom, we all say that Smith is a scammer and you don't believe it. To prevent our disputes, why not listen to what the Taoist says? You know, the Taoist has the skill to know everything. Let him predict your future. See what the situation is with you and that Smith after all. Initially, August 9th wanted to calculate about that Smith directly, but being an old fan, she knew the rules of fortune-telling. Without a birth date and exact name, nothing can be calculated, so she had to take a second-best option and calculate her mother's future. See what this Smith is about. All right then, let's trouble the Taoist. August 9th's mother hesitated for a while, then reluctantly nodded as a sign of agreement. You're welcome. Please wait a moment, you two. Lu Heng nodded slightly, then called out to the Celestial Destiny System. System, query this person's future information. System prompt. Querying future information will require consuming 3 days of the host's lifespan. Continue. The system's voice immediately rang in the ear. Yes. With his confirmation, everything August 9th's mother was going to experience in the future played out like a movie before him. After watching all this, Lu Heng couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He really didn't expect the future outcome for this mother and daughter to be like this. The viewers saw that he remained silent, and immediately their eyes lit up. It's over. The Taoist didn't speak immediately. There must be big trouble again. Could it be that the mother-in-law has encountered a large fraud group? Very likely. This group of fraudsters probably uses the identity of a retired overseas officer as a cover to cheat those single middle-aged and elderly women. In that case, won't the Taoist make the headlines again? 666. Congratulations in advance to the Taoist for uncovering a major fraud case. No, why do you assume they're scammers? Just because they asked for 30,000 yuan. Didn't Auntie just say it really was introduced by a friend? Haha, without even meeting, asking for money. Isn't that a scam? What else could it be? Everyone, stop arguing. Let's see what the Taoist has to say. In an instant, everyone's eyes focused on Lu Heng, waiting for him to reveal the truth. Lu Heng began slowly. This Smith Wang isn't a traditional scammer. Not a traditional scammer. Upon hearing this, August 9th was greatly surprised. The viewers felt the same. Lu Heng unhurriedly continued. He is a new type of scammer, not only intends to cheat your money, but even you. The 30,000 yuan young friend Liu sent, if nothing unexpected happens, will be returned in full within 3 days, along with a considerable interest. These words caused the viewers to be stunned for a moment. Soon, the quick-witted viewers realized. This scammer wants both money and people, 2 birds with 1 stone. Lending money and returning it means building trust, then setting up for a bigger con. Damn, the scammer dares to deceive my mother-in-law. Damn, scammers dare to trick my future wife. Looking at this scammer's tactics, it's likely they're a seasoned pro. First, appeal emotionally, then financially build trust, ultimately scam your person and clean out your money. Scamming both money and people, definitely not a traditional scammer. This type of scammer is outrageous. They previously only cheated money, now they've upgraded to scamming both people and money. So their identity must be fake too. Nonsense. If they were really a retired foreign naval captain, would they need to travel far to find a wife? Watching the comments, August 9th nodded repeatedly, very much agreeing with everyone's opinions. She advised again, "Mom, look, even the Taoist says that Smith Wang is a scammer." "No, impossible." August 9th's mother turned pale, a look of disbelief on her face. Lu Heng asked, "Young friend Liu, you previously said you got along well with him, like old friends who haven't seen each other for years, right?" August 9th's mother didn't respond, only instinctively nodded. "That's because he had someone investigate your personal information. For your character, experience, work, etc., he's already well informed. And it's precisely because of this understanding that he could quickly establish a relationship with you." Lu Heng said blandly, "You could say from the start this was a scam." Chapter 140-138. The sect leader uncle has returned. "Young friend Liu, you just mentioned that this Smith Wang was introduced by a friend of yours. So do you remember how long it's been since you last saw this friend?" Lu Heng asked softly. "Well," on August 9th, her mother thought for a moment before uncertainly saying, "It seems like it's been 2 or 3 months." Next to her, August 9th immediately responded. She quickly asked, "Taoist, are you suggesting that my mother's friend is also a victim?" "That's correct." Lu Heng nodded slightly, then continued. "The scam group that Smith Wang belongs to is very professional. Before scamming, they conduct a comprehensive investigation and understanding of their target. Once they target you, unless you ignore them, you're already caught in their trap. At first, they will talk about emotions with you, and because they have already investigated your background during your interactions, they'll make you feel very comfortable, like an old friend you haven't seen in years. Next, they'll come up with various reasons to borrow money from you, promising to pay it back. If you lend them money, they'll return it within a week with some added interest. This behavior gives you a psychological hint that the other party is not a scammer, but a very sincere person, someone willing to spend their life with you. Afterward, they pretend to come back from overseas, gifting you imitation luxury items, and invite you out for fun and meals. Once you develop trust in them, the real plot begins. They'll propose taking you on an overseas trip, specifically to Southeast Asia. If you agree, then congratulations, as soon as the plane lands, you'll be under their control. By then, do I really need to elaborate on what your fate will be?" The viewers gasped upon hearing this. Damn, these scammers are really cunning. If one were truly scammed to Southeast Asia, you'd probably lose both your money and your kidneys. Going through all that trouble just to scam one person to Southeast Asia. What trouble? It's casting a wide net, multiple lines going at once. Once you're in the scammer's den, even if it's just you, you have a lot to contribute. Do you have money in your name? If so, they'll take it. Don't you have relatives and friends? Scam them, don't want to? Well, there's always the kidneys. I suspect that the friend of Aunt must have been scammed to Southeast Asia and has started helping the scammers trick others. This is really a long con for a big payoff. I finally understand. These scammers are building trust in various ways, then abducting people to Southeast Asia, where they're like fish on the chopping block at the mercy of others. Are these scammers currently only targeting single women of a certain age? How can that be? They're definitely scamming both men and women. How can scammers have gender discrimination? Someone like me, broke as can be, scammers wouldn't bother. Haha, if a little sister from abroad wanted a long-distance relationship, you wouldn't be tempted. Of course not, I only like men. As Lu Heng finished talking, the mother of August 9th turned deathly pale. If anyone else had said those things, she might not believe it. But this was the immortal Taoist speaking. She had no choice but to believe it. At this moment, Lu Heng added, "In the future, I foresaw young friend Liu was taking you August 9th with him to Southeast Asia. Do I really need to spell out the fate awaiting you two?" Hearing this, August 9th, face also turned pale. She could hardly imagine what fate awaited if she fell into the scammer's den. "Taoist, I'll go to the police right now." August 9th's mother trembled as she spoke. Lu Heng nodded. "Taoist, thank you so much for tonight." After expressing their gratitude, August 9th and her mother ended the call with lingering fear. Simultaneously, the system notification sounded. System notification. The host has successfully altered the heavenly Tao absorbing lifespan. Please check it later. Lu Heng glanced at the system panel. Lifespan increased to 33 points. August 9th and her mother had both been saved from their fate of double suicide. However, the scammer group still existed. If that group could be taken down soon, he might gain a lot of life span points. Thinking of this, he decided to mention this to Elder Song and others next time. Tonight's 2 lucky viewers have been read completely. Until we meet again, everyone. Lu Heng waved goodbye to the viewers and ended the stream. I collected rather few lifespan points today. Oh well, let's just go for a lottery draw first. He summoned the system and silently said, System draw. System notification. Do you wish to consume 10 lifespan points for a draw? Yes. System notification. Congratulations to the host for drawing 3 Black Fog talismans. System notification. Congratulations to the host for drawing 3 Thunderlight talismans. System notification. Congratulations to the host for drawing 3 bottles of lower-grade spirit water. Well, all pretty ordinary. It seems that after hitting the jackpot with fire in the furnace last time, luck has returned to normal. Lu Heng shook his head, took a spiritual chi pill, and entered a state of cultivation. Early the next morning, Lu Heng appeared in the cafeteria early. King Feng, I was just about to bring you breakfast. Why are you here? King Jie approached and scratched his head. Senior brother, you really don't need to bring me meals anymore. Lu Heng had to reiterate yet again, no way. Just bringing a meal, it doesn't interrupt anything. King Jie shook his head. Lu Heng was about to say something, but just then King Ming walked into the cafeteria. Hey, King Feng, why are you here? King Ming also came over. Next to him, King Jie habitually tossed an egg to King Ming. Lu Heng raised an eyebrow, smiling. Senior brother King Jie, didn't you say earlier that you'd rather feed the egg to dogs than give it to someone? King Jie heard that, glanced up at King Ming peeling the egg, and chuckled. Isn't this feeding it to a dog? Woof, woof, woof. King Ming had an indifferent expression and even barked twice. Senior brother King Ming is indeed impressive. Lu Heng had to admit it. King Ming laughed heartily, then deliberately lowered his voice. The sect leader is back, did you know? Master is back. Lu Heng was slightly stunned. When did he return? How come I didn't know? King Jie asked bluntly. Around 2 or 3 in the morning. When I got up to use the bathroom, I saw the sect leader and master talking. King Ming spoke without holding back. Chapter 141-139. Greetings to Uncle Masters Xuan Tong and Xuangxin. The sect leader is back. Does that mean there's a result now? We still don't know who the real culprit is. King Jie's eyes lit up, and he glanced at King Ming from the corner of his eye. Goodness, he's still hung up on that defeat from a few days ago. King Ming confidently said, just admit defeat already. The sect leader of Tei Dao was the first to go missing and hasn't shown up since. He must have been killed long ago. No, no, no. King Jie shook his head like a rattle. He strongly retorted, how can you be sure the sect leader of Tei Dao was killed? Unless you're the accomplice. King Ming glanced at him and said helplessly, with your knack for arguing, Archimedes should have given you the lever. Arguing here is useless for the 2 of us. Why not just ask the sect leader? King Jie slapped the table, stood up, and was about to drag King Ming outside. King Ming, however, kept shaking his head, saying, I'm not going, you go ask. Once you find out the result, you'll really give up. King Jie paused his steps and chuckled. You're afraid of losing face when you find out, aren't you? Sitting nearby, sipping porridge, Lu Heng chuckled upon seeing the pair bickering. It was apparent both were quite wary of his master. It's no surprise, his master always had a stern, expressionless face. Even King Yu, the mischievous troublemaker, could be easily subdued by his master's mere glance. After breakfast, Lu Heng left the cafeteria with King Ming and King Jie. The 3 were preparing to attend the morning class together, but they hadn't walked far when they heard someone calling behind, King Feng, King Feng. Lu Heng turned around to see the person calling him was none other than Xuangxin, and naturally, Xuan Tong, inseparable from him, was with him. Alongside them were 5 children. Lu Heng slightly frowned, recalling the gossip King Ming had shared before. Among these 5 kids, 2 were Xuan Tong's illegitimate children, and 1 was Xuangxin's. The other 2 were grandsons of 2 wealthy men from Celestial Sea. What could these 2 fakes want calling me? Xuan Tong and Xuangxin had previously heard some rumors that led them to prepare to have these 5 children enter the tutelage of Zhenyuan. Unfortunately, his master Xuan Cheng never agreed to it, so the matter was left unresolved. He thought this pair had long left Dragon Tiger Mountain. Unexpectedly, they hadn't gone yet. Disciple greets uncles Xuan Tong and Xuangxin. Out of respect for his master, Lu Heng pretended to be respectful. Greeting, dear uncles. Kingaming and Kingjai followed suit. Chuan Tong and Chuangxin approached, slightly nodding. Their airs were so haughty that it made Kingaming and Kingjai purse their lips secretly. King Feng, I heard yesterday that Taoist Genuine went live on a stream. So has he come out of seclusion? The plump Chuan Tong asked. Yes, uncle, Taoist Genuine has indeed come out of seclusion. Lu Heng nodded in response. Is Taoist Genuine still at the Seeking Immortality Temple? The tall and slender Chuangxin asked next. Though they were born of the same parents, their physiques and appearances were totally different. One short and chubby with a round face, and the other tall and skinny with a long horse face, they resembled a pair of contrasting monks at first glance. Yes. Lu Heng nodded again. So uncle asks you, does Taoist Genuine really not plan to take on disciples? Chuan Tong stared intently at Lu Heng, eagerly asking. From what I know, Taoist Genuine has no intention of taking on disciples. Lu Heng was quite speechless. As Genuine, he didn't even know he was planning to take on disciples. Who knows where these two got that rumor from? Upon hearing this, Chuan Tong and Chuangxin immediately looked disappointed. Kingaming and Kingjai exchanged glances, unable to hide the amusement in their eyes. Even a fool could see the old dude's intention to have their illegitimate kids become disciples of Taoist Genuine to gain benefits. But did they really think that Taoist Genuine would accept their illegitimate kids just because they were struck by his lightning before? After their disappointment, Chuangxin spoke again. King Feng, I heard you recently cooked porridge for everyone using the immortal rice. That is indeed the case. Lu Heng nodded lightly. Good heavens, did these two old folks shift their attention to his immortal crystal rice after realizing Genuine wasn't taking disciples? Why didn't you notify us when cooking porridge? Chuan Tong licked his lips, quite annoyed. The immortal rice was said to be magical. After learning about Lu Heng's porridge making, they asked some of the disciples who had tasted it, who unanimously praised the porridge as divine and incomparable. Those who had a bowl not only felt physically rejuvenated but also mentally clearer. The two envied and hated it. They disdained King Yuan's cooking and complained about the uncomfortable mountain beds, so they stayed at YL Hotel in the valley. But little did they know, while they were away, King Feng cooked porridge with the immortal rice exclusive to Genuine. The entire Shanking Tao community, regardless of age or gender, had a bowl of the immortal rice porridge. Yet they perfectly missed this opportunity. Uncles, you were not on the mountain at the time, how could we notify you? Before Lu Heng could answer, Kingjai shrugged his shoulders with an innocent face. If we weren't on the mountain, couldn't you have called us? Chuangxin frowned in discontent. Uncles, first of all, we didn't know where you were, and secondly, we didn't know your phone numbers either. Kingaming chuckled, you. Chuan Tong fumed, but had nowhere to vent. They had only themselves to blame for missing it. King Feng, do you have any more immortal rice left? Chuangxin ignored Kingaming and Kingjai, turning back to Lu Heng. None left. Lu Heng shook his head. Last time, to thank everyone for taking care of me, I used up all the immortal rice. You. Chuangxin wanted to curse profligate child, but held back. If it were Kingaming and Kingjai, he might have already started pointing and scolding. But King Feng was different. It was not only the beloved disciple of their senior Xuan Cheng, but the only one who could liaise with Genuine. Even Elder Song and Director Li had to have King Feng inform Genuine when they wanted to meet him. If they offended King Feng, who knows what he might say to Genuine? They certainly didn't want to experience the taste of being struck by lightning again in broad daylight. HMPH. Eventually, they swallowed their anger. After a humph, Chuan Tong and Chuangxin left with the 5 children. Lu Heng smiled faintly, took out 2 bad luck talismans, and casually attached them to the backs of Chuan Tong and Chuangxin. Chapter 142-140. What? The culprit is actually King Feng Jr. brother over here. At noon, as soon as Lu Heng stepped into the cafeteria, he saw Kingaming waving at him. Sitting with Kingaming were Kingling and Kingjai. All 3 of them had smiles on their faces. Kingling was a bit more reserved in comparison. Kingaming and Kingjai didn't even bother to conceal their schadenfreude. What's up? Smiling so happily. Lu Heng asked aloud, ha. Kingjai couldn't help but burst into laughter, immediately attracting the attention of the other brothers in the cafeteria. Kingaming suppressed his laughter and said, Chuan Tong and Chuangxin, those 2 old guys, ended up in the hospital again. When did that happen? Why did they go to the hospital this time? Lu Heng feigned curiosity. Being the mastermind, he naturally understood that it was certainly the bad luck talisman's doing. But this was something that could only be acted on, not spoken about. So he had to play dumb despite knowing the truth. King Jai took over the conversation, smiling as he spoke. Just as we were in the morning class, King Yuan saw it with his own eyes. You should remember, weren't those 2 old geezers accompanied by kids? Those 5 kids are definitely little brats. They hadn't even finished eating before they started messing around in the cafeteria. The 2 old guys were busy chatting and didn't even bother to control the little brats, resulting in one of them accidentally knocking over the stainless steel pot of porridge. As he spoke, King Jai pointed to the corner on the southeast side of the cafeteria. Lu Heng looked in the direction pointed, just in time to see a stainless steel pot with a few dents on its body. King continued. According to King Yuan, he only heard a bang, and the stainless steel pot fell directly to the ground. The 5 little brats reacted quickly and dodged it. But Chuangxin and Xuan Tong, those 2 old guys, were still engrossed in their conversation and didn't react at all. Then the scalding hot porridge splashed all over the 2 of them. Listening to this, Lu Heng could almost imagine the miserable state of Chuangxin and Xuan Tong. Such burns were no trivial matter. It's estimated that they won't be seen for at least half a year. Alas! King first sighed, then said with schadenfreude, "It's a pity we were attending the morning class and weren't there to witness it. Missing such a spectacular scene is truly regrettable." "Yes, indeed a pity." King Jai nodded in agreement. Brother. Lu Heng hadn't even started eating when he heard another familiar call. Who else could it be but King Yu? "Brother, master is looking for you." King Yu immediately spotted Lu Heng and his group and ran over, skipping all the while. Seeing the little girl approaching, King took an apple out of his pocket and handed it to King Yu. "Thank you, brother King." King Yu giggled, hiding the apple in her robe. "What's master looking for me for?" Lu Heng casually asked. "I don't know." King Yu shook her head. "All right, I'll head over, you eat here." Lu Heng stood up and offered his seat to King Yu, then left the cafeteria, heading straight to Qingyan Hall. As soon as he entered Qingyan Hall, he saw his master Xuan Cheng and Uncle Xuanming, along with several other senior uncles whose names start with Xuan. These senior uncles were discussing something. As he walked in, the gaze of all of them focused on him. "Senior brother, since King Feng is here, let's take our leave first." Xuanming and the others stood up and took their leave. "King Feng, has Taoist Genuine come out of seclusion?" After the others left, Xuan Cheng asked. "The elderly Taoist has already come out of seclusion." Lu Heng nodded in confirmation. Just one look, and he could see the deep fatigue on his master's face. It seems that with the departure of Elder Song and the others, master has been quite overworked these past few days. Xuan Cheng continued. "Elder Song wants to meet Taoist Genuine to discuss the notebook issue. Ask Taoist Genuine when he might be available." "Yes, master." Lu Heng nodded again, then asked, "Master, is there any clue about the matters concerning those 3 sect leaders?" Xuan Cheng nodded slightly, saying solemnly, "It's okay to tell you, as everyone will know sooner or later anyway." The body the police found, after being identified by me and 2 junior brothers from Laoguan Tao, was confirmed to be Laoguan Tao's sect leader Ding Yang. Upon hearing this, Lu Heng secretly inhaled a cold breath. It's unknown whether the killer was the sect leader of Taiyi Dao or Jingming Tao, but either way, they were ruthless enough to kill their old friends of decades. The police found a note left by Ding Yang at the scene. Xuan Cheng sighed deeply and continued. In that note, Ding Yang confessed all his crimes. He said he couldn't restrain the greed in his heart after discovering the notebook. So he first killed Yunlai and stole the notebook, then lured Tianqing out and strangled him in the back mountain of Seeking Immortality Temple. He buried Tianqing's body together with Yunlai's as a last gesture of goodwill. He also deliberately spread the rumor about Taoist Genuine preparing to take a disciple, just to muddy the waters. He thought that what was recorded in the notebook would lead him on the path of cultivation, transcending the ordinary world. But to his utter disbelief, the contents of that notebook were fake. Disheartened, he reflected on all his deeds and felt deep remorse. Driven by greed, he ended up murdering 2 old friends, truly unforgivable. To prevent others from following his path, he burned the notebook to save the world from harm. After writing the final farewell, Ding Yang took his life, hanging himself. After listening, Lu Heng said nothing. From his master's account, he could feel an indescribable sadness. After all, they were old friends of decades, and losing three at once was hard for anyone to accept. All right, off you go then. Don't forget to ask when Taoist Genuine might be available. Shuan Cheng waved his hand, looking disheartened. Master, take care of your health. Lu Heng advised before leaving. As soon as he stepped out of Qingyun Hall, Qingming and the others immediately surrounded him. King Feng, junior brother, what did sect leader uncle say to you? Did he mention anything about the three sect leaders? Qingjai eagerly asked, scratching his ears and cheeks. Seeing him like this, the gloom in Lu Heng's heart disappeared instantly. This Qingjai senior brother really took winning or losing to heart. My master did talk about the matter of the three sect leaders. Since Qingming, the gossip king, would find out sooner or later, Lu Heng didn't hide anything, briefly recounting what his master had said to them. What? The killer turned out to be the sect leader of Laoguan Tao. Qingjai was stunned upon hearing this. That shouldn't be. Qingming frowned. This time they too were standing on the same front. Chapter 143-141, Maybe I'm the one in a million prodigy. The next morning, Lu Heng followed behind his master Xuan Cheng and his uncle master Xuniming, walking on the mountain path towards the Seeking Immortality Temple. Accompanying them were Qingling, Qingjai, and Qingming. They were heading to the back mountain of the Seeking Immortality Temple to first meet up with Elder Song and others, and then to see Genuine. Knowing that they would meet the legendary, immortal, Genuine this time, Qingming and the others were all very excited. Do you think Taoist Genuine might find my potential outstanding and take me under his wing directly? If that really happens, wouldn't it be a betrayal to my master? Qingjai muttered with a conflicted expression. It's not even dark yet and you're already dreaming. Qingming rolled his eyes at him, not amused. Didn't junior brother King Feng say that if you want to cultivate immortality, you must have a spirit root? Ordinary people like us shouldn't even think about spirit roots. Qingling interjected. Maybe I'm one of those rare geniuses. Qingjai said, turning his head to look at Lu Heng beside him, smiling as he asked, What do you think, King Feng? It's very possible. Lu Heng nodded with a smile. It's a shame about junior brother King Feng. Had it not been for his illness, he might have had the chance to be taken in by Taoist Genuine. Qingling couldn't help but sigh. The other two also nodded in agreement. In their view, junior brother King Feng meeting Taoist Genuine was completely a fateful encounter with an immortal. It's just a pity that according to Taoist Genuine, King Feng's potential was exhausted due to his illness, making him unable to cultivate immortality. Such a pity indeed. Lu Heng smiled lightly and didn't say much. Qingming, seeing this, thought that Qingling's words had made his junior brother sad, so he hurriedly changed the subject. Do you think Elder Song has found the bodies of the Tei Dao and Jingming Tao sect leaders? Probably. I remember the back mountain of the Seeking Immortality Temple isn't big. There aren't many places to bury two people. Qingling thought for a moment and replied. Who would have thought that the Laoguan Tao sect leader could be so ruthless to even turn on old friends of decades? Qingjai couldn't help but exclaim. In the end, it's all greed's fault. Qingming shook his head, then looked at Lu Heng, asking curiously in a low voice, Junior brother, have you really never read Taoist Genuine's notes? Are you being greedy too? Qingjai frowned at his words. Why would I be greedy? I just want to know what was written in that note that made the Laoguan Tao sect leader go crazy. Qingming shrugged. I haven't read it, I'm not sure about its contents. Lu Heng shook his head with a smile. While they were talking, they unknowingly arrived at the gate of the Seeking Immortality Temple. At this moment, a shadow suddenly split from Lu Heng's shadow and slipped into the temple. But Lu Heng continued to chat leisurely. They bypassed the Seeking Immortality Temple and arrived at the back mountain, only to see pits all over the place. Fortunately, the bodies of the Tei Dao and Jingming Tao sect leaders had already been dug out and were covered with white cloth. Xuan Cheng, Xuniming, come help identify whether these two bodies are Yunlai and Tianqing. Elder Song urgently waved and called out. Xuan Cheng and Xuniming stepped forward and lifted the white cloth covering the bodies. Due to it being summer and lack of coffin protection, these bodies were severely decomposed. Lu Heng and Qingming couldn't help but smell the strong stench of decay from afar. After observing for a while, Xuniming spoke first. These bodies are too decomposed to tell what they look like. But judging from the clothes and body shape, it seems to be senior brothers Yunlai and Tianqing. Xuan Cheng hesitated slightly and nodded. Now that their bodies are found, this case is settled. Let's go meet Taoist Genuine now. Hopefully, with the debt settled with death, Taoist Genuine won't hold others accountable. Elder Song sighed. It's all that fool Ding Yang's fault. Director Li couldn't help but curse. Director Li was clearly furious about Ding Yang's actions. Even though they had already established a connection with Genuine, Ding Yang suddenly caused such a scandal. Not only did he steal Genuine's notes, but he also killed two old friends of decades. To call him foolish would be a compliment. All right, say no more. Elder Song glanced at Director Li and shook his head slightly. Director Li understood, snorted coldly, and said no more. Next, they split into two groups. Director Li and others stayed on standby, waiting for Elder Song to return before taking the two sect leaders' bodies down the mountain to Dragon Tiger Mountain for further autopsy. Elder Song and Xuan Cheng, led by Lu Heng, returned to the Seeking Immortality Temple. The same Eastern guest hall, the same Genuine sitting cross-legged on the ground. Everything seemed just as it was at first glance. But at this moment, Elder Song was very anxious. He wasn't sure if Taoist Genuine in front of him would hold him accountable. After all, Ding Yang and the others were brought here by him. Please sit, young friends. Genuine maintained a kind and gentle smile, giving a warm feeling like a spring breeze brushing against the face. Once everyone was seated, he continued. About those three young Taoists, King Feng has already told the old Taoist. Who would have thought a simple travel journal would cause such a commotion? He lightly shook his head, a look of regret on his face. Observing that Genuine seemed indifferent about the notes, Elder Song secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Genuine continued. The old Taoist has already found some traces of Taoist friend Zio. Within half a year, I should be able to find where he's resting. Hearing this, Elder Song's face immediately brightened. This was the best news he had heard in recent times. Young friend Song, there's another matter I'd like your assistance with. Genuine spoke slowly, explaining the incident of his mother being scammed on the 9th of August. Rest assured, those scammers won't get away with it. Elder Song didn't hesitate for a moment, nodding in agreement. This was a good opportunity to foster a closer relationship with Genuine, and he wouldn't miss it. After leaving the Seeking Immortality Temple, Elder Song felt a sense of unfulfilled anticipation. He wanted to ask what exactly was written in the notes that made Ding Yang so greedy and murderous. But on second thought, he realized this question might touch on Genuine's privacy, so he held back. After sending Elder Song back to the back mountain, Lu Heng and the others started their return journey. Taoist Genuine truly is a man among immortals. Kingeling said excitedly. He carries the aura of an immortal untouched by mortal dust. Kingeming's admiration was evident. Only Kingjai was downcast, looking sullen. Seeing him like this, Lu Heng couldn't help asking, Senior brother, what's the matter? Sigh. Kingjai sighed heavily, then looked sad as he said, Taoist Genuine only glanced at me from start to finish. Looks like I'm not that rare genius after all. Chapter 144, 142. Teacher Sancheng announces a relationship. After returning from the Seeking Immortality Temple, Lu Heng's life returned to normal. With the joint efforts of the cultivation puppet, his cultivation made another step forward, breaking through to the 7th layer Qi refining. System. He summoned his system interface. Host, Lu Heng Dao name, King Feng. Age 18. Status normal. Cultivation, 7th layer Qi refining. Cultivation techniques, Tei 5 Qi spell, Heaven Stepping Cloud Step, Immortal Talisman technique, Supreme Profound Alchemy technique. Magical treasure, none. Lifespan 3. After reading the information on the system interface, Lu Heng was first stunned, then a look of joy appeared on his face. The blood cancer debuff that had troubled him for so long was finally removed. He originally thought he would have to wait until he cultivated to the Foundation Establishment realm to shake off this nasty debuff. Unexpectedly, just reaching the 7th layer Qi refining allowed him to fully recover. Previously, because of the blood cancer, the effects of various pills I took were reduced by half. Now that the blood cancer is gone, I can finally experience the full effects of the pills. This means my cultivation speed can double. It's just a pity about that second life-extending pill. It would have been better to take it now. Lu Heng shook his head, feeling a little regretful. At that moment, a familiar system prompt suddenly sounded in his ear. System prompt. The host has successfully altered the heavenly Tao and is currently absorbing lifespan points. Please check later. Lu Heng quickly glanced at the system interface. Goodness, just a moment ago he only had 3 lifespan points, and now it had skyrocketed to 78 points. What just happened? How did my lifespan points increase so much? The sudden gain of 75 life span points left him baffled. This was the largest amount of life span points he'd received since his rebirth. He carefully recalled his recent circumstances and hadn't done anything significant. So how did he suddenly gain so many life span points? Could it be? An idea flashed through Lu Heng's mind. He recalled that a week ago, using the identity of Genuine, he had spoken to Elder Song about a Southeast Asian scammer ring, and Elder Song had patted his chest, promising to catch those scammers. This situation now suggests that those scammers have all been apprehended, right? Curious, he searched online. Sure enough, the police from a certain southeastern province released a public announcement stating that a multinational scam group had been destroyed by the joint efforts of multiple countries' police forces. In the announcement, they also thanked a Taoist priest who wished to remain anonymous. Though the priest wished to remain anonymous, most netizens could guess his identity. The early dismantling of this international scam group must have changed a lot of people's fates. No wonder I received so many life span points. Lu Heng murmured to himself. He suddenly thought that if he could collaborate with the police in the future, taking down more scam rings or other criminal groups, wouldn't it be easier to harvest life span points? It seems that the identity of Genuine needs to be maintained more carefully in the future. Feeling happy today, let's do a live stream tonight to round up the life span points to 100. At 7 p.m., Lu Heng started the live stream on time. The water friends received the notification and flocked into the live stream room. The priest is live streaming again. My intermittent fish soup syndrome is cured too. Bros, I also have a relationship problem that I want to consult with everyone. My girlfriend is pregnant with my child, and her boyfriend thinks it's his. What should I do? That's a lot of information. Wait a minute, I didn't quite get that. Black person ? JPG. Whose boyfriend is this? Is it yours or your girlfriend's? Could this be the legendary monogamy? What monogamy? One wife, one husband, and one me. 666,666. I learn something new every time in the priest's live stream room. Woo, bros, I just got dumped. Teacher Sansheng announced they're in a relationship and posted a video with the guy. How long ago was that? I heard it's someone from Celestial Sea. My brothers in Hongkou, Shanghai, are really impressive. Cough, cough. Although the car has had several owners and it has high mileage, it's still a good car, well-maintained, can still handle high-speed runs. That's right, as long as the car is well-tuned, it doesn't need much adaptation, and you can feel like a seasoned driver. A little wear and tear is nothing. Envy, jealousy, hatred. I can only watch the screen while he gets the hands-on course. It's fake. Teacher Sansheng's official partner is a YouTube vlogger with 1.5 million fans. Either way, using public resources for personal matters is excessive. Lu Heng glanced at the barrage, speechless. How did your focus shift again? Ahem. He habitually cleared his throat and then said, Dear friends, it's been a while. I wonder how everyone is doing. Tonight we'll continue with the fortune-telling livestream. As usual, we'll randomly select 2 slots. The timing starts now. Those who want a fortune-telling can leave some gifts. Even free check-ins will count as a lottery entry. As soon as he finished speaking, the water friends started sending gifts. 5 minutes passed quickly. Lu Heng promptly called for a halt and gently clicked the draw button in the live stream room. In the blink of an eye, tonight's 2 lucky water friends were chosen. Looking at these 2 lucky ones, Lu Heng smiled and said, Let's congratulate tonight's lucky water friends. Sidu Jingya and Doflamingo. The water friends applauded to show their welcome. Clap, clap, clap. Let's congratulate these 2 victims. Brother above, you said the quiet part out loud. Snacks are ready, just waiting for the show. I wonder what surprises these 2 will bring tonight. Judging by the names, it should be a man and a woman. The old man calculates the woman got scammed by a jerk. The man is wearing a green hat. How do you do fortune-telling? Why does the man always end up wearing a green hat? If not for wearing a green hat, why would they come for fortune-telling? Crap, you might have a point there. I sincerely hope that tonight's brother doesn't have any more relationship issues. Yes, brother who and the others' experiences have made me more afraid of marriage. Don't worry, even if the girl decides to settle, she won't choose you. You pathetic loser, you're not fit to raise his child. Manual doghead. Looking at this group of mischievous and comedic water friends, Lu Heng shook his head speechlessly. Now let's welcome tonight's first lucky water friend, Sidu Jingya. Saying this, he found the lucky water friend and sent a request for a joint broadcast. Chapter 145, 143, Melody. The invitation to connect was quickly accepted, and then a flurry of chatter from girls could be heard from the other side. It's already started. I've accepted the invitation to connect. What should I do next? Lingaling. Stop doing your makeup. Come over quickly. Once the camera was adjusted, a young girl in her early 20s appeared in the livestream room. The girl seemed to be mixed race, combining the facial features of the East with the bone structure of the West. She had a head of bright, sunlit blonde hair that was soft and smooth. Her skin was smooth and delicate, with a slight bronze tint, exuding a healthy vitality. Her eyes were a deep blue, clear and bright, twinkling like two sapphires. Her lips were rosy and full, slightly parted, revealing a captivating smile. The entire look of the girl was as stunning as a delicate Barbie doll, instantly breathtaking at first glance. Upon seeing the girl, countless LSBs beat their chests, howling like wolves. Calculated with my fingers, my marriage is finally upon me. Woo, wife, I finally see you. Wife, this room is full of LSBs, you better come home with me. Damn. Don't just talk about you men, even as a girl, I'm a bit moved. What's the use of being so good-looking? I'm still the man she can't have. Miss, can you leave your wee chat? I just want to be your loyal dog, woof woof woof. Damn, is the world of loyal dogs this competitive too? I'd be willing to be the loyal dog for such a beauty. Hey guys, don't you think this young lady looks a bit like that Melody Marks? Melody Marks, who's that? Melody Marks, known as the Nordic Fairy among netizens, is a pure and charming adult film actress. Such a pure girl must not even have held a man's hand right. Heh, she's eaten more sausages than you've ever seen. I've never thought Melody was a great beauty. Her acting is too exaggerated, sounds fake. More importantly, she'll never get rid of the flab on her belly. She used to be okay, but she's really slipping now. You scumbags, getting all tough after putting on your pants. Seeing these chaotic and increasingly absurd comments, Lu Heng was speechless. Aren't you guys worried about scaring the girl? Ahem. He cleared his throat, smiling, and asked, how should I address you, young friend? Hello, Taoist. My surname is Sidhu, just call me by my surname. The blonde beauty smiled sweetly, and who knows how many LSB hearts surged with that sweet smile. Sidhu, has it started yet? Just then, a long-legged girl appeared in the livestream room. Though not as stunning as Sidhu Jingya, she was also a high-quality beauty. The online viewers again called out wife in excitement. Good evening, Taoist. I've been your fan for a long time. I've been following you for a while. The long-legged girl waved at the camera, greeting Lu Heng. Hello, young friend. Lu Heng nodded slightly, then asked, what would you two young friends like to have foretold tonight? Taoist, this is my first time in your livestream room. I've heard about you from my best friend. Sidhu Jingya pointed to the long-legged girl next to her, then continued. She says when it comes to fortune-telling, you're all-knowing. Like fugitives on the run for years, bodies hidden in walls, or children seemingly abducted but actually harmed, you can figure it all out. Especially when it comes to predicting others' futures, it's spot on every time. After hearing the girl's words, Lu Heng smiled lightly and said, when it comes to fortune-telling, I do have some proficiency. However, although I can predict the future, it doesn't mean it's set in stone. Sometimes, even a small action can lead fate to a different conclusion. So the old saying goes, believe it and it will happen, don't believe it and it won't. Sidhu Jingya nodded slightly, understandingly. She then turned her head to whisper something to the long-legged girl beside her. After a small exchange, Sidhu Jingya spoke again. Taoist, to be honest, what my best friend said about you is unbelievable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd find it hard to convince myself. How about you go ahead and predict my past first? The online audience was immediately displeased. Even though you're pretty, you can't doubt our adorable Taoist. How can you doubt our Taoist's abilities, wife? Big wife, please listen more to what my little wife says. Our Taoist is all-knowing. Your doubts are quite laughable. Exactly, are the over 1 million fans in the room all idiots? It's normal for the young lady to be doubtful. It's her first time here after all. Oh, already starting to lick. If you don't trust the Taoist, why come here? All right, everyone stop quarreling. Let the Taoist help the young lady probe into the past first. Yeah, the past usually involves some skeletons. I'm eager to see the young ladies. Lu Heng said calmly, no worries, I shall first read into the young friend's past. With that, he closed his eyes and silently summoned the celestial destiny system. System, retrieve this person's past information. System tip, retrieving past information will consume the host's lifespan by 3 days. Continue. The system's voice immediately sounded in his ear. Yes. Upon his confirmation, Sidhu Jingya's past 20 years played out like a movie. About 3 to 4 minutes later, Lu Heng suddenly opened his eyes. Everything was known to him. He slowly spoke. I have divined the young friend's past. Now listen closely. All right, Taoist. Sidhu Jingya nodded, her face filled with curiosity. To be honest, she's seen fortune-tellers before, but never one as confident as this. If it weren't for her best friend often mentioning this immortal Taoist, she wouldn't have been curious enough to enter this live stream room. Lu Heng slowly said, Your family is well off, a mix of Eastern and Western strengths, never having worried about money growing up. In your family, there are 5 people altogether. Besides your parents, you have an older brother and an older sister. Your brother is the oldest, 10 years your senior. And your sister was born 3 years before you. Your parents are very busy with work, so you and your sister were mostly raised by your brother. Chapter 146-144, The Rich Girl's Past. Sidhu Jingya listened and nodded lightly, but before she could say anything, the long-legged girl standing beside her excitedly shouted, Sidhu, how about it? I said the Taoist priest is really miraculous. But this is just the beginning. There's more incredible stuff to come. Just wait and see. As a dedicated fan, the long-legged girl's admiration for Lu Heng needed no further elaboration. Sidhu Jingya glanced at her and shook her head helplessly. All right, calm down a bit. There are so many people watching in the live stream room. Maintain your ladylike demeanor. After her persuasion, the long-legged girl finally calmed down. The viewers in the live stream room, however, couldn't sit still and started spamming the comments. Compared to Sidhu, I actually prefer her long-legged buddy. I like her too, after all. She's a die-hard fan of the Taoist priest and shares a lot in common with me. Well, I guess I'll reluctantly bring Sister Sidhu home then. Are you guys here to watch the Taoist priest's live stream or to choose a wife? Kids make choices, adults want it all. Haha, only kids shout for having it all. Adults know their kidneys can't take it. If I could have 2 such beautiful wives, I'd willingly offer 2 kidneys. You're all so disgusting. You should be sent to the West Icehouse Hotel. Isn't that too lenient? How about sending them to St. Elizabeth Hospital? I want to see their brain slices tomorrow. How about sending them to a membership restaurant in Shimokitazawa? Oh. At this moment, Sidhu Jingya spoke again. Taoist, can you calculate in more detail? No problem. Lu Heng nodded slightly, then asked, I wonder how detailed young friend Sidhu wants me to be. If possible, I can even tell some secrets that your buddy doesn't know. Of course. Sidhu Jingya replied with a smile. She appeared strong-willed. Even though Lu Heng had already revealed her family situation, he still couldn't gain her trust. This illustrates just how extraordinarily wary this wealthy and beautiful woman is towards strangers. Lu Heng unhurriedly said, Your family has been in business for over a century, renowned in the southeast coastal areas. Both your parents are business elites, currently helping your grandfather control the family group. In contrast, your brother fell short, not inheriting your parents' abilities, merely a playboy second-generation rich kid. Your sister, though smart and capable, doesn't have your grandfather's favor, and is now working at a foreign company. And you. From a young age, you were meticulously trained, with lessons in vocal music, dance, painting filling your childhood. In middle school, you chose ballet as your major, but unfortunately, an accident led to a meniscus injury, forcing you to give up ballet prematurely. But who knows if misfortune might become a blessing. This injury wasn't entirely without benefits. At least it allowed you to focus more on your studies. In the eyes of others, a child as outstanding as you should have stellar academic performance. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Your academic performance was just average, far from exceptional. Barely getting into a decent college, you met a senior from the sports department whose appearance met your marital criteria. But later, you unexpectedly discovered he had body odor and voluntarily gave up this unstarted romance. In your sophomore year, your parents planned to send you abroad for university, which you firmly rejected. After graduation, instead of joining the family group, you rented a place with your buddy to start a business together. However, your first entrepreneurship ended in failure due to being scammed. Now you are considering the direction for your second entrepreneurial effort. Lu Heng narrated Sidu Jingya's personal growth journey. After listening, both Sidu Jingya and her long-legged beauty friend were stunned. Oh, Sidu, I didn't expect you to have a secret crush on someone. Quick, tell me who on earth was that senior? A year senior to us, from the sports department with body odor could it be? Faced with her friend's questioning, Sidu Jingya's pretty face flushed instantly. The viewers saw her adorable look and couldn't resist spamming the comments. My wife blushing is just so beautiful. Such a wealthy and beautiful lady would match perfectly with my celestial C. Daniel Wu. Giving up on a relationship because of body odor, that's interesting. What would that sophomore senior think if he knew he lost a wealthy and beautiful girlfriend because of his body odor? Miss Sidu, hello? I'm Santa Claus, and due to the odd-even license plate restriction, my reindeer can't hit the road, so I can't deliver gifts at the door. Therefore, I've decided to switch to courier delivery, so please mail your stockings to me immediately. I'll ship them right away after I pack the gifts. I'm also Santa Claus, just send me a black silk stocking. Preferably worn. Enough said, just leave your phone number. I'd willingly accept you as my girlfriend. I aspire to the Tao, but ultimately can't resist the allure of beauty. It's a heart demon I can't shake. Sidu Jingya was quite embarrassed, but she fully believed now that this Taoist priest had genuine skills. However, before that, she had to deal with her good friend. As the saying goes, a woman is equivalent to 500 ducks. At this moment, it was like there were 500 ducks quacking in her ears, making her head feel like it was about to explode. It seemed that her dark history being exposed indeed made her friend extremely excited and thrilled. Stop, stop, stop. Lingling, we need to talk about serious matters now. Sidu Jingya struggled for a long time to finally get her friend to quiet down. She looked apologetically at Lu Heng and softly said, Taoist, it was my bad earlier, I shouldn't have doubted you. So please don't say any more. Clearly, she feared more of her dark history being exposed. If that happened, she would probably spend the rest of the year enduring her friend's teasing. Lu Heng laughed heartily and said, Young friend Sidu, you came to ask me for divination tonight. It should be to find those 2 lost pet cats, right? Yes. Sidu Jingya nodded repeatedly. The fact that he could even deduce her unknown dark history naturally meant he couldn't miss her true purpose tonight. My situation is just as you described, Taoist. After graduating from university, my friend and I rented a place and planned to start a business together. During this period, we adopted 2 stray orange cats. Those 2 big oranges, we've raised them for nearly a year, forming quite an attachment. Chapter 147-145. Sorry, I don't have that ability. However, just 3 days ago, when I went downstairs to walk the big ginger cats and was about to help them lose weight, I temporarily tied them by the roadside because I forgot my phone. But when I returned, I discovered that the cat leash had been cut. Both of my big gingers were nowhere to be found and were presumably stolen by someone. Sidu Jingya spoke through gritted teeth, clearly hating the person who stole her cats. Taoist, I came to you for fortune-telling tonight because I want you to help me find out who this heartless person is that stole my big ginger. Sidu Jingya finally said. Lu Heng listened and nodded lightly. He had already seen these events when he was divining the past for the other party before. However, his celestial destiny system is currently only able to calculate the past and future of humans. Ask him to divine for 2 ginger cats. Sorry, not possible, so he shook his head and refused. Young friend Sidu, please forgive me for my lack of ability. If it's to divine the past and future of humans, that's not a problem. But unfortunately, when it comes to divining cats, dogs, or other creatures, I'm powerless. Upon hearing this, Sidu Jingya couldn't help but furrow her fine eyebrows. At this time, the netizens in the livestream chat also started to send comments. The Taoist only does fortune-telling for humans, and you want him to divine for cats, that's funny. Exactly, since when are cats equal to humans? SHH, keep it down, cat lovers won't like hearing that. So the fortune-teller isn't all-knowing after all. Bro, did a donkey kick you in the head? If the Taoist knew everything, he'd be an immortal. The Taoist should add another rule that says he only divines for humans, and not for cats and dogs. I like cats too, but how do you divine for 2 cats? Do they have household registrations, IDs? Miss, even though you're really pretty, I still have to say, please don't waste social resources, okay? Everyone is waiting for a fortune-telling, and you come here to divinate for cats. If you could divine for cats, does that mean you could divine for ants too? Will that work? Then divine for the HIV in my body. Whoa, get away from me. Just now these so-called lustful simps were affectionately calling out wifey with great delight. But now many netizens turned their criticism towards Sidhu Jingya. This was understandable since the Taoist usually only divines for humans, and you suddenly start asking for a divination for cats. What's the deal here? Are you challenging him or trying to ruin him? Sidhu, let's not divine after all. It was my oversight earlier. I forgot the Taoist only does human fortune-telling during live streams. Moreover, there's a rule that if the divination isn't for oneself, you need to provide the person's name and birth date. Getting a fortune-telling for 2 cats is really not appropriate. Seeing the aggressive comments, the long-legged girl hastily intervened, signaling her friend not to proceed with the request. No matter how dense or slow one might be, she'd realized that she had incited some public anger. After all, everyone else was getting human fortunes told, and you randomly asked for a reading for 2 cats. That's just unreasonable. Listening to her friend's words and looking at the comments, Sidhu Jingya hesitated. She seemed to be pondering whether to continue or not. Meanwhile, a spark of inspiration struck Lu Heng's mind. He had keenly realized one issue, that the 2 ginger cats Sidhu Jingya found weren't just any stray cats at all. Upon realizing this, he immediately called out to the Celestial Destiny System. System, query this person's future information. System prompt, querying future information will require consuming 3 days of the host's lifespan. Do you wish to proceed? The system's voice immediately rang out in his head. Yes. Once he confirmed, the predetermined future of Sidhu Jingya immediately played out before his eyes. After watching, Lu Heng understood. Indeed, sorry Taoist, I was a bit out of line. I apologize to you and all the viewers here. My sincerest apologies to everyone. After hesitating for a moment, Sidhu Jingya ultimately chose to backtrack. She offered an earnest apology to everyone and was ready to disconnect the call. But just at that moment, Lu Heng suddenly spoke up. Young friend, hold on. Sidhu Jingya instinctively halted her actions. Puzzled, Taoist, is there something else? Young friend Sidhu, I want to ask you a question. Lu Heng smiled. Please tell me, when you found those 2 ginger cats, didn't they seem a bit familiar to you? Sidhu Jingya was stunned upon hearing this. She turned to look at her friend, both girls equally confused. Taoist, what do you mean by that? Why would we find them familiar? The long-legged beauty couldn't help but ask. What I mean is, before you took those cats in, were you sure they were stray cats? Lu Heng approached the question from a different angle. Sidhu Jingya furrowed her brows, diligently trying to recall something. But no matter how hard she thought, she couldn't remember anything. She apologized sincerely. Sorry, Taoist, my memory isn't great, I really can't recall. Before she could finish her sentence, her friend suddenly interjected, I remember now. Sidhu, do you recall that we took the ginger cats to a pet hospital for a checkup? The handsome vet did mention that our 2 ginger cats were vaccinated and neutered, not like ordinary stray cats. The long-legged beauty exclaimed excitedly. Seems like there was really something like that. Her friend's reminder jogged Sidhu Jingya's memory. You also asked that handsome vet for his WeChat. But he not only had a girlfriend, he was even engaged. She instinctively added another comment. What nonsense are you spouting? The long-legged girl blushed immediately upon hearing this and playfully pinched Sidhu Jingya's ear. I remembered it wrong. I remembered it wrong. I got confused. It was me who asked for the WeChat. Sidhu Jingya quickly pleaded for forgiveness. Watching the 2 beauties playfully squabble was indeed quite a charming sight. Lu Heng chuckled and replied, that pet doctor was right. The 2 ginger cats you took in aren't actually stray cats. His previous insight had led him to this realization. Those 2 ginger cats actually had an owner. They weren't stray cats at all, and both Sidhu Jingya and her friend had seen those 2 ginger cats in their own neighborhood before. But every encounter they had with them in the past was just a brief brush. Under such circumstances, remembering them was indeed a bit of a long shot. Not stray cats. Sidhu Jingya and the long-legged beauty exchanged a glance, shocked expressions evident in both their eyes. Chapter 148, 146, like a cow stepping on a live wire. Sidhu Jingya tried hard to recall the scene when she first picked up the 2 big ginger cats. At that time, the 2 ginger cats were dirty all over, but their spirits were quite good. Moreover, they were quite plump in size, unlike other stray cats which were often scrawny. She thought back then that someone in the neighborhood was feeding them, plus the inherent talent of ginger cats, so she didn't think much of it. But now, combined with the Taoist's words when she thought carefully, the origin of these two ginger cats was indeed a bit mysterious. Meanwhile, the viewers were completely confused, baffled. No way can the Taoist really read a cat's fortune. Though the Taoist had already exceeded my expectations before, reading a cat's fortune still sounds outrageous. The Taoist is indeed like a cow stepping on a power line, powerful and electrifying. If I could be picked next time, I'd definitely want to know about my seed. Checking a seed, are you checking when it'll become an embryo? Wow, you all are talents. Bro, you and I are destined. Our seeds have walked the same path. Amazing, I hope it's not a blood-soaked showdown. I get it, the Taoist means those two ginger cats have owners and aren't stray cats. What's that mean? Did the girl pick up some house cats when she found them? If those cats were lost, couldn't the previous owner just take them back home if they saw them? So in this case, it's a return of lost property. Sidhu Jingya and her friend looked at these comments with some shock. Could it be that they indeed picked up someone else's cats? In that case, were they really the cat stealers? Was I the clown all along? Lu Heng smiled faintly and said softly, "You all guessed right. Those two ginger cats actually have owners. And their owner lives in the same neighborhood as young friend Sidhu and her partner." Before picking up the cats, young friend Sidhu had encountered those two ginger cats several times. You just didn't pay attention back then. He smiled more broadly and continued, "Their former owner is a young man under 30, handsome and tall. In about 5 days, young friend Sidhu, you'll meet those two ginger cats in the neighborhood garden again. And at that time, you'll also meet that young man. That young man meets young friend Sidhu's requirements for a mate, so I don't need to say more about what happens next." Upon hearing this, some quick-thinking viewers immediately caught on. Wow, I give up. There's truly a genius who can think of this way to pick up girls. Going to such lengths just to naturally meet a beauty, this is really painstaking. I'm not saying anything. I'm heading to the pet market to buy a cat now, no one stopped me. I have to say that guy is really a genius. This long game for over a year really caught a big fish. It's over. My wife isn't very perceptive. She's definitely going to fall for this setup. Boo-hoo, no wonder I can't find a girlfriend. It turns out picking up girls is this brain-intensive. That guy digging a pit is one thing. More importantly, he meets Sidhu's mate criteria. Brothers, you have to be strong yourselves. Exactly. If you don't meet someone's mate criteria, all the effort will only lead to a fleeting encounter. If there's a guy willing to put in such effort for me, I'd definitely fall for him. A guy who puts in so much thought must be a good boyfriend, right? Restrain yourselves. Can you be a bit more reserved? Sidhu Jingya and her friend were completely confused. Though they were slow to react, they eventually understood. So all of this had been a long-planned scheme. Sidhu, with your affection for big and little fatty, you might really fall into the trap. Once he uses these two cats as a topic, you'll probably be unable to escape," said the long-legged beauty seriously. Hearing this, Sidhu Jingya frowned deeply. Contrary to what everyone anticipated, she didn't show any surprise. Instead, her beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of annoyance. This is because what she hated most was being deceived. More importantly, she didn't like men with schemes. Because such men are deeply scheming, you can never guess what they're thinking. And this guy using the two ginger cats to fish for a big catch was undoubtedly such a scheming man. She has always kept a respectful distance from such men. At this moment, Lu Heng spoke again. "Young friend Sidhu, let me advise you, the original owner of those ginger cats is not a good person. He has questionable character and a somewhat extreme personality, so I advise you not to associate with him too much to avoid trouble." In the future, he foresaw, Sidhu Jingya was always kept in the dark and ended up falling into that man's trap. Not only was the man deeply scheming and manipulative, but he also had an extreme character with a severe violent tendency. His showing love for animals was just a facade he deliberately created, like those two ginger cats. They're simply tools he used to pick up girls. Less than half a year into the relationship, Sidhu Jingya was beaten so badly she had to be hospitalized. However, Sidhu Jingya is not a weak person. After that hospitalization, not only did she voluntarily break up, but she also went to the police. Though the man was detained for some time, he showed no remorse. When he got out, he sought revenge on Sidhu Jingya. The first victims were the two ginger cats. The man tortured and killed the two ginger cats, hanging their bodies at Sidhu Jingya's door. This act scared Sidu Jingya into depression. After this, they tangled for over half a year more until Sidu Jingya couldn't take it any longer and chose to go abroad. Observing that man's series of actions, he was certainly not a suitable match. Therefore, Lu Heng took the initiative to give some advice. Taoist, thank you for the warning. Rest assured, I will not like such a scheming man. Sidu Jingya giggled. Then somewhat hesitantly she asked, Taoist, I have another question. If I refuse him directly, what will happen to my 2 ginger cats? Lu Heng smiled faintly and said, to be honest, I can only see people's futures. As for the 2 ginger cats, it's just what I saw in your future. Frankly, considering that man's character, I fear the 2 ginger cats won't meet a good end. Chapter 149, 147, I'm taking my 2 orange cats home. That man has a pretty serious violent tendency due to his personality. Sometimes the pets he keeps, like cats and dogs, become his outlet for venting. To him, those 2 orange cats are nothing more than tools for flirting with women. If the tools become useless, the outcome might not be good. Lu Heng continued speaking. Upon hearing these words, Sidu Jingya and her friends' faces instantly turned pale, bloodless. They genuinely liked those 2 orange cats from the bottom of their hearts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have specifically come to the live stream to get a fortune reading. If everything was as the Taoist said, wouldn't their beloved 2 big orange cats have a hard time escaping death? After a long silence, Sidu Jingya took a deep breath and said gravely, Taoist, do you know which building that man lives in? I'm planning to get my 2 big oranges back. Lu Heng, upon hearing this, advised, it's best not to rush over there, young friend Sidu. As I mentioned earlier, this person's violent tendency is quite serious. If a verbal conflict arises between the 2 sides, he's very likely to resort to violence. Faced with his advice, Sidu Jingya gently shook her head. She said firmly, Taoist, I understand your goodwill. But precisely because he has a serious violent tendency, I need to bring my 2 big oranges back. I don't want them to be cruelly killed because of me. The long-legged beauty beside nodded repeatedly and said, Taoist, rest assured we're not unprepared. I have pepper spray and a stun gun here, guaranteed to give him a hard time. The 2 of them seemed to share a common enemy. It looked like they had made up their minds, no matter what, to get those 2 orange cats back. The exact location should be Building 2, Gate 2, Room 204. Please be extremely careful, young friends. Lu Heng, seeing this, had no choice but to give out the man's address and then reminded them again. Building 2, Gate 2, Room 204. All right, I've memorized it. After repeating it several times, Sidu Jingya firmly remembered the address. Then she didn't hesitate at all, lightly tapped her finger and sent out 100 cloud-piercing arrows. These 100 cloud-piercing arrows made the entire live stream explode in an instant. Rich and willful. Dominant female CEO, love it, love it. Miss, I may look handsome and suave, but I actually have a fragile heart, just hoping you can see through me. Seems like I was born to live off women, begging for a rich lady's support. Sister, is there room for a dog at your place? I can do it. Honey, be careful out there. Don't let the creepy uncle fool you. Regarding this, I just want to recite a poem. When young, I didn't know the charm of living off others, mistakenly thinking youth was for hard work. Today, I realize how good rich women are, but, alas, resources nowhere to be found. Such talent, truly brilliant, brother. I hate you freeloaders the most. No ambition at all, always talking about rich women, white rich beauties, disgusting. Forget it, I'm not wasting words with losers like you. I'm off to celebrate my girlfriend's 70th birthday. Fuck. Such soft words, how can you say it so tough? Miss, I think you'd better change your phone to enter the live stream, reconnect the mic. Yes, with all of us here, if something happens, we can help call the police and be witnesses. Live streaming means having surveillance all the time. If that guy tries anything against you, we can help call the police immediately. Seeing the barrage of messages scrolling by on the screen, Sidu Jingya slightly furrowed her brows. She hesitated a bit and said, It's already past 8 now, and there's another person waiting for a fortune reading after me. If it's too late, will it disturb the Taoist's rest? No worries. Lu Heng waved his hand lightly. As a qualified onlooker who cares if it's bustling, his statement made the already lively chat even more overflowing with excitement. Ha ha ha, Taoist is one of us onlookers. What's this? Last time, everyone watched digging up the corpse for almost 2 hours. Recalling that live stream is indeed a bit scary, It was like filming a horror movie deep in the woods at night. Miss, don't be careless. You'd better bring a few bodyguards along. Fists are most effective when dealing with idiots. Honey, send me your location. I'll fly over immediately. Yeah, quickly send your location. I'll wear my red underwear outside and fly over directly. Send the address. My spaceship is eager to go. The Anywhere door is ready, can cross at any time. The Time-Space Legion is poised to set off, just waiting for Miss to give the command. Seeing a bunch of people clamoring to help, Sidhu Jingya and her friend were somewhat amused. She shook her head and politely declined. I appreciate everyone's kindness. With just the two of us, carrying some pepper spray and such, it should be enough. After saying that, Sidhu Jingya logged into the live stream using her phone and reconnected the mic. During this brief transition, she and her friend had already changed clothes. The crowd in the live stream lamented as if they had missed a fortune. Sidhu Jingya and her friend took their tools and headed straight to the second building mentioned by Lu Heng. After climbing the stairs to the second floor, Sidhu Jingya quickly furrowed her delicate brows. Lingling, do you smell something? She whispered to her friend beside her. Her friend sniffed a few times and replied in a low voice, I think I smell a hint of blood. But the scent isn't strong and seems to be mixed with a bit of stench. Like something rotting. Sidhu Jingya nodded slightly. She cautiously surveyed her surroundings, her brow furrowing deeper. This scent seems to be coming from room 204. As she spoke, her gaze locked onto room 204 nearby. Looks like the Taoist was right. The long-legged beauty pulled out her pepper spray from her pocket, her eyes becoming sharper. Knock, knock, knock. Sidhu Jingya approached and knocked on the door of room 204. Who is it? In a short moment, a voice full of impatience came from inside. Sir, hello, could you open the door? Sidhu Jingya asked through the door. Who the hell are you, knocking on my door for what? Midst grumbling, the door slowly opened. A tall, handsome young man poked his head out, appearing before Sidhu Jingya and her friend. Seeing the ones who knocked were the girls he liked, the young man froze on the spot. You, why are you here? In his excitement and confusion, the young man stammered slightly. Sidhu Jingya didn't waste words, speaking straightforwardly. I'm here to take my 2 big oranges back. Chapter 150-148. That kid is definitely up to something. The young man's eyes flashed with a trace of panic upon hearing this. What orange and black cats? I have no idea what you're talking about. While forcing himself to remain calm and deny, he attempted to close the door. But just then, the sound of meow, meow, meow came from inside the room, although the cat meows might sound the same to outsiders. Sidhu Jingya and her friend could immediately tell that the cats inside were definitely their orange cats. The deeper voice is Fatty One. The sharper voice is Fatty Two. The long-legged beauty exclaimed with delight. Sidhu Jingya, on the other hand, grabbed the door and sneered at the young man. Stop pretending. Hurry up and return our cats. Your cats, huh? What evidence do you have to prove those 2 cats are yours? Seeing that he had been exposed, the young man immediately put on a new face and started to act shamelessly. Ah! At the same time, the long-legged beauty suddenly screamed. This sudden scream shocked everyone, but it also drew the attention of the live-stream audience. Sidhu, Sidhu, look over there. The long-legged beauty's face turned pale with fear, her right hand trembling as she pointed to a delivery box inside the door. Hearing this, Sidhu Jingya leaned in for a closer look, and her face instantly turned white. She instinctively raised her phone and aimed the camera at the box. Only then did the stream audience understand why the 2 women suddenly looked so horrified. In the box lay a white cat whose body had already stiffened. The once snowy fur was now covered in bloodstains. The body was also covered in various knife wounds, horrifying to behold. Anyone could see that this white cat had been abused to death. The bloody smell that Sidhu Jingya and her friend earlier detected was emanating from this white cat. But upon seeing the state of the cat, the viewers were immediately unsettled. Woo-woo-woo's the poor kitty. Damn, this guy is not only violent, but also has a sadistic streak. Good thing the ladies didn't fall for it. Abusing small animals, people like this are absolutely disgusting. Quick, call the police and have them arrest him. While this behavior is despicable, I don't think our country has specific laws against it, right? Exactly as the Taoist master predicted, this bastard is a total pervert. Darling, those 100 cloud-piercing arrows you spent were worth it. Dating a psycho like this, how horrifying. Fortunately, the 2 ladies came looking for their cats. Otherwise, they might have suffered the same fate. I want to ask, is neutering cats and dogs considered animal abuse? I also despise those who claim it's for the pet's good and then get them neutered. But there's fear that if some people don't spay their pets, they'll tire of them and abandon them. Then the city would be overrun with strays. Ultimately, it's not about the method, it's about the type of person. The livestream audience was abuzz with discussion. Meanwhile, Lu Heng furrowed his brows slightly. For some reason, his intuition told him that this guy definitely had something shady going on. System. Lu Heng stared at the young man on the screen, once again calling out the celestial destiny system. System, query this person's past information. System prompt, querying past information will cost the host 3 days of lifespan. Do you wish to proceed? The system's voice instantly echoed in his ears. Yes. Soon, everything the young man had experienced in the past unfolded before Lu Heng's eyes. Meanwhile, at the scene, once his unique hobby was discovered, the young man's expression changed immediately. His eyes flickered with anger as he fiercely glared at Sidu Jingya and her friend, threatening, I advise you two to leave immediately and mind your own business. Or I'll kill you both. You pervert. Hurry up and return our cats. Faced with the threat, Sidu Jingya showed no fear. For she knew that if they missed this chance, Fatty 1 and Fatty 2 would likely end up murdered. Get lost, get lost. I don't know what nonsense you're talking about. Stop disturbing my sleep. The young man, seeing that his threats had no effect, tried to shut the door directly. But at that moment, the long-legged beauty decisively pulled out pepper spray. With lightning speed, she raised the pepper spray and sprayed it straight at the young man's face. Oh crap! The young man let out a miserable cry, clutching his face, stumbling backward repeatedly. Taking this opportunity, Sidu Jingya kicked up with a crotch shot, kicking the young man's groin hard. You bastard! The young man clutched his face with one hand and his lower body with the other, howling in pain. Sidu Jingya and the long-legged beauty dared not waste time and slipped through the door slit into the room. Fatty 1, Fatty 2, where are you? Sister is here to get you. Sidu Jingya quickly called out, and soon heard a series of cat meows. The two women followed the sound to the door of a storage room inside the house. The sound is coming from behind this door. Fatty 1 and Fatty 2 must be in this room. The long-legged beauty said as she opened the storage room door. Immediately, a strange odor wafted into their noses. This smell was indescribable. It was fragrant, yet mixed with a stench, extremely peculiar. Sidu Jingya turned on the flashlight function and shone it inside, and was instantly stunned. In this less than 10 square meters storage room, nearly 100 metal cages were neatly arranged. In the cages were many cats, dogs, and other pets. These little pets were all listless and emaciated. Some of them had died who knows when, their bodies even starting to rot. The stench mingled in the fragrance came from these corpses. The fragrance, however, came from incense burning in the room, apparently used specifically to mask the stench. Seeing this scene before them and smelling that odd scent, Sidu Jingya and her friend nearly threw up. Meow, 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 meow. Upon seeing their owners, the two orange cats trapped in the corner immediately began scratching at the cage and meowing urgently. The viewers, through Sidu Jingya's camera, also saw the situation in the storage room. Everyone furrowed their brows. This is too excessive. Those poor cats and dogs. Quick, call the police. People like this should be thrown behind bars. Even if you call the police, it probably won't do much. Maybe just a fine and a few days in custody. Oh no, my wife is in danger. After learning that psycho's secret, will he act desperately? What's there to fear? We're all witnesses. Would he really dare to attack? Abusing pets is just taking advantage of legal loopholes. But if he harms people, that's a whole different story. Chapter 151, 149. Police don't move. The viewers were all worked up, and Sidu Jingya and her companion were equally enraged. For the small animals, this storage room was nothing short of hell. This bastard. Pervert. So disgusting. How can there be such a perverted person in the world? Luckily, the Taoist priest helped. Otherwise, Sidu, you would have fallen for this pervert's trap. Lingaling, we can't just watch these cats and dogs die. As the two women were discussing how to rescue all the animals, the young man came charging at them with a knife again. Damn. You two bitches dare meddle in my affairs. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Having been sprayed earlier with pepper spray, the young man's eyes kept tearing up. This scene might have seemed somewhat comical, but it didn't affect his ferocious and twisted face at all. I warn you. We're live streaming right now. Hundreds of thousands of people are watching. If you dare attack with a knife, you're definitely going to end up in jail. The long-legged beauty raised her phone high, her voice slightly trembling. Heh, don't try to scare me with that shit. Even if you're live streaming, so what? I might as well go all out, take one down with me and still win a life. The young man sneered. Upon hearing this, Sidhu Jingya and the long-legged beauty were suddenly stunned. Lu Heng had told them before that this man was somewhat extreme, and they remembered it. But they didn't expect that he would be this extreme and crazy. Calling him a madman would not be an exaggeration. If he really intended to go down together in mutual destruction, they truly had no power to resist. If they had known how crazy this guy was, they would have brought more people along. Thinking of this, Sidhu Jingya couldn't help but feel a trace of regret in her heart. You two bitches die. The young man didn't waste any more words. Brandishing the kitchen knife, he charged at the two women full of killing intent. The viewers in the live stream witnessed this and tried calling the police, while constantly sending messages urging the two to escape quickly. Although Sidhu Jingya and her companion were gutsy, facing such a scene was a first for them. They were completely intimidated by his madness, their legs trembling uncontrollably, and they couldn't muster any strength. The viewers were anxious, wishing they could reach through the screen and pull them to safety. Just as it seemed the two women would be cut down in the live stream, there came a sudden shout from behind the young man, "Police, don't move." Hearing this, the young man's actions paused instinctively. Before he could react, several police officers rushed in and pinned him to the ground. Sidhu Jingya and her companion were in shock for a while before realizing they were saved. Following that, they felt their legs give out, collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, the viewers' hearts, which had been in their throats, finally returned to their chests. That was damn cool. Sob, officers, you arrived just in time. Yeah, if you were even a little late, it would have been unimaginable. Phew, damn, that scared me. Almost lost my wife there. Our country's police are so capable, always showing up so promptly. You two ladies were too reckless. If the officers hadn't arrived in time, the Taoists' live stream might have been shut down again. Sidhu, you two need to learn from this experience. Don't be so reckless again. I was so worried. At that crucial moment, why didn't you use the pepper spray or the stun gun? Use what? Didn't you see they were already scared stiff? It's a miracle they didn't wet their pants right there. Cough, cough. Well, if they did wet their pants, I can offer free replacement services here. I wonder which big brother called the police. Let me thank you on behalf of my wife. I'll thank the big brother on behalf of both my wives, too. Not only the viewers, but even the police on the scene breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they arrived in time. Otherwise, it could have meant 2 more casualties. Miss Sidhu, are you two all right? After subduing the young man, a middle-aged police officer approached, expressing his concern. We're okay, no worries. Sidhu Jingya exchanged glances with her friend, sharing a relieved smile. At this moment, their legs were no longer as weak as before. Supporting each other, they managed to stand up. Good to know you're okay. That's the most important thing. Once assured of the women's safety, the middle-aged police officer turned his gaze to the still struggling young man. Then he loudly questioned, Liu Yu, stop struggling. Aside from today's incident, we also suspect you are involved in a missing elderly person case from 5 years ago. At these words, the viciously struggling Liu Yu suddenly paled. His previously fierce and aggressive eyes were filled with fright. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't even try to frame me. If it weren't for these 2 women strangely barging into my home, first spraying me with pepper spray, then kicking me in the crotch, why would I use a knife? I'm clearly defending myself, self-defense. Liu Yu, pretending to be calm, kept defending himself. Heh. Don't pretend to be innocent with us. If we didn't have enough evidence, why would we come looking for you? The middle-aged officer sneered upon hearing this. After speaking, he walked to the south balcony and retrieved a rusty small iron box from behind a flower pot. Only Liu Yu's expression changed drastically. Seconds later, he hung his head, looking utterly defeated. The viewers watched in bewilderment. How did the middle-aged officer know about the small iron box behind the flower pot? What was in that small iron box that made Liu Yu stop resisting? Why does this scene seem familiar? The officers seemed to know exactly what was inside the small iron box. Why did they only arrest this perverted man now? It's normal to feel déjà vu, right? Every time the Taoist helps, the police easily find evidence. Whoa, does this mean it was the Taoist who called the police? Upon reflection, that's probably it. If we had to report it, the two ladies might have been done for. I guess the Taoist foresaw this guy was trouble, so he reported it early. Enough said. The Taoist is amazing, a hero through and through. Congratulations to the Taoist for once again earning the title Nemesis of Criminals. Taoist, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I'd have become a widower. What a scoundrel, but in the end, thanks on behalf of both my wives to the Taoist. Chapter 152, 150, What If? System prompt: the host has successfully altered the heavenly Tao and is absorbing the lifespan. Please check later. As Liu Yu was captured, the familiar system voice sounded once again. Lu Heng glanced at the system interface. The lifespan points have already increased to 101. Meanwhile, Sidu Jingya and her girlfriend also noticed the comments in the live stream. Taoist, were you the one who reported this to the police for us? They asked with full curiosity. Lu Heng nodded slightly and said, Indeed, it was me who called the police earlier for you. Previously, I was a bit curious and calculated this person's past on my own. I didn't expect it, but he was actually burdened with a murder case. So I asked the admin to help report it to the police. As expected, everything was just as everyone had imagined. It was because of the Taoist's early call that Sidu Jingya and her friend avoided being harmed by Liu Yu. Moreover, it also helped the police solve a 5-year-old unsolved case. Taoist, what exactly did this pervert do 5 years ago? The officer just mentioned an old man's disappearance case. I reckon this guy harmed an elder. Taoist, can you tell us more about this murder case? Please give us some details. Taoist, your baby is curious. Yeah, please satisfy our curiosity. As suitable onlookers, the audience started sending in comments, asking for more information. Sidu Jingya and her friend were equally curious. The two repeatedly urged, Taoist, please tell us more. Yes, Taoist, we are really curious. Their tone even had a hint of coquettishness. Some online LSBs almost felt their bones melt. Seeing everyone so curious, Lu Heng chuckled helplessly and said, Technically speaking, I shouldn't reveal much about the murder case from 5 years ago. But since everyone is eager to know, I'll disclose a bit. Adjusting his posture, he slowly began. 5 years ago, a 62-year-old gentleman went missing after finishing a square dance. 3 days later, his body was found in an abandoned factory. The killer was well prepared, leaving behind very little evidence. Moreover, it rained heavily in the 2 days following the crime, washing away the scarce evidence. That small metal box you're curious about contained photos and videos the killer deliberately took during the crime. As for who the killer is, I don't need to elaborate, right? Although Lu Heng hadn't said much, anyone with a slight sense of understanding knew what was going on. It goes without saying that the killer was Liu Yu. Their Taoist wouldn't mistakenly predict fate. And the police wouldn't arrest the wrong person. Damn, this pervert not only abused animals but even dared to commit murder. A true psychopath, taking photos and videos while committing murder. No wonder he exuded such a murderous aura when holding a knife earlier. Turns out he really has killed someone. In that case, weren't my 2 wives in even more danger earlier? If it weren't for the Taoist's early report, this guy probably would have claimed 2 more lives. That's why you should always be cautious. You never truly know someone. Appearances can be deceiving. If it's like this with acquaintances, what about strangers? Who would know if the person you're facing is a twisted psychopath? Luckily, this psycho was caught. Otherwise, he might have continued his crimes later. After listening to Lu Heng's recount, Sidu Jingya and her friend felt a shudder of fear. What if the Taoist hadn't reported it early? What if they hadn't started a live stream? What if the police hadn't arrived in time? What if? Throughout the process, if any link went wrong, the two of them would probably be BFFs in the underworld by now. Taoist, I can't thank you enough for saving our lives. From today onwards, I am your devout fan. Yeah. If anyone dares speak ill of you, I'll surely roast them. The 2 girls kept expressing their gratitude to Lu Heng, but their somewhat pale words couldn't fully express their feelings of gratitude. The wealthy Sidu Jingya, once again, generously fired off over 100 cloud-piercing arrows. Ladies, you've been through a lot tonight. It's best you get some rest soon. Lu Heng smiled faintly. Goodbye, Taoist. The 2 nodded and then ended the call. Though the beauties were gone, the livestream remained lively. In our Taoist livestream, you truly encounter all kinds of bizarre things. Who wouldn't agree? I'm living off the Taoist's live streams now. Including this case, I think the police should really award the Taoist a crime buster banner. Haven't we accumulated many years of unresolved cases in our country? Why not send them over and have the Taoist solve them one by one? I think that works too. With the Taoist's skills, even if you burrowed into a rat hole, he would drag you out. Mysticism combined with crime solving, it's got potential. I declare the Taoist is the greatest detective of all time. Now those fugitives must be scared to death, right? Watching the comments, Lu Heng silently remembered these contents. Capturing the main culprits of cold cases in advance could also be a way to accumulate lifespan. But the premise is he needs enough lifespan. All right, we're done with tonight's first lucky viewer. Next, let's welcome our second lucky viewer, Da Flamingo. After speaking, Lu Heng sent a voice chat invitation to the viewer with the nickname Da Flamingo. A lot of time had been spent on Sidu Jingya's matter. But fortunately, Da Flamingo hadn't logged off, so he quickly accepted the chat invitation. Appearing on the screen was a young man around 27 or 28, looking rather ordinary. Like someone you come across on the street without too many distinct features. Hello, Taoist. The young man waved and greeted. Hello to you too, young friend. Lu Heng nodded slightly and asked, How should I address you, young friend? You can just call me Wei. The young man replied with a smile. The viewers chuckled knowingly upon hearing this name. Wei, you're gaming again. Take a break and read a book, would you? Did you hear me speaking to you? You sound very brave. Nice body, quite solid. Aren't you too shy for your age? I think you don't understand it at all. I have some good stuff in my room. While you're blushing, let me see if you're developing properly. Wei looked at these comments and said with a face of helplessness, You've got it wrong. I don't like gaming, nor do I like being a DUA wolf. Chapter 153, 151, Future Relationship Issues. What kind of fortune does the young friend wish to have told tonight? Lu Heng asked with a smile, Sigh. Upon hearing the question, Wei first sighed, then replied, Taoist priest, I want to know about my future relationship issues. My girlfriend and I met through a matchmaking event. We've been together for more than 6 months now. Just last month, in front of our friends and family, we got engaged. But the longer we've been together, the more I feel she's not quite right for me. She's from a single-parent family, with a stepfather and 2 siblings who are not biologically related to her, a brother and a sister. When things are good, she's gentle and considerate, always going along with whatever I say. But when she's angry, she turns her back on me faster than flipping a page. The viewers listening to his story started to send comments. Well, kids from single-parent families can have quirks in their personalities, just be understanding. Yeah, where do you find someone who's gentle, considerate, and completely obedient like those perfect fantasies? Pure self-deception. Wah, stop already, I'm crying, isn't that enough? Every home has its own difficulties. A stubborn personality can be overcome. Nobody's perfect. Can you guarantee there are no flaws in your personality? If you love her, you'd naturally accept her flaws. Exactly, if you don't love her, you'd find everything wrong with her. Like the old saying, if it works, get married. If it doesn't, cut your losses quickly. Wei looked at these comments and shook his head gently. He continued, I'm not a fan of smoking, whether it's a man or a woman. But just a week ago, I discovered she was secretly smoking behind my back. And I found out that whenever she said she was meeting friends for a meal, she was actually off to play mahjong. Also, after we got engaged and started living together, she told me it was her first time, yet she was still in touch with her ex-boyfriend before our engagement. More importantly, the messages indicated they had slept together. However, after the engagement, she broke contact with him. Now we both started doubting each other, checking each other's phones with no trust left. Having heard this, the viewers realized things weren't as simple as they seemed. Well, these flaws seem somewhat bearable. If you really dislike her smoking, just tell her and help her quit. If it were me, I'd go play mahjong with her. Damn, can you stop being such simps? It's really disgusting. Where are all these perfect ladies coming from? It's all thanks to these groveling toadies. Smoking, join her. Mahjong, join her. And if she gets back with her ex, help push them together. 36, all that's left is 6. She broke it off on her own. What are you dwelling on, shrimphead guy? Come on, guys, doesn't everybody get it? It's just an ex, what's the big deal? keep dwelling on this and that, and I'm speechless. Honestly, Brother Wei, your fiancée has a habit of lying, and after marriage, it might be hard to get the truth out of her. Better break up now, who likes being deceived all the time. Break up, cut your losses. Wei gave a bitter smile and continued, I'm not done yet, listen up. 3 days ago we went shopping, and she insisted on eating spicy hot pot. She was on her period, which isn't great for oily, spicy food, so I advised her not to eat it. Then she got mad at me and hasn't spoken a word since. On the way home, she said she wanted some space and left on her own. Worried she'd have an accident, I followed her and saw another man pick her up. She only came back home by noon the next day and voluntarily showed me her phone to prove her innocence. I found many parts of her chat history with that man were deleted. We had another big fight over this. Now she doesn't answer my calls, and when we meet, she coldly tells me to get lost and even smashed my phone. I haven't broken up with her because my mom is pressing me, and the new home is already renovated with furniture and all. Her mom works away from home, leaving her alone, and my mom treats her like her own daughter. Secondly, her wallpaper, her social media, it's all about me. Ordinarily, she also does my laundry and cooking, meeting my standard of a good wife. But her affairs with her ex and another man are like a bone stuck in my throat, hard for me to swallow. Taoist priest, I'm feeling extremely stifled and conflicted. Should I pretend to be ignorant or confront her? So today, I want to ask you to foresee how things will turn out between her and me in the future. After telling his story in one breath, Wei let out a long sigh. His face was filled with conflict. Whether to continue or to let go, he had no clue. After hearing the whole story, the viewers each offered their advice. Wei, I think you should confront her, otherwise life won't be peaceful after marriage. Why keep a woman like that around just for the new year? With her lifestyle, she's sure to leave problems behind. Of course, unless you don't mind being cheated on. A mess like this is indeed hard to handle. It's best to have an open-hearted talk with her. You need to establish boundaries together. If she can keep them, there might be hope. But if she can't, you should end the engagement soon. Why do I feel Brother Wei will get cheated on after marriage too? For marriage, choose someone emotionally stable. With someone as emotionally volatile as her, she might stir up trouble at any moment. To be exact, your values are different. Neither of you will change, part ways sooner rather than later. Here's a story from a friend. Dealing with someone who turns on a dime will make life miserable, and you can't always be the one to back down. And if she's used to throwing tantrums, she's unlikely to change. Brother Wei, let me share from my own experience. I dated my ex-girlfriend for 5 or 6 years. We broke up and she married someone else. But she met her husband fewer times than we went to hotels together. If you can accept this, go ahead with the marriage. I suspect that guy is just a backup. If you think you won't fight after marriage, fine. But if you do fight, she's sure to find that guy again. 1 or 2 times might be nothing, but more than that, do you think she'll remain faithful? If you have a cuckold fetish, feel free to ignore everyone's advice. Chapter 154, 152, A Messy Account. Young friend, please wait a moment. Lu Heng called out the celestial destiny system. System, inquire about this person's future information. System prompt, inquiring about future information will require consuming 3 days of the host's lifespan. Do you wish to continue? Yes. As he confirmed, the situation about Wei's future quickly flashed before his eyes. After watching it all, Lu Heng shook his head in secret. Damn, that's really a mess. Then he said in a deep voice, Young friend, I have already calculated your future. Looking at the future, I don't recommend you marry her. Hearing this, Wei sighed deeply. He shook his head and said, She remains the same as before marriage, unable to change for me. The viewers also nodded in agreement. Take the master's advice. Stop the losses in time, otherwise, marriage will last a lifetime. Buddy, as someone who's been there, let me be honest, you need to endure now, and you'll have to endure it for a lifetime later. The dilemma you're in right now is just because breaking up would cost a bit, but if you end up with kids, divorcing would cost even more. Break up, you haven't invested much anyway, so it's not a big loss. Just one thing, it's easy to change rivers and mountains, but hard to change one's nature. This kind of woman is just young and hasn't settled down yet. She just wants to have more fun. I feel the same. I met a similar girl before and found out after getting to know her, she was better at smoking, drinking, and playing cards than I was, and she often got involved with various men. After some deeper interaction, I quickly backed out. Well, to describe hookups so elegantly impressive. When marrying, marry virtue. The happiness of a family heavily relies on the woman's character. Don't settle for now, or you'll suffer for a lifetime. Seeing the viewer's comfort, Wei finally showed a smile. Thank you all for your comfort. I've decided to break the engagement when her mother returns. Wei decided with determination. At this moment, Lu Heng suddenly interjected, Young friend, you've misunderstood. What? Wei was taken aback by what he heard. Lu Heng continued, I said, young friend, you misunderstood just now. In your future marriage, the problem does not lie with the woman. It's you, young friend. Hearing this, not only Wei, but the viewers were also confused. What does the master's words mean? Why do I feel like there's going to be a twist? I also feel something's not right. According to the master, is Wei the problematic one in the future? So it's not the woman cheating on the man, but the man cheating on the woman. Impressive. Didn't expect Brother Wei to be a believer in gender equality. Why should only women cheat on men? Today, Brother Wei will return the favor to you women. Wei, you're quite daring. How dare you deceive us? Better come clean. What exactly are you hiding from us? Seems like from the beginning, this kid wasn't telling the truth. That's right, it was all his side of the story. We know nothing about that girl. Haha, trying to deceive the master. Once the master takes action, they can even tell what color underwear you're wearing today. Wei frowned, looking innocent. I'm not deceiving anyone. What I said just now was all true. I've been a loyal fan. Even if I had the courage, I wouldn't dare deceive the master. Lu Heng also helped to explain. What Wei said earlier was indeed true. This left the viewers puzzled again. If what Wei said was true, then how could he be the problematic one after marriage? Master, how could I be the problem? Wei was full of grievance. Lu Heng spoke unhurriedly. Young friend, you must still have a first love, right? Upon hearing this, Wei froze. He was instantly drawn into his memories. After a while, he nodded his head. This first love of yours spent high school and college time with you. After graduating from college, you originally planned to get married immediately. Unfortunately, her father didn't think much of you, so after graduation, your first love was sent abroad by her father. It's been 6 years now. Over these 6 years, the main reason you haven't accepted any blind dates is that you're still thinking about this first love. But she hasn't given you any news from the beginning until half a year ago, when you finally resigned yourself to going on this blind date. Lu Heng slowly explained, Master, what you said is right. Wei nodded again, eyes full of nostalgia. The viewers could see from his look that this guy still couldn't let go of his first love. Wow. Looks like the plot is about the first love returning, and Wei couldn't resist. Turns out you were the one who cheated first. The master's suggestion is wise. You shouldn't marry and ruin that girl's feelings. Since both sides aren't compatible, it's better to break up sooner. Look at Wei's current pathetic state. If the girl marries him, she'd be terribly unlucky. I bet Wei didn't expect that his first love would make a surprise return. In the end, this guy only likes that first love, so he didn't hesitate to cheat because he never loved his fiancée. No wonder he could tolerate the girl's behavior. There was no love from the start. Yeah, he never liked that girl, and the marriage was probably just to appease his parents. You guys are going too far. Brother Wei isn't married yet, is he? Quickly break the engagement and wait for the first love, isn't that the answer? It is, but he still deserves some blame. As Wei looked at the bullet comments flowing on the screen, he finally realized. He looked at Lu Heng with excitement and anticipation, asking urgently, Master, are you saying she'll come back for me, right? Correct. Next June, your first love will return from abroad. Your first love has been single abroad for 6 years, which has worried her father sick. So this time, even though her father doesn't like you, he has no choice but to accept it. Lu Heng nodded slightly. Master, thank you so much. I know what to do now. I'll go break the engagement first, and then wait for her to return. Wei's emotions were so intense and excited that his face was flushed red, making him look very much like that of a monkey's butt. The viewers saw this and unanimously sent out the same bullet comment. Oh my, you're blushing. Chapter 155, 153, Lingbao Celestial Venerable, my dear old man. As Wei went offline, the system's notification sounded once again. System notification. The host has successfully altered the heavenly Tao and is absorbing life span points. Please check shortly. The lifespan points increased by another 10, reaching 111 points. This completed the previous task of gathering 100 points perfectly. It's a pity that there was no encounter with any scam groups tonight. Otherwise, a big haul of lifespan points could have been gained. Both shows for tonight have concluded, yet the viewers are still reluctant to part. It's over, today's broadcast has ended. I wonder how many days we'll have to wait to see the Taoist again. Yeah, irregular broadcasts are a bit hard to bear. I wish the Taoist would livestream every day. As loyal fans, we absolutely can't keep exhausting the source. We must let the Taoist rest, so let's go with a broadcast every other day. That's too harsh, but I like it. If the Taoist can broadcast once a week, that would be great enough, and you want one every day. Why do they say the Taoist is the odd one out in the streaming world? If it were other streamers, they'd be eager to stream daily. The Taoist isn't short of money. I heard he even donated all his streaming earnings. It's a pity we don't know where the Taoist is. Otherwise, I'd definitely go and call him my godfather. What godfather? That's definitely your real dad. Saying that, how would your parents feel? Would their hearts not hurt? It's different for me. I'm an orphan, so let me do it. Damn, you're really shameless. Guys, I have a question. Why are there stepmothers, step-siblings, but no stepdads? Aren't you clear enough in your hearts about whether there's a stepdad? Let's be civilized, call him stepfather. Seeing the habitually off-track silly viewers, Lu Heng almost burst into laughter. Sidhu Jingya and Da Flamingo were the two lucky viewers we've calculated for. Tonight's broadcast ends here. Little friends, let's meet again fatefully. After waving goodbye as usual, he directly ended the stream. System. Upon calling out the system interface, seeing the lifespan points surpassing 100 for the first time, Lu Heng felt a bit excited. Before the prize draw, he washed his face and hands. Then he bowed 3 times towards the direction of the Spirit Treasure Hall. Dear Father, bless your son to win the grand prize. He muttered under his breath. After the preparations were complete, Lu Heng took a deep breath, silently thinking. System, draw prizes. System notification. Would you like to spend 10 lifespan points for a prize draw? Yes. Let's start with a 5-spin draw. System notification. Congratulations to the host for drawing 3 bad luck talismans. System notification. Congratulations to the host for drawing 5 bottles of lower-grade spiritual cheap pills. System notification. Congratulations to the host for drawing 3 cloud talismans. System notification. Congratulations to the host for drawing 1 cloud-forming and rain-spreading talisman. System notification. Congratulations to the host for drawing 3 dawn talismans. This 5-spin draw was quite satisfactory even though no special items were drawn. It replenished the previously remaining 1 bad luck talisman and 1 cloud-forming and rain-spreading talisman. Moreover, there was a new talisman, the Dawn Talisman. Hope the next draw will yield something from the orange area. Lu Heng rubbed his hands and went for another 5-spin draw. System notification. Congratulations to the host for drawing 3 invisibility talismans. System notification. Congratulations to the host for drawing 5 bottles of lower-grade spiritual cheap pills. System notification. Congratulations to the host for drawing 3 bottles of lower-grade spirit water. System notification. Congratulations to the host for drawing 1 life-extending pill. System notification. Congratulations to the host for drawing 3 bad luck talismans. This 5-spin draw kept Lu Heng staring in surprise. Wow, he drew another life-extending pill. Such a good item, he can never have too many. More importantly, he actually got the invisibility talisman he's been dreaming of. I can draw 1 more time. Lu Heng barely suppressed his excitement and silently thought. System, draw prizes. System notification. Would you like to spend 10 lifespan points for a prize draw? Yes. Upon his confirmation, the prize wheel, which had been spun 10 times tonight, started spinning once more. 5 seconds later, the wheel slowly stopped, and the pointer landed on an orange area. System notification. Congratulations to the host for drawing the Dharma artifact, Illusion Demon Mask. Lingbao Celestial Venerable, my dear father. This was the first time drawing a Dharma artifact since the start of the prize draw. Lu Heng couldn't wait to open the system warehouse to check the newly drawn prize. Dawn Talisman. After activating the talisman, a multicolored dawn will instantly appear. The size and duration of the dawn are related to the host's cultivation. Like the previously drawn cloud talismans and black fog talismans, it belongs to the special effects category of talismans. Invisibility talisman. After activating the talisman, you will enter an invisible state, completely concealing your aura. The duration of invisibility is related to the host's cultivation. The effect is pretty much what he imagined. It's just unclear whether this thing can achieve invisibility in the face of modern technology. Regardless of that, as a gentleman, he certainly wouldn't use the invisibility talisman for any indecent activities. Next up is the main event. A pure white mask lay quietly in the corner. Illusion Demon Mask, yellow-level Dharma artifact, non-upgradable. After wearing it, it will transform into the image of any person in the host's line of sight. When activated, it will consume true chi to maintain its mirage. After reading the introduction of the Illusion Demon Mask, Lu Heng couldn't help but frown. To be honest, this mask was not as powerful as he had imagined. The reason is mainly twofold. First, this mask can only transform into a human form, unlike the shadow beast which can transform at will. Whether it's a human, an animal, or even a plant, it can transform into any of them. The second point is that when transforming into someone else, the target must be in his line of sight. If out of sight, then transformation is impossible. Overall, this mask is a bit of a letdown. No wonder it's only a yellow-level Dharma artifact. The Dharma artifacts in the celestial destiny system, like spirit beasts, are divided into 4 levels: heavenly, earthly, mystical, and yellow. Yellow-level Dharma artifacts naturally belong to the lowest tier. As Lu Heng examined the white mask, a bright idea suddenly struck his mind. When the shadow beast transforms into a human, does it count as a person? He carefully examined the Illusion Demon Mask description again, seemingly no requirement that it must be a human, and not a form changed from another species. Is this a bug? Rather than overthink, why not experiment? Lu Heng willed his mind, and the shadow under the light suddenly squirmed. Subsequently, a blob of black mud crawled out and quickly transformed into the form of Genuine. He then put on the mask in his hand, his gaze fixed intently on the Genuine before him. Transform, he muttered inwardly. In an instant, waves of invisible gel-like liquid flowed from the mask, enveloping him entirely. A few seconds later, when Lu Heng looked up at the mirror, there appeared a sage-looking old Taoist priest. Chapter 156, 154. Another incident occurred. The next morning, Lu Heng opened his eyes right on time. System. At his call, the system interface instantly spread out. Host, Lu Heng Dao. Name, King Feng. Age 18. Status, normal. Cultivation, 7th layer Qi refining. Cultivation technique, Tei 5 Qi spell, Heaven Stepping Cloud Step, Immortal Talisman technique. Supreme Profound Alchemy technique. Magical treasure, Illusion Demon Mask. Lifespan 1. He was quite satisfied with the current system interface. The previously empty magical treasure slot finally had an item in it. Although this Illusion Demon Mask was somewhat of a chicken rib, fortunately, he had a shadow beast. After exploiting a loophole with the shadow beast, the Illusion Demon Mask finally proved its worth. Should Xiao Yan make an appearance next? My alchemy skill is raring to go. While thinking about his next plan, Lu Heng habitually took out 2 spiritual Qi pills. He fed one to the cultivation puppet. He fed the other to the shadow beast. Watching the shadow beast devour the spiritual Qi pill, he suddenly remembered that he had drawn a life-extending pill last night. Last night, he was so busy experimenting with the Illusion Demon Mask that he forgot to take the life-extending pill. So he opened the system storage again and took out the previously forgotten life-extending pill from the night before. After swallowing it in one gulp, the system prompt sounded. System prompt: host successfully extended life by 2 years with the life-extending pill. 2 years of life from one pill without any DEBUFF drawbacks feels great. But I wonder, does this life-extending pill have any resistance? Thinking about it, Lu Heng shook his head and chuckled. Since the life-extending pill is so hard to draw, what's the use of overthinking it? If resistance develops after taking it, then it's still not too late to worry. After washing up, he stepped out of his room and headed to the dining hall. As it was still early, there weren't many people in the dining hall. Lu Heng glanced around and noticed Qingjai and Qingling. Why isn't senior brother Qingming here? He sat down and asked curiously. Something happened again. Qingjai glanced around sneakily and lowered his voice deliberately. What happened again? Lu Heng looked confused. Hasn't everything been going well recently? Why did something happen suddenly? Qingjai whispered. The junior brother on night watch said that at midnight the Religious Affairs Bureau suddenly made a call. Then the sect leader immediately went down the mountain. Upon hearing this, Lu Heng couldn't help frowning. For his master to leave so promptly, it mustn't be a trivial matter. What on earth happened at the Religious Affairs Bureau? Why would the Religious Affairs Bureau suddenly call the sect leader? Kingeling scratched his head and asked, "Who knows?" Kingjai shook his head and continued lowly, "But Kingeming has gone to find out. That lad knows a girl named Yi at the Religious Affairs Bureau, so he should be able to get some information." "Is the girl pretty?" Kingeling asked with some curiosity. "The photo's pretty, I just don't know about in person." Kingjai said frankly, not hiding anything. As the three of them were talking, Kingeming, the protagonist, finally appeared. "Over here, over here." Kingeling stood up quickly and waved, calling Kingeming over. "So, what did you find out from Yi?" Kingjai asked in a low voice. Lu Heng also wore a curious expression. Kingeming looked at the three before him, sighed, and said, "I've been busy all morning and haven't even had a sip of water." "Got it." Kingjai immediately pulled Kingeling up to get soy milk and fried dough sticks for Kingeming. Just as Lu Heng was about to get up, Kingeming pulled him back. "Junior brother, just sit and wait with us." Kingeming chuckled. Once the fried dough sticks and soy milk were placed on the table, Kingeming savored a few bites, then said, "Yi doesn't know much either." "Stop stalling, just spill it." Kingjai and Kingeling's faces darkened, and their eyes turned sharper. Seeing this, Kingeming swallowed the dough stick and said in a low voice, "A few days ago, Elder Song and others from the Religious Affairs Bureau found the corpses of the Taiyi Dao and Jingeming Tao sect leaders in the back mountain of the Seeking Immortality Temple. At first, everyone thought these two corpses belonged to the sect leaders, so a detailed examination wasn't done. But when people from Taiyi Dao and Jingeming Tao went to claim the bodies, they discovered a problem. "What problem?" Kingjai and Kingeling's eyes widened. "Coughs, I'm choking." Kingeming clutched his throat, pointing at the soy milk in front of him. Kingjai, holding back the urge to hit, respectfully handed the soy milk to Kingeming. After happily taking a sip, Kingeming continued, "The corpse of the Jingeming Tao sect leader was confirmed to be him. But the body of the Taiyi Dao sect leader was highly questionable. It said that the Taiyi Dao sect leader had polydactyly and an extra toe on his right foot, but the corpse's right foot didn't. Moreover, the corpse's height and build don't match the Taiyi Dao sect leaders. Also, the body's decomposition level doesn't align with the timing stated in the Laoguan Tao sect leader's last words." As Kingeming finished speaking, a gleam of excitement flashed in Kingjai's eyes. He couldn't help but chuckle a few times. "Haha, I guessed it right." Kingjai said proudly, "I first thought Taiyi Dao's sect leader stole the notes. To prevent the contents from leaking, he first killed the Laoguan Tao sect leader, faking a suicide. Then he killed the Jingeming Tao sect leader, somehow found another body, dressed it in his clothes, and created the false impression that he was murdered too. This way, he could leave scot-free with Genuine's notes." Seeing Kingjai's smug face, Kingeming shook his head. "You just guessed right." He didn't expect the situation to have another twist. "What do you mean guessed right?" "It's called wisdom, you know." Kingjai pouted, pulled the porridge and fried dough sticks in front of Kingeming over to himself, and began eating heartily. After hearing it all, Lu Heng felt quite moved. Though he wasn't concerned about the three sect leaders, he didn't expect them to stir up so much trouble. After breakfast, Lu Heng parted ways with Kingeming and the others and returned to his room alone. After taking a spiritual chi pill, he quickly entered his cultivation state. After an unknown period, there was a knock at his door. Then outside, King Yu's crisp and pleasant voice rang out. Senior brother, are you there? The master is looking for you." Hearing the commotion, Lu Heng gently opened his eyes. "Sigh." He sighed softly. Without even thinking, it must be about the Taiyi Dao sect leader. With these complications arising again, Elder Song and the others are likely to consult Genuine. And possibly Elder Song might hope Genuine will help deduce the situation of the Taiyi Dao sect leader to see what the truth really is. Chapter 157, 155, The Truth. Lu Heng held a stack of documents and walked out of Qingyun Hall. He had just met with his master, Chuan Cheng, and Director Li from the Religious Affairs Bureau, and from them, he learned the official autopsy results. The specifics were almost the same as what Kingeming had discovered. Be honest, the situation was even more serious than he had imagined, because Jingeming Tao and Laoguan Tao had already started making trouble, especially Laoguan Tao, whose sect leader was previously deemed the murderer of the other two sect leaders, and thus was harshly oppressed by Taiyi Dao and Jingeming Tao. To avoid tarnishing their reputation, Lao Yuntao suffered a significant setback and was forced to give up 2 consultant positions within the Religious Affairs Bureau. In the past, these 2 consultant positions might not have been so important. But now all the Taoist sect leaders knew of Zhenyuan's existence, and it was the Religious Affairs Bureau that was responsible for connecting with Zhenyuan. Proximity to power. Who wouldn't want more influence in future collaborations with Zhenyuan? It's safe to say that Lao Yuntao had no choice but to grit their teeth and give up those 2 positions. But now, the situation took an unexpected turn. The sect leader of Lao Yuntao, once thought to be the culprit, became the victim, while the sect leader of Tei Dao, originally the victim, turned out to be the murderer. How could Lao Yuntao swallow this injustice? Up to now, Elder Song and Director Li were still mediating among these 3 major Taoist sects. Lu Heng looked at the stack of documents in his hand, all related to the Tei Dao sect leader Yunlai. Director Li was too embarrassed to disturb Zhenyuan again, as Elder Song and others had only recently met with Zhenyuan. The matter of the 3 sect leaders stealing the book had dragged on for so long without resolution, and instead continued to have twists and turns. How could Elder Song and others face meeting Zhenyuan again? So the task of meeting Zhenyuan fell to Lu Heng this time. Lu Heng himself felt helpless. The Religious Affairs Bureau handled matters carelessly and procrastinated. When there's a benefit, they swarm around like flies, but when problems arise, they run faster than anyone. Take the issue of the 3 sect leaders stealing the book, for example. If they had been a bit more thorough and careful earlier on, how could things have gotten so messy? Forget it. It seems it's time for the new identity to make an appearance. Taking advantage of this opportunity, I might as well go down the mountain for a stroll, avoiding the various troublesome issues from the Religious Affairs Bureau. Lu Heng pondered silently. He didn't go directly to seeking Immortality Temple, but instead, as he reached the back mountain, slipped into a small grove with no one around. When he reappeared, there were already 2 people. One was the immortal Taoist, Zhenyuan, and the other, naturally, was the young Taoist, King Feng. Using the illusion demon mask to transform into Zhenyuan, Lu Heng looked at the shadow beast, which had transformed into himself, and shook his head. Although the shadow beast could transform into anything in the world without any flaws, yet my outstanding talent, impressive bearing, refreshing and handsome appearance, vigorous spirit, graceful presence, handsome and dashing demeanor, and ethereal celestial temperament, how could a mere shadow beast replicate that? With your current ability, you can at most mimic 1/10,000th of me. In the future, recognize the gap between us and strive harder. Lu Heng patted the shadow beast's shoulder, encouragingly. The shadow beast looked back in confusion, seemingly not understanding its master's meaning. Let's go. Lu Heng used the heaven-stepping cloud step, along with the shadow beast, transformed into a white shadow, returning to Dragon Tiger Mountain. In Qingyun Hall, Director Li was preparing to take his leave from Xuan Cheng and go for a stroll. But at that moment, 2 figures suddenly stepped into the hall. One of them was the young Taoist King Feng who had just left not long ago, and the other was an elderly Taoist with an ethereal and masterly appearance. Director Li was momentarily stunned. Even if he were a fool, he would know who this elderly Taoist in front of him was. Greetings, Taoist Zhenyuan. Xuan Cheng immediately stood, greeting respectfully. Xuan Cheng, my young friend, there's no need for formalities. Lu Heng waved his hand. It was a bit difficult for him to first address his master as a young friend. I just received a call from little King Feng, saying there have been further twists in that book theft case. Lu Heng gently stroked his long beard, inquiring. Director Li was surprised to hear this. He thought this elderly Taoist really kept up with the times, already learning to use a mobile phone so quickly. Indeed it is so. Xuan Cheng nodded and recounted the sequence of events once more. Then let me calculate where this young friend Yunlai is now. Lu Heng turned to look at the shadow beast beside him. The shadow beast understood immediately and handed over the stack of documents in its hand. After glancing at the birth date on the documents, he silently summoned the celestial destiny system in his mind. System, query this person's future information. System prompt, querying future information will deplete the host's lifespan by 3 days. Continue. Yes. Everything Yunlai, the Tei Dao sect leader, had experienced in the past flashed rapidly like a movie. In no time, he had grasped the entire story. Alas. Lu Heng pretended to sigh, saying, it turns out it was destiny's trick. I beg the immortal Taoist to enlighten us. Xuan Cheng respectfully requested. Lu Heng stroked his long beard, slowly explaining. On that day, all of you came to ask me about the path of immortal cultivation, and after learning that immortality was hopeless, Yunlai and the other two felt dissatisfied. The following morning, they returned to seeking Immortality Temple. In my absence, the three of them entered the library in the temple and discovered my previously left notes. In those notes, I had recorded some insights, as well as the accidental discovery of an inheritance technique from a certain sect. After reading this technique, Yunlai and his companions all harbored greed, hoping to follow this path into cultivation. Since each of them desired it for themselves, but were apprehensive of each other, they had to suppress their greed and return to rest in the hall. Yunlai, seizing the opportunity while the other two were resting, successfully stole the book and prepared to leave seeking Immortality Temple. But just as he was about to step out, a knife stabbed into his back. Hearing this, Director Li couldn't help but look shocked. Immortal Taoist wasn't the killer the Tei Dao sect leader. How could he be the first deceased then? Not only Director Li, but even Chuan Cheng displayed a face of confusion. Among the two bodies discovered at the back of the Seeking Immortality Temple, Yunlai's corpse was clearly fake. How could Yunlai turn out to be the first victim? Unhurried, Lu Heng continued. Though the assailant stabbed Yunlai's back, the stabbed location was on the left, the typical position of most people's heart. However, Yunlai was born with a right-sided heart, luckily escaping this disaster. Upon being stabbed, Yunlai feigned death and discovered that the assailant was actually Tianqing, the sect leader of Jingming Tao. Chapter 158-156, Descending the Mountain. Perhaps it was his first time committing murder. Tianqing was very flustered and didn't confirm whether Yunlai was really dead or not. After taking the notebook, he dumped the body in the woods. Yunlai knew that with Tianqing's cautious nature, he would definitely return to bury the body again. So after that, he waited for Tianqing's arrival. As expected by Yunlai, Tianqing returned to the Seeking Immortality Temple once more and searched for his body in the woods where he originally dumped it. Unfortunately, Tianqing never expected that Yunlai wasn't dead at all. So when Yunlai appeared, Tianqing was scared half to death and accidentally stumbled down the hill, breaking his right leg. Yunlai forced everything out of him, and upon learning that Dingyang had also been harmed and framed for all the crimes, Yunlai's intent to kill could no longer be restrained. Despite Tianqing's desperate pleas, he ultimately died at Yunlai's hands. Yunlai decided to use Tianqing's scheme to fake his own death as well. Therefore, he found an elderly loner in a nearby village who had a similar physique to him. After killing the old man, he dressed him in his own clothes and buried him together with Tianqing in that forest. Lu Heng recounted the experience of the Tei Dao sect leader succinctly. So that's how it was. Taoist Chuan Cheng sighed lightly after listening. It seems that Tianqing was indeed ruthless, having harmed both Yunlai and Dingyang in succession. But the last thing he expected was for Yunlai to be alive, and in the end, to kill him in return. Decades of friendship not worth mentioning at all. Of course, Yunlai was not a soft-hearted person either, willing to kill an innocent old man to fake his death and remove suspicion. On the other side, Director Li was a bit dumbfounded after hearing the story. So all along, their religious affairs bureau was being played like a monkey, right? And never once guessed correctly. If they hadn't discovered the anomaly with the Tei Dao sect leader's body, they might still be in the dark. Thinking of this, Director Li couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat off his forehead. Old Taoist, where is Yunlai now? Taoist Chuncheng asked again. Yunlai is already dead. Lu Heng gently stroked his long beard and said solemnly. After faking his own death, Yunlai went to a village at the foot of the Seeking Immortality Temple Mountain to study the old Taoist's notebook. The old Taoist might as well tell you the truth, the cultivation techniques recorded in that notebook. Even the old Taoist himself doesn't know whether they're genuine or not, or whether there are any pitfalls or traps. After self-harming, Yunlai discovered that he couldn't cultivate according to the methods recorded. Several days passed without any progress. In his frustration, he couldn't help but reflect on his actions during this time. Under the torment of pain and remorse, his old wounds recurred, and coupled with his advanced age, he eventually died as his life ran out. Alas, Taoist Chuncheng sighed again. Who would have thought Yunlai would eventually escape death? Taoist genuine, Taoist Chuncheng, I'd better go report to the police. Director Li stammered, go ahead. Lu Heng nodded slightly. After Director Li left, he continued, young friend Chuncheng, this time I came for another matter I want to discuss with you. Old master, please speak. Taoist Chuancheng expressed slight curiosity. He wondered what this near all-knowing immortal had to discuss with him. Lu Heng glanced at King Feng beside him and smiled. The old Taoist promised little King Feng that his terminal illness would be cured. Unfortunately, the three-stripe clear spirit pill on the old Taoist has lost 99% of its potency due to age, so it couldn't cure him. During my last outing, the old Taoist has already found some clues about my friend Zio's whereabouts. So the old Taoist plans to take little King Feng down the mountain to ask my friend Zio to help treat him. This is good news. Upon hearing this, a hint of joy appeared on Taoist Chuancheng's usually expressionless face. The blood cancer of his beloved disciple had become a personal concern. Unfortunately, his medical skills were average, and he could only treat minor ailments. In the face of a terminal illness like blood cancer, he was truly at a loss. Now Taoist Genuine, this immortal Taoist, is willing to take his disciple for treatment. He naturally felt immense joy. Master, King Feng followed the script written by Lu Heng, showing reluctance. Taoist Chuancheng, seeing this, laughed. You silly child, Taoist Genuine willing to take you for treatment is a fortune accumulated over 10 lifetimes. Once you are cured of that terminal illness, you can come back, can't you? Since I took you up the mountain, you've rarely been off the mountain. Now you've grown up, it's time to see the outside world. Yes, master. King Feng, biting his lips and nodding with deep reluctance, said, Then I'll trouble the old master. Taoist Chuancheng solemnly bowed to show his heartfelt thanks. Young friend, you're being too polite. The old Taoist will naturally keep his promise. Seeing the master's demeanor, Lu Heng was quite moved as well. But for the future, this act must continue to play out. Rest assured, young friend, once King Feng's terminal illness is cured, the old Taoist will immediately bring him back. Lu Heng promised and then gently patted King Feng on the shoulder, smiling. Say farewell to your master. Master, I'll be back soon. King Feng, rubbing his reddened eyes, held back his tears. Make sure to listen to the old master outside and don't throw any tantrums. I'll be waiting for the good news of your recovery. The rims of Taoist Chuancheng's eyes also became a bit red. After all, he had raised the young disciple before him from childhood, caring for him for 18 years. The feelings between them, one could say, were like those of father and son. Now that the young disciple was about to leave, he inevitably felt some melancholy. Young friend Chuancheng, let's say goodbye for now. Lu Heng took one last look at Master Chuancheng, then transformed into a white shadow, disappearing with the shadow beast from Qingyun Hall. Watching as the two suddenly disappeared, Taoist Chuancheng showed a hint of a smile. After sprinting out of the Dragon Tiger Mountain area, Lu Heng finally stopped. The acting earlier seemed a bit exaggerated, making him somewhat uncomfortable. It took a good while for him to get over it. After going down the mountain this time, who knows when I'll be back? Lu Heng looked distantly at Dragon Tiger Mountain and murmured to himself. Next, he was going to start his own plan, and the content of this plan is to cause trouble. Isn't the celestial destiny system supposed to change others' destinies? Then he'll create some major events and harvest more lifespans. By then, once he cultivates to the Golden Core realm and nascent Soul realm, able to take on nuclear missiles physically, why worry about his identity being exposed? As for the first trouble after coming down the mountain, Lu Heng quickly thought of Daohu Live. He had donated all his live streaming earnings, so why hadn't there been any response? Where exactly did the money go?